Family, quick look. In a live stream, a handsome guy is strolling around the demon forest with a cane, when suddenly a mutated tiger leaps out, scaring even the prestigious school mentors white-faced. The result? The handsome guy pulls out a knife from his cane and slices the tiger's head off with one stroke. This handsome guy is named Lin Feng, who has crossed over and awakened a useless talent, but after getting a system, he is dressing up as Fujitora. He's going to defy the odds in this joint examination. Let me tell you, I was completely dumbfounded by the scene at that moment. On the big screen of the live stream, a handsome guy, eyes closed, leaning on a cane, was strolling in a forest full of demons like it was his backyard. Then, oh family, who understands a mutated tiger bigger than a small car jumped out from the grass. That thing was covered in scars, clearly a fierce character. The audience of prestigious school mentors turned pale, shouting for emergency intervention, saying someone would die. And guess what? Just as the hungry tiger pounced, about to tear him apart, the guy leisurely pulled out a knife from his cane with a whoosh. One stroke, just one stroke, a flash of silver light, faster than the eye can see, and that tiger's head, bigger than a wash basin, rolled down with a thud. The whole venue fell silent. Hey, don't rush. Let me tell you the story from the beginning. This guy is named Lin Feng, and his story is incredible. A few months ago, my buddy Lin Feng crossed over to this ghostly world. Good heavens, this is an era where demons roam freely, and humans survive by awakening supernatural powers. It's particularly thrilling. Unfortunately, he was very unlucky and awakened in a level talent called visual enhancement. Who understands? A blind person awakening visual enhancement. Isn't that a pure hell joke? Just when he thought he would be a cannon fodder for life and was ready to give up, the system arrived. His system directly devoured his broken talent and gave him a divine-level template playing the role of Fujitora from One Piece. As long as he mimicked Fujitora, he could unlock his abilities. For that 10 initial acting degree, he cosplayed as a blind uncle for months, wearing a kimono, bowing to everyone, and referring to himself as this one, emphasizing politeness. Today, at the entrance of Magic City University, he finally heard the heavenly sound. Ding! 10 acting degree achieved. Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, Observation Haki, each at 10. The power of the Gravity Fruit at 10. Admiral Physique at 10. Let me tell you, at that moment, Lin Feng felt like he was leading far ahead. Ordinary people's attributes are only around 10 points, but now his basic attributes have all exceeded 100. Although he couldn't use the Gravity Fruit's ability to create a meteor shower like the real Fujitora, it was already enough to wreak havoc in this newbie village. What's even more thrilling? Observation Haki. Within a radius of 10 meters, everything happening was clearer in his mind than a 3D holographic projection, and he understood better with his eyes closed than with them open. In this range, he was a god. He came to Magic City University today to participate in the National Awakeners Joint Examination, which is essentially the supernatural version of the college entrance examination, determining whether you end up in a prestigious school, living the good life, or become cannon fodder feeding demons. Just as he arrived at the entrance, he bumped into an old classmate, Wang Feng. That guy looked worried. Lin Feng, you're here for the joint exam too? I heard this time you have to sign a death waiver. There are real demons. Isn't that too dangerous? Lin Feng just smiled slightly, leaning on his cane, and said with style, "No worries, life is a gamble, and I also want to take a bet." After saying that, he turned and left, leaving Wang Feng in a state of confusion, thinking this guy is blind, yet his spirit is so high. With Lin Feng's outfit and that handsome face, his return rate on the street was 200. Surrounded by geniuses coming to take the exam, they began to whisper among themselves. "I can't believe there's even a blind guy here. How pitiful. He's really handsome. What a shame. Wait, look, he's heading to the registration desk." Good heavens, all eyes suddenly focused. The teacher at the registration desk was dumbfounded, stammering to advise him. "Student, are you sure you want to register? This could be deadly." Lin Feng stood up, bowed sincerely. "If I've caused you any trouble, I'm truly sorry. But this exam is crucial for me. I must participate." This left the teacher completely bewildered. Have you ever seen an awakener so polite? Usually, those geniuses have their noses so high in the air. The teacher felt embarrassed by his attitude, and after confirming repeatedly, still let him sign the death waiver. The nearby girls were mesmerized. So handsome and polite, simply a dreamboat, but alas, he's blind. In just a short while, another system notification came in. Because he perfectly replicated Fujitora's polite persona, his acting degree increased by 1. Without thinking, Lin Feng directly added this point to his observation Haki. Vision, no. Perception range. That is the foundation of his survival. Instantly, his 3D radar range expanded by another meter. Entering the examination hall, it was a vast square filled with people, thousands of examinees. Everyone was chattering and forming temporary groups. "Hey, want to team up? I have level strength enhancement. Big shot, take me with you. I have level speed enhancement. Have you heard? Song Lin from No. 2 High School, level lightning control. That's elemental. Lin Feng listened on the side, amused. Is this it? Teaming up? In this world of the weak preying on the strong, a teammate from 1 second could stab you in the back for points the next second. Just as he was thinking, a muscular man nearby snorted irritably. Fool. This was overheard by the level strength enhancement guy, who immediately got angry. Who are you calling that? He was about to start a fight. But then, the muscular man's body crackled with electricity, directly shocking that guy into foaming at the mouth, collapsing on the spot. The surrounding crowd erupted. That's Song Lin. Run, run, can't mess with him. Song Lin looked disdainfully at the twitching guy on the ground. Then his gaze fell on Lin Feng, who was meditating with his eyes closed. He frowned and stepped forward, just about to say something, when suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. Song Lin broke out in a cold sweat. So fast, he didn't even see how the other party moved. Cold sweat instantly covered his forehead, and he felt a thud in his heart. A master. Definitely a top-notch expert. Then, a gentle voice came from Lin Feng. Sorry, may I ask what place this is and how the surroundings look? The onlookers were about to have their eyes pop out. Are you crazy? Asking this question to the most temperamental lightning king from No. 2 High School? Didn't you notice a right? He really didn't notice. Everyone began to picture Lin Feng being electrocuted to a crisp. A bizarre scene occurred. Song Lin, the invincible Song Lin, with his shoulder being pressed, felt every cell in his body screaming danger, unable to move at all. He took a deep breath and actually answered honestly. This is the joint examination square, 5th competition area. There will be an announcement soon about the competition method, and it will be live-streamed. After Lin Feng listened, he smiled, retracted his hand. Sorry to trouble you. Then he turned and left, leaning on his cane. Song Lin let out a breath, feeling as if he had just been pulled out of the water. He had a premonition that if he had shown any disrespect just now, the one lying on the ground would definitely be him. The surrounding people were completely dumbfounded. Was this still that furious Song Lin? Why was he so obedient, like a primary school student answering a teacher's question? As everyone was discussing, the broadcast rang out. Attention all candidates. The competition is about to begin. You will be transported to an absolutely real illusion, and any injuries will be felt for real. Inside, there are monsters we have deployed with a maximum rating of 2 stars. The rules are simple. Eliminate a fellow candidate for 5 points, a 1-star monster for 5 points, and a 2-star monster for 10 points. Crushing the opponent's medal on their chest counts as elimination. I wish you all great success. As soon as the announcement ended, a flash of light engulfed the scene, and tens of thousands of candidates were instantly transported into the illusion. As Lin Feng touched down, he immediately felt the realism of the forest. As the competition began, the broadcast blared with elimination alerts, indicating that someone had already met with misfortune. Meanwhile, in the viewing area, mentors from prestigious universities and high school teachers were focused on the big screen. Mentorly One from Magic City University suggested, I heard there's a student named Song Lin from the 2nd high school who is quite good, with a clever lightning talent. Let's check him out. The screen shifted, locking onto Lin Feng. The mentors saw a blind person, leaning on a cane, strolling leisurely through the perilous jungle. Whose child is this? Is he here for a picnic? He has no sense of safety at all. Mentor Li Wen frowned. The teacher from the 2nd high school turned pale and stammered an explanation. This student, he is blind. The entire room fell silent for 3 seconds before erupting in chaos. A blind person? Has your 2nd high school gone mad? Sending him to take part in the joint exam to die? No way. Did he volunteer for this? That's way too confident. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly stopped and calmly said to the grass ahead, come out. The mentors were puzzled about who he was talking to when a mutated tiger, the size of a tank, emerged from the bushes, exuding a menacing aura. Looking at the panel that appeared indicating 1-star mutated tiger, Lin Feng politely asked, oh, it's just a little kitty. I'm just passing through, could you kindly let me by? The tiger was infuriated. Who are you calling a little kitty? Who do you look down on? With a deafening roar, it lunged at Lin Feng. The mentors in the viewing area went into a frenzy. Quickly transport him out. Someone's going to die. It's too late. Unless he crushes his medal himself. Everyone believed Lin Feng was doomed, and some even turned their heads away in pity, just as that fierce tiger. At the critical moment when the danger was right before him, Lin Feng slowly grasped the body of his cane with his left hand and the handle with his right, applying a slight force. He had not intended to clash with anyone, but sorry, he said softly, if you don't die, I'll be very troubled. The moment the words fell, he drew his blade. From the wooden cane, a chilling light flashed. It was a straight, sharp blade. Whoosh! A silver light flashed by at an incredible speed, too fast for even the instructor's dynamic vision to capture. The next second, with a thud, the massive body of the tiger and its head were split in half, crashing heavily to the ground. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. Lin Feng slowly sheathed his sword, leaned on his cane, and continued walking forward, as if he had merely swatted a mosquito. In the observation area, there was a deathly silence. After a long time, someone trembled and blurted out a curse. What the just happened? Did you see that? A blind man. One slash. Killed a one-star demon? That cut. Smoother than machine cut. What kind of divine sword technique is this? All the instructors were in a frenzy, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. This is not scientific. This is not supernatural. SSS-level talent. It must be a hidden SSS-level talent. Someone shouted excitedly. The teachers from Class 2 watched their excited colleagues, who were about to report this, swallowed hard, and managed to utter a difficult sentence. His talent is really E-level. Visual enhancement. The entire venue fell into an even deeper state of confusion. At this moment, the cold broadcast echoed throughout the No. 5 competition area. In Area 5, Lin Feng gets the first kill of a one-star demon. Earns 5 points. Additional reward of 10 points. All the candidates in Area 5, who were still sneaking around and teaming up, froze upon hearing this announcement. Damn, there's an extra reward for the first kill. Why didn't anyone say so earlier? The entire venue went wild. Let me tell you, the chat channel in the examination hall exploded, with everyone asking who this Lin Feng really was. What kind of god is he? Some were even crying out, damn, I was just one slash away from chopping that scorpion, and he snatched it away. Others were in an even worse situation, saying they had to run away when they saw demons. But this guy already got the first kill? Does anyone understand? I'm shivering in a cave, and he's already out there slaughtering. Of course, my cheap classmate Lin Feng's classmates didn't connect him to this. They thought, our Lin Feng from school? A top student is a top student, but with that useless E-level visual enhancement talent. How could he possibly get the first kill on a demon? It must be a case of the same name. But one person understood. It was Song Lin, who had previously wanted to trouble Lin Feng. As soon as he heard the broadcast, cold sweat broke out. He realized clearly in his heart. This must be the Lin Feng from our school. He had just encountered a demon himself and knew how fierce those things were. Even if he could fight, he would still get hurt. That's why he thought of picking on softer targets to eliminate other contestants and earn points. Now he was incredibly grateful he hadn't acted, or he would have been the one eliminated. As for me, I was still wandering in the illusion, leaning on my cane, taking one step at a time. With that 11-meter range perception ability, let me tell you, nothing in this area could escape my notice. Just then, I felt a gust of malicious wind behind me. Whoosh! A cheetah pounced from my diagonal rear, baring its bloody mouth to bite my neck. What happened? I didn't even turn my head. Just swung my hand back with a slash. The sword light flashed, and with a splat, the cheetah's head flew off, blood spraying like a fountain. 5 points added. Hey, got it. At this moment, the broadcast cameras had already switched to me. Those instructors and viewers were once again dumbfounded at my action. Zulfust. How did he notice something behind him? ISNT blind? This is not scientific. I feel like my professional worldview has been completely overturned. I tell you, what shocked them the most wasn't that I could discover it, but my backhand slash. Without even looking, I just slashed and took off the demon's head. It's even more outrageous than facing it head on. Do you know how much strength and precision control it requires? The way of exerting force is all wrong. For an average person, just getting the blade in would be impressive, but my slash was a clean beheading. Next up was my personal showcase time. I directly activated slaughter mode, walking and killing along the way. Wherever I passed, demon corpses lay scattered. The mentors outside were stunned, probably cursing in their hearts. Dude, can you at least leave some face for the other students? They're being chased by demons while you're here acting like you're at a market. Draw the knife. Swing the knife. Sheath the knife. A set of movements flowed seamlessly, focusing on the simplicity of the grand principle. Why? Because there is no need for any fancy tricks. One slash is enough. While others are risking their lives to team up to fight one, I'm just like a grocery lady. Boss, how much for this tiger head? Oh, this leopard head looks good. Give me one. This lion head is quite fresh. Weigh me 2 pounds? Unbelievable. Those mentors were probably starting to wonder if these demons were lining up for me to chop their heads off. In just a little while, my score had skyrocketed to 135 points. I had killed over 20 demons, while others had to split points in teams. My score put me in a clear lead over the second place. Just then, the announcement rang out again. The number of eliminated players in the 15 zones had reached 10,000. The first phase is over. Now announcing the first place in each zone and merging the regions. After merging, 2-star demons will appear. Students who want to surrender, hurry up. Wow, the host is quite considerate. Next, the rankings of the 15 zones will be announced. The first place in each zone will receive a 1 million scholarship reward. The live chat instantly erupted. The comments were flying. Is this it? This year's not impressive, right? I heard the number of demons this time is several times that of previous years, and the filtering is intense. I feel like something big is about to happen. The host began reading the rankings, and everyone stretched their necks. After all, this ranking basically represents the ceiling of strength for this batch of newcomers. Not to mention the first place has a 1 million bonus. Guess who S first? No need to say, it's definitely the first high school. Didn't they sweep the top 10 in previous years? Right? I heard that their S8 Beast Transformation Talent S-level powerhouse this year from the first high school. Named Mo Luan. Absolutely against the heavens. S-level. Damn, it hasn't appeared in decades, right? While everyone was chatting, the rankings began to come out one by one. 10th place, Zhang Qi, 46 points. 9th place, Wang San, 46 points. 6th place, Xiao Menglin, 57 points. 5th place, Wu Longdao, 58 points. Look at these scores, no decimals, all integers. It's clear they were grinding in teams, tightly clinging to their scores. In the audience, the teachers from the first high school had already started socializing with the enrollment office teachers from nearby universities, shining like stars. Their faces were all smiles. The first high school has always swept the top 10 every year. With the S-level talent Emolin this year, wasn't he first place guaranteed? Just then, someone suddenly said, "Did you forget that blind guy?" The entire venue went silent. Right? The second high school student who was rampaging in Zone 5. They had been so busy celebrating that they forgot about this. He was indeed a freak, but the gap in talent is a hard injury. He definitely can't compete with the S-level Mo Luan. That S right, he might make it into the top 10. It seems this year the first high school S record of sweeping the top 10 will be broken. They said that, but in their hearts, they all knew that when enrollment comes, everyone will be scrambling to grab someone like me. The host continued. 3rd place, Lu Xin, 62 points. When reading the 2nd place, the host suddenly stumbled, looking down at the list in his hand repeatedly, with a face full of shock. What is wrong? Read it out. Dropping the ball at a critical moment? Just when everyone thought the first place would definitely be Emolin, the host finally spoke. 2nd place, Emoluan, 85 points. Boom. The live chat exploded. What the hell? The S-level talent Emoluan is only 2nd. Who dares to take 1st? This is impossible. 85 points is equivalent to one person taking down 17 demons or opponents. That already crushes everyone else, who could be higher than him. Nonsense. If there is someone from the first high school who is better than Emolin, I'll eat my keyboard on the spot. The most bewildered were the teachers from the first high school. Their smiles froze, like they had been waxed. They had thought Emoluan was a sure win, but then someone overtook him. The teachers from the second high school finally felt vindicated, smugly saying, "Looks like this time the first place can only be taken by our second high school." The faces of the first high school teachers turned as dark as a pot bottom. This is an absolute humiliation. Under the circumstances of having an S-level genius, the first place was actually snatched by another school, and it was taken by a blind person. If this gets out, where will the first high school put their face? Just then, the host, holding the list with a trembling hand, excitedly shouted, "First place, Lin Feng." The comments instantly filled the screen with question marks. Who is Lin Feng? Haven't T heard of him? More powerful than S-level? Could it be SS level? The host took a deep breath and announced my score. Score, 135 points. The venue fell silent. Even the host was breathless. 135 points, crushing the S-level genius by a full 50 points. In less than an hour, I killed 27 targets, an average of 1 every 4 minutes. What concept is this? This is simply not human. A few seconds later, the comments went completely crazy. The scrolling speed was comparable to grabbing red envelopes during the Spring Festival Gala. Everyone was frantically typing, confused, and shocked. This must be fake. This data is absolutely fake. Host, quickly switch the camera. Let us see if this Lin Feng has 3 heads and 6 arms. Under the roar of the entire internet, the host finally began to adjust the camera. He also wanted to see what kind of deity this was. As the scene shifted, a young man appeared on the screen. One person, one stick. With his eyes closed, he occasionally tapped the ground with the stick, walking forward step by step. This looks like a blind person. The comments first went silent, then exploded. This is a disaster. Host, did you switch the channel by mistake? I'm dying of laughter. You can't be telling me that a blind person has beaten all the geniuses in the national joint exam, right? The host said nothing. He was stunned himself. He confirmed it several times. No mistake, it's indeed Lin Feng from the second high school. He didn't switch channels. Damn, the host couldn't help but curse. The audience, seeing him silent, also realized something was off. This is the national joint exam. The country wouldn't make such a blunder. Could it be? Damn. Just then, the host said in a trembling voice, This individual is the first place Lin Feng. Silence. Then, a comment floated by, followed by, what the hell? Unbelievable. Too unbelievable. The first place is really a blind person. This world is too crazy. I choose to go completely crazy. How'd he do it? Did he write an essay called My Bank President Father? Just wait and see. It's just luck when he meets a real strong opponent. He'll be the first to be eliminated. I just received the first 1 million scholarship, feeling great. Now that the regions have merged, I know the real competition has just begun. The previous challenges were just an appetizer. Now it's a battle of mutual hunting among the contestants. I walked in the jungle, and sure enough, the aura of the monsters had diminished significantly. The map had also shrunk, forcing us to fight each other. Suddenly, I sensed a killing intent coming from ahead. It's not a monster, it's a person. In front of me, there were 2 men walking together. Goodness, aren't those Wang San and Zhang Qi, ranked 9th and 10th on the leaderboard? These 2 were strutting around Zone 3, and now joining forces, they were even more arrogant. Someone's coming. Zhang Qi crouched down cautiously. Wang San, with a disdainful look, said, What are you afraid of? With the 2 of us working together, even that S-rank Amolun would have to think twice. Zhang Qi thought about it and agreed. So, the 2 of them stood there confidently, waiting for me to appear. The host outside got excited too, speaking in a teasing tone. Ladies and gentlemen, our top scorer is about to face off against 2 experts from the top 10. Who will prevail? He clearly didn't think highly of me. The teachers in the audience felt the same way, aside from our School S teachers making a few token comments. Everyone else thought I was doomed. The truth was about to come out. I would definitely be taken out in one move. Wang San was a B-rank power enhancer, capable of doubling his strength. Who could withstand that? Under everyone's gaze, I stepped out from behind the tree and walked directly in front of them. When the 2 saw me leaning on a white cane, they were both stunned. A blind person? Zhang Qi looked confused. How did a blind person make it to the second round? Wang San laughed heartily. Who cares? A free 5 points coming right to us. We won't pass it up. With that, he started walking towards me. I stood my ground and slowly spoke. I am here to take your points, so I hope you won't make it difficult for me. As soon as I said this, the comments went wild with laughter. Wow, he can't be relying on pity to get points, right? Could this be the legendary face fruit? Wang San and Zhang Qi were also laughing uncontrollably. Huh? Did you hear that? He wants us to give him our points? Sure, come and take them yourself, little brother. The 2 of them sneered as they approached me. In that instant, a tremendous pressure suddenly descended. Bang! The 2 who had been so arrogant just a second ago were now like they had been struck by a meteor, forcefully pinned to the ground. The ground was even dented with 2 craters. The 2 looked terrified, desperately trying to get up, but it felt like a mountain was pressing down on them, unable to move at all. Gravity. I softly uttered those 2 words and continued to walk forward. Wang San was sweating profusely, roaring in anger, activating his innate power to enhance himself. His muscles bulged, his strength doubled, and he pushed against the ground, trying to force himself to stand up. However, the next moment, an even more terrifying pressure struck. Crack! The sound of bones shattering was unmistakable. Wang San let out a heart-wrenching scream as both his arms were crushed. The nearby Zhang Qi turned pale with fear, instantly giving up all resistance. Thud, thud. The sound of my wooden stick echoed to them like the footsteps of death. The 2 of them struggled to turn their heads, looking at me in terror. In their incredulous gaze, I held the stick in my left hand and gripped the end of the handle with my right hand. With a swift motion, I drew out a glinting straight knife from a cane. At that moment, the 2 were completely frightened, fear instantly spreading across their faces. The arrogance they had before vanished entirely, and now they looked like 2 lambs waiting to be slaughtered. W, what are you going to do? Wang San squeezed out a few words with all his strength from his throat. I tell you, Lin Feng didn't waste any words at all. He just casually said, I already mentioned it. I'll lend you both some points. As soon as he finished speaking, whoosh. I didn't even blink, and I saw a cold light flash by. And the 2 guys' badges snapped in half. It was so clean, it looked like it had been measured with a ruler. Wang San and the others were stunned. Who understands? His eyes were about to pop out. He just saw Lin Feng's hand holding the cane tremble slightly, and then there was nothing after that. Those 2 were directly eliminated by the system broadcast. A blind man. At this speed, if it were real life, their heads would probably have separated from their bodies. The live broadcast room exploded. The bullet comments were almost lagging. What the hell? What just happened? Instant kill? What kind of superpower is this? Gravitational field? It directly pressed them down. Absolutely an A-level spatial ability. Otherwise, how could a blind man locate them? Did you see him strike? I only saw a blur. I saw it. That cane hit a knife. Goodness, a cane, the first weapon of young people, right? The whole audience went crazy. Previously thinking the first place was a fluke, but what now? He.S. truly a dragon descending to the world. It was a complete dimensional suppression. Saying he would take your points was as easy as taking a coin from your pocket. The teachers in the audience were all pumped up, their faces turning red. His ability is visual enhancement, right? How did it turn into superpowers? Second awakening. Definitely a second awakening. I've heard of such cases after losing their original ability. They awaken an even more outrageous one. A-level spatial ability. Coupled with this incredibly fast, invisible swordsmanship. This is a genius. No, this is a monster. The teacher's eyes turned red. This is the future warrior, the pillar of the nation. Grabbing him is a gain. They must spare no effort to bring him to their school. Back to Lin Feng. After dealing with those two unfortunate souls, he wandered around the forest like a merciless point harvesting machine. He mainly focused on companionship. Anything he sensed didn't even get a chance to react, and with a flash of darkness, they were sent out. While wandering, suddenly a delicious smell wafted over. Goodness. That fragrance made me feel like every pore in my body had opened up. It was so refreshing. Spirit fruit? Lin Feng's heart stirred, and he immediately followed the scent. As a result, he encountered a strong man wielding a large machete who also spotted this treasure. Between the two, a vine held a blue-purple fruit crackling with electric light. Thunder fruit. That guy was called Wu Longdao, a top 10 big shot. Upon seeing the fruit, his eyes turned green, and he shouted, "Ha! This treasure belongs to me." Wu Longdao. After saying that, he drew his big knife and strode over to pick it. Just as his hand was about to touch the fruit, whoosh. Another extreme, cold light flashed. Wu Longdao was so scared his soul almost flew away, and he instantly jumped back, narrowly avoiding it. He was stunned, his expression shifting from fervor to seriousness. What a fast knife. He was able to dodge it entirely because of his A-level woo-woo swordsmanship talent, which allowed him to perceive blades several times better. The fastest knife looked slow in his eyes. But even so, he almost got sliced. Is your talent also sword-based? Wu Longdao asked warily. Lin Feng held the slender sword cane in his hand and replied lightly, "Just a bit of dabbling." "Oomph, just a bit of dabbling?" Wu Longdao laughed angrily. "This is ridiculous. It's like saying the moon doesn't sleep while I don't sleep. I'm a delicious snack in the human world." "All right, you won't say." "Huh, then let's fight until you do." He shouted and leaped up, executing a move called Jumping Mountain/Tiger, raising his big knife to chop down on Lin Feng's head. This move had the most power, and with the talent boost, he had cut through at least 80 weapons, let alone Lin Feng's seemingly fragile thin knife. Plus, he was holding it backward. It was practically looking for death. The big knife whistled down with the sound of wind. Bang! A huge sound echoed, making my ears buzz even through the screen. And guess what? Lin Feng's little broken knife didn't move an inch. Moreover, I tell you, that originally snow-white knife instantly turned pitch black. Black and shiny. Arm color, black knife. Lin Feng murmured softly. Wu Longdao was completely dumbfounded. He felt like he wasn't chopping onto a knife, but rather a mountain. The recoil from his arm almost shattered his bones. And Lin Feng? He looked unfazed, even somewhat at ease. With a thud, Wu Longdao could no longer hold on. His arms went limp, and he slumped down on the ground. In despair, he asked, "Why? Why don't you open your eyes?" Lin Feng sheathed his sword and turned to walk towards the thunder fruit, leaving him with a silhouette and a sentence. "Having seen too much filth in this world, I cannot bear to see it again." At that moment, Wu Longdao felt his worldview, confidence, and his badge shattered into pieces. The teachers in the audience were completely petrified. "You call this a bit of dabbling? This must be the reincarnation of a sword saint. What is his ability? Superpower? Swordsmanship? Or is he dual cultivating? Why is that knife so hard? And it turned black? What kind of black technology is this? Could it be he awakened an S-level ability?" As soon as this guess came out, all the teachers gasped in shock. S-level. That is a legendary existence. Each one unique. Having multiple abilities makes sense. Grab him. Must grab him. Even if it takes everything. Lin Feng didn't care about them. He walked over, plucked the thunder fruit, and without thinking, bit into it. Instantly, an overwhelmingly powerful thunder force exploded within his body. It was painful. His whole body felt like it was being drilled with a power drill, crackling nonstop. But he gritted his teeth and endured it. After finishing, he looked at the panel goodness, his strength shot up from over 100 to 259 points. He felt filled with explosive power and casually punched a large rock next to him. Boom! The giant rock cracked and shattered into pieces. Even a fist wind broke a nearby large tree in half. In the live broadcast room, the teacher's eyes were about to pop out. A punch shattered a giant rock. This explosive power must be over 1,000 pounds. And he hadn't even undergone any professional training. If he entered the academy, what would happen? The beautiful teacher from Magic City Academy, named Xiao Guiner, couldn't sit still anymore and immediately offered, "This student belongs to our Magic City. 5 million in scholarship. Other conditions are up for negotiation." The teacher from the Imperial Capital Academy immediately got anxious. "Wait, the competition isn't over yet. Let the students choose after it's finished. We can afford it too." Goodness, the scene turned directly into an auction. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was still leisurely strolling in the illusion, dealing with any careless students or monsters with just a slice. Until suddenly, a roar came from the bushes behind him, and a leopard pounced out. Lin Feng didn't even turn his head, and with a backhanded slice, the leopard was cut in half mid-air, plopping down to the ground. Boring. He sheathed his sword and continued walking. Just then, a mound of earth ahead suddenly rumbled and then stood up. Oh my God! A stone giant over 3 meters tall. Covered in moss, the oppressive feeling is overwhelming. The live stream exploded again. "Murphy, is that you? Who can fight this? This is a 2-star monster. Can his thin knife even cut through stone?" This moss-covered stone giant has a strength of 319 points, higher than Lin Feng's, but it's slow. Without a word, Lin Feng activated his ability, Gravity Blade. A force of dozens of times gravity instantly pressed down on the stone giant, and with a bang, it sank its feet into the ground. But this thing is just a big, dumb brute. As long as its feet are on the ground, its strength is inexhaustible. Although its movement is restricted, it is still struggling to crawl forward. The teachers in the audience all believe that Lin Feng's move can only trap it, but not kill it. As a result, Lin Feng walked directly in front of it, placed a black knife on the stone giant's forehead, and then gravity doubled again. I tell you, that pressure, if it was previously a dirt mound, now it's an iron mountain. The creaking sound came, and the stones of the stone man began to crack all over, and finally, with a bang, it was crushed into a pile of debris. Ding! Lin Feng has achieved the first kill of a 2-star moss stone man. Earned 10 points. Rewarded with 10 points. The announcement echoed 3 times. Everyone was stunned. A 2-star monster was killed by that blind man named Lin Feng. Suddenly, the entire internet exploded. Mysterious blind student kills 2-star monster in test match shot straight to the top of the trending list. Just then, the prompt sound indicating the end of the match rang out, and everyone was teleported away. In the square of Magic City Academy, a flash of light, and all the students returned. The scene was buzzing like a vegetable market. This time, the first place must be taken by the first high school again. No doubt about it. While everyone was discussing, the big screen began to announce the rankings. 10th place, Awakening Class 3, Fong Long, with 69 points. A tall boy was stunned on the spot, then ecstatic. "See, I told you I could make it into the top 10. The surrounding classmates were shocked. In previous years, the top 10 were all dominated by the first high school. They also saw Wang San, looking grim and rubbing his arm, along with his equally dispirited buddy, Zhang Qi. Damn, Wang San and Zhang Qi got taken down? No wonder 69 points could make it into the top 10. 7th place, Wu Longdao from the first high school, 95 points. 6th place, Lu Yuwang from the second high school, 107 points. The crowd was in an uproar. Wu Longdao with A-class talent was actually surpassed by someone from the second high school. This time, the points ranking was a complete mess, and everyone was focused on the screen, eager to see who broke the norm today. I tell you, the further down the rankings are red on this screen, the more everyone's expressions become off, as if they all have collective constipation. Because everyone has realized a terrifying fact. None of the fierce competitors from our school who are guaranteed to be in the top 10 have appeared. But now, there are only the top 3 left. 3rd place, Lu Xin from our school. Score, 234 points. Goodness, 234 points. This guy also has an A-level talent. On par with Wu Longdao, ranking 3rd is normal. But the problem is, there are only 2 spots left now. Our school still has several B-level talent seed players who haven't been mentioned. Someone muttered, "What the hell? Could it be that a B-level talent has made it into the top 3 this time?" Immediately, someone nearby refuted impossible. The gap in talent is like a chasm. You can practice desperately for a month, but they just take a pill and soar. That's how unreasonable this world is. That's right, these people know it very well. A-level talents are rare, and S-level talents are even more mythical. This competition has an S-level big shot, Morin from our school. So everyone assumed that the first place would definitely be him, and the only suspense was who would be second. Just as everyone was chattering away in discussion, the host's voice rang out again, but this time he sounded as if he had stuttered. Second place. Our school, Morin. Score, 267 points. I tell you, when this announcement came out, the whole venue fell silent. The bullet comments paused for 3 seconds, then exploded. What the hell? ISN Team Morin, the S-level talent? Damn. The S-level boss is actually only second? Then who S first? Did the Trisolaran come to take the exam? Does anyone understand? My CPU is about to overheat. Everyone's heads are buzzing, waiting in disbelief for that final name. First place. Second middle school, Lin Feng. Score, 340. Boom. The whole place erupted. The live stream comments got stuck like a PowerPoint presentation. Damn, it really is that blind guy. 340 points? That's outrageous. Almost 100 points higher than S level. Second middle school is going to the top. A blind guy can still teach to become first? I refuse to believe it. There must be something fishy going on. What kind of fishy thing? You blind from the live broadcast? This is simply slapping everyone's face. The gap between first and second is over 50 points. And Lin Feng's score is an integer. What does this mean? It means this guy likely soloed it. One person racked up 340 points. The mentors from those universities backstage can't sit still, each one acting like they have nails in their butts. Did he really get all those points by himself? No way, right? The other students from second middle school didn't T-score high. Who did he team up with? My God, if this is true, he killed nearly 100 monsters by himself. And look at him. He seems as relaxed as if he just took a stroll in the park. Just then, the door to the observation room backstage was kicked open with a bang. A figure dashed out like lightning. Who is it? It seems to be a mentor from Magic City University, Chiu. Damn, these people have reacted. They are going to the exam hall entrance to snatch him. Anyone who can rub an S-level genius into the ground is a monster. Whoever gets him will rake in the profits. Instantly, all the university mentors went crazy, rushing out without caring about their image, like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. Only the teacher from first middle school stood there, looking pale, probably already having prepared an acceptance speech, only to find that the main character is no longer from his school, completely breaking down. Even more infuriating, the teacher from second middle school crossed his legs, snickering sarcastically. Sigh. I've never accepted a media interview before. What should I say later? TSK, TSK, TSK. That smugness nearly made the first middle school teacher faint on the spot. At this moment, outside the exam hall, the candidates who had just come out also heard the final ranking and were all dumbfounded. 340 points. Who is this Lin Feng? Have you heard of him? I know. There was a Lin Feng from our second middle school who ranked first upon enrollment, but later awakened a D-level talent and dropped out. A D-level talent getting first? Don't joke around. What are you panicking for? High scores don't necessarily mean strong abilities. Maybe he bought it. Everyone thought this way. Feeling a bit better. After all, a D-level talent taking first is too demoralizing. Just then, my silly buddy Wang Feng found Lin Feng, looking excited. Damn, bro. You really made it through. I thought you were eliminated. Lin Feng just smiled faintly, just lucky. Wang Feng really believed it, patting his chest and saying to his brother, if you get into university, just let me know. I've got your back. I was standing nearby and wanted to laugh. Buddy, what are you backing up? The one in front of you is the Dragon King, not his son-in-law. Creak, the plaza gate opened, and Lin Feng picked up his cane. Walking out slowly, outside the exam hall, it was already surrounded by teachers from various universities and powerful families, making it impossible to get through. Everyone craned their necks, wanted to see what the first place who defeated S-level looks like, whether he has 3 heads or 6 arms. Wang Feng followed closely behind Lin Feng, not stopping his mouth. Just think how awesome that first place must be. I spent over $1 million buying elixirs to barely pass. Really? People are just too infuriating. Lin Feng completely ignored this chatterbox. Just then, the crowd suddenly stirred. Chiu from Magic City University, leading a group of beautiful teachers in professional attire and black stockings, walked straight in one direction. Everyone's attention was drawn instantly. Look, it's Liu Yueying from second middle school. Someone in the crowd shouted. Indeed, Liu Yueying is a beauty with a cold demeanor, and as she looked at the group of mentors approaching her, her lips couldn't help but curl up. Today, she was going to prove to everyone that she could win everything without relying on her family. She had already struck a victorious pose, ready to accept the spotlight. What happened next? Goodness, Chiu and her group seemed to not even see her, zooming past her without a glance. Liu Yueying froze on the spot. her smile looking worse than crying. Everyone was dumbfounded. Who is it? Whose face is bigger than the 6th place Lu Yueying? Wang Feng was also stunned, watching that group of beautiful teachers walking straight toward him. He even had the illusion that they were looking for him. He hurriedly nudged Lin Feng beside him, signaling him to greet them quickly. As a result, Xiao Guaner stopped right in front of them, her beautiful eyes locking onto my brother. Her voice sweet as syrup. You must be Lin Feng, right? This sentence was like a bomb. The whole place fell silent for a second, then exploded. Damn, the first in points, Lin Feng. Is him. Isn't he holding a cane? Don't tell me the first place is blind. It's definitely him. I remember now. He was on camera during the live stream. My God, the crowd erupted, and Xiao Guaner didn't give anyone else a chance. Directly making an offer, Lin Feng, as long as you join Magic City University, we'll give you a scholarship of 6 million, plus an independent dormitory and a body training technique. Agree now, and the money will be transferred immediately. Damn, Wang Feng's eyes turned red. 6 million. This immense fortune has finally come to my brother. He was so anxious, poking Lin Feng. Quick agree. 6 million. But Lin Feng, calm and smiling, unmoved, showcasing his advantage. Xiao Guaner saw this. Her heart sank, knowing this kid wasn't too easy to fool. With other university teachers rushing over, she gritted her teeth. I'll add 3 divine bull strength pills. Wang Feng was nearly going crazy. 1 divine bull strength pill is worth millions. And it's hard to find. His dad had to beg and plead just to get one. Now 3 are being given away for free. He wished he could agree for Lin Feng. But Lin Feng still didn't speak, just standing there. At this moment, other university teachers finally rushed in. Xiao teacher, why are you running so fast? Lin, don't listen to her. I'll offer 7 million, plus a villa. I'll offer 8 million. A villa, plus 20 off everything in the college mall. Goodness, it turned into an auction on the spot. The surrounding students were almost drooling. Xiao Guaner bit her silver teeth. It seemed she had to spend some money. Taking a deep breath, she threw out the big card. I'll give 10 million. Whatever they have, we have too. Additionally, a ticket to enter the virtual realm. A ticket to the virtual realm? The whole place gasped. That's a national strategic resource, something you can't buy with money. The other teachers were instantly speechless. They couldn't match this price. Deal. Lin Feng finally spoke, knowing when to stop. Xiao Guaner breathed a sigh of relief, smiling as she said she would arrange it immediately, then turned to leave. As soon as she left, the crowd went wild. A bunch of people rushing up, wanting to cling to his legs. Big brother, I'll follow you from now on. Brother Lin, need a girlfriend? Need a guide dog? I'm professionally trained. In the midst of the chaos, a cold reprimand rang out. You stop. Everyone turned to see Lu Yueying. She stood in front of Lin Feng, her face full of unwillingness, her eyes sharp as knives. Dare you to compete with me? If you win, I'll give you 10 million. The tension in the air instantly escalated. The onlookers were excitedly rubbing their hands together. However, Lin Feng merely chuckled, holding his wooden staff, and brushed past her, lightly leaving behind a sentence. Want to challenge me? At least wait until school starts and you become a student of Magic City. Oh my. The arrogance here is beyond belief. The implication was clear. You're not worthy yet. Lu Yueying's face instantly turned the color of liver, her fists clenched tightly. Lin Feng ignored her completely. His phone in his pocket rang. Ding dong. Magic City Autumn transferred 10,000,000 yuan to your bank account, ending in 5633. Ding dong. Awakening no. To high school transferred 3,000,000 yuan to your bank account, ending in 5633. Adding to the 13 million I already had. I tell you, I've never seen so much money in my life. Although I can feed myself and my family won't starve, who would ever complain about having too much money? The next day, the delivery from Magic City University arrived. When I opened it, hey, there was an admission invitation letter and a super cool black and gold student card. Let me tell you, this isn't just a meal card. It's a key that can open the door to a new world, the online mall exclusively for awakened individuals in Dragon Country. Plus, it offers a 20% discount. I quickly logged in. Wow, that interface looks as cool as the Matrix. As I moved my mouse, my eyes could barely keep up. A 10-star demon skin was priced at 100,000. A living 3-star demon offspring, which could be kept as a pet, was 200,000. Does anyone understand this? It felt like walking through an online zoo, but the ticket prices were a bit steep. Then I looked at the equipment, and it was even more outrageous. A broken gun made from demon bones was 700,000. Armor with a skill was 2 per million. At that moment, I thought, no wonder everyone is scrambling to become an awakened. this isn't about fighting monsters. It's all about battling moving ATMs. However, none of this interested me. I needed to find a serious body training technique and harden my body first. While I was searching, suddenly, an A-grade technique called mountain-shattering fist popped up. An A-grade. Wouldn't this thing fetch a sky-high price at the offline auction house? The seller was particularly mysterious and said we needed to chat privately. As soon as I saw that avatar, wearing a straw hat, it was particularly amusing. I approached and asked, "Doggo, how much for this technique?" Guess what? The other side replied in an instant, saying the technique could be given for free, but I had to help her find something in a place called the Abandoned Capital. When I heard that, I thought outside the city. Isn't that where the monsters throw parties? But an A-level technique, who could resist such temptation? I'm a sharp person and I'm afraid of being scammed. So I replied, I need to check the goods first. How can you guarantee you're not a fraud? The other side burst out laughing and said it was an official platform, just like Taobao, with middlemen involved, so it's impossible to default. Wow. It made me look like someone who just got internet access in a village. But having thick skin is my strength, so I calmly replied, "Go ahead, buddy." The other side was probably speechless by my address and directly added me as a friend, sending over the task details. They said that as long as I accepted, in addition to the A-grade martial art, they would also send 3 pills and information about a mine. This deal was simply too good to pass up. If I didn't take it, I wouldn't be human. I immediately replied, "All right, buddy," then I reluctantly agree. When it comes to taking advantage, I must stay ahead. After settling the deal, I started clearing my shopping cart. Let me tell you, spending money feels great, but it goes fast too. A quality-grade staff knife, 5 pills called Mountain Cow Strength Pills, and a life-saving defensive ring cost me $2 million in total, just like that gone. My heart was bleeding. This awakener profession is so expensive. Once I received the items, I immediately flaunted those 5 pills like they were candy. It felt like a surge of heat exploded within me, and all my muscles were singing. I quickly opened my system panel, and wow, my strength jumped from 259 straight to 340. This feeling was absolutely amazing. Just as I was about to head out, my phone rang again, ding dong. Another 10 million credited. I was stunned, and then remembered it was the scholarship for being first in the joint exam. This happiness came too suddenly. With a fortune in hand, I boarded the bus to the outskirts of the city. A few punks on the bus were trying to bully a girl coming back from school, and I thought, can people really be this clueless these days? I cleared my throat and coughed a couple of times. The green-haired leader turned around and saw me. His face instantly turned pale, and he immediately stood at attention, even better than during military training. His sidekick was still unconvinced and got slapped into a daze. The two of them stood by me like door gods until I got off the bus. The green-haired guy finally, looking exhausted, said to his little brother, "That's the first in this year's joint exam. I just saved your life." After getting off, I headed straight for the Awakener task hall to go to the teleportation array. As soon as I arrived, a reception girl saw me with my eyes closed leaning on my staff and thought I was a rich blind man seeking medical advice. She was super enthusiastic and came over to link arms with me. I quickly pulled my hand away, thinking, "Girl, you're walking a narrow path here. I'm a serious person." I took out my Shanghai University student card, and her attitude instantly did a complete 180, respectfully escorting me to the teleportation area. I chose the portal to the abandoned city, and the transportation fee was 300,000, but with my student card, it was half price, 150,000. The receptionist even advised me that at night, that place is the city of death, and no one can survive the night. I thought to myself, that's them, not me. In a flash of light, I arrived at the entrance station of the abandoned city. Around me were awakened ones forming teams. Someone approached wanting to recruit me. But when they saw I was blind, the words got stuck in their throat, and their expression was quite something. People around me looked at me walking in alone as if I were a brave warrior voluntarily seeking reincarnation. I mean, a blind person dares to solo the abandoned city? Don't they know there are 10-star demons there at night, going in to deliver groceries? I couldn't be bothered with them and walked into this steel jungle alone. Who understands what my family feels? This place is simply my territory. Once I activated my observation hockey, within a radius of several dozen meters, not even a rat could hide from me. Just as I reached an intersection, I couldn't help but smile, my lips curling up. I saw 5 monsters hiding in the surrounding tall buildings, each in a more cunning position than the last. I stopped and deliberately said, "Come out." The monster surprisingly managed to stay calm and didn't move. I chuckled, took out a die from my pocket, and tossed it into the sky. "All right, if you won't come out, then let heaven decide your fate." As soon as I said that, those beasts couldn't hold back anymore. The 5 gigantic, oddly shaped monsters came crashing down from the sky like dumplings, moving as fast as lightning. Just as they were about to pounce on me, I drew my sword. The speed made it seem like time slowed down. I weaved through them, swish, 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 one sword for each, but none of them broke through my defense. However, while they were still confused, I lightly snapped my fingers. Hell's Journey. Boom! An unimaginable force of gravity descended from the sky, instantly pinning the 5 monsters to the ground, their bones creaking in agony. The ground couldn't withstand this force and directly, swallowing them all. I walked over, picked up the dice that had fallen on the ground, blew on it, and it showed a 1. Sorry, everyone. It seems like your luck isn't too good. I used gravity to pull 5 demon cores out of the pit and held them in my hand. Job done, I continued on my way. Along the way, anyone who tried to ambush me was killed instantly by me using gravity to hurl a brick or a steel bar at them, focusing on long-range physical elimination. Not long after I left, the group of people from the post station also followed. A little brother ran up to their leader, his face pale with fright. Boss, there's a huge pit at the intersection ahead. Their leader, who had a pompadour hairstyle, didn't believe it. What are you panicking about? I've been taking this road for years. Where would a pit come from? But when they reached the intersection, everyone was dumbfounded, staring blankly at the bottomless pit with edges as smooth as if drawn with a compass, collectively petrified. The pompadour leader's mouth dropped open wide enough to fit an egg. What the hell? Did aliens come here? Who made such a big pit? It can't be the 10-star monsters, right? No way. Monsters can't be smart enough to make such a round pit. I think a super big shot must have passed by here. The more they talked, the more scared they became, cold sweat trickling down. And a timid one even suggested they should come back tomorrow. The pompadour leader gritted his teeth. What are you afraid of? The big shot must have left long ago. The mission is due tomorrow, a reward of 10 million. Don't you want it? Upon hearing this, I tell you, they swallowed hard, gulp. 10 million. People die for wealth. And birds die for food. Everyone understands that. Moreover, the 6 of us are not pushovers either, and the leader with the pompadour is a 5-star awakener. After some discussion, they figured, no matter how strong the monster is, it can't just sit here every day, right? Let's go. They charged in like they were pumped up with adrenaline. On my side, I was also almost at the place. The building in front of me, good heavens, looked like a giant corn cob. I don't know which designer had such a peculiar thought process. As I approached, my brows furrowed. Something was off, very off. On the rooftop, there was a chilling aura, soaring to the sky, as if it was going to pierce a hole in the clouds. I know what's going on in my mind. This is bound to be a tough battle. I pulled out my prized staff knife and thought for a moment. Didn't the employer just want a safe? That's simple. I'll just level this broken building and dig a safe out from the rubble. Isn't that a matter of minutes? My approach is all about emotional stability and physical demolition. Let's get to work. I swung my knife twice, swish, swish. 2 invisible waves of my blade directly struck the base of this corn building. Guess what? The entire building instantly started to tremble, just like a phone on vibration mode. The monster on the roof felt it too and let out a furious roar, probably wondering who the bold fool dared to come and tear down its home. Just as it was about to jump down, it was too late. I tell you, in the blink of an eye, I cleared the bottom of this building. Just think about it, a building as tall as a mountain, with no support at the bottom. What a scene that would be. With a loud crash, the whole building just came crashing down, instantly turning into a pile of ruins, with dust flying everywhere like a smoke bomb had gone off. Coincidentally, at that moment, the group from the plane arrived nearby. What the hell is that noise? These people felt it was serious. As soon as they heard the sound of the demolition, they immediately found a half-finished building and started climbing up. When they looked, hey, isn't this the place we were headed to? We have to see who is causing such commotion. A few of them stabilized themselves at a high point, and the leader shouted, Xiao Li, use your heavenly eye to see what's going on over there. The guy named Xiao Li immediately crouched down and activated his D-class talent. Eagle Eye. Let me tell you, this ability in the wild is like a support character in a game, absolutely essential. His eyes instantly transformed into the vertical pupils of a raptor, and wow, he could see 1,000 meters away, right to where I was standing in front of the ruins. He was shocked, and his voice changed pitch. Boss, it's that blind man. What? The leader hadn't reacted yet when suddenly, from the ruins, a giant monster jumped out with a loud crash. It was humanoid, covered in black fur, with horns on its head and a pair of wings on its back. Family, who understands? This is exactly the demon ape talked about in textbooks. Roar. The demon ape was going crazy, beating its chest, and its roar echoed for miles. It was furious. Its lair had just warmed up, and it was forcibly demolished by someone who wouldn't be furious. It's the demon ape. Xiao Li was so scared he let out a yelp, without him saying anything. Everyone else saw it too, and they all turned pale with fear. Wait, Aren't demon apes usually deep inside the abandoned city? How did it come to the outskirts? The leader was sweating cold bullets. An adult demon ape is a level 10 existence, a true martial artist level. If it's discovered, none of them would be able to leave today. Boss, what about that? That blind man. Why do you care about him? Get down and hide. If we're lucky, the demon ape will tear him apart, and then it'll be satisfied and leave. The others echoed, yeah. A blind person could make it here. His ancestors must be smiling down on him. To encounter such a high-level monster, he's done for. While they were mumbling, the demon ape had already locked onto me from a distance. Snorting heavily, it turned around and picked up a stone the size of a small car from the ground, gathering all its strength to smash it towards me. The stone flew through the air and began to disintegrate mid-flight due to its incredible speed. I was about to be smashed in a meat paste by that pile of rubble. I smirked at the corner of my mouth and gently drew my sword. Gravity blade, rebound. In an instant, a visible gravity circle spread out. A miracle happened. The pile of giant rocks flying towards me stopped just a meter in front of me, as if someone had pressed the pause button. But that's not all. The inverted gravitational field sent the pile of rubble back at me with a force even faster and fiercer than when it came. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air was sharp and piercing. Those fragments of rock, with a thud, all pierced into the demon ape's abdomen, opening several large gashes. Roar! The demon ape, in pain, knelt down holding its belly. Its cries were as wretched as a woman in labor. All of this happened in just 2 seconds in Xiao Li's eagle eye. He was completely stunned, his CPU almost overheating. He originally thought I was doomed, but instead, I injured the demon ape? This blind person is an awakener? But what kind of divine ability is this? Rebound damage? If I fell on Earth, wouldn't I just send the Earth flying? The pilots were getting anxious. What is going on? Did the monster leave? No. That blind man is a big shot. He injured the demon ape. What the hell? One team member exclaimed. Xiao Li, stop joking. Even if the demon ape is a cub, it's still 6 stars or higher. Why would I lie to you? It's absolutely true. Now, the entire team was in an uproar. One person injuring a demon ape? What level must that be? Could it really be a hidden big shot? While they were still in shock, the demon ape had already recovered. It was completely enraged, flapping its wings behind it, and shot towards me like a cannonball. Its 2 large fists descending towards my head like siege hammers. Bang! A huge sound echoed. I held my staff knife with one hand and directly blocked it. The ground beneath my feet instantly sank into a large pit. I just wanted to see if I could catch its full force strike with one hand. The demon ape, seeing this, became even angrier. You blocking me with one hand is one thing, but for God's sake, open your eyes. This is the greatest insult to me. It roared, its arm muscles bulging as it pressed down with all its might. Just then, I softly murmured, gravity knife. Bang! Eyed in the ground beneath it sank down another several centimeters. An invisible, mountain-like heavy force suddenly pressed down on the demon ape. It felt as if its strength had increased, but in reality, it was the gravity at play. In the next moment, I bent my body and instantly jumped backwards. Just as the demon ape was about to stand up, it felt as if a Mount Tai was pressing down on it, with a loud bang. It was slammed back to the ground, unable to move. Before it could react, I had already rushed over. Draw the knife. Vibrate the knife. Sheathe the knife. A seamless execution. Hell's journey. As soon as I finished speaking, the demon ape had already retreated dozens of meters away. An infinite gravity instantly acted on the demon ape, and it struggled desperately, barely managing to lift its head. In the next second, the ground beneath it suddenly. The cold wind blowing from that hole was like hell beckoning. Roar! The demon ape only had time to let out a desperate howl before falling completely into it. In the distance, on the unfinished building, the one called Xiao Li was completely stunned, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg, trembling like a sieve. He stammered, What the hell? Boss, the demon ape was killed in an instant by that blind man. What? The plane head snatched the telescope but couldn't see anything clearly. It's absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes. The demon ape fell into a black hole, just like the one we saw at the intersection before. At this moment, everyone was petrified. This meant that the previous sinkhole was also the masterpiece of this blind big shot. One person killing the demon ape in an instant, and casually opening a hole in the ground. This strength is that of a martial artist. Definitely a martial artist. Boss, he is standing in that spot. Which is our destination? Hurry, let us go over there. The plane head came back to his senses, quickly nodded, and led the others to run towards me. I used the ability of the gravity fruit to retrieve the 6-star demon core from the bottom of the pit from a distance. I waited in my hand and scoffed. Only 6 stars, no wonder it's so weak, still a baby. After securing the demon core, I thought about how the demon ape is a social animal. Since I had dealt with the young one, it was better to leave quickly before the adults showed up. I avoided the big pit and walked towards the ruins. Just after taking a couple of steps, I sensed a group of people coming my way, but they didn't seem to have any malicious intent, so I put away my knife. Before long, the group with the crew cut reached me. "B boss, it's him." Little pointed at me, his voice trembling. When the crew cut guys recognized me, they were also taken aback, although they had suspected it. Seeing me in person was still shocking. Wasn't I the blind man they had tried to recruit, but were rejected? The crew cut leader was probably regretting his decisions, thinking, damn, if I had known he was this powerful, I should have clung to him like a leech back in the safe zone. But he had to maintain a facade of ignorance. He approached me with a forced smile. "Nice to meet you. I'm Zhang Wei, the leader of the plane hunter group. Have you seen a corn-shaped building?" As he spoke, he even gestured with his hands. As soon as the words left his mouth, he wanted to slap himself. What was I thinking, gesturing shapes to a blind person? I'm such a genius. I couldn't help but chuckle and didn't pay much attention. "I am Lin Feng. The corn building you mentioned should be over there." I pointed to the side. Zhang Wei and the others let out a sigh of relief. But when they looked in the direction I was pointing, they were instantly dumbfounded. In front of them, there was only a small hill made of rubble and bricks. Where was the building? "Where's the building?" Zhang Wei awkwardly turned back to ask me, Mr. Lin, may I ask, where exactly is this building?" "Oh," I said with an apologetic face, "I was just attacked by a monster, and I must have accidentally brought the building down. I'm really sorry." I tell you, as soon as those words came out, the people across from me turned into terracotta warriors, frozen in place. "No, be careful. It's going to collapse. Is there anyone as careless as you?" Wow. Finally, someone couldn't hold back and cursed. Accidentally causing a building to collapse? Such strength. That's a certified martial artist. Moreover, a fully armed martial artist is actually apologizing to these small fries. A few of them instantly felt their scalp tingle. They couldn't afford such a big favor. "So, are you also here to retrieve something from this building?" Zhang Wei's attitude changed instantly. "Even addressing him as you." I nodded and deliberately frowned. "Yeah, but the stuff is stuck underneath, which is really a bit troubling." Just at that moment, a ding sounded in my head, and the system notification came in. My acting level increased, various attributes like dominance and fruit abilities skyrocketed, and I directly leveled up to a 3-star awakened one. The energy in my body surged, and now I could even summon meteors from outer space. I felt ecstatic inside. As soon as the others heard about my troubles, they immediately perked up. This was a great opportunity to hitch a ride. "Don't worry, you just wait here, and we'll go find your stuff." After saying that, a few of them rushed to the ruins and started moving stones with great effort. Zhang Wei pumped himself up while lifting, thinking, today, I'm just a laborer, but as long as I can get close to a martial arts big shot. Marrying a wealthy beauty and reaching the peak of life won't be a dream. I watched them there, moving like ants, and couldn't help but chuckle. The building materials were mixed with demon bones, heavy and burdensome. By the time they finished moving, it was already dark. "Forget it, I'll do it." I stepped forward, raised my staff, and softly chanted, "Zero gravity domain." In an instant, an invisible wave of energy spread out. The next second, a miracle happened. The entire ruin, thousands of tons of rubble, began to shake violently as if enchanted, and then everything floated up effortlessly. Zhang Wei, who was moving stones, suddenly felt the boulder in his hand become as light as cotton. He tentatively released one hand, and to his surprise, he could still hold it up. In the end, he only needed one finger to support it. Wow! Just as he wanted to show off to his companions, he turned around and found that his buddies were all juggling too, with the stones in their hands floating up. It wasn't just the stones they held, the entire ruin. All the rocks floated up like balloons, blocking out the sun. The group was dumbfounded, all looking up with their jaws nearly hitting the ground. Am I dreaming? What kind of divine ability is this? They suddenly turned to look at me, and indeed, I resembled the conductor orchestrating the floating boulders. Zhang Wei's brain completely malfunctioned. An A-level talent. This was undoubtedly a top-tier ability among A-level talents. A martial artist with A-level talent was standing right in front of him. "What are you looking for?" I asked lightly. "Be boss." "It seems to be a black stone embedded in the emblem in the hall." Zhang Wei stammered in response. He was a bit scared now. If I accidentally wavered, they would all turn into meat patties. I used my perception color scan and instantly found my safe and their broken stone. With a thought, the 2 items flew out from the flying stone array and landed in front of me. Then I retracted my ability, and with a loud rumble, all the scattered stones smashed back to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. I handed over the purple-black stone. This stone has very dangerous energy and can easily attract powerful demons, so please take care of it. Zhang Wei understood immediately. He quickly handed over a bank card. Being able to obtain this thing is all thanks to you. The reward for this mission is 5 million. We don't want a penny. We dedicate it all to you. I nodded in satisfaction and took the card. Since that's the case, I won't be polite. This job earned me almost 10 million, and I also got several demon pills. A huge profit. We walked back, and the group behind me was flattering me loudly. Just as we were about to reach the safe zone's teleportation array, we were suddenly blocked by someone in front. Zhang Wei frowned when he saw it. Damn it. It's the Black Dragon Hunter group. Shally got nervous. Boss, what should we do? These guys are notorious for robbing people on the road. Zhang Wei, however, felt more confident and sneered. What are we afraid of? We have a powerful warrior backing us up. What is the Black Dragon to us? Hearing this, several team members straightened their backs. With a big shot on our side, what is there to be afraid of? The group opposite us noticed us too. The leader, a muscular man named Zhang Long, walked over with a sneer, saying, "Oh, isn't this the airplane head? Coming back so late. I bet you've got quite a haul. Why don't you show it to the brothers?" Xiao Li, feeling emboldened, immediately retorted, "Screw you." The other side was stunned. Wow, this kid has guts. He dared to insult us directly? Zhang Long was taken aback, thinking that something unusual was happening, and for a moment, he didn't T-strike. Seeing this, Xiao Li wanted to lead us to bypass them, but Zhang Long reacted quickly and threw a punch at Xiao Li's face. Zhang Wei was already prepared and jumped up to meet the punch. Crack! With a crisp sound, Zhang Wei's arm was directly broken, and the pain twisted his face. I advise you not to refuse a toast, and instead drink a punishment drink. Zhang Long said fiercely. I couldn't be bothered with these people's nonsense. So I took my cane and walked towards the teleportation array. Ha ha! Zhang Wei, is your team really this down and out now? You even brought a blind person to team up? Zhang Long's people were mocking me over there. Stop him. A little yellow-haired kid came up to block my way. Looking arrogant. Stop right there. The crew with the buzz cuts silently took a step back, looking at him with a what-an-idiot expression. I didn't even pay attention, placing one hand on his shoulder and giving it a gentle pull. Crack! The little yellow-haired boy's scream was more tragic than that of slaughtered pig, rolling on the ground while holding his broken shoulder. I said softly, since you all are looking for trouble, I can only take action. You damn fool, you're seeking death. Zhang Long was completely enraged. How dare a blind person lay hands on him? He let out a roar, and his entire arm instantly transformed, becoming a tiger claw covered in scales, with a power increase of 300. With a sonic boom, he swung his claw toward my face. The people in the distant aircraft were all startled. However, I merely raised my hand, gripping my wooden cane, and met his tiger claw head-on. Crack! Another crisp sound of bones breaking echoed. Zhang Long wore a smug grin on his face, thinking that this broken wooden stick, along with my hand, should have been shattered by him. However, the next second, he realized that my cane was completely unharmed. Immediately after, an indescribable, piercing pain shot from his tiger claw, spreading throughout his entire body in an instant. Ah! Zhang Long's scream was even more mournful than that of the previous young man. He bent over in agony, his beastly arm twisting at a strange angle, and sweat instantly soaked his back. I'll tell you, when Lin Feng pulled his hand back, that broken wooden cane, guess what? Nothing happened. Not even a crack. The people nearby had their eyes nearly popping out, their jaws dropped to the ground, as if they had seen a ghost. What's going on here? Their boss, Zhang Long, after beast transformation, his arm must have had at least 500 pounds of strength, right? And what happened? A blind man broke it directly with a wooden stick. The stick didn't even break. Is this reasonable? This is simply physics not existing anymore. The remaining few little brothers started to cramp in their calves, and in their minds, there was only one word: run. But their legs felt as heavy as lead. They couldn't move at all. At this moment, my brother Feng spoke up. His voice was so cold. Sorry, evil must be eradicated. As soon as he finished speaking, the cane in his hand suddenly drew out a gleaming knife. I'm telling you, he had no intention of letting these people go. That earlier strike was clearly meant to take their lives. When Zhang Long saw him draw the knife, his soul nearly flew away. His mouth just opened to plead for mercy. Too late. Swish! A flash of knife light cut through so quickly that not even a drop of blood touched the blade. Zhang Long fell down with a confused expression, his head and body separated on the spot. The entire place fell into dead silence. The few little brothers were shaking like chaff, and one timid guy, oh boy, a strange smell came directly from his pants. They wanted to run, but would Lin Feng give them that chance? No way. My brother Feng's way of doing things is all about cutting the grass and eliminating the roots to prevent future troubles. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Feng moved like a black lightning bolt, weaving among those few people. In just a blink of an eye, the remaining little fish of the Black Dragon Hunter team fell to the ground without even a whimper. The few people from the Airplane Hunter team, including Zhang Wei, felt their hearts almost jump out of their throats. I'm telling you, they were so relieved they didn't have any bad thoughts back then. They honestly handed over their things. Otherwise, they would be the ones lying on the ground now. Families, who understands? This is no blind man. This is simply a killing god with unlocked blood. Over here, Lin Feng, with a calm demeanor, began to loot the spoils, rummaging through the things taken by the Black Dragon team. Good heavens, I didn't expect it, and I was shocked when I saw it. These people specialized in black eating black. They were simply rolling in wealth. What? 17 demon pills below 5 stars. There were also healing and strength-enhancing pills. Zhang Wei and the others watched nearby, swallowing saliva, feeling incredibly sour in their hearts. No wonder the Black Dragon team developed so quickly. Robbery is indeed the fastest way to get rich. This immense wealth came too easily. After Lin Feng finished looting, he didn't even look at them and turned to leave. Zhang Wei and the others hurriedly followed him, thinking, when else would they cling to a big leg if not now? A few minutes later, the teleportation array flashed, and the group returned to the hall of the Hunter Association. As soon as they came out, a sweet-looking receptionist rushed over. Upon seeing Lin Feng, she directly exclaimed, leaving Zhang Wei and the others bewildered. What was this girl thinking? Oh my, isn't this that blind man? He actually came back alive? He must have encountered a kind-hearted hunter team on the way, right? She quickly made an excuse about wanting to sneeze, then led this group of big clients to the sales area. When they reached the sales area, it was a sea of people. Many around recognized Zhang Wei and came over to join the excitement. Oh, Captain Zhang, this time you must have gained quite a bit, right? I guess at least 10 million. Zhang Wei listened to the flattery around him, feeling quite proud, but he didn't dare to reveal Lin Feng's identity. So he just held it in. He first poured his demon pills on the counter, and the scanner beeped. A total of 9 million. People around gasped in amazement. Almost 5 million, not bad. Just then, someone with sharp eyes spotted Lin Feng in the crowd. Hey, old Zhang, why do you still have a blind man in your team? So young, don't think about it too much, little brother. Exactly, it's just that the eyes are gone. Why seek death? I think dying is better, so as not to add chaos to society. I tell you, these words can be as harsh as they come. Zhang Wei was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat and quickly distanced himself. Don't talk nonsense. We just happened to come back together on the road. We're not on the same team. As soon as he said this, the surrounding people became even more excited, looking at Lin Feng with eyes full of sympathy and disdain. The receptionist also had an expression that clearly said, I knew it. And then, my brother Feng slowly stepped forward and casually said, do you still accept demon cores? I happen to have a little. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place went silent. You? A blind man? With a demon core? What a joke. But the receptionist still maintained her professionalism and smiled sweetly. Of course, we accept them, no matter how many. That's good. Lin Feng nodded, pulled out a bulging little bag from his pocket, and placed it on the table. Just this, take a look at how much it's worth. I told you. That bag was bulging, and the receptionist's eyes went wide as she stuttered, Sir, are you sure what's inside? Is a demon pill? People gathered around, sneering one by one. A demon pill in that bag? You're just bragging. If that really were a demon pill, I'd eat this counter right here. As a result, the receptionist nervously opened the bag and poured its contents onto the counter. Clatter. The sound was crisp, like large and small beads falling on a jade plate, as a dozen shining demon pills rolled across the table. Holy crap. It really is a demon pill. It can't be fake, right? I think I saw a 6-star one. Quick, scan it. Everyone went crazy, stretching their necks like giraffes. The scanner's light swept over, and a cold electronic voice announced, ding, 6 1-star demon pills, 7 2-star demon pills, 2 3-star demon pills, 1 4-star demon pill, 1 6-star demon pill. The entire venue fell silent. 17 pills, and 1 6-star. This means that this blind person in front of me personally took down a 6-star demon. Those who were just bragging a moment ago now looked pale. Suddenly, someone shouted, blind, student, holy crap. I remember now. He's Lin Feng, the first place in this year's joint exam. As soon as this was said, the crowd erupted. Damn, he's still a student? When I was in school, I was still playing in the mud, and he's already out soloing 6-star demons? Comparing people is infuriating. The receptionist also came back to her senses, trembling as she began to count the money. Total. A total of 10. 7 million. Over 10 million. For one person. Zhang Wei and the others finally understood why Lin Feng said they weren't on the same team. It wasn't to distance himself, it was because they weren't worthy. Ding. 10. 7 million has been credited. As soon as the money arrived, Lin Feng thanked them and, under the awed gazes of everyone, turned and left. Behind him, a group of people were left doubting their lives. He took a taxi back home, still mumbling about wasting another few dozen bucks. I really can't believe it. A person worth over 20 million still cares about that little taxi fare. Once back in his room, he immediately opened his computer, logged into a black trading system, and found a buyer named Farm Mountain Snow. Are you there, dog? The other party replied instantly. Yes, did you get the goods? Lin Feng sent a photo of the safe, and the other party immediately sent him an address to mail it to, then sent him the cultivation technique manual. Let me tell you, my brother Feng's brain works faster than my computer CPU. As soon as he saw the other party in such a hurry, he immediately started his performance. He typed furiously, Dog, when I want to help you find something, I encountered a 6-star demon and lost all my money. What should I do now? Click send. In a skyscraper in Magic City, a rich young lady named Xiao Menglin looked at this message, her teeth clenched in anger. This is blatant extortion. Who loses money in a fight? Do you think I'm a fool? But she really needed that safe. So she had no choice but to give in. All right, send me your card number. Ding. 5 million received. Lin Feng was delighted to receive the money, and his total assets instantly soared to 7 million. Then he fell asleep. On the other side, Xiao Menglin became more curious as she thought about it, and immediately used her connections to investigate. The result came back in seconds. Today, only a blind student sold a 6-star Demon Dan, and also sold 16 others. Xiao Menglin was completely convinced. She herself had an A-level talent and wouldn't dare to play like that. This Lin Feng is quite interesting. The next morning, Lin Feng woke up, first opened the system panel, and added the newly acquired 10 free points entirely to the heavy fruit, raising his ability directly to 25. He now felt like he could withstand missiles. Next, he opened the package and received the A-level secret manual mountain crushing force and the dragon blood pill he bought for 5 million. The secret manual was easy to understand, capable of doubling arm attack power. Then he swallowed the dragon blood pill in one bite, and he could hear his heart pounding wildly, his strength value skyrocketing from 370 to 502, an increase of over 100 points. His single-arm strength directly exceeded 1,000 pounds. He casually picked up a stone and used the newly learned mountain crushing force, and the stone instantly turned to dust. After getting everything ready, he received a message from his mentor Chiu Guaner, asking him to report to class. Lin Feng didn't take the bus. Instead, he stepped on a wooden board and used the ability of the gravity fruit to fly on the board, zooming to the teaching building. Since his dormitory was relatively far, by the time he arrived, many people were already in the class. Let me tell you, the moment he stepped into the classroom, it was something else. With dozens of people in the class, all eyes suddenly turned to him like spotlights. After all, this guy is currently the top student in the school. The first in the joint entrance examination, and he's blind. His persona is stacked higher than a game of Jenga. The atmosphere was wow. You could feel the undercurrents. There were those who were curious, those who were watching the show, but more were filled with jealousy and disdain that they couldn't hide. Goodness. Their little glances were like daggers. As if they wanted to carve, he must have bought his scores on his face. Him, the top student? He doesn't look extraordinary at all. He looks decent, but who knows which dorm he lives in? What are they swooning about? He's the top scholar, living in an independent villa. Okay. As soon as this was said, the class erupted. What the heck? Why? My bed is so hard it could kill someone. And they don't even give out blankets. Immediately, someone knowledgeable chimed in. Only those ranked within the top 1,000 get blankets. The top 100 live in 4-person dorms. And the top 50 have independent dorms. As for the first place, that treatment, you wouldn't even dare to imagine. Who understands this? When this was said, the entire classroom was filled with resentment. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have held back, pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. I'm so mad. This school is too realistic. I'm not convinced. What can one exam prove? For a moment, these freshmen cursed the principal's ancestors for 18 generations. Of course, the center of attention was still my buddy Lin Feng. If I had known I could live in a villa, I would have bought scores too. But who knows if the school would take action? Isn't this obviously cheating? I tell you, there was only one girl in the whole place, that's Xiaoming Lin, who understood everything the best. She just sat quietly in the corner, her big eyes fixed on Lin Feng, fully aware of the situation. She thought that someone like Lin Feng, who was strong and could make money, was definitely not someone to be taken advantage of. She was just waiting to see how Lin Feng would explode on the spot and take down that group of chatterboxes one by one. And what happened? My brother Lin Feng smiled slightly and said to the whole class, "Hello everyone, my name is Lin Feng. Please take care of me from now on." After saying that, he directly found an empty seat to sit down. Holy crap, the whole class was dumbfounded. This was how the script was supposed to go, right? Where was the strong demeanor? Where was the declaration of wanting to take on 10? How come he bowed and greeted everyone? This was not the right vibe. Xiaoming Lin was also confused, thinking, something is off? Isn't this guy supposed to be quite flamboyant online? Has he been soul transferred? Just when everyone was still processing this, a figure walked in, their mentor, Chiu Guaner. This teacher was also tough, with no small talk. She went straight to the point. "I am your mentor, Chiu Guaner. I know what you're most concerned about." She glanced meaningfully at Lin Feng. First place, 500 points per month. Second and third, 300 points. The top 50, 100 points. The top 100, 50 points. The rest, nothing. Boom. The classroom erupted. Holy crap. 500 points? That 5 million a month. Damn. After a year of doing nothing, I do have half a small goal in hand? Teacher, I'm not satisfied. I demand a re-ranking. Everyone went crazy. Their eyes red like rabbits. Who would want this unimaginable wealth? Chiu Guaner wanted this effect. She smiled and pressed her hands down. Quiet. Every month, you will have a chance to challenge others. If you win, you swap rankings and get an additional 10 points. If you lose, please leave next month. Additionally, there will be a reshuffle assessment in a month, and what you will face then are real monsters. As soon as this was said, the crowd got even more excited. Swap rankings? Does that mean if I take down Lin Feng, I'll be first? Winning also gives 100,000 in prize money. Wouldn't that drive people crazy? Charge. If I take down Lin Feng, I'm walking away with 5 million. Just when the whole class was cracking their knuckles, ready to devour Lin Feng alive, my brother stood up again. He spoke sincerely. "Everyone, I think my first place was indeed a bit of a fluke. So, I will not refuse anyone as challenge." Wow. When he said that, it was like he was admitting he was a fraud. The whole class went wild. Holy crap. I want to challenge him. Get lost. I was first. Don't all rush. It's mine. The scene almost got out of control, and for that 5 million, these people almost started fighting right there. Xiaoming Lin in the corner was dumbfounded, completely unable to understand Lin Feng's operation. In the end, Lin Feng leisurely added, "However, so many people challenging isn't a good thing. Since I like to play a bit of a thrill, how about we have a bet?" The crowd was already blood red in their eyes, not listening to what he was saying at all. "Anything goes. Hurry, I want to challenge you." Lin Feng smiled. That smile was just like an old fox. "In that case, if you want to challenge me, you can. Bring out the stakes, the highest bidder wins." The entire classroom fell silent for 3 seconds. Then it erupted into even crazier bidding. 500,000. I'll offer 500,000. Fight me. I'll offer 1 million. 3 million. Dragon coins. I can't believe it. He turned his challenge into an auction, featuring a business genius. Xiaoming Lin's mouth twitched crazily in the corner, thinking to herself, "It's definitely him. That black-hearted merchant just scammed her out of 5 million yesterday, and now he's starting again." In the end, a guy hoarsely shouted, 3 million, successfully securing the challenge rights. Lin Feng smiled and pointed at him. "All right, it's you. Pay the money to the notary." As he said this, he looked at teacher Chiu Guaner at the podium. That guy walked up with his chest puffed out, feeling like he was already number one. Walking with the wind. "Ha ha. Then I won to be polite." The two stood still. That guy grinned, instantly activating his ability, Speed of Light. Whoosh. He became almost like a shadow, charging at Lin Feng. He didn't care whether the opponent was blind or not. He came at him with full force. Whoosh. A gust of wind. He brushed past Lin Feng, striking a hit. Then we saw Lin Feng. Oh no, he quickly bent down, clutching his stomach, looking panicked. Waving a small stick around, that acting skill was Oscar-worthy. The speedy guy sneered in his heart. Humph. As expected, a waste bought with points. After landing a hit, he was completely at ease, preparing the next move to end the fight. The crowd below erupted. Holy crap, so weak? Can't even beat a D-class talent? Damn, this kid got a bargain. 3 million for first place, a huge profit. Xiaoming Lin watched with her brows twitching, secretly cursing. Shameless. She knew Lin Feng's strength. How could someone who could spar with 6-star monsters be defeated by a D-class speedster? Just keep acting. Just as the speedy guy channeled all his strength, leaving afterimages behind, preparing to deliver a finishing blow to Lin Feng. Lin Feng moved. He slowly raised the wooden stick in his hand. Armed color. Whoosh. A touch of black instantly covered the entire wooden stick. Then he swung it out toward the shadow, charging in, like swinging a baseball bat. Bang! A huge sound, shaking the eardrums of those of us who were close. When we looked again, that speedy guy had already embedded himself in the wall far away like a broken sack, completely unconscious. One hit. Still a one-hit kill. However, the person who was killed had changed direction. The entire venue fell silent. Just when everyone thought Lin Feng was about to reveal his strength, he suddenly plopped down, hugging his right arm, with a pained expression, squatting down, cold sweat pouring from his forehead, as if that last hit had exhausted all his strength. And the recoil had injured his arm. Everyone, did he break it? It should be, look at that painful expression. Probably a blind cat stumbled upon a dead rat. Didn't he expect to actually hit? My goodness, this luck is too unbelievable, right? To hit something moving that fast? If this is all an act, I'll eat this table on the spot. Everyone started self-analyzing again, concluding that Lin Feng's ability wasn't strong, but his luck was incredible, and he hadn't mastered his strength, injuring himself. Lin Feng acted enough, took out a pill from his pocket and swallowed it. That thing was actually for restoring stamina, not healing. He stood up, looking weak, and said, "My strength indeed isn't enough. I only won by fluke just now, so I'll let this first position go to everyone." As soon as this was said, the crowd was both hesitant and tempted. Just then, a sinister voice came from the crowd. 5 million. I challenge you. The guy who'd been secretly stirring things up all along stepped out. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, immediately nodding. Okay, now. Even Wu Longdao couldn't stand it anymore, complaining to Morin in the corner. Damn, this kid is really shameless. Another 5 million in hand. Morin, however, saw through it all and shook his head. Envious. Apart from envy, I have nothing to say. His S-rank talent allowed him to see through Lin Feng's previous strike, which was so fast that he almost didn't catch it. There was no way it was just luck. The newcomer on stage, named Wang Luan, had sea-level black, mist manipulation with a corrosive ability that was quite sinister. As soon as he appeared, he set his sights on killing Lin Feng. Head die. Wang Luan's face twisted with malice as his fist, wrapped in black mist, rushed towards Lin Feng's vital area. Lin Feng initially intended to act a bit, but the moment he felt that murderous intent, his expression turned cold. All right, you've paid the tuition fee. I was still considering leaving you a way out. If you want my life, then don't blame me. Armed color. Lin Feng's arm instantly turned pitch black. Without dodging, he met the punch head-on. Wang Luan, seeing him dare to trade blows, felt ecstatic inside. Foolish. Bang. The two fists collided. Crack. A bone-crushing sound that made one's teeth ache echoed out. But didn't come from Lin Feng. Lin Feng had used an A-rank martial technique, mountain-shattering fist. A terrifying shockwave surged through his fist and directly invaded Wang Luan's body. Wang Luan froze in place, his face contorted, blood frothing from his mouth. As his bones shattered inch by inch, Lin Feng coldly looked at him. Next life, be a good person. Then, with a kick, Wang Luan flew out like a cannonball, meeting his previous comrade against the wall in victory. Only this time, he was truly out of breath. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Those who had just been discussing whether Lin Feng would be killed were now wide-eyed in shock. Another instant kill, and he had just killed a C-level genius on the spot. Lin Feng shook his hand, looking at a hair that had been corroded by the black mist, and sighed. Then, he rubbed his forehead. Here we go again. Sigh, my luck is really good. My talent gas immunity perfectly counters him. The whole class. Are you kidding us? Do you think we're blind? What the hell, Lucky? Can luck really lead to 2 instant kills? Can luck really shatter a C-level genius's bones to dust? Damn, this kid is playing the pig to eat the tiger. He has been fooling us the whole time, scamming us for money. But even so, there were still some who were stubborn. What if it really was a property counter? After all, it was too outrageous for a blind person to have a higher score than S-rank talent. They would rather believe that Lin Feng relied on various coincidences. Just then, someone in the crowd whispered again. How about trying again? The person next to him rolled his eyes, looking at him as though he were an idiot. You go? I have to say, those people next to me are just enjoying the show and adding fuel to the fire, saying things like, yeah, if you can do it, go ahead. Don't just talk here. Who understands, right? These people say they don't want it, but their bodies are being honest. Why? Because of 500 points. What does that mean? It's not just some casual reward. It's hard currency that can elevate your abilities instantly. It covers a whole month of training fees. I'm telling you, many seasoned students are still hanging around the school just to take advantage of these points. Now these freshmen have a chance to rise to the top in one go. Who wouldn't be envious? But envy aside, wallets really can't take it. A bunch of people were hesitating, waiting for Lin Feng to lower the price. Guess what happened? This guy Lin Feng simply stopped playing with them, turned around and said, "All right, since everyone seems tired, the lowest price is 3 million. If no one buys, I'm clocking out." After saying that, he turned and walked away. Wow, that was an extreme tactic, truly a business genius. This left the crowd confused. 3 million? Why don't you just go rob a bank? Are you crazy? Even if you win, you only make 2 million. Whoever goes is just a sucker. They were cursing loudly. But when they saw Lin Feng really about to leave, someone couldn't hold back anymore. Hey, don't go, bro. I'm coming. Is that okay? Hey, the bait was taken. Lin Feng turned around with a calm demeanor and smiled slightly. No time to waste. Let's get started. He directly stood in the center of the arena. The guy who just shouted was stunned, thinking, damn, why do I feel like I've boarded a pirate ship? In the crowd, a rich girl named Xiao Menglin had her brows furrowed tightly. She was now 10,000 sure that this Lin Feng in front of her was the money-loving guy from Long Wong Net. That aura, one of a kind. Sure enough, in the following matches, I tell you, it was like an Oscar-winning performance. Lin Feng won every match in a thrilling way. Either the opponent slipped or he got lucky and dodged an attack, then barely counterattacked. Keep acting. He tricked 7 people in a row, and nobody caught on immediately. It wasn't until the 7th big fool fell that the crowd erupted. What the hell? This guy is definitely playing us. Damn, with this acting skill, not giving him an award would be a shame. So shameless. Ultimate con artist. By the time these people finally realized what was going on and wanted to confront Lin Feng, they turned around to find, hey, where did he go? Lin Feng had already taken his bucket and run away, hiding his achievements and name. I'm telling you, this guy knows how to make a fortune quietly. Like a wolf taking sheep, he cleared the whole pen. How could he not run? Just as he returned to his exclusive apartment for the top freshman, he received a message from the beautiful teacher Chio Guaner. The money had arrived, 27 million. The teacher specifically instructed, I've sent you the money. Come to my office tomorrow. And for now, don't go to class. What does that mean? Afraid he might get torn apart by those classmates. Just think about it. In one night, using legal means, he pulled 27 million and 70 points from his classmates' pockets. That's already at the level of a public enemy. He'd have to watch out for bricks on the street. But Lin Feng didn't care. He was excited. He counted his assets and thought, wow, combined with what he had, he now had over 48 million in cash. Almost half of his small target. Now he could definitely upgrade his gear, right? He immediately felt a rush of excitement and clicked on the Long Wong Mall, ready to buy himself some awesome martial arts techniques. But as soon as he opened the skills section, he deflated. Dragon Blood Pomerwa skill, B level, 40 million. 7 forms of Luohan skill, B level, 47 million. Damn, after searching for a long time, he couldn't even find an A level skill. Everything was in the tens of millions for B level. Who understands this? I finally felt motivated. And yet you made me lose so thoroughly. JPG, after all that, I'm still a poor guy. There was no choice but to seek external help. He remembered the mysterious seller who had sold him his first A-level technique, Beng Shinjin, whose ID was Straw Hat Dog. He immediately sent a message, Dog brother, are you there? I tell you, at this moment, in the girls' dormitory, Miss Xiaoming Lin is wearing her cute little yellow duck pajamas. After taking a sip of water, she sees this message and suddenly sprays water all over the screen. She laughs, holding her stomach for a long time, thinking this guy is really two-faced. Acting humble in class during the day and calling himself bro online at night. She originally didn't want to respond and just replied with a no. As a result, Lin Feng, this little guy, is also a master at scheming. To extract information, he quickly transferred her 100 yuan with a message. It's cold, buy some nice clothes. Xiaoming Lin's eyes twitched. You just scammed 27 million and now you offer me 100 yuan to bribe me? But seeing how considerate he was, she accepted the money and sent over some information about advanced martial arts techniques. Lin Feng looked at it, and his eyes lit up. That 100 yuan was well spent. The information said that the truly top-tier S-level martial arts techniques are all excavated from ancient ruins, and to enter, one needs a special token. His mind exploded. Wasn't that the item the beautiful teacher Chio Guaner promised to give him before? It seems he must go to the office tomorrow. Having tasted the sweetness of A-level martial arts, Lin Feng is now eager for even stronger techniques. Money shouldn't just sit idle in his hands. So he immediately went to browse the armor section and ended up spending 20 million to buy a perfect level dragon scale armor. Meanwhile, the school forum had exploded. Normally, the post discussed the rankings of the school beauties and challenges, but today it was flooded by new students. The titles were more explosive than the last. Outrageous. New student Lin Feng deceives others out of tens of millions. And I was scammed out of 3 million. Is there no law anymore? The scam new students were forming an anti-Lin Feng alliance, ready to confront him to the death. As for the older students, they were all rationally watching the drama unfold, even appreciating it a bit. This year's newcomers are weak. Isn't this just a lesson for them? To be reasonable. Weren't they the ones who were greedy for those 500 points? They were all there enjoying the spectacle. Early the next morning, Lin Feng's package arrived. When he opened it, it was the 20 million dragon scale armor. Wow, such a big box felt as light as if there was nothing inside. Without hesitation, he punched the armor. Let me tell you, right now, that punch of his has the power of 1,000 pounds, shattering rocks like it's nothing. What happened? With a loud thud, the wooden stake inside the armor broke apart, but the armor itself was perfectly fine. This defense is incredible. Wearing his new gear, Lin Feng felt secure. He picked up his wooden staff, walked out of the villa, stepped on a wooden board, and flew up towards the teaching building. Yes, you heard it right. He flew. The students passing by were dumbfounded. What the heck? Someone is flying. Isn't that Lin Feng? Didn't he just say yesterday that his ability was immunity to toxic gas? Did you believe his nonsense? Amidst the envious and jealous gazes, Lin Feng quickly arrived at Qiu Guiner's office door. He knocked, and a somewhat seductive voice said, "Come in." Lin Feng pushed the door open, turned to close it, and then bowed his head to greet her. "I am the new student of the academy, Lin Feng." So humble and polite, he looked just like a model student. Let me tell you, the scene was something else. Teacher Qiu was in a black silk professional outfit, crossing her legs, sitting in a very relaxed manner. Why? She thought Lin Feng was blind and couldn't see, so she was as comfortable as she wanted. But what she didn't know was that Lin Feng had a perception ability that allowed him to scan 360 degrees without blind spots, clearly sensing her body curves. Wow, who can withstand that? Lin Feng quickly cleared his throat twice to suppress his excitement. Qiu Guiner thought something was wrong with him and leaned forward, asking with concern. This lean almost made Lin Feng lose his composure. He quickly steadied himself and got straight to the point. "Teacher Qiu, don't you owe me something?" The teacher wanted to tease him, so she pretended not to understand. "What thing?" Lin Feng replied without hesitation. "My heart." Puffed. The water Qiu Guiner had just sipped shot out her mouth. However, Lin Feng was prepared, and a gravity wall instantly rose in front of him, blocking all the water. Then he slowly added the latter half of his sentence. "The virtual realm token that I often think about in my heart." Qiu Guiner's face turned red. She didn't expect to be teased by her student. She composed herself, became serious, and mentioned that today was the class division, asking him what ability system he belonged to. Lin Feng's ability was too complicated to explain casually, so he stammered. In the end, Qiu Guiner placed him in the reinforcement system, which had the most students. Then, she finally took out the Jade token. "I got the token for you. But before you go, you must promise me one thing." She asked Lin Feng to go to a low-star level solo secret realm in the virtual realm and raise the completion progress to 60. I'm telling you, this isn't a task at all. It's basically giving him a cheat. Because that kind of secret realm has level restrictions, high-level monsters can't even enter. If a newly awakened person goes in, it's just pure dimensionality reduction strike, picking up the ultimate bargain, right? Lin Feng immediately agreed. He couldn't wait any longer. After getting the token and bidding farewell to his teacher, he rushed to the training area. First, he spent nearly 30 million to buy 5 top-tier elixirs and took them. Then he walked into a high-level training room, preparing to boost his strength a bit more before entering the virtual realm. He stood in front of the punching power testing machine in the room, and the machine screen displayed this week's punching power leaderboard, with a guy named Wei Yun in first place, achieving a score of 7,700 pounds. I took a glance at it, and wow, the list was all seniors. Not a single freshman in sight. 7,700 pounds, right? Got it, I'll remember that. But I didn't rush in. I had to take care of business first. I need to deal with those 30 million spirit pills, 9 tripod divine pills, heavenly fortune refining divine pills, and 3 Qianyuan bone changing pills. Let me tell you, holding these things feels like they're burning in my hands. The spiritual energy inside is like a husky that can't be contained, howling to burst out. Without saying a word, I swallowed 5 top-rate elixirs in one go. Family, you know what I mean? The effect of that medicine was just like Sun Wukong being reforged in the 8 trigrams furnace, exploding within my limbs and bones in an instant. Muscles forged, brain strengthened, bone marrow replaced, a trinity upgrade with no dead angles. My whole body was creaking. It hurt for real, I was sweating, but it felt amazing too. In that brief moment, the star points in my body went bang, bang, twice, and I directly jumped to a 5-star awakener. Can you believe I leveled up 2 times? My strength attribute shot up rapidly, directly soaring to 701 points. Now I can feel it. I felt a surge of energy inside me, and my whole body was clamoring. So I stood in front of that punching power machine, and, quite unremarkably, I gave a hit. Guess what happened? With a loud buzz, the machine shook like it had Parkinson's, and the numbers on the screen skyrocketed crazily, instantly breaking 2,000 and finally reaching over 3,000 pounds. My name instantly shot up the leaderboard, jumping straight into the top 100. But this was just the appetizer, folks. I unleashed a powerful punch, and wow, the nearby water bottle was instantly shattered by the sound waves. The numbers on the screen skyrocketed past the 5,000 mark. I have to tell you, that large screen at the bottom of the teaching building outside, it just exploded. The crowd that was about to disperse instantly gathered around again, like they were watching the World Cup final. Wow, 5,000 in the top 20. Lin Feng? Who is that? Never heard of him. A freshman? No way. Absolutely impossible. I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me. Little do they know, this isn't even my limit. The scope is too small, isn't it? In the training room, I took a deep breath and directly unleashed all my hidden skills. Armed color domineering combined with the crumbling mountain force. Let's give him a super double. With this punch, I felt the air in the entire training room parting for me. Just to give him a little shock, Lin Feng. Boom. The huge sound in that moment was enough to shatter eardrums. Outside in front of the teaching building, those who just said 5,000 was the limit had their faces swollen. On the screen, my name shot up like it was on an elevator, crazily climbing. Wow. It moved again. It's still rising. 6,000. Broke 6,000. My gosh. 7,000. Broke through the 7,000 mark. The entire square instantly boiled like boiling water. Everyone went crazy, shouting at the top of their lungs, their eyes wide like copper bells, staring fixedly at the name Lin Feng, shooting up with sparks and lightning. 6th, 5th, still moving. Damn, it's still moving. Just when everyone thought I was about to break into the top 3. The number on the screen finally snapped to a stop at 7,718 pounds. First place. I directly took down that first place called Wu Yun. A new king has ascended. Then, wow, the whole school went crazy. The leaderboard was slaughtered. A newcomer has wiped the board clean. Let's go, let's go. Let's head to the training room and block him. I want to see what kind of deity this is. A large crowd rushed towards our training room. It was like a scene from Train to Busan, and the spectacle was truly astonishing. My beautiful teacher, Chiu, was also among them. She understands the situation the best, and must have been feeling a storm of emotions inside. By the time they arrived, I had already slipped away. Just a quick remark. This training room is really dark. Charging 10,000 for an hour, it's simply a scam. After finishing my business, I went straight to the nearby teleportation zone, ready to enter the virtual realm. Just as I stepped through that dilapidated door to the virtual realm, teacher Chiu and her large team arrived at the training hall. She is so clever. She went straight to ask the boss and quickly got the information, confirming that the one who just dominated the leaderboard was me, the freshman with the guide stick. Let me tell you, at that moment, teacher Chiu was completely stunned. A 5-star freshman who had just enrolled not long ago delivered a punch with a force of 718 pounds. This was no longer a genius. It was a god descending to earth. She immediately turned around and rushed to the principal's office. This matter had to be reported. In the principal's office, let me tell you, the principal, an old man with a white beard, was leisurely reading a novel. Teacher Chiu kicked the door open and went straight to the point. Principal, I want to apply for an S-level treatment for a student. The old man was quite relaxed at that moment, trying to use the rules to pressure her, saying that if the S-level treatment failed, the college would suffer significant losses. Blah, 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 a whole lot. But teacher Chiu didn't waste any time with him and directly dropped the bomb. His name is Lin Feng, a freshman, and his level is no more than 5 stars. The principal nodded, taking notes. First among freshmen, I understand, quite impressive. As for the punch strength, let us set a benchmark of 5,000 pounds. That's a high standard. After hearing this, Chiu's expression remained unchanged as she spat out a few words. His punch strength, with one hand, is 718 pounds. The old man was still taking notes, muttering 7718, and after writing it down, he was stunned. Let me tell you, his expression was as if he had accidentally pressed an extra 0 while making a mobile payment. He was completely frozen. The next second, what? He exclaimed, nearly jumping out of his chair. He was completely dumbfounded, staring intently at our homeroom teacher, his eyes seemingly asking, "Are you sure you're not joking?" Over 7,000 pounds. I have to tell you, that skeptical little look he had at the time was just something else. As a result, our homeroom teacher, Chiu calmly replied, Yes, it's exactly 7,718 gene. Not a bit more, not a bit less. You can check it on the strength ranking right now. Goodness. Once those words were out, the principal was completely unsettled. He slammed his hand on the table so quickly that I was afraid he would hurt his back. What are we checking for? No need to check. I'll report him for S-level resources right now. Folks, who understands? The principal is really taking this seriously. He kept mumbling that if a student with such talent is held back by resources, it would be his failure as the principal, and he would have to resign in shame. Meanwhile, while the principal's office was in chaos over him, what was our protagonist Lin Feng doing? He was already strolling over to a teleportation portal with his pass. As soon as he stepped inside, alarms started ringing in his head. Warning, warning, system under unknown attack. Lin Feng was stunned at the moment, thinking no way. This teleportation portal hasn't had any issues for hundreds of years, and now that I use it, something goes wrong? What kind of bad luck is this? However, the next second, a surprise came. Host ability assimilated. Data visualization. Malfunction resolved. Transporting you to the virtual realm. I'll tell you, Lin Feng's mood at that moment was like riding a roller coaster. One second he thought he was going to be destroyed, and the next second he found a new cheat code. This system is so domineering. Anything related to it, no matter what it is, gets absorbed and becomes its own ability. With a flash, Lin Feng found himself in a place that resembled a game lobby. In front of him was a row of teleportation portals labeled single-player, multiplayer, and another door to another world that was closed. He came this time to grind a single-player dungeon and get some advanced martial arts skills, so without a second thought, he walked straight into the single-player portal. As a result, he was teleported again. This time he arrived on an endless vast plain, but in front of him appeared 5 larger teleportation portals. This place was crowded, bustling like a market. Lin Feng looked up and saw that the 5 portals were labeled Southern Red Emperor, Northern Black Emperor, Eastern Green Emperor, Western White Emperor, and Central Yellow Emperor. Below them was a percentage, with the highest, Southern Red Emperor, at only 60, and the lowest, Central Yellow Emperor, a dismal 1. He was stunned on the spot. I tell you, there are no myths or legends in this world, but the names of these 5 emperors clearly correspond to the supreme gods from his past life. His mind buzzed with realization. He suddenly understood that this was no simple dungeon. If someone could really clear these levels to 100, the rewards might not just be martial arts manuals. They might actually meet the legendary deities, or even become a god themselves. He swallowed hard, not daring to think further. No wonder no one had been able to achieve a 100 clear in so long. This was a trial of the gods. How could it be so easy? Just as he was lost in thought, the new ability he had just acquired activated its data visualization. He instinctively glanced at a person next to him, and suddenly, a panel popped up above that person's head. Chen Hadong, level, 7 stars, strength, 619. Damn, a humanoid scanner. Lin Feng's heart was filled with joy as he walked towards the Southern Red Emperor Gate, where the crowd was the largest, scanning around like a radar. Upon closer inspection, he realized this place was a dragon's lair, with many individuals stronger and more powerful than him. His momentary pride was instantly extinguished. Only one person could enter the gate at a time, and if you failed, you had to wait a week. Just then, a figure flew out of the gate with a loud bang, landing in a disoriented state. The progress display on the gate showed that this guy had reached 36. Wow, brother, what did you get with 36? Someone nearby asked. The person chuckled, a B-level martial skill. The surrounding crowd immediately erupted in exclamations of envy. Then, another tough guy entered, and before long, the progress shot up to 47. The whole place was stunned. This was definitely a top expert. No wonder he was from the Imperial Capital University. Just impressive. I heard they were doing tests over there today, and that's their principal. Lin Feng followed the crowd's gaze and indeed saw an old man with white hair standing next to several students, one of whom was the guy who had just achieved 47. Lin Feng's curiosity piqued, and he used his new ability on the old man. Wang Lin's strength, speed, a series of question marks. Lin Feng was taken aback and quickly withdrew his gaze. As expected, the gap in strength was too great to see through. He no longer hesitated and walked straight towards the Southern Red Emperor's bronze gate. He had a premonition that the answers he sought were all inside. Just as he was about to step in, a voice came from behind. Excuse me, student. Since we are testing at Imperial Capital University today, could we go first? Lin Feng turned around to see 4 boys and a girl standing before him, looking at him with a haughty demeanor. When they realized Lin Feng was blind, they were momentarily taken aback, but their sense of superiority didn't diminish at all. One of the boys, named Jiang Ji, said with a forced smile, Student, I see you only have 5 energy stars. Why not save this opportunity for when your strength is sufficient? The girl next to him chimed in, exactly, since Brother Jiangji has said so, you should go improve your strength first. Listen to this pretentious talk. They were speaking politely, but in reality, they were just trying to drive him away. Lin Feng leaned on his wooden cane and replied calmly, though my strength is lacking, entering the Southern Emperor's gate is also a form of training. So I cannot comply. After saying that, he ignored them and turned to walk into the gate. The boy named Jiangji was dumbfounded on the spot, probably not expecting to be rebuffed despite flaunting the name of the imperial capital. The girl was even more displeased, muttering under her breath, Tisich. He won't cry until he sees the coffin. He'll regret it later. As they left, the crowd around them immediately erupted in discussion. Who's this guy? So arrogant. Not even giving face to the imperial capital? I saw it. He used a student card from Magic City. A Magic City student? Hee. This is going to be entertaining. The two universities, the imperial capital and Magic City, have always been rivals. Now that students from both sides met, the tension was palpable. The principal of imperial capital, Wang Lin, also heard the discussions and jokingly said to his proud student Jiangji, just be careful. If a random person from Magic City surpasses your 47 record, I'll have no face left. Jiangji confidently replied, don't worry, principal. He only has 5 stars. At most, he'll hit 20 before he has to roll out. Principal Wang Lin laughed heartily, joking on the surface. But inwardly he felt that the blind boy named Lin Feng was not simple. At this moment, Lin Feng had already entered the trial space. Before him stood a massive staircase reaching into the clouds, wide enough to accommodate an aircraft carrier. A grand voice echoed in his ears, climb the staircase and honor the Southern Red Emperor. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng recognized it was the fire god Zhu Rong and felt reassured. He thought to himself, since this is a virtual world, there is no need to hold back. He would unleash all his power. He stepped onto the staircase, and after a few minutes, a platform appeared ahead, with 2 giant stone lions crouched in the middle. He scanned with his ability, and they were 1 star, but their strength was absurdly high, and their stamina was infinite. He tried to walk through the middle, and indeed, the 2 stone lions instantly revived and charged at him with a howling wind. Too slow. Lin Feng sneered internally. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 flashes of blade light passed. Too fast to leave anything but an afterimage. The heads of the 2 stone lions flew off, and their bodies crashed to the ground, creating huge craters in the staircase. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had already retracted his blade into the cane. The 2 stone lions transformed into pure energy and surged into Lin Feng's body, making him feel his strength solidifying further. Simultaneously, a prompt popped up in his mind. Progress, too. Oh, killing the guardian beast grants such benefits? Lin Feng was delighted. This is simply a free experience package. He continued climbing, effortlessly cutting through monsters. When he took down a 3-star bat, the progress finally reached 20. The ancient voice sounded again, offering him 3 choices. Gain the fire god's blessing. Flame immunity. Eagle eye. Strength 50. No need to choose. Anyone who has played games knows that survival skills are paramount for clearing levels. I choose flame immunity. Ding. Host gains temporary skill. Flame immunity. 50 immunity to fire attribute damage. Sure enough, it was temporary, but it would suffice. Just as Lin Feng continued to charge upward, the crowd outside began to discuss the progress bar. Wow, impressive. 5 stars hitting 20. Not just decent, that's strong. That girl from Imperial Capital who had mocked Lin Feng earlier was nearly blushing with embarrassment. Principal Wang Lin of Imperial Capital asked his students with interest, what do you think? The students were still holding their ground, saying his strength is okay, but he's going so fast. He must be exhausting his stamina and can't last long. Jiangji also agreed expressionlessly. Exactly. When I reached 47, I was almost exhausted. He won't get past 30 before he has to give up. But Principal Wang Lin shook his head and smiled. You all overlook one thing. His clearing speed is faster than any of you. As soon as those words were spoken, the students realized, right? This guy had been inside for less than half an hour and had already reached 20. That efficiency was terrifying. They were still trying to explain away, saying Lin Feng would surely exhaust his energy soon. Yet, just as they spoke, Lin Feng had already used flame immunity to cleave a flaming tiger in half with a single sword strike. Progress, 25. Strength, speed, and stamina were all increasing. Lin Feng had also figured out the pattern. Every 20 progress, the monster level would jump significantly. The monsters he was now encountering were already 4-star. Before him appeared a skeleton wielding a heavy sword. Scanning the data panel revealed that it was 4-star. but its attribute values were even higher than the 6-star demon ape he had encountered before. The skeleton charged at him with its massive sword, moving as fast as the wind. Armament color, black blade. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed, and he instantly drew his sword. His cane sword turned pitch black, unable to reflect even light. The skeleton also seemed to have some tricks. Just as the sword was about to strike, it instantly coated itself in a layer of gold, greatly increasing its defense. It even revealed an extremely human-like mocking smile, as if saying you can't break my defense. However, it was still too naive. Its expression was full of the classic energy of nah, I'd win, only to be slapped in the face the next second. Lin Feng's black knife cut through everything, severing its golden armor and bones in one stroke. The last expression of that skeleton was frozen in shock, and then it turned to ashes. A surge of energy flowed into Lin Feng's body, and the 6-star point at his heart was completely formed. Boom! He felt an explosive increase in power within him. His previously consumed stamina instantly replenished, and even his limit raised. 6-star awakened. He successfully broke through. Lin Feng opened his panel and saw his strength skyrocketing to 840. With all attributes greatly enhanced, he was now brimming with confidence and decided to charge straight to 40 to see what new rewards awaited him. Next came his personal showcase. With armed color domineering fully unleashed, every demon he encountered along the way, regardless of their star level, was killed in one stroke, without any hesitation. Kill a 3-star demon. Completion rate increased by 2. Kill a 4-star demon. Completion rate increased by 4. After a dozen minutes. Completion rate 40. How is this possible? Outside the door, everyone went crazy. The entire square fell silent for a second, then erupted completely. My eyes aren't playing tricks on me, right? 40. A 5-star awakened broke the historical record. I got it. It's the first from this year's Magic City joint examination. That blind freshman, a freshman, achieving 40. If he kills a few more monsters, he LL surpassed the 47 genius from the Imperial capital. Those who had been sitting and watching the excitement all stood up, staring intently at that number. Meanwhile, the students from the Imperial capital had faces that looked utterly grim. Just moments ago, they had sworn that Lin Feng wouldn't reach 30, and now he had soared to 40 in the blink of an eye, leaving them with slaps to the face that echoed loudly. Their expressions had completely entered silent evaluation mode, unable to utter a single word. What? No. Someone started to stubbornly resist. I tell you, that woman from the capital is a typical example of someone whose mouth is harder than a rock. She insists on saving face, saying, humph, maybe he just got lucky and encountered some low-level monsters, so he cleared them quickly. Brother Jiangji initially encountered the 7-star demon and only barely lost at 47. Goodness, she even called out to Jiangji beside her. Jiangji could only brace himself and reply, saying he indeed encountered the 7-star demon after reaching 40, and he came out only after exhausting his stamina. Once this was said, their group from the capital seemed to have found their backbone and immediately concluded that Lin Feng must be reaching his limit too. As soon as he encounters a tough opponent, he will have to come out right away. Does anyone understand this? This kind of self-comforting spirit is just unbelievable. But what they didn't know was that Lin Feng was currently not fighting monsters at all. He had just reached the 40 threshold when a loud noise erupted. And the rewards came. I tell you, this reward directly leveled up, and all 3 options before him were grade A. There was flame manipulation, damage transfer, and a simple and straightforward one, strength 500. Is there even a choice? For Lin Feng, all the flashy stuff is just fluff. Only the numbers on the panel are the truth. Right now, his stamina was depleting a bit fast, and he needed to eliminate monsters in the simplest way possible. So increasing strength was the optimal solution. Strength enhancement. The moment he thought of it, a warm current surged through his body, and the number on the strength panel skyrocketed like it was on a rocket. Finally, with a ding, it stopped at 1340. Over 1,300. What does this mean? He directly shattered the threshold for martial artists with one kick. He felt the knife in his hand was as light as a straw. And if he encountered those skeletons again, I bet he could shatter them with just a sneeze. With his strength surging, Lin Feng's confidence also soared, and he stepped directly onto the platform after the 40 mark. However, as soon as he stepped up, a strange crying sound came from ahead. A pitiful wailing like a baby crying, making my hair stand on end. Lin Feng immediately became alert, and his perception covered the entire platform in an instant. In front of him, in the middle of a sea of flowers, stood a scarecrow, and the crying sound was coming from it. Once the detection was activated, Lin Feng's eyelids twitched. 8-star creature. Legendary scarecrow. Speed over 1,000. Infinite stamina. I tell you, This speed is even faster than Lin Feng himself. If he hadn't been cautious and rushed in just now, he might have been sent home on the spot by this thing. This luck is all about thrill and excitement. There's no way to hide it now. It seems I have to use my trump card, the ability of the heavy fruit. After all, in a place like this, being forced to use all your strength is better than being eliminated. He stepped onto the platform, and the moment he stood firm, a strong wind howled. That scarecrow, with its limbs on the ground, rushed towards Lin Feng like a mad dog, moving so fast that only a shadow could be seen. It was cackling with a strange laugh, and the next second, it actually conjured a huge scythe out of thin air, swinging it down towards Lin Feng's head. This combo would have made anyone else give up on the keyboard. But Lin Feng merely said lightly, "You've killed too many. I can only act on behalf of heaven." In the next moment, the staff blade in his hand suddenly unsheathed. Let me tell you, the space around the blade instantly warped. A purple, visible gravitational field attached to the blade, and, as nearby petals approached, they were instantly ground into powder. "Gravity blade, fierce tiger," Lin Feng shouted, swinging his blade. That ball of purple gravitational energy collided directly with the charging scarecrow. Folks, have you ever seen an ice cream fall into a blender? Yes, it's just like that. That 8-star scarecrow, along with the scythe in its hand, was instantly twisted, torn apart, and compressed into a point by the terrifying gravity. It struggled desperately. But it was useless, like being sucked into a black hole, without a sound. And that's not all. After the gravitational ball took down the scarecrow, it flew to the center of the platform and exploded with a bang. The entire platform, over 100 meters wide, along with the hard stone floor, was directly blown into a huge pit. Lin Feng slowly sheathed his blade and said lightly, "It seems I may have gone a bit overboard. I wanted to kneel when I heard that. Bro, isn't this a bit too much? You practically demolished the place." As the scarecrow was instantly killed, a surge of pure energy rushed into Lin Feng's body, not only replenishing his earlier stamina, but also allowing him to level up again, boosting his strength straight to 7 stars. The most crucial part was that the progress bar shot up from 40 to 48 in an instant. At the same time, the progress bar on the outside was synchronously jumping. The crowd, which had been silent just a second ago, erupted the next second. What the hell? 48. He directly exceeded Jiangji's record. What is going on? Am I seeing things? How did it jump by 8 points all of a sudden? This means he just one-shot an 8-star monster. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a newcomer possibly kill monsters 2 levels higher? It doesn't make sense. Everyone went crazy. They would rather believe there was a bug in the system than accept this as reality. Meanwhile, the students from the capital were completely green with envy. Their top student, Jiangji, had a record of 47, and now a newcomer had effortlessly broken it. The slap in the face was no longer just a sound. It was a full-on bruise. However, Principal Wang from the capital wasn't angry. He was so excited that his beard was shaking. He pulled out his phone and shouted, "I'm calling the principal of Magic City right now to ask what kind of genius this is." As soon as the call connected, he yelled like he was delivering good news. "Old Gao, when did your school hide such a genius? A newcomer has reached 48 in the Southern Heaven Red Emperor Gate." The principal on the other end was completely stunned, and when he came to senses, he sounded even more excited than Principal Wang. "What? Are you serious? The blind student? It must be him. Absolutely him. Wait for me. I'll send someone over immediately." After hanging up, the principal quickly called Lin Feng's mentor, Qiu Guaner, urging her to rush to the virtual realm to protect Lin Feng. This was no joke. What if his precious gem got ambushed by jealous people? Qiu Guaner, upon receiving the news, was also anxious and rushed to the scene. When she saw that Lin Feng hadn't come out yet, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, inside the gate, Lin Feng was on a killing spree. After taking down the 8-star scarecrow, the 5-star and 6-star monsters he encountered afterward felt like paper to him, all falling with a single strike. The progress bar outside was jumping wildly, as if it had gone haywire. 53, 57, 62. Soon, he noticed that the higher he went, the more absurdly high the temperature became. If he hadn't gotten fire immunity at the start, he would have probably been roasted to a crisp by now. 68, 72, 76, 79. When he had just killed 4 monsters in a row, the progress bar finally stopped at 83, and outside the gate, everyone fell into complete silence. Everyone was dumbfounded, their brains crashing as they stared at that number with their mouths agape. The onlookers from the other gates also gathered around, forming layers of people, completely silent. A few seconds later, it was time for the national treasure. What the hell? Amazing. Unfortunately, the person himself was uneducated. and all he could say was what the hell was enough. 83. Family, we are witnessing history today. He wouldn't really clear the level, would he? The first solo clear in Blue Star. Everyone was so excited that their faces turned red. This was no longer just a student-s achievement. It was the glory of the entire Dragon Nation. Just then, inside the gate, Lin Feng finally reached the 80 reward node. A grand voice echoed again. S-level reward. Choose one of 3. Blade of Fire. Complete damage reflection. Hyper-frequency, near-death healing. When Lin Feng saw the first option, his eyes went wide. Who understands family? Flowing blade like fire. The Zanpakuto of Yamamoto from Bleach. The strongest in the fire element. After its Bankai, the temperature is comparable to the core of the sun. Is there even a choice? The other 2 are also S rank, but compared to this one, they're simply far behind. Moreover, the system has kindly marked it as exclusive. It's clearly a cheat for him. System, you really love me too much. Lin Feng silently complained in his heart and unhesitatingly chose. I choose flowing blade like fire. Ding. He felt the knife in his hand suddenly become heavy. A myth-level weapon was in his grasp. Looking at the long list of unlocked Shurkai and Bankai entries, Lin Feng was so excited that his hands were shaking. He took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the hilt, his Chinibu spirit burning fiercely, and shouted out the classic line with all his strength. All phenomena are but ashes. Flowing blade like fire. Then, nothing happened. The scene he imagined of flames engulfing the mountains didn't even produce a spark. Lin Feng stood there in a daze, lost in thought. Could it be? I need to use the Sakura language? Meanwhile, outside the door, watching the progress bar that hadn't moved for a long time, the crowd that had just been boiling with excitement began to stir again. What's going on? Why is it stuck at 83? No way. Could have reached its limit? Sigh. It seems it's still not working. Just as I was about to give up and plan to let it be, suddenly, let me tell you, things took a turn for the ridiculous. The towering structure before me began to rumble and collapse, distorting as I felt myself being pulled into a 4D movie, instantly transported into a phantom of ancient history. I became a bystander, watching a man in a red robe. His back to me, radiating an incredible aura. He spoke in a deep voice. I am Zhurong, the Flame Emperor, and I shall protect my people. I understood at that moment. Oh, so it's about the rise of Zhurong. Then I watched in awe, as if on 8 times speed, as Zhurong bestowed the fire seed upon his tribe. At first, everyone had fire, no longer ate raw meat, and were no longer afraid of wild beasts. Life was thriving, and they treated Zhurong like a deity. But who understood that when life is too good for too long, people can easily become arrogant? After who knows how many generations, these descendants, relying on their ability to play with fire, started setting fires everywhere, burning mountains, and slaughtering other beings, becoming unbearably arrogant. What happened next? If you don't court disaster, you won't die. They began backstabbing each other, their territories shrinking while their desires grew larger. In the end, a reckless youth set his sights on a so-called forbidden zone of demons, telling his father, the tribe leader, Dad, those demons are just brainless fools. A single fire can burn them all. To my surprise, his father actually agreed. Watching from the side, I thought to myself, this father must be a bit brain-dead. Sure enough, once the fire was set, they poked a massive hornet's nest. A tremendous roar erupted from deep within the forbidden zone, and a colossal dragon made entirely of flames charged out. Its size was comparable to several buildings combined, and with a single breath of fire, it turned those little fire-starting geniuses to ash, targeting them with precision. But that wasn't the end. The fire dragon went berserk, intent on exterminating all living beings. The remaining people were terrified, kneeling on the ground, desperately banging their heads and begging Zhurong for mercy. Their leader, the one who had agreed to set the fire, committed suicide on the spot. Just then, Zhurong, in his true form, finally sighed and appeared. He wanted to negotiate with the fire dragon, saying, "Brother, you've already killed those who committed murder. Can you spare the rest?" Guess what the fire dragon said? It actually laughed, its flames burning even brighter, and said, "You and I are merely slightly stronger awakened beings. Today, I will unleash a natural disaster." I was stunned to hear this. A deity is just a powerful awakened one. Does that mean I have a chance to? Just as I was in shock, the illusion shattered with a snap. The next second, I found myself teleported to the center of the battlefield, directly taking Zhurong's place. Behind me, the tribal villagers looked at me with eyes full of fervor, as if I were their only father. What kind of joke is this, brother? I'm just a newbie from starting village that hasn't fully developed, and I'm supposed to solo this 10-star ultimate boss called Flame Galakron? I glanced at the stats. Wow. Strength 2000, speed 2000, infinite stamina. How am I supposed to fight this? This is practically a hell-level start. But there was no choice with a bunch of old, weak women and children looking at me eagerly from behind. I couldn't let my belief in cosplaying as Tunghu collapse. For the sake of justice in my heart, I drew my sword and charged. It unleashed a devastating dragon breath attack, and I directly used Gravity Blade. Rebound, sending its own attack back at it. With a bang, it was hit by its own flames. The villagers behind me immediately went wild, shouting crazily, "Great Divine Envoy, you're awesome." But this dragon had tough skin and thick flesh. It didn't lose any health at all. It got angry, and a giant fiery dragon claw came crashing down, blocking out the sun. I countered with a Gravity Blade. Fierce Tiger and the twisted gravitational field directly shredded its entire arm. Goodness, it was completely furious now. And the other claw came down on me recklessly. My defense ring shattered into pieces on the spot, and I was sent flying like a cannonball. If I hadn't been wearing dragon scale armor and had a B-level fire immunity, that slap would have sent me straight to meat marks. I stood up with a knife, spat out a mouthful of blood, and checked the data. Its attributes had also dropped a bit. But my stamina was almost depleted as well, and if this continued, I would definitely be the first to fall. Moreover, I couldn't protect the people behind me at all if it just circled around me. One swipe would wipe out the village. I turned back and took a glance at those women holding their children, the men standing by, each face filled with worry and hope. At that moment, I truly felt like I had returned to that era. Sigh. I turned around and looked at the resurrected, formidable, giant dragon with a severed arm and made up my mind. It seems that there is no way for me to retreat now. From this moment on, I will not take a step back. I raised my sword towards the sky and slashed twice. A huge purple halo stacked layer upon layer, shooting straight into the clouds. At that moment, I heard a ding in my head, and my performance level skyrocketed to 55. My strength, speed, and stamina surged instantly. The fire dragon looked dumbfounded, probably thinking, this human can't defeat me. Is he starting to show off his skills? Is he going for an abstract painting of the sky? It laughed and charged at me, intending to take me down in one go. I looked at it, the corners of my mouth slightly rising, and quietly asked, "Dragon, do you know how dinosaurs went extinct?" It was taken aback, clearly unfamiliar with that species. In the moment it was distracted, I unleashed a fierce strike. Actually, it was just a regular gravity slash. It fell for it, exerting all its strength to leap aside, avoiding the deadly blow. Now's the time. Just as it jumped into the air, its old strength spent, and new strength not yet born, I activated my Gravity Blade fully. With 55 of the heavy fruit's ability, it instantly transformed into a terrifying gravity field, smashing it down from midair to the ground. With a loud bang, the earth cracked, and it was firmly pinned in a deep pit, unable to move even a finger. It was over. I sheathed my sword, turned, and walked away, too lazy to even take another glance at it. It was still there, roaring in rage. What if he trapped me? The next second, the entire world began to shake violently. In the sky, a massive fiery red star was plummeting at a speed visible to the naked eye. That's right. The two strikes I made towards the sky were not aimed at the air. I was pulling a meteor down from outer space. The villagers were dumbfounded, looking up at the meteor comparable to the sun, their brains completely shutting down. Then they saw the fire dragon pinned to the ground and my back as I turned to leave, and they instantly understood. It was divine punishment. The divine messenger summoned the heavenly wrath. Everyone was so excited they wept, kneeling down before me on the spot. I don't have time for them. I released gravity, stepped on a stone, and hurriedly ran away. I don't want to be hit by the delivery. I summoned myself. As soon as gravity disappeared, the fire dragon, which was about to get up, was already too late. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, and the entire world was instantly engulfed in white light. The shockwave from the explosion plowed through the ground. When the light faded, all that remained was a bottomless giant pit, and the once mighty fire dragon was left with not even a trace of ashes. Didn't it want a natural disaster? I delivered it one, and here's a 5-star review, dear. I exhausted all my stamina and stumbled in front of the villagers. Divine Messenger. They excitedly surrounded me. Your eyes are for us. Divine Messenger, since you are unable to move freely, why not let the young ladies of our village serve you? Yeah, let me do it. Goodness, these ancestors are way too enthusiastic. As a lifelong single, I've never seen such a scene. I blushed and quickly waved my hands to refuse. Just then, that ancient voice finally rang out. By passing the test, you can take one reward. 1. B-level talent. Flame immunity. 2. 500 points of strength. 3. S-level talent. Flowing blade like fire. Family. It's Yamamoto's Zanpakuto. Is there even a choice? Without hesitation, I said, I choose flowing blade like fire. As soon as I made my choice, I was teleported out. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, the progress bar on the southern Red Emperor's gate, under everyone's incredulous gaze, jumped directly from 87 to 100. The entire place fell silent for 3 seconds, then it exploded. What the heck? I'm not cultured, but I can't help but shout. 100. Solo clear. This is going to produce a god-level awakener. Are we finally going to have our own god-level in Dragon Country? Everyone, regardless of gender or age, was flushed with excitement, staring crazily at the gate. The President Chiu Guiner of our Magic City University and the President Wang Lin of the capital city both looked like their eyes were about to pop out. Wang Lin excitedly grabbed President Chiu's arm. This student, let him come to our capital city. Name your price. President Chiu's cheeks flushed red, and without thinking, she blurted out, No way. He is mine. As soon as the words left her mouth, she was stunned herself, and her face instantly turned red to the roots of her neck. However, no one noticed her. All eyes were fixed on the entrance. Only a few students from the capital city, especially Jiangji, who had mocked me earlier, and that girl, now looked pale, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Meanwhile, their President Wang's eyes were only on me, this genius, with no regard for how they performed. I tell you, he immediately pulled out his phone, his fingers trembling like he had Parkinson's, and started contacting people directly. The person on the other end was some kind of deity, and Principal Wang was extremely respectful, calling him Mr. Long and teacher with every other sentence. I was surprised to hear it. This old man was on the verge of being buried, and he could still be called a teacher? Goodness, how strong must his background be? On the other end, in a secret base somewhere in Long Country, a big shot dressed in a Zhongshan suit was answering the phone. He was surrounded by a circle of tough military men, all of them like statues, not daring to breathe loudly. Let me tell you, any one of these guys could rank among the top 100 fierce individuals in Long Country. And yet, in front of this Master Long, they were as obedient as elementary school students. At first, Master Long was quite calm, furrowing his brow and responding with hum and ah. But after just a few sentences, his eyes suddenly widened, and he half stood up from his chair, saying, Are you serious? I'll send someone immediately. The tough guys next to him were stunned. These were men who wouldn't change color even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of them. What did they just hear? Someone at the scene slammed the table. Master Long, is it the rebels causing trouble again? Master Long shot them a look, and that guy immediately sat down. He waved his hand and called over someone named Chao Cheng. The two whispered a few words, and then Chao Cheng, with a serious expression, saluted and turned aboard a helicopter, which then took off with a whir. The scene shifted back to my side. Teacher Chiogener also sensed something was off and quietly asked Principal Wang, Who are you calling? Is there anything more important than Lin Feng right now? Principal Wang raised his chin, indicating for her to look around. Teacher Chiu scanned the crowd and thought, wow. There were several sneaky figures hiding in the crowd, flickering in and out, playing hide and seek. She instantly understood. I had just completed a 100 dungeon. Now I was just a fragile character with an exhausted blue bar. Not to mention fighting, even walking was a struggle. In this day and age, people would kill and smuggle for a B-level technique. My reward for clearing this dungeon would surely make these desperate rogues' eyes turn green with envy. Principal Wang's phone call was essentially calling for reinforcements. Just then, the main door buzzed and lit up, and I, Lin Feng, made a dazzling entrance. I stepped out, and my perception of color instantly expanded. Wow, what a scene. The crowd was packed, like walking the red carpet with a top celebrity. Countless gazes suddenly focused on me. Some filled with envy, some with admiration, and many girls were looking at me with such intensity that it made me feel uneasy. But I didn't dare to close off my perception. I knew that right now, I was like Tang Seng's meat, surrounded by monsters wanting to eat me. Sure enough, someone in the crowd had already started to swoon. Wow, so handsome? Is it even possible to live? Ladies, even though he can't see, I can. What's his number? The junior can't do it, but the senior can. Teacher Chiu probably couldn't take it anymore, and, a bit annoyed, said to Principal Wang, This place isn't suitable for a long stay. Let's move on. Just as they were about to leave, a deep voice suddenly echoed in their minds. Wait. I am Chao Cheng. Don't move. Let those rats jump out on their own. Principal Wang and Teacher Chiu immediately understood. Reinforcements had arrived, and they were going to play a trick to lure the snakes out of their holes. If they went over to get me directly, those hidden guys would definitely launch a sneak attack. With so many people around, it would be hard to defend against it. This tactic was all about precisely locating the enemy. I was too lazy to wait any longer. Leaning on my little stick, I just walked forward with a tap, tap, tap. At this moment, the group hidden in the dark couldn't hold back anymore. Is there a blind person among us? Let's take action. A little 8-star ghost. Let's go together. Grab the stuff and run. Go. At the command, a strong killing intent instantly locked onto me. I sneered inwardly. So you're ready to make a move, huh? But there were too many people. It was a bit difficult to pinpoint. It seems I can only use that trick. Just as I was thinking, a guy had already leaped out from the crowd, shouting loudly, "Die." His fist turned as hard as steel, heading straight for my face. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. He was too slow. He looked at the blind cane in my hand as it transformed into a slender knife and charged at me, wearing a disdainful expression. You think this broken knife can block my steel fist? The next second, his disdain turned into terror. My knife swooshed through the air without stopping, slicing right through the middle of his steel fist and splitting his entire arm in half. That guy screamed as he fell to the ground, pointing at me, struggling to speak. How could you possibly have the strength of a martial artist? Everyone around was dumbfounded. In the distance, Chao Chang was also shocked. He had been ready to rush out to save me the moment I got hurt, but instead, I had taken down the opponent in one swift move. Was that look of exhaustion just an act? I'm telling you, I'm really running out of energy. But dealing with you bunch of small fries is enough. If you don't come out, then I'll find you. I smiled slightly at the crowd. The leader in the shadows is still sneering, thinking, with so many people, how can you find me? What do you have to find me? What should I use to find it? Does anyone in the family understand? It's so exhausting to pull everyone out one by one. Conqueror's hockey. My gaze sharpened. Buzz. An invisible shockwave exploded around me, instantly sweeping across a radius of 1,000 meters. Apart from the teachers I knew, it was an indiscriminate attack, covering the entire area. In the next second, the scene was incredible. It was like dropping dumplings, plop, plop, plop. The people around me fell down in waves like dominoes, all frothing at the mouth and rolling their eyes. The whole world was instantly quiet. Principal Wang and Chao Cheng were stunned, feeling like their brains had been shaken. When they came to their senses and looked around, they saw that apart from us, only 4 guys were still standing, one of whom had a mask tucked into his waist and was currently looking at me with a horrified expression, as if he had seen a ghost. Well, this is good. No need to search anymore. The target has exposed himself. Hee, I told you, you can't escape. The 4 of them broke out in a cold sweat and turned to run. Too late. Gravity knife, gravity domain. Bang. The 4 of them were like being crushed by an invisible mountain, instantly kneeling down. Even moving a finger was a struggle. I walked up to a person holding a knife. The guy turned pale with fear. What? What are you going to do? It's illegal to massacre awakened ones. Is it? I replied. When I wanted to kill, why didn't you say it was illegal? The blade flashed, and his head fell to the ground. At the same time, Chao Cheng also moved, swiftly and cleanly taking care of the other 3 in just a few moves. Lin Feng, Teacher Chiu, quickly ran over. Just as she reached me, my vision went dark. Damn, I had exhausted the last bit of my strength and collapsed into her arms. Good job. Chao Cheng came over, looking excited. No wonder Master Long said he would risk everything to bring you back. Principal Wang hurriedly said, quick, take him back to Magic City. I'll handle the aftermath here. Just as Teacher Chiu was supporting me and preparing to leave, an unexpected change occurred. The southern Red Emperor gate that I just passed suddenly rumbled loudly, and the entire gate began to deform. The bronze gate disappeared, replaced by a huge stone slab that looked like white marble, and then, with a swish, it turned blood red. Immediately after, a magnificent voice echoed throughout the area. The southern Red Emperor checkpoint has been cleared. The leaderboard will open in 10 days. This leaderboard is for the Southern Red Emperor weapon rankings. Those who rank at the top will receive the Red Emperor inheritance. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Weapon rankings? Red Emperor inheritance? Principal Wang's eyes widened. So, in 10 days, it will be announced here whose weapon is the strongest, and then the inheritance will be given to him? What? If a foreigner gets it, won't our Dragon Nation's inheritance be handed over to them? Chao Cheng's face also darkened. He knew that the Kusanagi sword from Sakura country was a legendary artifact known overseas. This was a huge problem. The opportunity one fought so hard for might end up going to outsiders. But there was no point in thinking about that now. Teacher Chiu picked me up and directly entered the teleportation portal back to the Demon City. When I woke up again, let me tell you, it was quite thrilling. I found myself lying on a soft and fragrant pink princess bed. Where am I? I used my senses to look around. Goodness, in the bathroom next door, I could hear the sound of water, and a figure was walking out barefoot. Don't look. I quickly withdrew my perception, and my face turned red. Although I couldn't see, this perception was even more stimulating than seeing it with my own eyes. I have to say, her figure is really good. I touched the pink quilt on me and thought to myself, I didn't expect our icy beauty, Teacher Chio, to actually have the heart of a pink little princess. With a creak, the door opened, and Chio Wanner came in wrapped in a bathrobe. When she saw that I was awake, she was quite surprised. You're awake. So soon? I quickly lowered my voice and pretended to seem weak. I feel much better. Of course, how can I not feel good? If I felt any worse, I might start bleeding from my nose. With her outfit now, showing her beautiful shoulders and legs. It was just too much. Seeing that I was fine, she also breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, saying, "Don't be so polite, just call me directly next time." When she smiled, it was so charming that I almost lost my composure again. After chatting for a bit, I realized it had only been one night, so I quickly got up to leave. Teacher Chio walked me to the door, and as soon as I stepped outside, I heard two students discussing from a distance. Wow, he really came out of Teacher Chio's room. See, I told you I saw Teacher Chio bringing someone back last night. Look at how weak he looks. It must have been a fierce battle. Damn, this is so exciting. Why isn't it me? At that time, I saw an old man on the subway looking at his phone. What were these people thinking? What I didn't know was that the forums in the Magic City had already exploded because of me. Posts like 2 Lin Fengs, twins, newborn Lin Feng, punching Lin Feng, 100 clear Lin Feng, which triplet is the real one. Teacher Chio spent the night with a mysterious man. There's proof. We're flying all over the place. The entire forum was in an uproar, with everyone convinced that the three of us couldn't possibly be the same person, given the outrageous difference in our achievements. Even a big shot in school named Wei Yun personally got involved to analyze it, concluding that it was definitely not the same person. Just when everyone was arguing passionately, a post suddenly shot to the top. Newborn Lin Feng of Long Nation dare to fight me, what? Wow, a foreign exchange student just issued a challenge. And the bet was 10 million dragon coins. This completely ignited the forum. Damn, 10 million just to fight a match? Lin Feng, let me bear all this for you. But this was just the beginning. Right after that, newborn Li Ji from the capital challenges Lin Feng from the Magic City. Bet of 10 million. Lu Zi from Jiangnan University challenges Lin Feng from the Magic City. Bet of 5 million. Exchange student Johnson from Hangzhou challenges Lin Feng from the Magic City. Bet of 13 million. Let me tell you, in that moment, dozens of challenge letters floated around the entire forum like snowflakes, all aimed at challenging me, with stakes getting higher and higher, as if they had made me their annual KPI. Goodness, these people really think they could take advantage of me. Each one pointing fingers and making grand claims, saying things like the tall trees catch the wind and playing it safe is the way to go. It makes me want to laugh. A bunch of old scholars trying to lecture me? Some even assert that I definitely wouldn't dare to accept their challenges, claiming I'm just a decorative figure built with money. Who understands my family? I had just returned to my dorm and taken a shower when my old classmate Wang Feng's messages bombarded me like a relentless call, all filled with exclamation marks, saying, "Bro, you need to check the forum, the sky has fallen. Those little cherry blossoms are making a scene. It's too outrageous." I thought to myself, how big of a deal could it be? But when I opened it, wow, the whole screen was filled with my name. If someone didn't know better, they might think I had taken over the entire forum server. Besides all these challenge letters, there was also a rich lady named Yenshan Jishue who sent me a message, asking if I had time to help her find something in the wild, and the reward was negotiable. I have to tell you, I was really broke at that time. My gear was as shabby as rags, and all the leftover money had to be spent on medicine. It was like someone sending a pillow when I was already sleepy. I immediately replied to her, as long as the money is enough, everything is negotiable. Once I secured the rich lady, I officially started looking at the forum. As I looked at those challenges, I fell into deep thought. These people clearly wanted to roast me over a fire. If I used my own account to tackle them one by one, wouldn't that just play into their hands and expose all my cards? No way, absolutely not. I had to come up with a plan that could bring all their money to me without me personally taking the blame. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in my head. Got it. I directly contacted my versatile hacker buddy, sending a message. "Buddy, I need urgent help. Give me 2 small accounts from the forums of the prestigious schools in the Magic City. The sooner the better." Let me tell you, this dog is really efficient. In no time, 2 brand new accounts have been sent over. Fish, are you ready to take the bait? I first registered one of the new accounts with the name Lin Feng. Then, I logged onto the forum, found a post challenging me, and directly left a message. "I'm a new student who just enrolled. If you want to challenge me, don't line up one by one. All of you. Come at me together. I tell you, Once this message is sent out, the entire forum will explode. Everyone will go crazy. The talented students from other schools are cursing at me, saying I'm so arrogant it's off the charts. And what about the students from our prestigious school in Shanghai? Just a second ago, they were cursing me for taking their money, and the next second, they all turned against me, shouting Brother Feng is awesome. Let's take him down. The anti-Lin Feng alliance has almost turned into my support club. The change in atmosphere is as fast as a tornado. Seeing that the mood was just right, I directly posted a new thread with a title as arrogant as possible. Lin Feng from Shanghai, challenging all freshmen from every school in Longhua. Cowards, don't come. The content was even harsher. I set the challenge for next month during the unified reshuffle test for all schools, with the location being the City of Death, competing to see who can kill the most monsters and obtain the highest level of demon cores. The most critical part is that everyone must pay a deposit of 10 million. I even specifically added a line. Foreign friends want to participate? Sure. The deposit is 20 million. This completely infuriated those exchange students. They were cursing in a way that was just unbearable. They think I'm simply crazy for money. This is just the beginning. I calmly logged out of this account and then logged into my second account. This account is specifically for me to play the role of the mysterious master who can strike with a force of 7,700 pounds. I posted again, this time making it a bit smaller, punching power 7,700, number 1 in Magic City. Betting 500, 000. Let's compare swordsmanship. If you're not convinced, bring your leaderboard screenshot. The rules are simple. We'll see who can chop deeper into something called black square stone with a weapon. This stone is ridiculously hard and will eat your weapon. If you don't pull the knife out quickly, it will just clamp down on it, and you can forget about getting it back. This time, we're pulling in some serious talent. Soon, people started uploading videos. A guy from our school, named Wulong Dao, went first, wielding a perfect level weapon. He shouted loudly, his veins popping out, and with a grunt, he chopped in 25 centimeters, almost not being able to pull the knife out. It was quite thrilling. Everyone was praising him. When suddenly a guy in a Japanese samurai outfit jumped out, named Miyamoto Rokuzu. For those who know, this guy had his king persona welded onto him, holding a knife that was obviously better than perfect level, shouting in clumsy Chinese. Let you see what true swordsmanship is. With one chop, sparks flew, and he went straight in 40 centimeters. After finishing, he rested the knife on his shoulder, provocatively saying, "The number 1 swordsmanship in the Dragon Kingdom is nothing like this." This completely blew up the forum. Everyone was furious, frantically tagging me, urging me to go out and teach this little cherry blossom a lesson. All right, since you're all so enthusiastic, I won't hold back. I directly started a live stream with this account that has 7,700 power. As soon as the screen came up, a flood of people rushed in, and the barrage of comments was so overwhelming that I could barely see the screen. At first, the camera only showed a table covered with a cloth, and they thought I was up to something. When I slowly appeared in front of the camera holding a wooden stick, the entire live stream room went silent for a split second, then went completely crazy. What the heck? Lin Feng, are these two people the same? I'm blown away. The new student who has 7,700 power is the same person who launched the map cannon. Lin Feng? Wow, this kid is playing all of us by himself. The barrage was completely out of control, and everyone was stunned. Although they couldn't believe it. The truth was right in front of them. However, even so, they still didn't think I could win, because although 7,700 power was strong, the weapon advantage of Miyamoto Musashi was too great. I looked at the rolling comments, smiled, and said to the camera, "Everyone, I'll start now." All right, let me add that for foreign participants, the stakes are doubled. Sure enough, that Miyamoto Mizaka immediately exploded in the comments. Why? You're raising the stakes at the last minute. I imitated the tone of my other account and disdainfully replied, "My namesake senior has set such rules, so I naturally can't fall behind. If you're scared, that's fine. No pressure. The provocation method is always effective." Sure enough, the kid took the bait and typed in a fit of anger, "Let's do it. 10 million. If you lose, you have to pay me 20 million. Watching him fall into the trap made me feel delighted. He thought his broken knife was a guaranteed win. But little did he know, this seemingly ordinary wooden stick in my hand was a formidable weapon. I stopped wasting words, took a deep breath, and struck a sword-drawing pose. The flash of the blade changed my aura in an instant. Just then, I saw a particularly eye-catching comment floating in the barrage. The sword-drawing posture is very steady. Which department student is this? Wow. Even our school's swordsmanship department's teacher Yu Feng came to watch the excitement. When teacher Yu heard this, the people around him started chattering, saying that Lin Feng was from the enhancement department, and he definitely couldn't handle a sword. Teacher Yu himself pondered, It was probably just casual practice to match his own abilities. But let me tell you, that guy Wu Longdao jumped out directly, like a conspicuous package, shouting loudly, "Teacher Yu, he is not just practicing casually. His swordsmanship is definitely on par with mine." Wow. As soon as this was said, the whole place exploded. Who is Wu Longdao? He is one of the top 10 fierce newcomers in our swordsmanship department, famously proud and arrogant. For him to admit he is not as good as someone from the enhancement department? Folks, who understands? This is even more shocking than Lin Feng bragging about himself. Now, even Teacher Yu Feng couldn't sit still. His expression changed instantly, and he fixed his gaze on Lin Feng. He knew very well the personality of someone like Wu Longdao. To make him back down, you had to completely crush him in the area he was most proud of. Meanwhile, the exchange student from Sakura country, Miyamoto Rokazu, was still typing away, trying to set the rhythm, saying something like, "This kind of opponent is worth defeating." The calculation beads were about to burst in my face. He just wanted to step on Lin Feng to make a name for himself and also gain some sponsorship money. Just then, Lin Feng made his move. He suddenly pulled off the black cloth on the table. Damn, my eyes almost popped out. What was on the table wasn't just one black brick, but two, neatly arranged, one on each side for each person. Everyone was completely stunned. The comments even paused for half a second. What the heck? What is he trying to do? Cut two pieces at the same time? Don't joke around. Cutting one piece is already a life or death struggle. He is just biting off more than he can chew. That Miyamoto Musashi even started cursing. With that broken knife of yours? You still want to cut two pieces? If I don't break it right here, that would be considered sturdy. I thought to myself. Now this is going to be a good show. But the next second, an even more explosive scene unfolded. Lin Feng swiftly drew a katana from behind his back with a whoosh. What good guy? Is this a dual-wielding technique? He has one in his left hand and one in his right, standing straight in front of two black bricks. At this point, not to mention the students. Even Teacher Yu Feng couldn't handle it. To exert force with both hands simultaneously while ensuring that the power, angle, and speed are completely consistent, this is simply not something a human can accomplish. But Lin Feng, feeling that the scene wasn't exciting enough, smiled slightly at the camera, looking arrogant. Everyone, watch closely. Dual hands cutting at 45 centimeters. I'm only doing this once. That 500,000 will be your tuition. Crazy. This guy is definitely insane. The live chat exploded instantly. So showy. So full of himself. Dual hands at 45 centimeters? Why not say you can step to the moon? I've already picked out the dolls. Just waiting for you to send me the money. Miyamoto Rokuzu was even more anxious, typing with exclamation marks. Haha, Dragon Kingdom people just brag. If you can do 45 with both hands, I'll sell my knife and give you an extra 10 million. Just when everyone thought he was going to fail, Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes wide. Let me tell you, the aura instantly changed, veins bulging all over, a terrifying pressure that even silenced me through the screen. Teacher Yu Feng stood up in shock. That killing intent was absolutely something only someone who had slaughtered hundreds of monsters could possess. But how could a freshman do that? Then, I heard Lin Feng roar, armament hockey, black blade, hardening, with a swish. Those two ordinary swords, connected to his hands, instantly turned as black as ink, like they were forged from obsidian. The texture felt even harder than the black bricks. What the heck? What kind of ability is this? Isn't he a reinforcement type? How can he reinforce his weapons too? So terrifying. I have a feeling that if I took this hit head-on, I would be gone. In front of the screen, Miyamoto Rokuzu's arrogance had long vanished, his atoms apple-bobbing as he swallowed hard, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. The next second, Lin Feng made his move. The two black blades tore through the air with a mournful scream, striking down. As a result, with a crack, the table couldn't hold up and broke instantly. The two black bricks fell straight to the ground. It's over, it's going to fail. Just when my heart was in my throat, Lin Feng knelt on one knee, his whole body like a tiger descending the mountain, looking incredibly cool. He chased after the falling bricks and fiercely cut into them with both blades. The feeling was as smooth as a hot knife cutting through butter. As the blades penetrated, everyone stared at the depth. 5 centimeters, 26 centimeters, still going in. Both sides were almost perfectly synchronized, and the naked eye couldn't detect any difference. Until finally, with a swish, Lin Feng withdrew his blades and stood. On the two black stones, there were two deep cut marks. Not one bit more, perfectly intact at 45 centimeters. This operation was simply amazing. The knife he bought online in his right hand shattered into pieces after completing its mission. But the one in his left hand was perfectly fine, still gleaming coldly. The entire live chat was first dead silent. 3 seconds later, it completely exploded. What the heck? What kind of explosive power and control is this? Dual hands at 45 centimeters. I suspect that if he used one knife, he could directly hit 50 centimeters. 50 centimeters? Isn't that the standard for warriors? He just enrolled. Everyone went crazy. This was no longer a genius. This was a monster. At that moment, Miyamoto Rokuzu's face turned as white as a sheet, but he was still being stubborn. Starting to cheat. Cheating. You must be cheating. Why didn't your other knife break? Your black stones must be fake. I'm really fed up. So you can't afford to play this little life, and you just want to hold on, right? But just as he finished speaking, something strange happened. The unbroken knife in Lin Feng's hand suddenly started to hum and vibrate by itself. It wasn't just him at that moment. All perfect grade and above weapons in the world began to tremble. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what was happening. Soon after, a national announcement came out, stating that a solo dungeon called the Southern Red Emperor had experienced some anomalies affecting high-level weapons, which was considered a normal phenomenon, so everyone shouldn't panic. I think this so-called normal phenomenon is anything but normal. However, at this moment, Miyamoto Rokuzu's face was completely devoid of color. Doesn't this vibration indicate that the knife in Lin Feng's hand, which hasn't been broken, is at least a perfect level divine weapon? Now everyone has reacted, one by one willingly accepting their losses and obediently paying up. On the other hand, Miyamoto Rokuzu's face turned pale, not knowing what to do when suddenly the phone rang. He picked it up and started cursing in a stream of expletives. Guess what the other side said? A deep male voice stunned him. Miyamoto Rokuzu, you don't need to come back to Sakura country. Oh, by the way, I've already transferred the money for you, and now you have been stripped of your nationality. Miyamoto Rokuzu was dumbfounded on the spot, stammering to ask why. The other side sneered. The person you provoked is a student of the Southern Crimson Emperor who has cleared the level. Now Longwa holds the core intelligence, and all countries need to curry favor. If you want to blame someone, blame your own blindness. Beep, beep, beep. Once the call ended, Miyamoto Rokuzu slumped in his chair. Folks, this is what it means to kick against a steel plate. No, this is like directly stepping on an anti-tank mine. On Lin Feng's side, as soon as the livestream ended, his phone notifications went off like crazy. First, there was a quick transfer of 20 million from the Japanese consulate, followed by over 100 notifications of 500,000 coming in like snowflakes. In the end, he calculated, wow, 39 million in total. Just a bit short of a small target. Just as he finished receiving the money and was preparing to find the principal on the other side, the phone in the principal's office was nearly blown up. It was all the other college principals calling in to complain. Olgao, that Lin Feng of yours is treating our top students like chives. A public criticism must be issued. But our principal was protective and leisurely replied, oh, young people, a bit of competition leads to progress. With the demons so rampant now, we need students with this kind of wolf-like nature. The other side was left speechless for a long time, finally losing it, raising their voice by 8 octaves. Wolf-like nature, my foot. Olgao, let me tell you, your student is audacious. He is now organizing the top 100 from all the academies in Magic City to go to the City of Death for some competition. Is that a place students can go to? Once this was said, even our principal fell silent, his mouth slightly open, eyes wide in shock. He was probably thinking, I'll let you stir the waters a bit, not to blow up the whole fish pond. So guess what happened? This old principal not only didn't T scold him, but it seemed like he had been enlightened, his eyes brightening. He slammed his thigh and shouted into the phone, what do you mean stop? Not only are we not stopping, but our academy will also raise the stakes. The location remains the same, still going to that abandoned city, but we'll determine the competition content, add some more exciting elements, and increase the rewards to make them really go all out. I tell you, as soon as those words came out, the person on the other end of the phone was stunned, shouting, Lao Gao, are you crazy? Even Xiao Guaner and that Gao Cheng next to him were dumbfounded, their jaws almost dropping to the ground. What's going on? Not only are they not punishing him, but they are also actively helping him set the stage to perform. The two exchanged glances, probably both thinking, could Lin Feng be the illegitimate child of the headmaster? But the headmaster didn't care at all. His main focus was on reverse thinking, confidently saying, what are you afraid of? The monsters on the outskirts of the abandoned city are just a bunch of rotten fish and stinky shrimp. If you can't handle this, what kind of awakened one are you? You might as well pack up and go to the factory to twist screws. Wow, with those words, the guy on the other end of the phone seemed to be ignited as well, gritting his teeth and saying, all right, let's do it. These monsters have been hovering around us every day, like flies. It's so annoying. This is a perfect opportunity to hit them hard. After hanging up, the headmaster felt refreshed. However, just as he was feeling pleased, there was a knock on the office door. A familiar voice came through. "Is it convenient for me to come in?" Xiao Guaner was startled. "Lin Feng? What is he doing at the headmaster's office in the middle of the night?" The headmaster remained very calm, saying in a deep voice, "Come in." As soon as the door opened, Lin Feng walked in as if he were in his own backyard, holding his knife, and directly sat down opposite the headmaster. His aura was stable and impressive. The headmaster looked at him, feeling very satisfied. Yes, this is the person I have my eye on, unmovable like a mountain, and striking like thunder. He cleared his throat and started to offer benefits. Your 500 points for this month, along with S-level cultivation resources, have all been approved. 1 million level pill each month, plus a complete set of perfect level equipment. Lin Feng was taken aback. A complete set of perfect level equipment? He instinctively glanced at Xiao Guaner beside him and instantly understood. It must have been the beautiful mentor who helped him apply for it. Hey, who wouldn't love getting something for free? Just then, the uncle named Chao Chang spoke up, his voice deep and resonant. Lin Feng, on behalf of the Dragon Nation Martial Artists Association, I officially invite you to join our martial arts academy. As soon as Chao Ching approached, Lin Feng's subordinates instinctively tightened their grip on their knives, their reaction speed as fast as lightning. Chao Ching couldn't help but think, this kid must be someone who fights demons in the wild every day. It was worth coming. However, Lin Feng ignored him entirely and directly looked at the principal, asking the real reason for his visit today. Principal, I want to know the current situation regarding the Great Gate of the Southern Red Emperor. Upon hearing this, the principal's brows furrowed, and he said, that gate is quite mysterious. According to Old Wang, it seems they have created some sort of divine weapon ranking, claiming it will pass down the legacy of the Flame Emperor. Whoever has the strongest weapon will receive the inheritance. Divine weapon ranking? Flame Emperor's legacy? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The knife in his hand was a mythical level weapon. He wondered if there was a second mythical level weapon in the world. It seemed he hadn't heard of one. Then this inheritance, could it be, directly earmarked for me? Seeing him silent, the principal thought he was disappointed and kindly tried to comfort him. Don't be discouraged. The higher-ups will do their best to find some high-level weapons to compete. Your contributions in clearing the levels are the greatest, and you will definitely receive a reward. What does the principal know? He was looking at Lin Feng with a face full of sympathy, thinking he had worked hard to clear the levels, only to have the benefits snatched away by others. He had no idea that the biggest cheat was sitting right across from him. Lin Feng certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal his trump card. He just shook his head and humbly said, I didn't receive any rewards. Just a surge of spiritual energy that raised me to 8 stars. But Chao Chang was still not giving up and leaned in to ask, how about it? Have you considered joining our warrior academy? Lin Feng shook his head. No need, I want to rely on my own strength to get in. After he said that, Chao Chang didn't push any further and handed him a purple card, saying he was always welcome. When Xiao Guaner and the others saw that card, their eyes nearly popped out. It was a warrior purple card. This thing was a symbol of status for the higher-ups of the warrior academy, guaranteeing the highest treatment wherever one went. It seemed the higher-ups really valued Lin Feng. Lin Feng accepted the card, nodded, and left. Once he was gone, the people in the office looked at his back, feeling a sense of admiration. Steady and powerful, he is truly the hope that can carry the future of Dragon Country. On the other side, Lin Feng returned to his dormitory and, with nothing to do, opened the Magic City Forum. Goodness, as soon as he opened it, information exploded everywhere, with discussions flooding in about the movement of weapons. One post analyzed it thoroughly, titled Global Weapon Anomalies. Is it due to the completion of the solo dungeon? The analysis was even clearer than what he, as a first-hand experiencer, understood. But he keenly caught 2 words, global. He quickly bypassed the firewall to check the external network. And wow, it was truly lively. The media worldwide was in an uproar, with various conspiracy theories flying around. Dragon Country first to clear a low-star dungeon. What secrets are they hiding? Terrifying experiments. Global weapon anomalies. What inhumane weapons is Dragon Country developing? The funniest part was that the official statement from the beautiful country came out, and it was quite blunt. We hope Dragon Country does not hoard. Good things should be shared. After all, we are a community of shared destiny. You have an old saying, forsake small righteousness for greater righteousness. It makes me want to laugh just hearing it. If these words came out of your mouths, they'd probably be kept more tightly than anyone else's. Then a bunch of countries follow suit, shouting about how we need to unite as human brothers, that the beast tide is coming and we all need to stand together. Sounding better than a song. Our netizens in Longwa don't tolerate these people. They directly rush to the foreign internet to vent. Their fighting power is off the charts. They can't clear the game themselves, but they want to mooch off others? No way, no way. There can't really be a country that doesn't even have a single-player portal, right? This statement directly broke the defenses of those in the beautiful country because they really don't have one. They are so angry that all they can do is spam shit. Fuck. Their vocabulary is so poor. Compared to our side's rich cultural references and variety, it's simply at a kindergarten level. After watching for a while, I felt anxious for them. Just when the whole world was in an uproar, our Longwa officials finally spoke up. The statement was written so artistically. Dear, friendly nations, we have indeed obtained some good things. However, if you want to share, you need to show some sincerity. The spots are limited, and the highest bidder wins. We speak based on strength. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh when he saw this message. Amazing. This operation is truly brilliant. It plays on an information gap. After all, this inheritance was originally open to the world, and now not only do we hold the initiative in our hands, but we can also turn around and harvest a wave of leaks from the entire world. Once the news broke, those countries still shouting online were instantly dumbfounded. Why? This is the property of all humanity. Yes, don't engage in infighting. Some small countries even followed the beautiful country waving flags and shouting to establish some anti-Longwa association. And what happened? On the surface, they cursed fiercely, but behind the scenes, our Longwa senior officials' dedicated phone lines were almost blown up. Chief, the beautiful country called, saying they're willing to offer a spiritual mine for intelligence. Tell them, 2 mines, 1 less and it's off the table. The chief in the Zhongshan suit didn't even look up. Chief, the coffee country also wrote in, willing to exchange a 80 billion oil field. That's acceptable. Goodness, this isn't selling intelligence. This is simply holding a global auction. Those operators were stifling their laughs, probably thinking, if these fools knew that this ranking was originally meant for everyone, their expressions would be amazing. After a few days of this, the Divine Artifact ranking finally officially launched in a global live broadcast format. In an instant, the heat in the live room skyrocketed, causing the servers to explode. With hundreds of millions of people online simultaneously, and the bullet comments were like a waterfall. On the screen was a huge crimson gate, with 4 large characters written on it. Southern Red Emperor. The bullet comments immediately erupted into battle, with all sorts of participants, highlighting a cyber battle crickets. Baka. Our Yamato nation's Kusanagi sword will definitely be first. Aishiba. The Red Emperor is our ancestor from the Bangzi country. The inheritance must be ours. Shiva above. Our coffee country's divine artifact is the strongest. Just then, the first line of text appeared on the ranking. 100th place. Coffee country. Perfect level weapon. Serpent head staff. Reward. Dragon water town tiger Dan. Wow. The bullet comments exploded in an instant. Starting with a tens of millions level elixir. This reward is too outrageous. Next, legendary weapons continued to appear on the list, dazzling the viewers. Finally, it reached the 30th place. 30th place. Longwa. Unmatched level weapon. Fisher Waterblade. Reward. A level martial arts technique. Wow. Unmatched level. It finally arrived. Again, it's from our Longwa. Awesome. The ranking kept climbing, with more and more Longwa weapons, making domestic viewers exhilarated and foreign viewers' blood pressure soar. 21st place. Longwa. Unmatched level. Golden Silk Dragon Scale Blade. Reward. B-level sword technique. The bullet comments went crazy. By now, doesn't our Longwa occupy over 30 spots in the top 100? Too strong. I wonder if there will be any legendary level weapons appearing? Soon. The top 10 were about to be announced. Everyone held their breath. 10th place. Coffee Country. Unmatched level. Shiva Staff. Reward. A-level martial arts. 7th place. Sakura Country. Unmatched level. Kusanagi Sword. Reward. A-level cultivation method. The people of Sakura Country exploded. Nanny, how could the Kusanagi Sword only be 7th? This is our supreme divine artifact. Our online friends directly hit back. Stop calling. Your broken sword can only be top-notch at best. If you like it, watch it. If not, roll out. Finally, the top 3 have arrived. 3rd place. Dragon Country. Legendary level. Xianyuan Sword. Reward. S-Class Martial Arts. Boom. The entire live broadcast room fell silent for 3 seconds. Then it completely exploded. Legendary level. The first legendary weapon has appeared. On the screen, a golden ancient sword emerged, and a golden dragon roared out from it, soaring into the sky. The power of it made people's scalps tingle. Wow. Xianyuan Sword. It really is the Xianyuan sword. S-class martial arts. My god. The people from beautiful country were stunned. What the heck? Why does Dragon Country have such a terrifying weapon? Before they could recover, second place was announced. Second place, Dragon Country. Legendary level. Purple gold red gourd. Reward. Weapon grade upgraded to legendary top grade. Again, it's Dragon Country. Again, a legendary level. Now the whole world was stunned. The top three, Dragon Country directly took two. On the screen, that gourd flashed, as if it could swallow an entire ocean. The people from Cherry Blossom Country had red eyes, still stubbornly saying, Baka. The last one must definitely be from our Yamato nation. Now, all eyes focused on the stone tablet. Billions of people around the world were waiting for the final name. First place, Dragon Country. Mythical level, Zanpakuto. As soon as the words fell, a dull gray wooden stick floated in the air. Then a voice rang out. All things in nature reduced to ashes. Flowing blade like fire. The whole world fell silent. In a live broadcast room, for a long time, not a single comment appeared. After several seconds, the screen was filled with question marks. Mythical level. Is this it? A burning stick? I'm cracking up. What can this thing do? Crack walnuts? Four audiences finally found their outlet after holding their breath for so long. Crazy mocking. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Dragon Country's first place is just a broken wooden stick. They probably couldn't even stand to look at the leaderboard. Not even the rewards were given. Indeed, the rewards were delayed in appearing. Just as Four and Friend were laughing the loudest, the next second, a golden light burst forth. A line of big characters appeared in the center of the screen. Reward. Ancient 10 Great Artifacts. Kongtong Seal. I tell you, those people who were laughing just a second ago now have expressions on their faces that are stiffer than a 10-level beauty filter, with their mouths open wide enough to fit an egg. The entire live broadcast room fell into silence again. Then, there was a tidal wave of celebration from the Dragon Kingdom audience. Wow, wow, Kongtong Seal, the ancient 10 divine artifacts. Who was laughing just now? Come out and take a couple of steps. This overwhelming wealth has finally come to us. Ha ha ha. Far across the ocean, a certain friend spat out a mouthful of old blood directly onto the screen. At this moment, in Lin Feng's room, a flash of light appeared, and an ancient copper mirror, inscribed with various mysterious symbols, gently landed in his hands. He picked it up and looked at it, his mouth slightly agape. Goodness, isn't this the Kongtong Seal from the Legends of Earth in the Last Life? The one that grants immortality and can secure the world for its possessor? It is said that anyone who goes looking for this thing never comes back alive. I looked down and took a glance, wondering what secrets were hidden inside. How strange. I focused my mind and took a peek inside, and sure enough, there was a painting, but it was not of the 5 direction heavenly emperors. It was just one man, dressed in red, looking particularly strong and resolute. I was completely dumbfounded at that moment. What's going on? Buying instant noodles? Collecting cards, right? If I collect 5 images of the heavenly emperor, I can summon the dragon and achieve immortality, something that Qin Shi Huang spent his whole life searching for. And I just stumbled upon it like this. It's simply too exhilarating. Who cares? This opportunity is right in front of me. If I don't give it a try, am I even human? I directly threw up a piece of data, and guess what? The attribute panel popped up immediately. Kongtong Seal, Flame, Level, one of the 10 ancient divine artifacts. Ability. It allows my spirit platform to temporarily possess the stellar energy of the Flame Emperor. I tell you, I was so excited that I almost jumped up. Who among my family understands this? ISNT this just like giving me a limited time cheat? To put simply, it allows me to experience the account of the great Lord Yin Emperor for a short time. It directly raises my core energy to max level. With this, I don't need to play it safe and develop slowly. In the future, if anyone is unconvinced, I can just go up and fight. Anyway, I have the experience card from the great Lord Yin Emperor to back me up, so I'm all about being reckless. I am happily putting away my treasures here. While the online world has long been turned upside down because of that burning sticks illusion, among everyone, the most explosive reaction comes from that Xiaoming Lin. She just sat there dumbfounded in front of her computer, and let me tell you, the lipstick was so scared it left a Ferrari red mark on her face. Why? Because she recognized my burning stick. It's the same one that appeared in the illusion before. Ever since I took down that 6-star demon after starting school, this girl has been secretly observing me. Goodness, she watches me in class and out of class. She probably dreams about me too. Right now, one thought is running through her mind. This Lin Feng is too deep in hiding, carrying a divine artifact and pretending to be low-key every day? No way. I have to find a way to see what that knife in his hand is all about. Just then my phone dinged, and Teacher Chio Guiner sent a message. All students gather in the classroom in 10 minutes. I shook my head and hurried towards the teaching building. How to get there? Of course, I would fly over by stepping on the stones. There was no other way. To play the role of Tung Hu, I had to pursue this authenticity. When I arrived, wow, the huge lecture hall was packed with people, just like a fan meeting. Just then, the door opened and a poor guy rushed in, panting and shouted, "Report." The man at the podium, with an aura of 2 meters 8, didn't even turn around and coldly asked, "What's your name? Which department?" The guy stammered and reported his name, Chen Yong. And guess what happened next? The man said directly, "Go, run 20 laps around Magic City University. If I find out you missed 1 lap, you won't need to come back again." I'll tell you, that guy was stunned on the spot. 20 laps? Do you know how big the university in a Magic City is? Teacher Chio was there adding fuel to the fire. This is the leader of the Plane Hunter group. Do as he says. Once the people below heard this, they instantly understood, and one by one they looked at Chun Yong with glee. A new official takes office with 3 fires, and this first unlucky guy has already been roasted. Just when everyone was enjoying the show and didn't team mind the trouble. Patter, patter, another set of footsteps came. That's right, it was me. I leaned on my little stick and slowly walked into the classroom, saying sorry. I had something to deal with, I'm a bit late. I tell you, the eyes of the whole class instantly lit up. It was like they had seen meat after hundreds of hungry wolves. Each of them was probably popping champagne in their hearts. Ha ha, finally, it's your turn. Let's see how you handle this. Chun Yong ran 20 laps, and you, blind guy, should be punished with 100 laps, right? And what happened? The class leader on the podium, named Zhang Wei, nearly dropped his jaw. He recognized me. I was the mysterious big shot who took down the 6-star demon ape in the City of Death with 1 strike. His brain crashed on the spot. The CPU was overheating. He held back for a long time, looking at the eager eyes of the whole class, and finally cleared his throat, deliberately putting on a stern face, and said, why don't you go back to your seat? The whole place fell silent. Family, who understands? What happened to the 20 laps? What happened to being fair and just? This double standard is too obvious. Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, Zhang Wei quickly added, "Ahem, I like polite students." I almost laughed out loud at that moment. Politeness? That reason is too abstract. It's simply like me. I just like polite people. Once I sat down, Teacher Chio started talking about serious matters. It turned out that there was going to be a national college league, and our school was going to participate. If we came in first, not only would we have a martial arts expert personally guiding us, but there would also be a prize of 50 million. As soon as the people below heard this, they instantly got fired up. 50 million. Martial arts guidance. One by one, they were like they had been injected with adrenaline, shouting to sign up. Then Teacher Chio smiled and announced the competition location, the abandoned capital. The entire room fell silent in an instant. Just a second ago, people were rushing to sign up, and the next second they were saying goodbye. Sorry, I won't go. Are you kidding? Is that place a beginner's village? That's a level 18 hell dungeon. In the end, only about a dozen people volunteered to sign up. After class, a clueless rich second generation wanted to ask Zai Minglan out for dinner, but was immediately sent away by a ruthless 3-step rejection of not necessary. Maybe next time. Then, the next second, this girl walked straight up to me in front of the whole class and cheerfully asked, "Do you have time to help me train?" At that moment, I felt hundreds of piercing gazes directed at me. I thought to myself, who are you, lady? Why are you coming at me with such intensity right away? But to maintain my persona, I nodded. She immediately responded, "Then let's do it now," and pulled me towards the training room. Once we arrived, she directly shouted to the boss, "Boss, open a double room." I was so stunned. This girl is really fierce. The gym owner looked at me with envy and jealousy, even secretly gave me a thumbs up, as if to say, "Good job. You know how to play?" As soon as we entered the room, she wanted to make an excuse to help me get a knife, but of course, I didn't let her. Then she suggested we spar, using a provoking tone. Using weapons in the ring? You wouldn't want to bully a girl, would you? Well, since you said that, I'll let it go. As soon as we started, I lightly pushed her away with a backhand. Note that it was lightly. But then she fell to the ground and started acting like a drama queen, clutching her arm and saying her hand was broken, and that it hurt so much that I should go buy her some medicine. As soon as I left, she immediately jumped up from the ground and picked up my knife to examine it closely. Of course, all of this was clearly seen under my observation hockey. When I returned with the ointment, she quickly lay back down to pretend to be dead. I didn't expose her. Instead, I walked over, squatted down, squeezed a large amount of ointment, and applied it to her fair arm. She tried to dodge, but I held her down. "Don't move, you're injured." "Why are you fidgeting?" "I told you, I carefully applied the ointment from her wrist to her shoulder, using up an entire box without wasting a bit. Her face turned as red as a cooked shrimp, wanting to hide but too afraid to do so, fearing she would be exposed. After I finished applying it, I contentedly picked up the knife and left, keeping my achievements hidden. I have to say, the texture was really nice, smooth. As soon as I returned to the dorm, my buddy Lin Feng sent me a congratulatory message. Damn, Lin Feng, you're awesome. You've even hooked up with the campus beauty in Magic City. He even attached a few candid photos. In the pictures, Xiao Menglin was at the entrance of the martial arts school. Her face flushed as she looked at my departing back, looking just like a woman scorned. I replied to him with a simple curse word. I couldn't be bothered with this gossip. I needed to quickly spend money to improve my strength. I took out that martial artist purple card, verified it on the Dragon Nation trading website, and wow, the entire interface changed. Welcome martial artist Chao Chung to DragonNet. All products are 20 off for me. As soon as I looked inside, my eyes went wide. Various top-tier spiritual fruits like Thunderfruit, bone-breaking soul-calming fruit, and they cost tens of millions each. I went all in and spent 50 million to buy a purple frost divine lotus, then spent another 30 million on a perfect level defensive bracelet, and used the rest of the money to buy high-level spirit ores. Just half an hour after I completed the payment, ding dong, the doorbell rang and my package arrived. The efficiency was incredible. I opened the packaging, and a rich, aromatic fragrance instantly hit me. This thing is called the Purple Frost Divine Lotus. A whole purple lotus flower with frost. Let me tell you, just smelling it made me feel all my fatigue vanish. I felt completely refreshed. Lin Feng was also extremely excited. This was a precious item he bought to boost his spirit and speed. Now he was missing nothing and focused on precision. Without hesitation, he took a big bite, and his cheeks puffed up. The next second, his eyes lit up. Wow, just from that bite. It felt like the star energy inside him was boiling. All his meridians instantly opened up, and the energy flowed smoothly. But that wasn't all. He then pulled out a whole box of spirit stones, colorful and resembling a box of gems. He activated his power, and I watched as that entire box of spirit stones transformed into light, instantly drilling into his body like spaghetti. Immediately, a new star point formed. 9-star level. He did it. He quickly opened his attribute panel, and I leaned over to take a look. Wow. The numbers for speed and stamina skyrocketed, as if he had taken a rocket. Speed shot up to 1290, and stamina exceeded 1,000 at 1090. Both attributes were in the 4-digit range. Lin Feng was astonished. After that bite, not only did his attributes soar, but his level also increased. He couldn't help but exclaim, "It's great to have money." No kidding, spending on this little goal. How could it not be good? He put on the ring he just bought, feeling the explosive power within him. A 9-star warrior, folks. This was basically a legendary existence outside. He casually punched a water bottle on a distant table. Whoosh, bang. The bottle exploded. His power was incredible. The next day, just as dawn broke, we arrived at the so-called abandoned capital. This place was set for the Dragon Kingdom selection competition. The scene was already crowded with students from various academies. This time, they even set up a live broadcast, but only on the Awakener website, as fighting and killing were too bloody and could easily get reported. As soon as the live stream started, a host named Zhou Tsong came out and began reminiscing about the glorious past, droning on endlessly. Let me tell you, the bullet comments exploded. Get lost. Who wants to hear your stand-up comedy? Hurry up and start. Don't waste time. The scene was so intense that the host was almost overwhelmed and quickly cleared his throat to get to the point. The rules were simple. 20 academies would enter to hunt monsters, and in the end, the winner would be determined by who had the most monster cores and the highest level. They even mentioned safety guarantees, saying that there were hunter teams outside to block high-level monsters. Just listen to it. I didn't believe it anyway. The camera shifted to give close-ups of the various academies. The bullet comments started discussing again. Who will be first this time? Definitely the Demon City, with an S-level big shot leading the team. It's hard to say. The Imperial Academy had 5A levels, and if they really met, they could fight. At this point, the competition had already begun. Lin Feng's team of 5 included Imon, an S-level talent, along with Xiao Menglin, Wulong Dao, and a few others from different disciplines. Mo Lun immediately wanted to be the captain, saying, "Everyone, follow me, and I guarantee we'll come in first." However, Lin Feng simply replied, "No need. I'm used to being alone." One of the support types nearby became dissatisfied and said, "Your strength isn't enough. It's better to stick with Emolin, right?" Who would have thought that Emolin, the S-level talent, actually shook his head and said, "I know his strength. He is stronger than me. If he wants to go alone, let him." When these words came out, everyone else was stunned. What? Stronger than S-level? Is that true? Lin Feng thanked him and turned to leave. Suddenly, Xiao Menglin called out, "I'll go with you." She casually made up a reason. "It's dangerous for a blind person in the abandoned capital. My ability is just right for exploring the surroundings." But I knew she was just curious and wanted to see what secrets Lin Feng was hiding. The other two guys were almost wide-eyed in disbelief. Folks who understands. Having a goddess protect you closely, isn't that just a surefire way to be a little white face? They were so envious they were about to drool, but unfortunately, Lin Feng and Xiao Menglin had already walked far away. The two walked through the abandoned steel jungle, and Xiao Menglin kept asking, "Lin Feng, can you find the monsters?" She was puzzled. How could a blind person find monsters in a place like this? Lin Feng completely ignored her, using his staff to tap the ground as he walked forward. Just as they passed through a passage between two high-rise buildings, Lin Feng suddenly stopped. He said calmly, "They're coming." Xiao Menglin looked confused. "What is coming?" She looked up and scanned around. There was nothing. The next second, boom, a loud explosion. The ground around them blew up. Giant pincers the size of armored vehicles emerged from the ground. 1, 2, 3, a total of 6. 6 gigantic scorpion-tailed snakes surrounded the two of them. The scorpion's tail even had snake heads, hissing and flicking their tongues, looking creepy. 6 of them, all 5-star monsters. Xiao Menglin exclaimed in shock. She and T even realized they had been ambushed. The livestream camera instantly switched over. The principals of other schools immediately began to point fingers. "That must be your Demon City student, right? Why are they acting separately? Today, students are too arrogant, thinking they can solo just because they have some strength. Now look what happened. Hurry and send rescue." But our Demon City principal merely frowned slightly and calmly said, "No problem. They won't need rescue for this level." On screen, Xiao Menglin was already panicking, turning her back to Lin Feng and saying, "I'll handle the ones behind. Can you deal with the ones in front?" Guess what Lin Feng did? He actually took a step forward and politely asked the monsters, "Excuse me, may I pass through here?" Let me tell you, at that moment, Xiao Menglin's expression was like her phone had frozen. I bet she had already cursed 1,000 times in her heart. "Sister, this is a monster. It can't understand human language." The principals in the live broadcast room were also stunned. This student is all about politeness, right? Xiao Menglin was almost going crazy. Stop being polite with them. Hurry up and take action. But the monster wouldn't wait for them. With a roar, 6 scorpion-tailed snakes lunged at them simultaneously. The snake heads behind them shot out like springs, aiming straight for the two's faces. Xiao Menglin made her move. Whoosh! 3 flying knives appeared out of thin air, glinting coldly, and with a puff, one snake head was severed. But that was all she could do. She could only control 3 knives at most, and it was simply not enough. The other principals saw this and felt that these two were doomed. Even if they could escape, they would still suffer greatly. Just then, Lin Feng made his move. He still walked forward leisurely, softly saying, "Slightly, give me a path." As soon as he finished speaking, with a whoosh, a straight blade suddenly emerged from the wooden staff in his hand. 4 snake heads were already lunging at him, their faces even showing a human-like, cruel smile. Xiao Menglin shouted from behind to be careful. She wanted to control the flying knives to save him, but there was no time. In the next second, Lin Feng gently turned his wrist. Swish! A magnificent blade light carved a perfect arc in the air. Fast, graceful, and deadly. Puff, 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 puff. 4 snakeheads flew up simultaneously. Their arrogant expressions were still frozen. The remaining scorpion beasts instantly went berserk, charging at him like crazy. But they had no chance at all. Lin Feng's figure vanished in an instant. That speed surpassed the limits of a martial artist, fast enough to leave only an afterimage. I didn't even blink as I watched him weave through the 6 monsters in a circle. Then, he returned to his original spot, slowly sheathing his sword, and softly said, "Sorry." As soon as the words left his mouth, a mist of blood sprayed from the 6 giant beasts behind him, and then they thudded to the ground one after another, all dead. The entire process took less than a second. Lin Feng walked over calmly, pulled out 6 5-star demon cores from the corpses, and then said to the completely petrified Xiao Menglin, "Let's go." Xiao Menglin's lips trembled as she looked at the pile of corpses, unable to believe as she asked, "Did you kill all of this?" The evidence was right in front of her, leaving no room for doubt. This ambush, which she found extremely troublesome, was just a fleeting moment in his hands. Meanwhile, in a live broadcast room, the group of principals had their jaws dropped to the floor. Their eyes were wide open like copper bells, exclaiming one wow after another. "Wow! Lao Gao, when did your school produce such a genius? Damn, you were hiding deep enough." This strength, definitely at the warrior level. The principal of our university was so pleased that his eyebrows were almost flying up to the sky, while he humbly said, "Let's encourage each other. Let's encourage each other." Ha! Just as they were bragging and joking around, an incident occurred at the border of the abandoned capital. Two members of the Hunter Brigade assigned to keep watch were still slacking off and chatting. One of them had just made a joke when the other pointed behind him, so scared that he couldn't even speak. When he turned around, he saw a 3-meter-tall figure in a black robe slowly approaching them. This thing had no face, only two pale, withered arms exposed, emanating a terrifying aura that made them unable to even think about running away. "Run! Run fast!" One of them shouted, only to find that his heels felt as heavy as lead, and he couldn't move. Hee! The monster let out a terrifying laugh. In the next second, a massive rock crashed down from above them. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, after dealing with the snake-scorpion beasts, was heading toward the border with Xiao Minglin. He could already sense an extremely dangerous aura ahead, one that was only slightly weaker than that of the dragon he had encountered before called Galakrin. Moreover, he sensed that the presence of other students was rapidly weakening. How could there be such a level of creature outside the abandoned capital? Lin Feng furrowed his brows. He knew there was big trouble ahead, but he still walked forward without hesitation. At this moment, the live stream switched to the border area. Two teams, one from the imperial capital and one from Jiangnan University, consisting of 6 people, had been blocked by that black-robe monster. What? What kind of monster is this? A student named Jiang Ji exclaimed, covering his injured arm, his voice trembling. This group of talented individuals felt like toys being played with in front of the monster. Hey, hey, hey. The black-robed monster waved its hand, and the debris in the sky flew towards them like bullets. The live stream's chat exploded instantly. What the hell? What is this thing? Is this competition going too far? Something's not right. That female student is about to collapse. Everyone then noticed that a female student had already fallen in a corner, her breath faint, and the monster's attacks were all aimed at vital points. This was not a competition at all. Suddenly, the monster let out a chilling laugh. I've had enough fun. A student with beast-like arms attempted a sneak attack from behind it, but the monster didn't even look at him and simply pointed into the air. Bang! With a loud sound, the student was instantly blown into a mist of blood. Dead silence. Millions of viewers in the live stream, all the principals, and all the spectators were dumbfounded. What the hell? An accident happened. People are dead. Run. This is not something students can handle. The principals from various universities were also completely panicked. Principal Wang from the imperial capital grabbed the phone and roared, "What are you doing? How did you let this thing in?" He realized that the guards responsible for the border were probably in big trouble. Someone must be sabotaging this. Several principals spoke in unison. They all understood that this competition had turned into a killing ground targeting all the talented students. This drove the old men in the monitoring room crazy. I tell you, their faces turned pale. They were anxious and pacing around, saying that this monster was at least super stellar, and the students were doomed. They had to send real warriors to deal with it. But the closest warrior, named Chao Chung, was still stuck on the way. Distant water couldn't quench a nearby fire. Just as these principals were about to pull their hair out, the monster on the screen gave us a big surprise. It actually uprooted an entire abandoned high-rise building. Yes, you heard it right. An entire building, and held it suspended in midair. The scene was incredible. If you didn't know better, you would think you had stumbled onto the set of special effects blockbuster. As that eerie laughter echoed, the talented students from the imperial capital were instantly knocked down, their legs turning to jelly, their faces written with 2 words. It's over. When the principal saw this, their hearts sank. If that building fell, not to mention the students, even superstellar powerhouses would be seriously injured. It's over. This time it really could lead to total annihilation. The black-robed monster cackled and waved its arm downwards, and that building came crashing down like a giant meteor. Just when everyone thought it was all over, a particularly calm voice suddenly rang out. It seems that I have not arrived too late. I tell you at that moment, everyone, including those principals, suddenly brightened up. Chao Chung, the savior has arrived. But when the camera turned, I was dumbfounded. The person who came was not that martial artist Chao Chung, but Lin Feng. Just him, holding his broken wooden stick. The principals were stunned, and the students from the capital were also confused. A girl who had seen Lin Feng in the virtual world broke down and cried out, "Why is it you? What use are you here? We're all going to die." Families, who understands? The feeling of despair to the extreme. Seeing a familiar face only to find it's someone you can't rely on is just crushing. That demon didn't even regard Lin Feng, continuing to control the building to crash down. Next to him, Xiao Menglin was anxious, quickly urging Lin Feng, "Hurry up and leave. You can't save them. If you don't leave now, we'll all be done for." Then, listen to what Lin Feng said, his deep voice calm and unhurried, emphasizing composure. "It's not a matter of whether I can save them, but I must go save them. It is my mission." As soon as he finished speaking, with a whoosh, the long knife was drawn. Goodness, this aura directly left me speechless. At that moment, I felt that this guy wasn't crazy. He truly had something. Just as the building was less than a second from the ground, ding. You know, the classic buff is here. Lin Feng's sense of justice soared, his role-playing ability, fruit abilities, and three-color domineering all increased by 20. His entire aura changed instantly. I saw Lin Feng raise his hand, swinging a knife towards the sky, and shouted, "Gravity blade, gravity inversion." The next second, a scene I will never forget appeared. That building, plummeting at high speed and weighing tens of thousands of tons, surprisingly, just came to a complete stop in midair. The speed gradually slowed down, then completely froze. Then it began, slowly, to float up, like a helium balloon, rising higher and higher, getting further away from the ground. The entire place fell silent. Everyone looked as if they'd been hit by a freeze spell, staring up with mouths agape, eyes nearly popping out. Xiao Menglin was stunned. Those students from the capital were stunned, and all the principals in the monitoring room were petrified. This maneuver was simply, no matter how strong you are, I have a gravity field, a clear, physical cheat. Wow. Someone in the broadcast room finally couldn't hold back and cursed. Whose student is this? This must be an S-level ability. Principal Wang from the capital was so excited his face turned red. He had seen Lin Feng in action and was shouting in his heart, "It's him! It's him!" The principal of the university was also shocked, unable to close his mouth. "My goodness, another S-level genius." He quickly shouted, "Where's Chao Cheng? Go provide support. We absolutely can't let Lin Feng get into trouble." But then his subordinate reported back that Chao Cheng was blocked by a bunch of demons outside the safe zone and couldn't get through. Now it was confirmed. This was definitely a premeditated assassination. On the battlefield, that demon with the strange eyes was furious. It was originally a cat-and-mouse game, but the script was changed. It roared in anger, while Lin Feng had already urged those stunned students to evacuate quickly. Then, one man and one demon started fighting. Lin Feng swung his knife back, lifting a boulder, adding the ability of the heavy fruit, and shot it out like a cannonball. The strange-eyed demon blocked it with telekinesis, and with a bang, it exploded. Lin Feng didn't stop, shooting several more boulders in quick succession, leaving the strange-eyed demon flustered. In the distance, those students who had just been rescued, including the girl named Ning from the capital, were already dumbfounded. One second they thought he was a burden, the next second they were starry-eyed. Families, who understands? This girl has strong DNA, was activated. The strange-eyed demon was enraged and directly activated a telekinesis amplification skill, its combat power instantly skyrocketing by 50. Lin Feng saw this and thought, well, it seems he had to take it a bit more seriously, but he couldn't reveal too much strength. So he decided to use the telekinesis abilities he was currently showing to properly take it down. I tell you, if this gets heard by the spectral eye, it will probably come back to life in anger. I've already gone all out, and you're still thinking about how to hold back? Next is close combat. The spectral eye controls countless fragments of stone to smash towards Lin Feng, who dodges while rapidly advancing. After a few minutes, the two finally face each other. Lin Feng slashes at the spectral eye's waist with a knife. The spectral eye also extends its claws, forming a wall with psychic power to try and block him. Victory! The monitoring room erupts in cheers, all thinking that this slash has hit. But the principal's pupils tremble, and he shouts, "No! This demon has no physical form." In the footage, Lin Feng's knife indeed slashed down, and the black robe was cut in two, but inside, it was empty. Good heavens. A classic case of the golden cicada sheds its shell. The demon's true body was hidden in some corner of that huge black robe, confusing the enemy all along. Hey, you're still too naive. The spectral eye lets out a piercing laugh, unleashing its psychic power, ready to crush Lin Feng into a pulp at such close range. However, Lin Feng simply whispers, "You are already dead." The spectral eye is momentarily stunned, then furious, just about to make a move when it hears Lin Feng softly chant, "Gravity blade, 10,000 tons of gravity." In an instant, an unimaginable gravity descends from the sky, precisely locking onto the spectral eye. That massive black-robed body is instantly compressed into a basketball-sized lump of flesh. Its true form, an eyeball, is hidden inside. Lin Feng doesn't even look at it again, slowly sheathing his long knife, and with a soft sound. The ball on the ground is directly crushed into a puddle of mud. Lin Feng bends down, picks up a diamond-shaped crystal from the puddle of mud, pockets it, and then releases the gravity. The debris from the building he had moved aside finally crashes down onto the ground in the distance. The people around can no longer hear any sounds, just staring blankly at everything. The superstar-level demon just got taken down in an instant. In the director's room, those usually highly respected principals are now cursing up a storm, their faces flushed with excitement. Killing a superstar demon at a higher level. This is something only legendary divine tier awakeners can do. Old gal, where did you find such a monster? Name your price. That student should be given to me. The principal sneers, dreaming. This is a gem that could become a divine tier talent in the future. Meanwhile, Lin Feng has walked up to those students from the imperial capital. The girl named Ning shyly steps forward to thank him, saying she hopes Lin Feng won't mind what she did before. Lin Feng is completely confused, thinking, I don't even know you. What did you do to me? Next to her, Xiao Minglin can't take it anymore and walks up to remind him. Let us go. It's still a competition. They are the enemies. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly realizes. Right. He nods, and then, very naturally, extends his hand towards the group of students from the imperial capital, saying, since you are enemies, you all should hand over your things. Wow, what a twist. The group of students from the imperial capital is stunned for a moment. Then they bitterly smile and obediently hand over a bag full of demon cores. With the grace of saving their lives combined with overwhelming strength, they dare not say a word against it. Lin Feng collects the spoils of war and turns to leave. Xiao Minglin follows behind him, looking at his back, filled with questions. How many secrets does this man still hide? The following time turns into Lin Feng's personal hunting show, with his observation hockey activated. No demon within a few miles can escape. Even those hiding underground can be dug out and killed. Eventually, when those demons catch a whiff of his scent, they turn and flee, leaving Xiao Minglin panting behind, exhausted, wondering who the real demon is here. Lin Feng weighs the bulging bag of demon cores, satisfied, and says, it seems this competition should be a sure win. Xiao Minglin leans on her knees, breathing heavily. Phew. Slow down. She looks up at Lin Feng, who seems unfazed, feeling that her perception of genius has been slightly shaken. She quickly catches up a few steps and can't help but ask her lingering question. Do you know that girl from the imperial capital? I tell you, I was right there when Xiaoming Lin asked that question, and my heart nearly jumped to my throat. Goodness, where does this little gossip spark come from? My brother Feng was also startled, and I bet alarms were going off in his head. If this got out and his relatives found out, he'd be in big trouble the next day. No way. He made a quick decision and firmly drew the line. Not familiar, just met once. Oh boy, that was decisive. I looked at Xiaoming Lin's expression, and I heard her let out a soft oh. Her whole aura instantly relaxed, as if she had unloaded a burden, and she didn't even realize it herself. Just after this little episode, the announcement came over the loudspeaker. The competition was over. Everyone was to return to Shanghai for the results announcement. I tell you, the rewards were incredible. The first place winner would get personal guidance from a genuine martial arts master, along with a scholarship of 50 million. Plus, there were titles like Honorary Academy and Honorary Student. To sound exciting, my brother Feng immediately set off. We had previously agreed with Morin and the others to meet at the safe zone to summarize our achievements. In just a few minutes, everyone gathered. And guess what? Morin's team of 3 was all injured, looking like they had just crawled back from the battlefield. Then there was my brother Feng and Zai Minglin, who looked spotless, as if they had just come from a spa. The 2 guys who were with them were dumbfounded, their eyes darting back and forth between my brother Feng and Zai Minglin, with expressions that seemed to ask, Bro, did you 2 go find a little corner for a romantic getaway? They were probably thinking to themselves, being handsome is really great. Morin couldn't stand it anymore, shook his head, and directly asked the key question. How many demon cores did you get? The 3 of us took down a total of 45, with a total star rating of 127. He paused and added, basically I did most of the killing. The 2 of them just contributed a little. After he said that, everyone's eyes instantly focused on my brother Feng. The 2 guys looked skeptical, as if they were thinking, how much achievement can you 2 get while dating? Then my brother Feng slowly took the bag off his waist, waved it in front of them, and casually said, probably a little over 100. Let me tell you, the people on site were wide-eyed, their mouths open enough to fit an egg. Over 100? Damn. Even if you specifically look for 1-star monsters, it's impossible to kill that many, right? Morin has eagle eyes and can find monsters like a radar. And he only managed to kill over 30. You two, one blind man with a goddess. What kind of efficiency is that? One guy shouted, "What the hell? Is this for real? Are all these demon pills yours?" He was about to say something about her, but quickly pulled back his finger pointing at Xiaominglan, coughed awkwardly a couple of times, and then secretly gave my brother Feng a thumbs up. I understood the meaning, a real man, not swayed by the goddess beside him. Grinding monsters the whole time, a true steel straight man. The brothers were reassured. Everyone was competing fairly. Xiaominglan's face darkened, but she couldn't be bothered to explain. My brother Feng didn't understand what they were implying at all, and waved his hand. Let us go. When we arrived at the gathering point, it was a sea of people. Everyone from various academies was there exchanging harsh words, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. The livestream comments were also going crazy, betting on who would come in first this time. Some said the capital was stable, with a level scouting talent, finding monsters like cheating. Others said the Magic City was impressive, with Morin, who had S-level talent, and my brother Feng, this blind swordsman. Then the voting began. West Coast Academy, 64 demon pills. Total star, level 135. The quantity was fine, but the quality was lacking, so they were immediately eliminated. The following schools were all just pecking at each other. Suddenly, Jiangnan University exploded. Total score over 230 points. They went wild instantly, feeling like the 50 million prize was already beckoning them. Just then, the people from the Capital Academy arrived. The focus of the whole venue. The staff scanned them, and everyone was dumbfounded. 23 demon pills, total star level 52. What the heck? 1 second they were the favorites to win, and the next second they were completely out of the game. The whole venue was stunned. Were these 5 A-level big shots just on a picnic? The Jiangnan University crowd was laughing like crazy, thinking the first place was secure, and started mocking us from the Magic City. What are you afraid of? They even brought a blind guy, haha. Finally, it was our turn from the Magic City. Morin went first, dumped the bag, and the machine scanned. 45 demon pills, total level 127. Hiss, everyone gasped. The Jiangnan University people turned pale. Just Morin and his 2 companions almost matched their total score, but they were still comforting themselves. Don't worry, the remaining 2, one blind and one a flower vase. How many points can they get? Then, it was my brother Feng's turn. He walked up slowly, placed a bulging bag on the table. It made a loud thud that startled the staff. My brother Feng was still very modest. Just killed a few, not sure if it's south enough for first place. The next second, the beam scanned across, and the machine's voice echoed throughout. 153 demon pills. Total level 387. The whole venue went down. The staff thought the machine was broken and started banging on it. The Jiangnan University crowd was completely stunned. 387 points. What kind of international joke is this? This one person just wiped them all out. The questioning voices exploded instantly. Cheating. Definitely cheating. Killing 10 in an hour? Are you a monster magnet? This is simply subject 3 going viral in another world. Even the wild monsters lined up to give him kills, right? There must be a problem. A check is necessary. The leader from Jiangnan University, named Jiang Yu, was immediately dissatisfied and rushed up to check the bag. 50 million. How could he be willing to let it go? My brother Feng pressed down on the bag and said, "No need to look, it's all demon pills inside." However, there is indeed one that isn't. As soon as he said this, Jiang Yu and his group became even more excited, sneering and thinking, "Doesn't this mean you've admitted it? Since it's demon pills, it shouldn't be a problem for us to take a look, right?" In response, my brother Feng smiled, his eyes slightly narrowing. "The instruments have already checked it. But since you all want to see so much, why don't we make a bet?" Wow, betting game was on. The bet was on what I had inside. If it's all demon pills, whatever the prize for first place is, you will pay me that amount. Jiang Yu was immediately fired up and agreed. All right, let's bet. If you cheat, I'll pay you that much too. The people from the capital city beside him wanted to advise him, but he waved his hand directly. It's fine. It's just 50 million. That's just my living expenses for 2 years. I can afford it. I was thinking at the time, this guy is really brave. Daring to bet against the protagonist. Are you looking for long life or too much money? All eyes were on me as my brother Feng slowly opened the bag. First, a square crystal appeared, and everyone was guessing what it was. Then, whoosh, a huge pile of demon pills cascaded onto the table like a waterfall, forming a small mountain. 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars. Even 5 and 6 stars were everywhere. The whole place went silent again. Then came the overwhelming gasps of amazement. Damn, they're all demon pills. Did this guy rob the Imperial Capital Academy? Right? With such low scores in the Imperial Capital, he must have cheated. To get that group of prodigies to submit so readily, what kind of strength must he have? In an instant, everyone's gaze on my brother Feng changed from doubt to awe. That Jiangyu looked ashen, completely deflated. 50 million. When he goes back, 1T his father skinned him alive. He gritted his teeth and trembled as he said, I accept the bet. I will transfer the money to you. But what is this crystal? As soon as he finished speaking, a big shot in the live stream commented, that's a superstar level demon crystal. Only superstar level demons possess it. Boom. The venue erupted. Superstar level. He killed a superstar level demon. A student. This is no longer genius. This is a monster. When everyone realized and wanted to find my brother Feng, he had already vanished. Half an hour later, my brother Feng had returned to his room. As soon as his phone rang, ding dong. Your bank card has received 170,000 yuan. Over 100 million. The competition prize, plus the bet, was a small target. Plus the money from that pile of demon pills and that superstar demon crystal. So what did this guy do? He started spending money like crazy. He opened a dragon network, not even blinking. Thunderfruit, 80 million, bought it. Locking turtle, shell, big leaf, fish scale, black gold armor, 50 million, bought it. Goodness. The names of these equipment are longer than my life. Psychic storm bracelet, 80 million. Wait, no, not enough money. Oh, he sold the demon crystal for 100 million, so it's enough combined. He also bought 200 million spirit stones. Over 100 million, and in an instant, he was down to just 5 million left. He even sighed. Really hard to spend. At that moment, I wanted to punch him. Dude, you call this hard to spend? You just made the money printer smoke. The items were delivered by courier from the magical city, arriving in seconds. My brother Feng immediately donned full armor, then sat cross-legged, surrounded by spirit stones, and swallowed that 80 million fruit in one gulp. What is he going to do? Break through to 10 stars. I tell you, this last step is to light up the final star point in the brain, the most dangerous step. A little carelessness, and a person could be ruined. The energy rushes into the body, causing excruciating pain, and the 9 energy points in the body start to rebel frantically. It's like a revolt. But who is Brother Feng? His physique is no longer that of a normal person. With his abnormal body and willpower, he forcibly suppressed those 9 star points, making them obedient and helping him condense the final star in his brain. It's done. 10 stars are complete. He let out a long breath. His whole body soaked in sweat. However, he could feel that the power within him had undergone a tremendous transformation, controlled like an extension of his own limbs. I tell you, he now feels that if he were to use that previous technique, the mountain-shattering force, he probably wouldn't even need to spend time gathering energy. Let me tell you, he now feels that if he uses the previous technique, the mountain-crushing fist, he probably won't even need to charge up. Now, as soon as he thinks about it, wow, any attack automatically comes with an internal explosion debuff. In high-speed combat, this is simply a dimensional strike. He quickly called up the system panel to take a look. Oh my gosh, when he saw it, his eyes almost popped out. Host, Lin Feng, level, 10 stars. Then strength 1520, speed 1253, stamina 1221. All attributes have broken 1,000. And that's not all. His role-playing degree is also skyrocketing. Conqueror's Hockey, Armament Hockey, Observation Hockey. All above 55. The most outrageous thing is that the heavy fruit has shot up to 75. He was still pondering, saying didn't he get 10 free points for upgrading before? If he keeps putting points into it, will the fruit ability exceed 100? Will the system explode on the spot? Can't figure it out, so he decided to ignore it for now. Anyway, he felt sticky all over, covered in expelled impurities, like he had rolled in a mud pit, so he hurried to take a shower. While he was showering, there was already a commotion outside. The higher-ups of the Martial Artist Association, that big shot called Master Long, after hearing Chao Cheng's report, had his mouth almost stretching to his ears. Amazing. To single-handedly kill a super-level demon at such a young age. What kind of test is this? Just give him special approval. Let him become a martial artist right now. Chao Cheng on the other end of the phone was stunned. What the heck? Special approval? This is the first time in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. No matter who you are, you have to take the test and get certified, and now they're opening back doors? As a result, Master Long didn't even give him a chance to refute. It's settled. I'll personally enter his file. Wow. Master Long personally stamping and certifying this. The face given is simply incredible. The efficiency of the Martial Artist Association was astonishingly fast. In less than half an hour, a cool purple martial artist card was ready. Then this matter spread like a virus, instantly sweeping through the entire Magic City Academy. The school forum exploded, with a pinned post titled in blood-red letters, "Legendary figure of Magic City Academy, enrolled for a month, has become a martial artist." Clicking in, It almost revealed the color of Lin Feng's underwear. From his national exam ranking first, to teaching his classmates how to make money, to breaking the freshman record, and finally to this time killing the demon, being promoted as the first licensed martial artist of the Dragon Kingdom. It was written in great detail. The most eye-catching part was that the post ended with a note. It is worth mentioning that this person once spent a night at Teacher Chio's house. The comments section went wild. The boys were wailing, "Oh heaven, how can I be in the same grade as this god? Is this guy here to train us? Are we sure he is human? Isn't he some demon transformed to experience life?" The girls, upon seeing the photos, all swooned. "Sisters, who has his WeChat? Wake up. He is blind, probably doesn't he play that. So what if he is blind? I love blind people too. This is called a broken feeling handsome guy. Don't think about it. I heard he's south very close to Xiaominglan." As soon as this was said, half of the people's hearts shattered. Just as the whole school was going crazy over him, the principal called Chio Wanner, asking her to hurry and bring Lin Feng to the office. Chio Wanner received the order, feeling puzzled. What is so urgent at this late hour? While she was thinking, she walked to Lin Feng's dormitory door and knocked. As soon as the door opened, Lin Feng's voice came from inside. "No need to clean today." He thought it was the dormitory manager, so he opened the door with his upper body bare. When Xiao Guaner looked up, her mind went blank. The defined muscles, the steam from just having taken a shower. She turned bright red as she quickly turned her head away and stammered, "Why you? Put on your clothes." Lin Feng was also taken aback, not expecting it to be her, and hurriedly ran back inside to get dressed. Xiao Guaner stood at the door, her mind filled with the scene from just now. Her heart racing like a drum, her face hot enough to fry an egg. When Lin Feng came out dressed, he saw Xiao Guaner standing there like a frightened little rabbit, her lips pursed, her cheeks flushed, looking incredibly beautiful. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Was this still the aloof teacher he knew? He stepped aside to let her in, and Xiao Guaner softly replied, her voice noticeably softer than usual. Once inside, she followed closely behind Lin Feng, inhaling the fresh scent of his post-shower aroma, her face turning red to the roots of her ears. She mentally scolded herself. What am I thinking? I'm a teacher. I'm here for a home visit. After convincing herself, she oddly felt bolder and unconsciously leaned closer to Lin Feng. Lin Feng sat down on the sofa and said, "Please have a seat, Teacher Chio." However, Xiao Guaner plopped down right next to him, pressing closely against him. Lin Feng was speechless. Didn't she see the large sofa across from them? Why did she have to squeeze next to him? He had to remind her, Teacher Chio, you're sitting too close." Xiao Guaner acted as if she didn't hear him and leaned in even closer, smiling as she said, "Really?" She had never been alone with a man like this before. And once her guard was down, she even felt a bit mischievous, wanting to tease Lin Feng. Lin Feng was at a loss, but thought, fine, as long as she's happy. After a while of playful banter, Lin Feng asked her what she needed. Xiao Guaner finally put away her playful demeanor and took out a purple card from her bag. "The principal is looking for you." "All right. This is your martial artist purple card. You have been specially approved as a martial artist." Lin Feng took it and saw it said, "Martial Artist of Magic City." Lin Feng, along with a unique number. He remained calm. After all, passing the test himself would be a breeze, so saving some time was good. He simply said, "Thank you, Teacher Chio," but for some reason, Xiao Guaner felt a bit disappointed. She suddenly said, "Just call me by my name from now on. Calling me teacher feels too distant." Lin Feng complied. "All right, Xiao Guaner, let's go to the principal's office now." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Guaner's heart raced again, her neck flushed, and she quickly stood up, saying, "Oh, let's go now." When they arrived at the principal's office, the principal's eyes lit up upon seeing Lin Feng, as if he had spotted a rare treasure. "Quick, sit down. What level are you at now? You must be at 9 stars by now, right?" Lin Feng shook his head and said nonchalantly, "No, I'm at 10 stars now." 10 stars. The principal and Xiao Guaner jumped up from their chairs, their eyes wide. 10 stars meant that the star points within him had connected and formed a star, representing a qualitative leap. It could be said that he was half a step out of the realm of humanity. The principal sighed, "When I was your age, I had just reached 8 stars. You kid." After the moment of astonishment, the principal's expression turned serious as he began discussing business. "The demon you encountered last time, the investigation team we sent to look into it has gone missing." He informed Lin Feng that the team, composed of 9-star experts, had last been seen at a place called Arkham Asylum Ruins. Moreover, there had been recent uprisings of demons everywhere, and they were severely short on manpower. "So, I would like to ask you to go to Fan City." The principal pointed at the map, explaining that it was the closest to the abandoned capital and their first line of defense. "Of course, I won't send you without compensation. I will secure a ticket for you for the virtual realm team mode. Virtual realm team ticket? Lin Feng's eyes brightened. This was a great opportunity. He had been troubled about the system, and this was just perfect. Sure, I'll go. He agreed on the spot. Xiao Guaner was anxious and said, let me go with you, but Lin Feng refused without looking back. No need, I'll be fine on my own. Little did he know that what others saw as a dragon's den was like paradise to him. Demons everywhere. That was just experience points and opportunities everywhere. This was not a mission. It was clearly going to farm for loot. He took the card and went straight to the teleportation center. The receptionist was taken aback when she saw he wanted to go to Fan City. Sir, are you sure? That place is very dangerous right now. She casually mentioned that the martial artist purple card allowed free passage, not believing that this handsome young man would have one. Lin Feng slapped the flashy purple card on the counter. The receptionist took the card, initially confused, muttering, all right, sir. Wait, what did you say? She looked down and saw a martial artist of Magic City, Lin Feng. The number was clear. It couldn't be fake. The receptionist was instantly frozen. And then her attitude did a complete 180, her voice trembling. Mr. Lin, you are our martial artist of Magic City. You have the right to 1 free teleportation each month. This way, please. This way, please. Oh my, she actually met a real martial artist, and so young and handsome. In a flash of light, Lin Feng appeared in Fan City. As soon as he stepped out of the teleportation array, he saw a middle-aged man in a suit accompanied by a group of people, as if welcoming a leader. This man was the mayor of Fan City, Lu Jia. The surrounding citizens were all discussing, who is this divine being? The mayor personally came to greet him? At that age, isn't he the son of some big figure who has been demoted? The mayor, Lu Jia, approached with a beaming smile. Mr. Lin, I am Lu Jia, the mayor of Fan City. Your room has already been arranged for you. Everyone around was dumbfounded. Their highest-ranking official was treating a young man like this with such respect. Lin Feng remained indifferent. No need. Mayor Lu, I'm just going to wander around the city. No need for special preparations. Upon hearing this, Lu Jia paused for a moment, and then his mind quickly started processing. Oh, no special preparations means just the usual. What is the usual for a martial artist? It must be delicacies and beautiful women. He immediately put on an understanding expression and laughed heartily. Got it. Feel free to roam. I will definitely prepare your room to the highest standard. Just call me Lu Jia. We are all comrades. Lin Feng had no idea what the term martial artist meant in this world. He thought it was just a pass. But they had already treated him like a VIP needing special services. He waved off the crowd, did a brief investigation of the situation, and returned to the accommodation arranged by Lu Jia. As soon as he opened the door, he was stunned. The room had a giant round red bed and a bunch of furniture he couldn't understand the purpose of. He didn't think much of it and found it quite unique, preparing to lie down for a nap. Just then, a sultry voice came from outside the door. Mr. Lin, I'm here to give you a massage. Lin Feng frowned. Massage? I didn't ask for one. He got up to open the door. Meanwhile, at Mayor Lu's home, his daughter, Lu Yuan, who had briefly met Lin Feng in Magic City, was confronting the butler. I heard a martial artist has come to Magic City? The butler was sweating profusely, repeatedly denying it. This young lady was trouble. If she found out her father had arranged special services for a martial artist, it would be a disaster. But Lu Yuan had already gathered all the information and smiled. Really? I remember it was at some hotel called Seven Nights, right? She sharpened her little tiger teeth, threatening the butler not to follow her, and then turned to leave. The butler was almost crying on the spot. Oh, my dear aunt, if you catch me here, the mayor will definitely skin me alive. Lu Yuan didn't care about that. She just thought her teacher was too incompetent. This martial artist from the Magic City should at least be qualified to teach her, right? She found a room number for Lin Feng, 126. Just as she placed her hand on the doorknob, she realized the door wasn't locked. As she was about to push the door open, she suddenly heard a rustling sound from inside. Driven by curiosity, she pressed her ear against the door and then heard a conversation that made her blush furiously. A woman's voice sweetly said, So, you like this kind of roleplay? Immediately followed by Lin Feng's voice, It's fine, it's just a massage. Who understands family matters? Lu Yuan was instantly petrified, her little face turning bright red all the way to her neck. Even if she was inexperienced, she knew what was happening inside. I tell you, this young lady is still there self-strategizing, muttering impossible, impossible. It must be a misunderstanding, just like how it's portrayed in novels. The next moment, she slammed the door open. Goodness, the scene before her made her brain short-circuit. Lin Feng was sitting by the bed, and in front of him squatted how to put it, a stunning girl with an incredible figure. Lu Yueing exploded on the spot, her face colder than a Siberian cold wave. Can you believe it? She yes, just a petite one. 6 meters tall. Yet her aura suddenly exploded, completely overwhelming the girl to the point where she couldn't even lift her head. The girl was terrified, trembling as she called out, Lady Lu. She must have been thinking, oh no, how could the mayor's daughter be here? I can't afford to be involved in this. In response, Lu Yueing squeezed out 4 words through gritted teeth. You all continue. Then, she slammed the door shut. The sound of the door closing was like a hammer striking the girl's heart. Inside, Lin Feng was still in a daze. Lu Jia? Lu Yueing? What a coincidence. What's going on? He recalled the little girl who had made bold remarks at the school gate a month ago, but now he had become a martial artist. His perspective broadened, and he couldn't be bothered to squabble with a kid. So, he directly said to the girl, you can leave, I didn't call for service. Oh, and there's no need to clean up tomorrow. Straightforward and neat. He hadn't laid a finger on her from start to finish. The girl left, and Lin Feng went straight to sleep. His sleep quality was excellent. The next morning, the mayor invited him to breakfast, and he had to show face. After all, a strong dragon doesn't suppress a local snake. Lin Feng strolled over to the mayor's house. Mayor Lu was exceptionally enthusiastic. Mr. Lin is here. Please sit. Please sit. The more he looked at Lin Feng, the more he liked him, his mind calculating. Wow, a martial artist under 20, so humble and handsome. Isn't this exactly the kind of person my daughter talks about every day? A perfect son-in-law. I must play matchmaker. Just as the father-in-law was increasingly satisfied with the son-in-law, the main character returned. Lu Yueing walked in and saw Lin Feng sitting at their dining table. Her face instantly darkened, like a pot bottom. What are you doing here? Mayor Lu was stunned. Do you know each other? Lu Yueing tossed her head. I don't know him, just seen him once. After saying that, she sat down next to her father, turning her back to Lin Feng. The atmosphere was awkward enough to dig a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes. Mayor Lu hurriedly smoothed things over. Daughter, this is Lin Feng, a martial artist from Magic City. Quickly greet Mr. Lin. However, the young lady huffed and ignored him. She was still muttering in her heart, we're both students from Magic City. Why should I call him Mr.? But she was indeed shocked. How long had it been? And this guy had really become a martial artist? This speed was simply outrageous. Lin Feng remained calm, finishing the last bite of his meal and wiping his mouth. It's fine, I won't argue with the little girl. Who are you calling little? Goodness, this remark hit a nerve. Lu Yueing was instantly furious. She hated it most when others called her small. She subconsciously thought of that stunning girl from last night, then looked down at herself. Her face turned red with anger. Lin Feng looked innocent. I'm mid-age. Aren't you still young? All right, the meal is done. I need to investigate the abandoned city. I'm leaving. After saying that, he stood up and walked out, not dragging his feet at all. Lu Yueing watched his back, stamping her feet in anger. Then she heard her dad continuously praising Lin Feng, saying he was really nice and the first polite martial artist he had met, which only stoked her fire further. Hypocrite. She cursed inwardly, recalling last night's incident. My dad was fooled by him. No way, the border, huh? I'll follow him to see. I must capture your dark secrets and expose your true colors. With this thought, Lu Yueing stealthily followed him. Meanwhile, Lin Feng quickly arrived at the border of Fan City, where there was a long city wall facing the legendary abandoned city. As soon as he got there, he saw 7 or 8 awakened ones sitting on the ground in disarray, all injured and looking miserable. A guy with purple hair saw Lin Feng and shouted excitedly, Brother, you're just in time. Hurry, go report to the mayor. There are 10-star demons attacking the city. We can't hold on. Just as he finished speaking, a loud bang came from afar. Everyone turned to look, and oh my, in the distance on the plain, a giant tiger with flesh wings led a massive horde of demons. Charging towards them like a banquet was starting. The dust it kicked up looked like a sandstorm. The awakened ones turned pale. Someone with sharp eyes screamed in despair. You look. Behind that tiger, there is another one. It's also 10-star. 2. A full 2 10-star demons. This was completely over. Not to mention defending. They couldn't even run away. If they charged into the city, Fan City would become the next abandoned city, and everyone would turn into the demon's buffet. Just as they fell into despair, the purple-haired guy suddenly noticed. Hey, where did that guy go? Everyone was stunned, looking around, but the person was gone. Where did he go? When did he disappear? Did the demons take him? At this moment, someone pointed into the distance, their voice trembling. He walked towards the demons. Everyone turned to look in the direction he was pointing and immediately froze. They saw Lin Feng, alone, holding a white cane, slowly and steadily walking towards the tide of beasts. The crowd was dumbfounded, and they erupted. Is he seeking death? Isn't that just sending himself to the slaughter? What he holding? Could be a white cane. Is he blind? Even if he was blind, couldn't he hear? The ground is shaking. Fool. There's still a glimmer of hope if he runs back to the city for help. Why is he moving forward? They all thought this kid was doomed and turned their heads away in pity, scrambling to climb the city wall and find a place to hide. Meanwhile, Lu Yueying, who had secretly followed, also saw this scene, her face turning pale, her calves trembling in her white socks. Even from such a distance, she could feel the terrifying pressure from the beast tide. How could Lin Feng dare to walk towards it alone? Could it be he really is a martial artist? This thought became so clear in her mind for the first time. At this moment, Lin Feng had already stopped in front of the beast tide. He squinted at the front, quickly calculating in his mind a total of 56 beasts. 210 star leading the charge. But this momentum doesn't seem like they're attacking the city, rather like running for their lives? There was no time to think more. The demons were already close. Lin Feng's expression sharpened. It seemed he had to show some strength. With a swift motion, he pulled out a sharp blade from the end of his cane. The cane blade glinted coldly in the sunlight. The awakened ones hiding on the city wall, peering through the cracks, saw this scene and sighed. This kid is probably scared silly, just standing there motionless. And the giant meat-winged tiger and the unicorn forest python charging at the front, seeing this tiny human dare to block their path, immediately roared in anger, as if mocking his arrogance. However, the next second, just as the demon army was about to engulf him, Lin Feng moved. Gravity blade, fierce tiger. He swung his blade horizontally. A visibly purple distorted force field shot out like a cannonball. The ground was immediately plowed open, creating a deep trench. The 210 star demons instantly sensed the fatal danger and desperately tried to dodge to the side. But it was too late. Buzz! That purple gravitational point suddenly erupted among the demon horde. The surrounding space twisted in an instant, forming a terrifying gravitational vortex. More than a dozen small demons didn't have time to react, and with a howl, they were sucked in, instantly crushed into a flurry of bloody flesh fragments. Boom! With a loud bang, the ground was blasted into a huge pit, and the 20 or so demons were left with not even a hair. Although the meat-winged tiger dodged quickly, one of its wings was still torn apart by the shockwave. This operation directly burned the CPU of Lu Yueying, who was far away. She stood there with her phone in hand, completely stunned. Is this what a warrior is? One person, one sword, facing thousands of troops. All her fantasies about warriors perfectly merged with the figure in front of her at that moment. Lin Feng didn't stop. He swung another knife, the tiger strike out. Another loud bang echoed, and the remaining small fry were cleared out. The meat-winged tiger went completely berserk. Its nest was destroyed, its little brothers were dead, and it roared as it charged at Lin Feng, its claws creating a whirlwind that made the air scream. Lin Feng didn't dodge or evade. The staff knife in his hand instantly wrapped with 2 streams of black energy, transforming into a black blade. He raised his hand to block. Clang! With a loud sound, metal clashed, and the ground beneath him sank several meters. Good heavens! A man and a tiger were directly fighting in place, creating phantoms. The blade light and claw shadows collided wildly, and the surrounding ground was torn into deep ravines, transforming into a storm of blades. The nearby unicorn forest python watched with wide eyes, circling around, not daring to approach. Lu Yueying was completely stunned. Is this still human? The awakened ones on the city wall also felt the violent vibrations and were comforting each other. Shoo! Don't make a sound. Hide well. They want to find us. Little did they know, the outside world had turned upside down. At that moment, Lin Feng smirked. Since you 2-1T make a move, then I'll go first. As soon as he finished speaking, the gravity around him instantly inverted. The 210 star demons were suddenly flung into the air. The unicorn forest python twisted wildly in the air, realizing the situation was bad, and opened its mouth to spew out a large cloud of deadly black mist, instantly enveloping Lin Feng. That poisonous mist could turn to fragments of demon corpses into flying ash upon contact. The forest python revealed a human-like sinister smile. However, a calm voice came from the mist. They say, strike the snake at its 7 inches. I wonder if you still have this weakness after evolving? The python's smile froze instantly. Impossible. No one can survive in my poison. Whoosh! Before it could comprehend, a sharp blade, light, flashed out of the poison mist, precisely slashing at its 7 inches. The massive snake body was split in two with a thud, falling from the air, dead beyond recognition. Lin Feng, holding the knife, emerged unscathed from the poison mist, walking step by step toward the remaining meat-winged tiger. That tiger was scared out of its wits, completely terrified. Is this even a person? Able to go toe-to-toe with me and not fear the deadly poison of that stinky snake. Watching Lin Feng approach with the knife, the once imposing 10-star demon let out a howl and actually lay flat on the ground, its head knocking against the ground like crushing garlic, begging for mercy. Unfortunately, Lin Feng couldn't understand animal language, and no matter whether it was chanting Namo Avalokiteshvara, he raised his hand and struck with a knife. Whoosh! The battle was over. On the entire battlefield, all 56 demons were annihilated. Lin Feng calmly began collecting equipment, gathering 56 demon cores and a unicorn horn. Feeling a bit regretful about the huge tiger skin he couldn't take, he thought about checking the Dragon Network later to buy a space ring or something. While he was pondering, he walked toward the city wall. Inside the city tower, the awakened ones cautiously stuck their heads out when they felt the outside had quieted down. As soon as they came out, they were all dumbfounded. Where are the demons? How did such a massive wave of beasts just vanish? Did they see a ghost? Just when they were puzzled, someone noticed something was off. Hey, wait a minute. Where did that overwhelming wave of demons go? The battlefield was as clean as if a dog had licked it. While they were full of questions, one guy with sharp eyes looked into the distance and was so scared his voice cracked. You guys look? Is that a person? Everyone followed his finger and, sure enough, there was a figure leisurely walking back. As it got closer, everyone's eyes nearly popped out. Lin Feng. It was actually that blind Lin Feng. I tell you, the atmosphere at that time was like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. One timid person directly started to tremble. Wasn't he drowned by those beasts? I saw it with my own eyes. Another chimed in. Could it be a vengeful spirit? I heard that those who die tragically turn into... Shut up. Just then, the young man with purple hair suddenly exclaimed, Holy SHT. The people next to him were startled. Are you crazy? The purple-haired guy pointed at Lin Feng, his hand shaking like he had Parkinson's. Why you? Look at his waist. Is that the horn of a unicorn forest python? As soon as he said this, the entire place fell silent. Who understands this? The impact of the scene is comparable to telling me that the subjects for tomorrow's college entrance exam have suddenly changed to subject 3. All eyes immediately focused on the pocket at Lin Feng's waist, and when they saw that ferocious, iconic giant horn, I heard the sound of jaws dropping one after another. My goodness, did he single-handedly take down that whole nest of demons? What kind of international joke is this? 59 of them, plus 2 10-star bosses. Just him, in less than half an hour. Is this even human? He must be a superclass warrior to accomplish this. As soon as the term warrior came out, the air in the room froze. Then the string in their minds suddenly connected. A warrior from the demon capital, young, handsome, blind in one eye, with godlike strength. The incredible gossip that had been circulating in the city, which they had dismissed as a joke, turned out to be true. The clown was actually me. The main character was standing right in front of them. Thinking about it this way, everything made sense. Why were all the demons gone? They were all taken down by him. Not even a scrap was left. Let me tell you, those deserters were so scared they were trembling, not from fear, but from excitement. Damn, a living warrior. The legendary big shot who can turn the tide of battle with just their own strength. They really sent a divine being to save them, just when they were about to convulse with excitement. Lu Yueying's cold voice rang out again. It seems you haven't confessed to the crimes of the deserters yet? Those few immediately straightened up, their attitude sincere. Miss Lu, we were wrong. We accept our punishment. We'll turn ourselves in right away. Come on, with a warrior big shot holding the fort, their lives were saved. So what was a little punishment worth? At this moment, Lin Feng also sneaked over, holding a bulging bag. Lin Feng, as soon as Lu Yueying spoke, I was standing nearby and got goosebumps. That voice was sweet to the point of being cloying, soft enough to squeeze out water, completely different from the Ice Queen demeanor she had before. She probably realized it herself, and her face instantly turned red. The guys next to us nearly dropped their jaws. I bet they would rather believe pigs could climb trees than think that Miss Lu would speak to a man in that tone. Lin Feng didn't team mind this at all. His mind was full of making money, and he directly asked, Is there a hunter association in your city? Yes. There must be. The deserters seemed to be on adrenaline, eagerly wanted to lead the way. Big shot. We'll take you there? No way. Lu Yueying stepped forward. Her cheeks flushed, but her tone was decisive. I know the way better than you. I'll take him. The guys exchanged glances and instantly understood, grinning. All right. It must be Miss Lu leading the way to be worthy. Goodness, they had locked in this CP. At this moment, Lu Yuang's heart was also racing. Ever since she found out Lin Feng was a warrior, all the pretentious behavior she thought he had previously now made sense in her eyes and even shone with a golden light. Strong, humble, and handsome. He was simply the hero template of her dreams. Lin Feng didn't think that much. He was busy calculating. Hurry up and sell the demon pills, exchange for money, and buy a flashy mount. Letting the mayor's daughter lead the way might even get a discount. Well, you lead the way then. Okay. Lu Yuang was practically beaming. As the two walked away, the guys behind immediately started gossiping. I bet a pack of spicy strips that these two definitely have something going on. No kidding. Our city's famous sharp-tongued girl. Have you ever seen her so gentle with anyone? On the other side, Lu Yuang took Lin Feng to the Hunter Association. And as soon as Lin Feng saw the building, he realized it was an old acquaintance. It was the same building he had been teleported to before, just on the backside. Along the way, Lu Yuang was like a curious baby. Her mouth never stopped. How did you become a warrior? Someone else helped. How did you level up so quickly? Persistence and effort. By the end of the conversation, the young lady started to show her true intentions. Blinking her big eyes and unconsciously leaning closer to Lin Feng. Do you have time to teach me? I've always wanted to find a warrior as a teacher. I tell you, that scene, a little girl in white stockings rubbing against you, who can withstand that? Lin Feng is also a tough guy, silently reciting that he has no women in his heart, drawing his sword naturally like a god. In order to deter this young lady, he rolled his eyes and came up with a plan. He deliberately frowned, adopting a lofty demeanor. I'm quite busy here. A bit of guidance. Well, that's not impossible. 5 million dragon coins for one session. He thought to himself, this price is outrageous. Usually, a martial artist charges 10 million for a month of apprenticeship. I'm asking for 5 million just for a bit of guidance. Surely, this rich lady would back off, right? But guess what? I'm good. Lin Feng's expression froze at that moment. What did you say? Lu Yuang looked serious. I said good. So, will you come to my house tomorrow? Or should I come find you? Family. Lin Feng was completely stunned. He had no idea that this young lady's family controlled the economic lifeblood of the entire base. 5 million, or even 50 million, was just pocket change for her. Lin Feng was not willing to give up and tried to struggle. Miss Lu, don't you know how much other martial artists charge for guidance? The young lady misunderstood, thinking he was dissatisfied with the amount. Feeling a bit disappointed. Are you saying it's too little? I just want you to teach me some skills, nothing else. After saying that, she walked into the Hunter Association first. Lin Feng thought about it and realized, of course, as the daughter of a city lord, she wouldn't be interested in him personally. It seemed he was overthinking it. Just as he reached the door, a receptionist immediately rushed over, looking at Lu Yuang as if she were a long-lost mother. Mississippi. Miss Lu, what brings you here? Lu Yuang returned to her cold demeanor. Call your manager. A few minutes later, a plump manager came running over, sweating profusely, bowing and scraping. Miss Lu, you're here. Have you set your eyes on something again? Just a second ago, the manager had looked at Lin Feng with disdain, thinking he was just a bodyguard. But Lu Yuang's next sentence immediately elevated Lin Feng's status to the highest level. Lu Yuang lightly chuckled. It's nothing. Just my friend here wants to buy a beast. Then she turned to Lin Feng with a gentle tone. Where do you want to go first? I'm following your lead. Goodness, the manager's mind was racing, almost turning into an 80-episode drama. How could a person who could make the young lady speak like that be just an ordinary bodyguard? This must be a hidden big shot. His attitude immediately flipped 180 degrees, bending lower than a shrimp at my grandma's house. Lin Feng didn't think too much and directly said, then let's go see the new dragon breeds first. The manager quickly led the way, twisting and turning, taking the elevator directly down to the basement of the association. Upon entering, it was like a prison with rows of cages. I looked at Lin Feng, scanning everything, feeling like he had a treasure radar in his head, thinking this bloodline is impure, that one's potential is low, just a bunch of defective goods. The manager was still bragging. These dragon breeds have a bloodline content between 3 and 10, and even one can sell for 10 million. They're so expensive. Lin Feng was overjoyed, thinking, is this it? If the Galacron I took down laid an egg, that would be 100 pure blood. Wouldn't that scare you guys to death? As I walked, Lin Feng suddenly stopped in front of a cage. Inside was a small creature the size of a puppy, entirely purple-black with 2 small wings on its back. His system immediately provided a prompt. Twilight Young Dragon. High bloodline content. High potential. Currently using the skill to hide itself. But its body is weak and it won't last long. Jackpot. Lin Feng pointed at the little thing and asked, how much is this? The manager was taken aback, thinking this guy must be blind. How could he pick the worst one? They had tested this creature several times. Its bloodline content was even below 1, and it was clearly on the verge of dying. He had no choice but to be honest. Mr. Lin, this one, its body is very weak, and it's almost done for. How about we choose another? The little twilight young dragon inside the cage weakly growled at them. No need. This one will do. Lin Feng interrupted him. The manager had no choice but to open the cage. As Lin Feng walked in, the little creature was so frightened it shrank into the corner, continuously growling lowly. I tell you, that manager was almost dying of anxiety, thinking, come on, don't shout anymore. It's not easy to find a big spender to take over, and you're going to scare them away. But the next moment, Lin Feng squatted down and gently asked, could you please come out and lend me a hand? The manager almost rolled his eyes at that, thinking, come on, it's a beast, it can't understand human language. However, Lin Feng didn't expect it to understand at all. He slowly took out a demon pill from his pocket, waved it in front of the little dragon, and then tossed it over. The twilight dragon's eyes lit up, and it gulped it down in one bite. Lin Feng was right. This little creature was relying on burning its life force to maintain its hidden state, and if it didn't replenish its energy, it would really be done for. After swallowing a demon pill, it clearly felt a bit better, but it was still calling out to Lin Feng, obviously not satisfied. Lu Yuwing watched from outside and found it quite interesting. If you're willing to help me. Lin Feng smiled slightly and then made a move that made everyone's eyes pop out. He poured out an entire bag full of demon pills onto the ground with a clatter, like dumping beans. All these are for you. I tell you, the manager was stunned at that moment. 4-star, 7-star, and even 2 10-star demon cores. This pile of stuff could be sold for a small mountain of gold. Now, you actually used it to feed a nearly dead piece of junk? What kind of divine intervention is this? His gaze towards Lin Feng had already upgraded from a big shot to a wealthy god. The twilight young dragon was also dumbfounded, looking at the pile of candy beans, almost drooling. As long as it eats these, not only can it fully revive, but it can also evolve directly. Lin Feng placed his hand on the demon cores and smiled, saying, eat them, and you'll have to listen to me from now on. Otherwise, as soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura erupted from him. The lights in the entire basement flickered wildly. The manager was so scared that his legs went weak, almost kneeling down. Now, he was 100% certain that all these demon cores were personally hunted by the man before him. The twilight young dragon was not foolish. It could sense Lin Feng's strength, and the other party did not treat it as a pet, but instead gave it the right to choose. Following such a strong person, the future looks promising. It no longer hesitated, leaping forward, crunching away as if it were at a buffet, frantically stuffing the demon cores into its mouth. Its life force, which was about to extinguish, instantly reignited, even growing stronger. Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction, already imagining the scene of himself riding a giant dragon, making a grand entrance. At that moment, Lu Yuwing spoke up, count the money for this young dragon on my tab, consider it. My tuition for you. The rent for you? The manager's worldview collapsed on the spot upon hearing those words. Countless indescribable images flashed through his mind in an instant. And looking at Lu Yuwing's blushing face and Lin Feng's indifferent attitude, good heavens, the previously lofty Miss Lu had now turned into a one-way charging force, completely transformed into a cough cough. What kind of divine person could so thoroughly control the mayor's daughter? The manager silently gave Lin Feng a thumbs up in his heart. Lu Yuwing also noticed the manager's almost giddy smile. Her face flushed as she threatened. Today's events must not be spoken of. Yes, I saw nothing today. The manager quickly assured her. Lin Feng also nodded. He thought this young dragon had an extraordinary background, and keeping it a secret was a good thing. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuwing was quite clever. His approving look made her heart bloom with joy. At this time, the twilight young dragon had eaten its fill and, overwhelmed with energy, fell asleep directly on Lin Feng's shoulder like a little ornament. After leaving the Hunter Association, Lin Feng casually sold the horn of a unicorn forest python, and the manager generously gave him 20 million. He didn't return to the accommodation arranged by the mayor, but found a random hotel to stay in and fell asleep immediately. A night passed without incident. The next morning, Lin Feng was awakened by a tickling sensation on his face. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a pitch-black, winged dog squatting beside him, excitedly wagging its tail against his face. That's right, it was the sickly young dragon from yesterday. Lin Feng quickly scanned it with the system. Utvanilai Drogon. Level: 5 stars, strength 712, speed 612, stamina 612. Description: a member of the Black Dragon Legion. Oh my gosh, in just one night, I went from a dying 1-star state to a 5-star. And these 3-dimensional attributes are simply amazing. They are many times stronger than other human geniuses of the same level. Lin Feng took a closer look and noticed that the little guy had already started to develop fine scales, and its wings had become strong and powerful, no longer looking weak and limp. It could flap them now, and its body size had also increased significantly. There were faint claws emerging from its forepaws. The enhancement from the demon core was surprisingly significant. Lin Feng was a bit surprised. The attributes were basically beyond reason. He just didn't know about its skills. Since you're so dark, I'll call you Moonlight. Lin Feng casually named it. Upon hearing the name, Moonlight flapped its wings a few times, clearly excited. Although it was attacked upon its first encounter with a human, it understood that the person in front of it was someone it must absolutely obey. With such a small demon core, it could be upgraded to 5 stars overnight. Lin Feng truly felt the superiority of demons over humans. Without a large supply of spirit stones and spiritual minds, it was unrealistic to regain the world's dominant status in a short time. Spirit stones and spiritual minds were also quite rare and could not be widely distributed. The revival of spiritual energy was slowly progressing. If things continued like this, the world's dynamics would change. At that time, would demons occupy Blue Star, or would humans reclaim their territory? Lin Feng didn't know. But as long as he could elevate his strength to an absolutely powerful level, neither demons nor any malicious individuals could do anything to him. Speaking of malicious intentions, he recalled the events he encountered in the abandoned city. After fighting 2 10-star demons, he had already noticed that the superstar demon was a bit weaker. It might not even be able to win against the 2 10-star demons. Something's off. Lin Feng came here to investigate the reasons behind the frequent demon disturbances in human cities. This was a good opportunity to enter the abandoned city to investigate. He could also hunt monsters to level up his pet. The demon corpses and demon cores along the way could also be dealt with on the spot. With such a rapid conversion rate of devouring demon cores, Lin Feng even suspected that it would reach the next level before him. No wonder the wild demons were so powerful. They essentially followed a nurturing model. The ones that survived only grew stronger. He released a skill, Roar. With Lin Feng's command, Moonlight hovered in midair, opened its mouth, and unleashed a purple-black beam of light. Boom! A huge sound echoed. The ground of the hotel was instantly blasted into a massive pit. Purple mist lingered above, wildly corroding the ground. What a powerful force! Lin Feng was a bit astonished. A 5-star could have such a strong attack. Once it hit, it was enough to kill any demon of the same rank in an instant. No wonder it was a creature with dragon blood. If Lin Feng hadn't been staying on the bottom floor, the occupants downstairs would likely be in serious trouble. The explosion's range was simply too wide. Before long, some staff members felt the explosion and rushed over. Upon seeing the scene in the room, they were instantly dumbfounded. What the hell? Are you simulating an explosion here? Such a big pit. This must be quite a force. Before they could ask further, Lin Feng quickly compensated them with money and took Moonlight out of the hotel. As he walked down the street, people around him kept looking at Lin Feng and whispering, "Is it a guide dog? Why does it have wings? Wow, how can this guide dog be lying on its owner's shoulder and still point the way? The guy looks really handsome. Should I go ask for his WeChat? Better not. I just tried, and that black dog is fierce. Do you think he could be a beast master?" As Lin Feng walked, people around him kept guessing. Beast masters were an alternative path for those with weak awakened talents, specifically training and finding powerful demon beasts from a young age. However, growing up this way was far less convenient and quick than being an awakener. Therefore, most awakeners also raised demons on the side. It was rare for someone without strength to raise demon beasts. After all, who would feel at ease with a bomb beside them? However, after just a few minutes, Lin Feng arrived at the teleportation point of the Hunter Association. Upon hearing that he was going to the abandoned city, a few people were momentarily stunned, then recognized who Lin Feng was. They quickly helped him activate the teleportation channel. A few minutes later, a beam of light flashed, and Lin Feng returned to the abandoned city. This time, he aimed to head to the center of the abandoned city to see what was hidden inside that led the surrounding demons to gather here during this period of accelerated spiritual revival. As soon as he appeared, he was shocked by the scene before him. In the distance, there was a group of people rushing toward him. They all seemed to be hunters from this abandoned city. Why the urgency? Lin Feng was puzzled. Even Moonlight on his shoulder was constantly barking at the crowd in the distance. Be quiet. Lin Feng reached out and gently patted Moonlight's head, and it stopped barking. Lying on Lin Feng's shoulder, cautiously watching the approaching crowd. Lin Feng's hearing was extraordinary. Even from a distance, he could clearly hear what they were discussing. It wasn't until they got a bit closer that he truly understood their words. The teleportation array is about to be closed. Hurry back. Yes, I received news too. It shouldn't have closed already, right? Damn it. Why does it have to be at this time? Not even giving us any time. The teleportation door is going to close? No way. Didn't he just teleport here? Their tones sounded very panicked, unlike they were lying. If that were the case, it would be dangerous. I need to check it out. Lin Feng turned around, planning to restart the formation behind him. However, no matter how many crystal stones he added, there was absolutely no sign of it activating. It remained completely motionless, as if it were not a teleportation array, but just a broken platform. Could it be so unlucky? With a frown, Lin Feng's face darkened. He had just arrived, and the teleportation door was already closed? Was this a setup for him? Could it be broken? If such a thing happened, he should have been notified. Lin Feng took out his pineapple phone and logged into Long Network. These things shouldn't be disclosed to ordinary people, and they should also be accessible to martial artists, right? Upon clicking in, Lin Feng saw several unread messages. There were messages from his former classmate Wang Feng and also from Straw Hat Dog. Wang Feng, boss, where have you been? The border of Magic City is under attack by superstar demons, and all the teleportation arrays have been sealed off. It's really terrifying. Luckily, I didn't go out into the wild at that time. Otherwise, I would definitely be a corpse by now. By the way, I don't know why these demons are actively attacking human cities, and aren't demons unable to use teleportation arrays? Why seal them off? Are you there? Followed by a series of inquiries about Lin Feng's whereabouts. After all, he was now a prominent figure at the Magic City Academy. It was estimated that the line of people wanting to challenge him could circle the city. His prolonged absence naturally raised suspicions from all sides. Wang Feng even doubted whether he had gone to the martial artist camp at the Everest base. But in reality, Lin Feng was now trapped in the abandoned capital. The teleportation arrays were completely sealed, meaning he couldn't leave. Clicking on another message surprised Lin Feng. Yuan Shan Ji Shui, where are you? The demons around the world have already escalated. I received news that they're going to seal all the entrances to the teleportation arrays. This escalation seems to be planned by someone. The three major base cities of our long country, Magic City, Imperial Capital, and Everest, have all been attacked, leaving only the abandoned capital. Seeing the message sent by the other party, Lin Feng was puzzled. Logically speaking, he and the other party had at most a transactional relationship. She didn't need to tell him this information. However, since an attack had already occurred, he should be able to find out more online. Like the other party, Lin Feng suspected that someone was manipulating these events. He hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Previously, he had occasionally seen news online about towering trees suddenly growing, and someone had seen the originally barren land crack into a dark canyon. Even the land area seemed to inexplicably increase. Countless ordinary fruits were producing results that could greatly enhance human strength, attracting many to scramble for them. However, this was merely a localized phenomenon. Now, the demons had set their sights on human cities, indicating that someone was stirring trouble. While Lin Feng was contemplating this, people in the distance had already fled back. Bro, can this teleportation array still be used? Damn, it can't be used, it's over. Oh my god, I'm still a virgin. Can I go back once before I die? How can this be? It's over 1,000 kilometers away from Fan City. How can I walk back? I also heard that the ground has been cracking recently, and the land area is inexplicably stretching. Isn't this the end? Seeing the teleportation array completely scrapped, the group squatted on the ground, holding their heads and crying. They had also received news that all cities in the Long Country were under attack by demons. There were 7 largest base cities in the world connected together. The base city group in Long Country included Grey Bear, Nordic Coffee, Cherry Blossom, America, and Sea City. And only Long Country was under attack. This was obviously a scheme. Moreover, they were in the 3 base cities where demons gathered the most in Long Country. Although the abandoned capital was not dangerous during the day, it was known as the City of Death at night. Both the outskirts and the interior were extremely dangerous. No one could survive a night here, which was the reason for everyone's despair. Boom! Just as everyone was in despair, a sudden massive tremor came from deep within the abandoned capital. The tremor did not stop. It kept resonating. It was as if something was moving towards them. And the sound of the tremor was the noise it made while moving. What is that? The crowd felt a stir in their hearts. The teleportation array had just been closed, and such a change occurred. Naturally, they felt very tense as it concerned their lives. In an instant, those who had returned to the safe area turned their gazes towards the direction of the sound. Lin Feng also used his observation hockey to cover the area. In an instant, a series of invisible gray worlds extended outward from Lin Feng, centering around him. The entire base city seemed to be wrapped within it. Upon seeing the approaching creature in the distance, even Lin Feng frowned slightly. It was a gigantic turtle. Why call it turtle? Because it was a 1,000-year-old turtle. A 10,000-year-old soft-shelled turtle. Lin Feng estimated this turtle to be less than 100 years old. Even so, its size was enormous, almost on par with the surrounding high-rise buildings. Most importantly, its speed was incredibly fast. It rushed towards them, knocking down all the surrounding buildings. With every step, it created deep pits. The other demons around were fleeing in the distance, scattering like birds and beasts. The tremors from the ground shook the nearby buildings, making them sway precariously. The crucial point was that there was a person sitting on top of the turtle, a demon that had entered a new stage. Holding a blind man's cane tightly, Lin Feng stood straight behind the crowd. The strong wind rushing towards him made his clothes flutter. This demon was clearly a true intra-level demon, completely different from the aura emitted by the previous eerie eye. It was at least 2 to 3 times stronger. With his current strength, it wouldn't be easy to kill it. Moreover, with such fast movement, an attack might not even be effective. Others also noticed the demon rushing towards them in the distance. What the hell? What is that thing? King Turtle. Have you ever seen such a big king turtle? This is a demon, right? 7 stars? 10 stars? Could it be superstar level? At this point, everyone suddenly felt a sense of despair. Their legs trembled uncontrollably. In the past, when they came to the abandoned capital, they only hunted demons that were no more than 7 stars. To hunt 7-star demons was already very strong. Superstar level. They didn't even dare to think about it. Demons of this level could even cause devastating damage to a small base city. How could they possibly resist? Just as this turtle, as large as a building, charged towards them, someone suddenly noticed something unusual on the turtle's head. Look, what is that on top? It seems to be a person. Oh my god, how can it be a person? Is this demon its pet? Impossible. This mysterious turtle doesn't seem to obey him. It's just standing on top. Is this the work of the Black Crow cult? Speaking of the Black Crow cult, the scene suddenly quieted down significantly. Everyone felt a chill running up their spines, as if a cold wave was surging from their tailbones straight to the top of their heads. A shiver ran through their bodies. This cult was established by some rebellious awakened ones, and their abilities were mostly linked to other people or corpses. Due to the evil nature of their awakened powers and their refusal to submit to state control, they were eventually driven to the outskirts of the city. Could the Black Crow cult's stronghold be here? A few people were shaken. They had heard of the other party's methods. If they discovered the location of their church, it would surely lead to a fight to the death. However, the monster beneath the other party made everyone abandon that thought. This monster exuded a black aura all over, evidently corrupted by something. This was a power exclusive to their cult leader. It could control powerful monsters, but it required a sacrifice of energy from awakened ones. Once the energy of an awakened one was extracted, it would lead to certain death. The other party had colluded with the monsters and had already killed countless people. It had always been a major concern for Long Country. Who would have thought they would encounter them today? At this moment, the few people couldn't help but feel unlucky in their hearts. Seeing the true appearance of the other party meant they had no choice left. What to do? Should we all attack together? As long as we kill that person, the monster beneath will surely lose its sanity. Don't even think about it. Killing under superclass monster? How could that be possible? A few slightly stronger awakened ones did not want to sit idly by, but facing such a gigantic monster, a sense of powerlessness arose within them. Just then, a loud bang echoed. The huge turtle in front of them came to a stop. They could see the appearance of this massive monster. Its shell was uneven and protruded like a mountain ridge on its back. Even its weakest head was wrapped in thick armor. At first glance, it instilled a profound sense of helplessness in people. Some had already collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, a voice resembling that of an young person emerged from the turtle's head. The awakened ones from various cities probably don't need me to introduce myself too much, right? Now, there are 2 paths before you. The first, join our Black Crow cult, and you might have a chance to survive. As for the second at this point, the man in black clothing propped his chin with one hand, pretending to contemplate. Then he looked at everyone and said, "It seems you don't have much choice left." Upon hearing the name of the Black Crow cult, everyone below was momentarily startled. Just as expected, who else could commit such heartless acts besides them? However, everyone present was top-tier awakened ones, so naturally, they were not easily intimidated. Moreover, the person standing above was too effeminate, making a few of them feel somewhat nauseous. Where did this unit come from? Did you crawl out of a grave? With that little appearance, if you didn't know better, you might think you were looking at a woman. Ha ha, why don't you come down and have spar? One of the men, robust and muscular, was the awakened one from the imperial capital. As an awakened one, he was naturally proud. Even with such a monster standing in front of him, he showed no fear, embodying the spirit of martial arts to the fullest. Upon hearing their taunts, the man on the turtle's back was infuriated and immediately ordered the turtle in a sharp voice. Kill him. Upon hearing this command, the turtle snorted disdainfully and raised its gigantic claw, bringing it down towards the man. The speed was extremely slow, as if it were casually lowering its hand. Although this monster seemed very relaxed, the people below dared not let their guard down. The moment the other party made a move, they jumped aside. Smack! Bang! This claw struck the ground, instantly kicking up a circle of dust around, swirling everywhere. The turtle's claw broke through the hard concrete and sank deeply into the ground, as if it were grasping a pile of soft soil. The surrounding floors trembled violently. Many people found it hard to stand and nearly fell to the ground. What immense power! Everyone around was astounded. Although the speed was slow, being hit would surely mean death. Meanwhile, not everyone was running away. Lin Feng remained motionless in his position. The ground around him was scattered with loose soil. Yet not a single grain fell on him. The soil on the ground surrounded him, creating a barrier, as if the dirt intentionally avoided Lin Feng during the upheaval, not wanting to soil him. Roar! Looking at Lin Feng, who stood still with a wooden stick in hand, the giant turtle let out a low growl. Its eyes were fixed on him, as if sensing some kind of danger. The others around also noticed Lin Feng on the ground. Why was he unharmed? Not a speck of dust on him? What kind of awakened ability is this? The turtle seemed to have noticed him too. Why wasn't he fleeing? Could it be a superclass awakened one? How could a superclass awakened one come here? The energy radiating from him was nowhere near stellar level. That's right. I also noticed that, but why is he standing still under such an attack? Everyone was puzzled. Why was Lin Feng standing there, neither fleeing nor attacking? But in reality, Lin Feng was waiting for the other party to make a move. As long as it acted, he could use his ability to see the detailed introduction of the other party's skills. Facing such a colossal creature, even he couldn't claim it was a sure win. However, this giant turtle seemed to know his intentions. It simply lay on the ground, staring at him intently, motionless. A great opportunity. The robust man on the ground saw the two, remained still, and instantly activated his awakening ability, enhancing his physical strength. His legs exploded with power, darting towards the turtle's back like a cunning rabbit. Seeing the opponent rushing towards him, the man with the yin-yang voice panicked instantly. He had no combat strength himself, relying entirely on the turtle's might. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare be so arrogant. The other party was charging to kill him, which naturally made him anxious. He hurriedly stomped on the turtle's shell and shouted, "You damn turtle! Hit him! He's coming!" However, the turtle beneath him seemed to have not heard at all. It continued to lie on the ground, fixated on Lin Feng. The veins on its forehead bulged, clearly suffering from the backlash of disobeying orders. Seeing the turtle beneath him, the man was momentarily panicked as it showed no response to him. Why? His master had placed a curse on it. As long as it did not obey orders, it would be backfired upon. However, the turtle seemed more focused on the man in the dirt pile and was unwilling to lend a hand. The muscular man from the imperial capital charged forward, throwing a punch at the opponent. Bang! In an instant, the opponent was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the distant wall. It looked like there was no breath left. The Black Crow cult was just like this. I see this turtle's speed is so slow. Even a superstar level is just that. The crowd was shocked to see the man actually succeed. For some reason, the turtle in front of them was staring intently at the man. Could it be that its ability was to turn into a mung bean? But they had no time to think more about it. The most crucial thing now was to take advantage of the momentum. If they could beat this superstar level monster to death now, there would still be hope for survival. Go! The martial artists coordinated without needing to say much. A single word came out of their mouths, and everyone instantly understood what was meant. Now, their lives were tied together. No one could escape from anyone. At such a time, they had to work together. Having fought monsters in the wild for years, everyone naturally understood this principle. Just as a few were about to charge in front of the turtle, rumble, the ground suddenly shook violently, and then, in the next second, the peaks on the turtle's back shot out like barbs, growing rapidly towards the surroundings. Bang! In an instant, miserable screams came from all around. Almost everyone who got close was impaled. The awakened individuals who had not approached hurriedly retreated, horrified at the sight of the monster in the distance. What kind of creature is this? Isn't it just a turtle? The crowd was terrified. There was no warning before it struck. It was so abrupt that they had no time to react. Dozens of awakened ones had no chance to resist and were instantly pierced through. Even a muscular man from the imperial capital could not withstand it. At this moment, those who were impaled cried out in pain, their energy being continuously absorbed. Before long, they turned into skeletons, scattering to the ground. Meanwhile, some weaker surviving awakened ones were already in shock. Even those with formidable strength only had thoughts of fleeing. But where to run? Just now, everyone had seen the speed at which this turtle charged. No one could match it. Could the turtle have such speed and such strange abilities? Although everyone was puzzled, Lin Feng saw clearly. The opponent's data appeared in his mind. Mountain Peak Hedgehog level, Superstar entry strength, 2023 speed, 1742 stamina, 1587 skills, stab, unknown description, a hedgehog resembling a mountain peak. Usually lying on the ground disguised as a hill, using its sharp spines to hunt approaching monsters. This is not a turtle, but a hedgehog. At this moment, Lin Feng did not intend to wait any longer. Since the opponent had already revealed part of its strength, he could take action. Waiting any longer would only mean competing with this hedgehog for who could survive longer. Since that's the case, I'll strike first. Saying this, Lin Feng gripped the wooden stick in his hand and walked towards the hedgehog in front of him. The crowd around him was momentarily stunned. Hey, has he gone mad? Doesn't he see the strength of that monster? He dares to approach? Isn't that seeking death? By the way, that hedgehog seemed to be staring at him just now. Did you notice? Staring at him? Impossible. Would a hedgehog stare at a blind person? Then why was it completely still just now? Just wait and see. The opponent's hunting habit is like this, waiting for the prey to take the bait. Getting so close is simply a death wish. The crowd looked at Lin Feng with some caution. Once Lin Feng got close enough, the hedgehog would definitely launch another attack. If the attack range was short, it might be manageable. But if it was a large-scale attack, even they would be affected. Some awakened ones had already begun to slowly move back. As long as they did not attract the monster's attention, they needed to stay as far away as possible. It was only at this moment that they realized the gap between superstar-level monsters and themselves, even those who had devoted themselves to martial arts for many years. In a world where martial prowess was revered like nurturing a goo, now stood before the opponent like sheep waiting to be slaughtered. It was truly hard to imagine how powerful those martial artists who had reached the pinnacle of humanity must be. Just then, Lin Feng had almost walked into the attack range of the hedgehog, at the moment when everyone was slightly tensed, ready to flee at any second. Boom! The sudden attack did not happen. Instead, the hedgehog in front took a step back. The crowd was dumbfounded. They had thought Lin Feng would be attacked by the hedgehog, but unexpectedly, the latter retreated instead. What's going on? Why isn't this monster attacking him? Am I seeing things? Just as everyone was puzzled. Boom! The giant hedgehog seemed to be hit and suppressed as it retreated, instantly sinking a few meters into the ground. It was as if it had been struck by some machine. Bang! Bang! Before the crowd could ponder, the giant hedgehog continued to retreat without hesitation. Its massive body, resembling a mountain, was unexpectedly agile and changeable at this moment. The speed at which it retreated was astonishingly fast, and every time it took a step back, the ground in front would be smashed into a large pit. It was as if some invisible pillar had slammed down on the ground, leaving a circular hole. Moreover, the area around this pit was still shaking. The crowd was momentarily dumbfounded. What is happening? What just occurred? Just as everyone was confused, Lin Feng softly spoke. I didn't expect you to be quite cautious. Just as everyone wondered to whom this sentence was directed, roar. The hedgehog in front let out a furious roar. And in an instant, sand and stones flew everywhere, and a fierce wind howled in. The massive impact nearly blew away some of the weaker awakened ones. At this moment, everyone once again witnessed the might of the giant beast before them. They were awakened ones, not ordinary people. Even so, the opponent only needed a roar to exert their strength. If they were to attack with all their might, it was likely that no one could withstand it. Yet, such a powerful beast was currently roaring at a blind person in front of it. Could it be? A bold thought emerged in everyone's minds. Could this person be a superstar awakened one? No, that's impossible. How could a superstar awakened one come to the abandoned city? Moreover, at this moment, the base city was under attack and severely understaffed. Where would they find the time to come here? Furthermore, I can sense that there is no stellar energy within him, just a massive amount of star-level energy. But why does this giant beast seem so wary of him? An 8-star powerhouse spoke about Lin Feng's current level. Although everyone was puzzled, they had no choice but to believe it. After all, the opponent had no reason to lie to them. However, A being that was not even a superstar awakened, one forcing back a superstar beast? This was absolutely impossible, because there is a huge difference between star level and superstar level. A true superstar powerhouse has already fused their star points into one. To make it easier to distinguish, it is called stellar energy. Just ask, how many planets colliding with the sun would pose a threat to it? Clearly none. Yet everything in front of them told them that a planet was suppressing a star. Although the experts present had already seen through Lin Feng's strength, everyone still held some hope that Lin Feng was a superstar awakened one, because if so, they would have a chance to fight against this superstar demon. Otherwise, no matter how many people there were, it would be in vain. Although they were trying their best to resist, everyone knew that the likelihood of actually killing the opponent was almost zero. Only martial artists of the same level could fight against superstar demons alone. Superstar means they can already pose a threat to cities. Roar. After dodging Lin Feng's several attacks, the giant hedgehog instantly became furious. The mountains behind it shook violently, as if they were about to grow again. It lifted its foot and charged towards Lin Feng. The surrounding buildings would collapse with just one touch. The sheer force of this impact made everyone's hearts race. If they were hit and it unleashed its spikes, everyone would be finished. Everyone's gaze turned to Lin Feng. However, at this moment, Lin Feng stood still, leaning on a wooden stick. The mountain hedgehog was suppressing me with its attributes in every way. Is this what superstar means? Lin Feng murmured. It was still too difficult to challenge across levels. Human power is ultimately limited. Swish! Lin Feng drew out his long knife. Endless twisting power enveloped it. Accumulating power. Gravity blade. Fierce tiger. Whoosh! A slash was unleashed. A small force field leaped forward. Although the people around could not see what Lin Feng had cut, they could clearly see that the ground around them seemed to be severed. It twisted crazily. Such powerful abilities. An 8-star awakened, one exclaimed. Such a powerful skill must be at least S-class or higher. If it hit, even a superstar might not escape unscathed. This was not a battle he could participate in. However, just when everyone thought the giant mountain hedgehog would dodge, buzz, a sound of energy enhancement emerged. A grayscale armor and shield instantly covered its arm. Power enhancement. Earth Shield. 2 skills. Lin Feng was slightly startled. The opponent actually had so many skills. Before he could be surprised, the mountain hedgehog slapped down on the twisted space. Bang! Lin Feng detonated. The massive suction instantly twisted the giant claw of the opponent into the space. However, due to Lin Feng's current strength still being far from enough, the effect created was nowhere near as strong as that of the vine tiger. It only twisted the bones of the opponent. The entire claw exploded into a bloody mess. Such strong defense. Can a superstar really suppress a much lower level? But the people around did not think so. This was the first time they had seen a star level being able to contend with a superstar. It completely broke their understanding from textbooks. Inconceivable would not even begin to describe the scene before them. If they knew Lin Feng was actually trying to kill the mountain hedgehog in front of him, they would probably curse him as a madman on the spot. Roar. Before Lin Feng could hesitate, the giant claw came crashing down. If it hit, he would definitely be crushed to pieces. The awakened ones around were also on edge. Lin Feng was currently the only one who could contend with the superstar demon. If he died, they would all be doomed. But he had armor on. The armored turtle shell, fish scale black gold armor. Lin Feng activated the skills of the armored turtle shell, fish scale black gold armor. Whoosh! A huge green barrier instantly expanded. It blocked the opponent's attack above Lin Feng. However, a perfect level defense ultimately could not withstand the power of a superstar. Bang! The turtle shell shattered. But this also bought Lin Feng precious time. Whoosh! He instantly retreated. A slash struck the opponent's leg. The ground was instantly smashed into another deep pit. Roar! The mountain hedgehog howled in pain, launching its skill. The spikes on its back leaped out, aiming to pierce Lin Feng through. And in midair, Lin Feng had nowhere to escape. But just as all the spikes were about to reach Lin Feng, gravity reversal. Whoosh! A slash was made forward. Purple circles spread out in front. Gravity at that moment surged forth. All the spikes seemed to have hit a spring. They were forcefully pushed back. Even the roots dug deeper. Poof! Blood spurted out. However, the mountain hedgehog in front seemed oblivious to the pain. It still raised its left claw to attack Lin Feng. But Lin Feng had already seen this arm. Gravity blade. Hell journey. In an instant, gravity poured down from the hedgehog's arm. It was as if the claws on its arm were not its own. but an incredibly heavy stone. It slammed down fiercely onto the ground, sinking into a circular deep pit. With a bang, half of its body crashed into the ground. Roar! The attack missed, and the mountain hedgehog was furious. It frantically used the spines on its back to attack Lin Feng, but Lin Feng skillfully dodged using his gravity fruit and speed. The surrounding awakened ones were stunned, their jaws almost dropping to the ground. Wow, what the hell? Is this still a human? Everyone simply couldn't believe their eyes. They thought that a 10-star level against a superstar was already defying the odds. Those who could achieve this were extremely rare. Moreover, even if someone could do it, they would still be using their own abilities to contend with the opponent. But someone like Lin Feng, who faced off directly, was a first for them. It was like watching two superstar beasts fighting each other, and Lin Feng was actually suppressing the opponent fiercely. Therefore, everyone was completely dumbfounded at this moment. Just then, as the battle between man and beast unfolded, Lin Feng had already entered a perfect state. He had seamlessly integrated his martial skills, with the mountain-crushing fist in his arm achieving the effect of vibrating the blade. Even the gravity fruit felt like an extension of his body. The 10 energy particles within him were operating smoothly. There was not a hint of obstruction. It was as if they were born to be one. Having played the role of the Vine Tiger for years, Lin Feng at this moment seemed just like the Vine Tiger. Even he himself didn't realize that during the battle, he had already eliminated the plan to use a meteorite, all to avoid harming those around him. And at this moment, the resonance in his heart was gradually reaching its peak. Ding! Host's acting proficiency increased by 20. Gained 20 of Vine Tiger's physique. Gained 20 of Vine Tiger's Conqueror's Haki. Gained 20 of Vine Tiger's Armament Haki. Gained 20 of Vine Tiger's Observation Haki. Gained 20 of Vine Tiger's Gravity Fruit. Gained 20 of Staff Sword Technique. Gained 10 of Freedom Attribute. Host, Lin Feng Talent. A level datafication level. 10 stars Strength. 1721 Speed. 1512 Stamina. 1521 Abilities. Staff Sword Technique. Conqueror's Haki. 75. Armament Haki. 75. Observation Haki. 76. Gravity Fruit. 95. Meanwhile, the 10 energy particles within Lin Feng, operating effortlessly, began to spin wildly. They then fused into the cosmic sea within his heart. Inside him, a mental universe formed, accessible only to him. At the center of this universe floated a blazing sun. The scorching energy was several times stronger than the previous 10 stars. Superstar level ascension. The first star, Lin Feng had finally achieved it. Feeling the power of the stellar level, Lin Feng felt that the energy in his arms had reached its peak. The surrounding people were also shocked by this overwhelming power. Superstar. This was the power at the stellar level. He had ascended to superstar. Wow, amazing. At this moment, the surrounding crowd erupted in excitement, cursing in awe. Although they had heard of superstar powerhouses before, this was the first time they had witnessed it in person. This kind of overwhelming energy was the dream of anyone pursuing martial arts. Everyone cast envious glances at Lin Feng, but there was not a trace of jealousy, because, as fellow martial artists, they knew how hard it was to achieve this. Once Lin Feng ascended to superstar, it also meant that he had the absolute power to defeat the superstar demon before him. If he could suppress the opponent at 10 stars, then what about at the same level? Clearly, the mountain hedgehog before them understood this better than anyone. Roar. With a furious roar, the massive hedgehog was covered in a gray shield and thick scales. All skills activated. It was ready for a life and death struggle. The moment of ascending to superstar was the weakest time for an awakened one at the superstar level, because the body had not yet fully adapted to the power brought by the stellar level. The giant claws slammed down. The surrounding air seemed to be torn apart. Before it even landed, the ground was smashed into a big pit by the wind pressure. The nearby awakened ones widened their eyes, cursing in their hearts for the lack of martial ethics. How could it sneak attack at such a time? Everyone was incredibly tense, but there was nothing they could do. If demons followed martial ethics, they wouldn't be demons. If this hit, all the surrounding buildings would be flattened. It was a life-threatening strike. Yet Lin Feng was standing still on the ground, unmoved, because the blade in his hand was finally ready to be unleashed. So, let's start with the weakest form of the blade, Lin Feng murmured, slowly drawing out his staff sword. The surrounding crowd was dumbfounded. Don't act foolishly at such a time. In the face of a life-threatening strike, what could a fragile staff sword do? If he really died, they would go down with him. At this moment, even the giant hedgehog attacking looked down on Lin Feng. With such a staff sword, it thought it could break through my invincible defense? It had to make the person before it realize its power. However, in the next second, Lin Feng's arm exerted force, the veins on his hands bulging. The stellar energy within him spun rapidly. An overwhelming amount of energy poured out, all focused into the staff sword in his hand. Lin Feng slowly raised his arm, lifting the staff sword. Blade strike. Swish. With a single slash, the surrounding wind roared. All the dust on the ground was blown away. This slash was incredibly smooth. Even the speed was not particularly fast, but only compared to usual. Creak, creak, creak. The hedgehog, which had originally planned to attack, now seemed frozen in mid-air. Its arms could no longer fall. The faint glow on its body had long disappeared, and even its eyes lost their original luster. It made a creaking sound. Looking at the motionless demon, the crowd was stunned. What has happened? One question expressed everyone's confusion. The man below merely swung a blade lightly. So why did the superstar demon before him stop moving? Just as everyone was puzzled, the next moment, everything that happened before them made them doubt their lives. Boom! They saw half of the mountain hedgehog's body slowly sliding down. It was as if it were a body split in two, neatly cut in half from the middle. And that is not all. The ground, tall buildings, streets, structures, and concrete behind it all cracked open a huge gash under this strike. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the giant hedgehog's body was severed in two, blood gushing out. The ground crazily cracked, spreading a massive trace. It was perfectly neat. The houses along the way all split in two under this strike. They collapsed towards the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Starting from in front of Lin Feng, all objects standing 1,000 meters away from him were split in half. If someone stood in Lin Feng's position, they would find that they could unobstructedly gaze far into this city full of towering buildings. Because everything blocking the way in front had been swept away. Rumble. The huge noise continued until more than 10 minutes later before it finally stopped. As the dust settled, the surrounding crowd was already so stunned that they couldn't speak. Turning around, they only saw a massive gap opened up ahead. The superclass demon was gone just like that? With just one strike? Such a powerful force. Is it really something that humans can achieve? At this moment, the previously loud noise and chaos in this place had become unusually quiet. Even the surroundings were devoid of any sound. Such strong power. Lin Feng was slightly taken aback and sheathed his staff sword. After the strike, the energy within him had almost been drained by a third. This meant that with his current strength, he could at most unleash the same attack 3 times. And to deal with a superclass demon, he had only used it once. It could be said to be overkill. Senior. At that moment, a voice came from above. A blond man jumped down from a high building. Senior, I am Gong Sun Ning. Thank you for saving my life. If you need anything in the future, feel free to come find me at the Gong Sun building in the imperial capital. He had watched Lin Feng kill the superclass demon the whole time, and his admiration for Lin Feng was beyond measure. The surrounding crowd was also shocked upon hearing his words. Gong Sun Ning? Is he the Gong Sun Ning from the imperial capital? I remember his father seems to be a member of the Martial Artists Association. How'd he end up here? The crowd was somewhat astonished. The Gong Sun family holds a very high status in the imperial capital. This is because an ancestor of the Gong Sun family was a member of the Martial Artists Association. To become a member of the Martial Artists Association, one must at least reach the God level. And there are only a handful of God-level beings in the entire world. Other countries have God-level awakeners as well. It is easy to imagine how high the treatment for becoming a God-level awakener in the Dragon Kingdom is. There's no need for that. Killing demons is just part of my duty. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, admiration in Gong Sun Ning's eyes deepened even more. Such a strong power, yet still so humble. The awakeners he had seen before were all incredibly arrogant. And upon hearing the name of the Gong Sun family, their attitudes would make a complete 360-degree turn. But this person was different. His demeanor was calm, and even after knowing his identity, there was still no change in his attitude. Such a powerful individual must be brought under his family's banner. Senior, you don't need to be modest. Today you saved my life, and in the future, if you have any needs in the imperial capital, I will definitely help you. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. Even if Lin Feng is a martial artist, Gong Sun Ning doesn't need to go this far. This was the first time they had seen a direct descendant of the Gong Sun family show such reverence toward a martial artist. And the weight of this statement was extremely high. It meant that from now on, the Gong Sun family would be the other party's backing. This was a position that many martial artists longed for, but could not attain. No matter how strong one's individual power is, it ultimately cannot compare to a family that has been passed down through generations. Moreover, that recently ascended God-level Elder Gong Sun is still alive. Just when everyone thought Lin Feng would be shocked, his next sentence left everyone dumbfounded. I will consider it. After saying this, Lin Feng picked up the demon crystal from the ground and tossed it to the young dragon of twilight on his shoulder. Crunch, crunch. The moonlight dragon's eyes lit up and it swallowed it whole. This kind of crystal was exactly what it needed. This scene made the surrounding crowd drop their jaws to the ground. Even Gongsun Ning next to him was stunned. Then he shook his head and chuckled. This senior is truly interesting. The entry-level crystal, if placed outside, could definitely fetch a sky-high price. In the future, there would be no need to work hard on cultivation. Yet this person had no intention of selling it for his beast. He is definitely someone who can accomplish great things. Senior, what should we do now? Gongsun Ning asked aloud, and the surrounding crowd also looked over. Among them, only Lin Feng had the strongest power. He had instantly killed a superclass demon, an absolute powerhouse. It is said that the abandoned capital is renamed the City of Death at night. Only by following this one would there be a chance to survive. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's young dragon of twilight, after devouring the demon crystal, fell back into a deep sleep. He indeed wanted to explore the inside of the abandoned capital. However, he didn't want to bring these people along. After a pause, Lin Feng said, I will head into the depths of the abandoned capital to investigate. If you want to follow me, feel free. If not, you can wait here. The portal should reopen soon. The depths of the abandoned capital. Upon hearing this, the crowd instantly recoiled. Entering the depths was less safe than staying here. But not everyone felt that way. Senior, I will go with you. The blonde Gongsun Ning spoke up. Waiting for the portal to reopen was practically impossible. Even the Gongsun family's influence couldn't open the portal to rescue him. Waiting any longer was meaningless. After witnessing Lin Feng's strength, it was clear that staying by his side was the wisest choice. At this moment, Lin Feng did not respond to him. Instead, he took a step forward and walked toward the depths of the abandoned capital. He certainly wasn't going to seek death. Now holding the initial release of the flowing blade like fire, plus being able to briefly use part of the Emperor of Flame's power with the Kongtong mirror. He wouldn't be afraid even if countless demons came at him. In fact, he would welcome the opportunity to slaughter them all on the spot. At this moment, Lin Feng was holding a staff sword, heading toward the depths of the abandoned capital. And beside him was the noble Gongsun Ning from the imperial capital, chattering away the whole way. Senior, how did you cultivate to this level? Senior, are you a martial artist? Why you look so young? Do you have some secret to maintaining your youth? To be able to defeat opponents of the same level in an instant? What skill are you using? Can you take me as your disciple? The price is negotiable. No, wait. Someone like you probably doesn't care about worldly wealth, solely pursuing the pinnacle of martial arts. Listening to Gongsun Ning chatter on the side, Lin Feng coughed heavily. Then he spoke Ly. If you want to follow me, it's better to be a bit quieter. Lin Feng had never heard of the Gongsun family and spoke without any courtesy. Upon hearing this, Gongsun Ning was taken aback. Throughout his life, no one had ever known his identity and dared to speak to him like this. This senior is indeed different. Is this what it means to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts? Unbeknownst to him, he had already begun to see Lin Feng as his goal. However, what he didn't know was that Lin Feng was currently planning how to gather all the monsters together for a big harvest. He estimated that after using his skill, Flowing Blade Ruohuo, he would definitely enter a weakened state, and he mustn't let powerful demons slip away. Meanwhile, deep within the abandoned city, in Arkham Asylum, a man in a white coat and glasses suddenly felt a tightening in his chest. A disdainful expression appeared on his sickly pale face. Who killed my hedgehog? As soon as this was said, the temperature around seemed to drop a few degrees. Several members of the Black Crow cult felt their hair stand on end. Master, it must be the martial artists from the Demon City who have come here. A man volunteered to respond. Hearing this, the man referred to as the master suddenly froze in expression, then turned mad. Damn it, did I tell you to speak? With a kick-bang, the man was instantly sent flying and crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The next second, a wave of intense pain surged through him, and he knelt on the ground in agony. Ah, master, spare me. Before he could say more, he turned into a puddle of thick liquid, emitting a foul odor. The onlookers felt a chill run down their spines and lowered their postures even further. Remember, we are all the master's disciples. Anyone who dares to insult our master in front of me will end up like him. Yes, the crowd did not dare to be negligent and responded immediately. Release those 3 superstars to deal with him. The man in the white coat clapped his hands and ordered. Hearing this, everyone's pupils contracted. 3 superstars? Isn't that a bit over the top? Although they thought so, they did not dare to show it on their faces and could only obey. At the same time, Lin Feng and Gong Sun Ning had already entered the depths of the abandoned city. The two of them walked along the tops of high-rise buildings because the view was relatively open. However, the further they went inside, the more decayed the tall buildings became, almost completely replaced by various plants. It was hard to find a single intact high-rise, but that was normal. There were superstars among the demons here. Intelligent superstars would clear away any unsightly things naturally forming this terrain. Up ahead is Arkham, Gong Sun Ning said to Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng wanted to complain. There was only that one intact building around, clearly a bit excessive. Didn't these Black Crow cult people know to cover it up? Just as Lin Feng was puzzled, a huge rumbling sound erupted. The previously quiet surroundings of Arkham trembled as if an earthquake had occurred, with the ground continuously cracking open, revealing a dark pit. Roar! Aang! Endless, terrifying roars echoed from within, proclaiming their dominance. It was unshakable. Superstars. At least 3. Gong Sun Ning's face turned pale as he listened to the terrifying roars. His awakened ability, the A-grade Divine Eye, could see faraway objects and even the energy radiating from them. In the later stages, he could kill enemies with his eyes, being omnipotent. But at this moment, this ability showed him an incredibly terrifying scene. A 3-clawed bird, rotten all over. A fierce tiger with wings on its back and horns on its head. And a giant python covered in decaying scales. All of them continuously roared at the sky. Moreover, all these creatures were superstars. Yet, despite this, they were currently locked within the ground, their furious roars expressing their anger. Once these creatures broke free, it was likely that everyone would be doomed. Let us go, let us hurry. Gong Sun Ning was already panicking. 3 superstars were definitely not something humans could resist. Although he knew Lin Feng was very strong, dealing with 3 at once was still too much. Even a slightly superior awakener could only handle 1-on-1. 1 against 3, winning was basically impossible. In which direction? Lin Feng slowly asked. What do you want to do? Gong Sun Ning was taken aback by Lin Feng's question, unsure of his intentions. But then he obediently began to help him locate. About 35 in front of us, around 5 kilometers. They are currently locked underground and cannot move for the time being. 5 kilometers? Lin Feng was surprised by the detail. He became a bit interested in Gong Sun Ning's awakened ability. However, now was not the time to be concerned. Since they had discovered the enemy's location, they had to strike first. To make an accurate strike from such a distance, they could only rely on something from outside. Step aside. Lin Feng slowly bent down, preparing to draw his sword. Upon hearing this, Gong Sun Ning quickly ran to the side, unsure of Lin Feng's intentions. What could he do from such a distance? Even if he knew, what could be done? There was no awakened ability that could have great power from such a long distance. Moreover, he also understood that skills capable of instantaneously killing, like the one that took out the mountain hedgehog, could not be used multiple times. After using it once, the power radiating from his body would retreat quietly. Just as he was in doubt, Lin Feng's arm suddenly exerted force. The concrete floor of the building was stomped into 2 deep pits, enough to show how great the force he was using was. Gravity blade. Drawing the sword. Swish. Lin Feng swung a blade toward the sky. A visible purple circle rapidly spread towards the heavens. As long as the angle is calculated correctly, with his current mastery of the gravity fruit, he can still control the landing point. Buzz. An endless purple circle flew into the sky, as if connecting the heavens. Gong Sun Ning beside him was already stunned. What kind of awakening ability is this? He was filled with endless confusion, not understanding why Lin Feng was attacking the sky. At that moment, even the people at the edge of the abandoned city had seen this pillar reaching the sky. What is that? A purple pillar? What the hell? Why is there such a thing in the center of the abandoned city? Damn, another circle. Everyone was dumbfounded. They thought one was already strange enough, but unexpectedly, just as the words left their mouths, the same purple pillar appeared again. At this time, on top of a high building, whoosh, Lin Feng slowly sheathed his staff blade. This had already consumed a lot of his energy. To be cautious, he even replenished a bit. Let's go, leave this place, Lin Feng said, then jumped towards the distance. Is he planning to escape? But where can we escape to? With 3 superstars, if they want to slaughter all the humans in the abandoned city, I'm afraid none of them can escape. However, Gong Sun Ning, although he didn't know what Lin Feng had done, still followed him. Just as the two had left for several miles, boom, a huge sound came from the sky. The surrounding temperature seemed to rise a few degrees, and even the sky became a bit brighter. What is that? Gong Sun Ning turned around in confusion. The next second, his expression froze, because he saw a gigantic meteorite in the sky, like a missile aimed at the ground, rapidly crashing towards the abandoned city. What is going on? Is today really this unlucky? Gongsun Ning exclaimed. First, he was trapped in the abandoned city, and now a meteorite is falling. This time, it would probably create a huge crater in the center of the abandoned city. Wait, what about my senior? Thinking of this, Gongsun Ning turned his head and saw Lin Feng's calm expression. It seems like we have time. Hearing this, Gongsun Ning felt as if struck by lightning. Everything that had just happened replayed in his mind. Meteorite, purple ability, keeping him away from there. Could it be? A terrifying thought emerged in Gongsun Ning's mind. The next moment, he shook his head vigorously. Impossible, how could that be? If one person could control meteorites, wouldn't they be able to destroy a city with ease? Right? It must be a coincidence. Just now, my senior swung twice, but now there's only one. At this point, Gongsun Ning's mouth opened wide again. Shocked as he looked at the sky. Following the first meteorite, the second one was also plummeting rapidly. Meanwhile, the people far away from the abandoned city were also stunned. What the hell is that? Is it divine punishment? Damn, first we were trapped here, then we encountered superstars, and now meteorites are falling. Is there no end to this? The odds of this happening are even lower than getting a monkey to write Hamlet. I'm really done for. Quickly find a place to hide. Don't hide in the houses. Hearing this, everyone instantly reacted and began to run towards open spaces as much as possible. Although this wouldn't affect them, the surrounding buildings might not withstand such tremors. Boom! 2 meteorites, one after the other, whistled towards Arkham. They were all burning with intense flames, leaving long tails behind. The sheer impact was enough to crush any living being. The temperature was unimaginable. This was a meteorite that could instantly kill even Galakran. If Lin Feng wasn't worried, one would be enough to kill all the monsters. And indeed, at this moment, the 3 monsters hiding underground, bound by chains, had gone mad. They used all their strength to break free from their restraints, looking up in horror at the meteorites rushing towards them. They were not dragons. They had no proud demeanor in the face of such a natural disaster. They had no thoughts other than to flee. Meanwhile, the cult members hiding underground also saw the flames rushing from the sky. In an instant, despair began to brew. Why are we so unlucky? Damn it. Why did we set up the lab in Arkham back then? This place is cursed. I finally understand how the dinosaurs felt back then. I don't want to die. A desperate atmosphere spread out. Even a frenzied Black Crow cult wasn't entirely mad. At this moment, the truly insane person was wearing a white coat, tears welling up in his eyes as he watched the ever-growing fireball in the sky. His voice trembled. This is the mercy of God. It is the revelation of heaven and earth. The Lord has finally noticed me. Ha ha ha. This must be a hint from the Lord, telling me to start the turmoil in advance. Saying this, the man in white had already gone mad. He suddenly pulled out a device from his pocket and fiercely pressed the button. At this moment, the meteorite had approached the ground. The violent shockwave generated by the impact pressed everyone hard against the ground. Even before it touched down, their hair was already completely burned away. What remained on their faces was only deep despair. Roar! The massive 3-legged bird let out a roar. A red flame erupted. However, it was still too insignificant in the face of the meteorite. Boom! The next moment, the gigantic meteorite embedded itself deep into the ground. The surrounding land was lifted up. The earth cracked, fierce winds howled, and the surrounding high-rise buildings collapsed immediately. All plants turned to charcoal in an instant. A brightness like day emerged from this place. Illuminating the distant crowd, they could all see this scene. The ground around cracked, extending several miles. At that moment, another meteorite followed. Boom! Once again, contact. The violent explosion made Gongsun Ning, who was over 10 miles away, feel constant ringing in his ears. If he got closer, it would definitely mean death. Even at this distance, the gale generated made Murong Ning's clothes flap loudly. It seems I've gone a bit overboard. Lin Feng said, even a 10-star Galakran could compare to 3 superstars. One is enough. Pulling down 2 giant meteors was a huge test of his physical strength. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Gongsun Ning was already in a daze. Lin Feng's statement meant that he really did it, pulling down 2 meteors. Such an awakened ability cannot even be explained by an S-level. It is at least an S-level causal ability. Every time a causal S-level ability appears in this world, it causes a global sensation. Any causal ability user, once exposed, will face endless assassination attempts, because such abilities, once grown, can be extremely aggressive. Therefore, to date, all known A-level and above causal ability users have been eliminated from this world. As for how many causal users are left on Blue Star, probably no one knows. because this kind of thing must be concealed even from their own people. If the senior is truly an S-level causal user. Thinking of this, Gongsun Ning took a deep breath. Such a powerful being would be someone their family would strive to ally with. If they could gain even a bit of favor from him, the Gongsun family would definitely soar to great heights. As the saying goes, when one person ascends, even their chickens and dogs rise to heaven. No wonder he didn't use this ability earlier on the outskirts, but confronted the monsters head-on. Murong Ning thought of this, and his admiration for Lin Feng increased again. He fully believed that Lin Feng would never be the kind of person who, once grown, would threaten the whole world. He respected him enough to want to keep his secret. At this moment, Lin Feng's attack struck down. Around Arkham, a massive pit had already been created, as if something extremely terrifying had occurred here. If viewed from above, one could see that the center of the abandoned city had been turned into a circular area devoid of life. All the buildings and creatures within it had ceased to exist, completely flattened. Senior, what should we do now? Gongsun Ning stepped forward to ask Lin Feng. He already knew that this was done by Lin Feng. However, to keep the secret, even though they were alone here, he could not speak it out loud. This was the ancestral teaching of the Gongsun family. As long as you don't say it, no one will know. Just as Lin Feng was about to respond, the ground around them suddenly emitted a violent tremor. It was as if something was trying to overturn this city completely. What is happening? Gongsun Ning was very anxious. At this moment, Lin Feng spoke up. Leave the abandoned city immediately and don't look back. By the way, take a few others with you and leave here together. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Gongsun Ning was stunned. Lin Feng gave him no chance to refute. Did he know what was about to happen? Did he not want him to take risks? He even asked him to take everyone away. Well, if you're not leaving, I'm not leaving. Lin Feng's words were resolute and firm. In an instant, Gongsun Ning felt a bit of palpitations. Is there really such an awakened one in this world? A life devoted to seeking the pinnacle of martial arts, yet never abandoning his own heart. All right, if we can meet again, my life belongs to you, senior. Gongsun Ning nodded heavily and then jumped down from the tall building. After the other party left, Lin Feng's lips curled into a slight arc. If these people didn't leave, he really wouldn't be able to make a move. After all, if he fully unleashed his flowing blade of fire, the moisture in the entire city would be evaporated. Attacking like that would naturally not be discerning. He had already used observation hockey to sense the entire city. The underground of this city was complex and intertwined, with a large number of monsters imprisoned beneath. It was evident that the Black Crow Church had developed here for an unknown amount of time. Even the super-level monsters in the center of the abandoned city had been imprisoned underground by them. Once the other side perished for some reason, all these monsters would be released. Their chains would fall off, and they would naturally run rampant. If this force were to suddenly attack Fan City, it would probably take less than a day for the entire city to become a deserted city, with no living person left. It could even pose a great threat to the Demon City. However, for others, it might be a disaster. But in front of Lin Feng, these monsters were all food. They were the steps for him to advance. Meanwhile, within the upper echelons of the Demon City, at this moment, the principals of various academies, the leadership of the Demon City, and Chao Chung, representing the strength of the Warrior Association, were all on high alert, sitting in their offices. Because not long ago, their satellite monitors detected that the number of monsters in the abandoned city was skyrocketing and becoming increasingly agitated. The number had surpassed any previous total. There were even several super-level energy points. There were even complete-level monsters among them. And now, they were completely at a loss. They couldn't solve the disaster at hand, not to mention the distance issue. Even if these monsters appeared in front of them, it would be difficult to organize enough strength to counter them in a short time. They must quickly evacuate the population of Fan City. I remember, Lin Feng seems to be in Fan City, right? Immediately summon him back. The principal of the Demon City was about to tear his eyes out. He never expected that sending Lin Feng to carry out a mission would encounter monsters, and that a large-scale beast tide, rarely seen in decades, would occur soon. Such a loss of talent would be a huge blow to the Dragon Kingdom. Don't worry. We have already sent someone to pick him up, but according to the situation in the satellite, it seems. As he spoke, Chao Chung swallowed hard. The surrounding crowd became somewhat silent. Although it was clearly stated, everyone understood. Those still in the abandoned city were undoubtedly doomed. If they wanted to escape, they could at most flee to outside the abandoned city. But what would that accomplish? Even if they got out, they would just be right on the path of the beast tide. There would still be no hope, unless someone could eliminate all the monsters in the abandoned city. Otherwise, not only Fan City, but even the Demon City would suffer heavy losses. However, that was impossible. Was there really no other way? Someone asked. No matter how you put it, Lin Feng is the youngest warrior of the Dragon Kingdom. He was personally guided by the Dragon Master. Once he grows up, he will be a solid pillar for the Dragon Kingdom. However, right now, there really was no solution. Even with wings, it can't be saved. Sai, quickly prepare the defense measures. We can't let the demon city be attacked as well. Damn, the Black Raven sect. Everyone cursed and began their work. The current top priority is indeed the defense of the demon city and the evacuation of Fan City. The other two demon gathering locations are still just occasional small-scale events. This abandoned capital can be said to be the focal point of the entire base city, and the instigator of all this is the Black Raven sect. Although everyone is angry, there is nothing they can do. If they couldn't detect it early, they can only respond. Meanwhile, in the abandoned capital, as soon as Lin Feng sensed that everyone had left, he slowly took out a dark green copper mirror from his pocket. Kontong's seal, flame, level, ancient 10 divine artifacts ability, temporarily grants the user the star energy of the Flame Emperor. After use, the Kontong seal cannot be activated again for a long time. Description: one of the ancient 10 divine artifacts, the Flame Emperor sealed a part of his power within. Lin Feng looked at the Kontong seal in his hand, which bore the image of the Flame Emperor, one of the 5 heavenly emperors. A majestic man sat at one corner of the copper mirror, the shadow in the image flickering in and out. If one didn't look closely, it would be easy to overlook. And at the moment Lin Feng held the copper mirror, his consciousness entered it. This was a black and white world. A man in red stood with his back to Lin Feng. This is a part of my power. Use it to protect my Chinese people. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded heavily. In an instant, a vast power surged into his body. In the center of the cosmic sea within Lin Feng's body, a star emitting immense energy underwent a terrifying transformation at that moment. Its brilliance amplified to hundreds of times its original intensity. Its coverage expanded to 100-fold. Even the surrounding area was filled with other planets of various shapes and colors. Feeling the unparalleled power within him, Lin Feng clenched his fist. Is this the power of the Flame Emperor, or rather a part of it? Feeling this incomparable energy, Lin Feng felt that with just a wave of his hand, he could evaporate thousands of demons. The so-called superstar advancement seemed so insignificant in the face of this power. If an ordinary person were to gain such energy, they would likely lose themselves in it, leading to irreparable consequences. At the same time, just as Lin Feng unlocked the copper mirror, a tremendous force shot out from the center of the abandoned capital. The shock wave scattered the clouds in the sky, and the surrounding temperature suddenly rose. An extremely powerful energy storm swirled and danced around Lin Feng. Roar, hiss, creak, creak, creak. Various terrifying sounds erupted from this abandoned city, and all the demons in the city turned their gazes towards Lin Feng's location at that moment. Their eyes filled with slaughter and desire. In an instant, the entire Death City was thrown into chaos. Everywhere, demons were drawn to this thick power, rushing towards the center of the city. No building along the way was spared, collapsing wildly. If viewed from a high altitude, one could clearly see that the entire Death City resembled a domino effect, collapsing towards the center. On the ground, countless demons swarmed like ants. Such a terrifying scene would instill a profound sense of powerlessness even in awakened beings. If ordinary people were to witness it, they would likely faint on the spot. And at the outskirts of the abandoned capital, flying card, a paper card flew out. Just as it was about to hit the approaching demon, the demon suddenly stopped in its tracks and looked back. Its attack also missed. Everyone around was puzzled. They had escaped from the outskirts of the abandoned capital and were being chased by this superstar demon. They thought there was no way to escape and could only fight to the death. But what did it mean that the demon suddenly stopped at such a critical moment? Roar! Just as everyone was confused, the huge demon roared angrily and turned to run away. It was as if something in the center of the abandoned capital had a deadly allure for them, compelling them to abandon the tender humans in front of them. What happened? The awakened being's tense body relaxed, completely unaware of why this scene occurred. Could it be the senior? Gongsun Ning exclaimed in his heart. Earlier, Lin Feng had told them to escape, and he was still somewhat puzzled. Even if they escaped, they had nowhere to go. However, if these demons were not charging out, there was still a great chance to escape. Now there was only one possibility. Senior Lin Feng used some method to lure these demons away. Or was it because something had happened in the city center? He didn't know, but now was the best time to escape. If it was indeed Lin Feng's doing, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Senior Lin, I will definitely build a monument for you in the future. to commemorate everything you have done for the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, Gongsun Ning's eyes were filled with tears. He had originally thought that so-called saints only existed in books. He never expected that they existed in reality. If Lin Feng heard this, he would definitely be furious and spit blood, cursing, "I'm not dead yet." Meanwhile, among the higher-ups of the demon city, a monitor looked at the images captured by the satellite and exclaimed in shock. The demons in the Death City suddenly stopped and headed towards the center of the abandoned capital. Hearing this, everyone present instantly turned their gazes over. They were currently preparing for matters regarding Fan City, so they were naturally paying close attention to the abandoned capital. After directing their attention, they saw that the thermal imaging of the abandoned capital showed a large number of red dots moving towards the city center. These red dots were now converging together, completely covering the entire ground. One could see just how astonishing their numbers were. In the center of these red areas, a point was radiating a massive amount of energy. What is this? How could it emit such terrifying energy, attracting all the surrounding demons? This level of power couldn't possibly be due to a high-grade spiritual mind emerging, right? Impossible. That place was once a human city, only later occupied by demons. If there were a spiritual mind, it would have been discovered. What's going on? Could it be a divine-level awakened being? As this question arose, everyone around shook their heads instantly. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, there were only the elder of the Gongsun family, and that one from the Martial Artists Association who was a divine-level awakened being. Currently, the one in the Martial Artists Association is too far from the abandoned city to make it in time. It can only be the elder of the Gongsun family. Gongsun Anqing. Meanwhile, ding-ling-a-ling. The special phone line in the Demon City rang. The principal hurried over to answer it. Soon, a dignified female voice came from the other end. My grandson Gongsun Ning is currently in the abandoned city. Aren't you planning to rescue him? Upon hearing this, the principal was jolted. Your grandson Gongsun Ning? If he remembered correctly, Gongsun Ning's grandmother was one of the only two divine-level awakeners in the Dragon Kingdom, Gongsun Anqing. However, Gongsun Ning was already in his 20s. How could his grandmother's voice sound so young? Just as the principal was puzzled, a cold, emotionless voice spoke again. If my grandson dies there, I will make the entire abandoned city's demons accompany him in death. Do-do-do, the call ended. At this moment, the principal was already sweating profusely. Gongsun Anqing called to say that if her grandson died, she would personally go to the abandoned city. What? Why was her grandson in the abandoned city? If it wasn't Gongsun Anqing, who else could it be? Everyone was instantly shocked. Who didn't know that Gongsun Anqing loved her little grandson the most? Now, if her grandson died in the abandoned city, then the divine-level awakeners from the Dragon Kingdom would be unstoppable in going there. However, if at this time, a divine-level demon attacked the base city, the consequences would be unimaginable. But the most critical point is, who else could be the divine-level awakener in the abandoned city, if not Gongsun Anqing and the Dragon Master? At the same time, in the abandoned city, Lin Feng was standing on a floating stone. Below him was a dense mass of demons, roaring madly towards the sky as if they had seen some rare treasure. Could it be that they saw him as just a weak being containing immense energy? Because he had obtained the energy of the Flame Emperor? Lin Feng speculated. However, even if that were not the case, it should be similar to his guess. Otherwise, with such powerful energy, even he would keep his distance. How could these cunning demons be so eager to seek death? Roar! At that moment, a gigantic 9-star unicorn eagle couldn't hold back anymore and flew rapidly towards the sky. But the next second, a fierce tiger leaped up, and the two demons instantly engaged in a fierce battle, clearing a space around them. The demons that originally wanted to take the initiative fell silent, only roaring at Lin Feng in the sky. None of them moved. Were they treating him like a lamb to be slaughtered? Lin Feng sneered. Drawing out the long knife in his hand, he held it in his right hand, pointing it diagonally towards the ground. There were no obstructions at high altitudes, and the strong wind howled around Lin Feng, making his clothes flutter. For an average awakener, just looking down at the hellish scene would probably scare them into fainting. And at this moment, roar! A tremendous power accompanied by a long cry erupted from behind Lin Feng. Superstar! A superstar! A human eagle hybrid covered in scales and with barbed wings flew towards Lin Feng. The terrifying power it emitted made the low-star demons below tremble in fear. The other superstar demons stood by, ready to take advantage of the situation. The eagle man let out a long cry, instantly activated the power of the wind sun. In an instant, it was as if another gust of wind accompanied it forward. Its speed increased several times in an instant. It aimed to seize Lin Feng and leave this place immediately. If Lin Feng were really a divine fruit, it might have succeeded. But unfortunately, he was not. I really underestimated you. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth slightly curled up as he infused immense energy into the flowing blade like fire. Release. The divine law of all things turns to ashes, flowing blade like fire. Boom! In an instant, the long knife in Lin Feng's hand transformed into red flames from the root. Holding it in his hand, it was like a burning long knife. The scorching heat roasted the ground, evaporating all the moisture in the entire abandoned city. At this moment, no water-based or fire-based skills could be used. The place where Lin Feng stood was covered in high temperature. From a distance, one could see heat waves surrounding him, distorting his figure. The demons closest to him on the ground had gone mad. Roar! Gah! Painful roars continuously emerged from the ground. The demons that were still frantically approaching Lin Feng, wanting to tear him apart, now fled in panic as if they had seen a plague god. They ran wildly in all directions, and many weaker demons were trampled to death. In a short time, a large area was cleared around him. Even though they fled so quickly, their fur had already been burned away, and this was just the beginning of the release. Lin Feng hadn't even launched any attacks. Just the temperature of the flowing blade like fire was enough to kill low-star demons. Looking again at the flowing blade like fire in his hand. Flowing blade like fire level. Mythical weapon release. Unlock caress / Fireburn City. Fire ejection. Torch. Hell of Flames release. Not unlocked Remnant Fire Greatsword East. Rising Sunblade. Remnant Fire Greatsword West. Setting Sun Hell Robe. Remnant Fire Greatsword South. Fire Trillion Death Burial Array. Remnant Fire Greatsword North. Ashes of Heaven and Earth Feature 1. No water-based abilities can be used in front of the Remnant Fire Greatsword after release Feature 2. Release grants 50 fire attribute resistance, while full release grants 100 fire attribute resistance description. The strongest weapon of the heat system, rumored that after full release, it will evaporate all moisture within 100 miles. Indeed, the release was marked as unlocked. Roar. At this moment, the superstar Eagle Man had already rushed to Lin Feng's side, with a pair of sharp eagle claws. It was about to take him away. Torch. Lin Feng called out lightly. The blade slightly moved. Swish. A flame like a tornado instantly enveloped the Eagle Man in front of him. The flames spun wildly, making the Eagle Man inside seem extraordinarily small. In an instant, the high temperature burned it to ashes. Not even a scream was heard before it disappeared from sight. Even the demon crystal inside it turned to ashes with this strike. Lin Feng slightly opened his mouth. It seems that I need to be careful with the intensity of my attacks. Otherwise, if all the demon pills are burned, it will be a waste of effort. That said, it is still quite difficult to control. The temperature of the flowing blade like fire is simply too high. Anything that comes into contact with it will turn to char. At the same time, seeing an entry-level Eagle Beastman being killed in one blow made the demons below go into a frenzy. Some demons with exceptionally high intelligence, hiding in the distance and observing, decisively turned to flee, not daring to remain in the abandoned city for even a moment longer. However, the other demons paid no attention to this. Even though the entry-level demon was killed in an instant, they were still frantically excited. Let's go down, Lin Feng said, leaping down to the ground. With his current physical condition, jumping down from dozens of floors posed no problem at all. Roar. Upon seeing this scene, the demons that had long been salivating rushed towards Lin Feng like a tide. In an instant, venom, lightning, and various abilities flew towards Lin Feng, flowing blade like fire, burning the city walls. Lin Feng slowly spoke. The next second, flames shot out from the hilt of the sword, creating a shell-like wall of fire around him. Sizzle. All the attacks around him were blocked outside the moment they landed. Meanwhile, some demons charged right in front of Lin Feng. However, the fire wall they touched was instantly turned to ash. The demons behind noticed this scene and began to pile on top of each other like ants, try to leap through the gap from above. Their madness was evident. Clearly, these demons had been brainwashed. They would not retreat until their enemy was completely killed. Roar. The demons charged madly towards Lin Feng. If viewed from the air, one would see countless demons piling on top of each other, as if they had lost their minds, vowing to tear the man in the center to pieces. Even as demons continuously fell into the flames, turning into charred remains, none of them retreated. This hellish scene was vividly unfolding in the center of the abandoned city. If it weren't for the Kontong mirror, I might not have been able to escape this situation. Lin Feng frowned slightly. This group of demons, after being brainwashed, attacked crazily like mindless zombies. If he didn't have such immense power, he would likely be worn out by them. And if these demons attacked the base city, the consequences would be unimaginable. The reason people could withstand the demons' attacks was mostly due to the demons' walnut-like intelligence. Once high-level demons died, they would scatter in panic. But this time was different. These low-level demons had already been manipulated. If they attacked without holding back, the base city would inevitably suffer a heavy blow. It seems I can't let you all go unchecked, Lin Feng murmured to himself. Fire reject. With a single utterance, the flames obeyed his command. Whoosh! Instantly, a ring of fire appeared around Lin Feng, continuously expanding outward. In the blink of an eye, it burned to ashes all the demons it touched. 67, 91, 189, 255, 780, 1,309. In an instant, over 1,000 charred corpses fell to the ground, turning into a cloud of ash. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's energy had consumed barely 1/10. However, in the areas where the demons had disappeared, they were quickly replenished by more crazed demons, like a tide. As the saying goes, cutting off the water only makes it flow more. At that moment, the demons seemed endless, vowing to tear Lin Feng to pieces. Well, since that's the case, let us burn the entire city to ashes. Everything in the world will turn to ash, flowing blade like fire. Flame hell. In just an instant, the flowing blade like fire in Lin Feng's hand plunged underground. In the originally silent city, 9 towering pillars of fire appeared in 9 directions, radiating extreme heat. The surrounding steel melted, the ground collapsed, and debris disintegrated. The 9 towering fire pillars reached skyward. At that moment, the temperature in the abandoned city surged to an unimaginable level, and these fire pillars were seen by those who had left the abandoned city. What is that thing? Holy crap, this is broad daylight in the clear sky. Is there a volcano underground in the abandoned city? It's so hot. We must be over 30 or 40 miles away from the abandoned city, right? At this distance, what kind of temperature is that? What the hell? What is going on? Is the fire god descending? Could it be the demons causing this? Impossible. What kind of demon can survive at that temperature? At this moment, everyone looked in terror at the distant fire pillars, as if witnessing a miracle from the gods. For some reason, they only wanted to escape the abandoned city as quickly as possible. Even at a distance of 50 or 60 miles, they felt it wasn't safe enough. Gongsun Ning's eyes widened even more. Is this also the ability of Senior Lin Feng? He murmured to himself, perhaps not even daring to believe that this was done by Lin Feng. At the same time, in the upper echelons of the demon city, everyone was closely monitoring the changes occurring in the abandoned city. They all hoped that there truly was a god-level awakeners inside who could save Gongsun Ning from the Gongsun family. Otherwise, when Gongsun Anqing got angry, no one would be able to stop him. In this matter, the unbelievable scene caused everyone to stare at the heat points in shock, unable to utter a word. Finally, after a long time, the principal spoke. What on earth happened there? According to satellite displays, the temperature at the 9 points in the abandoned city is already approaching the surface temperature of the sun, and these temperatures are tightly locked in the center, not spreading outward. Holy crap! As soon as this was said, even among those in high positions, someone couldn't help but curse. However, no one paid attention to him because what was happening before them was even more terrifying. The temperature of the sun's surface. It's likely that once these heat points erupt without release, no one will be able to stop it. All the demons in the abandoned city will perish. At that time, the hidden dangers for the Dragon Kingdom will be removed. Could this level of power be that of a god-level awakener? No, the power of these 9 points is already close to divine level. If they merge together, they might even surpass the pinnacle of divinity. Hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. Are there other god-level awakeners in our Dragon Nation? If there are, I would definitely know. Could it be the flowing blade like fire? Yes. I remember that the holder of the top-ranked divine weapon, flowing blade like fire, is also from our Dragon Nation. I heard that some of our ancestors are hidden in the mountains and forests practicing. Could it be a hidden god level? It's possible. At this point, everyone suddenly recalled that there is indeed another awakener in our Dragon Nation who possesses a mythic level weapon, and the name of this weapon perfectly matches everything that has happened in the abandoned capital. Flowing blade like fire. If this is truly an awakener from our Dragon Nation, then we have a god-level awakener. We would completely become the strongest nation on Blue Star. Thinking of this, everyone was extremely excited. It's very likely, because if it weren't for the god-level awakener from the Dragon Nation, there would be no need to help them clear out the demons. That would only benefit them. Moreover, The rankings already indicate that the holder of this weapon is a person from the Dragon Nation. Meanwhile, deep within the abandoned capital, the 9 fire pillars that were originally scattered across various locations suddenly began to converge towards the center. All living beings nearby turned to ashes upon contact. After just 10 minutes, all the fire pillars had gathered around Lin Feng. The extreme heat scorched the demons surrounding Lin Feng. Some plant-like beings turned into withered wood in the blink of an eye, scattering into black dust in the air. Roar! Under this high temperature, the moisture within the demons continuously evaporated. At this moment, black gas began to emanate from their mouths. Not long after, some demons regained their sanity. Roar! In an instant, endless fear began to spread. Their primal instincts took over their brains. The countless demons that had originally gathered towards the center to kill Lin Feng now wished they could grow 20 legs to immediately escape from this person. But it was already too late. At this moment, the 9 fire pillars that had been buried around had already converged. In an instant, 9 extreme energies swirled together. The soaring flames covered the entire abandoned capital, turning it into a furnace of fire. The originally blue sky had turned a bright red color of flames. The immense energy soared into the sky. This terrifying wave even reached the outskirts of the abandoned capital. What is happening inside there? Did the country drop bombs in there? How could there be such a huge fire pillar? Impossible. Even if it were bombs, they couldn't produce this level of energy. Could it be that an awakener is inside? This level of power must be God level. That's right, even from this far away, I feel like I'm going to be burned. Everyone stared at the flames in the abandoned capital, their expressions filled with shock. At this moment, they completely forgot about escaping. Some even doubted whether the demons inside the abandoned capital could survive such a terrifying attack. Just as everyone was puzzled, boom! A terrifying explosion sounded. A fierce wind began to spread from the center of the abandoned capital to the outskirts. The giant fire pillars that had originally merged together began to crazily expand outward, burning away all obstacles in their path. The demons' shrill cries continuously emanated from the surrounding flames, as if they were enduring hellish flames. This is a big deal. Lin Feng stood in the flames, muttering to himself, as the surrounding flames could not approach him at all. Even the heat that reached him was mostly offset by the characteristics of his weapon. In this land, only beside him was the safest, yet also the most dangerous place. He initially thought that such an attack could at most produce one explosion to kill most of the demons. But now it seemed that it was preparing to flatten everything around. After just a few minutes, most of the entire abandoned capital had been burned to ashes, leaving only a ground full of broken walls and ruins. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of the demon capital had already detected this terrifying heat. This has almost flattened the abandoned capital. Which God-level awakener has made a move? This level of attack power is truly terrifying. It has been confirmed that it is not an awakener from our Dragon Nation. And judging by the energy you just emitted, it is estimated to have reached its peak. Do we have an awakener with such strength in our Dragon Nation? Could it be from another country? Have you forgotten the divine weapon rankings? If it is truly a mythic level weapon, it can definitely do this. That's right. Back in the day, just a fragment of a divine weapon could destroy half a city. And the bizarre demons that appeared back then could flatten a city with just one step. As they spoke, everyone seemed to have imagined something, their pupils contracting. If it weren't for the fact that humanity now has enough strength, they would probably have been exterminated long ago. But now, facing those ancient existences hidden in forbidden zones, they still couldn't let their guard down. Sigh, I wonder if Lin Feng has survived. The principal side, such a talented person is indeed rare. However, for some reason this time, he feels that Lin Feng will be able to survive this disaster. If the demons in the abandoned capital angered that person, then the ones being attacked should be the demons. That God-level awakener shouldn't make things difficult for a junior. It wouldn't be fitting for their status to forcefully target a weak awakener. Just as he was speculating, various strange fluctuations began to occur around the world. In the temple of Northern Europe, has a God-level awakener emerged from the Dragon Nation? I wonder if I will see you at the Martial Artists Council. A woman, shining with golden light and wearing armor, looked towards the direction of the Dragon Nation, her light yellow eyes filled with pity. Meanwhile, in the self-castration room of the Lighthouse Nation, a man dressed in black suddenly paused while writing furiously, and the secretary standing beside him, seeing his unusual action, asked curiously, "What's wrong?" He had never seen a member of the Lighthouse Nation display such a demeanor. Hearing the servant's words, the man slightly curled his lips in a way that went unnoticed, whispering, "It's nothing." He then continued writing vigorously, seemingly haphazardly revising documents. But if one observed closely, they would find that the man, who had been the same for over a decade, now had undeniable excitement in his eyes. And this situation was happening in different countries. At this moment, all God-level awakeners felt the terrifying energy emanating from the Dragon Nation. Most countries, at this moment, began to change their strategies. Although they did not explicitly state it, various plans targeting the Dragon Kingdom would be unknowingly delayed indefinitely. Meanwhile, among the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom, the Dragon Master also sensed this terrifying energy. Even Gongsun, launching from the imperial capital, raised her eyebrows slightly. This energy naturally countered her, and she did not like it. At the same time, Lin Feng in the abandoned capital, after the recent explosion, despite trying his best to resist the attack, was still left covered in dirt and dust. His torn clothes barely concealed his standard figure. Alas, he regretted only obtaining over 1,000 demon cores earlier. Had he known, he would have suppressed the power further. Lin Feng frowned slightly as he looked at the pile of demon cores in front of him, unsure how to carry them all away. In any case, he could not feed them to his beast. If he kept using demon cores, it would be tantamount to exhausting its innate talent, leading to a low growth limit. Demon cores were different from spirit fruits. They were not nurtured by heaven and earth. Roar! Roar! At that moment, it seemed the moonlight had heard Lin Feng's words. Roaring on his shoulder, it was drooling, but it dared not move its mouth without Lin Feng's command. Lin Feng ignored it. If he were to feed it, it would only reach the entry level, and then it could no longer be used. The rest, he must take away. Just as Lin Feng was pondering how to carry these things away, a notification sounded. Ding! Host detected, hunted 10,000 monsters. Host role-playing degree qualified. Role-playing system activated. 1. Extract role-playing opportunity. 2. Kill monsters to gain free points. 3. No upper limit increase in the host's role-playing values. Currently, after the system activation, 476 monsters killed. Obtained free points 68. 37. Is this system finally alive? Lin Feng was filled with disbelief. The system that had consumed his abilities was revived years later. Moreover, the triggering condition was absurd. Others simply had to sign in to become powerful, and their techniques would cultivate themselves. But for him, was he to be treated like an Oscar actor? He had to kill 10,000 monsters just to qualify for that. Damn it. However, grumbling aside, he still needed to use it, exceeding the upper limit increase. This meant that his heavy fruit could be amplified to 10,000. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's calm heart stirred with a ripple. If that were the case, he could indeed stop the rotation of Blue Star, even reverse it, making the sun rise from the west. But that was just a thought. Even if the fruit was strong enough, his energy was insufficient. At this moment, Lin Feng focused on the lottery opportunity. These free points should be prepared for the first role-playing character. Otherwise, the later in the role-play, the harder it would be to increase the role-playing degree. Using these role-playing points on a new character would be a waste. He doesn't know what conditions would be needed for the next lottery. It wouldn't be to kill a divine-level monster, would it? At this thought, Lin Feng shuddered. System, extract the second role-playing character. Ding! The system is extracting for the host. Just as the system's voice fell, countless names flew past Lin Feng's eyes. Yuan Uchiha Itachi, Paradise Maker, Luo Kizu, Yasukuni Yuichi, True Godzilla, Emperor of the Wild Sky. Various characters from previous life anime crazily intruded. Lin Feng even saw Yuan. Oh no, Master Yi, please don't. With a gasp, Lin Feng instantly became tense. It was that he looked down on Yuan. If it were a low martial world, it would be fine. But this was a high martial world, where beings capable of shattering mountains were everywhere. If he randomly got Master Yi, wouldn't that be a waste? I don't ask for SSR. Just give me an A or above. At this moment, Lin Feng truly experienced the fear of being an unlucky player, fervently praying to the system in his heart. Ding! Finally, just as Lin Feng was feeling nervous, a name stopped in front of him. Then, a relaxed and confident voice echoed in his mind. Don't worry, I am invincible. Obtained Watanabe Gojo S panel. Role-playing Watanabe Gojo increases role-playing degree. Unlock various abilities. Gifted host initial role-playing degree of 10. Congratulations, host. Obtained Watanabe Gojo S10 physique. Obtained ability. 6 eyes. Obtained ability. Limitless technique. Obtained curse technique. Infinity. Obtained reverse technique. Cursed. Obtained domain. Idle void. Ability. Data integration with 6 eyes unlocked. 26 eyes ability. In the next moment, it felt as if a surge of energy burst out from Lin Feng's body. At this moment, he could clearly sense the flow of energy in the air. Meanwhile, the ability of 6 eyes allowed him to see the surrounding 360 space. Even what was behind him was crystal clear. From a blind person to someone who could see everything, he felt an overwhelming power. Lin Feng felt the newly acquired ability. Fortunately, it was not a character from a low martial world. Moreover, Watanabe Gojo's infinity could block any object attacking him, which could be considered absolute defense. Saying this, Lin Feng instantly activated the technique Infinity. Then he controlled the stone, rapidly flying towards him. Whoosh! The stone made a terrifying sound as it flew. At this speed and power, it could already rival a Barret. However, just as the stone was about to approach Lin Feng, it suddenly stopped right in front of him. It was as if something had blocked it. Not an inch further. Is this infinity? Lin Feng excitedly murmured to himself. Although he couldn't yet keep it activated 24/7, or even isolate toxins for now, this defensive ability was already strong enough. What he needed most was defense. Standing still, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. As his jade-like eyes opened, they encompassed everything around him. Looking at the surroundings, Lin Feng felt extremely pleased. Finally, he could finally open his eyes. Slowly raising his hand to his forehead, Lin Feng stood there. Next, it was time to showcase his Oscar-winning acting skills. It must be said after training, his physique and posture had already come quite close to Watanabe Gojo. What remained was only the demeanor. And what kind of person was Watanabe Gojo? From young arrogance to later losing a close friend and beginning to confront his own strength. He loved his friends, despised the mainstream, and upheld his values with his own power. A few minutes later, Lin Feng slowly raised his head. His azure blue eyes revealed confidence. A few months later, almost everyone on Blue Star knew about everything that had happened in the abandoned capital of the Dragon Kingdom. People were discussing and speculating about who could have leveled the entire abandoned city. The higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom secretly assigned this person a code name, Fire God. They speculated that such powerful ability must have been executed by a God-level awakener who had awakened an S-level fire ability. Otherwise, it was impossible to explain the terrifying power. A few months ago, at the moment the disaster occurred, various anomalies suddenly appeared around the world. Ferocious beasts, which had originally been hidden in the wilderness, suddenly emerged. The giant that had appeared on Blue Star when spiritual energy just began to revive, which had destroyed an entire city, also looked towards the direction of the Dragon Kingdom that night. His eyes were like the sun in the night, illuminating the surrounding cities as bright as day. There were also rumors of angels with 8 pairs of wings, their golden bodies as beautiful as paintings, appearing in the clouds. This time, it was no longer just a few humans who saw it, but most people noticed everything. The entire Blue Star was thrown into chaos in less than a week. An invisible fear enveloped human cities. Various speculations emerged. At this critical moment, countries immediately suppressed the public opinion, claiming that it was just an external experiment and that these were all illusions. Such a clumsy excuse calmed the turmoil in the base city. People would rather believe it was a fabrication than live in a city that could be destroyed at any moment. Besides the various anomalies that occurred, countries also saw the emergence of powerful geniuses. The once rare S-level awakeners were appearing one after another. Moreover, the countries raised the upper limit of awakening levels to SSS level. The cell-devouring ability possessed by Mo Luin of the Dragon Kingdom was an SS-level skill. Meanwhile, in the office of the Magic Capital Academy, the principal was lowering his head to review documents. Although there were more and more powerful awakeners emerging, and many even reached the level that Lin Feng had achieved upon enrollment, he knew that it would be hard to see a genius who could grow to such a level during that time of spiritual energy scarcity again. Sigh. The principal sighed. At that moment, a message came through. The principal picked up his phone and glanced at it casually. His previously calm pupils suddenly widened, because this message was sent to him by Lin Feng. Hey, principal, I'm currently in the Imperial Capital. My phone is about to die. Can you help me transfer to the Imperial Capital Academy? Also, please don't reveal my identity. Thank you. A smiley face was attached to the end of the message. Looking at this string of information, the principal instantly became excited, nearly tipping over the chair he was sitting on. He cautiously looked around, suppressing his excitement. He never expected Lin Feng to still be alive. Moreover, he had run to the outskirts of the Imperial Capital. As one of the 3 major base cities of the Dragon Kingdom, the Imperial Capital was undoubtedly the richest in resources. Was this kid planning to run to the imperial capital to cause trouble for others? The principal's mouth curled slightly. Recently, there happened to be exchange students going to the magic capital. It would be better to transfer him there, especially since the new S-level students have been a bit arrogant lately and needed someone to teach them a lesson. The principal nodded and immediately arranged for Lin Feng to be transferred. Lin Feng had witnessed that disaster firsthand, although he had many questions he wanted to ask. If the other party didn't want to say, he naturally wouldn't force it. Every genius must have their own secrets. Even Mo Lin, a student from the era of spiritual energy scarcity, had his own secrets. At this moment, in the imperial capital, Lin Feng smiled upon seeing the message from the principal. He casually tossed his phone into the trash can. His pineapple phone had also met its end. Just as he was about to get up after patting his thigh, ding ding ding, a 1 yuan coin slowly rolled to his feet. What the heck? Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. Slowly raising his head, he saw a short-haired girl standing in front of him, with a strong power hidden within her body. Clearly, she was an awakener. At this moment, Lin Feng noticed that there were far too many awakeners on the road, much more than he had encountered in the magic capital. Look at you. You don't seem to have any problems. Why are you begging here? It's the era of national martial arts now. Listening to the girl in front of him, Lin Feng opened his mouth, then swallowed the words back down, because his current appearance indeed resembled that of a beggar. After months of hunting demons in the wilderness and seizing freedom points, he was now disheveled and dirty, likely unrecognizable to acquaintances. Moreover, the most critical part was that he had a bag made of animal skin beside him, filled with thousands of demon cores, making him look bulky, along with an ancient wooden stick. Don't squat there. I'll take you to get a haircut, the girl in front of him kindly suggested. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng slowly stood up. He indeed needed to clean up. He was too dirty and messy, and going directly to sell demon cores would likely cause quite a stir. As he stood up, the numerous minor wounds and muscles on his body were suddenly revealed in front of her. The girl was startled, crossing her arms and stepping back in panic. "WH, what do you want? I am an awakener. Don't worry, I'm a gentleman." A gentleman can beg on the streets? Soon, she led Lin Feng into a barber shop. The shop was luxuriously decorated, clearly not cheap. However, in Lin Feng's eyes at this moment, most awakeners were weaklings. All the so-called decorations seemed the same to him. He had reached the point of being oblivious to his surroundings. As soon as they entered, everyone around frowned. The disdain in the eyes of several female customers was obvious. This was a high-level shop. As long as one had money, they could receive any service. Not everyone could enter here. However, upon seeing the person standing next to Lin Feng, they swallowed their words. At that moment, the shop manager also came over. Upon seeing the girl, he was clearly taken aback. "Gong-sun." Just as the words left his mouth, the girl instantly made a shushing gesture, causing the manager to quickly swallow back what he was about to say. "This way, please." Saying this, Lin Feng followed him. The nearby chatting customers clearly frowned, but they didn't dare to say much. Instead, they began to discuss quietly. "You said, where did the Gong-sun family find such a wild man? I think he doesn't look that great, just a body full of muscles." No way. You didn't fall for him, did you? What's so good about a beggar? You don't know the youngest daughter of the Gong-sun family loves to take in travelers, probably has some kind of fetish. Don't say any more, or she'll hear us. Listening to the discussions of the crowd, she frowned. It's just using the family's resources to help others. But just because she's from the Gong-sun family, people label her as domineering and overbearing. After a few minutes, Lin Feng finished washing up. He changed his clothes and walked out of the room. His strong physique was obvious. Wow, with that muscle strength, he must be a martial artist. The manager in front looked at his figure, clicking his tongue in amazement. He couldn't help but think, the Gong-sun family knows how to play. And Lin Feng naturally had no idea about the little calculations in their minds. This one, Lin Feng. "Oh, Mr. Lin, what hairstyle do you want? Dye it white for me. And also, buy me a pair of sunglasses. That girl outside will pay." Saying this, Lin Feng lay down. White? So young. And already wants a white-haired look? Complaining aside, he naturally wouldn't neglect his hands. However, after Lin Feng said this, the manager was even more certain that this was a pretty boy, with such a good figure, if he tidied up his messy hair. For some reason, the manager became curious about a man with a normal appearance. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Crack, crack. Various mechanical tools flew above Lin Feng's head. Under the hairstylist's skillful hands, he finally perfectly replicated the hairstyle Lin Feng described. Phew. The hairstylist let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, when he first saw Lin Feng's messy hair, he was already in despair. Fortunately, he didn't lose the gamble of his career. At this moment, Lin Feng's image was already very close to Wu Qiaowu, at least 8 or 9 points of resemblance. Looking at Lin Feng's reflection in the mirror, the manager could hardly imagine that this was the beggar who had just come in with a bag and a wooden stick. Even the hairstylist secretly gave a thumbs up. Most of the people who came here were wealthy, but someone as handsome as Lin Feng was rarely seen in over a decade. Thank you. Putting on the sunglasses he had just bought, Lin Feng thanked him and then walked out. As soon as he stepped outside, he immediately attracted the attention of those around him. Wow, so handsome. How did I not notice him earlier? Me too. I wouldn't forget such a handsome guy coming out from there. So handsome, a stark contrast to that beggar just now. Could he be an employee of this shop? Hey, handsome, don't work here. Come with me. I'll pay you 3,000 a day. Let's add each other on WeChat, and we can have a meal together sometime. Look here. Look here. The crowd was excited, taking out their phones to take pictures of Lin Feng. As for the crowd's invitations, Lin Feng politely refused one by one. Then, under the resentful gazes of several wealthy women, Lin Feng put his hands in his pockets and walked outside. He stopped in front of the girl, bent down, and whispered in her ear, "Thank you." Feeling the gentle breath near her ear, the girl's cheeks flushed, and she was startled. Before she could react, Lin Feng placed a small box in her hand. Then he picked up his bag and wooden stick and turned to leave. At this moment, both the girl and the people in the shop were stunned. "It's you. I didn't mock him just now. Why doesn't he acknowledge my authority?" No wonder the youngest daughter of the Gongsun family protects him so fiercely. Several people looked incredulously at Lin Feng's retreating figure outside, unable to connect the two. But the fact was right in front of them. A dirty beggar, looking like he had been living alone in the wild for a month. After cleaning up, he actually transformed. It was like two different people. If it weren't for him taking his things, no one would dare to believe this was the same person. At that moment, the Gongsun girl looked at the box in her hand, shaking it in confusion. "What is this?" Crack. As she opened the box, 2 crystal-clear demon crystals lay inside. This is a demon crystal. Only superclass demons produce these. Who exactly is he? I didn't expect that by helping a beggar on the roadside out of kindness, I would end up with a martial artist. Although in recent months, the number of powerful awakened individuals among humans has been increasing, demon crystals are still quite valuable. For him to casually give away to, could it be that bag contains? Thinking of this, the girl dared not think further. No wonder he was so dirty. He must have been in the wild for a long time. At the same time, Lin Feng was also heading towards the imperial capital. He had no place to go in the imperial capital, and obviously, the academy was the best place. After all, he was still a student. Going to the academy seemed to be a reasonable choice. Moreover, he could take the opportunity to obtain the token promised by the principal of Magic City. This would help him improve his strength, and also give him a chance to check out the so-called team levels in the virtual realm. Haha. Lin Feng walked along the way, stopping and going. His outfit was definitely attracting attention. Look at that handsome guy. He is quite handsome, but unfortunately, he's a big fool. This outfit is just too bizarre. People around occasionally complained, even recording videos to post online. However, Lin Feng seemed to care nothing about his image. After just a few minutes, he arrived outside the academy in the imperial capital. Stop. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. The guard, seeing Lin Feng's outfit, immediately blocked him. Lin Feng took out a card and said, "This is my student ID." The guard took the card, looked at the information on it, then looked up at Lin Feng. "Is this you?" "Yes, I was still very thin back then." "Go in." Although the guard was skeptical, he still let Lin Feng in, because it was quite unlikely to forge a student ID from Magic City, and recently there happened to be transfer students from Magic City, so he didn't make it difficult for him. It seems that the situation has changed recently. While walking into the school, Lin Feng muttered to himself. His student ID clearly stated an A-level awakening ability. In the past, people were usually quite surprised upon seeing it. This guard, however, showed no reaction at all. Even if the gatekeeper of the Imperial Capital Academy is more knowledgeable than the ones in the Magic Capital, it shouldn't be treating him like an ordinary person, right? If Lin Feng knew, at this moment, an A-level ability is no longer considered top tier now, he would probably understand. Meanwhile, in the dormitory hall for transfer students at the Imperial Capital Academy, there were several transfer students from the Magic Capital sitting there. Emotlin, Xiao Menglin, and Wu Longdao. If Lin Feng were there, it would be just enough for 4 people. Recently, the new students in the Imperial Capital have been too arrogant. At this moment, Wu Longdao was sitting on the sofa, his face swollen as he complained. Originally, they came here after hearing the principal's words, saying something about raising the prestige of the Magic Capital Academy. Before leaving, the principal even specifically said, "I have high hopes for you." But they had barely arrived when they got beaten up. There's no way to blame anyone but themselves for awakening their abilities too early and missing the times. Even his SS level ability is no longer impressive. Mo Lin frowned and comforted him. Although he said that, the other two wouldn't take it seriously. An SS level awakened ability is still quite rare now. An awakened one referred to as a remnant from the previous era is still considered SS level today. The value of that can be imagined. If Lin Feng were here, let alone an S level, even an SSS level awakened one would definitely not be his match. As soon as this was said, Mo Lin and Xiao Menglin fell silent. Wu Longdao also sensed that he had said something wrong and quickly tried to smooth things over. Hey, it's okay, it's okay. Isn't the S-level student from the Imperial Capital currently live-streaming a challenge against the White Emperor's level? I'm telling you, at this point, the expressions of the other two darkened even further. Wu Longdao quickly shut his mouth. He almost forgot that the S-level talented student from the Imperial Capital was the one who had claimed to surpass Lin Feng's accomplishments. Therefore, he couldn't stand it and challenge the other party. The result was obvious. He returned in a miserable defeat. Although Lin Feng had defeated him multiple times at the academy, that was always voluntary. He still had great respect for Lin Feng's strength, and most importantly, for his humble demeanor. Regardless of how many opponents he faced, he always treated them with courtesy. But that's all in the past. Now, with talents blooming everywhere, L-level abilities are common, and S-level abilities are nearly worthless. Most of these remnants from the previous era have already become the lowest tier among awakened ones. In just a few months, the strength of awakened ones across the entire Blue Star has skyrocketed. If only Lin Feng could survive, he could educate these newcomers and let them know what a dangerous society is like. Wu Longdao thought to himself. However, he knew that this was no longer possible. The other party was almost certainly dead due to the aftermath of that battle. Moreover, the news of Lin Feng's death was told to them directly by Gongsun Ning. As a member of the Gongsun family, there was no need for him to lie about Lin Feng. Furthermore, after returning, he inexplicably used his family's financial resources to build a statue for Lin Feng, placing it outside the exchange student villa at the Imperial Capital Academy. Below it, it was inscribed, in memory of the predecessors who lived for martial arts. This is also why the people of the Imperial Capital Academy would be so furious as to challenge Lin Feng's record. The hatred between the two academies was already deep, and now this? It could truly be said that it was a matter of life and death. Now, the S-level student from the Imperial Capital is live-streaming a challenge against the White Emperor's level. Meanwhile, below the exchange student villa, what the heck? Lin Feng looked at the statue in front of him, nearly dropping his sunglasses. Is this me? In memory of the predecessors who lived for martial arts. May they be immortal. I'm not dead yet. Bang! Lin Feng kicked the inscription hard with his foot. He kicked the words, "May they be immortal," into a disarray, making it impossible to read what was written above. This huge sound instantly attracted everyone's attention in the Imperial Capital. Bro, you're awesome. I've got my eyes on you. Nice job. A warrior who isn't afraid of school punishment. Be careful of that Mo Lin from the Magic Capital. This guy has defeated quite a few of our students. Damn it, I've never liked that guy on the statue. But you bro look good. Exactly. What is he? Can he compare to you? It's a gap. That's what it is. But why do I feel like you two look so alike? Don't you dare insult my warrior. Hearing the noisy voices from the crowd, Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Are they cursing him or praising him? But he couldn't care less about that now. If he stayed here any longer, the principal of the Imperial Capital might catch him. If he were to be recognized, it would inevitably lead to a round of subtle inquiries. It's better to head upstairs first. Although Lin Feng hadn't gone up yet, he could already see the figures of the three people upstairs. Did Wu Longdao get beaten up again? How can he get beaten up wherever he goes? Lin Feng opened his mouth in surprise, not realizing that he had been the one causing trouble for the other party all along. After giving the moonlight in the sky a gesture for free patrol, Lin Feng walked upstairs. Now the moonlight was already at 10-star level. Its size was too large to be suitable for activities in the city. It would scare the children, so all the way. It just provided protection for Lin Feng in the air. Before long, Lin Feng arrived at the door of the hall. He placed his hand on the doorknob. Creak. Lin Feng pressed down on the handle. This sound instantly attracted the attention of everyone inside. Several people turned their eyes toward him, because at this time, the only one who had come here was the last mysterious student mentioned by the principal of the Magic Capital. Creak. The door opened. A figure appeared in front of everyone. Oh, everyone's here. As soon as Lin Feng entered, he smiled and extended his hand in a gesture of greeting, saying hello to everyone. Looking at the handsome man in sunglasses standing at the door, before the others could react, Lin Feng walked right behind the three. These are cream puffs I just bought, especially for you guys. Saying this, Lin Feng swiftly placed the 3 bags of sweets in front of everyone with the speed of lightning. Then he sat on the sofa, crossing his legs, looking at the program on the TV. To sum it up in one sentence, he truly didn't treat everyone as outsiders. At this moment, the three finally reacted. In an instant, a voice rang out in unison. Who are you? Ha ha ha, we're classmates, right? You guys haven't forgotten, have you? Especially Menglin. If you really forgot me, it would break my heart. As he spoke, Lin Feng seemed genuinely heartbroken, rubbing his chest with his hand. On the side, Xiao Menglin shivered involuntarily upon hearing him call her name. She then shot a cold glance at him, as if she could kill him with her gaze. At that moment, the temperature around them seemed to drop to freezing point. Just then, Mo Luan stepped in to mediate. Everyone, please don't get excited. Let's talk it out. I am Amon, a sophomore from Magic City, and this is Xiao Menglin, the first in the Sword and Blade Department, Wulongdao. Saying this, Mo Luan smiled at Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Wulongdao looked at Lin Feng and felt an increasing sense of familiarity. However, he couldn't remember knowing such a handsome guy. Could it be that we have some inseparable connection? Wulongdao rubbed his chest, filled with doubt. Xiao Menglin coldly turned her head away, focusing on the live broadcast. Seeing Mo Luan's expression, Lin Feng didn't want to make things too difficult for him, so he simply said, Lin Feng. As soon as those two words came out, Xiao Menglin instantly turned her head, and Wulongdao's eyes widened. Even Mo Luan's finger trembled. You're also named Lin Feng? Wulongdao blurted out, not even realizing he added also. That's right, what's the matter? Lin Feng nodded, pretending to be unaware. After spending months in the wild, his changes were not only physical. His temperament was almost completely different from before. One could say that Teng Hu and Wu Qiao had very different personalities. If it weren't for Lin Feng being such an acting king, it would really be hard to manage. However, the others still suspected Lin Feng was doing this on purpose. But when Lin Feng took out his student ID, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out he was indeed just a named twin. I remember there were 3 people with the same name on the website, right? Could you be one of them? Xiao Menglin asked in confusion. Although Lin Feng asked her for 3 accounts, he didn't use the 3rd account to speak. Yes, I didn't expect so many people to share my name. Haha. Lin Feng scratched his head and laughed. Seeing his carefree demeanor, they couldn't help but shake their heads in their hearts. They then turned to look at the progress of the Western White Emperor on the live broadcast. 96. Since the aura had been rapidly increasing, many newly awakened individuals just turning 18 had benefited greatly. A large number of S-rank awakeners had appeared. The formerly rare A ranks had also become commonplace. Moreover, the number of martial artists had rapidly increased during this time. In the past, having a few people become martial artists in a year was already quite good. Yet in these few months, dozens had passed the martial artist test. Compared to previous years, it was an unimaginable increase. Correspondingly, the speed of clearing levels had also significantly improved. The previously stagnant single-player progress had increased tremendously after this aura explosion. The new generation was charging towards the challenges. Damn, they won't really let him pass, will they? Wulongdao said nervously while watching the progress on the screen. I estimate it should be fine, Mo Luan nodded. He currently had no intention of challenging the single-player level. He planned to wait until his strength reached its peak before attempting it. At that time, the success rate would be much higher. Meanwhile, in a live stream's bullet comments, someone mentioned, is the Imperial Capital Academy also going to produce a 100 clear student? This is to compete with Magic City and surpass their glory. I doubt it. Back then, Lin Feng from Magic City cleared it when the aura was relatively scarce. Now times have changed. What does it matter if times have changed? A clear is a clear, don't bring up useless things. Exactly. Can you really make them fight out? One shouldn't always cling to past glories. I estimate that even if that Lin Feng were to come back, he definitely wouldn't be a match for this Imperial Capital student. That's right. This Imperial Capital student defeated Magic City's Sword and Blade first with 1 hit. I remember it was called Wulongdao, right? Reading the comments flashing by, Wulongdao was left speechless. He never expected to be stabbed in the back while lying down. Lin Feng realized why Wulongdao kept getting beaten up. As long as his strength didn't provoke powerful awakeners, he should be fine. But the key was that every time he challenged someone, he always picked the strongest. One could only say it was bad luck. Just as everyone was focused. Ding! 100 clear of the White Emperor S level. The talent leaderboard will open in 10 days. As soon as the announcement fell, a man dressed in black appeared through the gate. The gate behind him transformed into a stone wall, starting the countdown. Talent leaderboard? Isn't this tailor-made for me? Lin Feng mused. If it was a ranking of abilities, his heavy fruit would definitely rank in the top 3. But if it was a talent ranking, he had confidence. So far, no one could surpass him since he became a martial artist within just a month of enrollment. If that were the case, Wouldn't he, this Imperial Capital Awakener, become his worker? He could just sit here and wait for them to clear the level to receive rewards. With that thought, Lin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. Meanwhile, the bullet comments were going wild. Wow, the second single-player clear. Who will be the first on the talent leaderboard this time? If Lin Feng were still alive, he would definitely be in the top 3. Not necessarily. This competition is a talent test for everyone globally. Where do you put those god-level awakeners? The crowd began to discuss frantically in the comments. Meanwhile, the Imperial Capital Awakeners noticed this situation. With a raised eyebrow, a nameless fire ignited in their hearts. Then, suddenly recalling something, they smiled and said to the live broadcast screen, "Since everyone enjoys comparing me with Magic City so much, why don't we have a competition? If you have the guts, feel free to challenge me anytime." Saying this, he turned and walked away. This indeed provoked Wulong Dao. This brat, so arrogant. Just wait. I'll go find him right now. You want to find him so he can beat you up? Mo Luan spoke flatly from his side. Wulong Dao immediately fell silent. The other party was an S-rank awakener. He really wasn't his opponent. He had been one-hit kill before. However, Mo Luan's SS challenging him was really too embarrassing. Just then, a clear voice rang out. "Why don't I go?" Lin Feng looked at the television with a serious expression, as if the words he just said were not his. "Can you do it?" "Ha ha, I've cleared a single-player level once." Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned. "You cleared the Southern Red Emperor's level?" Xiao Ming hurriedly asked, her gaze fixed on Lin Feng, trying to discern any cracks in his expression. However, Lin Feng shrugged and replied nonchalantly, "Was it that difficult? I found it quite simple." At this, everyone was instantly petrified. Simple? Is that even human language? If it were truly that simple, it would have been cleared by everyone a long time ago. Arrogant. Absolutely too arrogant. At this moment, Wulong Dao and the other two had already dismissed their doubts. The personality gap between these two was simply too great. They had mentally separated Lin Feng from the other, confirming that they were two people with the same name. Otherwise, how could someone clear a single-player level just a month after starting school, especially during a time when spiritual energy was scarce? It's simply outrageous. Can you even do it? He's an S-rank awakener. Things are different now, Wulong Dao asked in confusion. Hearing this, Lin Feng's mouth curled into a slight smile. "Don't worry," from the live stream. "He looks pretty weak." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Wulong Dao was taken aback. "What the heck? An S-rank awakener is weak? How can you say that?" However, the other party indeed had the capital to be arrogant. No wonder the principal at that time said he would surprise them. This isn't a surprise, it's downright shocking. A powerful awakener like that hiding in their magic city, and they had never seen him once. Indeed, strong people do not easily reveal themselves. "I hope you're not just boasting," Xiao Meng said coldly from the side. For some reason, she felt a sense of familiarity when she saw Lin Feng. However, thinking back to what happened in the abandoned capital, she inexplicably felt a sense of guilt in getting close to this person who shared the same name. Clearly, they had no relationship in the past, yet she instinctively wanted to distance herself from him. However, Lin Feng didn't say much. He was just waiting for the leaderboard to open. At that time, if he could obtain weapons and images from the One Realm, he wondered if he could achieve a Bankai when the Kongtong mirror was next activated. Just as Lin Feng was lost in thought, the live stream had already closed. "System, open the panel," Lin Feng said in his mind. The next moment, a long string of data appeared before him. Host, Lin Feng talent, none level, superstar entry strength, 2156 speed, 2056 stamina, 1967 abilities, staff and sword technique, Conqueror S Hockey, 75, Armament Hockey, 75, Observation Hockey, 76, Heavy Fruit, 95, Curses, Unlimited Technique, 10, Technique Reversal, 10, Six Eyes, 10, Infinite Void, 10, due to the Six Eyes having devoured his own skills. He was still in a state of having no awakened talent. However, the Six Eyes, after consuming A-rank skills, had capabilities far exceeding the data of an A-rank talent. Without needing the other party to release skills, the Six Eyes could see all of the opponent's information. It could even see the flow of energy within other people's bodies and predict their actions based on these flows. It could be said to be an incredible skill that surpassed S-rank. The only limitation was that it couldn't be used against those of a higher level. When he obtained this ability, Lin Feng was extremely excited. After killing so many demons, he now had 127 of his free enhancement points. And good steel must be used on the blade. After muttering to himself, Lin Feng planned to use a portion of his evolution points to enhance Wuqiao Widow's abilities. As for Wuqiao Widow's skills, he had already figured them out. The unlimited technique can compress a point in space to an infinitely small size. It can create a small black hole and compress a large area of space around him to achieve what is known as infinity. Alternatively, it can compress the distance between 2 points in space to achieve instant movement. However, there must be no obstacles in between. In order to practice teleportation, he didn't know how many innocent demons he had crashed into. Fortunately, his physique was different from ordinary people. If he were an ordinary awakener, he would have probably died long ago. Because of this, he developed an indestructible body. This skill could be said to be Wu Qiao Wudo's most critical ability, and other abilities must be used based on the unlimited technique. Therefore, enhancing the unlimited technique became crucial. System: use 30 of the free points to enhance the unlimited technique. As soon as Lin Feng's voice fell, the energy within him was instantly boosted, and a wealth of knowledge about the unlimited technique flooded into his mind. Refreshing. However, unfortunately, it still couldn't be used continuously and automatically. Lin Feng shook his head. If he could use it automatically, he could sleep soundly. Plus, it would save him a lot of money on stamina-restoring elixirs. Right now, he lacked attack and defense, but his stamina consumption was too frequent. This is also known as insufficient MP. If he had a large number of elixirs to restore stamina. TSK, TSK, TSK. Lin Feng had already envisioned the scene of himself turning into an infinite artillery platform. Just as he was lost in his imagination, a figure walked in front of him. Lin Feng, with the competition approaching, how about we have a spar? Upon hearing this, Xiao Meng and Mo Luan, who were preparing to leave for training, stopped in their tracks. They turned to look at the two. To be honest, they were also very curious about Lin Feng's strength. Hearing the other party's words, Lin Feng's mouth slightly lifted. Just after gaining his ability, someone came to challenge him. Wasn't this a gift? Sure. Saying that, Lin Feng stood up. It was only then that everyone noticed how standard Lin Feng's height and figure were. He was simply like a sculpture of the gods from Western mythology. Let's go to the training ground, said Wu Longdao with a smile as he led the way outside. He loved challenging strong opponents because he believed that only by continuously challenging the strong could he truly train himself. Bullying the weak was not his style. As they walked along the way, they attracted a lot of attention. After all, they were students from Magic City, and now they were walking in the imperial capital just as their fellow students had just cleared their personal levels. Naturally, they attracted a lot of people's attention. Who is that white-haired boy? I don't remember Magic City having someone like him. I can't take it anymore. Ladies, I want to defect. Get lost. If anyone's going to defect, it's me first. I can't take it anymore. I can't take my eyes off a single guy. As for the betrayal of the girls on campus, I choose to forgive. Forgive your grandma? Do we need your forgiveness? Damn, this guy has issues. The crowd was in an uproar. Followers in the Magic City headed towards the training ground. Hey, this group of bastards. Wu Longdao looked around and didn't care. The more people there were, the more it showcased his reputation. This was their Magic City's military parade in the imperial capital. After walking for a few minutes, even the teachers from the imperial capital were drawn over. Although it was clearly stated that fighting between mentors from different schools was not allowed. If the students under one's name were inferior, didn't that mean the teacher was inferior as well? As the saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself, and you will never be defeated. As they noticed the direction a few people were heading, the crowd also realized something. Were they planning to spar at the training ground? Damn, really? Could it be that the SS level ability, User Morin, was planning to make a move? Hurry up and take a look. Now there was a good show to watch. Who was he going to fight? Could be that white-haired guy? No way. This person walked swaggeringly. It was obvious he was unstable on his feet and definitely not a martial arts practitioner. That's right. Now that everyone is practicing martial arts, who walks without a strong presence? This guy, on the other hand, his steps were so arrogant. Walking on the street, he would definitely get beaten. Plus, he was wearing sunglasses. TSK, TSK, TSK. The crowd looked at Lin Feng in the midst of the crowd. He had just arrived at the Imperial Capital Academy and had already lured away all the goddesses in everyone's hearts. Naturally, this left them feeling quite defeated and dissatisfied. As soon as someone spoke up, the crowd echoed a few words. However, what they said was the truth. Lin Feng had his hands in his pockets, wearing glasses, and indeed looked nothing like a martial artist. So many people here. Could it be that I am too handsome? Have I attracted them all? Lin Feng casually said without looking back. Upon hearing this, a few people paused. Meanwhile, on the side, Xiao Minglin was almost laughing out loud. I think they probably want to see Morin's abilities. Although they know his name, it's hard to imagine what it would be like when used. Honest Wu Longdao spoke up. That's right, sparring is sparring, but it's better not to reveal all abilities. For Longdao, It doesn't matter since others already know. Beside him, Morin cautiously spoke. He was always like this. Even with his astonishing awakened abilities, he still acted cautiously. He could be considered the protagonist of a novel, following the path of survival. Lin Feng was the same. It's okay, it's okay. Even if they find out, it's no problem. Lin Feng waved his hand, laughing. If we're talking about skills, his current abilities were quite abundant. After he advanced, even his martial art, the Collapsing Mountain Strike, had evolved into the Collapsing Heaven Strike. Previously, his attack could collapse the opponent from inside. Now, after evolution, the Collapsing Mountain Strike, or rather, the Collapsing Heaven Strike, could grant an object an additional 50 of the original attack damage after Lin Feng's attack, equivalent to his secondary strike, 150 damage. Until using it, Lin Feng didn't understand why martial arts skills were so precious. As long as one obtained a decent martial skill, it could last a lifetime. If it continued to evolve with Lin Feng, he even suspected that this A-level martial skill could ultimately cause double or even triple damage. All of this was thanks to the brother from the black market, Pirate Dog. Truly, he was not ordinary, wearing a straw hat. Just as Lin Feng was lost in thought, a few people had already entered the training ground. Here, there was a huge arena and audience seats, used for competitions among students, completely worry-free about damage. Aside from martial artists, battles between anyone else could not damage this place. In no time, Lin Feng and Wu Longdao stood on the platform. The crowd had arrived in the audience seats, and seeing it wasn't Morin on stage, they were somewhat disappointed. Oh my, it's really this kid. Although this guy named Wu Longdao isn't that strong, he was still killed by Youku, so he can't be too weak. What the hell? Youku is here. Just as the crowd was discussing, they suddenly noticed a man in black entering the arena. This person was Youku from the Imperial capital, who had passed the solo challenge. Looking at the two below, Youku frowned slightly and said, "Our Imperial capital's training ground isn't for you to use." Saying this, he turned his gaze to Morin on stage. "Get down, let's have a match." As soon as these words were spoken, the arena instantly fell silent. A heavy smell of gunpowder spread around. The crowd eagerly looked over, wanting to see who the strongest title truly belonged to. However, Morin did not pay him any attention at this moment. Instead, he was focused on Lin Feng, who was warming up below. His eyes had absorbed and evolved to the point of having traces of dragon blood. For some reason, when he looked at Lin Feng, he felt an inexplicable familiarity, as if he had seen him somewhere before. He was extremely concerned at that moment. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was doing leg stretches on the platform, while stretching out a hand towards Wu Longdao, signaling him. 3 moves, I'll let you have 3 moves, then I'll make my move. Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily stunned. What the hell? Let an A-level awakened one have 3 moves? Even Yuka back then directly made his move, right? Damn, this white-haired kid is so arrogant, letting an A-level have 3 moves? He doesn't really think that after losing a few times, Wu Longdao is really weak, does he? I estimate this kid will be taken out instantly. That's for sure. I see his movements. He definitely can't withstand a single move. The crowd was in an uproar. At this moment, Yuka stopped looking at the two on stage with great interest. No rush. Good. Since that's the case, then I shall respectfully comply. Wu Longdao didn't think much. Since he was given the opportunity, how could he refuse? Bang! Grabbing the long knife, Wu Longdao jumped towards Lin Feng. The long knife created a sound of wind. This strike had more than tripled in power. Swish! Not only the power, even the speed had been enhanced at this moment. What the hell? This kid is so sneaky. He increased his speed only when swinging down. That's right, so shameless. If I went up, I would definitely get hit. However, just as everyone thought Lin Feng would be struck, whoosh, the long knife fell beside him. Just narrowly dodging the strike, Lin Feng, wearing sunglasses, stood beside Wu Longdao and extended a finger. 1. As soon as this word came out, Wu Longdao instantly increased his strength. He swung his blade horizontally again. However, it missed again. 2. This time the voice came from behind Wu Longdao. The surrounding crowd was already dumbfounded. What the hell? How did he get behind Wu Longdao? I didn't even see it clearly. No matter how fast he is, it shouldn't be possible to miss it, right? Just as everyone was surprised. Emoluan, beside him, also broke out in a cold sweat. He couldn't see Lin Feng's movements either, even with the dragon blood in his eyes. He could only see Lin Feng instantly move behind Wu Longdao. But that's impossible. How could there be such a bizarre ability as instant movement? Yet the fact was right in front of them. Lin Feng had teleported behind Wu Longdao. Swish! The third slash came out. Unsurprisingly, it still missed. 3. As soon as Lin Feng's words fell, he instantly activated the unlimited technique, compressing the distance between Wu Longdao and the wall behind him. Bang! Wu Longdao slammed hard against the stone wall behind him. Then he fell to the ground, looking at Lin Feng in disbelief. He originally thought that Lin Feng's strength was at most similar to his own, but he never expected the gap between them to be so huge. At the same time, the crowd fell silent. They looked at Lin Feng, who stood in the middle, in disbelief. Did you see him make a move just now? I didn't see it. I only saw the guy with the knife fly out after making 3 moves. What kind of ability is this? Didn't they say that the strongest person in Magic City is Imoluan? No, it should be that Lin Feng guy who is the undisputed #1 after his death. That makes sense, but I didn't expect there to be such a freak in Magic City. Meanwhile, in the audience, Xiao Menglin looked at Lin Feng below. Her red lips slightly parted. She asked in surprise, "Who do you think is stronger, him or Yuku?" "I don't know. I can't see through him." Upon hearing Mo Luan's words, Xiao Menglin's surprise escalated again. Even when facing Yuka back then, Mo Luan had never said such a thing. But the fact was indeed as such. Mo Luan had never felt this much pressure like today. This was the second person he couldn't see through. In the past, he had never experienced such pressure against anyone, except for that time in the abandoned capital. But that person was already dead. It seems that I need to be more low-key in the future. Montak Lun Mom. He decided to carry on with his path of survival. Meanwhile, Wu Longdao also stood up again. He walked to Lin Feng's side. "Damn, brother, you are amazing. Wu Longdao, bowed down to you, and thank you for being merciful." Saying this, Wu Longdao patted Lin Feng's shoulder. He was not an ungrateful person. If Lin Feng had used his full strength this time, he probably would have been dead. Hearing this, the stage fell silent. Such attacking power, and he still hasn't used his full strength? Gasps were heard from the crowd. Damn, are there so many monsters in Magic City? This is too outrageous. I wonder if Yuka can even fight him. Just as everyone was discussing fervently, Yuka, who had been waiting on the side, excitedly spoke up. "Do you dare to compete with me?" Saying this, he stepped onto the stage. As a new generation awakened, he naturally looked down on the older generation of awakened. In order to prove his strength, he had repeatedly challenged the older awakened and had won every time. To prove he was stronger than Lin Feng, he specifically challenged the single-player level. As long as he defeats Mo Luan again, he could prove that the older generation of awakened had been eliminated by the times. And now, the Lin Feng in front of him made him even more interested. What a second-rate youth, challenging anyone he sees. Lin Feng complained in his heart. By the way, did you awaken your ability during the period of spiritual energy scarcity? Upon hearing the question, Lin Feng was slightly taken aback. Had it only been a few months? Had he already become an ancient relic? Suddenly, he felt like he had turned into an old man. Yes. Upon hearing Lin Feng's admission, Yuka's eyes sparkled. He instinctively wanted to rush up and fight him. However, at that moment, Lin Feng stretched out his hand to stop him. He had already seen through the other party's ability with his 6 eyes. Dragon transformation indeed deserved to be an S-level ability. It was somewhat lower than Mo Luan's cell devouring. After all, Mo Luan's awakening ability had such a high ceiling that in the end, he could probably even devour dragons. Dragon transformation, in essence, could only turn into a dragon human. It couldn't be considered an SS-level awakening ability. "What? You're not afraid, are you?" Yuka provocatively said, trying to anger Lin Feng. However, someone as thick-skinned as Lin Feng would never fall for it. "How about this?" Lin Feng raised a finger, instantly attracting everyone's attention. At that moment, Lin Feng calmly said, "How about all of you here take me on together? If you can last for 10 minutes without being wiped out, then your imperial capital wins." Although his tone was very calm, the sarcasm was evident. Upon hearing this, Wu Longdao and Mo Luan were stunned. "What the hell? Big brother, don't play too hard. 10 minutes to defeat everyone." Even Mo Luan was shocked. He didn't know what to say, let alone 10 minutes. Facing a group of unknown awakened ones at the same time, even he wouldn't be foolish enough to do that. Meanwhile, in the opposing camp, the crowd from the Imperial Capital Academy was already in an uproar. "Young people shouldn't be too arrogant. 10 minutes against all of us, and you want to wipe us out? Do you think you're a battle-hardened dragon tortoise? I've never seen someone so arrogant in my life. Just because you took down an A-level awakened? We have over a dozen A-level awakened here. That's right. Even Yuka might not be able to win, and he wants to challenge all of us." The crowd was in an uproar, extremely angry. At the same time, Yuka was also somewhat provoked. No one had ever dared to speak to him like that. "You're so confident you can handle all of us at once?" No, no, no. At that moment, Lin Feng waved his hand. Just when everyone thought he was going to back down, Lin Feng spoke again. "I didn't say I would fight you myself, it's my pet." As soon as these words came out, the surroundings fell silent for a moment. Then laughter erupted. Ha ha ha. This guy can't be serious. Can he? Your pet? What is it? A dog? Do you think I could just stomp it to death with one foot? And, at the same time, deal with all of us? Don't joke around. Exactly. It seems it's time to teach him how to behave. Saying this, everyone jumped down from the high platform and stood behind Yuko. The teachers from the imperial capital around them watched coldly. After all, it was Lin Feng who provoked this group first. According to the martial artist agreement, if a challenger provokes the awakened and gets killed, they are not legally responsible. So they couldn't be bothered to intervene. At this moment, Lin Feng faced so many awakened ones without changing his expression, standing there calmly. Seeing this, the teachers from the imperial capital secretly nodded. Although his actions were a bit foolish, this kind of calmness was indeed rare. Meanwhile, Wu Longdao noticed the situation was bad and was about to jump down to help Lin Feng, but was stopped by Morin, who raised a hand. Don't get excited. It won't help if you go down. If anything really happens, I will step in and take him away. Seeing Morin's confident demeanor, Wu Longdao sat back down. Helping Lin Feng was just part of it. Mainly, he wanted to go down and fight them. At this time, a voice came from the crowd below. What? Do you still think you can deal with all of us in 10 minutes? As they spoke, countless gazes were directed at Lin Feng. The number of people gathering from the Imperial Capital Academy kept increasing, almost crowding the entire training ground. Everyone wanted to see the excitement. Although the white-haired man was under threat, in reality, the Imperial Capital still wanted to force Morin down. But what they didn't know was that Morin already thought Lin Feng couldn't handle the situation. His going up would be pointless. Hearing the inquiry, Lin Feng smiled and spread his hands. Of course, after all, you all are too weak. I don't even need to lift a finger. As soon as these words came out, Lin Feng's lips curled slightly, revealing his white teeth. The people from the Imperial Capital were instantly enraged. Without any hesitation, several people immediately planned to attack Lin Feng. At this moment, Morin began to consume his cells frantically, planning to rush down and take Lin Feng away. Meanwhile, Wu Longdao was already paralyzed by fear. Holy crap, big brother. Do you have to be this fierce? The teachers from the Imperial Capital were also shocked. After years in service, they had never seen such a reckless student. If everyone really fought here, with so many awakened ones, it would definitely cause chaos in space. At that time, this place would definitely be destroyed. Meanwhile, Lin Feng slowly raised his head and looked into the sky. The next moment, a dragon roar echoed. Roar. Everyone in the vicinity instantly quieted down, looking up into the sky. They saw a gigantic dragon covered in black scales, descending with overwhelming demonic energy. Demon. How could there be a demon in the city? The crowd screamed. Roar. Just as everyone was waiting for Lin Feng's reaction, a resounding dragon roar echoed throughout the stadium. Everyone saw the enormous demon dragon in the sky. Holy crap. How did a demon get into the magic city? What the hell are the city guards doing? How did such a huge dragon get to the Imperial Capital Academy without anyone noticing? I'm out of here, brothers. Just as the surrounding crowd was horrified, some people had already fled. No joking. The pressure from this demon in the sky is already making it hard for us to breathe, not to mention having to fight it. Let the city's guard handle it. The crowd's panic was not without reason. Even if their awakened abilities were strong, before they grew up, it would be impossible for them to be a match for demons. Generally speaking, only martial artists could fight against demons of the same level. Other awakened ones, unless their abilities were extremely high, would only have the option to flee when faced with demons of the same level. As for the one in front of them, it was obvious it had dragon blood. Just having the word dragon in its name was a symbol of extreme nobility among demons. It was at the top of the food chain in this society, something they couldn't even imagine. However, just as everyone was about to flee, roar, bang, the massive body still landed in the arena, just by spreading its wings. Its body had already covered every corner of the training ground. Its gigantic form, towering 5 stories high, constantly showcased its power. Quick, go tell the principal. Bang. As soon as this student finished speaking, a black tail like a starry night swung and sent him flying. He crashed hard against the wall, creating a massive hole. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces instantly turned pale. What kind of power is this? With that one tail swipe, even if he didn't die, all his bones would probably shatter. Fireball. A flame shot out from behind Moonlight, striking its wing. Roar. Moonlight cried out in pain, turning its head and fixing its golden eyes on the attacker. The student had already been scared silly, standing there frozen. His fire skill was an A-grade awakened ability. However, when it hit the dragon, it felt like a tickle. It had no effect at all. Bang! Puff! Before he could react, Moonlight swung a wing and directly knocked him away. After that, The subsequent scenes could already be imagined. In the entire arena, aside from Lin Feng and the three from the Magic City, all the awakened ones were taken down by moonlight. They were all knocked to the ground. However, it also had its limits, knowing that Lin Feng had instructed it not to kill indiscriminately. It only left them heavily injured, not dead. Meanwhile, watching the scene, Wu Longdao was already dumbfounded. Should we run or go down a fight? Wu Longdao asked Morin beside him, his voice trembling as he gripped his big knife. He didn't dare to face the dragon alone. This was beyond his capacity. However, upon hearing his words, Morin calmly shook his head. Slowly he said, "Did you not notice that this black dragon hasn't attacked Lin Feng at all?" Hearing Morin's words, both of them instantly realized this fact. Right? When that dragon came down, Lin Feng was the closest to it. He should have been the first target to attack. However, at this moment, almost half of all the awakened in the arena had been beaten down. None of them had attacked Lin Feng. Thinking of this, and combining it with what Lin Feng had just said, their pupils shook. Could it be? However, upon thinking of this, the two quickly shook their heads. Impossible. How could this be possible? Who could tame a demon of this level? Moreover, this dragon clearly has a very high bloodline concentration. Dragons are all noble. Although a high bloodline concentration means great strength, the difficulty of taming such a creature would increase exponentially. If this really is Lin Feng's pet. At this thought, Wu Longdao and Xiao Menglin gasped in shock, not daring to think further. Perhaps it was just because it hadn't noticed Lin Feng? Xiao Menglin calmly analyzed. Yes, it might be like that. Wu Longdao nodded frantically like a chick pecking at rice. However, Morin furrowed his brows and shook his head. Demons have extremely strong perception abilities. A powerful demon like this one, even if I were to fight it, might not win. Would such a demon not notice the presence of a powerful awakener nearby? Hearing Morin's analysis, the two opened their mouths. They finally began to understand Lin Feng's words. If this is true, then the people in the imperial capital are indeed too weak for him. Even his pet can make Morin the #1 in Magic City with SS-level talent. So wary. What about him? Thinking of this, Wu Longdao's pride was significantly diminished. This guy truly deserves to be the man who cleared solo dungeons in an era of scarce spiritual energy. At this moment, Wu Longdao truly realized how difficult it was to clear dungeons back then. Yet even so, Lin Feng managed to do it. This shows how formidable his strength is. Although they are both from the Magic City Academy, unbeknownst to them, a tragically thick wall had already formed between the two. Meanwhile, a voice rang out. "Demon, look over here." Upon hearing this, the moonlight really obediently turned its head. In front of it stood a person, straightening his back and continuously emanating heat. Dragon transformation. As soon as the words fell, an extremely familiar and terrifying aura of blood suddenly erupted. This person was Yuku, who had cleared the awakening stage. His strength, under the mad pouring of various resources, had already reached 10 stars, a quasi-superstar level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to clear the solo stage. Roar. Seeing someone actually dare to be so arrogant, the moonlight was naturally unwilling to back down. It suddenly charged out. "I can't beat Lin Feng, but I can't beat you?" A man and a dragon instantly clashed. Bang. Roar. "Damn demon. Today, I'm going to let you know that coming to the Imperial Capital Academy is just seeking death." The two fought fiercely. Roars and the sounds of the earth trembling echoed continuously. The surrounding ground cracked open in several places. Looking at the cracks on the ground, the crowd that had not yet moved away was dumbfounded. What level of power is this? Actually battling with a giant dragon, and seeing their senior being so brave. Choosing to face the demon alone to prevent other students from being threatened, the few remaining students from the Imperial Capital Academy immediately cheered for him. "Go, senior. Reinforcements are coming soon. I heard the principal is also coming. I will assist you." Hearing the cheers from those around him, Wu Longdao opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. If the people from the Imperial Capital knew that all their efforts to resist were actually against Lin Feng's pet, they wouldn't know what to think. And looking at the fierce battle, Lin Feng was calmly watching from distance. Indeed, the strength of the moonlight, which had cleared the solo stage, was still at a disadvantage against him, although there were buffs in the stage. The opponent had also killed a demon of the same level as Galakrin, which shouldn't be underestimated. However, in the short term, it was hard to determine a victor. Just then, outside the arena building, Principal Wang Lin of the Imperial Capital was rushing over with a large group of students. Also coming along was Gong Sun Yao, a student from the Imperial Capital who had helped Lin Feng back then, the little daughter of the Gong Sun family. "Principal, it's that." A student pointed at the building ahead. As Principal Wang Lin looked up, he slightly opened his mouth. The habit formed during his days as a martial artist almost made him exclaim. He initially thought the students were joking, but unexpectedly, a demon had truly invaded the imperial capital, because in front of the building, a black figure had suddenly shot up into the sky. The top of the entire building was already in ruins, about to collapse. Run. Seeing the scene, the principal immediately quickened his pace. If the demon really invaded the interior and harmed the students in the city, it would definitely lead to very serious consequences. In this era of fear and dread of demons, allowing demons to sneak into the city and harm people would result in unimaginable consequences. Wang Lin dared not delay any longer and immediately unleashed the martial artist power he had kept dormant for many years. In an instant, terrifying waves swept around him. He flew forward at an extremely fast speed. In just a short while, he arrived at the scene. At this moment, Lin Feng also noticed the power emanating from Wang Lin. Wang Lin had already become a martial artist in his 20s, and after years of accumulation, he had no idea how much he had grown. Such a strong aura. Lin Feng felt the other party's power and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He wondered when he could become such a powerful being. Just as he was thinking, the crowd had already entered the arena. Upon seeing the man and dragon battling in the distance, their eyes widened in shock. What the hell? It really is a demon and a dragon. Damn, even from as far away, my legs are shaking. How did this demon get in? That's right, Yuku is actually able to fight him face to face. Truly worthy of being one of the top students from our Imperial Capital Academy. Yeah, look at that white-haired guy from Magic City. He's so scared he can't move. How tragic. So many people are lying on the ground. Meanwhile, Gongsun Yao, watching Lin Feng's figure, blinked and thought to herself, is it him? She really couldn't believe that the man she had casually saved was actually a student at the academy. Moreover, she had seen Lin Feng with the demon core in his pocket, nearly confirming his strength to be at least martial artist level. This giant dragon must be his pet, right? Gongsun Yao said in astonishment. Although her family could buy dragons with extremely high blood purity, they had to be restrained at all times with various devices because dragons were known for their temperamental nature. However, the giant dragon in front of her had no restraining devices at all, indicating that it either had a low blood purity or its master was strong enough to control it. Just as Gongsun Yao was astonished, Wang Lin had already rushed out. Fortunately, no one was injured. Wang Lin murmured to himself, if this demon really killed someone, he would be in trouble. Just as he was about to charge in front of the giant dragon, a voice rang out. Enough, Moonlight, come back. Roar. Upon hearing this pleasant voice, Moonlight instantly shrank down to the size of a dog and, amidst the astonished gazes of those around, flapped its wings and slowly flew towards Lin Feng. Although it still wanted to continue fighting, it naturally had to obey its master's command. While Lin Feng remained quite indifferent to those around him, it was absolutely shocking. What the hell? Don't tell me this black dragon is some white-haired person's pet. Damn, what's going on? A pet fighting with our academy students? What the hell? This is too embarrassing. Can't even beat someone else's pet. What do you mean, can't even beat a pet? Don't you know there's a Beastmaster profession that specializes in raising demons? That's right. I heard that Beastmasters themselves aren't very strong and rely entirely on the demons they raise to fight. Hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. It was indeed the case. There was such a profession that didn't enhance its own combat power and relied on the demons they raised. However, even so, the opponent was still quite terrifying. Looking at the people on the ground, groaning in pain, one could imagine the horrific events that had just transpired. Yet the perpetrator stood there with an expression that said, it has nothing to do with me. Meanwhile, the few people from Magic City who heard Lin Feng's words were also stunned. Although they had long suspected it, seeing it happen right in front of them was still hard to believe. I don't blame myself for losing, Wu Longdao murmured. Lin Feng defeated everyone from the capital without even lifting a finger, leaving everything to the demons he raised. Even S-rank talent Yuku, with all her might, couldn't defeat him in a short time. It could be said that Lin Feng fighting him was already giving him face. Looking at Lin Feng's back, Xiao Minglin's lips parted slightly. For some reason, looking at Lin Feng's figure at that moment, she suddenly felt a familiar sensation welling up in her heart. After receiving the news of Lin Feng's death, she felt a deep discomfort in her chest for some reason and often opened his forum account to see if there would be any news. But there was none. For months, it had been utterly silent. The person in front of her, with the same name Lin Feng and such powerful strength, made her feel a moment of disorientation, as if they were the same person. However, aside from these commonalities, The differences in their personalities were simply too vast. It was hard to imagine that they were the same person. Sigh. With a slight sigh, Xiao Minglin retracted her delicate hand that had been suspended in the air. Meanwhile, Yuka was already in a daze. From a distance, he watched the demon he was fighting fly onto Lin Feng's shoulder, acting like a little dog trying to please him. For some reason, he felt as if he had eaten something bitter. It wasn't hard to imagine. You exhaust all your effort to defeat someone, and just when you finally gain some advantage, they tell you, sorry, this is my clone. The blow to his pride was immense. At that moment, Yuka felt exactly this way. Along the way, with various resources tilted in his favor, his strength had already surpassed that of the vast majority. Moreover, to prove his strength, he often challenged those powerful figures from periods of spiritual energy scarcity. But today, his pride had been completely shattered by the man in sunglasses in front of him. At the same time, Principal Wang Lin excitedly approached Lin Feng. What is your name? Which class are you in? A terrifying demon like this turned out to be someone else's pet. It was simply unbelievable. Moreover, as a superstar-level warrior, he couldn't see through Lin Feng's cultivation. I'm a student from Magic City, Lin Feng replied, but did not give his name. Good. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Wang Lin nodded repeatedly. Indeed, talents emerge from every generation. Each leads the way for 500 years. Now that our dragon country has just lost an exceptionally talented warrior, another powerful beastmaster has appeared. This immediately fills him with some hope. At least this time, he would do everything possible to protect the genius of his country from an early demise. Although he wasn't from their capital, as long as he was a warrior of dragon country, there would naturally be opportunities for exchanges in the future. Just as Wang Lin was looking at Lin Feng, he slowly spoke, Principal Wang, the students from your academy want to challenge me, but it seems they can't even defeat my pet, so it's best to forget it. Besides, they provoke me first. It has nothing to do with me. Saying this, Lin Feng raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Principal Wang turned his head and looked around, slowly nodding, of course. These new generation students were indeed too arrogant and needed to be taught a lesson. Although high-level capable individuals in Dragon Country were increasingly emerging, they were too reliant on their abilities. Once they lost their awakened powers or were countered by enemies, they would have no means of retaliation. However, the situation in Magic City was different. Although it primarily relied on awakened abilities, if everyone lost their awakened powers, with rich combat experience and strong physiques, they could still rank among the top 10 strong ones. Phew, that's good. If I had to compensate for these people, I estimate that half of my demon cores would vanish without a trace. At that moment, Gong Sun Yao ran out from the crowd, grabbing Lin Feng's arm and smiling. Little beggar, we meet again. Seeing this scene, the students from the capital who had originally surrounded Gong Sun Yao were instantly shocked. What the hell? When did they get to know each other? Damn, no wonder we haven't seen him for days. He secretly went to flirt with our Magic City Junior. Isn't that a member of the Gong Sun family? A rich lady. They've stolen the spotlight and the girl. Are they going to leave me with nothing? Damn, I want to duel you. The crowd watching this scene stood furiously in the distance, grinding their teeth. I can't wait to tie Lin Feng up and subject him to 3 days and nights of burning at the stake. Just as a few people were grinding their teeth, another person walked in from outside. What's going on? Principal Wang, what happened here? Everyone turned their heads and was shocked. It's Gong Sun Ning. Wow, the Gong Sun siblings actually came here today. That's really rare. It's over. This white-haired kid is definitely finished. Gong Sun Ning is a die-hard sister complex. Ha. I can't wait to see him suffer. Quickly, make way. Let the main character through. Everyone watched Gong Sun Ning approach. Their excitement ignited like flames. As the largest family in the imperial capital, their ancestor is a living god-level awakener. Their power goes without saying. Dealing with a genius is a piece of cake. Sure enough, when Gong Sun Ning saw his sister hugging Lin Feng's arm, his face instantly darkened. At the same time, the expression on the stage of Xiao Minglin was also not good. A good show is about to unfold. The crowd from the Imperial Capital Academy, watching the aggressive Gong Sun Ning approach, was already overjoyed. They were just waiting to see a good show between the two. Even Principal Wang Lin of the Imperial Capital was at a loss for what to do at this moment. Their base city in the Imperial Capital is the most resource-rich among the 3 major base cities, and the Gong Sun family played a huge role in that, especially with the god-level awakener, Gong Sun Anqing. The surrounding powerful demons dared not approach this place. Once someone reaches the god level, they can be regarded as a strategic weapon. When walking in the city, they must greet the upper echelons. Once they leave the city, the people above would panic. Naturally, Wang Lin knew Gong Sun Ning's temperament. As the first heir of the Gong Sun family, his temper is relatively good compared to others. Moreover, his ancestor, Gongsun Anqing, cared for him immensely. However, Gongsun Ning is not someone who can just let things slide. His reverse scale is his sister, Gongsun Yao. Once a man lays hands on his sister, Gongsun Ning will definitely use all means to drive him away. He is definitely a die-hard sister complex. Ning, calm down. Seeing Gongsun Ning getting closer, Principal Wang hurriedly spoke. If the two started fighting now, it would be difficult to control the situation. Moreover, there was no way to explain this scene to Gongsun Ning. They were already hugging. Anyone with eyes could see their relationship was not ordinary. At this moment, Gongsun Yao looked at her brother with a slight smile. Then she leaned closer to Lin Feng and softly said, "Beggar brother, take me out to play tonight." Her voice was incredibly soft, completely like a green tea princess. After saying this, Gongsun Yao secretly rejoiced. Let you pretend to be a beggar and fool me. Just wait for my brother to deal with you. Even if you're a genius, it probably won't help. Hearing this, everyone around broke out in cold sweat. Damn, the little daughter of the Gongsun family is indeed not to be trifled with. Damn it, we need to testify for this white-haired brother that they definitely have nothing going on. What good is it to testify? Don't you know Gongsun Ning's temper? Touching a dragon's reverse scale means death. And who knows if these two really have something going on? Yeah, the crowd whispered among themselves, occasionally glancing at the now close, extremely dark-faced Gongsun Ning. Their initial excitement to watch the drama was drowned out by the tense atmosphere. This is the world of martial artists. Strength means you can act without fear. This is definitely going to end badly. Meanwhile, on the high platform, wow, who is this kid? So many people are making way for him. How is he more pretentious than Lin Feng? Gongsun Ning, a scion. Emoluan began to explain. At this moment, he had already stood up. As a fellow student from the Magic City, he still took care of his schoolmates. Once Lin Feng was threatened, he believed that with his SS-level strength, he could still protect him. At this moment, Gongsun Ning was already blinded by rage and was ready to confront Lin Feng. Divine Eye. In an instant, Gongsun Ning activated his ability, the Eye of God. Immediately, a powerful aura surged forth. Unable to probe? How is that possible? Gongsun Ning was taken aback. His ability could definitely probe any individual below the 10-star level. However, this handsome man in front of him actually blocked his divine eye. Since he couldn't see the information, then let us check your energy. Saying this, Gongsun Ning activated the divine eye again. The next second, an incredibly familiar aura appeared before him. This aura was like a pillar soaring into the sky, shooting straight into the clouds. The only one present with such an aura was Principal Wang Lin of the Imperial Capital. In other words, it was the power of a martial artist. This is Senior Lin. Gongsun Ning was shocked. Then, a wave of joy spread across his face. Senior Lin is still alive, and right in front of him. That also means that the one holding the flowing blade like fire is Lin Feng, because only the initiator could survive such a terrifying explosion. At that moment, Gongsun Ning was so excited he stuttered. Remembering the apocalyptic meteor that burned everything, he became overwhelmed with excitement. Lin Feng's ability definitely exceeded SSS level. Moreover, he knew that Lin Feng was a martial artist. If Lin Feng personally guided him, he would probably agree to any conditions. Just as Gongsun Ning was about to rush up and recognize Lin Feng, he suddenly had a thought. No, Senior Lin doesn't recognize me yet. He must be hinting at me. He wants me to not expose his identity. He must have important business here. With that thought, Gongsun Ning calmed his excited heart. His trembling hands steadily approached Lin Feng. But he couldn't control himself. Such a legendary figure, his savior, the holder of the world's #1 weapon, standing calmly before him. How could he not be excited? At this moment, Gongsun Ning had completely turned into Lin Feng's devoted follower. Even if Lin Feng frowned, he could imagine what information the other party was conveying to him. Thus, in the eyes of those around him, Gongsun Ning was clearly furious. Damn, this white-haired kid is finished. Look at how his hands are shaking. He must be infuriated. He truly lives up to his identity as a die-hard sister complex. It's over. It's over. A genius facing off against an unparalleled wealthy heir. No matter what, this little girl definitely did it on purpose. For sure, you don't know her. Always helping others outside, and then bringing them back home just to annoy her brother. What the hell? Aren't they supposed to have a good relationship? Good my ass. When someone is binding you every day, how can you have a good relationship with them? Are you kidding? The crowd discussed among themselves. Then they nervously looked at the few people in the arena. Meanwhile, Gongsun Yao felt like she might have gone a bit too far. Was it just a hug? Am I really that important in his heart? Although she thought this in her mind, in reality, Gongsun Ning had completely ignored her. Instead, He focused his attention on Lin Feng. Principal Lin beside them gently rubbed his forehead. At that moment, Gong Sun Ning had already walked up to the two. Lin coughed. Yao Yao, what are you doing here? Upon hearing Gong Sun Ning's question, Gong Sun Yao was stunned for a moment, and the people around them were also taken aback. Could it be that he was so angry he became stupid? Thinking of this, Gong Sun Yao leaned closer again. I'm going to my brother's house to play tonight. However, before she could get closer, Lin Feng grabbed her hand and gently pushed her aside. He said lightly, this classmate, even if you really like me, you don't need to do this, and besides, I'm not free tonight. Saying this, Lin Feng adjusted his sunglasses. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the crowd was dumbfounded. What the hell? He actually rejected her. This is really going too far. Seeing herself being rejected, Gong Sun Yao was momentarily stunned, feeling a bit incredulous. Was it because he was afraid of her brother? Thinking of this, her heart calmed down a little. The other students who heard this were already shocked by Lin Feng. Wow, this guy is awesome. He truly acts without concern for anything. A role model for us. However, I estimate that he won't be a role model tomorrow. Showing off is only fun for a moment. But the next second, Gong Sun Ning's words left everyone dumbfounded. Actually, my sister, aside from having a bad temper, is quite good in other aspects. She doesn't have time today. There will be opportunities in the future. Upon hearing this, the crowd instantly turned to stone. At this moment, even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard in the arena. Gong Sun Yao looked at her brother in disbelief, tentatively asking again, Brother, I said I'm not going back tonight. I want to stay at his house. At this moment, for some reason, her number one devoted admirer, Gong Sun Ning, suddenly no longer cared about her. This made her heart tighten. However, Gong Sun Ning still calmly replied, But didn't this senior say he has things to do? It's better not to bother him. Saying this, Gong Sun Ning bowed to Lin Feng. My sister has troubled you, and I hope you don't mind. I'm willing to compensate you with the money on me. As he spoke, Gong Sun Ning actually took out his bank card. No one knew how much money was in his card, but it definitely wouldn't be low. And such a valuable gift just to apologize to the man in front of him? What is his status? Looking at Gong Sun Ning in front of him, Lin Feng was not pretentious. He directly took the bank card, pinched it between two fingers, and said, Thank you, I forgive her. Saying this, he stood up and left. He still remembered Gong Sun Ning. After all, he had saved his life. The money in this card, even if it were multiplied tenfold, would probably be worth their family buying Gong Sun Ning's life, and they would be willing. Therefore, Lin Feng felt completely justified in accepting it. Watching Lin Feng's departing figure, Gong Sun Ning felt a surge of emotions. He never expected that under such a disaster, Lin Feng could still survive. Moreover, he even turned the tables on all the monsters in the abandoned city. Just this alone could be said to be a tremendous contribution to Long Country. Because if these monsters were not dealt with in time, their strength would gradually rise along with the world's changes, reaching a level that could threaten the city. Not only that, Lin Feng's talent was undoubtedly the most outstanding Gong Sun Ning had ever seen. Although he didn't know what kind of secrets he was hiding, such a person would definitely become a god-level awakener in the future. It could be said that holding on to Lin Feng's thigh would be of great benefit to their Gong Sun family in the future. I wonder if I can get the senior to meet that person. Looking at Lin Feng's figure leaving, Gong Sun Ning murmured to himself. The person he referred to was naturally Gong Sun Anqing. Lin Feng saved his life, and he had also informed his elders about this matter. At that time, Gong Sun Anqing even said, Interesting. Clearly, he was very interested in Lin Feng. Sai, forget it. I'll find time to ask the senior myself. Right now, Lin Feng is a warrior. Even the principal is just a peak warrior, only one level higher than Lin Feng. Calling him senior is not an exaggeration. After saying this, Gong Sun Ning followed Lin Feng out of the arena, leaving behind Gong Sun Yao, who was somewhat dazed. This is really bizarre. Principal Wang sighed, and then rubbed his head as he walked towards the door. The surrounding students erupted in excitement as soon as Lin Feng left. What the hell? Who was that person just now? Do you know? I don't know. I heard he is an exchange student from Magic City. Gong Sun Ning actually spoke to him so humbly. It's the first time I've seen someone from the Gong Sun family be so polite to others. Exactly. And he even cured Gong Sun Ning's sister complex that had lasted for years. I got it. His ability is to heal people. That makes sense. Beastmasters are so popular. I also want to go. Save it. His own strength can already easily defeat A-grade Wulong Dao. Can you? Listening to the discussions among the crowd, Wulong Dao was once again caught in the crossfire. Damn, why do you have to drag me out for comparison every time you talk? Wulong Dao was already speechless. Meanwhile, the two people beside him had slightly shaken pupils and were very quiet. They didn't know what they were thinking. At the same time, Gong Sun Yao looked at Lin Feng's departing figure, biting her lip and stamping her foot in anger. I helped you, and you still treat me like this. However, Lin Feng had already walked far away and couldn't hear her words. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Feng had returned to the exchange student dormitory. Then he opened the computer in the room. He hadn't been in touch with society for several months, and there were many things he fell out of touch with. What is known now is that he has reached the superstar entry level and possesses a god-level weapon, as well as a bronze mirror. This bronze mirror must absorb a large amount of energy to be used again, and the only way to obtain this energy is through spirit mines. First, let's surf the internet to fill in the gaps in my memory. As Lin Feng opened the Dragon Kingdom forum, 2 messages popped up, both inquiring about his whereabouts. Looking at the inquiry from the Straw Hat Dog, Lin Feng pondered for a moment. He clicked the button. The other party should know his identity, so it was better not to expose it for now. He chose to hide himself. If he revealed his identity now, various troubles would inevitably come knocking at his door. There would definitely be questions about the Fire God. That's right. Others had given him a rather cringe-worthy name, Fire God. And if he wasn't careful, the fact that he held 2 divine artifacts would be exposed. Currently, the number of superstar awakeners was rapidly increasing. If malicious individuals found out, he would be in trouble. His current strength was not enough to allow him to act recklessly. Indeed, he still lacked strength. He had to purchase ores to replenish the energy missing from the Kongtong mirror. Without confidence, he truly dared not act carelessly. He needed to grow stronger quickly, at least to reach the divine level, the pinnacle of humanity. As Lin Feng opened the browsing page, various forum posts came flooding in. The talent ranking will open tomorrow. Who will be first this time? Which god has seen Gong Sun Anqing? Post a picture. What kind of deity is the divine level awakener Fire God? Today, the Imperial Capital Academy was challenged by 1 against 100. Is beast mastery feasible? Those 3 terrifying creatures that appeared, their strength far exceeds divine level. So soon? Lin Feng exclaimed. He had just dealt with those people, and before long, someone had already put online. Truly the speed of the Dragon Kingdom. Among them, the one that interested Lin Feng the most was the 3rd one. This was information he didn't know. Lin Feng clicked in. A wealth of information rushed at him. It was rumored that at the moment of spiritual energy revival, 3 demon beasts appeared in people's sights. A giant that reached the heavens, a 6-winged angel, a sky-piercing python. These 3 demons had briefly roamed outside the human Bay City. Even so, they made the divine-level awakeners in the city feel threatened. These 3 demons were suspected to be above divine level. They had caused a stir among everyone in the Blue Star Bay City. In response to this, countries united to form a martial artist council, inviting all peak divine awakeners to serve as council members, which somewhat stabilized public sentiment. 3 demon beasts surpassing divine level? Looking at the news, Lin Feng felt increasingly that his strength was indeed insufficient. It seemed he needed to get stronger quickly. After murmuring to himself, Lin Feng opened the trading area. He put all the demon cores on the platform for sale. To avoid being tracked, he deliberately switched to several accounts for separate sales. Otherwise, selling so many demon cores or even demon crystals from a single account at once would surely raise suspicions. The prices he listed were mostly at market value, with only the rare 10-star demon cores and entry-level demon crystals priced particularly high. 1 10-star demon core for 50 million. 1 entry-level demon crystal for 90 million. This was far above market price. However, he wasn't worried about not selling. After all, rarity increases value. If you don't buy such demon cores, someone else will. By then, it'd be hard to find them. Ding! Your item has been purchased. You have received 100,000 dragon coins. Ding! Your item has been purchased. You have received 500,000 dragon coins. Ding! Your item has been purchased. You have received 90 million dragon coins. Ding! Your item has been purchased. You have received 50 million dragon coins. Ding! Your item has been purchased. You have received 50,000 dragon coins. In just a short while, a lot of information appeared on the screen. Looking at these demon cores being sold, Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly, feeling very pleased. However, those who bought them were all cursing him as a profiteer. Damn, which martial artist is this? Selling a broken demon crystal for such a high price? This is disrupting market balance. Everyone don't buy, and he'll have to lower the price. Yes, what the person above said is right. However, although these people claimed they wouldn't buy, the fastest buyers were indeed them. In just a few minutes, the high-level demon crystals were all sold out, and the remaining low-star demon cores were also selling continuously. These items were already saturated and not rare, so Lin Feng sold them at market prices. After selling, his funds directly reached 3 billion, enough to buy half of a small mining vein. And Lin Feng indeed did just that, using almost all the funds to buy 100 pure top-grade spiritual stones. This was already the highest grade of spiritual stone. One could sell for 10 million at a high price. However, the spiritual energy content and quality inside were also extremely high. The remaining portion of the money was used to purchase insights on levels from a divine level awakener. Within 10 minutes, the goods were delivered to his door. A total of over 100 spiritual stones and a tutorial. Once the spiritual stones were brought into the house, the entire room was filled with a fragrant aroma. The rich energy almost turned into liquid, constantly dispersing in the air. At this moment, Lin Feng felt exceptionally comfortable, as if he were soaking in a pond of spiritual stones. Just by smelling it, he felt that the cosmic sea within him had become a bit more solid. First, let's take a look at this book. Saying this, Lin Feng opened the so-called notes of the Divine Level Awakener. It detailed his insights on the superstar levels. Entry level, forming a star in the cosmic sea within the body, is just the beginning. The power is immensely vigorous, capable of crushing mountains and splitting rocks. Completion level, activating the internal star to strengthen the entire skeletal structure, is the completion level, with strength to open the heavens. Spirit level, activating the internal star to enhance spirit, is the spirit level, with energy flowing like a river, ceaselessly. Divine level, merging internal energy with oneself, is the divine level, with energy like the sea, boundless. Upon reaching the divine level, one has reached the pinnacle of humanity. One can live for 300 years, a lifespan far surpassing that of ordinary people. If one wishes to advance further, they must rely on the efforts of future generations. After reading this, Lin Feng nodded to himself. These concepts were all in textbooks. He could use them as references, but the real path could only be known through personal experience. Whoosh! Lin Feng extended his hand and activated the unlimited limitless technique. The entire book was compressed to the size of a paper ball and casually tossed into the trash can. I wonder if I can create a real black hole once I strengthen this ability to a certain extent. Taking out the Kongtong mirror, Lin Feng murmured to himself. Huff! As soon as he took it out, the energy from the spiritual stones below seemed to be absorbed, crazily surging towards the Kongtong mirror below. More than 100 spirit stones were completely absorbed in just a short while. Only a dozen were left, but the energy was still sufficient. Damn! Looking at the dull spirit stones scattered on the ground, Lin Feng couldn't help but complain. It was really too expensive. However, gaining god-level power temporarily was worth it. At this moment, Lin Feng felt as if something in his heart had fallen, and he felt very at ease. He thought to absorb the remaining ones as well. Saying this, Lin Feng reached out his hand and placed it on a few spirit stones. A warm current flowed into Lin Feng's body, nourishing it like a star. He would later use this power to strengthen his physique and spirit. Naturally, the more, the better. In just a few minutes, Lin Feng finished absorbing. The star within him had grown several times larger than before. Without him needing to operate it, it would automatically feed energy back into his body. It was only at this moment that he realized just how much energy the Kongtong mirror had devoured from him. First, let's check the forum. Saying this, Lin Feng opened the forum and clicked on the post about the talent leaderboard. The talent leaderboard will open tomorrow. Who do you think will be first this time? I estimate that many low-level awakeners will be blown away. Wasn't the last first-place weapon holder an unknown god-level awakener? I'm looking forward to what strong players will emerge this time. I feel that Mo Luan from Magic City will definitely make the list. Now that there are more and more high-level awakeners, who knows if any big shots have awakened SSS-level talents and are hiding them, right? I wonder what those god-level awakeners' talents are like. This list has no level restrictions. Now we can definitely find out the abilities of god-level awakeners from various countries. Not necessarily. I remember there was a god-level awakener with a B-level talent. What the hell? B-level? Looking at the discussions of the crowd, Lin Feng stroked his chin and tentatively asked the system. System, does the ability I gain count as a talent? The leaderboard tests for talents, not the awakening abilities of awakeners. Only then is it called a talent. Upon hearing that the system actually responded, Lin Feng nodded. If that's the case, he felt confident. By then, he estimated that almost all of his abilities could make the list, and he could also claim the first-place reward. He had now almost completely acquired the power of the gravity fruit. However, the unlimited technique was not at 100. Other awakeners, from the moment they gained their abilities, had almost mastered this talent ability at 100. It's just that due to insufficient strength, they couldn't fully unleash it. they wouldn't be affected by the rankings. But Lin Feng was different. If his ability wasn't played out and strengthened, it wouldn't count as fully obtained. It could only be considered a scaled-down version of the power. To ensure he got first place, he only needed to strengthen one awakening ability to 100. Going further would only enhance its power, without unlocking additional abilities. It would rely on his comprehension. With this in mind, Lin Feng no longer hesitated. System, open the panel. Ding. Opening the panel for the host. The panel has been opened for the host. Host, Lin Feng talent. None level. Superstar, entry strength. 2156 speed. 2056 stamina. 1967 abilities. Staff and sword technique. Conqueror's Hockey, 75. Armament Hockey, 75. Observation Hockey, 76. Gravity Fruit, 95. Curses, Unlimited Technique, 40. Technique Reversal, 10. 6 Eyes, 10. Infinite Void, 10. The unlock levels of the 4 abilities were quite high, but all types of hockey were at most S-level abilities. Far from the SS level cell, devouring evolution potential. Lin Feng lowered his head in deep thought. To reach SS level, he probably needed absurd abilities like physical immunity and cell devouring. All types of hockey, before he fully mastered them at 100, were at most S-level abilities. His gravity fruit could change gravity. Undoubtedly, it belonged to the causal system abilities. Although he didn't know how high its level was, it was definitely not bad. Lin Feng was confident that even if he couldn't get first place, he would definitely be in the top 3. If he wanted to increase his chances of getting first, he needed to strengthen 2 skills. Gravity Fruit, and Unlimited Technique. Other abilities had too low unlock levels and were not considered for now. System, how many free points do I have left? The host has 97 of free points available for use. 97. Looking at this number, Lin Feng's expression was calm. A bit low. It was at this moment that he realized that the free points were simply not enough. These were earned from wandering in the wild for months. Although most of that time was spent practicing abilities and getting lost. If it weren't for his poor sense of direction in the wild, he probably could have returned to the base city long ago. However, these months, besides free points, he didn't come away empty-handed. At least he knew that in the wild. In places far from human cities, superstar-level monsters were truly plentiful. Those low-level monsters only surrounded human territories for one reason. They would rather stay near relatively weaker humans than provoke powerful monsters. And among the 3 super god-level monsters, one of them, the Heavenly Python, was not far from the major base cities of Longhua, residing around Changbai Mountain, due to the Blue Star territory being infinitely enlarged. The intersection formed by the 3 base cities was still quite far from Changbai Mountain. System, help me strengthen Gravity Fruit and Unlimited Technique to 100. Ding. Strengthening Gravity Fruit for the host. Ding. Strengthening Unlimited Technique for the host. Strengthening successful. Gravity Fruit ability strengthened to 100. Unlimited Technique strengthened to 100. A total of 65 of free points were consumed. Remaining free strengthening points, 32. As soon as the system's voice fell, in the next second, Lin Feng could perceive the flow of energy more clearly. He could even sense the movements of cells in the air and their application of energy within his body to an extremely terrifying degree. With a slight movement of his fingers, distant objects were instantly in his hands. With his current level of Unlimited Technique, it was completely enough for him to create small black holes and use curses, such as Tsam. He could easily manipulate the stars within his body too. Lin Feng was a bit surprised. To take a further step, he needed to control the energy to strengthen all the bones in his body. It could be said that he was indirectly manipulating the spiritual energy within him. This step required extremely precise manipulation and control. How many powerful awakeners have failed to control the vast power within them due to insufficient strength, resulting in their foundations being destroyed and never making progress in their lives. And now Lin Feng possessed 100 of the Unlimited Technique. Don't even mention his own energy. He can manipulate energy down to the atomic level. Reinforcing his own bones is a piece of cake. While others reinforce their bodies bit by bit, Lin Feng at this moment has a bold idea. What if he reinforces his entire body at once when his energy is sufficiently accumulated? Could he reach the limit in this field? With this thought, Lin Feng made up his mind. Once his energy is enough, he will reinforce all his bones at once. To become the strongest, he must reach the utmost in every field. As he lay in bed, preparing to sleep, Lin Feng suddenly thought of something. He activated the limitless technique. Outside his body, he created an infinitely circulating compressed space. Infinite. Anything that comes close to him would gradually slow down and ultimately come to a complete stop. Nothing could approach him. Now, he could finally sleep peacefully. Saying this, Lin Feng took off his sunglasses and lay down on the bed, ready to fall asleep. With the limitless expansion of infinity, not only would it not consume energy, but it could also block any approaching objects, depending on the level of danger from the other party. He could choose to stop or deflect. Unless the other party activated their domain, nothing could negate this effect. However, what he didn't know was that in this exchange student dormitory, the principal had not prepared his room. Originally, there were only 3 spots for exchange students. The principal had specially added a spot for Lin Feng when he decided to come here. At that time, he hadn't even thought Lin Feng would actually come. In a moment of excitement, he forgot to prepare a room for him. But a few minutes later, creak, the door opened. Although the sound was loud, Lin Feng had isolated all noises and was already sound asleep, completely unaware of the outside world. Huff! Approaching the room, Xiao Minglin let out a breath, slightly tired as she tied her long hair behind her. Her beautiful face was revealed, but unfortunately, no one could see this scene. As she walked into the room, the next second she saw Lin Feng lying on the bed, fast asleep. Instantly, her brows furrowed. Hey, wake up! Xiao Minglin's expression flushed slightly. Just arriving and finding a man lying on her bed was unacceptable to anyone. However, Lin Feng did not react at all, as if he couldn't hear her. At this moment, Xiao Minglin noticed the spirit stones placed on the floor. She casually picked one up and threw it at Lin Feng. Whoosh! The sound of air breaking. With a power level of 9 stars, if hit unprepared, even Lin Feng would get a bump. However, the expected scene did not happen. The flying stones seemed to freeze in midair. It stopped just a few centimeters away from Lin Feng and then fell to the ground with a thud. Seeing this, Xiao Minglin was instantly shocked. What kind of ability is this? Can it even activate while he is asleep? Thinking of this, Xiao Minglin stepped forward, reaching out to pull Lin Feng up. However, just as her delicate hand was about to touch him, she was once again frozen. It was as if there was something invisible surrounding Lin Feng, blocking any object trying to approach him. What a nuisance. Xiao Minglin lightly bit her silver teeth, her expression slightly annoyed. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Feng's name and appearance felt somewhat familiar, she wouldn't let it go so easily. Forget it. I'll let you off this time. Saying this, she turned to leave. However, just as she was about to leave, a wooden stick placed in the corner of Lin Feng's room instantly caught her attention. This thing, is this not Lin Feng's weapon? Xiao Minglin exclaimed, her eyes filled with disbelief. In the next second, she activated her awakening ability and summoned the wooden stick to her. She carefully examined it in her hand, then suddenly pulled it out. Swish! The sharp blade appeared in an instant. Xiao Minglin widened her eyes. It really is him. Every detail of this knife was exactly the same as the one she saw before. It was as if it was carved from the same mold. If it weren't the same knife, she wouldn't dare to believe it. Moreover, their appearances were too similar. She had just inadvertently seen Lin Feng's computer, which was selling a large number of monster cores. Such a quantity could not have been obtained by a single student hunting. He must have gone into the wild. All these possibilities connected together. Even for someone like Xiao Minglin, who needed to confirm everything with her own eyes at this moment, there was an indescribable joy surging in her heart. Xiao Minglin, not knowing why, felt extremely excited. She quickly ran to Lin Feng's side, looking at his sleeping face, her heart racing as if a little deer was jumping around, unsure of what to do. After a few minutes, she suddenly glanced around instinctively, then softly said in a voice as quiet as a mosquito's, "Anyway, there's south no place to stay outside." After saying this, Xiao Minglin turned her gaze to the empty spot next to Lin Feng. She circled around the bed and slowly lay down. Looking at Lin Feng's sleeping face beside her, she felt her heart skip a beat. Even her ears turned slightly red. A bit timid, she curled up under the blanket and closed her eyes. Not knowing how long it had been, she finally drifted off to sleep. A night passed quickly. Lin Feng's habit of being cautious in the wild made him very alert even in his dreams. Today, he woke up early in the morning. After obtaining the limitless technique, he slept exceptionally well this time. He let out a long breath. As he turned over, what came into view was a pure white and rosy face, which looked particularly unreal under the sunlight. A gentle breathing sound kept blowing towards Lin Feng, and a strand of black hair hung over the bed, appearing particularly alluring. In an instant, Lin Feng felt a sense of unreality. He reached out and pinched his face, then closed his eyes again, lying back down. It must be that I opened it the wrong way. I can't be desperate to this extent, right? How could I dream of something like this? As a normal man, Lin Feng's mind was solely focused on reaching the peak of martial arts and topping the world. He absolutely could not let his heart deviate. Even if the other party was the goddess in the hearts of all the boys in school. The universally acknowledged new student beauty. He shouldn't dream of something like this. Haha, it must be a dream. Thinking of this, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes and met Xiao Minglin's clear, somewhat hazy eyes. For a moment, the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. The two stared at each other for a few seconds. A thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind. If this matter got out, wouldn't he be hunted down by the entire school? Although it wasn't the first time, Lin Feng inexplicably thought of this matter first. Meanwhile, Xiao Minglin, upon seeing Lin Feng, felt her head spin. Various thoughts intertwined, making it impossible for her to think normally. She instinctively curled up under the blanket, then closed her eyes, her face flushed. Watching this scene, Lin Feng's brain went blank. Is she really that kind of person? What else with that youthful expression? I remember we didn't have much interaction, right? Realizing this, Lin Feng suddenly understood something. This building seems to have only 3 rooms, yet there are 4 of them. This means he had no place to stay and ended up in Xiao Minglin's room. He spent the night on the same bed as this wealthy and beautiful school flower from the Magic City. If he were to say nothing happened, he probably wouldn't even believe it himself. Could it be that he did something beastly last night? Thinking of this, Lin Feng was dumbfounded. Could it be that his indestructible body was going to be broken today? That shouldn't be the case. With his unlimited technique activated, no one could get close. Even sounds were blocked out. This was also why he hadn't been woken up last night. So, does that mean I lay on someone else's bed and slept soundly all night? Just as Lin Feng pondered how to explain his lewd behavior, a faint voice emerged from the blanket. You should leave, and remember not to tell anyone. After saying this, Xiao Minglin hid under the blanket, covering her head. She felt dizzy. She had never spent a night in the same room with a man before, let alone on the same bed. Even she didn't know what she was thinking last night. Her body uncontrollably lay beside Lin Feng, and she was able to sleep so soundly next to someone. This had never happened before, not to mention being with a guy. Even her close female friends wouldn't be able to sleep soundly in her room. Okay. Lin Feng didn't know what to say. Since the other party didn't care, it was better for him to leave quickly. If Wulongdao, that big mouth, saw him, he would probably create a new alliance in the Magic City Academy within a day. There might even be someone waiting outside his door with a knife. After washing up, Lin Feng hurriedly grabbed his staff and left the room. He then went downstairs. At this moment, Wulongdao and Morin were already sitting on the sofa. The TV was broadcasting some footage live. Today was the time for the leaderboard to open, and, as awakeners, the two were naturally quite concerned, so they got up very early. Wow, Brother Lin, you're here. Where's your pet dragon? Seeing Lin Feng arrive, Wulongdao quickly stood up. He had witnessed Lin Feng's strength yesterday. It was truly formidable. A pet dragon had such power, although everyone was discussing and believed Lin Feng's strength was at most S rank, making him a minor genius. Wulongdao knew that Lin Feng had definitely held back when he defeated him. His own strength might even be stronger than Wulongdao's black dragon. Lin Feng, I hope you can teach me more when you have time. Morin also stood up. He wanted to pursue greater strength and needed to learn from someone at the top, or even someone stronger than him. Of course, if I have time, I'll teach you. After all, Wataru Gojo is also eager to teach. Saying this, Lin Feng sat down on the sofa. After a while, Xiao Minglin came down from upstairs and only glanced at Lin Feng lightly, feeling a bit flushed. Once everyone was seated, Wulongdao switched the TV to the live broadcast. It was still a global live stream, but this time, it couldn't take advantage of other countries. As soon as the live stream opened, the 4 immediately focused their attention on it, their expressions serious. After all, this concerned the entire world's situation. Everyone saw the power of the flowing blade like fire. A first-place reward could create a god-level awakener, which would naturally tempt many. At this moment, as the live stream began, countless people flooded in. The viewer count instantly surpassed tens of millions. And this was just the beginning. Why is it again that Long will pass the checkpoint? This is impossible. Exactly. Why can't my lighthouse country find such a checkpoint? Damn, you must have tampered with it. What the hell? As usual, reality was more fantastical than the internet. Right from the start, people from various countries immediately began to argue. In an instant, the national essences clashed in the comments. Unfortunately, it didn't take long before they were overwhelmed by Longwa's keyboard warriors. They couldn't even retort and could only sit in front of the screen, their faces flushed with anger. Meanwhile, Longwa's keyboard warriors did not disappoint. At the critical moment, they huddled tightly together. This verbal battle lasted for over 10 minutes until the time finally arrived. In the live stream, a white token, as smooth as mutton fat jade, appeared before everyone's eyes. Various characters were engraved on it. Seeing this scene, the arguments in the comments surprisingly halted, and everyone began to discuss. Who do you think will have the strongest talent ability? Could it be SSS rank? That's impossible. I've never seen any known SSS rank awakeners. I heard that there are god-level awakeners watching this live stream. Is that true? You're not joking, right? Absolutely. After all, this leaderboard is open to god-level awakeners as well. Wow. So that means the one ranked first is the person with the strongest talent ability in the entire Blue Star? The discussion among the crowd in the comments heated up. Meanwhile, in the room, not to mention, Morin and Brother Lin would definitely make it onto the list. Maybe they could even surpass those god-level awakeners. Wu Longdao confidently spoke at this moment, as if it were himself. Not necessarily. I heard that other countries have quite a few S-rank awakeners, and there are even rumors of new SSS rank awakeners. Morin replied calmly. Wu Longdao was instantly stunned. No way. Are there so many high-level awakeners in the world? Wu Longdao's reasoning wasn't without merit, based on the information currently available. All the exposed S-rank individuals among humans probably didn't exceed 30. This was still the number after spiritual energy gradually revived. In the past, such things were extremely rare. I'm not joking. Those top-tier awakeners hidden away far exceed your imagination. Morin had a serious expression. Wu Longdao was also shocked. He thought his A-rank ability had a chance to make it onto the list. Hearing Morin say this, it became clear that there were far more powerful awakeners in this world than one could see. Meanwhile, Lin Feng showed little change. He could easily guess these things without much thought. If S-rank abilities among humans were so rare, yet there were so many S-ranks among god-tier awakeners, didn't that mean every S-rank that appeared would inevitably become a god-tier awakener? This was clearly impossible. The only explanation was that in places unknown to the public, various countries had hidden a large number of extraordinary masters. At that moment, as the leaderboard opened, all the hidden extraordinary abilities would be exposed to the world. Although this was something that various countries did not want to see, there was nothing they could do about it. Therefore, this competition caught the attention of many god-tier awakeners. If one could make it onto the list, they might be taken as disciples. Once personally taught by a god-tier awakener, even with poor talent, one could be raised to the peak level, thoroughly forging every part of the body to achieve physical perfection. Once at the peak, moving further down the path would almost transcend the realm of humanity. By the way, Xiaomenglan, what is your ability? Wu Longdao asked with confusion at this moment. He certainly wouldn't think that Xiaomenglan could thrive in the school solely due to financial power. Her own strength was indispensable. Hearing Wu Longdao's question, the other two looked over as well. However, Xiaomenglan did not respond to him. Such an ability could not be casually revealed. Wu Longdao, realizing this, awkwardly scratched his head. Although she didn't say anything, Lin Feng had already seen it. Metal manipulation, the ability to control all metal atoms within a radius of several dozen meters. It could even manipulate the iron atoms within a human body. And as her ability improved, the range and the number of atoms she could manipulate would gradually increase. It could be said to be an ability with a very high growth limit. Magneto? But even more perverse than Magneto. She could manipulate the iron components within the human body. This meant that if she wanted to, she could attack everyone present in the next second. Although Lin Feng was not afraid, Wu Longdao was likely in a dangerous situation. Women are truly terrifying. This level of ability is at least S rank or higher. Compared to growth abilities, it was almost on par with Morn cell devouring. Just then, while they were waiting, the leaderboard suddenly showed signs of change. Awakening ability ranking. 100th place. The line of text gradually appeared. Everyone watching the live broadcast instantly became excited, because this 100th place would determine the strength of all awakeners on Blue Star. The bullet screen became unusually active. Could the 100th place be an S-rank awakener? No way. If that were true, S-ranks would be too common, right? Even if there were 100 S-ranks, that wouldn't be common, would it? Just think about how many people there are in the world. Exactly. And once the weapon leaderboard reaches the later stages, the rewards will turn into weapon-related ones. Could awakening abilities eventually reward SSS-level abilities? Wow. Wouldn't that mean the strong would become even stronger? Dual talents? Does such a thing really exist? Yes, I've heard of a dual talent awakener, but both are F-rank abilities. It's said that the higher the ability level, the harder it is for the host to survive. What did you hear? Such wild stories. It's coming out. Don't speak. As soon as this sentence appeared, the bullet screen immediately quieted down, because the list of the 100th awakener was about to be announced. Awakening ability ranking. 100th place. Demon. A rank ability, Bewitch. Awakening ability ranking. 100th place. Demon. A rank ability, Bewitch. Reward. A strengthening pill. When this text appeared on the stone tablet, the bullet screen instantly fell silent. At that moment, Wu Longdao, watching the live broadcast, opened his mouth wide and looked at the line of text on the screen, somewhat doubting if he had misread something. Demon. Is it a person's name or a real demon? At this moment, not only Wu Longdao, but even Xiam England beside him was shocked. Morin had also put down his arms, staring intently at the line of text on the stone tablet. The shock in his heart had reached an unprecedented level. If this was a person's name, it was too much of a coincidence. But if it was really a demon, then it meant that this wasn't just a struggle among humans on Blue Star. It also involved other beings on Blue Star, that is, demons. And what position would human talents hold among them? Could the talents of God-tier awakeners among humans surpass those of demons? This was the question in everyone's mind at that moment. Lin Feng, seeing the scene, propped his chin and began to think. If it really was a demon, then not only would he be exposed, but all demons would be as well. And what level would the three powerful demons that surpassed God-tier rank? I remember this is a checkpoint set by the Western White Emperor, right? Before Lin Feng crossed over, he was most interested in such history. He had even dabbled in wild history. The Southern White Emperor, Xiaohao, was rumored to have transformed into a snake, blocking the road, and was killed by the son of the Red Emperor. From then on, the one who killed the long snake, Emperor Gaozulu Bang, regarded himself as the Red Emperor and changed his flag to red. There were also rumors that various divine beasts in ancient history were offspring of the White Emperor, such as Qiongqi, Jumong, and so on. Moreover, he was the god of time. His name was the Western White Emperor Holang, the seventh Qi Tianjun. In this view, for him, all things were also his descendants, regardless of humans and demons. After all, even his descendants were not transformed from humans. Naturally, the legacy of the Western White Emperor would not be left solely to humans, but would also be shared with all demons in the world. Just as Lin Feng was pondering, the bullet screen was already buzzing with excitement. Wow, why is it a demon? Is it a person's name or a real demon? I thought this leaderboard was going to make all awakening abilities transparent to the world. I didn't expect there to be demon abilities. How can we compare? There are three beings among demons that surpass God tier. Are we going to leave our human heritage to demons? What the hell is going on? Now, even the abilities of demons are going to be transparent? Don't be so pessimistic. Our human abilities aren't bad either. We might not necessarily be worse than those demons. Everyone was discussing fervently. Although they said so, in reality, everyone was well aware. The number of demons is hundreds of times that of humans. If they weren't holding each other back and were united, they would have likely captured human-based cities long ago. Moreover, if the awakening abilities of the human race truly far exceeded those of the demons, they would have returned to the territories that originally belonged to them. Which world overlord voluntarily retreats when they have sufficient strength? And just then, the appearance of the next ranking completely shattered the fantasies in everyone's hearts. 99th place. Demons. A-level ability. C-level ability. Power multiplication. Reflection. Reward. 10 top-tier spirit stones. Another demon. If it was said before that it might be a person's name, this time, it completely dispelled any remaining hopes in everyone's minds. In this era where humans and demons are fighting to the death to be named a demon, and there are even two people with the same name, the probability is almost equivalent to that of a Hamlet monkey. Hamlet monkey. The probability of a monkey randomly typing on a typewriter and eventually writing a 834-word Hamlet. Almost impossible. Besides that, the other party actually has two abilities, which instantly drew everyone's attention. Damn it. Don't tell me all the abilities of the demons are counted in that. Isn't that cheating? The total number of abilities of demons has always been much higher than ours. That's right. We don't even have a single person with dual awakening talents. Not necessarily. Aren't there many rumors saying there have been dual talent awakeners? It's over. We've worked hard to clear the levels, and all the benefits go to the demons. As a glimmer of hope was extinguished, a pessimistic mood emerged in everyone's hearts. However, Lin Feng remained very calm. He didn't expect that these talents were actually calculated simultaneously. So how many SSS abilities will he have then? Thinking of this, Lin Feng became even more composed, his whole body relaxed. He didn't believe there were more than 5 S-level abilities among the demons. This time, he must take first place. Meanwhile, among the high-ranking officials of various countries, seeing their hidden masters about to be exposed on a ranking list, they couldn't help but curse at the list. However, upon seeing that there were actually demons, they immediately activated their strategies. They recorded all the demon abilities that appeared on the list. In such dangerous areas in the wild, those who can survive are definitely powerful demons. They need to create a ranking list of demon levels. Just as everyone was waiting, the first human ranking finally appeared. 83rd place. Dragon Country. A-level ability. Woo-woo, swordsmanship. Reward. 1 Dragon Spirit Prajna Pill. Dragon Spirit Prajna Pill. This is a pill worth tens of millions. Seeing the scene, Wu Longdao instantly became excited. Woo-woo swordsmanship is precisely his ability. Moreover, he is not Lin Feng. This reward is simply amazing for him. Wow, I didn't expect my ranking to be so high. Your Woo-woo swordsmanship can be said to be a very strong ability among A-level abilities. Almost invincible in the sword domain. Mo Luan calmly analyzed. Wu Longdao's awakening ability can exert several times the effect when facing enemies who also use swords. And the power and speed of swords are exponentially increased. Once he grows, he can definitely rival S-level abilities. It seems this ranking is based on the growth potential of abilities. Hearing this, several people nodded. However, Wu Longdao suddenly thought of something. His ability ranked in the global top 100, yet his strength was truly pitiful. Thinking of this, a flame of ambition ignited in Wu Longdao's heart. He decided that from now on, he would practice his swordsmanship hard to become a legendary sword demon, slicing through the stars with a single stroke. As they waited for over a dozen rankings, they were all demons. The originally boiling bullet comments became extremely silent. It was as if a heavy stone pressed down on the hearts of everyone on Blue Star, and the appearance of this human ability instantly revived the bullet comments. Everyone's pessimistic mood was swept away. Wow, you scare me to death. I thought this ranking would be completely taken over by demons. This is terrifying. Finally, one of our human race has appeared. I was almost scared enough to move away from Blue Star overnight. Unfortunately, it's a person from the Dragon Country. But that's still not bad. Next, let our Sakura Country show off. What bull and horse? Little Japanese can really talk, huh? Baka, what did you say? In an instant, with the self-destructive behavior of Sakura Country, a large string of mutual insults floated up in the bullet comments, with various languages converging on this small screen. It was like a Gatling gun with 180 holes. The entire screen was completely drowned by these comments. At this point, the sales of keyboard around the world would rapidly soar after today. Some people were even on the phone, starting to stockpile keyboards for sale. Not to mention now, in some live broadcasts, the actual number of people could be tens of thousands, and they could spray for a whole day over a trivial matter. Moreover, this was a global live broadcast. The probability of a harmonious scene appearing was too low. Mutual spraying is the norm. Just as everyone was waiting, the number of human talents finally began to far exceed that of demons. And at this moment, the first S-level talent finally appeared. 56th place. Lighthouse Country. S-level talent. Lightning Control. Reward. 3 Spirit Body Pills. 55th place. Dragon Country. S-level talent. Metal Manufacturing. Reward. 3 Wind God Pills. Upon seeing this, everyone in the bullet comments was instantly shocked. Wow, how is it that the 56th place is already an S-level talent? Aren't there only 2 or 3 S-level awakeners in each country on Blue Star? Yeah, I remember this year, excluding God-level awakeners. Dragon Country only had 3 S-level or higher talent holders. Even if you add up all the global-based cities, there are only about 30. How could there be more than 50? Do you even need to ask? It's definitely that various countries are hiding their top awakeners. That's right. The strong awakeners are definitely hidden behind. Sure, who would reveal their country S-level awakeners? Everyone was discussing animatedly. They clearly didn't expect that there would be S-level talent abilities on the list so soon. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, sitting in front of the television, raised his eyebrows. Isn't Zhang Minglin's ability a level? Could it be that she hit her level? Or is this ranking based on growth potential? Although Lin Feng was very puzzled, if her ability grows, it would indeed be outrageous. In an instant, she could kill all living things around her. Women are really terrifying. Meanwhile, at the top levels of Sakura Country, Baka, our Yamato country only hit a few S levels, but other countries are too shameless. Emperor, calm down. Maybe the S-level awakeners they're hiding are all weak, right? Do you think I'm a fool? Besides Sakura Country, almost all other countries are experiencing similar scenes, because their S-level awakened ones are extremely rare. After the recovery of spiritual energy, there was only one more. And with the largest population base, Long Country naturally has the highest probability of S-level appearances. However, they can't hide them even if they wanted to. Thus, almost at the same time, all countries secretly sent a letter to Long Country, wanting to establish friendly relations. After all, given the situation, each country believes that they have the least hidden S-level awakened ones. Naturally, they want to cling to the powerful. Once the letters were sent, Long Country discovered the problem, because even they had not hidden several S-level awakened ones. If all countries have not hidden any, then why are there more than 50? Could be demons. Once this statement came out, the high-ranking officials fell silent instantly. If this is the case, then the opening of this ranking would be a disaster for Blue Star. In the past, they have been showcasing the powerful abilities of awakened ones to the public, fearing unrest. If this ranking exposes hidden S-level abilities, it could have a calming effect. However, if the top 30 are all demons, that is a scene no country would want to see. They had just calmed the fearful emotions, and it had not been long. Thinking of this, the atmosphere among the high-ranking officials of Long Country seemed to solidify. A heavy and oppressive atmosphere spread among them. This is a disaster. However, they have no way to stop the opening of the ranking. They can only pray that the God-level awakened ones among humans can all enter the top 10. Everyone was praying in their hearts, but they knew this was almost impossible. Just talking about those 3 terrifying beings, their strength is simply unfathomable. Not to mention, there are only a handful of God-level awakened ones above S-level among humans. In Long Country's only 2 God-level awakened ones. One is a B-level talent. This honor has now become an obstacle. Could it be that this time Long Country's checkpoint rewards will be handed over to others? A voice of doubt emerged in the command room. After a moment of silence, a weak voice came out. Don't we have another God-level awakened one in Long Country? Once this was said, everyone's eyes widened in an instant, suddenly realizing something. That's right. Long Country still has one unidentified God-level awakened one. A terrifying power that can incinerate a city filled with demons in an instant. How could their awakening ability be weak? Thinking of this, everyone's tense hearts eased a little. Meanwhile, the ranking finally reached the top 30. 30th place, Gray Bear Country. S-level ability, Beast Transformation. Reward, B-level talent, Bloodline Enhancement. As soon as this text came out, the barrage instantly fell silent. After a few minutes, it erupted like a tide. Wow, it can actually reward B-level talent. Does this mean that as long as you're on the list, you can get a new talent? Damn, I'm so envious. I also want a high-level talent. Don't think about it. This is a talent ability ranking. The higher the ability, the better the reward. Only the strong get stronger. There are still many God-level awakened ones yet to appear. Moreover, this beast transformation I remember is from the God-level awakened one of Gray Bear Country. Right? That's right. A God-level awakened one only ranks 30th? What kind of gods are above that? Everyone was extremely puzzled. As the first God-level awakened one among humans, everyone thought they could rank at least in the top 20. But unexpectedly, they were only 30th. Then, everyone thought about how this ranking has nothing to do with personal strength. It only represents the level of ability, and everyone felt relieved. That's right. This does not indicate that many high-level awakened ones are hidden in various countries. It also means that humans still occupy the peak in this competition. And next, 29th place, Human S-level. 28th place, Human S-level. 27th place, Human S-level. Until the 19th place, all are Human S-level abilities. At this moment, almost all the abilities that various countries have revealed have emerged. Only a few extremely high-talented God-level awakened ones have not appeared. Looking at the barrage, with abilities they have never seen before, everyone was dumbfounded. Damn, you Long Country have hidden so many awakened ones? You're really not being honest. Oh. Is little Cherry Blossom anxious? Didn't you also hide one? No way. You don't hide awakened ones. Could it be that you have none? Ha. I guess they have none either. Damn. No way are the next dozen awakened ones all hidden by your Long Country. Some people from Cherry Blossom Country, who only like to talk nonsense online, were immediately shocked by Long Country's barrage of attacks. On the spot, someone spat blood in front of their computer. However, this is not without reason. Who told them to be so careless and always want to compare with Long Country? If you're not feeling inferior, what is there to compare? Would you compare with a weaker country? Meanwhile, the SS-level talent awakened ones finally appeared above. 13th place, Long Country. SS-level ability cell Devour. Reward, devouring ability significantly enhanced. Seeing this scene, people from other countries only made a sarcastic remark in the barrage. After all, they did not know what a significant enhancement to devouring ability meant. Moreover, Morin's SS-level talent had long been known to everyone. As for the low ranking, Almost no one noticed. This ranking is unrelated to strength. Looking at his reward, Morin felt a bit surprised. His ability could only extract about 3 of the energy from killed creatures, and that was after he had leveled up. If he gains a significant enhancement, how much will it increase? This kind of reward is far better than giving him a weak talent. After all, even if they give an A-level talent, it might be an auxiliary type he doesn't need. He doesn't want to be a mage. At this moment, the last god-level awakened one among humans finally appeared. 9th place. Long Country. SS level talent. Absolute 0. Reward. SS level ability upgraded to SSS level. The first SSS level talent has appeared. Upon seeing this, even Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. This god-level awakened one is undoubtedly Long Country's Gong Sun Anqing. Although his strength is not top tier, his awakening ability is indeed extraordinarily strong. If it is upgraded to SSS level, then Long Country will have a god-level peak awaken one. Moreover, this indirectly proves that among the divine awakeners on Blue Star, the strongest talents are in their dragon kingdom. At this moment, everyone was invigorated. However, suddenly, everyone realized a problem. So far, all the divine awakeners from various countries had already made the list. However, there are still 8 positions left. Could it be that other countries are hiding awakeners with SSS level talents? 8 of them. In an instant, the entire barrage began to discuss. What the heck? I thought awakening talents were bound to combat power. It seems there are still so many S-level talent holders. There should be at least 5, right? Don't forget, there are still 3 terrifying existences among the monsters. Which country is hiding so many? At this moment, everyone was nervously staring at the stone tablet in the video, because every existence that appeared next was an awakener they had never seen before. Naturally, this made them very concerned. Although the higher-ups of various countries were gnashing their teeth in anger, not knowing who was hiding so many, they still picked up their pens, ready to record all these abilities. However, the next scene that appeared left everyone in silence. 8th place. Monster. SSS level ability. S-level ability. Annihilation. Frenzied healing. Reward. Transformation pill. Once this text appeared, everyone was instantly dumbfounded. A monster. A monster with dual S-level abilities. At this moment, the monster's talent surpassed that of the strongest divine awakeners among humans. Although it was the strongest ability before evolution, it still tightened everyone's hearts. This next one shouldn't be a monster, right? Yeah, this one is already outrageous enough. This ability sounds perverse. What the heck? What's going on? At this moment, only a few scattered comments appeared in the barrage. The others were already sweating in their palms, nervously watching the stone tablet. In the past, they all thought that human divine awakeners were the pinnacle of Blue Star. But at this moment, this notion was shattered. Naturally, not everyone could accept this in an instant. And then, a scene that filled everyone with despair appeared. 7th place. Monster. SSS level ability. S-level ability. S-level ability. Wind Whisper. Transformation. Void. Reward. All abilities greatly enhanced. 6th place. Monster. SSS level ability. SSS level ability. Mother of all. Petrifying Eye. Reward. Mother of all upgraded to SSS level. Petrifying Eye greatly enhanced. 5th place. Monster. SSS level ability. S-level ability. All are monsters. The next name that appeared had at least 2 or more S-level abilities. The awakening abilities of humans seemed utterly vulnerable in front of the monsters. And the atmosphere of despair instantly enveloped the hearts of everyone on Blue Star. At this moment, they realized that there were still unfathomable existences hidden in this world. And these abilities were almost never seen, resembling those of the 3 heavenly beasts. At least, the ability of the 6-winged angel had not appeared yet. Sitting in front of the television, Wu Longdao's hands were already trembling. At this moment, he finally understood how weak he truly was. The reason he was still alive was most likely because the monsters couldn't be bothered with them. In front of these powerful existences, humans were no different from the monsters of other races. They were just a type of life living on Blue Star. And with the enhancement of these abilities, these monsters would become even stronger. Is there really no one among us humans who can compete? Xiaoming Lin's tone was somewhat trembling. This is too despairing. And if the first place reward goes to the monsters, even Morin's heart sank. And just at that moment, a voice came from the side. It's okay. Don't worry, we will win. Hearing this plain statement, several people instantly turned their heads. What they saw was Lin Feng's confident expression and calm sitting posture. At this moment, seeing Lin Feng being so calm, the others were momentarily stunned. The oppressive feeling in their hearts was inexplicably swept away the instant they saw Lin Feng. Unconsciously, their reliance on Lin Feng seemed to increase by a bit. It was as if, as long as he was here, nothing was impossible. Right? What are we afraid of? Our Dragon Kingdom's B-level talent holders can become divine awakeners. We have so many B-level awakeners in our Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, Wu Longdao felt a surge of blood. The oppression from barrage was swept away. That's right. Since these monsters have not attacked us, it means they are actually still far from us. Morin began to analyze seriously beside him. In such times, despair serves no purpose. However, if the next rankings are all monsters, it will definitely cause turmoil. There's nothing we can do. Our human race no longer has any top-level awakeners. The group pondered. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained calm, almost cold, as he stared at the stone tablet. The situation was indeed not optimistic. He initially thought that there would only be 6 or 7 monsters in the top 10. There must be hidden SSS-level talent individuals among humans. However, it seems that hope is bleak. It is estimated that it will take a long time for the SSS-level awakeners to appear. Currently, the only SSS-level awakener among humans is Gongsun Onxing from the Dragon Kingdom. And at this moment, the barrage was already filled with despair. How is this possible? All are monsters, with so many S-level abilities. Can anyone among us humans really compete with them? Don't think about it. It's impossible for anyone to make the list. If there were such powerful individuals, would the others know? I also estimate that, since even S-level talents didn't make it, how can you expect someone with dual talents to appear? It's over, it's over. Don't be so pessimistic. Maybe there are still SSS-level talent holders among the human race. At this moment, this statement emerged. A glimmer of hope ignited in the hearts of the despairing crowd. However, just then, the abilities of the 3 top beings finally appeared. 4th place, Monster, SSS-level talent, S-level talent, Infinite Growth Inside Eye, Reward, S-level talent Steel Body. 3rd place, Monster, SSS-level talent, S-level talent, Divine Armor Heavenly Body, Reward, Legendary Weapon, Blade of the Gods. 2nd place, Monster, SSS-level talent, Sacred Blood Light Domain, Thought Cooling, Reward, SSS-level talent Nirvana Rebirth. Seeing this scene, although they were already mentally prepared, the feeling of despair still spread throughout Blue Star. Too strong. 3 SSS-level talents. Absolutely beyond human capability. However, this is also normal because the same level of demons indeed requires 3 awakening-level beings to fight against. The second demon clearly requires 3 SSS-level gifted individuals to contend with. However, among humanity, only 1 SSS-level gifted individual is needed. A person can only awaken 1 ability. It's a natural disadvantage. At the same time, bang, a man in a Zhongshan suit in the upper echelons slammed his fist down on the table. His expression was extremely grave. The atmosphere in the room was suppressed to the extreme at this moment. All of them were demons. All the rewards for the top 10 were taken away by the demons. And that is not even the most critical part. This event was broadcasted live to the whole world. This means everyone saw this scene. The world they had been building for years, striving towards martial arts development, might be impacted and collapse. Except for the Dragon Country, all the high-ranking officials of other countries felt the same. In fact, some countries have already begun to take action, preparing for military suppression. No one knows what will happen after this event. These demons are already monstrous enough, and with such rewards, they will become even more formidable. Moreover, this is not even the strongest among them. How terrifying must the one ranked first be? And the bullet comments that have been silent for a long time suddenly erupted. It's over. I don't want to die yet. Do we humans still have hope in the future? 3 top-tier talents. Can humanity really contend with that? There is only 1 SSS awakener among us globally. That's right. And such a freak, not even first. I can't even imagine what the supreme demon in first place is like. I feel like it must be a 3-headed, 6-armed creature with a 12 legs. For a moment, the bullet comments were filled with despair. Although the atmosphere was extremely tense now, Lin Feng's face darkened. You are the 3-headed, 6-armed one. Your whole family has a 12 legs. I didn't expect to innocently get caught in the crossfire just by sitting here. That's right. He had no doubts at all. Up until now, none of the top 100 had shown his talent. So, there was only one possibility. He was the first. At this moment, a line of text gradually appeared on the stone tablet. Everyone watching the live broadcast on Blue Star instantly focused their attention. There was despair, there was hope, and there was indifference. Among various gazes, deep despair occupied the majority in the top levels of various countries. Although everyone didn't want to continue watching and even planned to cut off the live broadcast, under the current circumstances, they had no choice but to keep watching. At the moment when everyone was watching with bated breath, finally, the stone tablet emerged. In the past, the text appeared line by line, but now, the blurry characters had a full 2 lines, more than double that of others and demons. What the hell? 2 lines? What kind of demon lord is this? Oh my god, save the children. I can't watch anymore. I'm afraid my heart will fail me. More than the second place, it must be a world-class demon. Who can stop it? With such long text, it's probably going crazy, not even sparing its own kin. Although the situation was urgent, I still need to remind you that there are also divisions among demons. Scattered bullet comments floated by, mostly from those with stronger hearts, because those with weaker hearts had already fainted upon seeing such long, blurry characters. Meanwhile, the text on the stone tablet finally appeared clearly and completely. First place, Dragon Country. As soon as this line of text appeared, the originally quiet bullet comments exploded instantly. At this moment, everyone widened their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing on the screen. Dragon Country. This first place is a human. In an instant, all the people on Blue Star completely disregarded the barriers between nations. There was only one thought in their hearts. No matter who it is, they must be the savior of humanity. In a flash, the fainted people stood up. Those who were secretly eating offerings also put down what they were holding. Their eyes were fixed on the screen as if they couldn't believe everything in front of them was real. Their hands were almost frantically pounding on the keyboard. The force was so fierce that even the keycaps flew off. At this moment, their typing speed had reached 10,000 per hour, just to express their excitement, and a feeling similar to joy after surviving a disaster. If it were to be described in one sentence, it could only be, only I, the slanted key fairy, can suppress the heavens with a single key. At this moment, the statements from various countries gathered on the screen. What the hell? It's actually a real human? And for Dragon Country, why isn't it from our Sakura country? Damn it, no matter which country it is, if the first place is still a demon, we are finished. Even Jesus can't save us. After a few remarks, everyone turned their gaze to the text appearing behind the stone tablet. Awakening ability level, dominance, gravity manipulation, unlimited technique, technique reversal, 6 eyes, infinite void. Looking at the entire row of SSS level abilities appearing on the screen, everyone felt like they were about to stop breathing, afraid that if they got too excited, they would faint and realize this was just a dream after waking up. As time passed minute by minute, everyone felt as if there was a flame burning in their chest. All along, everyone knew that the existence of demons far outnumbered humans. They occupy so much territory as evidence. However, with the rise of martial arts, humanity finally had a glimmer of hope, and people, in order to numb themselves, frantically instilled the idea that humans could still contend with demons. But with the appearance of those 3 earth-shattering demons, everyone was terrified. They could no longer deceive themselves. Once this leaderboard was completely occupied by demons, many would likely not be able to withstand the collapse of the martial arts path. This is what is known as an unstable heart of the path. For humanity is a tremendous threat. However, the strongest being at the top of the world's talents is not a demon, but a powerful human. The fire of martial arts in everyone's hearts was reignited. At this moment, they only wanted to stand on the peak of the mountain and roar at the sky. The martial arts are not extinguished. The path of humanity is not decided. As long as this powerful being exists, even if they are attacked by the demons at the pinnacle of the world, what can they do? And at this moment, the high-ranking officials of various countries were also extremely excited. Thank goodness. No matter how bizarre this first place's abilities are, no matter how he possesses so many abilities, as long as he is here, it is like a stabilizing anchor in everyone's hearts. Meanwhile, in the upper echelons of Longhua, a flurry of phone calls erupted. All were from the base cities around the world that could survive stably. Naturally, all of this was expected by the leaders of Longhua. After all, although they had never seen that powerful figure, there was no doubt that the stone tablet would not lie and had no need to deceive. The man in the Zhongshan suit smiled slightly and said, "Tell them, if they want to ally with us, they must present a virtual realm team dungeon." He then added, "By the way, say it's for the friendship between the 2 countries." Yes. Upon hearing the words of the man in the Zhongshan suit, everyone around understood and felt excited. In the past, they had been the ones to harm Longhua. Today, it was finally their turn to take advantage of others. Sure enough, A few minutes later, upon receiving the call from Longhua, the president of Lighthouse Country was fuming. Damn it, they want a ticket to participate in the team dungeon? We in Lighthouse Country have only found one such challenge. No way. Calm down, Longhua has an old saying. A small sacrifice can avoid big disruptions. Moreover, what do you know? Such team dungeons are extremely rare in the world, and the tickets are even harder to obtain. It's incredibly difficult to enter. As he spoke, the president of Lighthouse Country placed both hands on his chest and began to play the accordion, explaining his understanding to those around him. The others looked at him like he was a fool, but in the end, they secretly provided Longhua with a lot of benefits. At this moment, in the upper echelons of Longhua, ancient Egypt has promised us tickets for the team dungeon. Upon hearing this, the man in the Zhongshan suit's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he emphatically said one word: good. After all, it was a freebie. Why not take it? They would send their country's strongest awakeners to go and crush their challenges, and all the divine artifact rewards would be theirs. Meanwhile, in reality, as everyone was excited, for some unknown reason, the reward items only appeared after a while. The reward was an ancient divine artifact, the alchemical cauldron, another ancient divine artifact. The last reward was also an ancient divine artifact. I don't even know how powerful these ancient divine artifacts are. Who cares about their power? They are awesome, and that's all that matters. Indeed, this is a reward of a higher level than S-class talents, so it must be strong. That makes sense. They just didn't know who this first divine figure was. I estimate he hasn't fully grown yet, right? Otherwise, with such power, he would have long been invincible. Not necessarily. Maybe the big shot just likes to keep a low profile? Then who do you think is stronger, him or the awakener who destroyed the abandoned city? As soon as this was mentioned, everyone instantly began discussing on the screen. After all, both were number 1 awakeners on the leaderboard, and their strengths wouldn't differ much. However, one just has the strongest weapon, while the other has an outrageous talent. At the same time, he also possesses an ancient divine artifact. Who is stronger or weaker is really hard to say. As the leaderboard ended and the live stream closed, the audience in Longhua immediately activated their gossip nature. Instantly, the heat of this matter soared. The title was, Who is Stronger, the number 1 in the Divine Artifact leaderboard or the number 1 in the Awakening Talent leaderboard? While the citizens of Longhua were passionately discussing, people from other countries could only watch enviously from across the ocean. After all, no matter how strong these two are, they belong to Longhua. It has nothing to do with them. The content of the post actually engaged in a very detailed dialectic. The awakener at the top of the divine artifact list might not necessarily have a strong awakening talent, so I think talent is more impressive. You can't say that. We have at least seen the one at the top of the divine artifact list, while this one with talent, who knows if we've even seen him? The person upstairs is right. Maybe he just awakened his talent. How could he possibly compare to that one? Are we discussing this based on the assumption that both individuals have the same strength? Are we ignoring facts again? Where did this talent filial son come from? Who are you calling filial son? In an instant, the discussions at the bottom of the entire forum shifted from rational discourse to mutual insults. Everyone was debating who the number 1 awakener in Longhua really was, completely forgetting their previous fear of demons. At this time, Lin Feng had already returned upstairs. Sitting in front of his familiar computer, looking at the content in the forum. He never expected that his dream of making all the beautiful women in the world argue over him had actually come true. However, besides the beautiful women, it seemed the men were also joining in. Just as he was hesitating, buzz. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared. In front of Lin Feng, about a dozen centimeters away, a dark blue small pot appeared out of thin air. Swish! Lin Feng quickly reached out to catch it, excitedly looking at it. This pot was not shaped like a teapot and had no spout. It resembled a high tower, starting from a square base and gradually expanding upwards. It had a lid on top. Is this the alchemical cauldron? Feeling the weight in his hand, Lin Feng gazed at it intently. The information about the alchemical cauldron instantly appeared before his eyes. Alchemical cauldron level. Ancient divine artifact ability 1. Storage. The alchemical cauldron has the ability to contain the universe in a grain of rice. Ability 2. Immortal within the cauldron. As the alchemical cauldron's ability awakens, it can generate self-awareness and transform into an immortal within the cauldron. Description. One of the ancient divine artifacts, formerly known as the Geoli Cauldron, possesses incredible power. It is said to be able to create all things and also has astonishing destructive power. Inside is a strange space called the world within the cauldron, which is vast enough to contain heaven and earth. How powerful! Lin Feng exclaimed, his heart racing. No wonder it's a weapon on par with the Kongtong mirror among the ancient divine artifacts. It really is impressive. Moreover, what he needed most now was a divine artifact that could store items. The alchemical cauldron perfectly solved his dilemma. It is rumored that the Kongtong mirror can make one invincible and break the cycle of life and death. The alchemical cauldron can create its own immortal realm. Without his permission, no one can enter. I wonder if there are any fairies in this immortal realm? Just as Lin Feng was pondering, creak, the door suddenly opened. Lin Feng hurriedly, in a flash, put the alchemical cauldron into his pocket. Since the alchemical cauldron was now very small, it was easy to carry and hide. As he turned around, a familiar figure stood outside the door. Lin Feng, did you go to the wrong door again? Hearing Xia Minglin's inquiry for a moment, Lin Feng actually forgot how to respond. Could he say he forgot again? That definitely wouldn't work. Who would believe that? After pondering for a while, Lin Feng said seriously, I was just waiting for you to come back, preparing to help you train in the wild. It was an unexpectedly clumsy excuse. After saying it, he felt a bit awkward himself. This would definitely end up on the forum, right? Wouldn't he that ruin my reputation? He even had the title thought out in his mind. Lecherous man, actually sneaking into the school beauty's room early in the morning, as if it were unoccupied. However, something unexpected happened. At the door, Xiao Menglin, hearing this, actually showed a hint of shyness, her hand resting on the door, and asked softly, just the two of us? As she spoke, her fingers kept sliding on the door. Her thoughts were quite chaotic. Hearing this, Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, then instantly analyzed the meaning of her words in his mind. They had no contact whatsoever. It could be said this was their first meeting, and according to her knowledge, she had seen quite a few handsome guys. Yet, she was looking at him with a youthful expression of infatuation. There was only one possibility. Was she planning to lure him out to the wild, and then? Thinking of this, Lin Feng gently stood up, hands in his pockets, and replied, of course. As soon as those two words came out, even Xiao Menglin herself didn't notice the surprise flashing across her face. And seeing her expression, for some reason, Lin Feng felt a chill in his heart. What the hell? Why is she so excited? This is problematic. He often saw terrifying news online and regarding her abilities. In an instant, Lin Feng thought of some bad things. He quickly added, of course not. Since we're going, let's take Wulong Dao with us. Saying this, Lin Feng slowly raised his hands. In his heart, he silently thought, Brother Wu, it's not that I don't want to help you. If you don't come, I'm afraid something will happen. Seeing this scene, Xiao Menglin's expression suddenly dimmed. A wave of barely perceptible disappointment flowed through her heart. Seeing this, Lin Feng became even more certain of his thoughts. And at this moment, Wulong Dao was saying, Apu, who the hell is speaking ill of you, old dragon? A few minutes later, Lin Feng brought Xiao Menglin to Wulong Dao's door and explained the situation. Wulong Dao immediately became excited. I just took that elixir. My strength has already increased to 9-star level. As he said this, he lifted his big knife onto his shoulder. My big knife is already eager to go. After that, the three of them walked into the playground of the imperial capital. Since it was morning, there weren't too many people on the playground at this time. Only a few scattered students who had just bought their meals. Seeing Lin Feng and the others come out, they all cast puzzled glances over. Brother Lin, what skills are you going to teach me? Wulong Dao asked excitedly. He knew Lin Feng's strength. Even his pet could contend with S-level abilities. So his own strength would definitely be able to become a martial artist. Being taught by a martial artist was something many people dreamed of. Practical combat. Practical combat? Upon hearing this, both of their expressions were somewhat strange. After a few seconds, Wulong Dao spoke first. If it's practical combat, why come to the playground? Wouldn't it be better to go to the burial ground? If the crisis in Modu has been resolved, then the most dangerous and vast place is the wasteland outside our imperial capital, the burial ground. The reason it's not as dangerous as the abandoned capital is that the demons don't actively attack humans. The abandoned capital is a human city that has been destroyed, and the burial ground is a nest of demons. If one were to venture deeper, it would be several times more dangerous than the abandoned capital. At the same time, it's an excellent training ground. Hearing Wulong Dao's words, Lin Feng gently spoke. Of course, we're going to the burial ground. Saying this, Lin Feng placed his hands on the shoulders of the two. Don't move. Whoosh. The next second, the three who were still on the playground suddenly appeared high above the Imperial Capital Academy. A student from the Imperial Capital who saw this was left with his mouth agape, the pancake in his hand dropping to the ground with a thud. What the hell? At this moment, it wasn't just one person's breakfast that fell to the ground. Another student even dropped the food in his mouth, staring in disbelief at the empty space ahead. Where did they go? Where are those 3 people from Modu just now? In broad daylight, are they haunting us? As this student kept looking around, he couldn't find their figures for a long time. In an instant, he went from suspecting a haunting to doubting himself. Should I go check into a mental hospital? And at this moment in the sky, looking at the boundless deep sky and the densely packed buildings below, Wu Longdao felt his heart racing. Damn it, brother, do you have to play this thrilling? Not only Wu Longdao, even Xiao Minglin beside him was in shock. She hadn't realized how Lin Feng activated his ability just now. He just placed his hands on their shoulders and instantly moved to a high altitude. Moreover, they were hovering here without any sign of falling. It was as if they were being supported by gravity. Gravity? At this moment, Xiao Minglin inexplicably thought of the top-ranked ability of manipulating gravity. That was a causality-type ability. Could it be that Lin Feng is... Thinking of this, Xiao Minglin's heart churned, like mountains collapsing and rocks shattering. If this were true, it would be too shocking. The top 2 on the rankings are actually the same person. In an instant, Xiao Minglin's bright eyes turned to Lin Feng, as if she wanted to see something in his eyes. Although she had her suspicions in her heart, her cautious nature prevented her from confirming it with her own eyes. She wouldn't believe it until he said it out loud. Moreover, just hovering in the air, her ability to create metal could also achieve that. Old boss, we're still 100,000 miles away from the burial ground. Are you planning to fly us there? Wu Longdao looked down at the high altitude and was already feeling a bit of acrophobia. At this moment, Xiao Minglin also spoke up. Yes, even if we go, it would be better to use a teleportation array. Her words were not without reason. The cost of teleporting from here to the burial ground would be quite significant, even if it was expensive. Moreover, using awakened abilities to fly, they would likely exhaust all their stamina by the time they arrived. They might not even make it without exhausting themselves. You're not planning to have that dragon take us there, are you? As he said this, excitement flashed in Wu Longdao's eyes. No matter whether they could make it or not, he had never ridden a dragon before. If he could ride one, it would be close to fulfilling his life's wish. Hearing the two's doubts, Lin Feng shook his head. Then he confirmed a direction. Is it over there? Now he has the unlimited technique, which allows him to fly to the burial ground anytime as long as there are no obstacles between the 2 places. There's no need for a teleportation array at all. This is a skill he has cultivated over months of training outside. And now the unlimited technique has reached its maximum level. When he uses it, it naturally becomes more effortless. Whoosh! In the next moment, Lin Feng activated the unlimited technique. Instantly, he compressed the space infinitely. In a flash, he transferred from the high altitude of the Imperial Capital Academy to the burial ground. At this moment, the 2 were astonished to find that the buildings on the ground had disappeared. In their place were mountains piled high with white bones. This is the burial ground. Xiao Minglin exclaimed in surprise, while Wu Longdao beside her was already so shocked he couldn't speak. Just a moment ago, he thought that awakening abilities couldn't reach the burial ground. The next second, Lin Feng somehow brought them here. Moreover, the speed was even faster than when they were in the Imperial capital. It could be said to be less than a second. Brother Lin is amazing. What kind of ability is this? So incredible? At this moment, Wu Longdao was completely in awe of Lin Feng. He thought the opponent's attack power was already strong. Even the ability to escape was so formidable. The ability to teleport between 2 points in an instant. If outsiders knew about this means of movement, which is stronger than a teleportation array, it would definitely shock the world. Xiao Minglin also looked at Lin Feng's handsome profile in surprise. She knew Lin Feng's identity. They both entered school at the same time, and now Lin Feng had grown to an unimaginable extent. Describing him as a monster wouldn't be enough. In just 1 year, to what extent had he grown? She couldn't imagine. She only knew that compared to him, the other students still stuck in the academy probably couldn't find anyone who could compete with him. All right, since we've arrived, you can go down now. Saying this, Lin Feng released his hands. The 2, caught off guard, suddenly fell down. However, they were not ordinary people, but 9-star awakened ones. This height was not enough to injure them. Bang! The 2 landed. A large amount of white bones on the ground was instantly crushed. However, just as the 2 were about to get up, a pale skeletal arm reached out from the ground. Clattering sounds echoed from all directions. Countless white and bronze-colored skeletons emerged from the ground. All of them were level 6 and above. It should be noted that this was the outer area, and the skeletons' levels had already reached above level 6. Lin Feng even saw a 9-star golden skeleton. As expected, not only humans, but even demons had evolved. Lin Feng exclaimed. Meanwhile, the 2 below were instantly surrounded by a tide of skeletons. It was the first time someone dared to invade their territory like this, which naturally made them furious. Damn, eat my grandpa, Long's whirlwind slash. Saying this, Wu Longdao picked up his knife, and his eyes instantly became sharp. He began to crazily hunt down the surrounding skeletons. In an instant, white fragments and debris flew in the sky. On the other hand, Xiao Menglin was different. Her ability allowed her to leave almost complete corpses with each skeleton she killed. Just a fatal blow. Not bad. Lin Feng nodded. With their 9-star and 8-star strength in the outer area, they should be able to handle it. He just needed to help deal with that golden skeleton. Saying this, Lin Feng descended. If he wanted, he could easily eliminate the low-star demons here in an instant. After all, he was now at a superstar level. He was invincible even among those of the same rank, let alone the lower ranks. At the same time, Lin Feng landed in front of the giant golden skeleton with his back turned to it. Roar! Upon seeing Lin Feng descend, the giant golden skeleton's eyes lit up, and a heavy golden bone knife, accompanied by a fierce wind, slashed down. Before it even got close, the fragile skeletons on the ground were already crushed by the wind pressure. Weak humans. A single strike could kill them. In this matter, the two who had already come down naturally noticed the most dangerous 9-star golden skeleton. Just the power radiating from it made the two cautious, because, theoretically, demons were stronger than humans of the same star level. At this moment, seeing the golden skeleton strike, both of them instantly felt a tightness in their hearts. Then they exclaimed, "Be careful behind you, Lin Feng." However, the sound of flesh being torn and the ground collapsing did not occur. Lin Feng didn't even look, raising one hand precisely to catch the giant bone knife, preventing it from advancing even an inch. Infinite. Upon seeing this scene, the two were instantly stunned. What did they just see? Lin Feng, with just one hand, blocked the attack of the golden skeleton. What the hell? At this moment, Wu Longdao couldn't help but curse again. This was the second time he had cursed since following Lin Feng. He had been able to hold it in before, but this time he just couldn't. That was a 9-star skeleton. Even if his ability could immunize him against knife wounds, he might not necessarily be able to withstand it. However, Lin Feng actually caught the blade with just one hand while turning his back. Is he even human? Even Xiao Menglin momentarily forgot to control her flying knives. She looked over in astonishment. Her previously tense mood completely lifted. She began to speculate about Lin Feng's strength. 9-star? Some kind of ability? Or a superstar warrior? Thinking of this, Xiao Menglin was shocked. Their lifelong pursuit was to become warriors, and the most conservative estimate was to become one in 2 to 3 years. And that was just reaching the 10-star level. If Lin Feng was already a warrior now, that would be too outrageous. But the unbelievable scene unfolding before her made her have to believe it. Roar! Seeing that its attack was blocked, the golden skeleton was suddenly stunned. Its weak intelligence told it that the human before it was not to be trifled with. However, fleeing in front of so many subordinates would tarnish its dignity. At this moment, Lin Feng slowly spoke. If you use a little more strength, you might be able to hit me, right? Just a little more strength. Saying this, Lin Feng used his index finger and thumb to indicate a distance to it. Just a little. In an instant, the golden skeleton became furious. Although it couldn't understand human speech, it could sense the opponent was mocking it. Roar! With a furious roar, the wind it stirred up blew away several fragile skeletons. It was going to use all its strength. However, Lin Feng wouldn't give it the chance. Unlimited technique, song. Casually uttering a few words, Lin Feng activated the technique with one hand. In an instant, the space enveloping the golden skeleton behind Lin Feng was infinitely compressed. Bang! With a loud explosion, the gigantic skeleton, along with some broken bones from the ground, gathered toward a point on the golden skeleton. It transformed into a ball of red and white fragments, indistinguishable from one another. At this moment, Lin Feng hadn't even used the sorcerer's reverse. It was merely a simple unlimited spell. It was still at the lowest level of utilization. If fully unleashed, it could probably compress all the demons present into a single point. Bang! The massive skeletal sphere fell to the ground, creating a huge pit. It was clear how great the mass of this bone ball was, and this scene occurred in an instant. The skeleton ball seemed not to be well made. Saying this, Lin Feng reached back and placed his hand on his head. His expression was very calm, as if he had just casually dealt with an ant. The other two were already stunned, standing there, blankly staring at Lin Feng. What do you mean it wasn't well made? This 9-star demon has become your food, right? Just as the two were in a daze, Lin Feng waved at them and said, I'll be leaving first. You all play slowly." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng disappeared from his spot. Only then did the two realize they were still under attack from the demons. They hurriedly swung their long knives and throwing knives, engaging in a fierce battle with a large number of skeletons. Without that 9-star demon, these lower-level monsters were merely lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had already entered the depths along the periphery of the burial ground. With his strength, he would naturally not be limited to the outskirts. Due to the system, the higher the level of the demons he killed, the more freedom points he would gain. So, hunting in the depths was naturally better. Oh, these demons are much stronger than before. Lin Feng walked on the ground full of white bones, the sound of crunching beneath his feet. The periphery of the burial ground could be considered a garbage dump, filled with demons that had been consumed. The true danger lay in the depths of the burial ground. There was a land overgrown with weeds, resembling a swamp. A slight misstep could lead to getting trapped. As Lin Feng moved deeper, a small team suddenly appeared before him. They also noticed him at that moment. Huh, another lost student? Why are so many students coming to the burial ground for trials today? The man at the front, carrying a long knife, frowned and said, "The abandoned city has been destroyed, so now we can only come to the burial ground. You go call him over. After all, he is a combat force from our dragon country." Hearing the man's words, one of the team members looked reluctant but still walked towards Lin Feng. Bringing a burden in such a dangerous place is not a good choice. A few minutes later, he arrived in front of Lin Feng. "Kid, you're lucky to meet our crazy blade hunter team. Come with me." Saying this, the man turned and walked back to the team. Seeing the scene, Lin Feng's lips curled slightly. He had naturally heard what these people said. It seemed they took him for a newbie who accidentally wandered here. However, since he had just arrived and was not very familiar with the terrain, following the hunter team should help him find the demon's lair, right? Crazy Blade sounds quite bold. Murmuring to himself, Lin Feng followed along. Soon, he reached the front of the group. Upon seeing Lin Feng, the few of them were taken aback. It's hard for a man to say another man is handsome. However, after seeing Lin Feng, they genuinely wanted to bestow upon him the title of handsome. Sigh, such a good-looking guy would be ashamed to die. Indeed, young man, you should thank our team leader. If it weren't for him, I reckon today would be quite dangerous for you. Yes, our team leader is one of the top powerhouses in this city. Saying this, the few of them began to boast wildly about their hunter team leader. But Lin Feng's 6 eyes clearly saw through them. These people were at most 7-star strength. Even their team leader was only 9-star. He was on the same level as Wu Longdao, but his ability was a B-grade bloodthirsty blade that could temporarily increase strength and directly siphon energy from demons. Compared to Wu Longdao's abilities, it was considerably weaker. Saying he was among the top in the imperial capital was pure nonsense. Upon hearing their words, Lin Feng merely nodded slightly and did not respond. Not to mention that he was a martial artist from the Dragon Country, and he hadn't sought help from these people, so there was no need to act humble. However, the other party didn't seem to be bad people, so he planned to follow them for a while. But seeing this scene, someone became displeased. "Young man, it's better to be low-key in life. Take off your sunglasses." Yes, maintaining good vision in the wild is key. The 2 men with daggers at their waists spoke with evident hostility. However, Lin Feng didn't care. The gap in strength between him and them was too large. As long as they didn't provoke him excessively, he generally wouldn't bother with them. After all, would you pay attention to an ant nodding at you? However, if the ant walked over, the result would be different. This is my interest. Saying this, Lin Feng casually put one hand in his pocket and adjusted his sunglasses with the other, looking quite stylish. This left the two speechless, their faces turning red. Just as they were about to say something, a voice came out. "Let's go. We're heading to the swamp area." Saying this, the man with the long knife walked deeper. The two had no choice but to swallow their words. A few minutes later, just as the group was moving, one team member inadvertently glanced at Lin Feng. To his surprise, he discovered that throughout the journey, Lin Feng's clothes were completely free of any stains. It should be noted that this was the swamp area. It was full of mud. How could there be no stains at all? Thinking of this, a horrifying thought surfaced in his mind. Could he be a ghost? Moreover, how could there be so many students getting lost in such a place, looking so unreal? With this thought, the team member became even more convinced of his feelings. However, before he could think further, a scream suddenly came from the distant swamp. "Wait!" The leading man quickly raised his hand to stop everyone from moving forward. The group immediately halted. They quickly counted their numbers. The man turned back and commanded, "Team leader, 3 people are missing." As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people felt as if their spines were frozen. The air around them instantly became silent. There was a 9-star awakened one among them. If 3 people had been killed without discovering the enemy's trace, how could that be possible? Team leader. One of the team members, trembling, pointed at Lin Feng and voiced his earlier suspicion. The others instantly shifted their tense gazes towards him. Yes. Why do you have no traces on you at all, and not a hint of energy, yet you could still enter deep into the burial ground? There must be something wrong. He hasn't spoken a word since earlier. Swish. At this point, the surrounding members no longer hesitated. They instantly drew their daggers and long knives, aiming at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at them, somewhat speechless. Can they really just imagine things out of thin air? The reason they can't sense any energy is that his 6 eyes allow him to manipulate energy with extreme precision. Once hidden, it's difficult for those weaker than him to detect it. This, upon careful thought, it indeed seemed a bit terrifying. P.S. Not the problem. It's the ghostly mud crocodile. Everyone stay put. The captain shouted sternly. Hearing this, the pupils of the surrounding members instantly widened, their expressions tensing up. Captain, is it really the ghostly mud crocodile? Aren't they supposed to be out hunting at this time? One team member stammered. The ghostly mud crocodile is undoubtedly the ruler of this swamp area. To enter the center of the burial ground, they must pass through the territory of the ghostly mud crocodile. However, the ghostly mud crocodile usually goes hunting in other places during the morning and doesn't stay in the swamp. If it really is the ghostly mud crocodile, then they are finished today. I forgot, today is the ghostly mud crocodile's breeding season. At this point, he wished he could slap himself. He wanted to take advantage of this time to hunt monsters, but didn't he expect to forget such an important matter? But at this moment, it was too late to leave. The weeds in the surrounding swamp were shaking and lowering with the movement of the ghostly mud crocodile. Clearly, there was more than one. They were already surrounded. What should we do? This big guy, the ghostly mud crocodile, is at least an 8-star monster. One new team member's voice was already trembling with a hint of crying. But the leading man is only a 9-star. Even if he exerted his full strength, he might not be able to escape. How could he think of a solution? At this moment, the 2 men with daggers looked at Lin Feng with a flash of brilliance in their eyes. Captain, why don't we? As he spoke, the dagger man gestured to the others, and then his gaze flickered uncertainly over Lin Feng. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. They were not cowards. However, if they threw this powerless one out to attract them, it might increase their chances of survival. What are we hesitating for? Anyway, if we don't save him, he's dead for sure. Saying this, the dagger man viciously pointed at Lin Feng. The other person coldly stared without speaking. Hearing their words, Lin Feng sneered in his heart. He slowly opened his mouth. Since you all find it so hard to make a decision, how about I make the decision for you? Upon hearing this, the dagger man was taken aback, then smiled coldly and said, Speak. What is your last wish before you die? I could help you fulfill it. How about we vote? Let us decide life and death by voting. Saying this, Lin Feng slightly curled his lips, looking at the surrounding people through his sunglasses. There were 7 people present, so a tie was impossible, and the final decision on life and death would naturally rest on their own lives. I vote for you to die. Saying this, the dagger man tossed his dagger into the air. The others, clearly doing this for the first time, were quite resistant. It took several minutes before they reached a decision. 1-6. It exceeded Lin Feng's expectations that someone would vote for him to live at such a critical moment. To know, if he lived, they would be doomed. Of course, this was under the premise that he had no strength. Turning to the leading man, Lin Feng nodded. Thank you. The other party looked at him calmly, not knowing whether there was more sympathy or pity in his gaze. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the dagger man and his companion had already grown impatient. If they dragged this out any longer, they would be surrounded by these ghostly mud crocodiles. At that time, no one would be able to escape. Kid, do you want to go over yourself, or should I help you? Saying this, the 2 men moved a few steps closer to Lin Feng, clearly planning to forcibly throw him out. Seeing the scene, the big knife man shook his head. Unfortunately, this is the outside world. Without strength, one can only be slaughtered like sheep. Sometimes even having strength doesn't help much. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng paused. He calmly spoke, Let me help you. Saying this, he reached out his hand towards the 2 dagger men in the distance. Watching Lin Feng not walk towards the monsters, but rather towards them, the 2 were instantly furious. Are you playing us? However, just as the words fell, a sudden immense suction force appeared in front of them, instantly pulling them to Lin Feng. 1 hand for each. Since you've already chosen, I will do it for you. Saying this, without waiting for the 2 to hesitate, Lin Feng turned around and, like throwing a ball, tossed the 2 into the rolling swamp. The force was so great that it left everyone around speechless. Roar! Ah! A piercing scream immediately came from the distance. A large number of ghostly mud crocodiles, like fish seeing bait, leapt out of the water crazily, swimming towards the two big pieces of meat. In just a few minutes, the two were torn to shreds, leaving only a pile of ruins. The surrounding members were horrified, their faces pale. You're not a student from the imperial capital? A team member pointed at Lin Feng with trembling fingers, his eyes filled with terror. Those two were both incredibly strong awakeners. But in front of this white-haired youth, they couldn't even withstand a single move and were thrown out. What kind of strength does he have? Of course not. Are you planning to make me do it? Or will you go over yourselves? Saying this, Lin Feng stood his ground. Since the others wanted him dead, he certainly wouldn't be merciful. If it weren't for his immense strength, he would probably have already fallen into the jaws of the crocodile. Your Excellency, we are blind. That's right. It was those two who suggested it first. We were also helpless. Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled. That meant they were signaling for him to take action. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the expressions of the few changed, turning fierce. Since discussion was futile, it was time to take action. However, in the next second, smack! Lin Feng snapped his fingers. The few people who were originally standing far away from the group of ghostly mud crocodiles instantly found themselves over 1,000 meters away. Help! I was wrong. Help me! Sizzle! Before anyone could react, a tragic cry immediately came from the distance. Faced with such a large number of high-level, ghostly mud crocodiles, they had no way to resist. They could only be torn to shreds. At the same time, the leading man beside them was already stunned. The pity in his eyes had long been replaced by fear and awe. His legs trembled uncontrollably. If he had just now, to please everyone, voted for Lin Feng, would he also fall into the crocodile group now? At this thought, a feeling of surviving a disaster surged through him. He was immensely grateful that he had made the right decision. He did not bury his life in the tiger's mouth. Senior, I am Wang Wei. I hope you will mind my previous offense. Saying this, the man with the knife suddenly bent down and deeply bowed to Lin Feng. His body was still trembling slightly. At this moment, a hand was placed on his shoulder, stopping the shaking. A voice that made him feel very reassured came out. I'm not a great evil person. Get up. Since the other party had not provoked him and was also an awakened one from the Dragon Country, he naturally would not make things difficult for him. As Wang Wei nervously stood up, Lin Feng supported him with one hand and extended the other towards the gathering of crocodiles in the distance. The bait has been scattered. Keep an eye on it. As he spoke, Lin Feng brought his index and middle fingers together, while the other fingers slightly curled towards his palm, pointing at the large group of ghostly mud crocodiles in the distance. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the man was filled with confusion. Look, what a look at! The crocodiles have been attracted over. It's the perfect time to escape. At this moment, if they didn't run, when would they? He certainly didn't think Lin Feng could contend with this group of ghostly mud crocodiles. Even if a 10-star peak awakened one came, if surrounded, they would probably be skinned. However, at this time, Lin Feng's expression was exceptionally focused, because he was going to use the reversal technique, injecting reverse energy into the unlimited technique. If the unlimited technique creates a space of infinite compression, then injecting the reversal technique into the unlimited technique would extend a space infinitely in one direction. The power was several times that of the unlimited technique's propulsion force. Opposite to gravity was the impact of a black hole. Reversal technique whoosh! Just as Lin Feng's voice fell, the ground ahead seemed to be hit by a circular space. The soil, life, and even the air within it flew towards the distance. Like an air meteorite shooting out. Bang! Any living being that was touched along the way was instantly crushed into a meat pie, continuing to fly towards the distance. Only Lin Feng's mental prompt confirmed that these beings had already been eliminated. Ding! Killed 8-star ghostly mud crocodile. Free acting points 0. 68. Ding! Killed 3-star ghostly mud crocodile. Free acting points 0. 01. Ding! Killed 9-star ghostly mud crocodile. Free acting points 0. 80. At this moment, the free points appeared in Lin Feng's mind like a screen refresh. Even the system couldn't calculate how many ghostly mud crocodiles had been killed in such a short time. And these crocodiles hadn't expected that staying here would bring food to their doorstep. They had just swallowed it, and before they could react, they had gone to heaven. Looking at the mess in the distance, with a huge trench of dozens of meters in diameter blasted out, Wang Wei was already dumbfounded. His mouth was agape, staring at the scene in the distance, unable to close it for a long time. What a monster! At this moment, This was the only thought in his mind. Meanwhile, after the impact, Lin Feng returned to a standing position, hands in his pockets, and said lightly, "This power is barely acceptable, right?" Upon hearing this, Wang Wei almost cursed him. What do you mean, barely acceptable? Such a large attack range, simultaneously killing hundreds of ghostly mud crocodiles. Had they provoked you in any way? He had only seen such powerful skills in martial artists. And thinking of martial artists, Wang Wei's breath involuntarily became heavier. However, Lin Feng wasn't really trying to show off. It was just the truth. His reversal technique level was still too low, relying entirely on the max-level unlimited technique to drive it. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the power to be so small. Once both abilities were maxed out, he estimated that this strike would be equivalent to a supernova impact, and at the speed of light, nothing could withstand it. If Lin Feng remembered correctly, in a novel he read in his past life, a proton traveling at the speed of light could destroy a planet. If the energy was sufficient, could he also snap his fingers to destroy stars? With this thought, Lin Feng sighed. His strength was still insufficient. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Wang Wei was already cursing inwardly. What do you mean, insufficient strength? Can you not show off so much? If you are insufficient, doesn't that make me seem garbage? After all, he was also a 9-star powerhouse, a respected figure in the city, a strong individual. Yet at this moment, in front of this man, he truly experienced what it meant to be so powerful that you could ignore the laws of the jungle. When the jungle could not contain you, there was naturally no need to adhere to the rules set by those weaker than yourself. Just then, Buzz, Lin Feng's phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone, glanced at it, and immediately raised an eyebrow. Returning to the academy now, although he didn't know what the matter was, Lin Feng still put the phone back in his pocket and then led Wang Wei back along the path they came from, casually hunting some demons along the way to increase his acting points. In just over 10 minutes, the two arrived at the outskirts of the burial ground, the White Bone Mountain Range. In the distance, Wu Longdao was already exhausted, on the verge of collapse. There were simply too many demons here. Although they were low level, their numbers were overwhelming. It was as if they had just killed hundreds, and hundreds more stood up again. Killing them was endless. Let's go, Lin Feng said, pulling Wang Wei beside him, instantly moving to Wu Longdao's side. The unlimited technique was activated. Bang! Free acting points 0. 14. Free acting points 0. 45. Free acting points 0. 12. Another series of numerical increases. The surrounding skeleton was instantly crushed into a bone pancake. Seeing Lin Feng make his move again, both of their eyes lit up with excitement. When would they be able to have such ability? Wow, boss, you're finally here. With that, Wu Longdao stepped forward. But then he noticed Wang Wei beside him and was instantly shocked. You are Wang Wei. As an awakened one of knife techniques, he certainly knew the leader of the Honor Hunter group in the city, Wang Wei. His strength was close to the 10-star level and was the most likely to become a martial artist among awakened ones. His power goes without saying. Wu Longdao admired him immensely. Wow, Brother Lin, your knife skills aren't learned from Brother Wang, right? However, as soon as these words were spoken, Wang Wei quickly shook his head. What nonsense are you talking about? Does this senior Lin still need me to teach him? He wouldn't dare consider himself Lin Feng's teacher. With a snap of his fingers, he could eliminate hundreds of demons. An awakened one of such level could only be taught by a god-level awakened one. Seeing Wang Wei show such respect for Lin Feng, Wu Longdao was also taken aback. Doesn't this mean that Lin Feng's swordsmanship is above Wang Wei's? He originally thought that although Lin Feng's strength was impressive, he would only dominate in the academy, and while he would be excellent outside, it wouldn't be too outrageous. But he never expected that even Wang Wei wouldn't be a match for him. What? Is there anything you can't do? Thinking of this, Wu Longdao's respect for Lin Feng deepened. You guys head back to the capital city through the teleportation array. I have something to do. With that, Lin Feng instantly disappeared from the scene, leaving both of them astonished, looking at each other. Is this how superpowers are used? What luxury? Meanwhile, not far from there, Xiao Mingling was drenched in sweat, struggling to control a flying knife with one hand while resisting the attacks of the surrounding demons. This place was really not suitable for her awakened talent. Too little metal. Swish. With that, another demon fell to the ground. By now, the number of demons she had killed here was not in the dozens, but over 100. Her stamina was almost at its limit. Just as she was about to make another move, a figure approached. Hey, how's the training going? Hearing this, Xiao Mingling suddenly turned around, seeing Lin Feng's figure. An inexplicable sense of relief surged over her. Almost an hour of mental tension had left her extremely exhausted. She instinctively leaned towards the ground. However, just as she was about to fall, she suddenly felt a force from below, holding her up. Gravity! Be careful! Lin Feng stood in front of her with his hands in his pockets, speaking lightly, seeing that he was using his awakened ability to support her. Xiao Mingling felt a wave of disappointment in her heart. She straightened up and coldly turned her face away, feeling inexplicably angry. What are you doing here? I haven't killed enough yet. At this moment, Xiao Mingling's chest was heaving from the intense exercise, her clothes dampened by sweat, becoming somewhat translucent. Seeing the scene, Lin Feng quickly muttered in his heart, Sin! Sin! Martial artists must pursue martial arts with single-mindedness. And seeing him like this, a mischievous feeling rose in Xiao Mingling's heart. She stepped closer to Lin Feng, her somewhat sticky clothes, mixed with sweat, leaning against Lin Feng's shoulder. Then she whispered, Take me back, I'm tired. With that, her weight leaned towards Lin Feng. The scent of sweat wafted over. It was only then that Lin Feng realized that girls really do have a body fragrance. Lin Feng stammered, his heart racing. This is out in the wild. It's forcing me to make mistakes. But back in the virtual world, I didn't make mistakes despite so many girls throwing themselves at me. Is this your test for the cadre? However, with the way she was positioned, Lin Feng really didn't know how to take her back. Should he hold her? Carry her? That doesn't seem appropriate. If they directly arrived in the capital and other senior and junior sisters saw them, wouldn't they hunt Xiao Mingling down? And at this moment, Xiao Mingling felt as if there was a little deer racing in her chest. What is happening to me? It's just a prank, but why? Although she thought this in her heart, Xiao Mingling still unconsciously pressed closer, showing no intention of leaving. Looking at the blushing face and heated body in his arms, Lin Feng could even hear her heartbeat. Thump! Thump! It made his heart race a bit faster. Is killing a few demons really that exhausting? He thought to himself. However, for the sake of his acting degree, it seems he could only sacrifice his appearance. With that in mind, Lin Feng no longer hesitated, wrapping his arms around her. With a calm and handsome expression, he slowly said, Don't worry. With me here, I'll take you back. Upon hearing this, the blush on Xiao Mingling's neck instantly spread to her ears. Her mind, which had still been able to think, felt dizzy. She completely lost the desire to resist. Lin Feng decisively lifted her up, choosing a good position, and used the unlimited technique. In an instant, they returned to the capital city. Since he knew the exact coordinates of the capital city, there was no significant deviation, and they landed accurately in the playground of the capital city. Ding! Host's acting degree increased by 5. Ability technique reversal increased by 5. Ability 6 eyes increased by 5. Ability infinite void increased by 5. Currently, remaining free acting degree, 42, indeed increased. Detesting conventional wisdom, being patient in teaching those around him, and being strong enough to give people a sense of security, that is precisely his charm. Moreover, his free acting degree also increased by 3 or 4 points. This is not a simple increase, but points that can increase the upper limit of abilities. His current unlimited technique has already been enhanced to 100. To enhance it further, he can no longer rely on acting degrees, but can only use free enhancement points, which break the upper limits of abilities. Just as Lin Feng was standing there thinking, a weak mosquito-like voice came from his arms. You can put me down now. Upon saying this, Xiao Mingling's face turned crimson. There were many students from the capital city watching them. Moreover, the two of them weren't even in that kind of relationship yet. Seeing the scene, the eyes of the surrounding people widened. Wow, isn't that the campus belle from Magic City? Who is that guy, holding her in his arms? It must be so soft. I'm so envious. One of the junior sisters from the capital, let me hug them. Hug your sister. Single dog. This clearly indicates a special relationship. Hurry up and take a picture. It'll drive that group of people from Magic City mad. That's reasonable. Damn it, we are not having a good time. And we can't let them be comfortable either. At this point, a few people took out their phones and started secretly taking pictures of Lin Feng. Upon seeing the actions of the people around her, Xiao Minglin felt a bit flushed and quickly stepped out of Lin Feng's embrace. Right now, they were just classmates. And this was indeed a bit inappropriate. However, if they could take it a step further, with this thought in mind, Xiao Minglin turned her head to look for Lin Feng. However, at that moment, Lin Feng had already slipped away, claiming it was to protect his junior from being chased by his female fans. Yet, it wouldn't be long before a new extraordinary organization would emerge from the distant Magic City Academy. Meanwhile, in the office of the Imperial Capital Academy, 5 students from the Imperial Capital in Magic City were sitting nervously in chairs, sitting up straight. If someone were there, they would notice that these individuals were among the top exchange students from the two prestigious academies. Even Mo Luan was among them. Sitting next to them were the principal of Magic City and Wang Lin from the imperial capital. Principal, why haven't the exchange students from Magic City arrived yet? Are they being a bit too self-important? Asked a muscular student with a frown. This person was Shur Xian, an exchange student heading to the lighthouse country. Due to the customs of the lighthouse country, he was quite muscular. Old Gao, why hasn't he come yet? Wang Lin was also a bit impatient. Orders had been issued from above to execute quickly. Hearing this, the principal calmly looked at his phone and replied, "What's the rush? Just wait a bit." He knew that Lin Feng was the person they were looking for. Waiting a little longer was no big deal. Hearing this, the two boys and one girl from the imperial capital frowned slightly, but didn't say much more. In their hearts, they felt even more disdain from Magic City. However, the rivalry between the two academies was ongoing, and they wouldn't have looked favorably upon Magic City even without this incident. At this moment, the principal noticed a post that had rapidly climbed to the top of the Magic City Academy forum. "Brothers, our campus beauty from Magic City has been taken away by a student from the imperial capital." This title was indeed very eye-catching. Just a few minutes after being posted, it was already at the top. The principal raised an eyebrow and clicked on it. What came into view was Lin Feng's figure on the playground. "Good kid." Seeing this scene, the principal's eyebrows twitched wildly. "He sent you to teach a lesson to the imperial capital students. And you only came for one day and already got the campus beauty?" He knew what kind of status Xiao Menglin had, an absolute genius, both in strength and wealth. Such a person naturally had very high standards. Yet, Lin Feng managed to get her in just one day, and even hug her. Gao one was filled with question marks. Completely unsure of what means Lin Feng had used. Could it be through force? With this thought, Gao and S expression gradually became serious. Even if one is strong, they shouldn't act recklessly. If Lin Feng heard these thoughts, he would definitely shout that he was wronged. He hadn't done anything at all. My heart and actions are as clear as a mirror. Not even the thought had appeared in his mind. Meanwhile, the comment section was causing Gao when S expression to change unpredictably. One moment he frowned, the next he was furious, and another moment he looked hopeless. The content was as follows. "Chow, which bird from the Imperial Capital Academy is this? Let us team up and take him down. Take me with you. This stupid principal actually sent our campus beauty to a doghouse. Doesn't he look like a good bird? Who is calling a doghouse? Our students from the Imperial Capital Academy compete based on strength, right? Everyone, stop arguing. This person is our exchange student from Magic City, not one of theirs. Our Magic City Academy? Who is this divine person? Then that's good, but Magic City still isn't great. I'm going to establish an anti-white-haired association. Who want to join? I'm in. We'll revolt today." At the same time, the three students from the Imperial Capital were looking at the principal's changing expressions with strange looks. They had tried several times to see what he was looking at that could cause such unpredictable expressions. Mo Luan and another student from Magic City were wishing they could find a crack in the ground to hide in. This was so embarrassing. Soon, they were going to face the strongest students from the Imperial Capital Academy. Moreover, it was said that the winner would receive personal guidance from the SSS level awakener, Gong Sun Anqing. Such an opportunity was priceless. Even a king would have to make an appointment in advance to meet them, and it would depend on the other party's mood. It was easy to imagine what kind of glory and opportunity this was. They also wanted to see what the legendary, unique SSS level awakener looked like. They even hoped to take it a step further and get some guidance. Yet, in such a tense moment, the principal remained so calm. If they lost, they would have nothing left. Oh no, looking at this, the remaining person is probably just someone they picked randomly. The person next to Mo Luan was already stunned. He originally thought this was a tremendous opportunity, a stepping stone to God level. But unexpectedly, before the fight, the general surrendered. Seeing this scene, the few from the Imperial Capital shook their heads. In their hearts, victory was already assured. Even Wang Lin smiled and nodded at the principal, saying, "Old Gao, I must thank you for your help this time." Creak. At that moment, the door creaked. Hearing this sound, the principal immediately stood up, and everyone's gaze turned to the door. A man in black clothing and sunglasses with white hair appeared at the entrance. "Oh, everyone is here." Upon hearing this, Mo Luan immediately calmed down. He had thought that this competition was probably doomed. After all, such a great opportunity, this old man was acting unusually indifferent. If it weren't for Lin Feng's arrival, Mo Luan would have suspected that these two old men were engaging in some underhanded transaction. After all, although he had great talent, his accumulation was far from that of the others present. In a real fight, It was T clear who was stronger or weaker. But if it was him, then Mo Lun could only think of two words: steady. It didn't T seem like a big deal. The few students from the imperial capital only glanced at Lin Feng before turning their attention elsewhere, except for the girl, who lingered on Lin Feng for a few more seconds before also turning away. Although he looks decent, that frail body, I really can't praise it. Cool me. Have a seat, said the principal with a beaming smile as he stood up and walked over to greet Lin Feng. Wang Lin watched this scene with a puzzled expression. Why is Principal Gao acting like a sycophant? This isn't right, is it? Although Lin Feng is indeed very strong, he shouldn't be that impressive compared to these exchange students, right? At this moment, Lin Feng was somewhat surprised to see the principal here. Principal, why did you call me here? Oh, that's right, you don't know yet. The principal pondered for a moment before looking up at Lin Feng and explaining, in simple terms, the country has been stimulated and has launched the God-making plan, aiming to create true God-level awakeners through this initiative, with 2 God-level awakeners from Long Nation leading the training. Cough, cough. After hearing the principal's words, Wang Lin coughed heavily a few times. Even if that's the case, couldn't you speak in a more official manner? We're not bandits anymore. At this time, several students from the capital were already impatient. Let's get started, don't waste time. They casually glanced at Emolin and another man, completely disregarding Lin Feng, who was standing there. Clearly, in their eyes, the ones truly worth noticing were those two. After a few minutes, the 2 groups arrived at the training ground, which had already been destroyed beyond recognition. The first to take the stage was the exceptionally strong man. Meanwhile, the exchange student beside Lin Feng was somewhat speechless. The 2 beside him were really not that strong. This SS-level awakener only had a 9-star strength. Lin Feng, on the other hand, could only sense a faint energy from him, indicating that he had just awakened his talent. I'll go first. Without waiting for the 2 to speak, he jumped up. Huh, you're the champion from last year's Magic City? You qualified to be my opponent. Upon hearing this, Mo Luan was taken aback. Wasn't he the previous year's champion already a martial artist? However, as soon as he finished speaking, 2 immense forces surged up, shooting straight into the sky. Mo Luan was dumbfounded at that moment. Superstar level power. Both of these individuals were superstar level. What the hell? This foolish principal actually called me to compete against someone who has entered superstar rank? Are you crazy? Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained very calm, standing there as the tremendous energy surged forward, not even ruffling his clothes. He understood the principal's intentions. He surely wanted him to lead Mo Lun, this capable individual, to participate in the God-making plan. Now, being able to take a low-star awakener and defeat 3 superstar-level opponents, it seemed only Lin Feng could achieve that. At the same time, boom, a huge sound erupted. The building that could originally accommodate martial artist duels was now trembling continuously. The students outside the building looked astonished in that direction. What's going on again? This is superstar-level energy. It feels even stronger than before. What happened? I just saw 2 principals taking a few people inside, and I even saw our capital's previous champion, Tushan. What? Let's go check it out. They rushed towards the source of the energy. Soon, they gathered at the high platform of the arena. The crowd looked in astonishment at the few people below. Holy crap. ISNT that the previous champion, Tushan, on stage. Yeah, the man and woman standing below are also our capital's previous champions. Didn't they go abroad for studies? Who are they going to fight with this combination? Is it against Magic City? I remember Mo Lun is just a star-level awakener, right? That guy next to him looks like a vase. This is going to be exciting to watch. Seeing their Academy's luxurious lineup, everyone was extremely excited. In just a moment, word spread throughout the entire capital. It instantly became crowded. If it weren't for the guards stopping those wanting to enter the academy, this place would have been completely packed. At this moment, Tushan below had already made his move. Huh! He let out a loud shout. Suddenly, layers of scales grew on his body, and the nails on his hands multiplied in size. B-grade talent, armored pangolin. Seeing the opponent make a move, Sure Xin from Magic City didn't hesitate either. His ability activated instantly, and a diamond forge hammer appeared in his hand. His ability is B-grade petrification weapon. He can conjure any weapon out of thin air. Bang! The next second, the 2 collided, directly engaging in close combat. Their abilities could only determine the outcome in a frontal confrontation. Bang! Bang! The loud sounds continued to echo. The students on stage were already dumbfounded. This is a battle of martial artists. In the past, let alone watching martial artists duel, even seeing one martial artist kill monsters was rare. But today, They could actually see two martial artists fighting fiercely here. So powerful. Is this what martial artists are like? Who do you think will win? It has to be our capitals. Didn't you see our lineup? 3 superstar levels. Exactly. Those two from the other side are both newcomers. They can't possibly be superstar level opponents. By the way, why are their awakening abilities so plain? Of course, these people awaken their abilities during a time of spiritual energy deficiency, so their levels naturally wouldn't be too high. At this point, the battle had reached a fever pitch. It could be said that once this academy from Magic City lost, it would declare the defeat of the Magic City Academy. This would be a legitimate victory of the capital over Magic City. They were naturally very excited. Indeed, next, Tushan activated his awakening ability. The power of his bloodline surged. Then he burrowed underground, dragging Exine down with him. Underground, Exine, holding his weapon, was greatly restricted. Naturally, he was defeated. Haha, brother, you're not bad. Actually forcing me, Tushan, to use my full strength. Tushan patted Exine on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Seeing this, a man and a woman below the stage remained composed. Clearly, this was within their expectations. Watching this scene, the crowd from the capital erupted in cheers. Hearing their shouts, Exine's eyelids twitched in anger, but there was nothing he could do. Who told Magic City to only have him return? Alas, what a pity. If it weren't for this, I might not have been caught off guard when I went all out just now. Maybe I can get guidance from an SSS level awakener. However, even if I win, there are still 2 others on the opposing side who seem to be stronger than Tushan. Hey, let me go first, said Morin as he prepared to step forward. However, he was stopped by Lin Feng, who smiled and said, let's not waste time. Let me handle this. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Morin was taken aback. Although he felt that Lin Feng must have superstar level strength, there were 3 of them. All of them were past first-place winners. He didn't believe Lin Feng could win. Can you do it? Of course, I'm invincible. Saying this, Lin Feng jumped onto the stage. Upon hearing this, Exine was also slightly stunned. Arrogant. So arrogant. If you remembered correctly, weren't these people just second-year freshmen? Truly youthful and reckless. At this moment, seeing Lin Feng take the stage, Tushan also spoke up. I advise you to surrender quickly. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and will go too hard. Tushan, this kid is not simple. He previously took down hundreds of students from our academy by himself. The crowd on stage immediately reminded him. Hearing this, Tushan was clearly taken aback. Such strength should be about the same as his back in the day. But why? He couldn't sense any energy from the opponent? Just as he hesitated, Lin Feng beckoned him with his hand. Come on. Then with his hands in his pockets, he stood still. Seeing the scene, the female students from the imperial capital immediately became infatuated. So handsome. Oh my girls, I'm about to betray. Ah, did he just beckon at me? Seeing his junior from the same academy being seduced by an outsider and being provoked at the same time, Tushan could no longer tolerate it. Awakening his talent, he leaped in front of Lin Feng. A massive palm shot towards Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng instantly caught his outstretched arm with one hand and struck at his abdomen with the other. Sorcerer reversal. Bang! The immense impact immediately knocked Tushan down. He fell heavily to the ground. So painful. This was Tushan's feeling at that moment. Nevertheless, he still forced himself to get up and charge again. As before, every time he was sent flying by Lin Feng, until he lay on the ground motionless. The surroundings instantly fell into dead silence. Everyone couldn't believe what they were witnessing. What? Is this guy even human? I remember he was a freshman from Magic City, right? Confused voices echoed around. Meanwhile, the boy and girl from the imperial capital could no longer maintain their calm expressions. They stared wide-eyed at the arena, seemingly unable to believe what had just happened. However, the truth was right before their eyes. Tushan was being toyed with. They didn't even see what abilities the opponent used. It was purely a regular attack. Moreover, Tushan's attack was actually blocked by a single hand. What kind of immense strength is this? Could it be a strengthening type? Just as the two were puzzled, Wang Lin was also dumbfounded. What the hell? Gaowen, didn't you say you'd give me a chance? This competition doesn't allow for outside help. What outside help? He is one of our students from Magic City. Hearing Gao Wen's words, Wang Lin was instantly stunned. Magic City has such a strong person? Damn. Although Tushan barely became a martial artist, he is still a martial artist. How can second-year exchange students suppress him like this? Who is he? Let me tell you. If you cheat, I won't let you off this time. Looking at Wang Lin's expression, Gao Wen pouted and whispered a few words to him. Then, Wang Lin was instantly frozen on the spot. After a while, he finally reacted. What the hell? Gao, a dog thief. You idiot. At this moment, Wang Lin was excited. His face flushed as he looked at Lin Feng below, finding him more and more familiar. If it really is him, Wang Lin estimated that all his students would be eliminated. Good job, Gaowen. No wonder you brought your SSS-level treasure, Gada. I thought you were going to give this opportunity to me. Let's compete fairly. Fair competition, and you bring a cheat along? At this point, Wang Lin was already dumbfounded. When he received the news of Lin Feng's demise, he was upset for quite a while, constantly lamenting. A genius like this has just passed away. Therefore, when Gongsun Ning built a statue of Lin Feng in their academy, he did not stop it. But unexpectedly, Lin Feng not only didn't die, but instead came to their academy with his backpack. He repeatedly caused chaos in the imperial capital, making the originally complacent students in their academy suddenly thrown into the flames of war. It was his style. Looking at Lin Feng's figure, Wang Lin spoke to himself excitedly. At this moment, he no longer knew whether to be happy or to cry. Next, it's my turn. Saying this, another man from the imperial capital jumped onto the stage. Without saying a word, he shot a jet of flame towards Lin Feng. Boom! Got him! Watching Lin Feng engulfed in flames, a slight smirk appeared on his lips. This is a B-level elemental talent. The temperature, even for a fellow superstar level, will be hard to withstand. Superstar, entry level, completion level, spirit level, divine level, moreover. Just now, the opponent showed such powerful attack power and fought with Tushan. His defense must not be high. And seeing this scene, the previously somewhat disappointed students from the imperial capital perked up again. Tushan must have exhausted too much energy from Sure Xin. That's right. This white-haired guy's strength is also quite good. However, they hadn't finished speaking. Lin Feng walked out of the flames right in front of everyone. Time to use action to make everyone shut their mouths. What a flashy ability. Should I try it again? Saying this, Lin Feng took steps towards the opponent. Hearing Lin Feng's taunt, the man's expression gradually darkened. No one had ever dared to mock his attack power like this. Boom! Saying this, the man continuously attacked Lin Feng. Even the ground was burned red hot. The temperature in the entire stadium surged at that moment. However, Lin Feng still walked out unscathed. This time, it was the man's turn to be dumbfounded. Are you human or ghost? What kind of ability is this? Infinite. Lin Feng did not answer, but walked up to him and kicked out. Bang! Eliminated. What happened next was also very simple. Lin Feng's side naturally achieved victory, and it was an absolute suppression. The opponent couldn't even touch him. It could even be said that it was just like a teacher guiding students, first letting them attack. Only then did Lin Feng make his move, looking completely at ease, not even using his full strength. And indeed, Lin Feng did not use his full strength. If he did, these people wouldn't be able to withstand it all. Seeing this terrifying scene, discussions erupted one after another. Who is he? I don't remember such a student in the Magic City. Could he be a warrior hired from somewhere? This level of strength is already close to the peak. Yes, and I can't feel any energy from him. This hidden energy is truly top-notch. This is ridiculous. First-class defense, first-class attack capability, and he has this ability? Damn. I remember he is the one who was posted on the forum. The students from Magic City are rushing over to teach him a lesson. With this statement, everyone immediately recognized Lin Feng as the one who had been posted on the forum, suspected to have a close relationship with the school beauty. The discussions instantly became even more agitated. Meanwhile, on the high platform, I won, so this time I will send my student to Lord Gongsun, said the principal, raising his eyebrows at Wang Lin with an exceptionally happy expression. For so many years, it was the first time he had won so thoroughly. Hearing the other party's words, Wang Lin huffed in anger. Although he lost this valuable opportunity, having a gifted awakened one survive is more important than anything. Moreover, in today's world where external threats are gradually increasing, a person who can stand up is even more necessary. At this moment, after Lin Feng defeated 3 people, he walked off the stage and returned to where his team was located. Sure Xin was already stunned, looking blankly at the 3 people lying on the ground. His face filled with disbelief. We won. Does that mean I can meet the legendary God-level Awakened One and receive her guidance? Thinking of this, Sure Xin suddenly looked at Lin Feng with excitement. He owes his current status entirely to Lin Feng, who can take on 3 opponents. This kind of strength is absolutely monstrous. Junior, no, Big Brother. From now on, I'll just call you Big Brother. Saying this, Sure Xin looked at Lin Feng with an excited expression. The next moment, he acknowledged Lin Feng as his big brother. Seeing him like this, Mo Luan was already speechless. Damn, what happened to the dignity of a warrior? Just tossed away like that? However, in reality, Mo Luan was also very grateful to Lin Feng. He originally thought of Lin Feng as a diamond and himself as platinum. Who would have known that Lin Feng was actually #1 in the national server? And he had been cautiously surviving all this time, while his strength was not even as high profile as Lin Feng's. No way. I need to be a bit more arrogant in the future. Saying this, Mo Luan also learned to put his hands in his pockets and slightly raised his face, looking like a delinquent. At this moment, Lin Feng looked at the two in front of him and really didn't know what expression to make. Damn. One is calling him Big Brother, and the other is standing there like a black bodyguard, being so arrogant. If someone didn't know better, they'd think he was the head of some underground organization. You two, just be normal and call me by my name directly. Hearing this, the two were momentarily stunned, then nodded seriously. To let them call him by name is a sign of trust. With Lin Feng's strength, it is already a foregone conclusion that he will become a god-level awakened one. Even if he goes to the Warrior Academy, he will definitely have a place. And such a person, with just a little strength, would become arrogant and overbearing. But Lin Feng is different from those people. Only such a person can lead the future of Longhua. Thinking of this, the two's eyes were filled with determination. They nodded heavily again. Looking at them like this, Lin Feng now seriously doubted whether they had made some kind of vow in their hearts. For a moment, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. However, if he could let them help him with things he was too lazy to do, that wouldn't be bad. After all, Wu Jiaowu is a teacher who likes to train newcomers. Very reasonable. Thinking of this, Lin Feng looked at Shi Xin beside him. The three attributes of the other party instantly appeared in front of him. Strength, 1156 speed, 1034 stamina, 1011. All three attributes just broke 1,000, reaching the level of a warrior. He is a good tool partner. Thinking of this, Lin Feng checked his own attributes. Lin Feng talent, none level. Superstar entry strength, 2179 speed, 2078 stamina, 2015 abilities, staff sword technique, conqueror's hockey, 75, armament hockey, 75, observation hockey, 76, heavy fruit, 100 curse techniques, unlimited curse technique, 100, technique reversal, 15, 6 eyes, 15, infinite void, 15, free awakening points, 42. All three attributes broke 2,000, completely surpassing the 10-star attributes of the Dragon Clan's ancestor, almost reaching the limit value, higher than ordinary warriors by more than double. However, the higher the strength and attributes, the more difficult it becomes to improve. Therefore, Lin Feng's current strength is also among the top in the entry-level warriors. Even now, he wants to challenge a peak awakened one. If he used all his strength, he estimates even peak warriors wouldn't be his match, right? If others knew about this terrifying thought of his, they would definitely curse him as a madman. At the superstar level, the gap between each tier is like that between 1 star and 10 stars, like heaven and earth. To challenge across tiers is akin to seeking death. Just as he was lost in thought, the principal had already walked down from the stage. He took a few steps and came to the three of them. This competition was randomly selected between the two academies. In the end, about 30 people would be selected. Our Magic City and Imperial Capital have the most slots. Since you three won, you will represent our Magic City and Imperial Capital to meet Gongsun Anqing. Saying this, the principal sent the address to the three's phones. They were to go to the Gongsun family immediately to meet the SSS level God level awakened one, Gongsun Anqing. After the few said goodbye to the principal, Lin Feng went to the place where the Hunter Association is located. Then he sold all the demon cores he had harvested from the outskirts. The staff at the sales counter were shocked to see Lin Feng's hundreds of demon cores, almost thinking he had stolen their inventory, pulling a fast one. Fortunately, Lin Feng finally took out his warrior certificate to sell the items. In total, he received 89 million dragon coins. After selling the demon cores to express his apologies, Lin Feng was invited to the private room of the Hunter Association to rest. He happened to want to find a place to test his demon refining pot, so he followed along. Good tea. After taking a sip of the tea brewed on the table, Lin Feng couldn't help but marvel. This truly is a high-end room. Just this one sip had even increased his attributes a bit. It was definitely not ordinary tea leaves. Just as he set down his cup, a beautiful woman in a qipao walked into the room. Mr. Lin, if you need anything, feel free to let me know. Her voice was extremely gentle, and after speaking, she began to brew tea for Lin Feng. Under the split of her qipao, a pair of legs appeared before him, occasionally catching his eye and then shyly turning away. He was left dumbfounded. In this day and age, people really knew how to play. However, he needed to take a look at his demon refining pot and didn't have time for such distractions. I don't need any help. You can go out now. Yes. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, a clear disappointment crossed her face. After all, he was a martial artist and so young and handsome. It was a rare opportunity. She had dressed up specially for this. If she had known he was an old man, but someone so young, she would have dressed in something students liked. After she left, Lin Feng cautiously used his 6 eyes to scan the surroundings and then took out the demon refining pot from his bosom. What else could this thing do besides storage? He picked up the demon refining pot and fiddled with it. Suddenly, Lin Feng remembered that his Kong Tong mirror and the demon refining pot were both among the 10 ancient artifacts. They must have similarities. So, he took out his Kong Tong mirror and placed it next to the demon refining pot. Then, an astonishing scene occurred. Buzz. The moment the 2 artifacts touched, they both trembled slightly. Originally, there was only a vague shadow of the Flame Emperor on the Kong Tong mirror. After this tremor, surprisingly, another figure of the 5 Directions Heavenly Emperor appeared. The White Emperor. Xiao. Checking the Kong Tong mirror again. Kong Tong mirror, 2-5, level. One of the 10 ancient artifacts. Ability 1. Temporarily gain part of the Flame Emperor's power. Ability 2. Temporarily gain part of the White Emperor's power. Description. The ancient 10 great artifacts Kong Tong mirror. Rumored to grant the bearer dominion over the world and the ability to achieve immortality. It changed. Not only did 1-5 become 2-5, but even the abilities increased by 1. The power of the Flame Emperor could allow me to use the flowing blade like fire's initial release. If I add the White Emperor's power, I could even gain the strength of the 5 Directions Heavenly Emperor. Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt a bit excited. If he really obtained the power of the 5 Directions Heavenly Emperor, he estimated that there would be no creatures in this world that could resist him. Even the currently strongest 6-winged angel would not be his opponent. However, for now, he could only think about it. To obtain the 5 artifacts, he would need to clear 5 levels and unlock the treasure left by the Heavenly Emperor. Moreover, he had to be first every time, which was no easy feat. If I can't be first, then I'll just take it from the first place. With this thought, Lin Feng made up his mind. He must do his best to improve himself. After all, those who could be ranked first were not easy opponents. By then, if his strength was sufficient, it would be easy to snatch it. With that in mind, Lin Feng picked up the demon refining pot. He focused and wanted to see if there were any changes. Demon refining pot level. One of the 10 ancient artifacts. Ability 1. Storage. The demon refining pot has the ability to contain the vast within the small. Ability 2. 0. As the pot's abilities awaken, it can generate self-awareness and transform into a fairy inside the pot. Description. One of the 10 ancient artifacts, formerly known as the Julie pot, possessing incredible power, is said to be able to create all things and has astonishing destructive power. Inside is a strange space known as the world inside the pot, vast enough to contain heaven and earth. It changed. Originally, Ability 2 only showed the awakening of abilities, but now it had turned into 0 progress. As Lin Feng's consciousness probed inside, indeed, in the space of the demon refining pot, something that looked like fire was hovering. Lin Feng had previously tried to enter with his spirit, but found it was just a simple storage space before the fairy inside was unlocked. It could be said to be boundless, with no end in sight. However, at this moment, the world inside the pot had an additional flame. It was rumored that the demon refining pot could refine medicinal pills. Thinking of this, Lin Feng no longer hesitated. He used his spirit to control 2 skeleton frames and tossed them into the flame. Boom! As soon as they were thrown in, the flames surged. Then, a skeletal figure appeared. Seeing this, Lin Feng wasted no time. He had gathered quite a few such skeletons in the wild. He immediately tossed in over 100 bee skeletons. In just a few minutes, he created about 50 hard skeletons. He wondered if he could continue extracting essence. As the saying goes, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Lin Feng controlled 2 hard skeletons and threw them into the fire. Boom! A great fire erupted. The fused bones were spat out. Lin Feng immediately looked at them with his 6 eyes. Exceptionally hard skeletons. Not bad, he said, squeezing the bones with force. They were even harder than before. If the hardness of the previous skeletons was rated at 3 stars, then now it had been raised to the peak of 3 stars. Moreover, he was dealing with relatively weak demon combinations. It should be noted that the corpses of high-level demons are also quite expensive. The skeletons could even be made into weapons. With this thought, Lin Feng became excited. If I throw all these skeletons into the fire, could I refine them into complete demons? If it really works, it would definitely turn waste into treasure and sell for a sky-high price. If one 5-star demon skeleton is worth 100,000, then a 6-star would triple that. And at 10 stars, a single skeleton could sell for tens of millions. Lin Feng had never seen anyone sell the corpses of superstar demons. At that time in Fansheng, the 10-star demon horn he sold for over 10 million. 4 superstars. If complete, it could definitely be worth over $1 billion. No more waiting. Lin Feng immediately tossed the demon's corpse into the fire. Exceptionally hard skeletons. Indestructible skeletons. Golden skeletons. Top-grade golden skeletons. In the end, Lin Feng fused into 3 golden yellow skeletons. This was not gold. The hardness was incredibly high. It was the skeletal remains of a 10-star demon at the peak of the golden skeleton stage. As Lin Feng tossed them in again, the flames no longer changed and could no longer melt the golden yellow bones. Could it be at the limit? Saying this, Lin Feng gazed into the flames. The Cauldron Immortal 1/6 ability can melt down pills, spiritual fruits, beast bones, weapons, armor, and other hard objects. It really changed. As he threw in a large number of low-star beast corpses, the original progress of 0 rose to 1/6. Moreover, this demon refining cauldron can actually refine weapons and pills. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's heart stirred. If he could merge 2 ordinary weapons into a fine-quality one and sell it, this would be a way to make money. With this thought, Lin Feng felt a bit excited. However, with the low unlocking progress of the Cauldron Immortal, it was clearly powerless against superstar hardness. He could only merge low-level items. Moreover, the items produced were completely mixed together. Anything thrown in besides bones was definitely a waste. However, if he could manipulate it with his mind, perhaps he could refine weapons. Complete stage. With this thought, Lin Feng felt some anticipation. If he grew to the complete stage, he could use stellar forging mental power. At that time, he could come here to control the flames with his mind and refine weapon merging. It would be a kind of training for his mental power. It seemed he was still lacking in strength. With this thought, Lin Feng withdrew his mind from the demon refining cauldron and took out a piece of bone he had refined. Thud! As soon as it appeared, the floor of the room was instantly smashed into a deep pit by the fist-sized bumpy bone. It showed how heavy it was, and this was the bone of a 10-star peak beast. When it comes to strength, humans and demons are still too far apart. Even Lin Feng had to exert some strength to pick up this bone. A few minutes later, Lin Feng picked up the bone and went to the front desk to sell it. At this moment, there were a few people selling beast remains. A 6-star rock crocodile. 5 million dragon coins. The 6-star beast was selling for a bit more because it was relatively intact. After all, the higher the level of the beast, the harder it was to capture. These beasts would rather fight to the death than let you catch them alive. Now it was Lin Feng's turn. Thud! He stepped forward and threw 3 bags containing golden skeleton bones onto the counter, making a huge noise. This immediately attracted the attention of several people around. What is that? So heavy? It looks like the things in the bag aren't that big. Did you bring 3 stones? As the front desk opened the bags, 3 bumpy golden bones appeared in front of them. Wow, you really brought golden bones to sell here? If you want to sell gold, you can just go to the city. They only accept beast remains here. Haha, but you can't say that. What if this is really beast bones? What kind of beast bones could look like this? Looking at this brother's strong arms, he must be awakened. How could he not know these? At this moment, the front desk looked at the 3 bumpy bones and awkwardly asked, "Excuse me, what is this?" Lin Feng didn't want to waste time. He directly took out his warrior purple card. Upon seeing the warrior purple card, the other party's eyes instantly widened. The people around also had their pupils shaken, cold sweat dripping from their heads, and they quickly shut their mouths and stepped aside. This is a warrior. If provoked, they have the power of life and death. Their previous actions had clearly provoked him. Lin Feng was fully qualified to kill them on the spot. Looking at the young man with a refined appearance in front of him, the front desk clearly found it hard to believe that he was actually a warrior. But he still immediately said, "Please wait a moment. I'll call our manager right away." After a while, he brought up a spectacled man who looked hurried. "Mr. Lin." After meeting Lin Feng, he turned to study the 3 stones on the table. This is something brought by a warrior. He naturally wouldn't think it was just gold picked up from outside. As he kept observing, his expression gradually became serious. These 3 bones were clearly golden bones. However, their hardness was several times greater than that of 10-star golden bones. Seeing this, the bespectacled man's expression was astonished. He was naturally not surprised that a warrior could kill 10-star demons. But the hardness of these 3 bones was much higher than that of 10-star golden bones. They were almost surpassing 10-star, reaching superstar level. If made into weapons, they would at least be at the peak of perfect quality. Moreover, more than 2 could be produced. Mr. Lin, I offer 100 million dragon coins. Can you sell this to us? The bespectacled man asked excitedly. The bystanders were stunned upon hearing this amount. 100 million. A complete 10-star demon body is only worth about 10 million. These 3 combined could definitely not form a complete body. How could they sell for such a high price? Sure, just transfer the money to my card. Lin Feng nodded. After all, this item was also synthesized from low-level demon corpses. If sold directly, it would only fetch around 30 million. Now it had tripled and more. It was a huge profit. It would be better to rename the Demon Refining Cauldron as a cash machine. Ding! The Hunter Association branch transferred 100,000 yuan to your bank card, ending in 2341. After leaving the Hunter Association and looking at the information on his phone, Lin Feng felt very pleased. Before coming out, he also tried to fuse 2 demon cores, but the result was a failure. As soon as he threw them in, they were immediately burned to ashes, as if they were very resistant to this item. The same went for the pills, but unlike the demon cores, when he threw in 2 pills worth hundreds of thousands, they fused together immediately and were then burned into charcoal, making Lin Feng feel heartache. It seemed he still needed to improve his strength. Then he could manipulate the flames with his mind. After a few dozen minutes, Lin Feng rented a room in the imperial capital. He was to meet the legendary god-level awakened one tomorrow. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. Moreover, he had used a flowing blade like fire to kill many. What if the other party sensed that his energy was very familiar? Would he be treated as a guinea pig? With this thought, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a chill running down his back. He quickly turned on the air conditioning. Then he entered the Dragon Network and began browsing for the items he needed. What he needed most right now were pills or equipment that could quickly restore his stamina. There were too many skills, and he didn't have enough mana. It was truly torturous. With that, Lin Feng began to search. In no time, he found items that could instantly replenish energy. Golden Bell Spirit Water, 10 million per bottle, can instantly restore all stamina and energy for a 9-star Awaken 1. Recovery Pill, 5 million each, quickly restores energy for a 7-star Awaken 1. Essence of Spiritual Fruit, 10 million per bottle, rapidly restores stamina and energy in a short time. Looking at a pile of recovery medicines. At this moment, Lin Feng found that it was not very expensive after all. It was not difficult for a 9-star Awakened to earn 10 million. Moreover, having a spirit water that could restore energy was not very difficult either. However, his demand was very high. With 100 million dragon coins, he could buy at most 10 bottles. If a fight broke out, he would probably run out of money in no time. So, he decided to buy 2 bottles of spirit fruit essence. Saying this, Lin Feng spent 20 million to purchase the spirit fruit essence. He then bought a dragon blood fruit for 50 million. He kept around 30 million for himself, in case he broke through to the perfect stage. He planned to upgrade his 6 eyes to 100 and then use this money to buy some pills and weapons to see if he could fuse them together. After a short while, the items were delivered to him, and Lin Feng swallowed them one by one, as if eating an apple. He let the powerful energy wash through his body, his expression completely unchanged. This level of impact had long become commonplace for him, and he no longer took it seriously. It could be said that he was the first in the Magic City Academy to have gotten used to eating spirit fruits. After putting away the 2 small bottles of spirit fruit essence, Lin Feng's physique was once again washed by the dragon blood fruit. At this moment, he felt that the bloodlines in his body seemed to be purer. A large amount of impurities was expelled from his body. Once again, he refined. The effect was very satisfying. All 3 of his attributes were enhanced. Strength increased by 57. Speed increased by 34. Stamina increased by 102. The later stages made it increasingly difficult to increase these 3 attributes, and for a spirit fruit to enhance so much was already quite extraordinary. No wonder it was considered a half-target. It was indeed powerful. However, these were spirit fruits from before the revival of spiritual energy, which could not be compared to the present. If both humans and demons became stronger simultaneously, it was only natural that higher-level fruits and high-grade veins would appear, surpassing spirit fruits. How many free points do I still have? 42. The cold voice responded unusually quickly. Lin Feng nodded silently. He wanted to keep these points to finally strengthen his 6 eyes and enhance his control over the energy within his body, fine-tuned to the molecular level. Then when he made a final push for the perfect stage, it would be almost certain. As for why he didn't strengthen it now, that was because the later stages made it increasingly difficult to improve through acting. Especially after reaching 90, one had to rely on free points for enhancement. This also meant that increasing acting points in the earlier stages was comparatively easier than in the later stages. Therefore, good steel must be used on the blade. With this in mind, Lin Feng stood up to take a shower, then lay down on his big bed. He quickly fell asleep. The next day came. Early in the morning, Lin Feng stretched, feeling that all the energy in his body had been completely absorbed. Now, he felt a surge of power. After eating the fruit that enhanced his bloodlines, he felt completely different from before. The impurities in his blood had all been expelled. As for the god-level awakened one, he wondered what level her power had reached. With this thought, Lin Feng quickly dressed in casual clothes, put on his sunglasses, and stowed his staff blade in a black bag on his back. He began searching for the Gongsun family or the residents of Gongsun Anqing. As for why he didn't put his things into the demon refinement pot, it was because the current unlocking level of the pot was too low, and it couldn't contain another ancient artifact and the flowing blade of fire. At least, that was how it appeared for now. Before long, Lin Feng relied on his observation haki and 6 eyes to quickly find the location of the villa. It was a vast area backed by a mountain. However, as soon as he probed his vision over, it was immediately blocked. Sure enough, they were inside. At the same time, just as Lin Feng approached this place, Gongsun Anqing, who was sitting in a room drinking tea, suddenly raised her eyebrows. Why was there a familiar aura? With this thought, she shook her head lightly. If there were awakened ones of her level in the city, she would definitely know. Being at the same god level, they could not hide from each other. However, this aura still made her somewhat concerned. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had also reached the entrance. As soon as he arrived, a man dressed in a tailcoat came up to greet him. "Is this a new awakened one?" he asked. Without waiting for Lin Feng to respond, he turned and left, not giving him a chance to react. His attitude was much worse compared to those in the Hunter Association. The reason was simple, not to mention Lin Feng. Even martial artists had to bow their heads here. Just as Lin Feng followed, the man casually remarked, "You might as well take off your sunglasses. Our young master Gongsun doesn't like people wearing sunglasses when they come in." "Your young master is quite interesting," Lin Feng replied, still not removing his sunglasses. With a slight smirk, he thought that trying to make him follow the rules was impossible. Seeing Lin Feng like this, the attendant shook his head. He had thought Lin Feng was different from those awakened ones, but it seemed that all crows were black in this world. Many awakened ones had come today, all full of vigor when they entered, but upon seeing their financial power, they all calmed down without exception. He estimated that it wouldn't be long before the other party saw the decor of the Gongsun family and could no longer maintain this calm demeanor. As soon as he walked in, the surroundings were furnished with wooden structures. Just looking at the patterns on them was already quite pricey. What surprised Lin Feng the most was that most of the people moving around were awakened ones above the 9-star level. Some even reached the superstar level, and they were very young. However, from their attire, it was clear they were children of some prominent family in the imperial capital. Obviously want to come here and soak up the aura of the god-level awakened ones. However, even so, he only glanced at them briefly. His goal was to surpass the god level. Standing at the peak of Blue Star, he naturally would not be surprised by the gathering of many experts here. On the side, the attendant noticed that Lin Feng was expressionless, which surprised him slightly. The previously arrived awakened ones, even if calm, he could tell were pretending. However, Lin Feng walked all the way with just a glance, and his expression showed almost no change, as if it were all very ordinary. He couldn't help but look at Lin Feng with a higher regard. Just as the two were about to approach the place that would receive them, Gongsun Ning walked over and instantly noticed Lin Feng. "Little brother, you should take off your sunglasses quickly," the attendant reminded cautiously. Gongsun Ning hated flashy decorations the most, so everyone coming here had to dress formally. Regardless of their identity, they had to follow their rules here. After all, while there were many strong individuals and powerful families, there were only 2 god-level awakened ones in their Dragon Nation. And there was only this one SSS level. Nature is an existence that everyone must respect and please. So I think the rules here need to be changed. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the servant couldn't help but feel alarmed. Previously, there were others who had directly voiced their opinions to Gongsun Ning, and they were all outright rejected. Some even faced worse consequences. After the incident, their family businesses were affected. Of course, this wasn't Gongsun Ning's doing, but rather his sister Gongsun Yao. She would not let go of anything that could tarnish her brother's reputation. Sure enough, the next moment the two of them came together. Seeing Lin Feng's arrival, Gongsun Ning's expression was very excited. "Mr. Lin, this way please, I'll take you to the reception area." The servant beside them was taken aback, surprised by the scene. This development of events was not right. Shouldn't Gongsun Ning have directly said, "Take off your sunglasses," and then the guest starts to educate him? But this was fine too. At least it could save this young man. Wait, I have something to say. Saying this, Lin Feng stopped Gong Sun Ning. Upon hearing this, Gong Sun Ning was slightly taken aback and immediately began to think. Could it be that Senior Lin has something to tell me? The servant beside them was already sweating profusely, his forehead damp with anxiety. He was frantically signaling and making gestures at Lin Feng. However, it was of no use. Lin Feng pushed his sunglasses up and smiled, saying, as a martial artist, one must be unrestrained. Establishing so many rules often ends up restricting oneself. Upon hearing this, Gong Sun Ning slightly furrowed his brows, pondering over the meaning of Lin Feng's words. The servant had already lost hope. It was over. Gong Sun Ning's brows were furrowed. This definitely indicated that he was in a bad mood. This awkward scene lasted for several minutes until finally Gong Sun Ning's brows relaxed. Senior Lin, I understand. That's good. I hope you won't make the same mistake next time. With that, Lin Feng followed Gong Sun Ning towards the reception area. Meanwhile, the servant who remained in place was utterly bewildered. What was this, a master teaching his disciple? Was this still the Gong Sun Ning I knew? He actually compromised with someone else? This world is too crazy. After about 10 minutes of winding through corridors, the two finally arrived at the waiting hall. This hall was entirely snow white, with various fruits and desserts laid out on the tables. It looked just like a small banquet. I thought Gong Sun Anqing was an old man with gray hair. I didn't expect him to be so indulgent. Lin Feng muttered a few words. He had initially thought that Supreme Awakeners were all ancient beings, living in remote, impoverished places deep in the mountains and forests. He didn't expect that not only was it not like that, but they were actually living more comfortably than some prominent families in the city. At this moment, Lin Feng's resolve to become stronger grew even firmer. Not for anything else, but to turn these things into something he could easily obtain. Lin Feng. Just then, Mo Lun and Shi Xian, who had already arrived, walked over. There were indeed quite a few experts here. Shi Xian sighed as he stood beside the two. As a newly advanced awakener, he felt completely out of place. Everyone here were top awakeners from various academic institutions, and even two from the Martial Arts Academy had come. In fact, at this moment, Lin Feng also realized this. As soon as he entered, he sensed an overwhelming flow of energy. However, it was none of his concern. Lin Feng stood by the table, stuffing his mouth with sweets, feeling as if he had returned home. This drew the attention of those around him. Even some female awakeners and the legitimate daughters of families looked over, because Lin Feng stood out too much among the crowd. Those who could come here had fought hard for the opportunity, wanting to perform well in front of Gong Sun Anqing. Perhaps they could receive special guidance from him, or at the very least build a good relationship with his junior, Gong Sun Ning. Who didn't know that Gong Sun Anqing's favorite was her junior, Gong Sun Ning? For Gong Sun Ning, Gong Sun Anqing had even planned to destroy the demons in the abandoned city. There were even attempts to stop her from above. It was said that it was only because a certain god-level awakener from the Martial Arts Association intervened that she compromised, agreeing to act after the incident was over. It could be said that from that moment on, the abandoned city was practically non-existent. Even if that mysterious fire god did not intervene, she would have leveled that city. Yet, here was someone everyone wanted to curry favor with, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and he was actually gorging on desserts? Once he left here, wouldn't he have as much as he wanted? Looking at Lin Feng, the crowd couldn't help but murmur. Who's that white-haired guy? Does he not know that Gong Sun Anqing is about to arrive? Impossible. Everyone here is here for him. This kid is really asking for it. If that person sees this, not to mention taking him as a disciple, he might just throw him out. He's been eating since he entered, right? I estimate he feels his strength is insufficient and plans to give up. The other awakeners shook their heads while watching Lin Feng. While most of them looked down on him, there were a few who were different. Which academy is he from? He looks quite good looking. Should I go ask for WeChat? Could he also be a player? Speaking of which, he has been eating since he came in, right? I didn't even notice until you mentioned it. Just then, at the moment when everyone was chattering away, an exceptionally strong aura emanated from behind a large door in the hall. Instantly, it attracted everyone's attention. Lin Feng also turned around to look, but he continued to eat the sweets in his hand. After all, he needed to replenish his energy. Long-term use of techniques required eating more sweets to replenish his mental energy. Meanwhile, those around him were extremely tense, though they tried their best to appear relaxed. However, that was a God-level awakener, and the first SSS-level awakener, definitely destined to be the first God-level peak awakener for Long Country in the future. How could they not be excited? Even the two beside Lin Feng were slightly trembling, their hearts racing. Creak! The door opened. A figure stepped out. Everyone instantly held their breath, and even Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. At this moment, standing at the door was a very young woman, dressed in a black tailcoat with a bow tie at her chest. She appeared to be only in her 20s. Her eyes were an extremely rare ice-white color, completely different from ordinary people. An awakener could tell at a glance that it was influenced by her awakening ability. So young, the legendary god-level awakener turns out to be such a young woman. Moreover, the moment everyone laid eyes on her, it was as if their hearts had stopped beating, instantly captivated by her presence. Her aura exuded a sense of detachment from worldly affairs, a high status, and a depth of experience that seemed to transcend her age. She appeared like a girl whose heart had just matured, yet possessed immense power, radiating a clarity that was enchanting. However, deep down, everyone knew that she was an awakener who could kill without blinking and could flatten a base city with a single strike, standing at the pinnacle of humanity. Her appearance was simply too mismatched with her identity. This was a god-level awakener, after all, now standing right before everyone. The quiet atmosphere lasted for over 10 seconds, with everyone too afraid to breathe heavily, not even a little bit. "Please introduce yourself," Gongsun Anqing spoke up. Her voice was very clear, giving listeners the peculiar feeling that it was as if she hadn't spoken, but rather they had imagined her words. After a while, someone finally responded, "Senior, I am Yang Hua, a student from the Warrior Academy, with A-level talent." The mention of the Warrior Academy surprised everyone. Following that, more individuals introduced themselves, stating their abilities and affiliated academies. Hunter Association, A-level talent. Jiangnan Academy, S-level talent. Magic Capital Academy, SS-level talent. As Morin spoke up, it immediately drew astonished looks from the crowd. SS-level talent. Among humanity, besides the one above, the highest level is SS-level talent. Soon, one after another, people reported their talent levels. A level talent. In total, there were more than 30 people present, with hardly anyone below a level talent. All were exceptionally gifted prodigies. In fact, there were some with strong talents but weak strengths who were eliminated before even getting here. Finally, when everyone had finished, Lin Feng also had to speak up. D-level talent, visual enhancement. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd immediately turned their gaze towards him. Whispers erupted around. D-level talent? How'd he get in here? Could it be through connections? He seemed indifferent just now. Probably doesn't he even know how he got in and has given up. Although the voices were quiet, Lin Feng heard every word clearly. It wasn't that he wanted to say it this way, but his data card indeed recorded his level as D-level visual enhancement. If he lied, he would surely be found out. He believed that everyone present had the ability to check this, so there was no need for concealment. He could just say it outright. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Gongsun Anqing glanced over here, and their eyes met for a brief moment. Lin Feng felt as if his heart was about to freeze. Is this the power of a god? Such a level of energy must surely surpass natural disasters. When will I also acquire such immense power? If I truly grow to that point, is there anywhere on Blue Star that I cannot go? Moreover, it seems that the stronger the power one possesses, the higher the ability to resist the erosion of time. Logically speaking, she could not possibly be only in her 20s. Yet her appearance is so youthful. It is rumored that god-level awakeners have lived for hundreds of years, and given her unique abilities, she may have lived even longer. If she truly reaches the pinnacle, could she achieve immortality? Lin Feng did not know, but he had to pursue it. The pinnacle of martial arts. While he was lost in thought, Gongsun Anqing had somehow stepped down from the stage. "Come at me. Those who gain my approval can stay. No matter what others say, I, Gongsun Anqing, do not accept waste." The last two words struck the hearts of everyone like a hammer. They were all young elites and naturally did not want to be labeled as waste. However, there was still some hesitation about attacking a god-level awakener. At this moment, Gongsun Anqing, dressed in black, spoke again. "I will use power equal to yours." Upon hearing this, someone finally moved. "I'll go. Senior, I am A-level talent from Jiangnan University." Upon seeing this person, someone immediately recognized him. He was among the top 3 of Jiangnan University this year and was very strong. As he stepped onto the stage, everyone focused their attention on him. With a roar, dark magic patterns swirled around him, causing the surrounding space to tremble. He charged towards Gongsun Anqing. At least superstar level strength. Such power, with a full force strike, could shatter a giant boulder. However, before he could get close, a gust of cold wind blew towards him, gradually slowing him down until he came to a complete stop. "Too weak. If you were my era, I could defeat you without a single move." Upon hearing these words, The student clearly felt unwilling to accept it and could only leave reluctantly. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding crowd was utterly astonished. The tense atmosphere spread among them. The top talent from Jiangnan Academy was actually taken out in one move? No, wait. I feel like he didn't even get a chance to use his full strength. Did she really use only a portion of her power? There's no way. If she didn't want to teach us, she could have simply refused. No one could trouble her, right? This is a great opportunity to battle a same-level SSS level awakener. Even this chance is worth it. But this is just too difficult. Even A-level talents were completely eliminated. The crowd buzzed with discussion, shocked by the difficulty of the test set by Gong's son, Anqing. They initially thought she would only test them lightly and wouldn't be serious. But now it seemed that without using their full strength, it was simply impossible to pass. At this moment, Lin Feng stood calmly aside, observing this scene. The Jiangnan Academy Awakener, in terms of attributes, might not even be able to compete with a warrior. Naturally, he could not compare with an SSS-level ability user of the same level. Being taken out in one move was entirely reasonable. If Lin Feng were to face him at the same level, not to mention at the same level, if he were to go all out, he might not even be able to take him down. Although he appeared very calm, the two people beside him were panicking. What should we do? Even the top 5 from Jiangnan Academy have been eliminated. What are you panicking about? Didn't you come first in the last Magic Capital competition? And you even passed the warrior test. What warrior test? I barely passed. I was at the bottom in the warrior academy. It shouldn't be this difficult, right? Morin muttered to himself, clearly feeling very anxious. Looking at this situation, don't even mention ordinary awakeners. Even martial artists who only emerge a few times a year might not pass. I want to consult a God-level awakener and participate in the God Creation Project. It's indeed not that simple. This project is not just talk. They're genuinely looking for God-level awakeners. I'm here. An S-level talent seeks advice from a senior. Senior, I'm an A-plus talent from the Hunter Association. Unsurprisingly, the next few individuals were the same. Even S-level talents couldn't hold on for more than a few seconds before being defeated. They completely failed to catch attention. The only one who passed the test was an A-plus talent from the Hunter Association. But even so, Gongsun Anqing was not going easy. You only have 1/10 of my strength back then, but if this continues, no one will be left. Just wait for now. Although she said that, the Awakener was still very excited. Finally, he remained. More than half of the people were eliminated, and he finally stayed. Ha! The heavens are watching. At this moment, aside from the eliminated contestants, only Lin Feng and the 3 from the Martial Arts Academy remained. Senior, I'm Yang Hua from the Martial Arts Academy, an A-level talent. As he spoke, he instantly activated his skill, and a whirlwind surrounded him. He broke through to Gongsun Anqing's side for the first time, but was immediately blocked by a large number of ice spikes. It wasn't until more than 10 seconds later that he was completely defeated. You did well, but with that, you only forced me to use 30 of my strength. With these words, he was considered qualified. In the next moment, the remaining 3 from the Martial Arts Academy also passed smoothly. Sure, Xin and Mo Luan, who were beside Lin Feng, barely passed the test. As long as they were at the martial artist level, even the minimum passing standard for the martial artist test could reach 30 of the opponent's strength. So what level did Gongsun Anqing reach when she became a martial artist? At this moment, among the 30 prodigies, only 6 remained. Lin Feng was still on the side eating dessert, not taking action directly. Meanwhile, Gongsun Ning and Gongsun Yao arrived at the scene. Sister Anqing. Gongsun Yao greeted her warmly and glanced at Lin Feng in the distance. Gongsun Ning stood far away and didn't speak. I'm tired. Ning, arrange accommodation for them. Tomorrow, send them to the Nordic Academy. Hearing this, everyone was taken aback. The Nordic Academy, the largest academy in the entire Blue Star. It almost gathers geniuses from all countries. It is known as one of the 3 largest academies in the world, alongside the Martial Arts Academy of Long Country and the Divine Academy of Lighthouse Country. However, in reality, the Martial Arts Academy of Long Country is no longer classified as an academy, and the Divine Academy of Lighthouse Country only admits female awakeners. So, the only largest academy left in the world should be the Nordic Academy. For so many years, having stayed around Long Country, I have never seen the Nordic Academy, because without orders from above, casually going abroad is not permitted. Thus, this can be considered a huge opportunity. Gongsun Anqing definitely has the ability to send them there. Old ancestor, there's one person who hasn't been tested. As she spoke, Gongsun Ning glanced at Lin Feng. At this moment, Gongsun Yao quickly followed up. They're SAD level talent. What's their test? People like that are everywhere. Don't waste Sister Anqing's energy. Saying this, She looked at Lin Feng and chuckled a few times. The remaining awakeners also nodded secretly. Their awakening abilities are too weak. Even if they grow, they will be limited and won't last long. She's right. None of these awakeners can become god-level awakeners. Gongsun Anqing scanned everyone around and lowered her eyelids. Clearly very disappointed. Gongsun Ning then said, "Don't worry. He definitely meets your standards." Seeing Gongsun Ning's earnest demeanor, Gongsun Anqing could only shake her head. All right then. Saying this, she walked towards Lin Feng. Upon seeing him still eating dessert, she slightly frowned, though he still looked quite pleasing to the eye. "Is it my turn?" Lin Feng said as he stuffed the dessert into his mouth and began to stretch his muscles. "This is a rare opportunity. You plan to go all out. Are you sure you want to use more than my strength?" Lin Feng asked uneasily. "If I do, that would mean I lost." Gongsun Anqing replied. She had not looked at Lin Feng directly the entire time. If it weren't for Gongsun Ning speaking up, she would have kicked him out. The others around, hearing Lin Feng's question, began to discuss. Wow, does this kid really think he can make this god-level awakener use her full strength? Looking at his confident demeanor, they would soon know how powerful he was, if he could really make her use her full strength. Wouldn't that mean he was at the same level as a god-level awakener back then? He should be stronger. After all, now he is an SSS level talent. Previously an SS level, and the difference is significant. Everyone was not very optimistic about Lin Feng. Is Lin Feng okay? I feel like this woman doesn't seem very happy. Sure, Xin was a bit worried at this moment. They say when an emperor is angry, 100,000 die. What if this god-level awakener gets angry and kills him on the spot? Meanwhile, Gongsun Ning was staring intently at the scene. He knew Lin Feng's strength. Just as everyone was focused on the moment, Lin Feng moved. Whoosh! In an instant, Lin Feng charged toward her like a whirlwind. Fast. Too fast. If it weren't for the high-level people present, it would be impossible to see his movements. But even so, the crowd that had been waiting to see Lin Feng's misfortune immediately perked up. This speed was definitely not that of a simple D-level awakener. Seeing Gongsun Anqing, who ignored her domain, also raised an eyebrow. She clearly didn't expect Lin Feng's strength to be much higher than she imagined. Not bad. Saying this, Gongsun Anqing waved her hand. In an instant, ice spikes condensed in the air and flew towards Lin Feng. Whoosh! The sound of ice spikes slicing through the air came. At this moment, countless ice spikes surrounded her, shooting towards Lin Feng. Spell reversal. Lin Feng extended one hand. He unleashed the spell reversal. The shock that couldn't be perceived by the naked eye shot forward. All the ice crystals along the way shattered. In the next second, it was about to send her flying. Just then, Gongsun Anqing frowned and immediately jumped aside. A few strands of her hair were cut by the immense shock. Boom! As soon as she jumped away, the wall behind her was blasted out, creating a huge pit. The surrounding crowd was dumbfounded. What the hell? You're telling me this is a D-level talent? Damn it. The destructive power is such that even a god-level awakener wouldn't dare to confront it head-on. You're overthinking, right? Gongsun Anqing has suppressed her strength to the same level as her opponent, so she will definitely have some reservations. That's right, even at the same level. I estimate she isn't using all her power right now. However, even so, it's still impressive. Just now, Gongsun Anqing stood there without moving at all. Once this was said, everyone realized that out of so many people present, not a single one could force Gongsun Anqing to move. They all found themselves unable to even approach the opponent and were kept at bay. Just this point alone shows that Lin Feng has already surpassed the others. Seeing this scene, Gongsun Ning clenched his fists tightly, excitedly looking over, cheering for Lin Feng in his heart. He was almost about to shout out loud. If he really did shout, it would probably infuriate Gongsun Anqing, and she would end up venting all her anger on Lin Feng. Goodness, not helping his own family, but instead helping an outsider. On the contrary, Gongsun Yao was thinking the opposite, wishing for Gongsun Anqing to beat Lin Feng up to relieve her anger. Meanwhile, in the arena, "You're quite good," Gongsun Anqing said calmly while standing there, feeling very pleased. She initially thought this generation wouldn't be impressive, but unexpectedly, there was someone worth noticing. Of course, it's good. There will be even more powerful ones soon. As she spoke, Lin Feng slightly curled the corner of his mouth. Upon hearing this, Gongsun Anqing's expression turned cold again, and the temperature around her dropped a few degrees. However, all of it was blocked by Lin Feng's infinite power. Not good. Looking at Gongsun Anqing in the distance, Lin Feng felt uneasy in his heart. The opponent's domain was constantly draining his stamina. Even his infinite power was frantically consuming his energy to resist the encroaching cold. His energy was already insufficient, and now he encountered this situation. However, he didn't plan to use external items. Instead, he wanted to rely on his current strength to confront head-on. It had to be a quick battle. To avoid arousing suspicion from the opponent, he didn't take out his staff blade. His strength was somewhat discounted, but even so, it was enough. Ice Crystal Puppet. Roar. With a command from Gongsun Anqing, several ice crystal puppets materialized around her, charging towards Lin Feng. The ground where they stepped was completely frozen, clearly indicating it was untouchable. Lin Feng reversed the limitlessly infused spell into his hands and activated his magic, rushing forward quickly. One palm for each. Bang! 2 ice crystal puppets were instantly sent flying by the tremendous impact. They shattered in midair. Seeing the scene, Gongsun Anqing could no longer maintain her calm demeanor. Anything that the ice crystal puppets touched, or anything that touched them, would be frozen. Yet Lin Feng managed to blow up 2 puppets without a scratch. It should be noted that these puppets were at least 10-star level. Ice spikes. A cold voice pierced through the air. Suddenly, ice crystal spikes erupted from the ground. In the next second, they were about to fill the ground before Lin Feng, forcing him into the air, followed by a final strike with ice needles. This could be considered a killing move. If hit, Lin Feng's energy would be completely consumed by the limitlessly infused spell. At that point, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to win. However, he still had 100 of the gravity fruit. Gravity field. As Lin Feng's voice fell, the surrounding space was instantly filled with immense gravity. At that moment, the gravity fruit was fully activated. Even Gongsun Anqing felt her body being suppressed by endless force. Even maintaining her stance became difficult. Meanwhile, the ground spikes were all pressed down and completely unusable. Her abilities were all locked down. Sorry. Saying this, Lin Feng had already arrived in front of Gongsun Anqing. However, at this moment, Gongsun Anqing's expression remained calm. You're strong. Swish. As soon as she finished speaking, an ice blade formed on her arm. It swung towards Lin Feng. She could still move. Lin Feng genuinely didn't expect that her ranged abilities were so formidable, and her physical strength was no weakling either. She could counterattack even under this gravity. He had no choice but to defend against this move. However, all the energy in his body was used to unleash the gravity fruit. If he used his infinite power to defend, it would definitely be depleted. He had to make a short distance move to evade the fatal blow. Thinking this, Lin Feng no longer hesitated. In an instant, he activated his ability. To the onlookers, he merely twitched slightly. But in Gongsun Anqing's eyes, that slight twitch made her unable to land a fatal blow. At this moment, Lin Feng reached out his hand and directly grabbed Gongsun Anqing's ice crystal-like arm. He exerted 2,000 points of strength, instantly halting her arm's attack. Got it. However, before he could feel happy, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted in front of him. The surrounding onlookers' legs trembled uncontrollably. At this moment, Gongsun Anqing's expression turned icy and terrifying, like a dark spring in the depths of the 9th heaven. It's over. Seeing this scene, Gongsun Ning was drenched in cold sweat, but his feet felt as if they were filled with lead, unable to move. Their family head, Gongsun Anqing, hadn't been touched by anyone for so many years. Even he, who followed the family head daily, couldn't even touch her once. And now Lin Feng had actually grabbed her arm so hard that it dug into her flesh. This was definitely a provocation. If she lost control and ended up killing Lin Feng, another god-level awakener would surely be devastated. If they started fighting, it would definitely never end. And indeed, this was the case. Gongsun Anqing never expected that these students could get close to her, let alone engage in physical combat. Suddenly being grabbed, she instinctively used a trace of her god-level power. Then she instantly realized what was happening. However, it was already too late to stop. A terrifying aura spread out. All the servants in the manor had collapsed to the ground. Some even fainted outright. The onlookers who could still stand there unharmed were already the elite among the awakeners. Even Lin Feng, who was closest, was having all his energy frantically circulating towards his skin. Even so, he was still on the verge of collapse. Even his sunglasses shattered in that instant. Why is this so unmanageable? At this moment, Lin Feng internally complained. The moment she made her move, he had already broken the spiritual fruit essence hidden in his bosom. He also used infinite and gravity reversal to resist her attack. However, the energy consumption in his body was still rapidly depleting. He couldn't completely offset this power. Is this the power of a god-level awakener? Even just a trace. And even if she stopped in time, it could almost annihilate him, a beginner awakener. The ice blade in his hand was just a few centimeters away from his body. It was getting closer step by step. Once the energy inside was released, he would instantly be frozen into an ice sculpture. Although Gongsun Anqing had already exerted all her strength to hold back, the remaining power was still something a beginner awakened could not withstand. It seemed there was no other choice. Saying this, Lin Feng extended his right hand, crossing his middle finger behind his index finger, and placed it in front of his eyes. Then he slowly opened his eyes, his expression exceptionally calm. Gongsun Anqing, looking at Lin Feng's clear blue eyes that resembled the sky, was also momentarily stunned. Such eye color could only be influenced when one's awakening ability was powerful to a certain extent. Could it be that he, like herself, possessed an extraordinary awakening ability? Alas, a sigh that seemed to resonate from the depths of the abyss emerged. It's a pity for such a gifted awakener. One could say they were both in the same boat. Perhaps the other party was also troubled by these eyes, which was why he wore sunglasses. However, she didn't believe a beginner awakened could withstand the power she leaked. But in the next second, Lin Feng spoke. Domain expansion. Infinite void. Swish. As soon as Lin Feng's words fell, the 10 ability of the infinite void instantly expanded, enveloping both of them in a space resembling the universe. Anyone within it who had not made contact with Lin Feng would be stripped of their mobility and cognitive abilities. The ice blade that had been attacking Lin Feng suddenly froze in place. Although his energy could only last for a fraction of a second, it was enough. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Feng quickly dodged back. The ice blade thrust past Lin Feng's body. Bang! The tremendous impact instantly destroyed all the buildings in its path. 5 entire mountains were flattened along the way. The terrifying destructive power immediately alarmed all the residents nearby. Even those who were watching from a distance were startled and immediately reported to the upper echelons. Lin Feng looked at the wall beside him, which had been punctured, and felt a bit of trepidation. If that had hit him directly, he would probably have died on the spot. However, he still had the Kontong mirror. At the very least, he couldn't let anyone kill him. Seeing this scene, everyone around was shocked, staring blankly at the empty trench that had pierced straight out from this residence, extending as far as the eye could see. Everyone was stunned by this terrifying power. Could this power be achieved by a beginner awakened? What a joke. This definitely touched the realm of spirit level. With a casual gesture, one could split the sea and cut through mountains. Oh my. So, Gongsun Anqing actually used all her strength and still didn't kill that kid? Now that I think about it, Gongsun Anqing had said that if she used power beyond her level, she would lose. So, that white-haired one actually won. D-level talent? Thinking of this, everyone quickly turned their heads to look at Lin Feng in the arena, their eyes filled with shock. They wanted to say, bro, is this really D-level talent? Are you a cockroach that can't be killed? Seeing Lin Feng unscathed, Gongsun Ning's heart finally settled. He was still hoping Lin Feng could teach him a few moves. Moreover, Lin Feng was after all his lifesaver. If something really happened, wouldn't that make him a wolf in sheep's clothing? At this moment, everyone present was silent and motionless. The aura that Gongsun Anqing had leaked earlier was terrifying. Although it was retracted in an instant, the destructive power was still too frightening. If she hadn't held back, the entire imperial capital would probably have been punctured by her. None of them present would have survived. At this moment, everyone was filled with trepidation. With Gongsun Anqing not moving, they didn't dare to stir. They could only stand there, watching the two in the arena. Meanwhile, Lin Feng stood there quietly with his hands in his pockets, motionless. His physical strength and energy had been completely exhausted. At this moment, the desire in his heart to become stronger had reached its peak. God level awakened. At this moment, he fully felt that if a God level awakened person were willing, they could destroy an entire city with just their physical body. Gongsun Anqing, looking at Lin Feng, who was unharmed, felt a bit moved. The other party was in life and death danger. Ultimately, it was still her fault. After hesitating for a moment, Gongsun Anqing softly said, "You win. If it were at the same level, I might not be your opponent." After saying this, she turned and walked upstairs. Although she didn't show anything, her heart was indeed filled with mixed emotions. She had thought that this God-making plan would fail just like before. Moreover, after battling these awakened ones, she became even more convinced of her thoughts. None of these low-level new generation had a high chance of becoming God-level awakened. However, Lin Feng's appearance seemed to bring a glimmer of hope. The other's strength, in the same level of comparison, might not be weaker than hers. It should be noted that her current awakening ability was SSS level, and what the other party displayed could not possibly be D-level ability. What secret was hidden? Gongsun Anqing murmured. The people behind her, upon hearing her words, were already dumbfounded. That Gongsun Anqing, the god-level awakened one who never held back her words, actually admitted defeat. If this news were spread, it would definitely cause a huge explosion in the city. A beginner awakened defeated a god-level awakened into admitting defeat. Just as everyone was stunned, a middle-aged man in a black suit and bow tie walked into the room. Everyone, please go rest for today, and I hope you won't speak of what happened today. Our family will compensate you for your mental distress. After saying this, everyone around was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted. Gongsun Anqing admitted defeat, but their Gongsun family could never admit defeat. If the outside world found out, it would definitely deal a huge blow to their family's various industries. And if they spoke of this incident, leading to immeasurable resource losses, they would probably attract trouble. Thinking of this, everyone hurriedly nodded in agreement. Who would dare to refuse? Probably no one would dare to speak of today's events. Even if they did, no one would believe that the strongest human SSS level awakened admitted defeat to a beginner awakened. Even if it was a trick, it wouldn't work. Of course, the strongest awakened one naturally excluded that first-row individual. In everyone's mind, that already belonged to a realm beyond humanity. They even suspected whether the Black Raven sect was behind some evil human experiments, creating a monstrous product. Therefore, the Black Raven sect had also been very unfortunate lately, suffering a backlash that was several times greater than before. As soon as the middle-aged man in black left, a group of people immediately surrounded him. Hey, brother, it's fate that we all came here together. Want to grab a meal? One of them said. I happen to have some confusion regarding my cultivation recently. Could you help me out tonight? Another added, yeah, since we have nowhere to stay tonight, why don't the three of us rent a hotel together? So bold? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. These were all top awakeners from various academies, and they looked quite attractive too. However, if he agreed, it would definitely lead to his school's people slandering him online. Meanwhile, in the distance, Gongsun Yao saw that Lin Feng not only was not reprimanded by Gongsun Anqing, but also had so many beautiful girls around him. She was so angry that she was stomping her feet. Everyone, we will arrange accommodation for the awakeners, but there are only 7 rooms left. Gongsun Ning appeared just in time to rescue Lin Feng. Upon hearing this, the few girls looked at Lin Feng with disappointment before turning to leave. Anyone could tell this was a dismissal. A powerful awakener like Lin Feng, who could stand up to god-level awakeners, had a bright future ahead of him, and there was a great possibility that he could become a god-level awakener in the future. And he was so handsome, naturally making them have some thoughts. However, in this world, this was all normal. After the few left, Gongsun Ning led Lin Feng and the other 6 who remained toward a building. You all will stay here tonight. We will head to the Nordic Academy early tomorrow morning. So soon? The group was clearly surprised. They thought it was just talk. They were not given any preparation and were going to fly over directly. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was relieved that he had brought his staff sword. Just as they were about to enter the house in front of them, Gongsun Ning called out to Lin Feng, Senior Lin, please follow me. I'll take you to another place. As his benefactor, Lin Feng naturally had to stay in the best place. At the very least, it couldn't be worse than where Gongsun Ning stayed. Okay, Lin Feng adjusted his sunglasses, nodded, and followed him. The two headed toward the mansion where Gongsun Anqing was located. Although the rooms here were quite luxurious, they were still far inferior to where Gongsun Anqing lived. Everyone watched this scene with wide eyes, already stunned. A red-haired student from the Martial Artist Academy was particularly dissatisfied. What the hell? Why does this guy get to stay in such a good place while we have to settle for this for a night? Haven't you learned the rules of this world after so many years? One of the other 2 from the Martial Artist Academy scolded him, then glanced over at Lin Feng with a flickering gaze. Morin and Shurshin didn't have much to say. This Martial Artist Academy is just being pretentious. If it weren't for being eliminated after going on stage later, do you really think you could pass? Shurshin is right. Some of those who were eliminated are indeed much stronger than you. Damn, Morin, I call you brother, so don't stab me in the back. I understand. You're an effort-based player, right? Effort-based. Meanwhile, Gongsun Ning brought Lin Feng into the large mansion at the center of this area. This area was used by the Gongsun family for rest. However, since Lin Feng was here today, he would have to make do with the sofa. Senior Lin, you can stay here for the night. I'll have the servant wake you in the morning. Gongsun Ning said with a smile as he turned to leave. Watching his back, Lin Feng was deep in thought. Logically speaking, he shouldn't know me, right? Why is he acting like a sycophant? It's making me uneasy. Thinking of this, Lin Feng activated his 6 eyes, and the other S abilities appeared before him. Oh God, could he see through me? If he knew my previous identity, this behavior would make sense. If not, I'm starting to suspect he has some special quirks. After all, I'm quite the handsome figure. Men feel inferior looking at me, and women shed tears. With acting skills on par with an award-winning actor, he could only rely on his awakening ability to expose me. With such shameless thoughts, Lin Feng turned and walked into the room. As soon as he entered, a luxurious atmosphere and various fragrant scents greeted him. Even the surrounding temperature was quite pleasant. Just standing there felt incredibly comfortable. No wonder this was where a big shot lived. It was hundreds of times better than a presidential suite. At this moment, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. At this age, he really knows how to enjoy life. If this place were rented out, it would probably cost dozens of thousands. At least 1,000,000 dragon coins an hour. Saying this, Lin Feng comfortably lay on the big bed and let out a sigh. The energy in his body was already quite depleted, and he would need at least 2 or 3 days to recover on his own. Once he fully recovered, he planned to utilize his 6 eyes control to forge his entire skeletal structure with the energy within him. He aimed to completely break through to the pinnacle of his current level, achieving the ultimate in both body and bones. System, open the panel. Host, Lin Feng talent, none level. Superstar entry-level strength, 2211 speed, 2126 stamina, 2207 abilities. Staff sword technique, Conqueror's Haki, 75, Armament Haki, 75, Observation Haki, 76. Heavy Fruit, 100, Cursed Technique, Unlimited Cursed Technique, 100, Technique Reversal, 15, 6 Eyes, 57, Infinite Void, 15. The Superstar entry level has reached this level, which is basically the limit of humanity. Generally, those who just enter this phase have all 3 attributes above 1,000, with a maximum of no more than 1,300 points. Even in the late stages of entry, the 3 attributes typically do not exceed 2,000 points. However, Lin Feng had just entered the stage, and he hadn't even begun to train his bones. He was practically at a blank state. Even so, his strength had reached a full 2,000 points. Once he completely forged his skeletal structure, his 3 attributes would double. He would break through to the peak of the entry level. Furthermore, going further would have already surpassed the realm of the physical body. For Lin Feng at this moment, the priority was to focus on strength training. He needed to elevate his physical fitness to the ultimate level before making a final push. First, I need to take a shower. With this thought, Lin Feng wanted to free his weary body. After showering in the bathroom and changing into the clothes prepared here, he found them to be very comfortable and fitting. Meanwhile, the television was broadcasting various news hot topics. Recently, there were reports that various countries had dispatched teams of awakeners to explore the areas where the 3 terrifying giant beasts had appeared. However, several months have passed without any return. Currently, the 3 locations have been strictly sealed off by the upper echelons, designated as a forbidden zone, prohibiting anyone from entering. The 3 terrifying beasts have also been named Zhulong, Mountain Giant, and the Angel of Authority, Anail. Seeing this, Lin Feng became interested. The Angel of Authority is rumored to be the angel that governs the realm of gods, and that forbidden zone has also been named the Third Heaven. Zhulong once opened its eyes within the Dragon Kingdom, turning night into day. The Mountain Giant is the greatest enemy of the gods in Norse mythology. These giants are also divided into flame giants, frost giants, and so on. These 3 can be said to be the greatest threat to humanity at present, with an immensely vast territory. The most critical point is that the forbidden zone of the Mountain Giant, as marked on television, is very close to the Nordic Academy, the base city of the Alliance. Before becoming strong enough, Lin Feng did not plan to confront these demons. After turning off the television, Lin Feng, feeling bored, began to wander around the mansion. There are many doors here, and the paths are winding and complex. Moreover, the area is vast. Even Lin Feng would get lost here without activating his 6 eyes. However, he really didn't dare to cover the entire building. If he did, it would surely attract the attention of Gongsun Anqing and bring unnecessary trouble. Meanwhile, in the room where Gongsun Anqing was located, she had changed into a new outfit. Her legs were crossed, and her flawless arms were casually placed beside her, dressed rather unconservatively. Although her face was very delicate, her disposition was quite mature. In her own home, she had no reservations. No one dared to enter without her command. That Lin Feng, I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. At this moment, Gongsun Anqing frowned and thought. When she faced Lin Feng in their previous confrontation, she sensed a very familiar aura. It was especially strong at the moment when he suppressed her ice spikes. However, she just couldn't recall where she had felt it before. It was as if it only appeared for a moment when a certain power emerged, and then it was attached. different from her mature demeanor. A somewhat cute voice echoed in the spacious room. If someone heard it, they would probably find it hard to believe it was just a high-ranking, god-level awakener. But she couldn't help it. Having quickly elevated her power to the peak of humanity, the lifespan she gained directly reflected in her body. And even she could not control it, reverting to her school days. Meanwhile, Lin Feng hummed a little tune while pushing open door after door. Exploring the unknown had a unique charm, so he didn't activate his 6 eyes, saving some energy. Don't disturb me unless necessary. Lin Feng pronounced the words on the door clearly, then decisively pushed it open. If you don't move aside, I'll just open it. Creak. The door in front of him opened in response. As soon as he opened the door, Lin Feng regretted it, thinking to himself, this is bad, because behind the door, Gongsun Anqing was sitting there, and there was a lot of exposed skin. The moment she saw Lin Feng, her expression instantly turned cold, and she pulled her clothes down in an attempt to cover her delicate thighs. However, it was already too late. Although Lin Feng didn't want to look, he was indeed unprepared. He had thought that he was the only one living here. Gongsun Ning probably didn't expect that after a whole day of fighting, he would still have the mood to wander around here. What are you doing here? Cough, cough. At that moment, Gongsun Anqing didn't react in time and didn't manage to change her tone. She instinctively coughed twice to cover her embarrassment. Hearing her somewhat youthful voice, Lin Feng was also taken aback. I was brought here by Gongsun Ning. I was just wandering around, no other intentions. I'll just take my leave now. As he spoke, Lin Feng planned to slip away. Stop. The cold and calm 2 words came from behind. Lin Feng had no choice but to stop in his tracks. I apologize for what happened today. I was indeed reckless. However, you are too weak. You can't block even a bit of power. Hearing this, Lin Feng was somewhat confused. What happened today was too bizarre. The god-level awakener, Gongsun Anqing, actually admitted defeat to him and apologized. However, she still had a sharp tongue, not forgetting to make a sarcastic remark. If this matter were spread, it would definitely stir up a huge uproar. And if those demons found out, his life would probably be in danger. Well, I'll take my leave now, Lin Feng asked in a questioning tone. Gongsun Anqing nodded slightly. She added, don't mind others' opinions of you. Sometimes, taking off your sunglasses might not be a bad thing. Hearing this inexplicable statement, Lin Feng didn't pay much attention, nodded, and quickly left. However, in Gongsun Anqing's heart, she had already regarded Lin Feng as someone similar to her. In the past, very few awakener with S-grade talent could survive to later stages. She had endured a lot to hide her talent, and this pair of eyes became a topic of discussion for others, but she could not speak out to hide it. However, later on, when others learned that this was a symbol of the awakeners who could change the world, her special eyes became the most noble symbol in the world, which was quite ridiculous. She suspected Lin Feng was troubled like she was back then. That's why she said that. However, in reality, Lin Feng was not afraid of others' discussions and slanders. It was just that the prolonged activation of his eyes consumed too much mental energy. Even if he occasionally activated them, he had to eat more sweets to replenish his mental consumption. If someone were to discuss his eyes, Lin Feng would probably let them know why the flowers are so red. TSK, I should just walk with my observation color activated from now on. Lin Feng complained and couldn't help but recall the scene he had just seen. The other party's skin was like it was covered in a layer of ice. He wondered if it was due to the influence of her awakening ability. He had thought that awakening abilities would only have a positive effect on people, granting them terrifying powers. He didn't expect it would subtly change their pupils as well. Would their bloodlines also be invisibly altered? However, this had nothing to do with him. After all, he didn't have any awakening abilities or negative effects. Just as Lin Feng was pondering while exiting the room, he suddenly noticed Gongsun Yao standing at a distance, pointing at him with a look of disbelief. Did you just come out of Anqing's room? Seeing her expression, Lin Feng smirked. So what? But your family head dresses differently at night and during the day. Hearing Lin Feng's affirmative answer, Gongsun Yao almost fainted. You're lying. Sister Anqing doesn't allow anyone to enter her room. So I'm going in. You. As soon as Lin Feng said this, it left her speechless. She just stood there, looking at Lin Feng in disbelief. She had worked hard for so many years just to gain a little recognition from the head of the Gongsun family, hoping to inherit the family business. In the entire family, besides her, the only one with any competition was the indifferent Gongsun Ning. There was practically no competitive pressure. Yet even in such a favorable environment, Gongsun Anqing usually ignored her. Instead, this newly arrived man actually ran into Gongsun Anqing's room in the middle of the night and even said Gongsun Anqing looked different. She couldn't believe that nothing happened. Just as she was pondering this, she saw Lin Feng turning to leave and quickly called out to him. Wait, Say it quickly. I'm very tired, Lin Feng replied expressionlessly. To be honest, he didn't really like this little daughter of the Gongsun family. How did you make Sister Anqing not dislike you? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng laughed. What do you mean not dislike? He almost couldn't get out of there. However, after thinking for a moment, he casually replied, well, it's an exclusive tutorial, you know. Gongsun Yao was momentarily stunned by Lin Feng's words, then quickly reacted and asked suspiciously, how much? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng silently raised a finger. 1 million? Gongsun Yao asked, somewhat surprised. Lin Feng shook his head. 10 million? Lin Feng shook his head again. 1 billion? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng happily put his finger down. You just asked me a question. Why don't you go grab it? When he said this, Gongsun Yao was so angry that she could almost cry. Standing beside him, she glared at Lin Feng, nearly fuming. This was an exclusive secret manual, sold only to those fated to have it. You must understand, your family head's fair skin is not something you can see casually. After saying this, Lin Feng nervously glanced around, feeling a chill behind him. Under Lin Feng's gentle persuasion, Gongsun Yao pondered for a few minutes and finally lowered her psychological defenses. Okay, I agree. Gritting her teeth, she took out her phone and transferred 1 billion in cash to Lin Feng. Although 1 billion is a lot for others, it was still affordable for the Gongsun family. You have to know that even a small industry in their family could be worth 10 horses, just by a little less. Looking at Gongsun Yao, who stood beside him with tears in her eyes as she transferred money to him, Lin Feng suddenly felt a twinge of guilt in his heart. Oh no, this makes it seem like I'm tricking a little girl. What we're doing is a legitimate business. Moreover, even Liu Yuan could come up with 1 billion. Could the Gongsun family not afford it? It probably wouldn't even be a month's worth of meal money. Just as Lin Feng was internally complaining, the money was finally transferred. You can say it now. Your family head is an SS-level awakener. You have to know that back then, most low-level awakeners didn't survive long enough to grow. For her to reach this level, she must have gone through many hardships, so you need to empathize with her. Are you saying I also have to endure hardships? No, you misunderstood. I'm saying you also need to work hard in martial arts. The circulation of economic power in this world is built on the promotion of martial arts. Lin Feng stood there, speaking eloquently, leaving Gongsun Yao stunned. She nodded along like a chick pecking at rice. Lin Feng talked to her about the origins of martial arts and how humanity seized territory from demons, narrating the grand epic of establishing base cities from start to finish. Finally, he patted her shoulder. You still need to work hard. You have to catch up with the family head's pace and become a god-level awakener. With that, Lin Feng turned to leave, leaving Gongsun Yao standing there in a disheveled state, trying to digest what he had said. Sigh. Another day of leading by example and prioritizing education, she sighed. Lin Feng walked in the direction of his room, following his memory. He hadn't really deceived her. If she could truly go far on the path of martial arts, what couldn't she achieve? At the moment Lin Feng walked out and conversed with Gongsun Yao, Gongsun Anqing had actually been listening to their conversation the whole time. She almost couldn't hold back from dealing with Lin Feng when he mentioned fair skin. However, after hearing Lin Feng's subsequent evaluation of her, she felt every word was precious. He had even researched the history of Awakener's origins. Finally, she let out a long sigh and returned to her room. As everyone went to sleep, the night passed by in the blink of an eye. The next morning, as the sun shone in, Lin Feng opened his eyes, washed up, and put on his black outfit. Then he covered his eyes with a black cloth. After some thought, he decided this was more convenient. He put on sunglasses. If a fight broke out, it would be troublesome and easily damaged. It was better to wear them when not participating in combat. What is this? At that moment, Lin Feng noticed the food placed on the table. It actually had spiritual energy. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. He didn't expect the food here to be unexpectedly good, but made sense, after all. He estimated that only the direct descendants of the Gongsun family lived here. The food was on par with what Gongsun Anqing would eat. Just as his internal energy was somewhat depleted, Lin Feng didn't hold back. After finishing his meal about 10 minutes later, Lin Feng's internal energy had nearly fully recovered. Finally, he arrived at the agreed-upon location. From a distance, he saw a private jet that looked very high-tech. Unlike other planes, it had cannons and various amazing weapon decorations. Lin Feng couldn't tell how it worked, but judging by its size, it would likely consume a considerable amount of energy to operate. Brother Lin, upon seeing Lin Feng approach, the other two greeted him excitedly. When Lin Feng wasn't there, they felt uneasy around the 3 Martial Arts Academy and Hunter Association people. After all, the country hadn't strictly prohibited conflicts between martial artists, it just tried to minimize them. Are we going to encounter demons on the way? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Xin quickly explained, "We need to head to the Nordic Academy, and we must pass through the edge of the mountain giant's forbidden zone. To prevent any accidents, we specifically used a military transport aircraft. Passing through a forbidden zone? Can I bring my pet?" Lin Feng asked. "If I can let the moonlight follow behind, it should save a lot of trouble." "Your pet?" Upon hearing this, the people around looked over in confusion. Even the Martial Arts Association and the pilot turned their gazes. They looked left and right, but couldn't find the pet Lin Feng mentioned. "If it doesn't interfere with the flight, it's fine," the pilot said to Lin Feng. "All right, I'll have it follow behind the plane. It won't affect the flight." "Is your pet a bird?" the pilot asked, puzzled, and then added, "My plane goes 1500 ms. There's no way a bird could keep up at that speed." What he said made sense. At 1500 ms, the speed is comparable to that of a bomber. Birds could never reach such speeds. However, Lin Feng's pet was not a bird but a dragon with bloodline power. "As long as I can have it follow, you don't need to worry about the rest." "Okay." The pilot nodded, not paying much attention to Lin Feng's words. Meanwhile, Xin leaned in closer. "Boss Lin, is your dragon here? If it really is, then I'm relieved. My abilities are hard to use in the air, and I don't feel secure with those monsters around." Lin also came closer. "If Lin Feng's dragon can really follow us, this journey will definitely be much easier. Besides, there have been many reports of subdragons flying alongside various planes and eventually shooting them down in the air. It shows that their flying speed and endurance in the air are unmatched by any aerial creature. Yes, I've been having it wait in the air for commands. It only comes down at night." Saying this, Lin Feng pointed to the sky. The two raised their heads, and Lin instantly spotted a tiny black dot in the sky, while Xin squinted and held his hand over his forehead to block the sunlight, unable to see it no matter how hard he tried. "Boss Lin, where is it? I can't see clearly." "Stop squinting. If you don't have awakened abilities, you won't be able to see it," Lin reminded him when he saw Xin still trying to squint. Xin could only retract his gaze reluctantly. But since Lin said so, it must really be up there. Thus, his little heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally calmed down. Soon, everyone boarded the plane heading to Northern Europe. In just a few minutes, they would reach the other side of the world and see how cities different from the Dragon Kingdom established themselves in this world. Beep, 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 preparing for takeoff. As soon as they settled in, the plane instantly shot off the runway, soaring into the sky. The pilot was driving quite aggressively, but he couldn't be blamed for his aggressive driving. After all, piloting such a transnational plane might happen only once every few months. Once he took off, it was definitely a matter of life and death, fraught with danger and anxiety. Encountering monsters blocking the way was common. Being chased by monsters in the air for 10 or 20 minutes was also a frequent occurrence. However, with the weapons on the plane, it was enough to fend off disturbances. Moreover, this time there were so many martial artists on board. The tasks they received were much easier than before. Besides, the benefactor was very generous. If he arrived immediately, he would get double the price. While everyone was sitting there, a message simultaneously appeared on everyone's phones. Senior Gongsuen's mission? Probably to secure a top 3 spot in a Northern European academy? Someone speculated. A mission for a god-level awakened being would certainly not be easy. Moreover, this was a divine creation plan, which would require them to train toward becoming god-level. Obtaining a top 3 spot in the world's top academy was certainly challenging. Thinking of this, everyone lowered their heads with boredom. The mission this time was to bring back the demon core of Fenrir. The few short words left everyone wide-eyed. The entire cabin fell silent. The monster wolf, Fenrir. Lin Feng had seen in Norse mythology that the monstrous wolf Fenrir had killed the legendary king of the gods, Odin, who wielded the spear of destiny, Gungnir. It could be said that it was a true god-eater. In reality, a monster wolf located in the territory of mountain giants was named the monster wolf, Fenrir. Its strength had already reached at least the spirit level. More than 3 spirit-level awakened beings had been killed by it. To ask these newly awakened beings to deal with the legendary monster wolf Fenrir, this was an absolutely impossible task. In an instant, gasps echoed through the narrow cabin. They had already guessed that the task would be outrageous, but they didn't expect it to exceed all reason. Seeing the nervous expressions on everyone's faces, the uncle sitting in front smiled and said, "What's there to panic about? If 3 years isn't enough, then 5 years. Becoming a god-level awakened being doesn't happen overnight." He clearly knew about the Dragon Kingdom's divine creation plan. Hearing this, the few nodded in agreement. Indeed, asking them to kill a spirit-level monster beast right now was a bit unrealistic. But becoming a god-level awakened being wasn't something that could be achieved overnight. The so-called divine creation plan was precisely to create true God-level awakened beings. And how could a God-level awakened being be intimidated by a spirit-level monster beast? Below God level, all are ants. With this thought, everyone felt a renewed sense of confidence in their hearts. At this moment, they seemed to be filled with a sense of mission. However, not long after, they began to doze off. After all, the journey was incredibly dull, and a few of them couldn't hold on any longer. Wu Longdao had already laid back in his seat and was fast asleep. Although it was a fighter jet modification, the seat was exceptionally comfortable. Meanwhile, after 2 hours of flying, Shi Xin, sitting next to Lin Feng, couldn't hold on any longer. Boss, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to sleep first. Saying this, he lay down and fell asleep in just a few seconds. Looking at the dozing crowd around him, Lin Feng turned his head to gaze out the window. Below the plane stood an extremely magnificent peak, not appearing to be naturally formed, but rather as if a giant wielding a huge axe had meticulously carved it. Such towering peaks from the sky looked like a beehive, densely packed and stretching into the endless horizon. This should be the territory of the mountain giants, right? Withdrawing his gaze, Lin Feng stood up and walked toward the cockpit to inquire how much longer it would take to arrive. However, as he pushed open the cockpit door, zzz, the pilot sitting there had already let his hands droop and was fast asleep. What the hell? Even Lin Feng couldn't remain calm at this moment. What the heck? Is this pilot so unreliable? It's one thing for others to sleep, but you two? Even if you can activate autopilot mode, you shouldn't be sleeping, right? If the other passengers find out, they'll be scared to death. Wake up. Lin Feng stepped forward and pushed a few times, but the other party remained completely unmoved. After pushing a few more times, Lin Feng gradually frowned. Something was wrong, even if someone was really careless. It was impossible not to wake up from being pushed like this, right? Some drivers might be skilled and daring, but that doesn't mean they would disregard their lives. On the contrary, compared to other drivers, they value their lives the most. As long as someone calls out, they would definitely get up immediately and enter driving mode. It was impossible for them to be so calm. However, just as Lin Feng was pondering this, the glass in front of him suddenly shattered. Bang! A huge sound erupted, and a thick arm, like a bird's claw, reached in and instantly grabbed him. There was no chance for Lin Feng to react. As soon as the glass was broken, an extremely cold wind rushed in from outside. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under this influence, the people in the cockpit behind him showed no signs of waking up at all. There was definitely something wrong. With this in mind, Lin Feng instantly activated his observation hockey. The area surrounding him within a radius of 10,000 meters was completely covered by his ability, and within his ability's coverage, hundreds or even thousands of harpies were frantically circling around their plane in the clouds above. They were under attack. Beep, beep, beep. Detection of windshield damage. Detection of aircraft under attack. Activating attack mode. Activating 30 Gatling devices. Fire rate adjusted to 10,000 rounds per second. Please do not panic, passengers. We wish you a pleasant journey. Boom, boom, boom. The aircraft's announcement had not yet finished when it was immediately drowned out by the sounds of frenzied attacks. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng was completely stunned. What kind of plane was this? Equipped with 30 Gatlings? However, looking at the situation outside, Lin Feng estimated that even 100 would not be enough. Moreover, if it weren't for his ability to isolate sounds infinitely, he would definitely be deafened by the noise. The deafening attacks made the entire plane shake like a juicer, and yet these people still hadn't woken up. Finally, after no more than 30 seconds, the attack stopped. Roar. Seizing the opportunity, a harpy in the air charged at Lin Feng. The metal skin of the plane was being violently attacked. In no time, it was torn apart. At this moment, the shaking of the plane reached an extremely violent level. Conqueror's Haki. Lin Feng unleashed his Haki. Hundreds of harpies around instantly lost consciousness and fell from the sky. The remaining ones hesitated for a moment before immediately pouncing. This is troublesome. Lin Feng could not protect so many people at once. His Conqueror's Haki could not be continuously released. He could only watch helplessly as 3 awakened individuals from the Warrior Academy and Hunter Association were captured and thrown into the sky. Watching this bloody scene, Lin Feng's eyes gradually turned cold. Humans and monsters could indeed never coexist peacefully. Moreover, how did these monsters know they would pass through here? Such a large group of monsters waiting here by chance? Roar. Bang. A monster flew towards Lin Feng, only to be exploded by a palm strike from afar. The surrounding harpies immediately became cautious, not daring to approach him any further. Instead, they circled around the falling plane, heading towards the ground. Meanwhile, roar. A dragon's roar echoed. A thick black attack shot into the air. Along the way, dozens of harpies instantly fell dead from corrosion. This terrifying dragons might instantly subdued the surrounding monsters. Although it was not a real dragon, the fear in their bloodline had not yet faded. Several minutes later, gravity reversal. Just as the plane's wreckage was about to hit the ground, Lin Feng activated gravity reversal for a safe landing. At the same time, the monsters in the air continuously circled and screeched above the heads of the people. There were at least 100 of them. Just looking at them was terrifying, let alone fighting them. Swish! Lin Feng drew the staff sword from his bag. Armament haki wrapped around it. As soon as he finished speaking, a black aura instantly enveloped the staff sword, greatly enhancing its power. Unfortunately, his Conqueror's haki level was not high enough. Otherwise, if he could activate Conqueror's haki wrapping, one slash would be enough to split the sky. That's enough. As soon as he said this, Lin Feng swung his sword at the air, and a rock flew up from the ground, directly crushing 2 or 3 harpies to death. Then, he instantly disappeared from his spot and appeared in midair. The heavy fruit activated. All 6 eyes opened, entering slaughter mode. Several hours later, Morin, Shixin, and Yang Hua from the Warrior Academy, who were lying among the wreckage of the plane, finally regained consciousness. As soon as they got up, they felt pain all over their bodies. Then they saw Lin Feng in the distance roasting meat over a fire. Gulyalu. The rich aroma of meat wafted over, and their stomachs immediately betrayed them with a growl. Looking at the golden brown roasted meat on the rack, they instinctively swallowed. However, the next second, Lin Feng took down the only roasted meat and took a bite, making them drool uncontrollably. Then, they noticed the scene around them. Oh my, is this the Nordic Academy? No wonder it's a prestigious institution. It actually blends with the wilderness. This is just the wilderness. We must have crashed. Upon hearing Morin's words, Shixin's eyes widened as he looked around. In an instant, he realized that behind them was the plane, which had been reduced to nothing but a metal plate. And all around them were the corpses of harpies. There was even a giant black dragon among the corpses, madly devouring monster cores, occasionally letting out joyous roars. The sight left them all dumbfounded. Looking at everything around them, they instantly realized what had happened. Holy crap, Lin Feng, did you kill all these monsters? As they spoke, they focused their gaze on Lin Feng, looking at him in surprise. The monsters around looked like they were not low level at all, and seeing that Lin Feng was ignoring them, they were even more convinced of this thought. Where are the other 2 people? Morin suddenly realized that 2 were missing from the Warrior Academy, and the Driver and Hunter Association members were also nowhere to be found. Yang Hua from the Warrior Academy looked at the surrounding corpses and Lin Feng, roughly guessing what had happened. They were used to seeing people from the Warrior Academy die at the hands of monsters. Senior Lin Feng, thank you for saving me. If there is an opportunity, I will repay you with my life. But I still want to ask, what about the other 2? At this moment, his attitude was extremely humble. The other 2 looked at him in astonishment. It was their first time seeing the rebellious group from the Warrior Academy bowing their heads. However, Yang Hua was not a fool. He naturally knew that Lin Feng had saved his life. Although he is unruly, he still understands the rules of martial arts. One must absolutely respect their savior and those stronger than themselves. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and took another bite of meat. It wasn't until he finished eating that he responded, saying that they had been captured by monsters and their fate was unknown. I understand. Upon hearing this, the others clenched their fists. There was no need to think. They were definitely all killed. What kind of monster is this that can hypnotize us all in midair? Mo Luan voiced his confusion. Yang Hua shook his head beside him. It's not a monster. It's human. Humans? Hearing Yang Hua's words, the 2 were somewhat shocked. These monsters are the guards of the Forbidden Zone and wouldn't easily attack humans. Moreover, so many acting simultaneously must be under someone's manipulation or orders. Some monsters, upon reaching a certain level, already possess basic intelligence. Upon reaching a higher level, they can even have their own consciousness and ability to converse. However, such monsters are extremely rare, almost non-existent. Gulyalu. At that moment, the stomachs of the group growled again. However, looking at the meat of the griffins around them, they really couldn't stomach it. Moreover, the meat Lin Feng had just eaten definitely wasn't griffin meat. They had never eaten it before, but had heard it was sour, bitter, and astringent. How could it emit such a fragrant aroma? Boss Lin, where did you get that meat? Shixin asked, licking his face. Meanwhile, Lin Feng stood up and stretched. Let's go. Staying here isn't a solution. This is the Forbidden Zone. Upon hearing this, the other 3 nodded in agreement and followed Lin Feng in a general direction. He had just killed over 100 griffins, increasing his free evolution points by 16. Plus, with so many monster cores, if he guessed correctly, Moonlight was about to evolve again. Roar. Just as Lin Feng thought this, a dragon's roar came from the side. In the distance, a black dragon stood under the moonlight, gradually emitting extremely complex patterns. Two massive dragon horns began to grow from its previously empty head. Its eyes shone with golden light under the dim sunset. Sensing the terrifying aura, several scavenging vultures fled in panic. Six-eyed. Twilight Dragon level. Superstar entry strength. 35-17 speed. 36-89 stamina. 35-04 abilities. Invisibility, Twilight Breath, Dragon Might, Black Dragon Legion, such high attributes. Lin Feng exclaimed as he looked at the terrifying stats. In terms of attributes alone, the Twilight Dragon's 3 values had already surpassed his. And this is thanks to its ability, the effect of the Black Dragon Legion. At night, all attributes double. This ability is utterly outrageous, and correspondingly, the limitation is significant. It can only be triggered at night. If it had awakened earlier, it could have used the Night Child skill and taken a plane at dusk, probably without having to lift a finger. Just lie on the plane and sleep. When waking up, collect the monster cores and be done with it. Damn, why do I feel like I can't even fight this dragon? Sure, Xian's eyes widened as he stared at the giant dragon in the distance. If he didn't know this was Lin Feng's pet, he would have probably turned and run. Stop thinking. You wouldn't be able to win. Mo Luan timely added to Sure Xian's complaint. Meanwhile, Yang Hua was stunned. This monster is Senior Lin's pet? After he asked this question, Sure Xian nodded. That's right. I was there at the time and saw this dragon take out dozens of students from the Imperial Capital Academy in an instant. After saying this, Sure Xian turned and followed. The group walked together, relying on their memories to head forward. Soon, night fell completely. We probably won't be able to get out today. Let's find a place to rest. Lin Feng said calmly. The others nodded at his words. Listening to the big brother is never wrong. And it's so dark, especially near the forbidden area of the mountain giants. Who would dare to wander around? After several minutes, they finally found an opening. Because it was too dark, they didn't think much and walked inside. Why does the stone wall look so familiar? No way. Don't tell me this is the stone mountain of the Black Mountain. We can't be that unlucky to have gone the wrong way. Wait, it seems like there's a sound inside. Just as Mo Luan and Sure Xian were complaining, Yang Hua suddenly spoke up. His ability is wind control, making him extremely sensitive to the wind. So as soon as he entered, he heard the sounds. After exchanging glances, the group walked inside. In no time, the sights around them sent chills down their spines. The stone walls here were filled with hollow prisons, and inside were all brown-haired and golden-haired humans. It was evident they were from the Nordic Alliance. Moreover, they were all tortured and on the verge of death. Their faces pale. Upon seeing the group, their eyes were filled with fear. What is this place? They are actually raising humans. Mo Luan suppressed his anger and quietly asked. The others were equally furious. After all, this place is the territory of monsters. The idea of monsters raising humans is unfathomable. Saying this, Mo Luan stepped forward, ready to open the gates one by one. Just then, a strangely expressioned woman suddenly realized that they were not the guards here. She immediately screamed, "Someone's here! Someone's here!" repeating it over and over, clearly trying to attract something. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group changed drastically. This is bad. He wants to frame us for a merit. The group tensed up. At this moment, Lin Feng waved his hand. Don't worry, no one will hear us. In an instant, he used his infinite rapping technique, ensuring no sound could escape. Reverse the sorcerer. The next second, Lin Feng threw out a small superplanet gathered at his fingertips. It flew out instantly. Boom. The tremendous impact immediately caused it to explode, evaporating before them. The group stared in astonishment. What kind of skill is this? Such powerful force. Yang Hua looked at Lin Feng and nodded. This is how a martial artist should be. Decisively killing, never acting on impulse. The other party clearly wanted to expose them and take their lives. Since that's the case, just kill them. There's nothing more to say. Just as the group planned to continue their investigation, footsteps echoed from deep within. Step, step. They quickly hid behind some clutter in the corner, concealing their presence. They saw a man dressed in a black robe and a figure wrapped in red clothing appear. The scent of the red clothing is clearly that of a demon. What's going on? Why didn't they kill everyone? The man in the black robe asked angrily. Our task was just to attack. We were never told to kill. And has the flesh goo we want been sent? The people we planted in the Nordic Academy are already preparing. That's good. I hope you don't make the master unhappy. After saying that, the man in red planned to turn and leave. The few people hiding behind were shocked. They didn't expect to accidentally stumble upon the collusion between the Nordic Academy and the demons. If this matter spreads to the Nordic Alliance, it would likely cause a huge uproar. What should we do? Should we take action? Don't act yet. That black robe man's strength is at least at the peak of the entry level. We can't alert the snake. Thinking of this, the few nodded in agreement. Now is indeed not a good time to go out. Who knows if there are people hiding behind? Boss Lin, what do you think we should do? Boss Lin? Seeing Lin Feng silent, Lin turned around, only to find that Lin Feng had already disappeared. Meanwhile, a voice came from the open space ahead. Is it you who arranged for someone to hijack my plane? At this moment, Lin Feng stood in the open space, instantly attracting the attention of the two. Hijacking? You are an awakened one from the Dragon Kingdom. Realizing this, the expression of the man in the black robe gradually became grim. What? Seeing that we didn't run away, you still dare to step forward? The man in red, however, stood still, but his aura revealed that he was very displeased. Haha, there's no need to escape, after all. You two are quite weak. Saying this, Lin Feng spread his hands and looked at the two. Hearing this, the black-robed man was momentarily stunned, and in an instant, his anger surged. I will turn you into a flesh goo. With that, he charged forward in a fit of rage. The man in red also crossed his arms, revealing a pair of clawed arms covered in scales. The few people hiding in the dark were now dumbfounded. Damn, big brother, do we really have to be so high-profile? Just stepping out with a taunt, and he's ready to fight. The opponent is at least an experienced entry-level awakened one. Can we not show some respect? Just as everyone was in shock, the three had already begun to fight. However, even though the two had Lin Feng sandwiched in the middle, they couldn't land a hit on him at all. Instead, they were continuously kicked and struck by Lin Feng, as if he was dancing, toying with them. Finally, Lin Feng grabbed the head of the man in red. The voice that came from beneath the red robe was inhuman. Yet, at this moment, Lin Feng's expression was terrifyingly cold. He never hesitated when it came to demons. Technique reversal. Ha! As soon as the words fell, the man in red, caught in Lin Feng's grip, exploded under immense force, scattering green blood everywhere. Beastification. The black-robed man gritted his teeth and activated his awakened ability, his arms transforming into a pair of tiger claws. He lunged at Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng drew the sword staff from his back. Swish! With 2 slashes, he severed both of the black-robed man's arms. Then he kicked him away, following up with a few steps to stand atop his head. Tell me, who sent you to attack me? As he spoke, Lin Feng exerted force with his foot. Below, the black-robed man remained silent, staring fiercely at Lin Feng. Even if you don't speak, I can guess. You were from the Black Crow cult, right? Hearing this, the black-robed man's expression froze. Clearly, he had guessed correctly. Since that's the case, there's no need for you to exist. Bang! With a kick, Lin Feng ended the black-robed man. For someone no different from a demon, he naturally dealt with him just like he would a demon. Meanwhile, the few people hiding in the dark also emerged, looking at the chaotic scene of corpses. They couldn't help but be dumbfounded. They hadn't even had the chance to act, and Lin Feng had already dealt with both entry-level awakened ones. Moreover, one of them was a demon. Such strength was simply unimaginable. Boss Lin is amazing. What can you teach me? Sure, Xian asked excitedly. Isn't this a live demonstration? Lin Feng replied lightly. The people in the prison, witnessing Lin Feng kill the two who had imprisoned them, seemed to regain a glimmer of spirit in their previously vacant eyes. They all moved to the edges of their cells and began to pray towards Lin Feng. They had once been ordinary people living in the city, only to be captured and turned into this. Looking at the people in the cells, Luin sighed. Right now, they couldn't take these people away. They could only prepare some food temporarily. At this moment, Lin Feng had already walked deeper, with the others following him. This is where their transaction took place. What did the demons give them that they care so much about? Yang Hua spoke lightly. The only things that can interest humans are spirit mines and spirit fruits. As everyone walked deeper, an extremely rich energy aura emanated. Could this be a spirit mine? Demons have a very weak absorption ability for spirit mines, which is why high-level demons rely on devouring lower-level energy and never absorb spirit mines. This is also the reason humans can evolve so quickly. Useless to demons, but their lairs have plenty of spirit mines. You should know that even a small spirit mine can sell for over $1 billion. Thinking of this, Sure Xian's face lit up with excitement. Then, as if he thought of something, he turned to Lin Feng. Boss, you go first. After all, it was Lin Feng who dealt with these two and saved them. So the other two had no objections. Looking at the three, Lin Feng nodded silently, understanding. As Lin Feng stepped inside, he was immediately stunned by the scene before him. He saw that the originally very narrow entrance was piled high with an extremely large number of spirit stones. Such a scene, he had only heard of in fairy tale stories about dragon treasures. A mountain of gold and silver treasures. And now, what lay before him were mountains of spirit stones. Looking at the color, they should be low-grade spirit stones, but the quantity was enough for a small mine. Looking at the piled stones, Lin Feng took out the demon refining pot from his pocket. Generally, spirit stones are categorized into low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade, priced at 100,000, 500,000, and 1 million respectively. The high-grade spirit stones Lin Feng bought online were very expensive. No wonder the Black Crow cult would take such risks to collude with the cunning demons. The large area of low-grade spirit stones before him added up to nearly several 100 million, enough to cultivate fully awakened ones. And taking them out would attract competition from all sides. No one could remain calm in such a situation. Since it's free, why not take it? Thinking of this, Lin Feng instantly activated his ability. A large number of spirit stones in front of him were all collected into the demon refining pot. Only a small pile and some other miscellaneous items remained in one place. At this moment, a few others also walked in. Wow, so many spirit stones? And a high-quality big machete. Sure, XN exclaimed as he stepped forward and picked up a machete to swing it around. The other two were constantly observing their surroundings, try to see if there were any anomalies. A few minutes later, Lin Feng said, "You can divide these dozens of spirit stones among yourselves." Hearing Lin Feng's words, the others were taken aback. There were at least nearly 100 spirit stones, which could be sold for a few million. Are they just going to divide them like this? Seeing that Lin Feng showed no reaction, their expressions immediately became excited. All right, if the boss has any tasks in the future, just let me know, and I'll help you solve them. Sure, XN excitedly patted his chest. Mo Luan and Yang Hua also immediately expressed their attitudes and admired Lin Feng even more in their hearts. If it were other awakeners, they probably wouldn't give them even a bit of spirit stones. Everyone understands a rule of the jungle. However, Lin Feng's strength is top-notch. He must have already reached the peak of his level. A powerful figure on the verge of breaking through to the next stage actually has such a disposition. Indeed, following Boss Lin means living a life of luxury. Thinking of this, the few of them were now completely looking up to Lin Feng. Looking at their gazes, Lin Feng felt no guilt at all. Instead, he smiled and nodded. He now held at least 700 to 800 million in resources, and what lay on the ground was just a small portion. Meanwhile, the three people in front of him were already fully armed, wearing all the high-quality equipment from the ground. In fact, Sure Xan even carried 3 big knives on his back. Anyone who didn't know would think he had some 3-sword flow awakening ability. Lin Feng didn't take any of it. High-quality armor was useless to him. Only monsters above the entry level could truly harm him. To withstand such attacks, he needed at least perfect level gear. By the way, Boss Lin, what level are you at now? Sure Xan asked. You must have reached the maximum entry level, right? Anyway, I've reinforced all my bones except for my head. As he spoke, Yang Hua suddenly threw a punch. Boom! The stone wall in the distance exploded. The others were all left gaping, not expecting that Yang Hua, who had been quiet, was so powerful. I just entered the entry level and only reinforced my arms. I'm a 10-star awakener and haven't reached the superstar level yet. Hearing Mo Luan's words, Yang Hua was immediately taken aback. Without being a superstar, how did you pass the test? You should know that this spot was very hard to compete for, even though it was only for newcomers of the martial arts academy. How could a 10-star awakener? Nothing is impossible. At that time, it was Lin Feng who defeated the opposing academy all by himself. By himself? Yang Hua looked at Lin Feng with his mouth agape, but seeing his previous strength, he was not that surprised anymore. He had killed 2 entry-level opponents, one of whom was a monster. Who would believe that? Senior Lin, have you reinforced the realm? Have you started reinforcing your skull? Yang Hua asked curiously, eager to know Lin Feng's strength. Generally, once one reaches the entry level, they need to reinforce their entire body S-bones because it can activate the power of various parts. For example, reinforcing arm bones increases arm strength by 2,000. Reinforcing leg bones increases leg speed by 2,000. Reinforcing trunk bones increases all comprehensive attributes by 1,000. The skull is the place to activate the spirit. Once at this stage, going further means becoming a perfect awakener, which is extremely dangerous. In the entire dragon country, there are only 1,000 perfect awakeners. and they're all top figures in their academies. The gap between perfect and entry level is also enormous. If entry-level strength is rated at 1,000 points, it is just the entry level. Then for perfect level, 3 attributes need to break 5,000 to be considered at the entry level. So, he now suspects that Lin Feng might have reinforced all his body S-bones, except for his head, and his strength has already surpassed 3,000 points. Otherwise, it would be impossible to kill opponents of the same level so easily. However, the next second, the response from Lin Feng left him stunned. I just entered the entry level, and I should be reinforcing my entire body S-bone soon. After saying this, Lin Feng found a corner and leaned against the wall. At this moment, looking at Lin Feng, who was walking away, Yang Hua's confidence as a member of the martial arts academy had completely collapsed. Is this still a human? Compared to him, the so-called geniuses in the martial arts academy are simply insignificant. He can kill opponents of the same level without reinforcing his entire body. What if he reinforces? Would he be able to kill opponents of a higher level? Thinking of this, Yang Hua was once again stunned by his own thoughts. Killing perfect level opponents at the entry level. Could it really be possible? Looking at the dazed Yang Hua, Mo Luan came over and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "You'll get used to it, brother. There are even more outrageous things waiting for you. TSK, TSK, TSK. Why compare with anyone? You chose to compare with a monster. Learn from me. If you can have half of Boss Lin's strength, that's a success." As he spoke, Shi Xin yawned and lay down on the ground, starting to sleep soundly. He had long since put down his pride of being the first in past years. If Lin Feng were in the same cohort as him, first place? Don't even think about it. He would directly suppress everyone to the last place. Not being in the same cohort as him was the greatest fortune. As the few of them lay down on the ground, Lin Feng sank his consciousness into the demon refining pot, tightly confining all the spiritual energy within. Not a bit could leak out. Seeing this situation, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. The ancient electric refrigerator is indeed different. The lower-grade spirit stones are all impurities. I wonder if they can be fused. Thinking of this, Lin Feng immediately threw 2 spirit stones inside. Boom! A fused spirit stone flew out. A pure spirit stone. It really works. Seeing this, Lin Feng became excited. If he could purify them all, it would greatly increase the purity and concentration of energy within his body. Instead of being very thin and diluted, it would be easier to manipulate, and the physical body train would be different from absorbing the thin impurities of lower-grade spirit stones. This is also why Lin Feng only buys top-notch ones. Because they are pure, 2 lower-grade spirit stones can be combined into 1 medium-grade stone, making a profit of 300,000. 1 lower-grade stone costs 100,000, while 1 medium-grade costs 500,000. Calculating this way, he only needs to spend 200,000 to synthesize a medium-grade spirit stone worth 500,000. Lin Feng suddenly discovered a way to make money. He could buy lower-grade spirit stones from the lighthouse country in bulk, then synthesize and sell them at high price, using their own resources to earn their money. Anyway, with a large quantity, he doesn't believe they won't buy if he sells them expensively. Such spirit stones, if you don't buy, many people will. Continue. Lin Feng kept throwing 1 lower-grade spirit stone after another into the flames. Higher purity spirit stones keep dropping. Lin Feng was dazzled, and surprisingly, there wasn't a single failure. At this moment, Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly an ancient artifact. It's just different. The functionality is top-notch." Thinking of this, Lin Feng became even more determined to seize the next ancient artifact. As he controlled his mental power, he began to throw these spirit stones in large quantities. In just over 10 minutes, he had completely converted a small mine's worth of spirit stones. Moreover, the economic benefits had actually doubled. At this time, it was a half-sized, medium-level mine. A small mine could yield around 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. After Lin Feng's conversion, there were 2,500 medium-grade spirit stones left. But it wasn't over yet. Keep going. Synthesizing a medium-grade spirit stone nets a profit of 300,000. So, synthesizing a high-grade spirit stone means a profit of 600,000. This spirit mine only had a few hundred million in economic benefits. If this keeps doubling, it could directly become several billion. With this thought, Lin Feng no longer hesitated. He threw all the spirit stones in, and sure enough, he could continue to upgrade. Supreme Spirit Stones, also known as high-grade spirit stones. After another 10 minutes, Lin Feng had converted them all. All the low-grade spirit stones had been transformed into high-grade spirit stones. At this point, the quantity had reached as many as 1,300. This had almost surpassed all the auctioned spirit stones of a small base city. Such a large number of high-grade spirit stones could be considered a small high-grade spirit mine. No force would easily let go of such immense energy. As Lin Feng cast his gaze over, his 6 eyes opened. The information about fire appeared before Lin Feng. The pot fairy was 13. 15 unlocked. Lin Feng excitedly looked at the progress. If he went to the city and bought low-grade spirit stones in bulk, wouldn't he be able to level up the pot fairy while crazily raking in money from the lighthouse kingdom? Wouldn't that drive them crazy? Thinking of this, Lin Feng's mouth slightly curled up. He was increasingly looking forward to the scene when he went to Northern Europe. Since he had unlocked 13. 15, he wondered if he could continue refining. With this thought, Lin Feng picked up 2 high-grade spirit stones and threw them in. Boom! Flames erupted, and the 2 high-grade spirit stones instantly cracked just as they were about to fuse. They were burned to ashes by the flames, with even the spiritual energy absorbed into it, making Lin Feng feel a pang of pain. It seemed he needed to unlock a higher level. Although the highest level in this world was currently high-grade spirit stones, Lin Feng still believed that higher-grade spirit stones would appear. After all, back in the virtual realm, that dragon also said that gods were just powerful awakened beings. To have such power, they probably required some items with extremely high spiritual energy concentration to support them. To enhance to such strength in this era, one would likely need to absorb the energy of the entire globe. 1,300 pieces. He had to find a place to absorb them. With this thought, Lin Feng no longer hesitated and immediately activated his infinity, isolating the area around him. He then released 100 high-grade spirit stones. Rich spiritual energy instantly surged out. A thin mist even formed around Lin Feng's body. It was enough to show how rich the contained energy was. If all the energy from the high-grade spirit stones were released together, it could probably liquefy. This was even richer than the high-grade spirit stones sold on the market. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Such high-purity spirit stones were impossible to buy normally. Yet now, he could synthesize them for just 4 low-grade spirit stones. The profit was visibly enormous. Whoosh! Lin Feng no longer hesitated. The star within him spun wildly, like a whale drinking, crazily devouring the surrounding spiritual energy. It was replenishing itself, and its radius continued to expand within him, from 20 meters to 30 meters, then swelling to 50 meters. Generally, an entry-level awakened being can start forging their bones at 20 meters. At this point, Lin Feng had already broken through to 50 meters and still showed no signs of stopping. Compress. Lin Feng's mind moved. He activated his 6 eyes, precisely controlling the flow of every beam of energy. He crazily compressed the expanding energy ball. 46, 30, 23, compressing again to 23 meters of energy. It had already become many times denser than before. The star, which was almost gas-like in composition, now had various water droplets floating within it. This was a sign of extremely high energy concentration. At this moment, Lin Feng felt that the originally scarce energy had received a tremendous boost. Even with all his strength activating the heavy fruit, he could lift several mountains. Although they were the same size, the energy content had been doubled. More. Next, Lin Feng continuously repeated this process, absorbing spirit stones, fusing spirit stones, and the richness of the energy skyrocketed, but it seemed as if it could never be filled. His 3 attributes also soared rapidly. Strength 13. Speed 7, Stamina 15, Strength 16, Speed 6, Stamina 14, Strength 17, Speed 5, Stamina 19, until Lin Feng had absorbed all the high-grade spirit stones. The energy within him had reached a limit. Even the 3 attributes had nearly reached the level of 3,000. This was still without any enhancements. Purely relying on the energy within him, he had forcefully piled it up to nearly 3,000. Could it still be compressed? The optimal size for a star was a radius of 20 meters. Of course, this 20 meters was only relative to the size of the internal space. Now, however, the size within him had expanded to about 36 meters, almost completely liquid. If compressed further, it would completely liquefy. System. Enhance all free play degrees. Strengthen the 6 eyes. Ding. 16 free play degree consumed. 6 eyes unlocking degree increased to 73. In an instant, Lin Feng felt that his control over energy had risen to another level. Compress again. Lin Feng controlled the star within him, crazily compressing the energy inward. At this moment, beads of sweat seeped from his forehead. He was in an absolutely engrossed state. However, With the 6 eyes raised to this level, the activation of infinity no longer required his manual control. It was already fully automated. It consumed the least energy surrounding him. Almost no one could enter. As Lin Feng continued to control, the energy star within him compressed again. 36 meters, 30 meters, 27 meters, 23 meters, 20 meters. Finally succeeded. The originally gaseous energy ball within the body was forcibly compressed and completely liquefied. The rich energy crazily spread throughout Lin Feng's body. At this moment, he felt as if countless ants were crawling all over him. His bones cracked like popping beans. The flowing energy invaded his entire body, replenishing every cell and every bone. Finally, after dozens of minutes, this state stabilized. The gaseous, circulating energy was forcibly transformed into liquid by Lin Feng. It was absurd to the extreme. One could say it was unprecedented in history. With no one to follow in the future, he wondered if compressing it to the end would result in a golden elixir. Thinking of this, Lin Feng quickly shook his head. He almost fell into madness. If it really turned into a solid, not to mention whether it could be done, even if it was achieved, the energy would be fixed within the body, making it impossible to nourish the whole body like this. In that case, he wouldn't be able to form an elixir. Instead, he might end up with gallstones. Awesome. Lin Feng stretched lazily and stood up. He felt completely comfortable, as if he had endless strength. His MP had multiplied several times. From then on, he would completely sever ties with the scarcity of blue energy bars and enter the era of unlimited firepower. He didn't know how much his attributes had been enhanced. He opened the system panel. Lin Feng called for the panel. Although he could already feel his power was strong, the system provided a more intuitive and scientific measurement. Ding! The panel has been opened for you. Host, Lin Feng talent. None level. Superstar entry strength. 3105 speed. 3013 stamina. 3617 abilities. Staff sword technique. Conqueror's Haki, 75. Armament Haki, 75. Observation Haki, 76. Heavy fruit, 100 curses. Unlimited technique, 100. Technique reversal, 15. 6 eyes, 73. Infinite void, 15. 3000 strength. If he enhanced his bones now, there was no doubt he could directly break through to 5,000 points. Upon entering the next rank, he would reach the peak level of power. However, it was not the right time yet. He needed to wait until he fully adapted to and was familiar with the energy flow and application within his body. At that time, he could make a decisive breakthrough along with his mental power. Let's go out and try. With this thought, Lin Feng, relying on his physical speed, instantly arrived outside the cave. He punched towards a large mountain and added his martial skill, the sky-crushing force. Bang! The small mountain in front of him instantly exploded. Such powerful strength. At this moment, Lin Feng visually witnessed the enhancement of his power. If he further enhanced and strengthened his whole body, he estimated he could flatten a large mountain with a single punch. The power at the peak level could indeed split mountains. It was not just talk. He sighed. Lin Feng used his observation Haki to find a water source and went in for a bath, washing away the sticky, unknown substances expelled from his body. Then he went back to sleep. In this place where monsters roamed, water sources were still easy to find. As Lin Feng comfortably fell asleep, just a few hours later, the sky brightened. Sunlight streamed in through the cave entrance. A few of them stood up. At this moment, Lin Feng also got up. With his current physique, a few hours of sleep was already sufficient. He felt completely fine mentally. Wow, boss, why do I feel like you're different from yesterday? As soon as Sure Xin saw Lin Feng, he stared wide-eyed, looking him up and down. He was completely different from yesterday. He seemed fresher than before. Moreover, without any martial aura, he could tell at a glance that the strength hidden within Lin Feng's skin was not simple. Damn, you can even cultivate while sleeping. How am I supposed to live? At this moment, Sure Xin felt like crying without tears. It wasn't fair to roll like this. He couldn't possibly not sleep and follow Lin Feng to cultivate. At that rate, he might reach the peak of the martial path only to find himself at the peak of the bridge of hell first. A bowl of Mengpa soup would work better than that elixir. Stop complaining. Let's hurry up and go. Lin Feng waved his hand. The others also stopped talking and quickly went outside. With Lin Feng's summoned beast, the Black Dragon, leading the way in the air, there would basically be no problems. Looking at the Black Dragon in the sky, occasionally extending a short arm to point the way for them, everyone felt a bit surreal. An entry-level monster was leading them. Was Lin Feng too much of a monster, or was this world too crazy? Even such a noble-blooded creature had become a pet. Following the guidance of the Black Dragon, they walked for several hours before finally exiting the Forbidden Zone and seeing the distant city. Wow, finally arrived. I'm exhausted. Fortunately, it wasn't too far. At this moment, everyone was a bit out of breath. Seeing Lin Feng standing there as if nothing had happened, without a hint of fatigue, they felt once again struck down. To know that they still had an entry-level peak awakened one among them. They were just one step away from breaking through. Yet, it turned out that their stamina was even worse than that of a newly awakened entry-level fighter. You say it's Lin Feng? Then it's fine. After all, people's and monsters' physiques are different. After about 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the city gate, showed their identities, and then headed to the city where the Nordic Academy was located. It was indeed in the Lighthouse Country. Although this place was in the Lighthouse Country, there were also people from other countries studying at this academy. For example, the people from Coffee Country had already integrated with the Lighthouse Country after the recovery of spiritual energy. After all, it was the strongest academy in the world, gathering people from all over. As soon as they arrived, they were stopped by the gatekeeper. After all, they never received students from the Dragon Country. Moreover, they were even transferred midway. Stop. Where are you from? Hearing the words, Sure Xin stood up proudly and began to speak in fluent Elizabethan English. We are students from the Dragon Country Academy. We hope to be let in. Listening to this mixed Dragon English, Yang Hua beside him awkwardly facepalmed. The other two couldn't bear to watch. However, the gatekeeper actually understood. He understood. He even nodded solemnly, saying he would inquire with the vice principal. Seeing the scene, everyone was dumbfounded, doubting whether they had crossed into a parallel world during their flight. Watching Sure Xin successfully socialize, he raised an eyebrow and revealed a confident smile. I had specifically learned lighthouse language from my PE teacher before. Within a few minutes, Vice Principal Jord arrived upon receiving the news. This was an awakened one sent specifically by the Dragon Country's SSS talent. They absolutely could not be negligent. He walked to the school gate. From a distance, George saw a few people, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. He then walked over with a smile. I am the vice principal of this school, and you must be the student sent by Lord Gongsun, right? Upon hearing the vice principal's inquiry, the nearby security guard was momentarily taken aback. That SSS level awakener? I've heard about him for a long time. He had just never seen him in person, but it was said online that he was extraordinarily captivating, seemingly more enticing than a serpent demon. However, the truth was probably unknown to anyone. Principal George, we four are exchange students from the Dragon Nation. Just treat us as regular exchange students. No special treatment needed, Sure Xin said earnestly. Of course, I've already arranged accommodations for you. However, the admission process at our Nordic Academy is simple, but choosing a department requires passing tests in each department. Tests? Lin Feng asked, somewhat puzzled. I've heard that the system at Nordic Academy is quite peculiar. To join any department, you must pass that department's challenges to be recognized and qualify for admission. Moreover, Sure Xin paused for a moment before continuing. The number of people from the Dragon Nation who can pass these challenges is very few. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. What this guy said is true. If we can't pass the challenges of each department, we can't join Nordic Academy. This has been a rule for generations, and I have no authority to change it. As he spoke, George smiled at the group. Then please go ahead. It's best to pass the challenges today. Otherwise, you will be automatically expelled. With that, George turned and left. Once they were a distance away from the group, their expressions gradually changed. Trying to pass the tests of each department? Don't even think about it. He has already arranged it so that no matter which department they go to, they will be faced with the top-tier students. I doubt any of them will pass. Not to mention getting the certificates from each department. They simply lacked the strength. The divine-level awakeners from the Dragon Nation wouldn't be so petty as to trouble me, right? Muttering to himself, George revealed a satisfied smile. He intended to eliminate all the Dragon Nation students from this academy. In his eyes, or in the eyes of everyone in the academy, the Dragon Nation people were just impurities that needed to be removed. As George left, the group began to discuss. Damn, does that mean we have to join the various departments of Nordic Academy today, or we will be unconditionally expelled? Are we going to be eliminated right after arriving? Listening to Sure Xin's complaints, Mo Luan pondered for a while. I think so. Although this vice principal spoke politely, I can still feel a subtle rejection. It seems we are not very welcome in this academy. But that's normal. We don't have a peak divine level awakener backing us. Although we have an SSS level. Who knows when he will grow to that level? Hearing Mo Luan's analysis, the group listed the departments of Nordic Academy. The difficulty of entry, from highest to lowest, was Superpower Department, Enhancement Department, Blade, and Sword Department, while other special departments, such as Support and Causality, were completely excluded. Due to the uniqueness of these departments, Their abilities could not be included. Instead, these three major departments were a mix of everything, and anyone with even a slight connection to any ability would choose to join. How about we challenge the enhancement department first? There are the most students in there, and the chances of encountering weaker ones are higher. Hearing Sure Xian's suggestion, Luan was somewhat speechless. It's the other side sending people to deal with us, not us choosing. Damn, this is so unfair. Sure Xian's face fell. What if we get targeted? That would be a disaster. What to do? Going back with our heads down would be too embarrassing. The god-making plan has turned into a bug-making plan. What happened to leaping over the dragon gate and the dull horse becoming a Qilin? Now it's just a swarm of maggots in a sea of dung, buzzing in the sky. Just when everyone was in a daze, Lin Feng spoke calmly. Let's go. Waiting here is meaningless. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. What's there to be afraid of? If we back down right after arriving, we might as well not have come in the first place. Besides, with Lin Feng here, even if they all get eliminated, they can't possibly eliminate Lin Feng, right? As the group entered the campus, they were immediately attracted by the surroundings. Although this was a campus, it was filled with awakeners from various countries, each possessing an immense, restrained aura. Even the weakest among them were 9-star level powerhouses. At the same time, as they walked in, they immediately attracted the attention of everyone around, especially Lin Feng. Just standing there made him impossible to ignore. Which country's handsome guy is this? So handsome. Don't fight with me. I want him. Why not? We should compete fairly. Fair competition, my foot. You Cherry Blossom Nation and the Dragon Nation have never gotten along. You should give up, sister. In that case, my Grizzly Bear Nation has a good relationship with the Dragon Nation. I have a feeling this will be an exceptionally splendid encounter. As they spoke, several female students' hearts raced. Some were already planning to approach him to strike up a conversation. Meanwhile, looking at the trendy outfits and stunning looks of the girls around, Sure Xian was mesmerized. Brown hair, blonde hair, is this heaven? Boss, I'm really envious of you. If we weren't following you, I bet you would have been devoured by them already. Saying this, Sure Xian gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. Just arriving, and without even making a move, you're already conquering the beauties. No wonder you are the #1 man in the Magic City Academy. However, at that moment, looking at the heavily made-up girls around, Lin Feng had little reaction. Ever since he met Gong's son Anqing, he had become immune to most girls' appearances. They were just painted skeletons. Moreover, usually, when one's strength increases, their appearance also becomes more delicate. It's not that they were changed. Rather, most people undergo significant changes after their skin becomes smooth and fair. Are you going to the blade and sword department? Hurry up. This time you must pass. I'm looking forward to having a meal with you. I got here first, okay? Wait in line. Can't we go together? Well, I don't mind going together. Hearing the bold remarks from his senior female students, Luan felt somewhat embarrassed. Is this the freedom of the strong nuts? Truly free and open. Not everyone was in a good mood, though, such as the male students of Nordic Academy at this moment. They watched their usual crushes transform into someone else's admirers, and they immediately felt a surge of anger. Damn, which country are these people from? It seems to be the Dragon Nation. I remember they should be from the Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation? They're finished. In the past 10 years, no one from a Dragon Nation has ever been able to join any department in our Nordic Academy. But that can't be said. I think that white hair guy looks pretty strong. Damn, are you Zero? Stay away from me. Seeing the 4 people from the Dragon Kingdom walking further away, the crowd quickly followed, and soon more students who were bored in the campus came to watch the excitement. The Nordic Academy was different from other academies. It was almost a free-range environment for the students. As long as you had strength and weren't kicked out by others, you could act freely. With the crowd following, Lin Feng soon arrived outside the sword and blade department. To his surprise, there were already 4 people waiting there. Exactly 4. Upon seeing these 4, the students behind were a bit shocked. Aren't these the 7th and 9th from the sword and blade department? I know that person. He is currently ranked 5th in the department. His swordsmanship is extraordinary. Oh my god, I usually see him around, but I didn't expect to see him here. This makes things difficult for the awakened ones from the Dragon Kingdom. If they can't even make it past the sword and blade department, then the other departments will be even harder. That makes sense. As the 4 from the Dragon Kingdom arrived, the 4 awakened ones immediately smiled and welcomed them. We are students of the sword and blade department. If you want to join us, you must defeat me in a challenge and obtain my sword badge. The other 3 stood there smiling, with one of them saying, "We don't welcome people from the Dragon Kingdom here." The arrogance in their words was evident, almost a direct provocation. Upon hearing this, Sure Xian couldn't hold back. Damn, this guy is quite arrogant. Boss Lin, let me go teach him a lesson. Hearing Sure Xian's words, Lin Feng reached out to hold him back, a slight smile on his lips, then stepped forward. Can I go first? As Lin Feng stepped forward, he immediately drew a scream from the girls in the crowd, making the faces of the awakened ones even uglier. They immediately mocked, "You're a blind man. Don't waste your time. Just ask the principal to set up a disabled department for you." Upon hearing the other party's words, Lin Feng felt not a trace of anger. After all, would a dragon be angered by an ant? Let us get started then. Saying this, the other party eagerly drew out the long knife hidden behind his back. Swish! The long knife drew a curve, a perfect level peak weapon. It cost him a whole 100 million to buy. Seeing this scene, the crowd became tense. The fifth ranked of the sword and blade department, known as the Sword King. I heard he somehow got his hands on a B-level sword technique, and now he has mastered it. I wonder how strong this guy from the Dragon Kingdom is. Looking at his build, he probably can't handle heavy weapons. The crowd was abuzz with discussions. Meanwhile, Sure Xin and Mo Lin felt very reassured. They didn't think that the fifth from the sword and blade could defeat Lin Feng. What are you saying? How could Boss Lin fight him without a weapon? What do you mean no weapon? Didn't you see he was carrying a cloth bag? At this point, they turned their gaze over and indeed saw that Lin Feng had a black cloth bag on his back. Throughout the journey, they hadn't seen him open it. But now it seemed it must be a weapon. Otherwise, why would he challenge the sword and blade department? They just didn't know what kind of weapon required a black cloth bag. The crowd's confusion was resolved the next second. Lin Feng slowly took out the bag from his back and then untied it. An ancient wooden stick appeared in his hand. Lin Feng gently stroked the staff. He hadn't used this weapon in a long time. Even when he dealt with Gongsun Anqing, he hadn't used it. Otherwise, he could have easily suppressed the opponent. The next second, swish, Lin Feng drew the long knife. A straight staff knife appeared in his hand, held horizontally in front of him, radiating a shimmering brilliance. Upon seeing this, the opponent couldn't help but sneer. "You're going to use that thing to deal with me? One slash. I'll cut it in half." Saying this, the opponent picked up the heavy knife in his hand and suddenly charged at Lin Feng. At the same time, upon seeing Lin Feng's weapon, Mo Lin was stunned, his body trembling slightly, as if an electric current was running from his feet to his head. He had seen this knife. It was the staff knife that Lin Feng had used back in the abandoned capital. Could it be? Lin Feng didn't die. A blind man, swordsmanship, invincible ability. Everything converged at this moment, and Mo almost shouted out loud, quickly covering his mouth, excitedly looking at Lin Feng in the arena. Invincible plus invincible. The two prodigies that had been hotly debated online turn out to be the same person. Mo Lin was extremely excited inside. If this news reached back home now, even if it reached all over the world, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation, even attracting the Black Crow cult to come after him. The truth of the extermination in the abandoned capital was known only to Lin Feng, because at that time, Lin Feng was present, and he came back alive. Could it be that he had become a disciple of that God-level awakened one? Thinking of this, Mo Lin felt it made some sense. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why Lin Feng's strength was so outrageous and perverse. Only that kind of outrageous and perverse ability could teach out such an outrageous and perverse person, right? Meanwhile, the opponent had already rushed in front of Lin Feng. A huge knife sliced through the air towards Lin Feng. Armed color entangled. Lin Feng murmured, and the staff knife in his hand was immediately wrapped in black gas. Swish! Lin Feng slashed out. At this moment, the opponent activated his ability, and the big knife instantly turned into a diamond-like material. Break! The opponent roared. Just as everyone thought Lin Feng's staff knife was about to be cut in half, the sky-crushing force activated. The black staff knife suddenly trembled. At the moment of contact, it unleashed dozens of slashes on the opponent's knife. Bang! A sound of breaking echoed, and the huge diamond knife was cut in half by Lin Feng. Then he kicked the opponent in the chest, forcefully stomping him down to the ground. Boom! The opponent spat out a mouthful of blood, his ribs almost completely shattered. At this point, he was in so much pain he couldn't even speak, only looking at Lin Feng in disbelief. "What? Do you want me to apply for a disabled department for you and send you in?" Lin Feng said, instantly causing the opponent to spit out a mouthful of old blood and faint on the spot. A knife worth 100 million was cut in half, and he had also lost the token of the sword and blade department. He was no longer considered a student here, so he was naturally very angry. Looking at the fainted student from the sword and blade department, Lin Feng smirked. "This is too weak. Is this the Nordic Academy? Can't we get someone stronger?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the remaining 3 awakened ones, who had originally looked down on them, suddenly turned pale. The surrounding crowd was also incredibly silent. After a while, it finally erupted. "Oh my God, the young man is so handsome. I can't take it anymore. Tonight, I will be with him. Little brother, I am from the Gray Bear Kingdom. Let's work together to build friendship between our two countries. Don't steal him from me. I came first. Didn't we agree to go together? How can you go back on your word? Look at how excited you all are. Can you at least leave a good impression on the junior? I'm from the Sword and Blade Department, and I'll take him to see the campus scenery today." The crowd couldn't help but rush towards Lin Feng. They wouldn't feel sorry for the fallen student. After all, they weren't from the same country. Moreover, this is a world of warriors, and strength is everything. If you are outmatched, there's nothing to say about losing. Meanwhile, Sher Exine, seeing this scene, immediately began to boast. "Isn't this a piece of cake? With this level, you can't take even one of my Lin Goddess strikes." Indeed, being so arrogant. I thought the Nordic Academy was impressive, but it seems not so much after all. Emolin nodded with a smile, starting to mock Lin Feng. Hearing the casual remarks from a few people, the three standing at the door felt as uncomfortable as if they had eaten rat droppings. I don't believe it. How can everyone from Long Country have such strength? However, before he could finish speaking, Lin Feng stood up. "Did I say I was leaving? You three, come at me together." Saying this, Lin Feng twirled the staff blade in his hand and said, "I'm just a bit rusty lately. Let me practice my sword with you." Upon hearing this, the others felt a bit angry. They were all top 10 awakeners from the Sword and Blade Department. What does that mean? It means they are among the top 10 sword and blade practitioners of a younger generation in the whole world, and they can't tolerate being mocked like this. However, they truly didn't dare to go up one by one. "Let's all attack together. Eliminate him, and he won't have anything to say." Exchanging glances, the three charged at Lin Feng together. They were ordered to eliminate the bug from Long Country, and they couldn't miss this opportunity. As they spoke, they each activated their abilities. All were abilities to enhance their own strength and weapons. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in the Sword and Blade Department. However, just as they were about to reach Lin Feng, three blades flashed, so fast that half of the awakeners present didn't even see what happened. The weapons of the three were all severed. At this moment, the blade grips fell to the ground, their hands trembling uncontrollably, and their palms were split open. Clearly, they had suffered a tremendous impact. Then, Lin Feng kicked each of them into the pit, breaking their bones and tendons. The onlookers were stunned. "My God, is this still a human? I only saw a blurry blade shadow just now. I saw a bit more clearly. It seemed his blade was vibrating. It's a martial skill, and a very high-level martial skill. Thick gift. The swordsmanship of Long Country is indeed top-notch. Could this person be a sword immortal? Long Country's martial arts. It must be Long Country's martial arts. So cool. I want the older brother from Long Country to teach me Long Country's martial arts in person. I want it too. Should we start a sword and blade tutoring class? Sword immortal. Absolutely a sword immortal. It is said that Long Country has many myths about sword immortals. I thought they were fake, but I didn't expect to see the heir of sword immortal today. The crowd was extremely excited. At this moment, Lin Feng took out the waste tokens of the few people lying on the ground. 4 tokens from a sword and blade department. I have already taken care of these people for you. If you want to enter the Nordic Academy, you still have to rely on yourselves. Saying this, Lin Feng put his hands in his pockets and walked towards his residence. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the others nodded. They also didn't want Lin Feng to stay with them all the time. They still had to rely on their own strength. With that, they ignited their fighting spirit and began to challenge the sword and blade department. Compared to the other 2 fiercely competitive and powerful departments, this one was clearly a bit easier. Moreover, the 3 in the top 10 were merely newly advanced awakeners who had just strengthened their arms. Compared to awakeners of Yang Hua's level, they seemed a bit lacking. It was still quite simple to pass. However, Emolin needed to break through to the entry level before challenging. His accumulation had already been sufficient. A few months ago, in the abandoned capital, he was already a 9-star. After the past few months, he had long reached his limit. As news of Lin Feng's overwhelming victory over the sword and blade department spread throughout the Nordic Academy, it immediately sparked a lot of discussions. This is the first person from Long Country to pass our Nordic Academy test in years, right? That's right, he must be the first. However, he chose the weakest sword and blade department. It seems he lacks confidence. It's just new students fighting each other. The real strong ones are all in the super ability and enhancement departments, and there are even fully advanced awakeners among them. Fully advanced? Is that impressive? I heard that fully advanced levels already have the strength to dominate a small base city. Really? They are local awakeners from the Lighthouse Country. The crowd was continuously discussing Lin Feng's overwhelming victory over the sword and blade department, their words filled with disbelief. Clearly, years of arrogance led them to think that awakeners from a base city without god-level awakeners shouldn't be that strong. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had already returned to his residence. As soon as he walked in, he sneered. Surveillance. Someone has installed surveillance here, capable of blocking most perception abilities. If it weren't for Lin Feng having the 6 eyes and observation hockey, he would have been eavesdropped on. Could it be the Black Crow sect? Lin Feng muttered to himself. Then he expanded his observation hockey, gradually covering the entire Nordic Academy. At this moment, with his 6 eyes, he could almost monitor the entire academy simultaneously. He came here to find out who was colluding with the demons and trying to kill him. As Lin Feng probed, a certain location caught his attention. At this moment, in the vice principal's office. What are you doing? Didn't I say to eliminate them? Why didn't you send the strongest ones? At this time, George was furious. He originally wanted to eliminate Lin Feng and the others reasonably, but unexpectedly, there had been an accident. Principal E. Before he could finish, a figure suddenly appeared from the shadows. It grabbed the other person's neck and then savored the expression of the struggling person turning pale. Until their breath faded, they were discarded like a dead dog. At this moment, George, however, seemed completely unfazed, as if it were a common occurrence. Instead, he softly said, "Is there any way to get rid of them? My lord dislikes geniuses very much. Don't worry, just a small fry at the entry level. Even if we kill him, the god-level awakeners from Long Country won't pursue it." Upon hearing George's words, the figure draped in a black cloak responded in a hoarse voice. Then it instantly vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, in Lin Feng's room, the previous scene had been captured perfectly in Lin Feng's eyes. It's not that the other party's defenses are inadequate. On the contrary, there are even people outside specifically guarding and blocking any probing. However, unfortunately, Lin Feng's abilities can be described as quite overpowered. It's hard to defend against. Unexpectedly, the vice president of the Nordic Academy is actually a member of the Black Crow cult. A flash of brilliance appeared in his eyes as Lin Feng casually opened his computer. The strength of that man in black had already reached the perfected stage, and he could feel it. With his current strength at the entry stage, it wasn't impossible to take him down. However, just to be safe, it would still be better to break through. To rush to the perfected stage, a large amount of spiritual energy is needed to forge his bones. After that, some spirit stones are also required to replenish the missing energy in his body. As for where the money would come from, naturally, it would be from the Lighthouse Nation. I wonder if this Vice President George sells spirit stones online? Thinking of this, Lin Feng logged into his Dragon Network account. Since he is a martial artist, the website would automatically encrypt his information, so he didn't have to worry about being attacked. The reason he logged into the Dragon Network was simple. He didn't have a number from the Lighthouse Nation, so he naturally needed to buy one. Are you there? Lin Feng skillfully sent a message to Straw Hat Dog. He didn't think that ignoring the other party for a long time would cause annoyance. After all, in the world of adults, interests come first. He was somewhat skeptical about whether the local snake could get the strong dragon's treasure. Meanwhile, far across the ocean, Xiao Menglin saw the message Lin Feng sent her and couldn't help but smile. But then she immediately calmed down and huffed softly. Where has he been? He doesn't tell me, and now he comes looking for me when he needs something. Does he think I'm some kind of tool? Thinking this, the more Xiao Menglin thought about it, the angrier she became. And for a moment, she even forgot that Lin Feng didn't know this was her account. Where are you? A line of text was sent, and she instantly regretted it. But it was too late. Lin Feng had already seen it. Just when she was feeling anxious, the message came. Ding dong. Help me get an account from the Lighthouse Nation. The price is negotiable. Seeing this line of text, Xiao Menglin's tense mood finally relaxed. In fact, Lin Feng didn't suspect anything at all. Seeing the other party asking for an address, he naturally assumed she was some kind of universe-level hacker. Even the Dragon Network couldn't stop her. Clearly, she was a powerful big shot. Getting an account from the Lighthouse Nation should be quite simple. And indeed it was. Although it was a bit troublesome, she was still able to get an account from the Lighthouse Nation. Xiaolin, help me buy an account from the Lighthouse Nation. Xiao Menglin said calmly and coldly to her secretary beside her. An account from the Lighthouse Nation? President Xiao, it seems we don't have any economic dealings with them, right? Secretary Lin asked tentatively. Recently, Xiao Menglin had been behaving very strangely. She often smiled at the screen as if there was some treasure inside. Her expression fluctuated between biting her silver teeth and bursting into light laughter. This didn't match her identity as a business genius at all. You don't need to worry about it. Someone needs it, just get it. Saying this, she smiled at the screen again, as if there was something attractive inside. Seeing this scene, Secretary Lin shook his head and turned to buy the account. With their company's financial resources, it wouldn't take long to get an account from the Lighthouse Nation. Meanwhile, on Lin Feng's side, just as he was waiting idly, his phone suddenly rang. Dear friends from the Dragon Nation, on behalf of the Nordic Academy, I sincerely invite you to participate in the combat competition we are holding. Please gather in the conference room in 20 minutes. There will be a lecture by perfected stage awakeners and a pre-battle mobilization. The message was signed by the Vice President of the Nordic Academy, George. This is a trap, Lin Feng said softly while looking at his phone. If he hadn't sensed that scene in advance, he would have thought it was just an ordinary invitation. But now, he wanted to see who from the Black Crow cult wanted to harm him. However, he still had things to do. It wasn't very safe for him to enter at this time. Meanwhile, the account finally came through. Ding dong, a string of account passwords, semi 100,000 as a labor fee. Looking at the price at the end, Lin Feng actually felt a bit annoyed. Can a string of text convey emotions? But it was just a vague intuition. Lin Feng didn't think much of it. He sent the other party 100,000. This small amount of money was nothing to him now. After all, he could now make money with money. It was just a matter of when he would attract the attention of people from the Lighthouse Nation. As long as they didn't notice, Lin Feng could crazily exploit them and buy all their spirit fruits. Thinking of this, Lin Feng instantly felt in a good mood. He quickly logged into the account and immediately exchanged all of his 100 million dragon coins for low-grade spirit stones. 100 million dragon coins could buy a total of 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. After waiting for a while, the spirit stones were finally delivered, and Lin Feng received a full truckload of spirit stones into the alchemy cauldron. He immediately began to refine them. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, 500 middle-grade spirit stones, 250 high-grade spirit stones. Awesome. If he sold the 250 high-grade spirit stones now, he would directly earn back 100 million. Moreover, he could also get 150 million for free. In total, he could earn 250 million. However, Lin Feng wouldn't sell them at market price. High-grade spirit stones are so scarce, they must be sold at a high price. In just over 10 minutes, Lin Feng threw all the spirit stones he had into the auction house. One high-grade spirit stone was priced at 2 million. After discount, it was 3 million each. There are currently 250 in stock, first come, first served. This was a full 300,000 more than the market price. It was also the price of 3 low-grade spirit stones. Such an outrageous price immediately sparked a wave of complaints below. What the hell? Where did this unscrupulous merchant come from, selling it so expensively? Do you think we're fools? I'd rather not buy than buy from you. Damn, this is still after the discount. If you offered 50 off, I will buy it. Whoever buys it is a fool. Who taught you to sell like this? I want to kick your ass with a rusty boot from America Next Door. The crowd below was in an uproar, angrily scolding Lin Feng for being unscrupulous and shameless. However, not long after, someone contacted Lin Feng, wanted to buy all of his spirit stones at full price. This was also within his expectations. High-grade spirit stones are held by powerful individuals, and everyone knows their benefits. So naturally, their numbers become extremely scarce. The system of the Lighthouse Nation is different from that of the Dragon Nation. They do not release high-grade spirit stones into the market for their martial artists to purchase. Therefore, once they appear, they are immediately snatched up by some wealthy individuals. After all, money can be earned again once it's gone. However, with the high-grade spirit stones gone, they may not be available for purchase. Currently, those selling high-grade spirit stones online have only 1 or 2 pieces, and there are many procedures involved. It is rare to find someone like Lin Feng who directly auctions them online. Sir, we are willing to buy all your spirit stones. Would you be willing? Of course, but I need to see the money first. Oh, that's a given. Thank you so much. I'll transfer the money to you right away. Saying this, the other party immediately transferred the money online. Lin Feng also completed the transaction with them at the same time. 250 million received. Comfortable. Looking at the extra money in his account, Lin Feng felt exceptionally pleased. He immediately used the same method and cashed out over 1 billion. At this time, more and more people sent messages to Lin Feng, wanting to trade with him privately. The news had spread in the business circles. There was someone with a vast amount of high-grade spirit stone resources, and their purity was unprecedentedly high. The most outrageous part was that without Lin Feng saying a word, the other party had already started wildly raising prices. 6 million per piece, sir. Sell into our company. 7 million per piece. Listening to them, their company was a black-hearted manufacturer who knows how many counterfeit goods they made. You aren't much better. Who doesn't know what your company used to do? Watching the crowd tear into each other below, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. However, he no longer dared to cash out further because he had just received a notification that someone had started investigating him. If he was discovered to be a student who crazily bought low-grade spirit stones and then sold a large amount of high-grade spirit stones, the existence of the divine artifact in his hands would likely be exposed. At that time, the innocent would suffer for holding precious things. It wouldn't be good for him. Everyone, my spirit stones are sold out. Come back when there's an opportunity. Seeing Lin Feng's words, the merchants immediately shook their heads and sighed below. What a pity. If the sir has more stock, he must contact me first. The price is negotiable. What a kind sir, willing to share so many high-grade spirit stones directly in trade. It's much more straightforward compared to those stingy ones. Ha ha ha. If there's a chance, I must trade with him again. That's right. The purity of these spirit stones. What does it matter if we pay him a few 100,000 more? Watching the discussions of the crowd, Lin Feng almost laughed out loud. If these people knew that the high-grade spirit stones they bought were actually synthesized from their own low-grade spirit stones, they wouldn't know what to think. Moreover, he had ripped them off for so much money, and they were still thanking him below. It made him feel very amused. So how should he spend this one? 6 billion? Lin Feng thought for a moment and decided to use it all to buy spirit fruits. Spirit fruits were a scarce resource, and he bought all the spirit fruits available in Lighthouse Country. This would weaken their combat power, and when go to other countries, he could buy their spirit fruits. His descendants would have endless resources. Of course, with this amount of money, he couldn't really buy everything. With that in mind, Lin Feng no longer hesitated and immediately logged onto the website, depositing all his money. 1-600-000-000. Looking at this string of zeros, Lin Feng felt dizzy. It was the first time he had seen such a large sum of money. When he was about to leave Lighthouse Country, he would definitely take a big cut from them. With this thought, Lin Feng opened Lighthouse Country's network. Their network was still very simple and understandable. So many spirit fruits? And there are ones that can be used for breakthroughs? Upon seeing this, Lin Feng's heart stirred. Tiangang Li Qi fruit. It can utilize the energy of Tiangang to forge limbs. Besides that, there were various other fruits, like those with thunder attributes that could stimulate all cells in the body, unleashing potential to the utmost. There were even other fruits that could greatly increase the host's strength and domineering aura during advancement. Bought it. Without hesitation, Lin Feng immediately purchased all these fruits. 6 billion. He bought 33 spirit fruits. If others knew, they would surely be shocked to the point of dropping their jaws. Buying so many spirit fruits at once. Even rich heirs would find it difficult to ask their families for a single spirit fruit, right? After all, even slightly more expensive spirit fruits cost 50 million. They're not things that can be bought casually. Yet, Lin Feng bought 33 at once. Within 10 minutes, the items were delivered to Lin Feng's home. As the delivery man continuously brought items to him, his mindset gradually underwent an indescribable change. From confusion to dazedness to shock, and then to numbness, until finally, he left the Nordic Academy with a blank expression. When he opened the packaging, a domineering and intimidating aura burst forth. The objects in the entire room began to tremble. It seemed to be influenced by the martial aura contained in the spirit fruits. Such a powerful force. Lin Feng finally understood why so few people bought this kind of spirit fruit. Although its effects were extraordinary, how many people could withstand such a fierce effect? If one couldn't endure it, not only would they not become stronger, but they could also be harmed. It would be better to spend a little more money to buy some more expensive spirit fruits. However, for Lin Feng, this kind of harm was exactly what he needed. To forge his entire skeleton, he needed this kind of fierce aura and highly stimulating fruits. Come on, complete the awakening. Saying this, Lin Feng walked into the midst of the fruits. In an instant, the knife-like aura, dominance martial aura, and the thunderous and scorching temperature emitted by the surrounding fruits surged towards him. As they struck Lin Feng's skin, he already felt some pain. What level was Lin Feng's current body? He could actually feel pain. If he swallowed them, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, the next moment, Lin Feng picked up a piece of fruit and swallowed it, then circulated the energy within him towards his limbs and even his head. With the ability of his 6 eyes, this energy instantly covered his whole body in a very even manner, impacting his bones. At this moment, Lin Feng felt a stabbing pain throughout his body. However, this was not the end. He picked up the fruit on the ground and swallowed it. 1 piece, 3 pieces, 15 pieces, 32 pieces, 33 pieces. In just over 10 minutes, Lin Feng swallowed all the natural spirit fruits. A vast amount of energy immediately surged into his body, merging various domineering auras and impacting his bones. At this moment, Lin Feng felt excruciating pain all over his body. Fine beads of sweat constantly emerged from his head. However, the impurities and weak parts in his bones were also being reforged by the energy within. Hard and soft were combined. His physique had improved several times over, and the impurities were continuously seeping out from his skin, making his physique increasingly crystal clear. With a wave of his hand, a powerful wind surged forth. If he didn't hold back, a single punch could unleash over 100 tons of force. He could easily shatter mountains and split rivers. His entire body had been completely forged and had reached the pinnacle level. In his mind, after forging his bones, it seemed that this area had also been forged. There was an unusual presence of mental power lingering within. When Lin Feng focused his gaze, a piece of information appeared. Mental power. 10 points of mental power? Is there a level for mental power as well? Lin Feng felt a bit confused, and just as he was pondering, the system suddenly spoke. Unlocking mental power means the host has reached the pinnacle level. At this level, the host can attach mental power to attacks, enhancing their effects. You're no longer a small fry. Upon hearing the first half of the sentence, Lin Feng wanted to praise the system for finally acting like a proper system. However, when he heard the last sentence, he retracted his words. It turned out that it wasn't a serious system at all. What do you mean by small fry? In the entire Lighthouse Nation, there probably aren't even 100 people at the pinnacle level, not to mention pinnacle awakened warriors, who are even rarer. There are probably only about 30 of them. As if it heard Lin Feng's thoughts, the system spoke again. Those who haven't unlocked mental power are all small fries. What? So pretentious? If you're going to say that, I want to see what this mental power can do. Thinking this, he found a punching machine at the Nordic Academy. Standing in front of it, he took a deep breath and gathered the burst sky force in his hand. In an instant, a powerful wind surged around him. The ground trembled slightly. He threw a punch. Bang! A huge sound and vibration erupted. The entire punching machine was shaking violently. The numbers on it jumped crazily until it reached the maximum of 99,999. Meanwhile, the Nordic Academy's punching power test rankings were completely refreshed by Lin Feng. He suppressed everyone below him. 100,000 pounds of punching power. How can this even be tested? Looking at the capped value, Lin Feng was somewhat speechless, but he still decided to give it another try, using the same method. However, this time, Lin Feng gathered his 10 points of mental power into his arm. Then he formed a fist seal. For some reason, after using the 10 points of mental power, the burst sky force seemed to undergo some kind of transformation. After infusing 10 points of mental power, it seemed to reach its limit, and at that moment, all the potential of the burst sky force was unleashed. Even the space around his arm slightly twisted. At this moment, it should be renamed the Burst God Fist. Power capable of annihilating gods. Bang! Lin Feng formed the fist seal and threw a punch. Along the way, purple lightning enveloped his fist, shaking the surrounding space. This was the effect of the Burst God Fist. This strike could directly strike the soul. Buzz! Upon impact, a deafening sound erupted. Even Lin Feng experienced constant ringing in his ears. If someone had been standing here, they would probably have bled from their ears on the spot. Bang! A massive explosion sound occurred. The punching machine, capable of withstanding the immense power of the pinnacle level, actually exploded under this strike. The springs inside were exposed. That's right. It exploded. Looking at the remaining purple ripples on his fist, Lin Feng was somewhat astonished. But more than that, he was thrilled. What incredible power! He didn't expect mental power to have such a strong effect. It could be used in martial techniques, unleashing their full strength. He felt that the power of the Burst God Fist had increased by more than 3 times. However, 10 points should be the limit for the Burst God Fist, as it was just an A-level martial technique. But he currently only had 10 points of mental power. System, how can mental power be increased? Mental power transforms one's energy into mental power. Generally, the mental power of a pinnacle awakened individual is 1 point. 1 point. It seems that because of the 6 eyes ability, I directly have 10 points. So upon entering the pinnacle level, I've already surpassed other awakened individuals of the same level. Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. Others can only infuse 1 point of mental power. They probably can't even activate a D-level martial technique. But he can infuse 10 points, directly enhancing an A-level martial technique to its peak. Moreover, this was against the previous punching machine. Such martial techniques that involve repeated attacks would only reveal their true power when facing opponents. It could basically be used as a killing move. As Lin Feng was deep in thought, his mental power, stimulated by the flowing energy throughout his body, had already recovered a bit. How fast? Although he now knew how to increase it, Lin Feng didn't plan to try it out. Transforming the energy within him into the mental power of the spiritual platform was almost equivalent to compressing the energy again. In this aspect, he had a unique advantage. Other awakened individuals have mist-like energy, and even if they're good, they can only compress it into liquid mental power. But he was already liquid energy. Could he compress it into another version of himself? Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. However, it was already time for the meeting. He went downstairs and quickly met up with Morin and the other three. They arrived at the training ground of the Imperial Capital Academy. Lingo, I've already entered the tier and joined the enhancement system. Damn, awesome, Morin. As expected of an SS-level ability user, ISNT it like beating those guys like dogs. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded. Not bad. You're an SS-level talent. Being able to fight them right after entering the tier shows that you haven't let down your ability. Upon hearing Lin Feng's praise, Morin felt a surge of excitement in his heart and unconsciously became less cautious as he walked. Indeed, Lin Gu's choice was right. Low profile? Low profile my ass. Who dares to oppose? Just finish it. Thinking this, Morin's wild side was finally unleashed, as if some kind of shackle had been removed. His ability was also inherently wild, as cell absorption is an inherently unrestrained ability. It is meant to consume everything, greedily absorbing all. Meanwhile, the four of them arrived at the venue and sat down, waiting for the pinnacle-level instructor to arrive. Why haven't they come yet? The Nordic Academy's training ground was bustling with activity. Excitement spread throughout the crowd. Everyone was eagerly waiting for the veteran pinnacle awakened individual to come and give them a lecture. Damn, a pinnacle awakened individual. I wonder if they will come? That's definitely not a problem. This is the Nordic Academy. It's quite easy to invite a pinnacle awakened individual. I've never seen a pinnacle individual yet, but I've heard that someone in the academy has already broken through to the pinnacle level, and the next day, they were nowhere to be found. The pinnacle level. They say a single punch can shatter a mountain. I wonder if that's true? It should be, but that person is already a top tier among the fully awakened ones. Just breaking into the fully awakened state, it should be impossible to achieve such a level. Here he comes. Here he comes. Why does this look a bit different from what I imagined? Amidst the murmurings, a figure walked up from the audience. Everyone instantly fell silent, their gazes fixed on the stage. There stood a slender man with very bright eyes. He quietly scanned the crowd before speaking. Hello, everyone. I am Bruce Hain from the Lighthouse Nation Martial Artists Association. You can call me Bruce. Upon hearing this, the audience lit up with excitement, showing great interest in the fully awakened ones. The people beside Lin Feng were also seeing this level of awakened one for the first time and were naturally very excited. Wow, boss, a fully awakened one. But why do I feel he looks so thin? Hearing Shixin's words, Morin and Yanghua also looked over with excitement, secretly clenching their fists. At this moment, Lin Feng's eyes were hidden behind a black cloth, and no one could see his cold gaze. He felt a familiar sensation from the person on stage. It was the same feeling he sensed in the principal's office. This person was the fully awakened one who intended to take action against him. Being fully awakened isn't that impressive. Do they really think they can make me perish? Lin Feng whispered in his heart, sneering coldly. The other party's mental power was only 10 points, the same level as him. After being in the fully awakened state for so long, he was still not as high as Lin Feng, who had just entered. If the two fought, Lin Feng was confident he could defeat him. Boss, what do you think? At this moment, Shixin nudged Lin Feng beside him, wanting to know his opinion. What do I think? Since this person is a fully awakened one, he must have reached that level of strength. Lin Feng supported his chin with his hand, appearing thoughtful. Upon hearing Lin Feng's vague words, the others were left speechless. Isn't that just stating the obvious? Could it be that a fully awakened one could have the strength of a spiritual tier? What they wanted to ask was what Lin Feng, the strongest among them, thought about the fully awakened one. After all, Lin Feng was the strongest among the four of them. Classmates. Just as everyone was discussing, Bruce suddenly spoke up, glancing at Lin Feng intentionally or unintentionally. Once the crowd quieted down, he began his speech. This competition is organized by our Nordic Academy to find the strongest students, who will head to one of the 3 forbidden areas, the Mountain Giant Forbidden Area, to hunt demons on-site and boost our morale. At this point, Bruce paused, and the crowd immediately erupted in chatter. Oh my god, isn't that a forbidden zone? Awakened ones are not allowed to go there freely. and previously a fully awakened one was slaughtered by a demon wolf, causing panic in the city. Who dares to go? Exactly. Isn't this sending us to our deaths? What if that wolf comes again? Aren't we finished? Yes. I protest. If you force us to go, I'd rather drop out. My life is definitely more important than this. And in our lighthouse nation, we probably have no more than 3 spiritual tier awakened ones we can mobilize, right? Aren't you afraid of an accident? Looking at the noisy crowd below, Bruce's lips curled into a slight smile. When the crowd's emotions had been stirred up enough, Bruce coughed heavily, immediately attracting the attention of the students below. Looking at their confused expressions, Bruce felt an unusual enjoyment and nodded in satisfaction. He continued, this competition is, of course, organized by the Lighthouse Nation Martial Artists Association. It is to eliminate the fear in our hearts. And there will be a divine awakened one from our Lighthouse Nation attending. You can all rest assured. I'll give you a little insider information here. This divine awakened one is a newly promoted god. Upon hearing Bruce's words, the atmosphere in the crowd was once again stirred up. A divine awakened one. I can't believe we can actually see a divine awakened one. Wow, I want to participate. It's guaranteed. A newly promoted divine awakened one. I think I know who it is. With him around, what demon wolf couldn't be easily taken down? Exactly. If we could see a divine awakened one slaughtering spiritual tier demons, that would be even better. Watching the excited expressions of those around him, Lin Feng and his companions did not react much. They were just a little surprised by the strength of the Nordic Academy. They could even invite a divine tier awakened one. However, having already seen a divine awakened one, they had little interest in this newly promoted god. No matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than Gongsun Anqing? Having seen a tiger, would you still expect to see a jackal? In the next few minutes, Bruce continued his speech on stage. However, Lin Feng didn't have that much time. He turned and left. Watching Lin Feng's departing figure, Bruce on stage revealed an almost imperceptible cold smile, secretly thinking, we'll meet in the mountain forbidden area. Not long after Lin Feng left, he found a martial arts gym where he trained various techniques, applying mental power throughout his body. He continuously compressed energy, transforming it into mental power. To his surprise, he found that his liquid energy, after compression, turned into mental power that was exceptionally solid. When applied to his hands, it emitted a faint glow. His strength had doubled. It was as if another version of himself was delivering the same attack. In contrast, others' mental power, even when applied to attacks, was merely a thin layer of mist. It was rare to see someone like Lin Feng, whose mental power was solidified in his arms and radiating light. However, the cost was quite high. To transform energy into mental power, he needed more than 10 times the time of an ordinary fully awakened one. If an ordinary awakened one took 1 year to transform 1 point of mental power, then Lin Feng would need nearly 10 years. Nevertheless, he had 6 eyes, allowing him to control energy with extreme precision for compression. Even so, it still required 2 to 3 times the time of an average person to condense a single point of mental power. All of this was worth it. The nearly tangible mental power he condensed had even greater power. If fully concentrated in his arm for a full attack, 10 points of mental power would be enough to blow up a mountain. In the following days, Lin Feng practiced his god-crushing fist, skillfully using mental power. Occasionally, he would buy spiritual stones online and sell them, then purchase spiritual fruits to enhance his energy consumption. Day and night, he continued this without rest. Time quickly passed. The Nordic Academy competition was about to begin in a few months. This time, in addition to the hundreds of local students from the Lighthouse Nation, students from various countries were also invited, 5 from each country, to compete on site. However, due to a lack of participants on Lin Feng's side, only 4 could go. At this moment, Lin Feng and his 3 companions had arrived at the location of the teleportation array and were transported to the Nordic Academy, near the outskirts of the mountain giant forbidden zone. This place was bustling with a large number of students who were interacting on expansive open ground. In the distance were towering black peaks. Once they entered, they would be completely within the designated forbidden area. However, it was likely that before they could approach, the monsters inside would rush out and teach them a lesson. Shit, I've been here waiting for a day. Where are the god-level awakeners? One of them complained. Yeah, are they trying to fool us? Another added. Baka, is the Nordic Academy this shameless? They brought us here, and now there's no god-level awakener to escort us? I'm leaving. I'm not afraid of dying. I just have things to do at home. Damn, don't go. Take me with you. The crowd in the distance was angrily venting their frustrations towards the academy. Indeed, in any place, the academy was often the target of complaints. It could be said that this was a global phenomenon. Meanwhile, Sure Xin was also inquiring about Lin Feng. Boss, I haven't seen you around these past few months. You didn't go looking for a foreign girl, did you? Can your body handle participating in the competition now? As he spoke, he cast an envious glance at Lin Feng. Those long-legged, blonde foreign girls were all incredibly charming. Hearing this, Lin Feng felt a dark cloud over his head and wanted nothing more than to slam him to the ground. At this critical moment, Morin stepped in to defuse the situation. Do you think Boss Lin is like you? With such filthy thoughts, he trains at the martial arts hall every morning until night. It's been like that for months. Upon hearing Morin's words, Sure Xin's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Lin Feng with admiration. Boss is amazing. I knew I didn't misjudge you, not swayed by beauty. But you're so awesome and still so dedicated. It makes me feel embarrassed. Yang Hua beside them also looked at Lin Feng with admiration. Indeed, strong individuals are forged through hard work. It requires strong willpower in a clear direction. Just as everyone was discussing, an unmatched aura suddenly appeared from above, instantly catching everyone's attention. Lin Feng and his companions immediately focused their gaze. It was a god-level awakener. This kind of aura had been felt from Gongsun Anqing. It was the power only possessed by the pinnacle of martial arts. Sure enough, a man cloaked in a hood appeared. Clearly, he did not want others to know his identity. Even Lin Feng's probing was blocked. This figure merely glanced at everyone and then teleported to the distant mountain peak, where he sat down. At the same time, a voice emanated from a machine in the air. This competition will be live-streamed throughout the city to boost the morale of our human race. I hope all students will strive to hunt down the monsters. This god-level awakener will personally guide the outstanding among you, and he will also be responsible for your rankings and safety. Now, let the competition begin. As soon as this person finished speaking, the crowd instantly became agitated and rushed towards the distant mountains. With a god-level awakener present, it could be said that their morale was naturally boosted. No one was afraid. It was a perfect opportunity to test their own strength. Just as everyone was about to act, a small team approached, wanting to team up with the four of them. Brothers, want to team up? Seeing them come over, Sure Xin immediately went up to greet them. Team up? Hell no. I want to solo this, get lost. Not teaming up? What if we encounter high-level monsters? What if we get attacked? Do you know why I wrote the Tao Te Ching? Why? Because I want to. After saying this, the three of them set off towards the mountains. Meanwhile, the few foreigners who couldn't understand Wu Long Dao's words stood there, utterly confused. At the same time, just as everyone was about to approach the Black Mountain, a series of furious roars erupted, and waves of monsters surged out from within. Since this place was a forbidden zone, there were exceptionally many monsters gathered here. Naturally, upon seeing people arrive, they charged out. At this moment, as the group came into contact, a 9-star monster charged at Lin Feng. Lin Feng clenched his fist and struck out. Bang! The monster instantly spat out blood and flew back, its bones shattered. Clearly, Lin Feng had held back. Otherwise, this monster would have exploded into a mist of blood, leaving no trace behind. This was done to make someone mistakenly believe that his strength was low. The other party fell for it. In the shadows, more than 10 miles away from Lin Feng, 3 men in black stood at a distance, closely watching the 4 from Dragon Country. After witnessing their actions, mocking laughter emerged. With such strength, do we really need to act? I could take them out alone. Aren't you from Dragon Country too? Can you really bring yourself to kill the younger generation of your own country? Hearing the inquiries from the other two, the man in the black robe, referred to as a member of Dragon Country, smiled coldly. When the time comes, you don't need to act. I can handle it myself. Saying this, the two behind him exchanged glances. They addressed the black-robed man from Dragon Country. The master wants us to ensure we eliminate him without any mishaps. Don't worry, I will deal with them in the most brutal way. With that, he eagerly concealed himself among the crowd and headed towards Lin Feng's direction. The other two followed closely behind. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and the other 4 charged into the mountains, continuously hunting the surrounding monsters. Since these monsters were all below the entry level, it turned into a scene of awakeners hunting monsters. It was an overwhelming battle. After being suppressed next to Boss Lin for so long, I finally feel like I'm not useless. Sure Xin exclaimed, throwing a punch and exploding another monster on spot. With his current superstar level strength, killing these low-level monsters was as easy as slaughtering chickens and dogs. Being next to Lin Feng was truly suffocating. He was almost forgetting that he was a genius from the entry level in the Demon City. After all, he was the first place from previous years. The Ultman. Sure, Xian shouted as he threw another punch. The mad chase of the monsters in this area could be described as a frenzy. The other two were not to be outdone either. Any monster killed by Morin left no corpse behind. Yang Hua's awakening ability allowed him to move at speeds several times faster than an ordinary person. Ultimately, wherever the four went, not a blade of grass remained. As everyone continued to delve deeper into the mountains, the terrain became increasingly complex. The surrounding crowd also began to separate. Just as the four were in a valley, slaughtering monsters, three figures appeared behind the four. As soon as these three appeared, the four immediately sensed them. They were advanced awakened beings, exceptionally sensitive to the presence of powerful demons and humans. Moreover, the three of them were quite blatant. Walking directly here. Is there something we can help you with? We haven't violated any rules. Sure, Xian spoke first. However, in the next second, the three instantly unleashed their power, and the few people standing behind Lin Feng were immediately forced to crouch down, struggling to hold themselves up. Cold sweat flowed down their foreheads. Complete stage awakened beings. And there were three of them. The newcomers were not here for good. Seeing Lin Feng still standing there, the three let out cold laughs. Good. Now you have some value in being killed by me. Hearing the fluent Dragon Kingdom language, the few instantly realized. They were here to kill them. Could it be that the events in the cave have been exposed? Aren't you afraid of that god-level awakened being? Yang Hua quivered as he clung to the ground. Upon hearing this, the three exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, afraid? Four Dragon Kingdom awakened beings killed by a demon wolf. What does that have to do with me? Sai, how should I torture you? Should I first cut off your hands and feet, or crush your bones layer by layer? As he spoke, the Dragon Kingdom awakened being walked towards the four with a sinister expression. The two standing behind moved to block the only exit, intending to trap the four here. Watching the approaching figure in the black robe, the three already lying on the ground felt despair. Complete stage awakened beings. And there were three of them. They had no hope against one. Now there were directly three. It seemed someone truly wanted them dead. Big Brother Lin, I'm still a virgin. Xin, lying on the ground, spoke with a slight tremble, unexpectedly saying such a thing at this life and death moment. They didn't understand why Lin Feng could stand there under such pressure. Three complete stage beings, unless that god-level awakened being came to save them. Otherwise, the four were undoubtedly doomed. But the other side must have noticed the changes here long ago. Their inaction already represented everything. At this moment, everyone was in despair. In this unsolvable situation, even Lin Feng couldn't do anything, right? After hearing Sure Xian's words, Lin Feng turned his head, smiled, and gave them a thumbs up. It's okay, I'm invincible. Ding. Host performance level increased by 10. Sorcerer's reversal increased by 10. Six Eyes increased by 10. Infinite Void increased by 10. Gain 10 of Gojo Satoru's physique. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the three lying on the ground were momentarily stunned. Then they forced a bitter smile. They didn't expect that at such a critical moment, Lin Feng would still be so optimistic. For some reason, with this man standing in front of them, although they knew they were doomed, they felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the black-robed man in front instantly twisted his expression, a surge of unnameable anger rising within. Invincible? I'll let you know right away that you're nothing but bugs. An entry-level awakened being can never be a match for a complete stage 1. Now I'll show you what the gap looks like. Saying this, he immediately mobilized his mental energy. Instantly, 5 strands of vaporous power wrapped around his hand. 5 points of mental energy. He was going to use all his strength. Seeing this scene, the two companions shook their heads. Crazy. To deal with an entry-level awakened being, he actually needs to use all his strength. This will definitely leave no bones behind, and it won't be easy to explain to the higher-ups. Feeling the martial pressure coming from the opponent, the surrounding rocks trembled violently, as if they could not withstand this power. The man instantly jumped in front of Lin Feng. A punch was thrown, an attack with 5 points of mental energy. Even the air was continuously lamenting. Looking at the despairing faces of the others, a smile appeared on his face. However, in the next second, Lin Feng swung his right hand, and complete stage power erupted instantly. 10 points of mental energy wrapped around him. At this moment, his entire arm radiated an extremely majestic light. God-crushing fist. Lin Feng punched out. Before even nearing the opponent's skeletal structure began to vibrate wildly under this immense force. Why you have reached complete stage. Looking at the faint glow emanating from the opponent's arm, a look of fear appeared on his face. 10 points of mental energy. He had a whole 5 points more than him. How could someone who had just reached complete stage possibly have 10 points of mental energy? He had spent 5 years to cultivate that. Power amplification. The Dragon Kingdom man roared. However, he was already too late to activate his ability. Bang! The black-robed man was sent flying by this attack. His entire skeletal structure was shattered in midair by Lin Feng's martial skill. He was directly pulverized within his body, and the intense pain caused him to lose consciousness instantly. The attack, suppressed by 5 points of mental energy, could not be resisted. As you wish, I shattered all your bones. Looking at the man sprawled on the ground like a pile of mud, Lin Feng flicked his hand. Then he turned to look at the other two. At the same time, the pressure on the three lying on the ground instantly dissipated. Looking at the dead man, the few felt as if they were living in a dream, staring wide-eyed, their eyeballs almost falling to the ground. The shock within them was evident. One punch killed a complete stage awakened being. What kind of strength is this? Wow, Big Brother Lin is awesome. Haha, the heavens haven't abandoned me. Sure, XIN. Damn it. Stupid bird, I told you to stop showing off. Bang, bang. Originally lying on the ground, Sure XIN jumped to the man's side and kicked him twice. Kicking a complete stage awakened being was quite a feat. Bang bang. As Sure XIN landed a few kicks, the man lying on the ground twitched a few times. The two in the distance were shivering. Why, you have reached complete stage? One of the complete stage awakened beings asked with a trembling voice. They absolutely could not be mistaken. The energy attached to Lin Feng's hand was the mental power that only complete stage beings possessed. Moreover, his mental energy was even more substantial than that of a Dragon Kingdom awakened being who had entered complete stage several years earlier. What? Didn't you want to kill me? I'm right here. Lin Feng spread his hands, looking at the two in front of him, with a slight smile on his lips. Confidence. This was the confidence of being invincible at the same level. Looking at Lin Feng's back, the three felt an unprecedented sense of reassurance. It was as if, as long as Lin Feng was there was no trouble that couldn't be solved and no enemy that couldn't be defeated. The two in front, upon hearing this, felt a mix of shame and anger. They are considered seasoned awakened ones, and there are two of them. Naturally, they feel very displeased being mocked by someone of a lower level. Let's give it a try then. Saying this, one of them stretched out his arm hidden under the black robe. The entire arm was covered with a black, oily substance that kept dripping down. Upon closer inspection, the opponent's ability was unmistakable. Corrosive hand. It drains the vitality of anything it touches. Seeing the opponent's arm, the three behind Lin Feng showed expressions of terror. Clearly, they were shocked by its evil aura. Die. The opponent jumped towards Lin Feng and threw a punch. At this moment, Lin Feng just stood there, arms crossed, looking at him. You're being too arrogant. Once his ability touches the opponent, not only will the body be corroded, but their lifespan will also decrease. With a cold snicker, his corrosive hand struck Lin Feng. At this sight, everyone was worried. His accomplice also looked excited. However, the imagined scene did not occur. How is this possible? The black-clad man stood in front of Lin Feng, his expression gradually freezing and then turning into horror. He couldn't believe it. His attack, just before making contact with Lin Feng, was blocked in front of him. Not even an inch of progress. Is that all? Can't you use a bit more strength? If you can't even touch me, how can you hit me? Lin Feng chuckled lightly. Hearing his words, the black-clad man quickly jumped back, looking in disbelief at the spot where he had just attacked Lin Feng. It was completely unharmed, not even a scratch on his clothes, perfectly intact on his body. It was as if he hadn't attacked the opponent at all. Witnessing this scene, the people behind Lin Feng were also shocked. Then they became excited. So strong. Moreover, this kind of strength was like that of a big villain. It turned out to be their teammate. Nothing could be more reassuring than this. Boss Lin is amazing. What seasoned awakened ones? After being at this level for so long, this is the extent of your strength. Hurry up and wash up and sleep. Don't embarrass yourselves. Sigh, just standing there. You can't do anything. And with this strength, you dare to hunt our boss? TSK, wearing black clothes, thinking you're invincible. Little do you know that the clown is you. Having escaped from death, the few naturally mocked as much as they could. They cursed him however they wanted. Hearing the words of the three, the two black-clad men turned pale, but the facts were laid out before them. They couldn't refute it at all. They truly couldn't attack the person in front of them. Since that's the case, let's compare spiritual powers. Saying this, the black-clad man gradually gathered his strength. He added his spiritual power to his corrosive hand. However, just as he was gathering power, did I say he could start? Hearing this, the opponent's expression momentarily froze. But in the next second, a fist the size of a sandbag smashed towards his face. Bang! In an instant, his entire face was smashed to pieces. He flew horizontally, and this wasn't over. Lin Feng quickly followed up with another kick, directly sending him flying sideways. Before he even hit the ground, Lin Feng, at an extremely fast speed, smashed all his bones in midair. By the time he landed, he was already unconscious. Since they were accomplices, he naturally had to give them some treatment. Clapping his hands, Lin Feng whispered. Then he looked at the one remaining person in the distance. At this moment, he looked at Lin Feng, his legs trembling uncontrollably for some reason. A single person covered his eyes. How could he accurately hit a flying object at such a fast speed? Is he even human? They were not low-level demons, but seasoned awakened ones. Their physical abilities were enough to withstand the force of thousands of pounds. However, even so, they couldn't even block a single blow from him. What level had his strength reached? Thinking this, fear filled his gaze towards Lin Feng, and he had no thought of resistance, only wanting to turn and run. And indeed, Lin Feng's strength had reached an astonishing level. Even he himself didn't realize he was fighting against seasoned awakened ones with tough skin and flesh. Whoosh! The opponent finally couldn't hold back. He turned around and ran away. The others were dumbfounded. A seasoned awakened one actually ran away in fear. If this news spread, it would surely cause a stir. A newly promoted awakened one facing 3 seasoned awakened ones actually won. Chow quickly chase. We can't let this kid get away. Sure Xian shouted and quickly chased after him. Seeing the entry-level awakened one daring to chase him made him furious, almost stumbling and falling to the ground. However, his legs were still quick, running fast. He was afraid Lin Feng would catch up to him. In his eyes, Lin Feng had become a creature more terrifying than a devil. In the past, they used to slaughter those people, but now it was turned around. However, just after he had escaped for more than 10 minutes, he finally shook off the pursuing Sure Xian. Having run so far, I should have shaken him off, right? I think that kid is lost. That's good, oh crap. Hearing this, he instantly realized something was wrong. Looking up, he saw Lin Feng standing in front of him, smiling at him. The next second, bang, a kick was thrown. The immense force instantly sent him flying. His chest bones were completely shattered. The arm he used to block was also broken backward. Only at this moment did he fully understand how powerful the opponent's strength was. It was like an ordinary person being attacked by a giant hammer. He crashed heavily to the ground, and the black-clad man spat out a mouthful of blood. Trembling as he asked, How do you have such strength? Hearing the opponent's question, Lin Feng silently looked at the opponent's panel. Strength, 4567 speed, 4156 stamina, 4246. All 3 values had surpassed 4000, far exceeding the entry-level limit. And he, before breaking into the season level, was already at 3000. Now, opening his own panel, a string of data appeared before him. Host, Lin Feng talent, none level, superstar entry-level strength, 7211 speed, 6926 stamina, 8207 abilities, staff and blade technique, conqueror's hockey, 75, armament hockey, 75, observation hockey, 76, heavy fruit, 100, curses, unlimited technique, 100, technique reversal, 25, 6 eyes, 83, infinite space, 25, 3 values exceeding 7,000, more than double that of the opponent. The most terrifying thing is that Lin Feng's stamina has surpassed 8,000 points, approaching 10,000. All of this is the result of his extreme energy compression. Seeing this, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. What he wanted was to be invincible among those of the same level. If the panel of someone at the same level is higher than his, then what's the point? Having activated Deep Blue, he naturally couldn't be inferior to others. Whoosh! The reverse sorcerer, he, cast his spell. Bang! The opponent was hit by the tremendous impact, creating a deep pit in the ground. As for him, he was directly flattened like a pancake. The members of the Black Crow cult all had blood on their hands, so he wouldn't show any mercy. Or rather, he wouldn't show mercy to any enemy that threatened him. After killing this person, Lin Feng drew his staff blade and began hunting the surrounding monsters. Swish! With one slash, no matter the level of the monster, it was instantly killed. He didn't even need to make a second strike. This immense power could shatter rocks with the gust of wind generated from his swing, even from a distance. As he crazily hunted the monsters around him, his freedom points were rapidly increasing. Freedom points 0, 02, freedom points 0, 09, freedom points 1, 3. With Lin Feng's slaughter, The surrounding monsters were nearly all wiped out. Even the monsters that had hidden underground were not spared. With observation hockey in hand, almost no one could escape his detection. This conspicuous behavior naturally attracted the attention of the citizens of the lighthouse country. All the surrounding monsters seemed to intentionally or unintentionally distance themselves from where he was, as if all living beings possessed the ability to seek fortune and avoid calamity. The drones in the air had been monitoring him for a long time, mainly because he was too conspicuous. Others, despite their strength, wouldn't dare to act against entry-level monsters without 3 or 4 awakeners of the same level. But here he was, chasing and killing monsters. He was like a plague god, feared by all monsters. This scene naturally sparked discussions among the viewers watching the live broadcast. Damn, which country's contestant is this? Since just now, all the monsters have been killed with 1 slash. Yeah, even an entry-level monster was killed with 1 slash. Are you seeing things? How can entry-level monster be killed by a student in 1 hit? Entry-level monsters are much stronger than human awakeners. That's not necessarily true. I heard that god-level awakeners can take on 2 entry-level monsters at once when they are at low levels. Are you saying that he is on the same level as the god-level awakeners of the past? Damn, that's insane. The monsters that ran underground were all dug out and killed by him. He truly is the nemesis of monsters. The citizens of the lighthouse country watched the figure below, speculating about his identity. Meanwhile, the upper echelons of the lighthouse country were nodding in approval at this uplifting effect on the public. Not bad. As expected of our awakeners from the lighthouse country, only our students have such courage. But it seems he is not a contestant from the lighthouse country. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the high-ranking officials of the lighthouse changed. At the same time, Lin Feng, having finished clearing the monsters, turned his gaze towards the drones in the sky, then smiled brightly and waved. Isn't this the academy sent by the god-level awakener from the dragon country? Seeing this familiar face, the high-ranking officials of the lighthouse country felt as if they had swallowed something unpleasant. Just moments ago, they were saying that only their contestants had such strength, and now they realized that the other party was an awakener from the dragon country. Doesn't this mean that their citizens would have to let the contestants from the dragon country teach them? How could they tolerate that? Damn it, cut the camera immediately. Give me more shots of the lighthouse country students. At this moment of frustration among the high-ranking officials of the lighthouse country, the viewers in the bullet chat were already amazed by Lin Feng. If before, he was handsome wearing sunglasses, now he exuded a unique aura, coupled with his overwhelming strength. It caused a wave of screams. The silver-haired young man. Which country is he from? Why is he blindfolded? This way we can't see his whole face. Yeah, even with his eyes covered, he can pull monsters out from deep underground. That's too strong. I know. He is a transfer student from the Dragon Country to the Northern European Academy. He just enrolled and already defeated the 3rd-ranked swordsmanship department. Should we team up to wait for him at the gate? Is this the legendary sword immortal of the Dragon Country? Holding a sword. I heard he can fly with it. Damn it. Director, why did you change the camera? Just as everyone was discussing, the live broadcast camera was suddenly switched from Lin Feng's direction to another angle. The fans in the lighthouse country immediately started to flood the bullet chat with complaints, insisting that the director be called out. However, under the orders of the upper echelons of the lighthouse country, no one dared to make a fuss. Meanwhile, not long after Lin Feng's face appeared in the live broadcast, boom, a deafening sound suddenly erupted from deep within the mountain giant's restricted area. Following that, a terrifying roar echoed. Roar. In an instant, the sound of explosions continued to come from the sky. All the monitors were destroyed by the sound waves at that moment. Meanwhile, the contestants on the ground immediately panicked. What happened? My eardrums are bleeding from the shock. It seems there's been an explosion in the depths of the restricted area. Could someone have deliberately detonated it to lure something out? Is that the sound of a demon wolf? If it really is a demon wolf, aren't we all going to die here? That's a spirit-level giant beast. What are we afraid of? Don't we have a god-level awakener here? Yeah, what are we afraid of? Just as everyone was discussing what had happened, the god-level awakeners far atop the mountain also felt this terrifying aura. His gaze sharpened as he looked towards the depths of the forbidden area. Meanwhile, Lin Feng activated his observation hockey, covering the area near the depths of the restricted zone. As soon as he spread it out, his brow furrowed slightly. A spirit-level monster. A giant wolf the size of a cow, radiating purple light all over. At this moment, it was madly slaughtering the human awakeners in the forbidden area. Roar. This giant wolf seemed incredibly furious at this moment. With one slap, the wind from its paw instantly killed numerous awakeners. The raging wind even collapsed several small mountains. Its power was beyond imagination. This guy is the demon wolf Fenrir. Ah, a newly awakened individual just spoke, only to be met with a mouthful of thick phlegm sprayed by Fenrir, instantly turning into a pool of blood. Meanwhile, the people surrounding them were already frozen in fear, unable to move. The power radiating from this magical wolf left them powerless to resist, as if their bodies were about to be shattered by this aura. Running away was useless. At the same time, watching the crowd paralyzed with fear, the magical wolf actually spoke human words. You dare to intrude in my iron forest. As soon as these words were spoken, its eyes transformed into a terrifying purple. Opening its massive bloody mouth, the entire world seemed to lose color. Its giant maw appeared as if it was about to swallow all living beings in front of it. Meanwhile, the awakened individuals around were filled with immense terror, desperately trying to grip the ground, but were continuously drawn closer. Even Lin Feng, who was standing far away, felt his body slightly lean forward. Such a powerful demon. It actually has its own consciousness. This was Lin Feng's first encounter with a demon that possessed its own awareness. Unlike other entry-level beings that could only utter human words, he actually sensed an emotion from this demon. It felt as if they were intruders in its home, and it was justified in killing them. If no one intervened, all the awakened individuals would be lambs to the slaughter. They were like ants in front of a spirit-level beast. They were utterly powerless to resist. Beast. Just as everyone was about to be swallowed, a thunderous sound erupted. The god-level awakened one, who had been sitting atop the mountain, finally made a move. A punch was thrown downwards, and the ground instantly sank several meters. Bang! The magical wolf was pinned to the ground by this strike, half of its body becoming a bloody mess in an instant. One move. Instant kill. The survivors watched this scene, their eyes filled with excitement. Is this what a god-level awakened one among humans is like? One person is enough to destroy an entire city. Roar you. It seemed he was afraid of affecting them, so he didn't use his full strength, and, as a result, the magical wolf on the ground was not completely killed by this blow. Instead, it lay on the ground, crying out in pain. Looking at the magical wolf lying in a pool of blood, the god-level awakened one coldly snorted. I've been waiting for you for a long time. If you came here, you shouldn't think about leaving. He had just advanced to god level and needed a battle achievement to solidify his position. The magical wolf that crazily slaughtered the awakened ones of the Lighthouse Nation was undoubtedly the best choice. As for escorting a group of students, that was just a guise. If he openly stated that he was here to kill a spirit-level beast, even if he succeeded, he would be criticized. After all, god-level beings have always sat high above the clouds, proud and aloof. How could they stoop to kill a low-level demon with no enmity? Therefore, a pretext was needed. This competition was the perfect opportunity. Damn human awakened one, you dare to strike at me. The master of the Iron Forest will not spare you. The magical wolf, half of its body shattered and lying in a pool of blood, spoke viciously. Upon hearing this, the figure beneath the black robe sneered. The master of the Iron Forest? You should worry about yourself first. Saying this, he stepped forward, preparing to completely kill the magical wolf. At that moment, an abnormal phenomenon occurred. The magical wolf, which had been lying on the ground, propped itself up and howled towards the sky. Ow! A wailing sound echoed. Its entire body radiated with a purple glow, and several iron chains appeared to coil around its surface. Meanwhile, in the depths of the distant mountains, a vague figure emerged from the towering mist. Only two pairs of eyes like lighthouses looked this way. Its massive body towered into the sky, its neck disappearing into the clouds. A mountain giant. Looking at the figure in the mist from afar, even this god-level awakened, one felt an immense sense of pressure, because the opponent's achievements were truly horrifying. Although no one had seen it with their own eyes, it undeniably existed. A colossal giant had flattened an entire city with a single step, and no one had ever seen its true face. At this moment, this terrifying presence ranked in the top 10 was right in front of him. Who wouldn't feel fear? Some students had already collapsed to the ground, their lower bodies soaked. Even Lin Feng reached into his bosom to place his hand on the Kongtong mirror, nervously watching those gigantic eyes, ready to activate it at the first sign of danger. What church are you playing? I am a god-level awakened one, at the pinnacle of this world. At this moment, the black-robed man was panicking. He came here just to kill a spirit-level beast and never intended to confront a monster of the same level. After all, he had only just entered the god level. The magical wolf, hearing his words, sneered. God level? You think you're worthy. What you said is merely a trick. Your so-called master has never made a move. Whether it's true or not is still hard to say. After saying this, the black-robed man reached out to deliver a finishing blow to the magical wolf. However, the next second, a straight chain shot out from a mountain giant in the distance. It instantly flew here, locking onto the black-robed man. Before he could break free, the iron chain retracted at the same speed, and the mist in the distance vanished along with the mountain giant. Seeing the fog dissipate, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief and removed his hand from the Kongtong mirror. Thankfully, I didn't waste a chance to use it. Whether that god-level awakened one lived or died had nothing to do with him. After all, he was not an awakened one from their dragon nation. He had many questions about this gigantic mountain giant. Why did it always vanish with the mist? And how could such a massive body appear and disappear in an instant? How did it hide in these relatively low mountains? If he became strong in the future, he would inevitably have to confront it. But for now, compared to the mountain giant and the god-level awakened one, he was more concerned about the magical wolf lying on the ground. This was a great opportunity. Lin Feng focused his gaze on the magical wolf lying on the ground. The data of the magical wolf instantly appeared in his mind. Fenrir, the magical wolf level. Superstar spirit level strength. 12311 speed. 11237 stamina. 16434 ability. Unknown description. A demon residing on the outskirts of the Iron Forest. What high attributes? Looking at the attribute values over 10,000, Lin Feng couldn't help but be surprised. No wonder a single slap could kill an awakened one. This is what it means to be at the same level. It probably wouldn't be easy to withstand. However, now the opponent was in a severely injured state. It was the perfect time to make a move. If this drags on, by the time its injuries heal and its vigilance increases, it will be difficult to take action. It's better to act now. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng bent down, isolated his breath from the outside world, and approached the opponent rapidly. As for the other students, upon witnessing this terrifying scene, they wished they could sprout 3 legs to escape immediately. Who would dare to stay here any longer? In an instant, only Lin Feng and the giant wolf lying in the pit remained at the outer edge of the Iron Forest. Half of its body was shattered, and it looked like its strength had been reduced by at least 50%. Lin Feng analyzed in his mind. His current strength was only half of the opponent's. To kill it despite the level difference, he could only rely on the various abilities he had acquired. Moreover, there was still a significant gap between the spirit level and the perfect level. This was not something that could be determined by simple numerical values of strength. At this moment, one person and one wolf were separated by a massive rock, surrounded by an eerie silence. Only the sound of the wind howling could be heard. The magic wolf lay in the pit, its chest rising and falling. Its injuries were continuously healing. Lin Feng, however, was pressed against a rock, extending his right hand towards the direction of the giant wolf. In an instant, a black dot appeared in front of his fingers, emitting a tremendous pulling force. Unlimited technique gang. But that wasn't the end. Another point with a strong repulsive force appeared in front. Technique reversal he. Then he combined the positive he with the negative infinite song. Virtual technique Z. Whoosh. At the moment the 2 points converged, Lin Feng flicked his finger. The 2 points that had gathered together instantly produced an extremely violent reaction, transforming into a black orb that flew forward. Virum. The massive boulder in front of Lin Feng was instantly engulfed by this black sphere, as if it were a black hole. Everything in its path was cut apart. Anything it touched was reduced to nothingness. Roar. Seeing this sudden change, a frantic roar came from the pit ahead, watching the energy sphere rush toward it. The magic wolf spat out a large amount of venom. However, the moment these toxins made contact, they were completely swallowed up. Got it, Lin Feng exclaimed at this distance. The opponent had no way to dodge, but the next second, 3 purple-pink chains suddenly sprouted from the back of the magic wolf. These chains seemed to have grown on it, shooting forward and instantly locking down the massive shockwave. Moreover, there was a faint black-purple aura entwined around the chains. The originally destructive Z, which would turn everything it touched to ashes, was surprisingly blocked for the moment. Its speed drastically weakened. These were 3 strands of martial energy. Seeing that Z had been blocked, Lin Feng was not too surprised. His technique reversal only had a quarter of its power. Therefore, Z could only unleash a quarter of its strength, and besides, there was a significant level difference between the two. It was likely impossible to kill the opponent in an instant. What surprised him was that this spirit-level beast had actually cultivated 3 strands of martial energy. This kind of martial energy could only be cultivated by spirit-level awakeners among the human race, right? But there was no time for him to think too much. Technique reversal bang. The massive impact struck the black hole before him, instantly altering its previously stable state. In an instant, it exploded. The 3 chains that had been wrapped around it were broken in half from this strike. The remaining one was also covered in cracks, and it seemed incapable of attacking anymore. Roar! The spirit-level magic wolf cried out in pain, almost stumbling to the ground. However, the blindfolded man standing before it made it not dare to let its guard down for a moment. It hurriedly steadied itself, but as it turned its gaze forward, Lin Feng, who had been standing there, had already vanished. Just then, a terrifying energy appeared from above. Once again, virtual technique whoosh. A massive black hole reappeared, rapidly covering the ground below, and the magic wolf had nowhere to hide. Watching the enormous black hole, over 30 meters in diameter, racing toward it, the magic wolf's eyes were filled with anger and disbelief. How could this be? Just moments ago, it faced a perfect-level human awakener. It absolutely could not be mistaken. However, the opponent's attack power was outrageously unreasonable. Even if it had been attacked by a god-level awakener, it shouldn't be unable to deal with a perfect-level awakener now, right? Moreover, the opponent's speed was too fast, hidden beside it, and when moving, it was undetectable. A human like this must not be allowed to grow. It must be crushed in the cradle. Roar! The magic wolf roared, and the chains on its body flew to the side, trying to break free. However, bang! The dozens of meters-long chains, after extending out, were suppressed to the ground. The ground was like a giant magnet, firmly holding onto its chains. No, it wasn't a magnet. It was gravity. Boom! It was too late. The massive energy black hole had already reached its head. In an instant, the entire area was enveloped. The intense repulsion and suction were released recklessly within. The surrounding hundreds of meters shook, causing the ground to crack. And everywhere it touched was sliced open with a smooth cut. Just like a geological diagram, the bottom layer was cut away, smooth, neat, and distinctly layered. Deep underground, hundreds of meters down, Lin Feng clearly sensed the breath of life. Not dead yet. So tough? Lin Feng couldn't believe it. Under the attack of his 2 strongest moves, it was still alive? The most critical point was that the opponent had already been attacked by a god-level awakener, and half of its body had been shattered. Yet even so, it was still so tricky to kill it despite the level difference. If others saw him suppressing a spirit-level monster while shaking his head and sighing that he hadn't killed it, they would probably call him a monster. Spirit-level beings all possess martial energy for protection and attack. Even after death, their bodies can remain uncorrupted for 100 years. Roar! A loud sound erupted from underground, and a purple beam shot up from the depths, piercing the sky. However, this desperate resistance had no effect in front of Lin Feng's observation hockey. With a slight sidestep, he dodged it. Although he wasn't yet strong enough to foresee the future, dodging an attack of this level with observation hockey was still quite simple. Should I go down to test my power? With this thought, Lin Feng hesitated for less than a second before jumping down. He was somewhat timid. However, something still needed to be verified personally. Moreover, now he was 100% sure he wouldn't face disaster. Bang! Lin Feng fell to the bottom of the pit. Opening his 6 eyes, even in the darkness, he could clearly see the rotting figure of his opponent. Under Lin Feng's attack, the opponent's body had already exposed white bones. It was clear that survival was impossible. Roar! Seeing Lin Feng descend, the demon wolf let out a furious roar, instantly covered by a layer of purple martial aura. Lin Feng also covered his hands with 10 points of mental power. In an instant, a beam of light radiated from Lin Feng's hands. Upon seeing this light, the demon wolf's eyes widened. This was martial aura. How could a complete stage awakener possess martial aura? However, after confirming again, it wasn't martial aura. It was pure, high-purity mental power, already approaching the level of martial aura. The source of human power comes from energy, which, after compression, transforms into mental power, and then into martial aura. Each step is a qualitative leap. This is also why the gap between each realm is enormous. Lin Feng's initial energy was compressed to an extremely high degree. It was almost about to surpass mental power and reach the level of martial aura. Who wouldn't be astonished? Is that so? Glancing at his hands, as long as 2 pairs of eyes that extended like the sky shone in the darkness. Although Lin Feng's face was not visible, the demon wolf felt an unprecedented pressure. Its energy was severely depleted. First, half of its body was smashed, and then it was continuously ambushed and hit head-on. Its strength was almost non-existent. Moreover, the opponent was an exceptionally rare genius. Just at the complete stage, the mental power in his hands was already pushing into the realm of martial power. If it were to be killed today by a human who had crossed ranks, it would definitely be nailed to the pillar of shame, serving as a negative example for millions of years. Just as it was contemplating, Lin Feng moved. A huge sound echoed from the ground. The figures of one man and one wolf swiftly crossed each other, engaging in a frenzied melee. The vibrations continued to emanate from the ground, with large chunks of earth falling from above. The surrounding mountains were shaking continuously, even cracking. Finally, bang! Lin Feng threw a punch, directly piercing its skull, and not a single scratch was left on his body. All the attacks were perfectly blocked by infinite power. The cost was that the energy within him was almost completely exhausted. Even his mental power could not be replenished. He was in a completely empty state. Letting out a breath, Lin Feng opened the demon refining pot, took out a few remaining spirit stones, absorbed their energy, and casually tossed them into the pit. Then he slowly approached the giant wolf's corpse and extracted the demon core from its body. Humans and demons have always been irreconcilable. Being able to kill the demon wolf here also prevented it from growing into a calamity for the world. The demon core of a spirit stage demon was still diamond-shaped, but contained 3 strands of purple energy. These were the 3 strands of martial energy of the opponent. Let's leave here first. Lin Feng looked up and jumped upward. After several dozen minutes, he arrived at the evacuation point, where a crowd had already gathered. Upon seeing Lin Feng approach, Sure Xian's previously tense expression gradually eased. Damn, I knew you would be fine. What about that demon wolf? It didn't chase after you, did it? As he spoke, Sure Xian looked behind Lin Feng. How could it chase after me? If it wanted to kill us, none of us would escape. If it weren't for being beaten by a divine-level awakener, that spirit stage demon beast could easily kill us. That's right, but Gongsun Anqing actually wants us to kill a demon of this level. Conservatively estimating, we would need nearly 10 more years before we have a chance to team up. Watching the discussion of the 3 beside him, Lin Feng felt no urgency at all, as he had already slain the demon wolf. He just didn't know if Gongsun Anqing would recognize this lucky find. Meanwhile, other students from Lighthouse Country and other nations were quite frightened. What the hell? Why is a spirit stage demon beast appearing here? And it killed our only divine-level awakener. Don't talk nonsense. That divine-level awakener was just taken away by the mountain giant in the mist. Who lives or dies is still uncertain. Don't be so optimistic. I heard that this divine-level awakener just recently broke into the divine level. How could he deal with the legendary 3 great creatures? Only a peak divine-level expert would have a chance. Him? I estimate he's in serious trouble. Who cares? Anyway, he is not one of our country's awakeners. It doesn't matter how many die. What did you say? We humans must unite to fight against the demons. Unite? You guys from Lighthouse Country don't even know what you've done behind the scenes. As they spoke, the noise began to rise from all around, growing more intense. Just as it seemed like a fight was about to break out, a drone appeared from the sky. Ahem. Students, please immediately proceed to Lighthouse Country and submit your demon cores for evaluation. Hearing this, everyone reluctantly dispersed and headed toward the teleportation array. After a dozen minutes, they returned to the base city of the European Academy in Lighthouse Country. While everyone waited in the hall, the live broadcast screen still showed drones streaming from the sky. Dear citizens of Lighthouse, please do not panic. What just happened was a broadcasting accident, and everything is under control. The students have completed the competition, and now let me take you to see the situation within the Mountain Giant's Forbidden Zone. With that, the drone began to patrol the Mountain Giant's Forbidden Zone. They did not mention the fog that had appeared earlier or the disappearance of the divine-level awakener. Everyone knew very well that if this matter were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly cause a great panic. The divine-level awakener was killed by the Mountain Giant. This headline would have a tremendous impact. If it were released, it would surely dominate the headlines of various newspapers for months. However, if they were to terminate the live broadcast here, they would inevitably be suspected of having issues. So they could only bite the bullet and continue. They hoped that the giant wolf had already left. After all, given its severe injuries, the possibility of returning was still relatively high. Moreover, the crucial point was that it did not pursue those students, which further confirmed this statement. As the live broadcast camera moved, looking at the devastated ground covered in demon corpses, the barrage was filled with excitement. Damn, these demons are really weak. Whenever they encounter our human awakeners, they can only be slaughtered. That's right. I remember there was a transfer student from Dragon Country who single-handedly made these demons tremble in fear. Although he is not an awakener from Lighthouse Country, I still think he is strong. We must encourage each other as fellow humans. Makes sense. With so many demon corpses, it seems this forbidden area indeed hid quite a few demons. But that demon wolf is a hassle. It's probably very hard to kill. What are you afraid of? Aren't there still god-tier awakened ones? The comments on the barrage were buzzing. Looking at the corpses of the demons scattered all around, a feeling of confidence arose from within. It was as if they were not forced into a corner of the world, but simply chose not to attack the demons. However, the truth of the matter was known only to the students present. In front of that demon wolf, they didn't even have the thought of resisting. Who could possibly kill it? Moreover, there was an unfathomable presence behind it. Wow, the boss is amazing. Indeed, no matter where you go, having strength is impressive. With so many people participating in the competition, the barrage was all about discussing you. Breaking through to the perfect stage in such a short time, and even 1v3. A monster. Truly a monster. It's really outrageous. One could say it's unprecedented. Exactly. What god-level awakened ones? I can't stand that Gong Sun Anqing. He only deserves to warm my brother Lin's bed. Let's just forget about that. Sure, Xian and Mo Luan were there, singing praises back and forth. Listening from the side, Yang Hua also wanted to join their group of sycophants. However, as a proud martial artist from the Martial Arts Academy, he managed to calm himself down. And then his fighting spirit soared. He aimed to surpass Lin Feng and reach the perfect stage. To truly stand by Lin Feng's side and fight together against the demons invading the Dragon Kingdom in the future. Which young person doesn't have a dream of becoming a guardian of the Dragon Kingdom, protecting those they wish to protect? And Lin Feng will undoubtedly become the top combat power of the Dragon Kingdom in the future. To be able to fight alongside him is a tremendous honor. Just thinking about that scene made Yang Hua feel incredibly excited, almost wanting to rush back into the demon horde and kill a lot right now. Meanwhile, as the drones continued to probe deeper, something began to feel off among the surrounding peaks. There were terrifying pits and claw marks everywhere. There were even some remains of demons, clearly having died from the impact of an attack. What kind of battle could kill demons just from collateral damage? Seeing this horrifying scene, the drone's director also shouted that it was bad. But at this point, switching the camera would only lead to more serious consequences. They could only grit their teeth and press on. As the drones continued to delve deeper, the live stream had long since boiled over. Its popularity had surpassed 8 million. This was not like before. It was real numbers, without a trace of deception. My God, how could the 3 scratches on this black mountain be so huge? It looked like some giant creature clawed at it. Moreover, there were shattered rocks and ground everywhere. Had there been a great battle here? Could such a scale be the result of a spirit-level battle? Damn it, we've already gone several thousand meters in. There are signs of battle everywhere. What happened? Could it be the demon wolf Fenrir? As soon as this was said, the speed of the barrage on the screen instantly doubled. Because the shadow left by the demon wolf Fenrir was truly too great. Every time their city's army set out to exterminate demons and reclaim territory, this giant wolf would appear, hunting down their warriors, and even many martial artists have been killed by it. One could say that just mentioning the name Fenrir would make children cry. If the fact that this demon wolf caused their lighthouse kingdom to lose a god-tier awakened one were to be exposed, the psychological shadow it would leave would be several times greater. As the drone advanced, a dark, massive pit with a diameter of several hundred meters appeared before everyone. What is this? Did a meteorite crash here? How could there be such a huge pit? My God, is this the road to hell? The dark hole is bottomless. Could it be the lair of that demon wolf? Lair my ass. Meteorite my ass. Are the 2 upstairs stupid? Can a meteorite create such a smooth cut? Even with today's tools, it would be impossible to create such a smooth opening. Could this also be left over from that battle? But the participants in the competition are all awakened ones at the entry level. How could they cause a battle of this magnitude? It must have been left over from before. I suspect someone did this on purpose, just to make us guess in confusion. The barrage was rolling madly at this point. Everyone was constantly guessing in their hearts, wanting to know how this was caused. Meanwhile, upon seeing this opening, the students waiting in the waiting room suddenly widened their eyes. Good grief. Isn't this where the demon wolf was attacked by a god-tier awakened one? Right? How could such an opening appear? And there were no signs of battle before. The mountains and ground were intact. Could someone have killed the demon wolf? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Who could kill that demon wolf? It's a spirit-level demon beast. The awakened ones we have here are at most at the perfect stage. How could they possibly fight the demon wolf? Exactly. Although that demon wolf was injured, it would take much effort to kill a few perfect stage awakened ones. I'm at the perfect stage, and I admit this. The aura emitted by that demon wolf made me not even think of resisting. At the moment when everyone was discussing, a supervising teacher spoke up. Everyone looked at the dark pit in the video, their eyes wide open, their minds filled with confusion. How did this opening form? After they left, someone must have fought with this demon wolf. And this person couldn't possibly be a god-tier awakened one. It must be someone of similar strength. Spirit-level awakened ones are few and far between in the entire Lighthouse Kingdom. None of them are part of this Nordic Academy's test competition invitation. What on earth happened? Just as everyone was filled with confusion, the drone gradually approached the opening and turned on its built-in spotlight. It began descending into the pit. As the light went down, a howling wind gradually emanated from the dark opening. There were no obstacles along the way. After about 10 minutes, the drone landed on the ground and then turned on its extremely powerful light. As the light circled around the bottom, a black shadow flashed by. What was that? Did you see it? I saw it too. A black shadow was lying on the ground. What is it? At this moment, everyone focused intently. Although they weren't on sight, the surrounding darkness still gave them an immense sense of oppression. It could be seen from a few people sending barges. As the light continued to progress, a severely injured creature's corpse appeared on screen. In an instant, everyone staring at the screen held their breath. Even though they were separated by a screen, everyone seemed to smell the killing aura on it. What kind of creature is this? Why do I feel like just looking at it makes my eyes want to tear up? It seems to be dead. The ground around it was covered in blood, and it had many broken chains on its body. Could it be that these battle scars were caused by this monster? Or perhaps by another monster like it during a fight? Just as everyone was discussing this, shocked by the creature before them, someone finally recognized the giant creature. This is the demon wolf Fenrir. I saw it back when we participated in the expedition to the Forbidden Land. It was the one that killed 3 of our spiritual level awakeners in succession. As soon as these words were spoken, the barrage of comments exploded. Thank you, Shatter. Is it really that damn demon wolf? Good riddance. That's right. I've always found it unpleasant. It must have been killed by a god-level awakener sent by the upper echelons. I also heard that a god-level awakener went there. These battle scars must have been caused by our god-level awakeners from Lighthouse Nation pursuing it. Oh my god. With our god-level awakeners, any demon that comes will have to flee. That's right. The corpse of this giant wolf is proof. Seeing that the demon wolf Fenrir is actually dead, the people of Lighthouse Nation were jubilant, all speculating which god-level awakener had killed the wolf, naturally excluding the other candidates. Are you kidding? A demon wolf that could kill 3 spiritual level awakeners in succession will be taken down by another awakener of the same level, let alone a relatively weaker perfected stage. In front of spiritual level awakeners, it would be like a lamb to the slaughter. Just at that moment, when the people of Lighthouse Nation were celebrating, the candidates standing in front of the screen were wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were seeing. The corpse of the demon wolf. Is this the same wolf that could slaughter them with a wave of its hand? The chains on it clearly indicate the source of its martial aura. What kind of person could force out the martial essence of the demon wolf Fenrir? It should be noted that the god-level awakener at that time was taken away by the mountain giant. It couldn't possibly have been him. These foolish civilians. The god-level awakener they speak of is now in grave danger. Isn't this the time to be concerned about that? Who exactly killed the demon wolf? I don't know. Could it be that the god-level awakener ran away? It's possible. Otherwise, there's no way to explain everything happening right now. Thank you, Shatter, no matter who it is. This is too amazing. Yes, looking at the battle scars, it seems like it was a single person who killed it. Even if the demon wolf was injured, being able to kill a same-level opponent would definitely make them a standout among perfected stage awakeners. Everyone was abuzz, excitedly looking at the corpse on the screen. The demon wolf that had previously slaughtered them madly and left them with psychological scars was now dead before their eyes. How could that not make everyone feel relieved? Meanwhile, Sure Xin was also wide-eyed, staring intently at the screen. Holy crap. Boss, you didn't kill that demon wolf, did you? Upon hearing Sure Xin's words, Yanghua was immediately stunned and quickly spoke up. Don't talk nonsense. Although Lin Feng is indeed very strong, killing a demon beyond one's level? How is that possible? At the same time, Morin silently looked at the dark cave entrance. Why does this entrance look so familiar? He remembered seeing an identical entrance when hunting demons in the abandoned capital, although that one was much smaller. It also had an incredibly smooth, cut surface and an extremely perfect round shape. Could be. Thinking of this, Morin's pupils contracted, and he turned to look at Lin Feng, who was standing nearby. Lin Feng was resting his chin on one hand, looking at the screen with a thoughtful expression, showing no signs of just having gone through a fierce battle. Maybe I'm overthinking it? Morin shook his head. Sigh. I've really mythologized Lin Feng too much. After following him for a long time, I really started to believe he could do anything. A person killing 3 at the same level. His talent and upgrade speed is already enough to be considered monstrous. To kill beyond one's level? He didn't dare to think any further. If such a person really existed, the word monster would no longer suffice to describe him. Beast seemed more appropriate. Just as everyone was discussing this, the upper echelons of Lighthouse Nation immediately sent out an announcement. Citizens need not worry. This demon wolf has been killed by our god-level awakeners, and will not appear again in the future. As soon as this was said, everyone in Lighthouse Nation began to cheer and celebrate. Indeed, their god-level awakeners are invincible. A Mia demon wolf. Easily killed. Meanwhile, this drill competition had also ended. Due to the death of the god-level awakener responsible for the rankings, naturally, no one could rank them. In fact, the upper echelons of Lighthouse Nation even sent people to silence them, try to prevent them from going out and spreading rumors. After all, if this matter were to leak, it would cause unimaginable disasters. However, Lin Feng didn't care. He could easily swindle money from the beautiful country, which was worth dozens of times more than this scholarship. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and Sure Exine, along with others, had already returned to the Nordic Academy. Holy crap, boss! Is that person really you? Sure Exine continued to press Lin Feng. Lin Feng, however, didn't mind. He directly responded, yeah, I thought it was a good opportunity, so I just killed it. His words were said very casually. The people around him chuckled a few times. Boss, you're really humorous. Ha! I didn't expect you to have such a humorous side. The 3 surrounded Lin Feng, laughter echoing around. However, after laughing for a while, they realized that Lin Feng had no reaction at all. They were suddenly stunned. Their hearts tightened, and they hurriedly stepped forward to ask, that demon wolf really wasn't killed by you, right? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was speechless. Whether he admits it or not, they still ask. He didn't want to say anything more. So what if he picked up a leak? What's the big deal? Thinking of this, Lin Feng ignored them and walked back to his room. Since the task had been completed, all that was left was to report to Gong Sun Anqing. However, before he left, he still planned to make a good profit off them. He would buy all the spiritual fruits in Lighthouse Nation worth over 100 million. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. The few people behind him stared blankly at Lin Feng's figure, not responding. Did he just admit it? Finally, almost half a month later, Lin Feng consumed all the spiritual fruits he had bought with the high-grade spiritual stones synthesized from the lower-grade ones. A total of 5 spiritual fruits worth over 100 million. This was already the highest-grade spiritual fruit available in Lighthouse Nation. He had bought them all by himself. At this moment, he still had over 300 million in funds left unused. However, he didn't plan to exchange for anything else in Lighthouse Nation. These things were already enough. Those cheap spiritual fruits had little effect on a perfected stage awakener like him. After all, his physique had already been trained to the extreme. Even the effects of the highest grade spirit fruits are minimal. If a normal spirit fruit used to increase his strength by 100 points, now it can only add about 10 points. The effectiveness has significantly decreased. After a few bites, all 5 spirit fruits were consumed. These were the top grade spirit fruits he specifically bought, so they should have some effect. Strength 7,211, 7,230, 7,290, 7,312, 7,421, 7,519. The final attribute value stopped at 7,519. Meanwhile, other attributes showed almost no change. What the hell? It took 5 spirit fruits to increase my strength by this little? Lin Feng was a bit dazed. Logically, one could add over 100 points, and that was for a normal spirit fruit. This is a high-grade spirit fruit. Why is it so useless? It seems my physique has already been maximized, and the effect of spirit fruits has long diminished. With this thought, Lin Feng pondered for a moment. These spirit fruits were taken from the territory of demons. Could there be higher-grade items hidden by the demons? For instance, that magic wolf, its strength is so strong. It clearly didn't hold back on drugs. Since the Lighthouse Kingdom has nothing I need anymore, I might as well go back. With this in mind, Lin Feng quietly opened his computer and sent a message to Gong Sun Anqing. I've already killed the magic wolf. Can we consider this a pass? As soon as Lin Feng sent the message, someone replied immediately. Please wait. I will transfer this to Lord Gongsun right away. Seeing this message, Lin Feng was stunned. There's even someone to monitor the messages? No wonder they're God-level awakened. I just can't understand. After a while, Lin Feng, please send me the picture. Upon seeing this message, Lin Feng took a photo of the demon core and sent it to Gongsun Anqing. After seeing the photo Lin Feng sent, the other party clearly fell silent for a moment. Is this really your doing? I will go to the Lighthouse Kingdom to bring you back right now. Remember, do not expose your identity. At the same time, in a mansion far away in the Dragon Kingdom, a woman with an exceptionally sharp expression said softly to the person next to her, prepare a plane to the Lighthouse Kingdom immediately. But Lord Gongsun, do we need to report this to the higher-ups? No need. This is a secret operation. Do not tell anyone. Seeing her master so serious, she didn't dare to say much and immediately turned to prepare. Gongsun Anqing looked at the image on the screen, her pupils slightly moving, killing beyond one's level. Even I might not be able to do that, right? At this moment, Lin Feng looked at the message sent by the other party and felt something was off. What exactly is wrong? Looking around, Lin Feng couldn't find the problem. However, his intuition told him that there was indeed an issue. He still trusted his instincts. After waiting a bit longer, Lin Feng's pupils widened as he finally discovered what was wrong. Is this really your doing? Logically, the task Gongsun Anqing gave them was to kill this demon. How could she ask such a question? There must be something going on. With this thought, Lin Feng immediately opened the internet to see what had happened recently. He had been living a two-point life between his room and the martial arts hall for the past few days, completely unaware of what was happening outside. As he browsed the internet, his pupils slightly trembled. The information was truly explosive. Days ago, after Lin Feng killed the magic wolf, a colossal giant roared into the sky. Shortly after, a massive wave of demons began attacking the Lighthouse Kingdom's base cities. It was utterly insane. Moreover, 3 spirit-level demons led the charge. They formed 3 large siege teams that completely annihilated several small base cities of the Lighthouse Kingdom. Now, all incoming planes have been shot down. Almost no one could escape from here. It could be said that this place could turn into a battlefield at any moment. The upper echelons of the Lighthouse Kingdom also issued repeated announcements, stating that God-level awakened ones had gone to the front lines. Do not panic. The so-called giant can be stopped by God-level awakened ones. However, the current situation remains grim. The demons seem unstoppable. Just the first wave of attacks is set to obliterate the outer cities. What if more demons come? Or even higher-level demons attack? What if that mountain giant comes in person? Wouldn't that leave no one able to escape? However, some speculate that the mountain giant might not be able to move its body at all, because it has always appeared alongside the mist, and the mist only appears in the Iron Forest. So, is it because I killed that magic wolf that the Lighthouse Kingdom has been targeted by the demons? Lin Feng felt somewhat speechless at this point. He didn't expect that a single action would trigger a collective response from the demons. The reason for this response might be that this magic wolf was under the mountain giant's command. The mountain giant probably thought there were no spirit-level awakened ones left in the area, so it didn't pay attention to it. Who knew Lin Feng would kill it beyond its level? This naturally infuriated the mountain giant. When hitting a dog, one must look at its owner. Moreover, these high-intelligence demons would feel embarrassed if they didn't take some action. However, Lin Feng didn't expect that Gongsun Anqing would choose this moment to personally come and take him away. With this thought, Lin Feng felt slightly moved inside. In such a dangerous time, she traveled thousands of miles to the Lighthouse Kingdom. He didn't expect her to seem so cold, yet be quite responsible for her students. Lin Feng couldn't help but have a better impression of Gongsun Anqing. However, at such a critical moment, he still needed to have some self-protection ability and couldn't rely on others. Opening the system panel. As soon as Lin Feng's voice fell, a panel popped up. Host, Lin Feng talent, none level. Superstar full stage strength, 75-19 speed, 69-28 stamina, 82-17 abilities, staff and sword technique, conqueror's hockey, 75, armament hockey, 75, observation hockey, 76, heavy fruit, 100, curses, unlimited curse technique, 100, technique reversal, 25, 6 eyes, 83, infinite void, 25, as terrifying as ever. How many free points do I have left? He had killed quite a few demons in the recent competition, and even that spirit-level demon was killed by him, so he should have a lot of free points. 27. Sure enough, 27 points. That should be enough to strengthen one ability to 100. Among the 3 types of hockey, the strongest is Conqueror's hockey, and the ability of 6 eyes is already sufficient. So let us enhance Conqueror's Haki. System, help me enhance the Conqueror's Haki to 100. Gojo Satoru's abilities are completely sufficient. It needs to be adjusted to enhance the 3-color Haki. Ding. Consume 25 of the free play points. Remaining 2 of free play points. The Conqueror's Haki has been enhanced to 100, rewarding the host with a derived ability of Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki, Entanglement. Awesome. There really is a new ability. It's still the Conqueror's Haki Entanglement that enhances weapon range and power. The ultimate ability of Conqueror's Haki. I don't know how many times stronger it is compared to the Armament Haki Entanglement. Conqueror's Haki, Entanglement. Lin Feng activated his ability and drew his staff sword. The originally ordinary staff sword instantly transformed into a black-purple color, covered by layers of black mist. Even black lightning flickered above, tearing the surrounding space apart. With a slight movement, bang! A table 3 meters away from the staff sword was instantly shattered into pieces. Such powerful force. Lin Feng's pupils shook. Didn't he expect that enhancing it to 100% would actually have such benefits? If he had known, he would have enhanced the other aspects of Conqueror's Haki to 100 first. Who knows if Observation Haki reaches 100? The system might reward him with a temporary ability to foresee the future. Wouldn't that be awesome? However, he could only think about it. Meanwhile, Lin Feng allocated the remaining 2 free points to Observation Haki, enhancing it from 76 to 78. Although it was just 2 points, the range was greatly increased. This ability is different from the 6 eyes. It doesn't require seeing the attack to sense the threat to himself and dodge it. A few minutes later, Lin Feng walked downstairs, and the others were already there. Upon seeing Lin Feng arrive, they immediately came over. Boss, it's been a few days since we last saw you. What should we do now? Should we run? Yes, this place is too dangerous, but if we run, we have nowhere to go. Listening to the discussions of the few people, Lin Feng nodded. Leaving is definitely necessary, but let's wait a few days. In a few days, Gongsun Onqing should arrive, and then it won't be too late to run. However, the fewer people know about this matter, the better. To prevent the Black Crow sect from learning about Gongsun Onqing's departure and causing trouble in the 3 base cities of Longhua. All right, we'll listen to you, boss. Sure, Xin was the first to speak, and the others nodded as well. With Lin Feng here, what are they afraid of? As long as it's a decision made by Lin Feng, it's generally the best decision. This has been verified by facts. I have something to do, so I'll go out for a while. Lin Feng said softly as he walked out the door. As soon as he stepped outside, his gaze became sharp. He now had important matters to address. Previously, in the Iron Forest, there was an explosion sound that awakened that magical wolf. Although this incident allowed him to take advantage of the situation and kill the wolf early, it still put him in an extremely dangerous situation. Moreover, because of this incident, it provoked the mountain giants, leading to a frenzied attack by the demons on human base cities. This had never happened before. The demons in the forbidden area, although dangerous, would never attack humans for no reason, and he could already guess who the instigator was. As Lin Feng walked through the campus of a Nordic academy, he immediately attracted the attention of those around him. So handsome. Isn't he that transfer student from Longhua? Hey, look here, look here. I feel like something's off with him today. His expression is too distant, but somehow he looks even cooler. Indeed, it seems he is heading towards the vice principal's office. Could it be that he made a mistake and is being summoned? Hurry, let's go take a look. We can't let the principal expel him. Seeing Lin Feng walking forward, several people immediately followed. He is now considered a prominent figure at the Nordic Academy, a public enemy. Plus, with his previous performance in the competition, dominating the restricted area, brutalizing the sword and blade. A person with both strength and looks like him draws attention no matter where he appears. A few minutes later, knock, knock, knock. Lin Feng knocked on the door of Vice Principal George's office. Come in. A standard lighthouse accent came from inside. Lin Feng pushed the door open and walked in. At that moment, several students were standing inside, undergoing self-reflection. Upon seeing Lin Feng enter, they were slightly startled. Could this prominent figure also have made a mistake? Is he going to be punished by the principal? However, Lin Feng casually sat down on a genuine leather sofa in the room, crossing his legs comfortably. The few people watching were dumbfounded. Wow, is he this bold? Does he really treat this place like his home? Seeing Lin Feng, George's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness before quickly calming down. Lin, what brings you here? Hearing the principal's inquiry, Lin Feng, lounging on the sofa, extended his right hand, looked at George, and smiled as he said, It's nothing, just wanted to ask you a few things, George. Hearing Lin Feng call him by his first name, George's eyebrows twitched slightly before quickly settling down. The others around were shocked by Lin Feng again. Wow, does this transfer student not want to live anymore? Although Principal George looks amiable, his methods of dealing with people are quite ruthless. It's over, this kid is doomed. He is so bold, completely disregarding the vice principal. If I were in this position for so many years and let a student be this arrogant, I would definitely explode. Who cares? He's not from our lighthouse country anyway. In reality, George's anger was even greater. Anyone could mock him, but only this Lin Feng, who had repeatedly thwarted him, was intolerable. Lin, I hope you can correct your attitude. Otherwise, I have the right to expel you. Upon hearing the other party's words, Lin Feng smiled. An exceptionally arrogant smile. So much so that the entire office echoed with his hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. After laughing for a while, he finally stopped, his expression gradually returning to normal. The several lighthouse students standing there were already dumbfounded. This kid, doesn't he want to live? Meanwhile, outside the principal's office, the girls hiding nearby also perked up their ears. This is the first time hearing Lin Feng's laughter. For a moment, several of them displayed infatuated smiles. However, they were still somewhat puzzled as to why Lin Feng was laughing loudly in the vice principal's office. What happy thing happened? Could it be that the principal is going to award him a medal? It would be reasonable to award a medal. If that match hadn't been interrupted, he would definitely have come in first. That makes some sense. Meanwhile, inside the office, looking at Lin Feng, who was laughing out loud in front of him, George was momentarily stunned. That's right, he wasn't angry. He was shocked. Could it be that my identity has been discovered? Thinking of this, George's face suddenly turned pale. His strength wasn't very strong, only at the entry level, and if his identity was discovered, he wouldn't even be able to run away. Recently, his actions had indeed been quite frequent, and one could say he was targeting Lin Feng at every turn. However, each step wasn't taken by him personally. It was impossible for him to be discovered. With this in mind, George immediately straightened his face and said, Lin, I hope you can correct your attitude. I don't care who you are behind the scenes or what status you have in the Dragon Kingdom. Once you come to our lighthouse country, you must obey our orders. Otherwise, I have the right to deport you back to your country. Now write me a 30,000 word self-criticism. I want to see it on my desk first thing tomorrow morning. Upon hearing this, the surrounding students felt as if their hearts had been struck by lightning. Deportation? That's too humiliating. Just when they thought Lin Feng would compromise at this moment. Bang! George, who was originally sitting behind the desk, was suddenly sent flying. He crashed heavily into the wall, and a few streams of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Lin Feng stood where the desk used to be, slowly retracting his extended shoe. My shoes are now dirty, worth 20,000 yuan. Seeing this scene, the students standing nearby had their jaws drop to the ground. Their eyes bulged out of their sockets, staring in disbelief at everything before them. A thought kept echoing in their minds. Am I not dreaming? Am I dreaming? Dreaming. Hearing the huge noise, the fangirls outside couldn't hold back any longer. Bang! With a loud crash, they burst through the door. Instantly, they were met with a terrifying scene, and they froze on the spot. What did they see? The transfer student from the Dragon Kingdom was standing there, while Vice Principal George lay among the ruins in the distance. Even the dullest person could almost guess what had happened. This is too intense, right? Although I've disliked him for a long time, to actually do it, he really is something else. So awesome. Even as a guy, I want to scream along with the girls. Damn, bro, you can't be revealing your true colors now, right? George, who was lying on the ground, was momentarily dazed the moment Lin Feng kicked him away. He scanned the crowd gathered around him in confusion. Finally, his gaze landed on Lin Feng in front of him. Then he exploded with rage. I will definitely expel you, and I will send you to the Purple Dolphin Prison in Lighthouse Country. Upon hearing the mention of the Purple Dolphin Prison, everyone around gasped. That place is the safest prison in Lighthouse Country. Since its establishment, no prisoner has ever escaped from it. And most importantly, it houses awakened ability users. Not a single ordinary person. Going there is almost equivalent to being isolated from the world. Little brother, you should quickly apologize to Principal George. Yes, no matter what happened, just apologize to him first. If you really get sent to the Purple Dolphin Prison, it will be too late. That's right, once you enter that kind of place, even if countries come to demand you back, they won't let you out. Principal George, please spare him. He might not know the rules here since he just arrived in Lighthouse Country. Damn, I remember we are relatively free, right? Is the Dragon Kingdom freer? No matter what. He must not be locked up. Listening to the crowd pleading for Lin Feng, George inexplicably regained some confidence. Logically speaking, the other party shouldn't have discovered anything wrong with him. Every time he appeared before Lin Feng, he presented a kind and friendly image. How could he possibly expose himself? Moreover, those several fully awakened ability users have been silenced and Wu Ti spilled the beans. There was only one possibility. The Dragon Kingdom student in front of him was seeking death. You, apologize to me right now. Follow the Dragon Kingdom's etiquette to that so-called Yellow Emperor and bow 3 times, and I will let you go. George trembled with anger, pointing at Lin Feng. This was just for show for the students. In reality, he was still quite pleased. After all, Lin Feng stood before him without moving. He must know what mistake he made and is regretting it. However, Lin Feng slowly raised his head to look at him. Even through the eye mask, it still made George's heart shiver. But with so many people watching, he couldn't back down. Apologize immediately. Otherwise, I will report you. Hee. Has the maggot of the Black Crow Church become so arrogant now? Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the crowd fell silent instantly. The Black Crow Church, a terrifying existence that cannot be mentioned in any city. Hearing this, George's face turned pale. His outstretched hand trembled slightly. What? What did you say? What Black Crow Church? I don't understand. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng stopped hesitating. He immediately activated the heavy fruit. In the next second, it was as if an invisible giant hand was gripping George's neck, slowly lifting him up. His face turned purple instantly, like a pig's liver. The crowd around was filled with shock. Lin Feng slowly walked forward, slightly moving his finger. George's clothes were instantly torn apart, revealing a black crow symbol tattooed on his shoulder. This was a mark unique to the Black Crow Church. Seeing this scene, the surrounding students were instantly dumbfounded. They never expected that the principal of the academy was actually a member of the Black Crow Church. Holy shit, tell me this isn't true. Yes, actually a member of the Black Crow Church? How did this Dragon Kingdom student discover his secret after all these years? Yeah, George has been here for over 10 years, and those who can become principals have gone through layers of screenings. The crowd murmured. At this moment, realizing the situation was exposed, George was already in despair. He had hidden here for so many years, finally ready to serve. Yet he was discovered by an awakened one from the Dragon Kingdom. No wonder the church master wanted me to kill you. Hearing the other party's words, Lin Feng was somewhat puzzled. Church master? I have no grievances with your church master. Why would he want to kill me? This was indeed the case. It seemed he hadn't offended anyone, right? Moreover, his displayed combat power, while high, shouldn't he warrant the personal attention of a church master wanting him dead, right? Hearing Lin Feng's question, George burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you're finished. Once the church master sets his sights on you, no one can survive. Is that so? But you are doomed. Saying this, Lin Feng activated the heavy fruit. Instantly, the sound of bones tightening echoed. Crack! A sound of breaking bone rang out, as bone spurs erupted from his body. A painful scream suddenly rang out, sending chills down the spines of the surrounding students. They dare not look back. Since the other party wanted him dead, there was nothing more to say. Killing him would be the end of it. Lin Feng turned away, intending to leave. Just as he was about to depart, a terrified voice came from behind. Don't tell me. He didn't give him a chance. Lin Feng walked out of the room. Would such a low-level pawn know the identity of the leader? That was nonsense. However, he could roughly guess where the so-called Black Crow leader was. The Dragon Kingdom. Since the other party knew his movements, they must be in the Dragon Kingdom, and holding a high position, because the God Creation Project could only be known by the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, and most importantly, this was a training session arranged solely by Gongsun Anqing. Even the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom might not know immediately, right? Unless they had planted someone next to the God-level Awakeners. A God-level Awakener can clearly sense even the slightest change in a person's emotions. Planting an undercover agent beside her? The infiltration ability of the Black Crow sect was indeed somewhat terrifying. With these thoughts, Lin Feng had unknowingly walked to the dormitory area for transfer students. He climbed the stairs. As soon as he entered the corridor, a fragrant aroma hit him. Wow, who ordered takeout? Lin Feng sniffed the air. This level. It must be at least 5-star chef quality. Who enjoys life so much? If he had known, he would have ordered takeout too. With so much money, why not eat something good? What a miscalculation. Shaking his head, Lin Feng took out his keys, unlocked the door, and slowly turned the doorknob. Creak. The wooden door opened with a slight squeak. The aroma in the air became even more intense. Lin Feng frowned and walked towards the room. This smell definitely came from his room. At this time, it could silently enter his room. It couldn't be the other 3 people. It could be the Black Crow sect. With this thought, Lin Feng slowed his pace, trying to make as little noise as possible. He slowly walked towards the hall, and as he stepped inside, a voice sounded. Back already? This voice was both familiar and unfamiliar. He could swear that there was only one person in the world who could make this sound. Gongsun Sr. How did you come so quickly? Smiling, Lin Feng stepped in. What came into view was the stunningly beautiful Gongsun Anqing and a table full of dishes. It's nothing. I couldn't wait, so I came first. The plane will arrive in a few hours. Hearing this, the corners of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. What the hell? Why take a plane? Wouldn't it be better to come by yourself? A flip of tens of thousands of miles. You really are like the wind, huh? I didn't come by flipping. Gongsun Anqing calmly replied, completely missing Lin Feng's point. Because in this world, there was no Sun Wukong. Hearing her words, Lin Feng felt a bit embarrassed, but he was somewhat hungry now, so he sat down and planned to eat. Gongsun Anqing, sitting opposite Lin Feng, frowned when she saw him so relaxed. What about the demon core? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately understood and reached into his pocket, taking out a demon core containing 3 strands of purple qi and handed it over. Upon seeing the demon core, Gongsun Anqing's beautiful eyes flickered. Although she had seen it in pictures before, seeing it in person was still somewhat surprising. How did you kill him? I smashed him to death. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, even Gongsun Anqing was shocked. Smash him to death, really? I meant to ask at what level you killed him. Complete stage. When he said this, Lin Feng was still using chopsticks to taste the dishes. While eating, he couldn't help but sigh. Delicious. The food was very tasty. If it were out of 10, Lin Feng would give it an 8. Plus, since it was made by the strongest ice queen in the world, he could eat it alone. That would add another 2 points. A perfect 10. After all, not everyone could enjoy a meal cooked by a god-level awakener. He estimated that even other god-level awakeners might not be able to enjoy it, right? With this thought, Lin Feng felt quite comfortable. You may be strong, but you still won't get to eat. Gongsun Anqing, however, was shocked by Lin Feng, killing an opponent at a higher level. This was absolutely unprecedented. In the past, those who could kill opponents at a higher level were only below the superstar rank. Once reaching the superstar 4th stage, entry stage, complete stage, spirit stage, god stage, each level had a gap as vast as the sky. It couldn't be compensated for by talent alone, and Lin Feng actually killed a spirit stage demon at a higher level. This kind of talent was only better than hers. If she knew that Lin Feng had even held back while killing the wolf demon, even jumping down to fight it in close combat, she would probably be even more shocked. Not bad, a junior from my Dragon Kingdom. But this wolf demon was already on its last breath, so it's acceptable, right? As always, she didn't like to praise. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was tasting the food with a fork and spoon, finding it quite awkward. Watching Lin Feng eat, Gongsun Anqing rested her chin on her hands. If I hadn't awakened my talent, would I still be an ordinary person now? A strange thought popped up, startling even her. At the same time, the news of Lin Feng killing the vice president of Lighthouse Country, George, had spread like wildfire. In an instant, the entire campus was buzzing with this news. Even the Awakeners Association sent people over, surrounding the entire campus. Rumors were flying everywhere. And even the officials didn't know what had happened. What? A follower of the Black Crow sect killed the vice president of Lighthouse Country, George. The mastermind behind this disaster was the Black Crow sect, which had been exposed by Lighthouse Country. Some even suspected that Lin Feng was a member of the Black Crow sect, who traveled thousands of miles to Lighthouse Country just to assassinate their vice president from the Nordic Academy. In an instant, the entire city was in an uproar. Although there were a lot of rumors, one thing everyone was certain of was that the Black Crow sect must be the culprit behind the demon attacks on them. At this moment, watching the rumors flying everywhere, the mayor of Nordic City was also panicking. What to do now? The vice president of the World Top Academy was actually a member of the Black Crow sect? If this got out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. The several officials below, hearing the mayor's words, also didn't know what to do. Just then a phone call came in. The mayor of Nordic City rushed over as if he had seen a savior and immediately answered the phone. Hello, I am Wang Biyu, the mayor of Nordic City. I am from the Lighthouse Country Martial Arts Association. Immediately seal the news. This matter must not be leaked. Remember, just push the incident onto the exchange student. Also, in a while, members of the Lighthouse Country Martial Artists Association will come over, and you all will go with them. Upon hearing this, Wang Biu's expression instantly became excited. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Mayor Wang immediately began to arrange for the reception of the members of the Martial Artists Association. After all, these are members of the Lighthouse Country Martial Artists Association. In any country, members of the Martial Artists Association are powerful individuals at the spirit level. Although they may not compare to the members of the Martial Arts Conference, they are definitely enough to handle an exchange student. Even though the truth of the matter is unknown, it is necessary to establish a good impression for the public. Therefore, the vice president of BU Academy must not be a member of the Black Crow cult. That leaves only one possible outcome. The exchange student from BU Academy killed the vice president, George. Wonderful. This not only eliminates the infiltration of the Black Crow cult, but also preserves the reputation of our BU Academy as the top academy. In the words of Long Country, it's killing two birds with one stone. Before long, the members of the Lighthouse Country Martial Artists Association arrived. It was a well-dressed man exuding a faint aura of menace. You are the mayor of BU? The other party's attitude was exceptionally arrogant. Yes, honorable member. I am a mayor of BU. Mayor Wong nodded and bowed, afraid of displeasing the other party, and this scene drew gasps of amazement from those around. However, this was quite normal. Spirit-level awakeners are extremely rare in the entire Lighthouse Country. The mayor can be replaced at any time, but spirit-level awakeners are not common. Take me to BU Academy, but it's just a minor inconvenience. I don't know why I have to come in person. The member was already somewhat impatient. In his view, the so-called exchange student was nothing special. There are dozens of exchange students who come to BU Academy each year, but to become a spirit-level awakener, that SA1 in 1,000 chance. For him to handle a little brat who has just entered or completed their awakening stage, it was truly embarrassing. Virum. The two got into the car. Mayor Wong stepped on the gas, and the car flew out like an arrow. In half an hour, they arrived at BU Academy. A crowd had gathered outside, unwilling to leave for a long time. Do you think they're really from the Black Crow cult? Of course. If this vice president wasn't from the Black Crow cult, why would they be surrounded? Don't talk nonsense. The mayor just debunked it, saying the vice president is absolutely clean, so it must be the exchange student's problem. Do you believe the official statement? I heard rumors within the academy and even saw the Black Crow cult's insignia. Wow, look over there. Isn't that the mayor? Damn, the mayor is actually driving in front. Who is he pulling? As soon as the car arrived, everyone immediately noticed it. And as the mayor got out of the car, the surrounding students and onlookers were dumbfounded. They often saw the new mayor giving speeches and participating in various events on television. But to see him in person today, actually driving for someone else? Who was he pulling? Everyone was shocked. At this moment, the person sitting in the back seat also opened the car door and got out. The two exchanged a few words and then walked towards the campus of BU Academy. The guard, upon seeing the two, did not dare to stop them. However, he knew he couldn't stop a spirit-level awakener. As the two entered the academy, the crowd was bewildered. Damn, did you see that? The mayor of BU was so respectful to that guy in the back seat. Who is he? He must be sent by the octagonal building. Otherwise, the mayor wouldn't show such respect. Exactly. BU City is the largest base city in the Lighthouse Country. Who can make the mayor drive for them? Come on, let us follow and see. Such a high-status person is here. As they spoke, the crowd moved toward the main gate, wanting to get a closer look. However, as soon as they reached the entrance, they were stopped. At this moment, the member noticed the situation and turned around, saying, "Let them in. With me here, no one can stir up trouble." As soon as these words were spoken, a terrifying martial aura erupted from him. The surrounding crowd felt a chill in their hearts. Terrifying. This kind of power. He was definitely a master among masters. At least in this academy, it was unlikely to find a second person who could contend with him. Honorable member, is it really okay to let the public see this? What is there to fear with me here? Moreover, isn't it better to let them spread the news? As he spoke, the member sneered. With his current strength in this academy, wouldn't he just have to say whatever he wanted? Who would dare to resist? If a deity doesn't come, he is the king here. Meanwhile, Mayor Wong, at this moment, also understood the situation and couldn't help but relax a bit. With a member here, what couldn't be accomplished? In the face of absolute power, the fist is the truth. At this time, the leaders within the academy also arrived. Mayor Wong, I'm sorry, the incident at BU Academy is our responsibility. Before the group could finish, they were interrupted by Mayor Wong, who then looked at the man beside him. This is a member from a certain place. Are you going to take responsibility, or will he decide? Upon hearing this, several leaders were taken aback. A certain place? The only place so high in status that even the mayor of BU wouldn't dare to name, it could only be the octagonal building. Honorable member, whatever arrangements you have, we will definitely cooperate. The few people bent down and smiled apologetically at the member. Despite their high status, they felt a bit nervous in front of this member. All right, I'm short on time. Take me to see that exchange student. Yes. This way, please. They headed toward the exchange student dormitory. Meanwhile, the students and the crowd outside followed closely behind. Everyone was guessing in their hearts. What kind of matter would involve someone from the octagonal building? The exchange student from Long Country is too impressive, doing something I've always dare not do. Exactly. I was there at the scene and saw that person had the Black Crow insignia. You can't be so absolute. The official has already debunked it. Stop arguing. We need to see it in person to confirm. However, I estimate this exchange student from Long Country is also going to be finished. He is really going to be locked up in the Purple Dolphin prison. The crowd behind was discussing animatedly. In just over 10 minutes, the group arrived at the villa of the exchange student. At this time, Lin Feng was still eating and completely unaware of what was happening downstairs. However, the people downstairs had already seen the approaching crowd from afar and were aware of the situation. Yet, Morin and the others still stood outside the door, showing no signs of retreat. As the crowd reached downstairs, one of the principals from BU Academy said sternly, "You three, where's Lin Feng? Call him down. I have something to ask him. I don't know. They haven't come back these days. With so many of you here, do you have opinions about our dragon country?" Sure Xan scanned the crowd and then fixed his gaze on the man in the black suit at the forefront. Upon hearing Sure Xan's words, Mayor Wang quickly stepped forward. Of course, it's not directed at dragon country. We just have something to discuss with this student. At this moment, sweat was about to pour down Wang's face. If it could be resolved quietly, it should be resolved quietly. If it escalated to that level, regardless of the outcome, he would definitely face consequences. I've already said it. Lin is not here. Please leave. Don't forget, although we are students of the Nordic Academy, we are also students of Dragon Country. Sure Xin waved his hand to start sending people away. The other two shared the same sentiment. They certainly knew Lin Feng was upstairs. However, given the aggressive approach of the other party, if they really took him away, who knew what might happen? After all, this was the territory of Lighthouse Country. No matter how powerful Dragon Country was, it couldn't reach this far, and Lin Feng had indeed killed an important figure. Hearing these words from the three, the man in black frowned slightly. In that case, is it okay if I go in to check? Saying this, the man stepped forward. A terrifying aura suddenly emerged. This immense pressure bore down on the three, making them tense up involuntarily. They exerted all their strength to resist this pressure. What a powerful force. They were completely no match for him, unable to even move. The onlookers behind them, although not the direct targets of this force, also turned pale. We've already said that this is where the exchange students from Dragon Country live. You have no right to check. Yang Hua steeled himself to speak. He was the only one left with the strength to speak here. However, the next second, a terrifying pressure was exerted upon the three. Bang! They instantly fell to the ground. The ground was cracked under the pressure. The man in black coldly looked at the three on the ground and said, "Dragon Country? Today I'm taking him away. What can Dragon Country do about it?" As soon as these words came out, the three on the ground had veins popping on their foreheads. Dragon Country? They actually dared to speak like this. If they had the strength, sure Xin would want to pin him to the ground and beat him up right now. But even resisting was impossible. The aura emanating from the opponent was enough to make them unable to fight back. The crowd watching this scene was also shocked. He is a spirit awakener. How could there be a spirit awakener here? Is he here to take that Dragon Country awaken away? How dare he directly pin someone to the ground? They are exchange students from Dragon Country. What were they afraid of? Would Dragon Country turn hostile over an exchange student? Yes, and at such a time, the truth is even more important. The crowd murmured. The man in black intended to go upstairs. Just then, two figures came down from above. It was Lin Feng and Gong Sun Anqing. As soon as Gong Sun Anqing stepped down, the pressure on the three suddenly vanished. The man in black slightly furrowed his brow. The crowd outside, upon seeing Gong Sun Anqing, held their breath. Even their hearts seemed to skip a beat. So beautiful. This was the collective thought of the crowd at that moment. A woman with skin like snow was walking forward with Lin Feng, inevitably sparking everyone's imagination. Has this young man already got a girlfriend? All right, I admit, in front of her, I do feel inferior. Sigh, I wonder if she minds sharing. I could be the second. Such an outstanding person is indeed already taken. I knew it. How could such a handsome guy not have people chasing after him? But I didn't expect. At this point, they secretly glanced at Gong Sun Anqing again. Such beauty made even the once very confident female students feel somewhat ashamed. Moreover, Gong Sun Anqing and Lin Feng were standing very close, almost touching. It was hard not to raise suspicions about their relationship. Listening to the crowd, Gong Sun Anqing's eyes turned cold. Her delicate fists clenched lightly. For some reason, she felt a bit uncomfortable. It wasn't because of what others said about her and Lin Feng's relationship, but because the person standing in front of her dared to ignore the rules of all countries and directly come to cause trouble in their dragon country. Intending to take Lin Feng away, her chest slightly heaving, Gongsun Anqing slowly spoke. Now I don't want to conflict with you. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings fell silent. Everyone couldn't believe that the woman in front of them dared to speak like this to someone from the octagonal building. However, the truth was right in front of them, making it hard for them not to believe it. Huh, you don't want to conflict with us? I advise you not to meddle in our affairs. I want to take your boyfriend away because we suspect he has links to the Black Raven sect. The man in black spoke indifferently. He couldn't see through Gongsun Anqing and had already regarded her as a spirit awakener who was being kept as a mistress. Such things had become commonplace internally. After all, when one becomes powerful, who wants to be bound? It was the same for both male and female awakeners. The upper management turned a blind eye to please them. However, as a spirit awakener, he had never been afraid of anyone. Hearing the words boyfriend, Lin Feng immediately tensed up. He glanced at Gongsun Anqing beside him, almost costing him his life just from a slight touch. Dude, if you want to die, don't drag me into it. I'm still young, and there are a lot of joys in life I haven't enjoyed yet. I don't want to die young. Actually, Lin Feng was just about to explain, but he was immediately stopped by Gongsun Anqing's hand. Don't be afraid. With me here, no one can take you away. Her voice was very pleasant, sending shivers through everyone present. This white-haired kid is too detestable, being supported by a beautiful woman and even flirting with the female students. Yes, if I were supported by such a beauty, I would be fine with anything. You step aside, let me come. At this moment, looking at Lin Feng being protected, everyone cast envious and angry glances at him, wishing they could pull him down and take his place. However, seeing that Gongsun Anqing didn't get angry about others calling them boyfriend and girlfriend, and even protected him, they were suddenly a bit moved. At this time, Lin Feng looked at the man in black in the distance, silently adjusted his sunglasses with his middle finger, instantly infuriating him. The man instantly released his power, wanting to suppress Lin Feng. However, standing behind Gongsun Anqing, no force could pass her to attack Lin Feng. Watching the furious man in the suit, Lin Feng finally experienced the feeling of being supported. So refreshing. Standing here, he could act at will, and the other party couldn't do anything about him. He finally understood why so many people wanted to be supported by rich women. Without any effort, they can easily overpower a spirit-level awakened, leaving the other party with no way to respond. This friend, regardless of where you are from as an awakened, I hope you won't obstruct us in our business. The man in the suit quietly spoke, taking a step back. He already felt that he was not as strong as the stunning woman in front of him and planned to invoke the name of the Lighthouse Nation. Is that so? Then in front of me, you attack my boyfriend, and if you were to sever your own arms now, then that would be that. When she mentioned her boyfriend, Gongsun Anqing clearly hesitated. Even she didn't expect to say this offhandedly, without any psychological burden. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng and the three from the Dragon Nation who had already stood up were dumbfounded. Boyfriend? When did Lin Feng manage to win over Gongsun Anqing? Wow, Boss Lin, you're amazing. Even a god-level awakened is being suppressed by you. Don't talk nonsense. I haven't done anything. Before he could finish his words, Lin Feng immediately covered his mouth. If he continued, he might end up losing his life. However, even with his mouth covered, Sure Xin was still wildly making faces. Showing a knowing expression, Lin Feng felt an urge to go online and ask how to silently dispose of a large piece of meat from a sewer. Meanwhile, seeing this scene, Morin and Yang Hua coughed lightly and gave him a thumbs up. But jokes aside, there were more important matters to handle. At this moment, the man in black was so furious that he was about to explode. The veins on his forehead were throbbing, his fists were clenched tightly, and a terrifying aura caused debris on the ground to leap up, as if a steamroller had just passed through. Gongsun Anqing remained unfazed. The atmosphere around her was extremely oppressive. All right, since I became an awakened, no one has ever dared to threaten me like this. As soon as these words were spoken, a series of gasps echoed through the crowd. Bart, once a prodigious figure among the younger generation of the Lighthouse Nation. I remember Bart disappeared years ago, right? Yes. After participating in a competition in the Lighthouse Nation and winning first place, no one saw him again. There were rumors that he died, but unexpectedly, he appeared here. He was the #1 in the Lighthouse Nation back then, and after disappearing for so long, he actually became a spirit-level awakened. He must have been secretly taken away by the country and cultivated with great resources. Such talent wouldn't be left to fend for itself. I didn't expect that upon seeing him today, he'd come here to attack the Dragon Nation. I've heard he wasn't very friendly towards the Dragon Nation in the past. This woman remains unfazed in front of Bart. She must also be a strong one. But why haven't I seen her before? At this moment, everyone noticed that Gongsun Anqing clearly had some power. Otherwise, Bart would have probably attacked long ago. Saying this, Bart gathered all his strength and prepared to strike at Gongsun Anqing, forcibly taking Lin Feng and the others away. However, the next second, a cold voice rang out. Humph. The moment everyone heard this sound, it was as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Their blood seemed to freeze. Terrified expressions appeared on everyone's faces. This was due to Gongsun Anqing holding back her power. At this moment, not a trace of her strength leaked out to those around her. They already felt this extreme cold. As for Bart, who had been struck by Gongsun Anqing's attack, he was completely stunned in place, as if covered in a thick layer of frost. He seemed like a piece of frozen meat. Only his pair of incredibly fearful eyes could describe his current feelings. However, I already gave you a chance, Gongsun Anqing said lightly. Then, with a wave of her hand, clap, a crisp sound rang out in the venue. Everyone clearly heard this sound, and then the Bart who had been frozen instantly turned into a flurry of snowflakes. Seeing this scene, the surrounding crowd was so terrified that they almost stopped breathing. Instant kill. A spirit level awakened was actually killed in one move by the woman in front of them. Moreover, the way she did it seemed so casual, as if she hadn't just killed a spirit level awakened, but merely an ordinary monster. This terrifying scene unfolded before everyone's eyes, making it hard for them to believe. The once genius of the Lighthouse Nation had just revealed himself to the world and was instantly killed. Originally, he was the one who would instantly kill others. However, the reality was the opposite. Hiss! A sound of gasping for air arose everywhere. Everyone couldn't believe what had just happened. They even suspected they were still dreaming. But this was impossible. I only saw a flash of white light and extreme cold. And Bart was gone. That's right. Me too. Could be that Bart was killed. When this awakened spoke this sentence, his voice was trembling, clearly not daring to believe it himself. A spirit level awakened, Bart, could be killed by a woman. Moreover, this was not after a battle. It was an undeniable instant kill. Unreasonable dominance is something only a very strong awakened can possess. The so-called dignity of a king cannot be insulted. Who dares to disagree? Then she will make the other party agree. Apart from physical rules, she can change all human-made rules. And Gongsun Anqing gave everyone this feeling. However, this statement did not receive unanimous agreement. Some found it suspicious. Instant killing a spirit level awakened, even the strongest awakened of the same level couldn't possibly do that, right? That's right, I thought so at first too. But there's a type of awakening ability that allows for unreasonable instant kills of the same level. The ability you mentioned has significant side effects, but does she look like someone who has issues? Moreover, not only side effects, but even if used, it shouldn't yield an instant kill effect. There should be a long preparation phase instead. Could it be that she is a god-level awakened? Impossible. There are only 2 god-level awakens in the Dragon Nation. And how could they leave their own territory to come to our Lighthouse Nation? Don't they fear being besieged by our god-level awakens? Exactly, and god-level awakens are always high and mighty, standing above the clouds. How could they stand so close to such a weak awakened, looking like they have a good relationship? Saying this, everyone turned their gaze to Lin Feng, who was standing beside Gongsun Anqing. Then they all nodded, agreeing with this statement. And what kind of physique does Lin Feng have now? Naturally, he heard every word of these people's discussion. His brows immediately twitched. What do you mean such a weak awakened? Are you looking down on me? Do you believe that I could right here? All right, now come back with me to the Dragon Nation. Gongsun Anqing turned around and spoke to Lin Feng, her tone even carrying a hint of concern. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately nodded. If being a kept man means being a kept man, then there's nothing wrong with that. The Nordic Academy students who witnessed this scene were already dumbfounded. Are they really just going to leave like this? Just killed a vice president who claimed to be from a Nordic Academy and also a spirit tier awakener from them. Isn't this inappropriate? Is there really no one who can control them? However, they really can't do anything. The spirit tier awakener has been killed, and if they go up, they'll just be cannon fodder. They can only watch helplessly as a few people leave. Just as everyone was about to follow Gongsun Anqing and leave the Lighthouse Nation, a sudden dark cloud covered the originally clear sky over the Nordic Academy. In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, as if a great storm was about to arrive. What the hell? Is a celestial being descending? I remember the weather forecast said it would be sunny today. You believe in the weather forecast? Wait, could this be caused by someone's awakening ability? Don't joke around. the size of this dark cloud is spreading, almost covering the entire city. Everyone looked up at the sky in shock, utterly confused. Why was the sky clear just a moment ago, and now it's filled with dark clouds? However, at this moment, Gongsun Onqing let out a cold snort after the dark clouds appeared. You people from the Lighthouse Nation really love to put on an act, don't you? As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes turned an extreme cold color. In an instant, a large amount of icy mist enveloped the entire high altitude. Even snowflakes began to fall. Even the previous dark clouds were about to be completely covered. Watching this bizarre scene, the citizens in the Nordic Bay City were already dumbfounded. God, is this a doomsday warning from the gods? Why is it thunder and rain one moment and snow the next? It's not even snowing season, right? Plus, the seasons have been increasingly chaotic, and it hasn't snowed for years. In an instant, the streets of the Lighthouse Nation were filled with citizens watching the falling snowflakes, marveling. Little did they know, as soon as one person's thought moved, the entire Bay City would turn into an ice cave. 10,000 people turned to ice. At this moment, in the Nordic Academy, everyone was left speechless at Gongsun Onqing's abilities, changing the weather with a flick of the wrist. This could only be done by a divine tier awakener. Moreover, the ice and snow ability. Could it be the only SSS-level awakener from Blue Star, Gongsun Onqing? Everyone thought this, when suddenly a loud thunderclap rang out from the sky. Girl, this is my Lighthouse Nation's territory. Don't be too arrogant. As soon as these words were spoken, the thunder and lightning in the sky seemed to become agitated. Lin Feng felt the power that could determine the life and death of a city, feeling no fear, only longing. Meanwhile, the surrounding citizens of the Lighthouse Nation felt their hearts surge. This kind of strength is absolutely their nation's divine tier awakener. Now the people from Long Nation should surrender, right? They've been beaten up continuously. Now it's their turn to fight back. If you want to fight, feel free to try. But I'll warn you, once we start, I won't hold back. As soon as these words were spoken, the voice in the sky fell silent for over 10 minutes. During this silence, endless thunder roamed within the dark clouds, as if gathering some kind of power. The entire city became extremely oppressive, as if a great battle was about to break out at any moment. Although there was fear, the people in the city still had confidence in their nation's divine tier awakener. However, after a few minutes, the dark clouds in the sky actually dissipated. What the hell? Why did it disappear? Our divine tier awakener from the Lighthouse Nation isn't going to back down, right? Exactly. This is someone who can go into the academy and kill people. Are they just letting them go? Hearing the discussions of the crowd. Sure, XIN couldn't hold back anymore. Are you guys insane? I've already said that the vice president of the Nordic Academy is a member of the Black Crow cult, and you still don't believe it. Moreover, the chaos in the restricted area was also planned by this Black Crow cult. They set up a location in the restricted area filled with your Lighthouse Nation people. Sure, XIN was really furious at this moment, not wanting to watch them smear Lin Feng's reputation. He took a deep breath and revealed everything he knew. Upon hearing this, the people from the Nordic Academy were instantly dumbfounded. How is this possible? Our vice president from a Nordic Academy is a member of the Black Crow cult? No way, that's nonsense. I'll tell you, don't make baseless accusations. It must be that your student disagreed with the principal and then killed him. Yes, it must be this way. Anyway, you guys won, so you can say whatever you want. They completely refused to believe Sure Xion's words. After all, even if the divine tier awakener retreated, they could still criticize, unaware that if the two of them fought here, they would all be finished. Such idiots would rather believe this was an attack planned by other countries than accept that there was a problem within their own ranks. Hearing this, Sure Xian couldn't help but laugh in anger. They worked hard to help these people eliminate their enemies. Yet instead of being grateful, they frequently caused trouble. If it weren't for Gongsun Onqing being here, who knows what would have happened? Don't believe me? I have photos. Saying this, Sure Xian took out his phone from his pocket. Upon seeing this, Morin was dumbfounded. Wow, you actually recorded this. A few minutes later, Sure Xian uploaded all the videos he had filmed to the forum. Sure enough, as soon as it was uploaded, it immediately caused a huge uproar in the Lighthouse Nation. What the hell? Are these people from our Lighthouse Nation? Oh my god, I hope these people can ascend to heaven in the future. Are you upstairs, stupid? They're not dead. They're just imprisoned there. So this incident was really planned by someone. I said as soon as the competition had an incident. The next second the Nordic Academy had problems. It really is related. This person from Long Nation is our friend. He helped us pull out a thorn and should be rewarded. It's likely he doesn't even care. His girlfriend is a divine tier awakener. Shut up. Don't say nonsense. they are just teacher-student relations. At this point, the citizens of the Lighthouse Nation had no choice but to believe SlaysMutan's words. This time, their Lighthouse Nation was indeed wrong. Those who had previously doubted SlaysMutant felt a burning shame on their faces. They didn't dare to stay here any longer and hurriedly fled. In an instant, the entire Nordic Bay city was denouncing Lin Feng, questioning the Lighthouse Nation about why such high-status individuals were being eaten away by the Black Crow cult. Instead of investigating, they were looking for their benefactor from Long Nation. For a time, the Nordic Bay city was in an uproar. Meanwhile, the higher-ups rushed to investigate all those close to him, even his family members. However, most of them had disappeared, vanishing without a trace, completely cutting off their investigation sources, leaving them empty-handed. This news also reached Long Nation, where the entire country erupted in laughter. Even the Martial Arts Academy learned of this matter. At this moment, within the Martial Arts Academy, Gongsun Anqing, this girl, actually managed to poach Lin Feng before I could. It makes me furious. Looking at the news online, at this moment, Old Dragon's beard was standing on end with anger. He had been asking about Lin Feng's whereabouts every day. When the latter faked his death, it saddened him for quite a while. Just as he finally learned from Gaowen that Lin Feng was still alive, he didn't even have time to be excited before the kid was whisked away. This is a rare genius in Longhua. He is about to grow up, and who knows, he might even break the limits of the god level. Yet, such a genius cannot be taught by him, which is truly a pity. Old Dragon, I want to fight this Lin Feng. A muscular black-haired boy spoke to Old Dragon. He was another member of the god-making plan, following Old Dragon for training. The two other awakened ones nearby shared the same sentiment. They had worked hard to cultivate, hoping to gain the recognition of a god-level awakener. Yet each time Old Dragon only shook his head and sighed. He would say that if he were there, even with half of his strength, it wouldn't be enough. They were also the top powerhouses of Longhua. Logically speaking, Gongsun Anqing is a personal god-level awakener, and it is said that she has a bad temper. Therefore, Old Dragon from the Martial Arts Academy became the first choice, and the competition was the fiercest. Yet, unexpectedly, the other team was favored while they were ignored. As proud geniuses, they naturally felt displeased. Hearing this, Old Dragon glanced at a few of them and nodded. You are quite arrogant. You really need some training. It's just in time that you have reached the complete stage. It's time to test your training results. I'll arrange a match for you. Although these few were talented, their ambition was too great. As the saying goes, extremes lead to opposites. If they faced someone of equal strength who couldn't beat them, or was someone much stronger who defeated them, they wouldn't accept it either. He was worried about how to resolve this, but these few had come up with a solution. If Lin Feng were here, he would definitely win. This was Old Dragon's confidence. In his heart, Lin Feng was already a monstrous genius, even more outrageous than the young demons of the past. Upon hearing his words, the three of them let out cold snorts. They wanted to see how strong someone whom Old Dragon valued so highly truly was. Meanwhile, Gongsun Anqing said, Lin Feng, let's go to the border. I want to see how strong you are. She looked at Lin Feng, her tone unexpectedly softening a bit. If it were before, she would never have acted this way. Okay, Lin Feng nodded in response. Seeing this scene, the remaining three exchanged glances. Boss, even if we are too weak, we can't just give up like this. However, they really had no argument. Among them, Lin Feng was the most likely to become a god-level awakener. Naturally, he was prioritized for cultivation. Just as Gongsun Anqing planned to take Lin Feng to the border of the forbidden area, Lin Feng spoke up. Senior Gongsun, could you hold my hand for a moment? Upon hearing Lin Feng's request, Gongsun Anqing paused noticeably. Lin Feng hurriedly explained, my awakening ability allows me to instantly travel from here to the border, but I need to touch someone else to do it. Saying this, Lin Feng extended his arm towards Gongsun. All right. She hesitated for a moment and then grasped Lin Feng's hand, her voice unconsciously changing. In the past, she would never have allowed anyone to touch her. But now, facing Lin Feng's request, there was no thought of resistance in her heart. Whoosh! In the next second, the two disappeared from their original spot, leaving everyone else dumbfounded. After all, they had never heard of such an ability. Morin was somewhat puzzled. What kind of strange ability is this? And it has to involve holding hands? Indeed, if they also wanted to teleport, holding hands with Lin Feng felt quite odd. Sure, Xin also expressed his thoughts. Meanwhile, Gongsun Anqing and Lin Feng had already teleported to the border of the Lighthouse Nation. At this moment, the outskirts of the Lighthouse Nation were under furious attack from demon beasts, with various abilities flying everywhere. Demons and humans were entangled together in battle. This is good. You go down and clear out these demons. Gongsun Anqing released Lin Feng's hand, looking down at the chaotic mix of people and demons. She wanted to see Lin Feng's training results. All right, Lin Feng nodded, then looked at the large group of demons below. In this area, the number of demons was almost equal to that of humans. Moreover, the rare lower-tier demons and awakened ones were distributed like cabbages. Clearly, the Iron Forest Forbidden Area was serious this time, sending all elite troops, and the Lighthouse Nation wouldn't take it lightly, naturally bringing out all its strength to respond. There were tens of thousands of them, yet the awakened ones still seemed to be at a disadvantage, on the verge of collapse. Where should I start? Lin Feng scanned the area and finally selected a spot with a higher concentration of demons. Activating his limitless ability, he instantly moved there. As soon as Lin Feng appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding awakened ones. After all, anyone would take a second glance at a sudden appearance of a person, especially someone so young. Roar. At this moment, 3 or 4 lower-tier demons, seeing an awakened one dare to approach, instantly became enraged and charged at Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng had no time to waste with them. With so many demons around, it was the perfect time for him to unleash his power. Where could he find so many lower-tier demons before? This would increase his free points significantly. Lin Feng looked at the swarms of demons with excitement. He quickly took off the bag from his back and pulled out the staff sword inside. Swish! The divine weapon was drawn. The few lower-tier demons, seeing Lin Feng's fiery gaze, could no longer hold back. They had always slaughtered humans. To deal with them, surrounding awakened ones needed at least a dozen people together. Yet this white-haired kid, seeing them was like witnessing a bloodbath. It was absolutely intolerable. Roar! Several lower-tier demons charged at Lin Feng. The huge noise instantly caught everyone's attention. Damn, who could draw such aggro? A few lower tiers going after one. This is truly something. However, in a moment Lin Feng jumped forward, 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. With his armed, color-domineering and black blade, nearly 10,000 in strength was simply beyond what these lower-tier demons could withstand. Just the power emanating from his strikes could shatter their organs. Bang! As Lin Feng's front foot landed, a thunderous sound of them collapsing followed. Free points increased by 0. 57. Free points increased by 0. 75. Free points increased by 0. 68. As expected of lower-tier demons, they actually provided so many points. At this moment, Lin Feng felt elated, looking at the surrounding demons with newfound appreciation. No longer hesitating, he immediately began to slaughter everywhere. When they saw Lin Feng take down several monsters in an instant, everyone was stunned. Was this the same entry-level monster that had just been beating them up? It was actually killed in seconds by someone who looked like a student. What the hell? Who is this person? Is he our reinforcements? One person instantly killed 3 entry-level monsters. That's too amazing. He must be a full-level awakened one. Otherwise, it would be impossible to kill entry-level monsters so easily. Everyone was already unable to find Lin Feng's figure. At this moment, Lin Feng was already rampaging around, slashing at any monster he saw. Almost none could withstand a strike. Entry-level, 9-star, 10-star. All monsters, as long as Lin Feng caught them, meant certain death. He even collected the corpses into his demon refining vessel for his future use. In an instant, the entire battlefield was in chaos. Any entry-level monster with intelligence saw Lin Feng and immediately turned to flee, even spitting out what they had in their mouths. They bolted away as if they had seen the king of hell, not daring to make eye contact with him. Other awakened ones were also dumbfounded watching this scene. Goodness, to scare these monsters into fleeing, who is attacking whom? Watching Lin Feng catch another entry-level monster and kill it without leaving a corpse. Everyone felt a chill down their spines, starting to pity these monsters. Truly, they were dying without a complete corpse. Damn! Fortunately, this is someone from our Lighthouse Nation. If he were an enemy, I would definitely be the first to defect. He is not from our Lighthouse Nation. He is from the Dragon Nation. My God, it really is someone from the Dragon Nation. I've heard that they eat anything. Seeing it today, it's indeed true. Not even leaving the corpse of that stone statue. Damn, Mom is too terrifying. I don't want to face the Dragon Nation in the future. I'm panicking. If I encounter him on the battlefield later, will he eat me too? At this moment, all entry-level monsters on the entire border were slaughtered by Lin Feng. For a time, everyone's morale was high. Looking at Lin Feng's figure, Gongsun Anqing also rarely nodded. After such a long time of running and fighting, he showed no signs of fatigue. His stamina really satisfied her. Growing to full level in such a short time is rare among god-level awakened ones, but Gongsun Anqing looked at the staff sword in Lin Feng's hand, feeling a somewhat familiar aura. However, she didn't think much of it. After all, they had met a few times. Perhaps she had sensed it before, but just forgot now. At this moment, Lin Feng had slaughtered a large number of monsters, not letting a single one above entry-level escape. The points were still popping up on the screen. Free points 0, 06, free points 0, 14, free points 0, 17. Having killed more than a dozen entry-level monsters and over 100 star-level monsters, the total evolution points received added up to a staggering 57. The remains of the monsters were all collected into the demon refining vessel to enhance the completion of the immortals inside and to synthesize high-level items. However, his massive slaughter had indeed attracted the attention of the monsters. Roar! At this moment, a furious roar came from behind the monsters. A gigantic worm, entirely golden, appeared, instantly crushing several entry-level awakened ones. This is the full-level death worm. The monsters could no longer sit idly by while Lin Feng slaughtered their army. They dispatched a full-level monster to confront him. A full-level monster is enough to handle 3 full-level awakened ones. Even martial artists need to deal with it. Roar! The golden worm let out a terrifying roar, spewing venom from its mouth. The surrounding awakened ones and monsters immediately dodged, fearing being splashed by its venom. Such a high-level beast, even entry-level awakened ones dared not confront it. This was already the 3rd wave of monsters today. Previously, 2 full-level monsters had come, killing our awakened ones before fleeing. How can we fight like this? Right? How many monsters are hidden in the forbidden area? It's simply endless and cannot be killed. We should have competed at the edge of the forbidden area. Now we've angered the monsters inside, and it's a fight to the death. What are we afraid of? Even if they don't come, the human race will eventually attack. It's a fight to the death. Moreover, that magic wolf has killed so many of our awakened ones. It truly deserves to die. That makes sense, but we should quickly find more full-level awakened ones. One person definitely can't do it. Everyone agreed with this viewpoint. It's already a recognized fact that monsters are stronger than humans of the same level. This can be seen from the top god level awakened ones and the masters of the forbidden area. Whether low level or peak level, there is a huge gap between humans and monsters, and this gap is reflected in skills. At this moment, someone noticed Lin Feng. His eyes widened in disbelief, as if witnessing something incredible. Damn, that awakened one has charged in himself. Hearing this, everyone around immediately turned to look. Sure enough, at this moment, Lin Feng was rushing towards the golden worm, and his eyes were shining. He was clearly going crazy. Damn, this white-haired kid has gone mad. Someone go grab him. Damn, this is not an entry-level monster. Many top full-level martial artists can kill entry-level monsters in seconds, but a full-level one definitely cannot be beaten. It's over, it's over. He must have been too engrossed earlier and didn't realize this was a full-level monster. What are you joking about? In such a large open space. There's just that one golden worm. Can't he see? It seems he really is blind. Hearing this, the previously furious crowd froze. They quickly turned their heads. Damn, my God. At this moment, they indeed saw that Lin Feng's face was covered with a black eye mask. Completely unable to see the surrounding events. Grabbing his own hair, the local commander nearly collapsed to the ground. Ancestor, don't joke around. If we lose a full-level combat power, we really won't be able to hold on. At that time, if the outer perimeter of the Lighthouse Nation is breached, it won't just be a massive loss of resources. Even transportation will be greatly hindered. However, it was already too late. Lin Feng had already reached the front of the Golden Worm. 6 eyes activated. Golden Worm level. Superstar full level strength. 65-17 speed. 66-89 stamina. 75-04 abilities. Venom production. Burrowing. Death roll unknown. 3 skills. There's even an unobservable unknown ability. However, compared to Lin Feng's abilities, it still seemed a bit lacking. Roar. Seeing Lin Feng approach, the worm roared angrily, its expression showing a sneer. Then, like a giant caterpillar, it raised its body and spat out a venom arrow at Lin Feng. Whoosh! The attack came with 3 points of mental power. The speed was extremely fast. It aimed to kill Lin Feng in one strike, so it infused all its mental strength into the attack. Gravity knife reverse. Lin Feng drew his sword. A purple circle spread towards the opponent. 5 points of mental power were added to the blade. It was even purer than the opponent's. Under the enhancement of mental power, the purple gravity circle trembled slightly, and the twisted gravity affected the surrounding rocks. The opponent's power was directly nullified, then stopped, and finally shot back. Puff! Roar! With its abdomen pierced. The golden worm let out a painful roar, continuously spewing toxic blood. The ground was emitting white smoke, indicating how toxic its blood was. It clearly couldn't believe that its attack could be rebounded. Roar. The golden worm roared in anger, realizing that its mental power was inferior to Lin Feng's, and it burrowed into the ground to escape. It had used this trick to run away countless times. However, in the next second, its fat body actually lifted off the ground. It floated up. No matter how much it squirmed, it couldn't move, still flying upwards toward the sky. It was as if gravity had been reversed. The surrounding onlookers were already stunned. Did this golden worm grow wings? How could it fly? Are you stupid? It must have awakened power. What kind of power is this? It actually rendered the golden worm powerless. Just as everyone was watching the beast rising into the air, whoosh, gravity was released. Its plump body fell heavily. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was already waiting below. Swish. In an instant, the blade light was sharp. The white smoke of toxic blood spread everywhere. The painful sounds of the poisonous worm rang out. But they couldn't stop Lin Feng's attack. In the end, it was completely dismembered. Lin Feng needed to confirm its complete death when dealing with monsters of the same rank. Who knows what capabilities this kind of creature might hide? Naturally, he couldn't show mercy. Ding. Freedom points increased by 1. 6. 1 6. Finally, there was an integer. Lin Feng felt a bit emotional. Before it was always a few tenths, and now it broke the curse, jumping directly to 1 point. Truly a complete stage monster. The experience is abundant. Aside from being hard to kill, it has no other shortcomings. At this moment, as they watched Lin Feng single-handedly kill a spirit stage monster, everyone was shocked. They stared blankly in that direction, and some even dropped their weapons to the ground, killing at the same rank. Few can achieve this aside from god-level awakened ones. Is this how the awakened ones in the Dragon Kingdom are? Don't joke around. If they're all like this, how will we survive? What monster? Meanwhile, from a high vantage point overlooking Lin Feng, Gongsun Anqing also slightly parted her red lips. She didn't know what to say. She could also single-handedly kill monsters of the same rank back in her day, and like Lin Feng, she could do it right after entering the complete stage. However, such an effortless kill was something she couldn't achieve. After killing so many monsters, it seemed Lin Feng still had strength to spare. Moreover, this bizarre ability could be said to be unheard of. What Lin Feng displayed now, teleportation, enhanced weapons, and even the ability to control gravity. No ability could do all these things simultaneously. Clearly, Lin Feng was hiding some secrets. She wondered just where his limits lay. Gongsun Anqing began to feel curious about the secrets Lin Feng was hiding. It can be said that every strong person must have something unknown to others. But for some reason, Gongsun Anqing felt a strangely familiar aura from Lin Feng. She wanted to unveil his veil. After killing a large number of monsters, a city guard commander approached. He was also an entry-level awakened one, about to break into the complete stage. Which organization are you from? Awakened one. Which organization? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng understood that the Martial Artist Association of a Lighthouse Nation had organizations, and the other party took him for an awakened one sent by the Lighthouse Nation. I am an exchange student from the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Feng replied quietly. Exchange student? Aren't you a complete stage awakened one? Yes, right? I have something to ask of you. Saying this, Lin Feng waved his hand toward the sky. A giant dragon suddenly descended from the air. Its massive body stood behind Lin Feng, exuding immense pressure, almost scaring the city guard commander into paralysis. Shit! An exclamation escaped. This is my pet. I wanted to hunt monsters here, but the monster cores it kills must belong to me. How about that? He wanted to let Moonlight train its combat level here. By the way, he wanted to get some monster cores for himself, as he wanted to try synthesizing pills with mental power. However, these monster cores were uniformly collected by the Lighthouse government and then distributed so naturally. He wanted to take advantage of the situation. This is your pet? Yes. The city guard commander looked at the entry-level giant dragon in disbelief, his eyes wide. This is a dragon. Although it wasn't a real dragon, who wouldn't want to ride a dragon with a princess? Getting sidetracked. However, they were currently having difficulty dealing with the entry-level monsters. If they had the help of an entry-level giant dragon, wouldn't killing entry-level monsters be as easy as drinking water? After all, monsters of the same rank with dragon blood are much stronger. If they could deal with the entry-level monsters, they could still handle other star rank monsters. The Dragon Kingdom awakened one in front of them not only helped them kill the extremely threatening complete stage leader, but also wanted his beast to hunt monsters together. This was simply a no-risk, high-reward deal. As for paying tribute to the Lighthouse Nation with monster cores, no way. They risked their lives, and the higher-ups didn't send anyone to help. Yet it was the Dragon Kingdom people who came to assist them. He wouldn't only not hand over cores. He would also give Lin Feng special treatment. At this point, his impression of the Dragon Kingdom people had reached an all-time high. Don't worry. Not only the monster cores here. As long as your pet helps us, let alone monster cores. I'll let you take half of all the monster cores from all the monsters here. As for the Lighthouse Nation, this place is under his control now. How many monster cores are there? Isn't it up to him to decide? Moreover, if it weren't for Lin Feng, most of the people here would have been killed by that golden worm, making him almost a lifesaver. Hearing the other party's words, Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, then reacted. There was such a good deal? He just wanted to train Moonlight a bit, and he could get so many monster cores for free. Looking at the monster cores here, there were at least tens of thousands. After dividing with the awakened ones here, almost all the rest would go to him. Thank you very much. Lin Feng gestured to the other party, then instantly vanished from the spot. It was not that he was afraid of the other party backing out. After Lin Feng left, Moonlight began a killing spree among the crowd. Low-level monsters, just to glance at it, were suppressed by its bloodline, and other monsters of the same rank could be killed instantly with a single breath. In an instant, the entire battlefield underwent a tremendous change, causing everyone to feel a sense of fear. Where did this monster come from? How could it even kill its own kind? Amidst the crowd's doubts, the city defense commander stepped forward. Everyone, don't worry. This is the demon pet of that senior from earlier. What the heck? The pet's level is higher than mine? This is too much. Why is the gap between people so huge? Roar. At this moment, the Moonlight unleashed a dragon-like breath, killing a demon. Then it excitedly began to search for its next target. This was an order given by its master. It had to complete it, and it had already leveled up, with its immense power pent up, waiting to be unleashed. These oblivious, attacking demons were exactly its targets. In an instant, the battlefield was in chaos. The screams of demons and the curses of awakeners echoed everywhere. Eventually, one could even see a massive black dragon with its feet on the ground, fiercely chasing down the fleeing demons. Its wings seemed merely decorative. Thank you, Tech. This dragon is just like its master. I didn't believe before that this was his pet, but now I do. Damn, it's truly a nemesis of demons. I never thought demons would face such a day. If he became a god-level awakener, I suspect demons would never have a peaceful day again. Why do I suddenly feel sorry for them? Just as the Moonlight rampaged through the borders, Lin Feng had already arrived beside Gongsun Anqing. Not bad. You met my expectations. Gongsun Anqing praised Lin Feng. This was her first time complimenting someone, which surprised Lin Feng. Am I really that good? Hearing Lin Feng's question, Gongsun Anqing ignored him and continued speaking. Recently, an old guy said his student wants to spar with you. Just in time, the team dungeon of Lighthouse Nation is about to open. You have a ticket, right? Yes, I do have a team ticket, Lin Feng nodded. He had obtained this virtual world multi-person ticket a long time ago, but had never had the chance to use it. Hearing Lin Feng's confirmation, Gongsun Anqing continued. This is a dungeon ticket for Nordic countries. If you bring the magic wolf demon core you got, there will be an attribute boost. At that time, another Divine Creation Plans team will select the strongest to compete. Can I go? No, but I heard there are S-rank martial arts in this dungeon. I wonder if it's true? By the end of her sentence, Gongsun Anqing's tone even had a hint of playfulness. Although she knew Lin Feng was her student, she still couldn't be serious. S-rank martial arts? I'm in. To prove myself for you, I will definitely secure it, Lin Feng declared confidently. Hearing about the S-rank martial arts, he felt a surge of excitement. Currently, his martial arts level was only an A-rank boulder-breaking fist. Moreover, martial arts would improve with level increases, and an S-rank martial art could be comparable to S-rank awakening abilities. He had to fight for it. Furthermore, he also had the magic wolf's heart. And it seemed Gongsun Anqing had been to this dungeon before. She knew some demon cores could play a role inside, which is why she sent him to hunt the magic wolf, wanting him to have an inherent advantage when he went there later. Unexpectedly, he had already killed the magic wolf. However, Gongsun Anqing didn't seem to care about their progress. She even knew he had a virtual world ticket. Is this what they call Sunder Online? Let's go back. Just as Lin Feng was lost in thought, Gongsun Anqing spoke calmly. Okay. Lin Feng nodded, grabbed her shoulder, and a few seconds later, they returned to the Nordic Academy. I'll head back first, Senior Gongsun. Just as Lin Feng was about to leave, Gongsun Anqing's calm and reassuring voice came out again. You don't need to hold hands for this teleportation skill, do you? Lin Feng turned around, meeting Gongsun Anqing's eerily calm gaze. Although she had a blank expression, unable to show any joy or anger, Lin Feng felt a chill down his spine for some reason. Lin Feng was about to explain something, but was immediately interrupted by Gongsun Anqing. Forget it. I'll let you off this time. After saying that, Gongsun Anqing chuckled and turned to leave. Watching her perfectly curved silhouette fade away, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. He had no such intention. He merely said it in passing. Who knew it would actually happen? However, he thought she would be as cold as others, but unexpectedly, she had some warmth. Sigh, one shouldn't judge a book by its cover. After feeling a bit emotional, Lin Feng left and walked towards his room. He needed to digest all his resources in the next few days and elevate his strength to the peak. Only then could he have a slight chance of success in the secret realm. Otherwise, forget about passing this dungeon. Even defeating another team from Dragon Nation would be difficult. After all, the secret realm is different from the outside. The buffs it provides are of utmost importance. Without these buffs, Lin Feng probably wouldn't have been able to pass the solo dungeon so easily. He would certainly have had to exert some effort. Moreover, besides the Dragon Nation's other students, there were also top-tier powerhouses for various countries coming here. There might even be spirit-level awakeners. With his current strength, he would be an inconspicuous presence inside. Wanting to seize more resources? That's just a pipe dream. If he faced a single spirit-level awakener, he might still have a chance to fight. After all, he had killed spirit-level demons before, although at that time, the opponent was in a critically low state. However, demons could deal with 3 awakeners of the same level simultaneously. But if he faced several spirit-level awakeners, it would be tough. After all, he is not a god. Even if he went all out, he might not win. His current stamina had already reached a very high level, and the purity and amount of energy he possessed were much higher than ordinary awakeners. He could easily ensure his own safety. Passing downstairs, the others had already been motivated by Lin Feng to train themselves at the martial arts hall. Only Lin Feng remained at home, and after a while, he returned to his room. He took out all his demon cores, 953 star-level demons, 13 entry-level demons, 1 fully leveled demon, an equal number of demon cores. This was all of Lin Feng's current gains. During the time, he killed demons at the border. He had brought back all the demon entities and demon cores, placing them in the demon refining pot as tools to elevate its level. He also had 300 million in funds, all spent on top-tier pills. Thinking of this, Lin Feng immediately ordered 300 million worth of pills online. Each pill was about 10 million. He bought a total of 30 pills, 3 of each type of similar pills: blood condensing pill, jade marrow ointment, tyrant blood dragon king birth, and various other pills, mostly of the same type. Lin Feng didn't buy particularly expensive elixirs because he intended to use them to synthesize higher level ones. Now that he had reached the completion stage and gained spiritual power, he could naturally use his mental strength to control the synthesis and refinement. With 10 points of mental power, how many elixirs could he synthesize? Generally, the highest grade of spirit stones can only reach top-level spirit stones and cannot be improved further. This is because the level of the demon refining pot is too low. If the level were higher, it would naturally have a greater effect. It could synthesize items that were previously impossible to synthesize. Under Lin Feng's control, could he even refine things that currently do not exist on Blue Star? Thinking about this, Lin Feng felt a bit excited inside. He took out the demon refining pot he had kept with him, which had already shrunk. Lin Feng's consciousness gradually sank into it. An expansive space immediately appeared before his eyes. In front of him was a ball of burning flames. The pot's spirit level was at 13, 15, which had also been increased by Lin Feng synthesizing the corpses of demon beasts before. Turning his head, Lin Feng focused his gaze on a large pile of demon pills. Demon beasts and elixirs. Yes, these should be enough. Lin Feng tossed in 2 demon pills, and as soon as they were thrown in, they were immediately turned to ashes, not giving him any chance to control them. Even the flames had a hint of danger to them. Seeing this, Lin Feng's heart trembled. The power of these flames was not simple. It seemed he needed to be a bit more cautious, as they appeared to be quite hostile to demons. He decided to start with the physical forms of the demons. Lin Feng turned around and tossed a demon into the flames. In an instant, a huge fire erupted. Immediately, a charred bone fell out, looking quite valuable. The progress increased to 13, 20. The concentrated essence was remarkable. Lin Feng thought as he looked at the small piece on the ground. It wasn't he that he truly needed this bit of bone. It was just that throwing in demons was the fastest way to increase the pot's spirit level. Moreover, he had learned a mystical method in his previous life called padding, where these bones serve as padding to increase his chances of successfully synthesizing elixirs. With that, Lin Feng no longer hesitated and immediately began tossing more in. As Lin Feng continued to fuse them, their hardness reached a level where even he found it hard to crush. Tens of thousands of forces could not damage them, showing just how high their hardness was. It could rival the hardness of completed stage demons. Such bones, even without any attached skills, could sell for over 10 million per ton. Not to mention, the purity of what Lin Feng synthesized was extremely high. If made into weapons and attached with skills, the success rate would be nearly 50%. In contrast, the success rate for ordinary bones with attached skills wouldn't exceed 10%. After fusing all the demon bones, Lin Feng had left a total of 78 tons. Converted, that would be 780 million. Of course, something that was rare and hard to come by would likely sell for several times that amount if actually put on the market. Lin Feng looked back at the ball of flames. The pot's spirit level was now at 34. It had reached 30 during the enhancement process. Lin Feng noticed that each time he threw something in, the flames would flare up by 3 points. And as the progress increased, the surrounding environment underwent some inexplicable changes. Originally, there was nothing around him, just this ball of flames floating in midair. However, after reaching 30% progress, a structure resembling an ancient village inhabited by reclusive people appeared in front of him, not far from the flames. Could it be that this was left by the immortal who resided here? Or perhaps it was left by the previous owner of the artifact? Looking at the faintly visible wooden house and courtyard in the distance, Lin Feng's eyes filled with astonishment. He was only a few dozen meters away from that small village. Lin Feng jumped over in just a few steps. Regardless, it was better to go in and take a look, after all. The sudden appearance of a village here made it impossible for him to calm his mind to refine elixirs. Just as Lin Feng took a step forward and was about to approach the village, an overwhelming sense of crisis hit him. His observation haki went wild at that moment, warning him that this was an unprecedented sense of danger. Lin Feng quickly stopped in his tracks. He was certain that if he took another step, he would definitely suffer an inexplicable attack. Previously, his observation haki would only give slight warnings, but the intensity of this one was unprecedented. Even when facing Galakram before, he had never felt such a level of crisis. Perhaps it was because his observation haki level was not high back then. However, this was enough to make Lin Feng cautious. Could this be the dwelling of a former immortal? I've heard that those who reside in lakes are called lake immortals. Lin Feng pondered with his head down, suddenly recalling something. If this truly was the residence of an immortal or the previous owner of a demon refining pot, didn't that mean there were many treasures here? Thinking of this, Lin Feng's expression turned a bit excited, since he was now the master of the demon refining pot. Wouldn't these treasures belong to him? With this thought, Lin Feng raised his head to look ahead. Since he couldn't go in, could he use his observation haki and 6 eyes to take a look? Saying this, Lin Feng activated his observation haki, which immediately spread out. Sure enough, his haki was not obstructed. As soon as he probed inside, everything within came into view. In the courtyard stood an ancient tree. As soon as he probed, a stream of information appeared. 10,000-year-old ancient tree introduction. Bears fruit every 10 years, capable of producing spiritual fruits. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng was taken aback. Even the ancient tree outside was so extraordinary. It was known that this tree bore hundreds of spiritual fruits. Although spiritual fruits were no longer particularly needed for him and didn't significantly enhance him, having so many spiritual fruits would definitely attract competition if thrown outside. Moreover, it could bear fruit once every 10 years. If this tree fell into the world, it would likely cause a great war. Let us see if I can take it. Lin Feng drew his long knife and swung it forward, the purple circle instantly spreading out. However, just as it was about to enter the range, it was blocked. But this was already within Lin Feng's expectations. If he couldn't enter, his energy naturally couldn't be released. Sigh, it seems I need to enhance my mental power, or wait until the pot's spirit level unlocks to a certain extent. Could I possibly uproot this tree? With this thought, Lin Feng's gaze towards the ancient tree became fervent. But over 100 spiritual fruits, and they appeared to be among the pure varieties. Just taking one out could fetch over 10 million. And now, so many spiritual fruits were hanging right in front of him, yet he couldn't reach them. Nothing could be more infuriating than this. If the tree outside was so impressive, then the wooden house, being the residence of an immortal, must contain even more extraordinary things. Thinking of this, Lin Feng hurriedly probed the wooden house with his observation haki, and with no obstruction, the scene inside the main house immediately came into view. Just as expected, the decorations inside were almost identical to what he usually saw. However, the introduction he saw through the system left him astonished. Wooden bench introduction. crafted from the stump of the divine tree, copper mirror introduction. The mirror surface is made from divine-level materials. What surprised Lin Feng the most was a peculiar small tree placed on the table. Longan fruit introduction. Divine fruit, rumored to only grow in places where true dragons live, containing dragon energy over time. Divine fruit. This is definitely something that doesn't exist on Blue Star anymore. The highest he had seen was just spirit fruits. Moreover, everything else in this room was extraordinary. Any one of them could shock the world and break all existing perceptions. Just that mirror alone was made from divine materials. Even on Blue Star, there are no more than 10 divine artifacts, and that's a conservative estimate. After all, some divine artifacts haven't even been discovered, so there might be even fewer. Why does this place look so much like a woman's residence? Is it a female, celestial being? Lin Feng rested his hand on his chin, deep in thought. Things like mirrors are generally used by women, right? The men he saw hiding in dramas didn't use mirrors. System, is there any way to obtain the items here? Lin Feng tentatively asked. Enhancing the unlocking level of the pot's fairy might work. Hearing this voice, Lin Feng was taken aback, not expecting the system to actually answer his question. Enhancing the unlocking level of the Guardian Center? To what level does it need to be raised? I'm only at 30% now. However, it should be quick, as long as he collects all the monster corpses from the border. He should be able to raise it to a high level. After all, he had made an agreement with the officers at the border. If his monster killed those demons, everything would belong to him. With the current level of Yue Guang, killing a few hundred should be relatively easy. Although it wouldn't be as easy as him. It should be sufficient. Let us synthesize some pills first. Lin Feng glanced at the items in the wooden house, feeling a sense of longing. Taking a few steps, Lin Feng returned to the side of the flames. He then took out 2 of the 30 pills he had. These 2 were both strength-type pills, each priced around 10 million. Without hesitation, Lin Feng threw the pills into the fire. Under the scorching flames, the 2 pills gradually fused together. Lin Feng quickly dispersed a thread of his mental power. At that moment, this mental power surprisingly turned into a physical form, wrapping around the 2 pills like a stream of water in the flames. Then it fused into them, and finally, a pill exuding a rich fragrance fell out. Bone-shattering blood pill. Indeed it can, Lin Feng exclaimed with delight. The bone-shattering blood pill is an extremely potent pill. It could sell for tens of millions outside. He had been searching for it online, but it had long been sold out, something that was hard to come by. Yet now he had actually synthesized it. Moreover, he had done it using just 2 pills worth about 10 million, resulting in a value of 70 to 80 million. This was based on previous market prices. If he sold it now, it might even be worth more. Feeling good, Lin Feng held the pill in his hand, sensing the energy within. It seems that having pure mental power has its benefits. After murmuring to himself, Lin Feng continued to throw in 2 more pills to start refining. If his mental power hadn't taken on the form of flowing water, it would have consumed more. But now he only needed a little mental power to synthesize pills. He currently had only 10 points of mental power, enough to synthesize 10 pills. As Lin Feng continuously manipulated these pills with his mental power, he noticed that he was controlling a few strands of spirit energy. The platform also seemed to be affected by the flames, becoming increasingly pure. The impurities were constantly being removed, and even the energy concentration within him was increasing. He had thought his mental power was already compressed to its limit, but at this moment, it could still be compressed further. In the end, when he covered his mental power over his arm, waves of golden energy flowed out. His attack power was significantly stronger than before. What an unexpected benefit! Lin Feng sighed and continued to inject his mental power into the pills. After several minutes, Lin Feng had synthesized over a dozen pills. While he consumed them, his mental power surprisingly recovered quite a bit. This pot world can actually increase the recovery speed of mental power. He hadn't utilized this when he first entered. He didn't expect there to be such benefits from staying inside. Does this mean I can now synthesize all the pills? With that thought, Lin Feng felt very pleased. If he were outside, it would probably take several days to recover. Yet in here, he could fully recover in just a few hours. After a few hours, Lin Feng synthesized all the pills. At this moment, the flame level had also reached 31. 1. Indeed, compared to other items, synthesizing the corpses of demons yielded a greater increase. 15 pills. Dragon-breaking soul pill. Sky-splitting pill. He had a total of 15 expensive pills. Just converting that, Lin Feng could earn 70 to 80 million with just 1 pill. 15 pills had already netted him over 1 billion resources, and that's a conservative estimate. If he could sell them, others would probably fight to raise the price. System, open the panel. As soon as Lin Feng's voice fell, the system opened the panel, which responded much faster than before. Host, Lin Feng talent. None level. Superstar entry level mental power. 10-point strength. 75-19 speed. 7,003 stamina. 82-17 abilities. Staff and sword technique. Conqueror's Hockey, 100. Armament Hockey, 75. Observation Hockey, 78. Heavy Fruit, 100. Curses. Limitless Technique, 100. Technique Reversal, 25. 6 Eyes, 83. Infinite Space, 25. This time, the panel was different from before. With an added mental power, and Lin Feng happened to have 10 points. Over 7,500 in strength. This was an incredibly terrifying figure. At this moment, the 15 pills worth over 100 million were emitting an extremely rich medicinal fragrance. Even just smelling them caused Lin Feng's stats to start rising. Picking up the 15 pills, Lin Feng popped them in his mouth one by one like they were jelly beans. Such extravagance would surely make others envious. However, he was alone here. Without his command, no one could enter the refining pot. As soon as the 15 pills entered his mouth, a terrifying energy instantly began to surge through Lin Feng's limbs. His bones and blood surged, and the temperature rose sharply. Even his mental power was being chopped down. At this moment, every cell in his body was operating at its peak, digesting the immense energy. The star in his chest began to spin wildly, then transformed into mental power, while the energy within him gathered again to continue replenishing. The transformation speed in this place was considerably faster. Besides the increase in energy, his physique was also continuously being honed, as if dozens of knives were chopping at his flesh. His original muscles were continuously being destroyed, only to be regenerated by extremely pure energy. They became increasingly pure and hard. Even the flexibility and hardness of his bones were greatly enhanced. At this moment, if someone were standing next to him, they would see black substances continuously oozing from his body's surface. All of these were impurities. The impurities absorbed into his body before, now expelled. This process was also extremely painful. It was evident that beads of sweat were constantly seeping from Lin Feng's forehead, and his body was slightly trembling. These pills were incredibly domineering. Not only did they purify his flesh and bones, but even his blood had to be refined. At this time, he was radiating a faint golden light, enduring immense pain, but the benefits were also exceedingly numerous. If someone were to replace him, probably everyone would be eager to come forward. However, this kind of benefit could only be enjoyed by Lin Feng alone. His stats were also skyrocketing. The original power value of 7,500 had now increased to over 8,000. The other two values were also increasing wildly, ultimately stopping at over 8,000. This had far surpassed the levels achievable at the completion stage. Such data levels could only be reached by a spirit-level powerhouse. Yet Lin Feng achieved this at the completion stage. This wasn't even his limit. If he continued to strengthen, perhaps before breaking into the 0 stage, his 3 stats could reach over 10,000, which would be extremely terrifying. If that time really came, with a swing of his arm, he could split mountains. And with a stomp of his feet, the earth would crack. After exhaling, Lin Feng slowly stood up. The process of absorbing the pills lasted a full day and night before he completely digested everything. At this moment, he felt an endless amount of energy rolling within him. He threw a punch forward, compressing the air with its immense power. It produced a series of explosive sounds. The system opened the panel. Lin Feng switched to his panel and looked at the 3 stats. Power, 85-56 speed, 83-03 stamina, 87-37, all had surpassed 8,000. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, feeling that he hadn't wasted the time hunting so many monsters at the border. Calculating, a pill worth over 100 million had nearly boosted his stats by 100. Because these pills were ones he had never consumed before, their effects were 100%. If taken a second time, the effect would drop to 50%, and the third time would have it again. Therefore, taking the same pill twice was already the limit. However, this couldn't restrict him. Once he had consumed all pills of this level, it was likely that only higher-level pills would have any effect on him. Let's go take a shower. Lin Feng exited the demon refining pot and returned to his room. Now, he was covered in a black, unknown substance that smelled terrible. It was all expelled impurities, and he really needed to wash up. After about 10 minutes, Lin Feng cleaned himself thoroughly and put on his clothes, feeling incredibly refreshed. Containing his strength at this moment, his physique had reached an extremely terrifying level, estimated to withstand dozens of full-force attacks from completion-level monsters. He could even endure attacks from spirit-level ones. This was simply unimaginable, as awakeners generally had to vomit blood and die after taking 2 or 3 hits from monsters of the same level. Yet Lin Feng stood there, unable to be moved by attacks from monsters of the same tier. He could be considered a human-shaped armor. He was determined to be the hardest man in the world. Not only could he not be killed, but he also wouldn't let others have it easy. It was absolutely not because he was timid. As he opened the door and walked downstairs, 3 people immediately approached him. "Hey boss, where have you been?" "Recently. Senior Gongsun said we need to settle a score and participate in a team competition in a few days." "What's there to compare? It must be Boss Lin going." "Yeah. Don't tell me you want to challenge him?" At this point, the 3 glanced at Lin Feng, feeling a bit eager to try. Although they knew they couldn't win, they still wanted to give it a shot. After all, battling against the world's #1 in their hearts, the younger generation's experts, was an honor. Lin Feng also noticed their intentions and stood there, saying come on. He wouldn't use his awakening abilities. It would just be a pure physical contest. As soon as he finished speaking, Xin charged up and threw a punch at Lin Feng. The power of the entry level was evident. The air made a slight sound. At this moment, Lin Feng gently extended 2 fingers and directly blocked the attack. Bang! A loud noise erupted. Xin's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lin Feng. "Are you even human?" A phrase slipped out, and Xin was already stunned. He initially thought he would at most be sent flying by Lin Feng's punch, but unexpectedly, his attack was blocked by just 2 fingers. This was simply too shocking. No matter what, he was once the top genius of Magic City. "Do you 2 want to try as well?" Lin Feng turned and asked. Hearing Lin Feng's inquiry, the 2 hurriedly shook their heads, showing no intention of wanting to go up and try. What's there to try? It's important to note that blocking with a palm and blocking with 2 fingers is not even on the same level. It could be said that it was an absolute defeat with no need for a fight. They already knew the result. "Boss Lin, where have you been in seclusion for training again? Did Senior Gongsun give you a special training course?" "That's too biased." "Exactly. Spending time alone with that kind of beauty and still being able to improve so much." Previously, when they saw Lin Feng, he wasn't this strong. It had only been a few days, and he had improved to this extent. The few of them cursed in their hearts at this prodigy. They could only tease Lin Feng verbally. "That's right, I spent a whole day and night with Senior Gongsun, and she taught me how to improve my strength step by step." At this point, Lin Feng crossed his arms and nodded slightly. Upon hearing this, the corners of the 2's mouths twitched. They certainly didn't believe Lin Feng's nonsense. They just didn't expect him to be so shameless. He had just come out of the room. How could he spend a whole day and night with Gongsun Anqing, let alone teaching him step by step? Just a touch from her would probably make someone unrecognizable, not to mention hands-on teaching. It was complete nonsense. Just as the 2 were in shock, Lin Feng had already disappeared from his spot and appeared high in the sky. Then he used the unlimited technique to return to the border. As soon as Lin Feng arrived, he saw corpses of monsters scattered all over the ground. The moonlight that stayed here for a day and night immediately pounced on Lin Feng as soon as it saw him. Its body shrank and it burrowed into his arms, letting out a series of chirps as if showing off. "Roar!" Looking at the moonlight in his arms, Lin Feng stroked its smooth head and the pair of protruding horns, nodding in satisfaction. "Roar!" Seeing that it was recognized by its master, the moonlight let out an excited chirp. After such a long battle, its experience could be said to be quite high. At this moment, the gatekeeper general also approached. Seeing Lin Feng, he wore a face full of excitement. If Lin Feng hadn't left his pet here, they would have likely suffered greater losses in combat power. "Senior, we have a total of 6,000 demon cores collected this time, all handed over to you. Also, here are the demons captured by your pet, totaling more than 100, with 3 or 4 of them at the entry level." As he spoke, he handed over a small storage ring. Such storage rings are quite rare, and generally only equipped to such generals. "Thank you." Lin Feng took the ring and transferred the contents into his demon refining pot. As soon as the other party finished speaking, Lin Feng disappeared from the spot with a few turns, bringing the moonlight back to the Nordic Academy. Only the city gate general was left standing there, staring blankly at the storage ring in his hand. Lin Feng came here to retrieve his things, and having gotten them, naturally, he had to leave. Upon returning, Lin Feng again probed into the demon refining pot with his divine sense. Over 6,000 demon cores, even more than he had previously estimated. Moreover, these cores were practically free, coupled with the thousands of demons he had hunted. He had a total of over 7,000 demon cores. This was almost equivalent to all the demon cores in a small bay city being in his hands. This was simply a huge fortune, In addition to these demon cores, he also obtained several hundred demons. This time, he should be able to raise the level of the pot spirit to 50%. With this in mind, Lin Feng immediately began refining. Looking at the mountain of demon cores, Lin Feng didn't plan to sell them all. Selling 2,000 cores would be enough, nearly saturating the medicinal pills he could absorb. The rest would be left for the moonlight to devour, waiting for it to upgrade to full completion for greater effects. Moonlight, go and devour these demon cores. Remember to leave some. Roar. Hearing Lin Feng's command, the moonlight excitedly roared, then pounced towards the pile of demon cores, starting to devour them frantically. These demon cores were all energy for it, usable directly. As Lin Feng threw demons into the pot, the level of the pot spirit was increasing rapidly. 35, 38, 45, finally stopping at 50. At this moment, the flames that were originally burning in front of him suddenly underwent a marvelous change. After the progress reached 50, the flames that had been unchanged for 10,000 years suddenly transformed. A beam of light shot out from within. It was as if something imprisoned by the flames was being expelled, gradually condensing in front of Lin Feng. What is happening? Is it going to turn into a person? Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. Previously, every time the pot spirit unlocked, there wouldn't be such a significant change, but this time a ball of fire jumped out. It was simply incredible. After waiting a few minutes, the fireball actually began to condense, and in Lin Feng's shocked gaze, it transformed into a humanoid figure. And it even had clothes resembling the ancient depiction of immortals, predominantly in light blue, with skin as white as snow, hair pinned up, revealing a fair neck and beautiful features. Although the appearance was very cute, it gave Lin Feng an impression of lingering charm. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. However, it was only for a moment. After all, this was a being from the pot. It could very well be the legendary pot spirit. Even the tools it used in life were so outrageous. Lin Feng didn't dare to act rashly. Gradually, the being in front of him calmed down. Then, looking at Lin Feng, its expression was very calm. At this moment, their eyes met, and Lin Feng wanted to call out the system, being ready to escape at any moment. Yeah, am I not the owner of this pot? There's actually a being inside. Could it be a pot spirit? He had heard of sword spirits and tool spirits, but this was the first time seeing a pot spirit. Moreover, it wasn't the essence of the pot. It was a person living inside. There were rumors that the pot spirit wanted to build another world within the endless space of the demon refining pot. He wondered if it was true, just as Lin Feng and the being were staring at each other. The latter suddenly withdrew her thoughtful expression and walked up with a face full of delight. She directly hugged Lin Feng. In an instant, a soft feeling pressed against him. Before Lin Feng could react, the person in his arms raised her head and joyfully said, "Husband." Hearing this, Lin Feng's mind went blank. Then he quickly recovered, asking in confusion, "What did you call me?" "Husband." The other party still spoke loudly. "What did you call me? Husband?" Hearing Lin Feng's repeated inquiry, the immortal in his arms appeared somewhat uncertain, her two watery eyes looking at Lin Feng as if feeling wronged. Seeing her reaction, Lin Feng seemed to realize something. He immediately cleared his throat, adopting a serious expression. "I am not your husband. Please call me master." After all, this was the immortal from the pot. If he guessed correctly, the other party's memory should have gone awry, as he could tell from when she first saw Lin Feng deep in thought. The reason for this was likely just a fragment of memory. Master. Just as expected, Lin Feng randomly guessed a sentence, and she believed it. Although it wasn't entirely a guess, after all, he did count as her master. TSK, an immortal without memories. It shouldn't be difficult to have her help him with some tasks, right? With this in mind, Lin Feng looked kindly at the immortal in his arms. The other party smiled back at him. For some reason, at this moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt a wave of guilt rising in his heart. Don't panic. I didn't deceive her. This is indeed my tool spirit. It's not a big problem for her to regard me as a master. With this thought, Lin Feng turned his gaze towards the distant village. 3 hours east of the river, 3 hours west of the river. Do not underestimate the youth for being poor. As soon as Lin Feng's words fell, the system seemed to see through his inner thoughts and softly reminded him, "Host, as the pot spirit's progress unlocks. Its strength and memories will also be restored. Could you not hold on me like this?" Lin Feng had been calm before, but upon hearing this, he instantly retracted many thoughts. If her memories were restored and she knew what he had done, wouldn't she strip him alive? Master. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the person in his arms immediately released him, standing with her hands behind her back, smiling as she looked at Lin Feng. You can't be too excessive. Taking a few fruits for shouldn't make you this stingy, right? With this thought, Lin Feng coughed twice to assert his authority as the master, then looked at the pot fairy beside him. From now on, you'll be called Lin Duo. Since you are my servant, you must be obedient in the future. Master, Duo will definitely be obedient. Looking at the innocent Duo beside him, Lin Feng's mouth twitched. She even changed other surnames. When she regains her memory, will she kill me? Whatever. Let's get the stuff first. Duo, do you see that tree over there? Can you help me pick the fruits from it? Why doesn't the master go himself? Although she had lost her memory, she was still very clever. Fortunately, Lin Feng was prepared. This was all to train the newcomer, and besides, a man shouldn't casually enter a woman's boudoir. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Duo suddenly felt a pang in her heart, instinctively gripping her clothes with eyes around the verge of tears as she looked at Lin Feng. The master can enter freely. Duo doesn't mind. No, that goes against my principles. Saying this, Lin Feng stopped responding. He wouldn't tell Duo that he wasn't avoiding it. He simply couldn't go in. Looking at Lin Feng's figure at that moment, Duo's eyes sparkled. Okay, I'll help the master pick them right away. Saying this, she walked towards the divine tree, stepping in effortlessly, without any obstruction. Indeed, this is home. There is no rejection, and perhaps this formation was set up by her. Now, standing under the tree, Duo waved her delicate hand. The divine tree immediately shook, and the spiritual fruits began to fall one by one. There was no obstruction at all, and as she controlled them, they all landed beside Lin Feng. However, most of these spiritual fruits were of the same variety. Eating a few wouldn't be very beneficial. Plus, they weren't too expensive, priced around 30 million each. But there were many. With close to 100 fruits, they could sell for a staggering 3 billion. Adding the several tons of skeletal materials and demon cores he obtained, that would be another several billion, plus the 300 million he already had. Selling for 5 billion was definitely assured. A high price of 5 billion. That would be more than enough to become a well-known wealthy person in a small base city. Moreover, with so many cultivation resources, if he exchanged all cultivation supplies for the best, it would be enough for several years of use. Awesome. Looking at the pile of spiritual fruits in front of him, Lin Feng felt great. You did well. Saying this, Lin Feng gave Duo a head pat. But after just one pat, Lin Feng suddenly thought that if this girl regained her memory, she would definitely come to settle scores with him, and quickly withdrew his hand. What's wrong, master? Oh, it's nothing. Remember, we're the best of friends. You mustn't change your face in the future. That's good. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Saying this, Lin Feng took one last look at the moonlight, who was soundly sleeping in the pot world after devouring the demon cores, nodded in satisfaction, and exited. Upon returning to his room, he didn't expect to have obtained so many spiritual fruits, and it even raised Moonlight's level to such a degree. If it grows to a divine level in the future, will it turn into another forbidden area demon? Moreover, what worried Lin Feng the most was that he had been borrowing the other party's memories in the pot world without them being restored, doing misdeeds. If the pot fairy unlocks too quickly, would he be killed? After all, she isn't immortal. She surely wouldn't be so petty. Saying this, Lin Feng shook his head. He had only taken a few fruits from her, changed her surname, and taken a small advantage, right? It shouldn't be so small-minded. System, open the panel. Host, Lin Feng talent. None level. Superstar, entry mental power, 10-point strength, 85-56 speed, 83-03 stamina, 87-37 abilities, staff and sword technique, conqueror's hockey, 100, armament hockey, 75, observation hockey, 78, heavy fruit, 100, curses, unlimited technique, 100, technique reversal, 25, 6 eyes, 83, infinite space, 25. How many free points do I have left? Lin Feng asked. He had hunted a lot of demons, so the increased free points would only be more, not less. Ding! The host has 57 free points. 57? That's pretty good. Lin Feng crossed his arms. After all, he had hunted so many demons and still had many at the entry level. An increase of 57 isn't actually much. It can only be said that the system didn't cheat him. And 57 of the free enhancement points must be added to those skills that are about to reach maximum level. Because if they reach 100, the system will grant him additional skills. Currently, the only ones close to 100 are observation hockey, armament hockey, and 6 eyes. The others are still far off. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng said, System, enhance observation hockey to 100 and enhance 6 eyes to 100. Ding! Enhancing observation hockey and 6 eyes for the host. Remaining free points, 18. Congratulations, host. Observation hockey enhanced to 100. unlocking the ability for brief future precognition. Congratulations, host. 6 eyes enhanced to 100, gaining the ability for ultimate mental control. Future precognition. Seeing this skill, Lin Feng was a bit surprised. With this ability, he would definitely be able to strike first in battle. The other mental control reduces the consumption of his skills and enhances their abilities. After all, some of his skills prerequisites are having 6 eyes, and now that 6 has also reached the highest level, it naturally increases the attack power of other abilities. Moreover, this also means that if he wants to use mental power for attack, he can release it at a faster speed. Simply put, it increases attack speed. The other brief future precognition will give him a hint when encountering danger. It's very convenient. System, help me enhance the remaining 18 free points to technique reversal. This is Lin Feng's main attack ability, so it naturally needs to be enhanced in advance. Ding! Technique reversal has been enhanced by 18. As soon as the system finished speaking, Lin Feng felt that his control over energy had become a bit deeper. If he releases the impact ability again, its power will increase by several percentage points. Don't underestimate these few percentage points. The later it gets, the more difficult it is to increase the skill's power. First, let's go train my newly acquired abilities. Saying this, Lin Feng went downstairs to the martial arts hall. He began training his physical abilities in the martial arts hall. For the next 3 to 4 days, he spent almost all his time in the martial arts hall in his home. He bought the most expensive food and items that could greatly enhance his physique. Finally, after the 4th day, Lin Feng returned home. He sold all his materials and the demon cores in his hands on the market. He earned over 2 billion in total. This made him famous. Almost all the merchants in the Lighthouse Nation knew that there was a wealthy merchant who not only sold a large amount of spirit stones, but even managed to acquire high-purity bones. Weapons and armor made from his bones had an extremely high success rate for skills. Almost everyone wanted to build a good relationship with him, hoping to buy his items at a lower price, which Lin Feng was happy to see. The reason he hadn't sold the spirit fruits in his hands earlier was to wait for his reputation to spread. It's worth noting that these spirit fruits had never appeared in Blue Star before. After using 3 or 4 of them, he planned to sell the rest. Meanwhile, the online buzz in the Lighthouse Nation was heating up, curious about what the big merchant for the Dragon Nation was going to sell this time. I heard he prepared a lot of spirit fruits. Our spirit fruit market is really scarce right now. I don't know which bastard bought all our spirit fruits. That's right. Hopefully, some quality ones will appear this time. But I doubt it. The spirit fruits discovered now are mostly duplicates, and those who can afford them have probably already used them. Indeed, if those rich folks are to buy again, they need to be new spirit fruits. Just as everyone was discussing, Lin Feng registered all the hundreds of spirit fruits in his hands and listed them on the Lighthouse Nation's selling platform, using the account he obtained through connections within the Dragon Nation. This account was encrypted, so it wouldn't raise suspicion. As soon as these hundreds of spirit fruits appeared, they immediately caused a stir in the Lighthouse Nation, because without exception, these spirit fruits had never been seen before. This instantly sparked discussions among the crowd. Where did these spirit fruits come from? Why couldn't I find any in the Lighthouse Nation? Could it be that he ventured deep into forbidden areas? Rumor has it that those forbidden areas even hold fruits of a higher level than neighboring countries. Such places are so dangerous. Who would risk their life to go in? And there are hundreds of spirit fruits. While everyone was debating, Lin Feng's back end was overwhelmed with inquiries from merchants, even from the aristocratic youth in the Lighthouse Nation. For them, money wasn't the most important thing. The key was that these spirit fruits had never appeared before, meaning that their effects would be 100 for first-time users. After seeing that the hype was building up, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile slightly. Since the chives had grown tall, it was time to harvest. Lin Feng immediately set the price for all the hundreds of spirit fruits at 50 million each. That's right, 50 million for one spirit fruit. As soon as this was posted, the people of the Lighthouse Nation who had been waiting were instantly furious. They started to rant below. What the hell? This person from the Dragon Nation is so shameless, selling at such a high price. That's right, I see that his spirit fruits are at most worth 30 million. Selling them for 50 million means he's trying to rip us off by 20 million. Who would do business like this? Whoever wants to buy can do so. Damn it, last time he sold spirit stones like this, and now he's doing the same with spirit fruits. Do you think I'm a fool? You're right. We can't let the people from the Dragon Nation take advantage of us. What cunning businessman, so sly. I don't know where he got so many spirit fruits. The crowd was indignant, and for a moment, the topic even reached the top of the Lighthouse Nation's trending list. This was also something Lin Feng was happy to see. He wasn't afraid of the backlash. After all, if you don't buy it, someone else will. The rich don't lack money. Sure enough, Lin Feng's back end was overwhelmed. The price even rose to 55 million for each fruit. Some people even started to buy. Even those who were ranting about Lin Feng in the comments came to buy. But he blacklisted all of them. Seeing that the timing was right, Lin Feng adjusted the price again, raising it from 50 million to 60 million each. Then he stopped selling on the back end and directly placed them on the table for sale. The price had doubled. What? You're raising the price on spot? What's going on? I was ready to buy. I had the money ready. And now you're raising it by 10 million? I've lived here for so many years and have never seen such a shameless person. Although the comments were filled with curses, those who were willing to buy were also quick to act. In just a few minutes, hundreds of spirit fruits were sold out in an instant. Remember, these are not cheap goods. Each one is worth 60 million. It's not cheap for anyone. But even so, they were all sold out within minutes. Even luxury goods couldn't reach such a sale speed. Indeed, the purchasing power of the wealthy is impressive. Lin Feng sighed, looking at the situation. Selling over 100 spirit fruits at 60 million each brought in a total of 6 billion, plus the over 10 billion he earned earlier. He now had over 70 billion. He had become a top-tier rich man. If he returned to the Dragon Nation, he would definitely be a well-known figure. This was different from those 100 billion or trillion companies. They had fixed assets, but Lin Feng's money could be spent freely without any restrictions. I wonder if there are any top-tier armors for sale online. With that thought, Lin Feng logged onto the internet and searched. He actually found a peerless level armor. Swift armor. Priced at 2 billion dragon coins. 2 billion dragon coins. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw this number. Perfect level armor sells for around 100 million, and the highest wouldn't exceed 200 million. He didn't expect that peerless level armor could sell for over 10 times that price. Even as a wealthy person now, he couldn't afford it. Sigh. Never mind. I'll ask Gongsun Onqing when I return to the Dragon Nation. If he pulls some strings, he should be able to get something like this. After all, peerless level is different from legendary and mythical. This can be forged using the bones of demons. And this is life-saving equipment. Peerless level armor can withstand attacks of Lin Feng's level, so it's understandable if it's sold at a high price. Not everyone can challenge demons like him and withstand attacks with their body. Just a brush from those demons could be fatal. Knock, knock. Just as he was deep in thought, a knocking sound came from the door. Lin Feng stepped over and opened the door. Gongsun Onqing appeared outside. Her pair of peaks seemed to press right in front of Lin Feng, and a faint fragrance wafted out. How are your preparations going? She asked in a sweet voice. However, before he could respond, Gongsun Onqing's nostrils flared slightly. She glanced at Lin Feng and then frowned as she looked into his room. Upon seeing the other person's reaction, Lin Feng instinctively sniffed the scent on his body. Immediately, a refreshing fragrance entered his nostrils, and it was clear that this scent came from a woman. Oh no, could it be misunderstood? He had just been hugged by Duo in the secret realm, and there was still a trace of her scent on him. Senior Gongsun, listen to my explanation, Lin Feng said to Gongsun Onqing. He couldn't let his innocence be tarnished. At that moment, Gongsun Onqing's expression was very cold. Her lips parted slightly. Don't be too reckless. We're going to the virtual realm tonight. Saying this, she turned and left, giving him no chance to respond. Watching Gongsun Onqing leave, Lin Feng was stunned in place. Although he knew she wouldn't go around spreading rumors, he still didn't want her to misunderstand him. Meanwhile, Gongsun Onqing, having left Lin Feng, felt her heartbeat slightly accelerate. To be honest, she didn't know much about the matters between men and women. However, she never expected her student to be so flirtatious. Nevertheless, she had already regarded Lin Feng as someone like herself, so she naturally believed he wouldn't do such things. Turning away just now and not listening to his explanation was just a sudden impulse that arose in her heart. What's wrong with me? Gongsun Onqing murmured to herself. Ever since she met Lin Feng, she felt like something frozen in her heart was trying to break free. Especially when she was with him, it became even more obvious. She couldn't help but lean forward. Maybe I'm overthinking it, Gongsun Onqing said softly. Perhaps this is just a senior's concern for a junior? Not long after Gongsun Onqing left, Lin Feng shook his head. He didn't expect her to understand so much. She really was an experienced driver. She even said to be careful not to go too far. Could it be that her previous behavior was all an act? However, Lin Feng truly hadn't done anything. Even if he did, it was just a hug at most. And even if he hugged her, it wasn't initiated by him. Speaking of which, hugging his weapon spirit could at most be considered using a weapon. After preparing for a while back in his room, several hours later, Lin Feng took out a jade token from his arms and headed towards the teleportation area for the virtual realm of the Lighthouse Kingdom. Gongsun Onqing was also there, to ensure that Lin Feng could come out with the items he obtained inside. After all, no one knew what awaited them in the team dungeon. There was a dungeon where over 50 people from various countries entered, but only 3 came out in the end. At that time, several base cities turned against each other and snatched the items they obtained, resulting in a massacre with no survivors. Since then, for any jointly entered team dungeon, every country would send people to guard outside, just in case. However, not all dungeons only allowed one person to survive. There were also dungeons where everyone survived. As Gongsun Onqing reached the teleportation portal to the virtual realm, they were directly transported to a dim space because Lin Feng was holding the token. In front of them stood a large blue-purple door adorned with lightning stripes, looking quite impressive. Many people were already waiting there. Upon seeing Lin Feng and the others enter, several gazes turned towards them. However, it was clear that the goodwill among the crowd was in the minority, as they were competitors. Moreover, the relationship between various countries and the Dragon Kingdom was not very harmonious. After glancing at Lin Feng and the others, the crowd turned back and began to discuss. I heard that this time we are entering a place called the Nordic Kingdom, rumored to have 3 S-level lightning skills. I wonder if it's true. How could it be fake? This was said by those who entered the team dungeon last time. They had seen the 3 S-level skills inside. Unfortunately, no one can make it through this competition. They were all eliminated. Just surviving is good enough. This time, our Lighthouse Kingdom is quite confident. The crowd began to discuss the items in the team dungeon. Lin Feng used his 6 eyes to look at several people. Among the more than 30 individuals, they were divided into several teams, with the largest team having 3 members. All of these individuals had reached the perfect level, and there were even some at the spirit level. There were 3 people from the Dragon Kingdom's rival nations, and they occasionally shot glances at Lin Feng, their expressions unfriendly. Lin Feng frowned. If he were to be ambushed by these people, the outcome would be uncertain. Don't worry, this team dungeon will suppress levels. All spirit-level individuals will be brought down to the perfect level. Gongsun Onqing seemed to sense Lin Feng's concern and explained. Suppress strength? Then wouldn't I be invincible? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and looked at the others. If it were a battle at the same level, he was very confident. I said, solo dungeons will limit levels. Why would team dungeons allow spirit levels to enter? This dungeon is also being broadcasted live globally. This has almost become a convention for all countries. Any dungeon must be broadcasted. No one can monopolize it. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, wow, all big shots. Those few contestants from the Lighthouse Kingdom. I remember they seemed to have disappeared a few years ago, right? And now they've appeared again. Exactly. The people here look quite young, yet they have all reached the perfect level. It's truly a battle of geniuses. The popularity of the live broadcast room soared to tens of millions in the blink of an eye. It had been a long time since there was a team dungeon challenge. The last weapon taken from the dungeon was the Xianyuan Sword of the Dragon Kingdom. Everyone was very interested in the items inside. At this moment, a figure approached. It was another contestant from the Dragon Kingdom's team. You're Lin Feng, right? The other party's attitude was extremely arrogant. See you in the secret realm. After dropping this sentence, he turned and left. Lin Feng didn't even want to respond to him. He probably got his pride hurt by his own strength. He had seen many people like this, who told him to be so excellent that he inadvertently hurt many people. Perhaps this is the trouble of being strong. Still, he had to be low-key. With a long sigh, Lin Feng walked towards the crowd ahead, wanting to be the first to enter the checkpoint. Being the first to enter naturally had some advantages. However, as he approached, a cold snort came from the surrounding crowd. But Lin Feng paid them no mind. Make way. Waving his hand, Lin Feng continued to move forward, casually pushing aside an awakener from the Lighthouse Kingdom. The immense force nearly made him fall to the ground. In an instant, beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The wariness towards Lin Feng in their eyes intensified. He wouldn't get angry over such matters. This was a world where strength was paramount. With strength comes greater advantage, and if he were in their position, he would do the same. Some perceptive individuals around clearly noticed this situation and retracted their sharpness, intending to lay low for the time being. However, this did not mean they were afraid. Rather, they wanted to wait for others to act first. After all, Lin Feng's current demeanor was simply too arrogant. As expected, just as Lin Feng stood before the enormous blue-purple gate, several awakened individuals from other countries stepped forward, attempting to push him aside. However, at the moment they were about to approach, it was as if a tremendous force blocked their path. No matter how hard they tried, they could not move forward. Their speed slowed down increasingly, and in the end, they were as if frozen in place, unable to budge at all. What kind of ability is this? The few of them were instantly shocked. Their current power could be said to move mountains and fill seas. Yet, with nothing in front of them to obstruct, they couldn't even take a single step forward. They didn't even have the qualification to stand beside him. Why is no one else coming over here? Everyone is standing so far back. Are they afraid? Lin Feng remarked thoughtfully as he looked at the group. At that moment, they could only curse in anger. Why can't we get through? Don't you have any self-awareness? Lin Feng's words not only insulted them, but also indirectly mocked everyone present. This instantly drew the ire of the crowd, showcasing his ability to provoke hatred to the maximum. In an instant, a green-haired awakened from the Lighthouse Nation released a wave of pressure and advanced towards him. This was the aura of martial arts. Young man, I advise you not to be too arrogant. Just as the martial arts aura was about to reach Lin Feng, a more terrifying pressure instantly shattered his aura. It then enveloped him completely, forcing him down to the ground. Bang! The loud noise immediately attracted the attention of those around, and, at that moment, the green-haired awakened was already drenched in sweat, his bones cracking all over. If you were of the same level as him, he could kill you with just one finger. A cold voice rang out, causing everyone nearby to shift their gaze. Gongsun Anqing. She had drawn everyone's attention as soon as she arrived. At that time, they only thought she was exceptionally beautiful. However, they never expected her strength to be so monstrous. Just her aura was enough to suppress an awakened individual. In an instant, the crowd's gaze towards Lin Feng revealed a hint of respect. With such a master accompanying him, he was undoubtedly a prodigy among prodigies. Turning to look at the green-haired awakened who had just prepared to attack him, a glint of coldness flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. Using martial arts aura to suppress a lower-tier awakened was truly malicious. However, that was only for ordinary awakened individuals. With his current strength, he was absolutely confident in defeating the opponent. He could even kill them across ranks. At that moment, the opponent noticed Lin Feng's disdainful gaze. A flash of killing intent flickered in his heart, and then quickly retracted it. Wait. He had to wait. He was an awakened of the Lighthouse Nation. If a conflict broke out now, he would definitely be the one to die. The pressure Gongsun Anqing exerted on him was too immense. He could even feel that if he made a wrong move, his head would roll. However, once inside, everything would be different. At that time, a mere low-tier awakened would be nothing but a plaything to him. Who? The green-haired awakened let out a breath, standing up and hiding his killing intent. For a moment, the atmosphere in the field surged. Everyone appeared to stand harmoniously together. But in reality, each had their own thoughts, and once they entered, they would inevitably fight on the spot. It wouldn't be as calm as it was outside, where they could still stand here and talk. Once they met inside, it would be a fight to the death. Meanwhile, looking at Lin Feng standing outside the gate, the crowd began to murmur. Who is this newcomer? How come there's such a beautiful woman following him? And she protects him so much. Damn, I'm so envious. He has strength and a beauty by his side. God, Earth, I know this person is an awakened from the Dragon Nation, the top genius from the Magic City Academy now. Oh, so it's him. I thought the public enemy circulating on a Magic City forum was just some other rumor. I also thought it was fake. I didn't expect to see the real person. Is he really as monstrous as the legends say? At this moment, the comments were buzzing in the chat. Meanwhile, far away in the Dragon Nation, Xiao Minglin was also watching the live stream. When she saw Gongsun Anqing and Lin Feng enter together, chatting and laughing, her heart tightened. She felt a bit uncomfortable and looked down at her figure, comparing it with Gongsun Anqing's. Then she patted her slightly flushed face. What am I thinking? They're just teacher and student. But speaking of which, Lin Feng actually went to the Lighthouse Nation. Just then, a message appeared in the chat. Everyone has arrived. As soon as this comment appeared, everyone instantly focused their attention. Everyone present took out their tokens. Then, all were absorbed by the great gate ahead. A mark subsequently appeared on the gate. Each token absorbed resulted in a mark appearing on the gate, along with the names of everyone below. Lin Feng, Thomas William. Just as all the tokens were sucked in, the previously silent gate suddenly emitted a series of thunderous sounds. The gate of heaven opens, welcoming the trial of the gods. The moment this thunderous voice faded, the once peaceful gate vanished, and the crowd outside was sucked inside. At that moment, inside the gate, as soon as Lin Feng entered, a voice emerged. Accept the trial of the gods and receive the treasures bestowed by the gods. The next second, the surrounding scenery changed, and Lin Feng found himself teleported to a floating stone platform. This platform was extremely wide and square. Stepping down hard, it felt as if there was a layer of restriction beneath, which could not be broken. This floating island was also surrounded by an air wall, with an endless abyss below. What is this place? Lin Feng was somewhat speechless. He originally thought standing closer would yield more benefits. Instead, it appeared in this form. He looked around, and in the distance, there were also square platforms floating, over 30 of them. This matched their number perfectly, with everyone sent to different locations. What the hell is this level? Aren't we supposed to break through together? Don't panic. I heard that once we get in here, as long as we can pass the trials of the gods, we can receive divine rewards. That's right. Everyone is here for the rewards. At the moment when a few people were talking, a huge symbol suddenly appeared above each person's platform. Those who passed the divine test were rewarded with a D-grade martial skill. If the challenge failed, all rewards would be deducted. Upon seeing this, everyone immediately became excited. After all, they came here to obtain martial skills. Although a D-grade martial skill isn't too high, it also means that there are indeed martial skills available here. Ha ha ha. William, will also be a man with martial skills. D-grade martial skills? What comes after that? Will it be higher each time? Fail the challenge. How could that even happen? At this moment, everyone was incredibly excited. They all wanted to obtain the highest level of martial skills here. However, in the next second, without waiting for everyone to react, one giant after another descended from the sky. There were even winged elves. Without exception, they were all creatures from Norse mythology. Roar! In an instant, everyone was thrown into chaos. Yet just a few minutes later, someone was immediately eliminated. In the end, only 23 students remained. Why is this giant's power so immense? My complete level strength is simply no match for it. That's right. These creatures are at the same level as us, but their strength is much stronger than ordinary demons. Damn it. It's only the first creature, and it's just a D-grade martial skill. Is it really this difficult? I am a genius of the coffee kingdom. Weaklings shouldn't speak. This is meant for strong individuals to test themselves. Only those who are invincible at the complete level are qualified to receive rewards. At this moment, a green-haired man from the Lighthouse Kingdom spoke disdainfully. Then he squinted and looked towards Lin Feng. His strength was suppressed to the complete level, but he was still able to handle these demons. However, just as he shifted his gaze, he saw the giant in front of Lin Feng already lying on the ground with several holes in its body. What kind of ability is this? Could it be some kind of impact? The green-haired awakener was somewhat puzzled. Meanwhile, at Lin Feng's location, the complete level peak giant was really nothing much. It couldn't even win in a brawl. After a moment of reflection, Lin Feng crushed the giant's heart core with a kick. Immediately, a string of characters appeared in the air before him. Obtained, a D-grade martial skill. Obtained ability, God Slayer. God Slayer inflicts an additional 50 damage to gods. Negates 50 of God's attack damage. Inflicts 100 additional damage to Odin. Please choose, leave or continue the challenge. God Slayer? Looking at this string of characters, Lin Feng was thrilled. This must be the ability of the magic wolf Fenrir, right? Gongsun Anqing was right to have him bring this in. As for leaving or continuing, of course it's to continue. He came here for the SSS grade martial skills. Moreover, all the monsters here could be considered gods. And now he had obtained 50 attack and damage reduction against all monsters. You could say he is now the twilight of the gods. No wonder it was the magic wolf that caused the twilight of the gods back in the day. Today, I will act on behalf of heaven and break through here. What a divine test. Now, with all my buffs and the deep blue system, if I don't overturn this place, it would be a disservice to myself. At this moment, everyone had already passed the test. Only 23 people remained, while the other 10 or so were instantly teleported out and could no longer continue. Meanwhile, above the gate, their names were also erased. This is not a solo dungeon. If you die, you are truly dead and cannot come out again. Those who could survive are all extreme, surrendering contestants. At this moment, above the gate, the rewards for the remaining people were also revealed. Random D-grade martial skills. Indeed, it's a martial skill. I knew it. There are rumors that this level hides true SSS grade martial skills. I wonder if it's true. Of course it is true. Once, a god-level awakener from the Lighthouse Kingdom entered and obtained an S-grade martial skill, and as a result, he became the strongest genius of the Lighthouse Kingdom after coming out. You have to know that before that, he was just an outstanding student with limited potential. Yes, that god-level awakener had an ability that was only B-grade. However, his martial skill became his main offensive means. I heard that martial skills above A-grade are almost equivalent to some talents, and it turns out to be true. The crowd, standing outside the door, seeing people being eliminated, had no surprise and began to discuss. This is a normal phenomenon. In past competitions, some were eliminated in the first wave, largely due to arrogance. All the creatures inside are at the limit of the same realm. Ordinary demons of the same level require 3 people to deal with. Not to mention these incredibly overpowered demons. If one does not have extremely strong combat experience or overwhelming strength, it would be strange not to be eliminated. As time passed, more and more people were eliminated from inside. The rewards on the door were also skyrocketing. A C-grade martial skill, perfect level armor. A B-grade martial skill, perfect level armor, perfect level weapon. An A-grade martial skill, perfect level armor, perfect level weapon. Number of people, 12. Each person can obtain an A-grade martial skill. At this moment, the audience in the barrage felt a bit envious. Not everyone has an A-grade martial skill. Once you possess a martial skill of this level, you can overcome your innate flaws. A B-grade talent with a martial skill of the same level can rival or even suppress an A-grade awakener. It is enough to show the power of martial skills. Damn, I'm so jealous. Why wasn't T at me who went in? You would be eliminated too. You and T last at this point. Can you not be so heartless? Can I just give it a try? Try what? The ones eliminated inside are all top students from major universities, representing the peak strength of the complete level. Even so, they were eliminated. What use would it be for you to go? That's right. The remaining dozen are all from various martial arts academies. And there are even 3 spirit-level awakeners who entered. The competition is fierce. The crowd watched the live broadcast screen. Meanwhile, sitting in front of the computer, Morin and the others were already somewhat worried about Lin Feng. If someone goes in with suppressed strength, it will inevitably impact the other students. Damn, why are there shameless old people letting spirit-level awakeners in? There's no way around it. There were originally no restrictions. But spirit-level awakeners are just a handful from each country, and it's quite rare for 3 to come at once. 3 spirit-level awakeners, 1 from the Lighthouse Kingdom, and the other 2 are unrecognizable in terms of which country they are from, well hidden. It is very difficult to judge their identities just from their appearances. At this moment, inside the competition gate, the massive stone slab had already disappeared by more than half, leaving only the last dozen. Everyone else had been eliminated. Just then, a huge voice rang out. Reward obtained, an S-grade martial skill, unmatched level armor, perfect level weapon, continue or give up. This line appeared in midair, and everyone was instantly shocked. S-rank martial arts, unmatched level armor, not to mention the rare, unmatched level armor. Across the entire Blue Star, there are only a few hundred spiritual tier awakeners. An unmatched level armor is even rarer. In reality, only about 10 people possess it. The other 90 or so probably don't even have armor of this level. Yet they managed to obtain it right after leveling up. For a moment, the 3 spiritual tier awakeners present became somewhat excited. Such armor, when paired with S-rank martial arts, seems slightly inferior. This is a martial art that can elevate one to godhood. God-tier awakeners, while they're not true gods, they possess powers akin to those of gods. On this Blue Star, they are gods. I must obtain the S-rank martial arts. That's right. Continue the challenge. Most people chose not to withdraw. Are you kidding? The S-rank martial arts are right in front of them. Anyone who doesn't want it is a fool. This is a direct opportunity to become a god. No one chose to withdraw, and they'd rather face failure than miss out on a chance to compete. However, not everyone shared the same thoughts. After all, there were also some completed tier awakeners here. While they desperately wanted the S-rank martial arts, they were reluctant to give up their A-rank skills. Moreover, after the previous battle, the energy in their bodies had long been exhausted. How could they have the stamina to fight again? If it weren't for the pills and equipment they brought with them, it would be impossible to contend with so many powerful demons of the same tier. As for the S-rank talent, out of so many who entered before, only 1 person managed to take 1 out, which is enough to show how difficult it is. Besides, there were over 100 people who entered here. The number that remained at the end was far greater than the number left this time. Yet, even so, only 1 person managed to bring out the S-rank weapon. The chances of winning are simply too low, especially with 3 spiritual tier awakeners present. I choose to withdraw. Without hesitation, 2 awakeners opted to exit the challenge and did not continue. As soon as they spoke, they turned into particles and disappeared from the spot. In the end, only 10 people remained. 3 completed tier awakeners, Lin Feng, another awakeners from the Dragon Country, and 5 other awakeners from different countries, all top-tier experts at the completed level. All summonable awakeners, the final challenge is about to begin. Among the 10, only 1 can remain. A grand voice, like thunder, resonated from the sky, accompanied by flashes of lightning and gloom. As soon as this voice echoed, the expressions of the 10 standing on the stone platform froze in an instant. Doesn't this mean that each of them has to eliminate the other 9 to pass the competition? The difficulty has greatly increased. No wonder only 1 person could bring out the S-rank weapon before. It seems that the god-tier awakener from the Lighthouse Nation was already invincible back then. What a joke. There are 3 spiritual tier awakeners here. How can they fight? Damn it, if I had known, I would have exited for the A-rank martial arts. Some contestants began to despair. They initially wanted to take a chance to see if they could bring out the S-rank weapon, but unexpectedly, only one person could be taken away from the 10. This difficulty has significantly increased. The power of a spiritual tier awakener suppresses strength, representing the highest combat power of the completed tier. It is almost equivalent to the limit of humanity. The probability of winning against them head-on is simply too low. Just as everyone was contemplating, boom, a huge sound erupted. The surrounding stone slabs began to freely combine, moving and pulling against each other. In just a moment, Lin Feng's stone slab had already connected with his opponents. Right in front of him stood the awakeners from the Dragon Country. Upon seeing Lin Feng, the other party smiled slightly and stepped forward. "Senior, please give me guidance." He came here specifically to spar with Lin Feng, which was exactly what he wanted. If he could defeat Lin Feng here and obtain the S-rank martial arts, he would be the #1 expert of the Dragon Country. At that time, he would also be the first candidate for the Godhood plan. Nodding slightly, Lin Feng stood with his hands in his pockets, looking around, showing no regard for him at all. Seeing Lin Feng's demeanor, the other party was evidently irritated. This is too arrogant. He thought he was already quite arrogant before. But unexpectedly, someone was even more so. After all, he is one of the top young powerhouses. To be looked down upon like this by someone from the Martial Arts Academy, who is among the best, is unacceptable. Then let's see the true skills. He murmured a few words, and the other party stepped forward, instantly reaching Lin Feng's front. A layer of blood energy emerged around him. This was a power-enhancing skill. Whoosh! A tremendous sound erupted. A punch came flying, and the surrounding air seemed to be torn apart. Feeling this terrifying attack, Lin Feng slightly raised his hand. Bang! A loud crash sounded. The opponent's attack struck Lin Feng's palm, but couldn't even make him take a step back. Seeing his all-out strike being so easily blocked, the other party's face instantly showed shock. "Do you have any other moves? Try them all out." Lin Feng, standing in front of them, spoke lightly, as if he had just casually blocked a child's attack. Hearing Lin Feng's words, he instantly became furious. As a peerless genius, how could he have ever been treated like this? Roar! A low growl erupted. The black-haired youth unleashed all the potential of his awakening ability. He frantically threw punches, each strike producing a deafening sound. Each punch, if it hit a small mountain, could create a hole in it. However, in front of Lin Feng, these attacks had no effect and were easily blocked. His current strength had already reached over 8,000. Even some spiritual tier awakeners couldn't reach this level. Dealing with awakeners still at the completed tier was quite easy. It could hardly be called a battle. The two's attacks crazily overlapped. Regardless of whether he circled behind Lin Feng or attacked from the front or the side, all were accurately blocked. After a few minutes, Lin Feng hadn't even moved. It was only then that the black-haired youth realized the gap between him and Lin Feng. He stopped, bewildered and drenched in sweat. However, Lin Feng stood there as if nothing had happened. He finally understood why his teacher held Lin Feng in such high regard. This strength is simply otherworldly. He didn't even know whether his opponent had used their awakening ability. He had gone all out without holding back. There was no restraint, and he would not hold back. Yet, he couldn't even scratch the surface of his opponent. "Senior, I admit defeat. I am not your opponent." Without any hesitation, he immediately bent down to salute Lin Feng with a fist and admitted defeat. There was no need to continue fighting. He had clearly recognized the gap between himself and Lin Feng. As soon as Lin Feng threw a punch, he would be eliminated in the next second. No wonder the Dragon Kingdom's Dragon Master said they needed to let Lin Feng train them. This wasn't training for character. It was simply a blow. He thought he was already talented enough, rising smoothly all the way. Entrance exams, national joint exams, martial artist academy competitions, global contests. He even passed the God-making plan and became one of its candidates. However, he didn't expect that in front of a true genius, he was nothing. It seemed that only those awakened at the spirit level who suppressed their strength could contend with him. He even began to doubt whether Lin Feng could kill a spirit-level awakener if he went all out. The terrifying thought made his body shiver as if electrocuted. If he had encountered Lin Feng earlier, he probably wouldn't have passed the entrance exam. "You don't need to be so nervous. If I want to defeat you, I also need to show some strength. You're already very strong, at least top 3 in the Dragon Kingdom." As Lin Feng spoke, he reached out and patted his shoulder to comfort him. However, as soon as these words came out, the latter stumbled and almost collapsed to the ground. This guy could defeat him just by showing a little strength? Was he sure he was comforting him and not mocking him? Among awakeners of the same level, who would dare to say they could defeat him without using all their strength? But in front of this man, he truly found it hard to refute. Watching the dissipating Dragon Kingdom contestant, Lin Feng smiled. He hadn't lied just now. It was indeed the case. His current strength was enough to fight head-on with spirit-level awakeners. If it were the same level, being able to make him show a portion of his strength was already among the best. He had no awareness of how much harm his earlier words could cause to a young man. How could the gap be so large among awakeners of the same level? At this moment, with the transmission of the black-haired youth from the Dragon Kingdom, more than half of the various marks on the door instantly shattered, leaving only the last 5 people. However, it still hadn't ended. The rewards above showed no changes, still displaying A-level martial skills. Seeing the black-haired youth walk out, another man and woman from another God-making plan team in the Dragon Kingdom approached. Feng Ping, how come you were eliminated so quickly? Did you encounter a spirit-level awakener? Sigh, it can't be helped. Once you meet a spirit-level awakener, it's probably bad news. The members of the Dragon Kingdom team began to discuss. At this moment, the black-haired youth, referred to as Feng Ping, shook his head. Seeing him shake his head, the two were stunned for a moment. If you weren't eliminated by a spirit-level awakener, then who else could have eliminated you? They were very clear about Feng Ping's level. To eliminate him, it would be hard to find a few people in this world. Unless it was a spirit-level awakener, it would be possible to eliminate him so quickly. It was Lin Feng. Lin Feng? Is that the Lin Feng the Dragon Master mentioned? Upon hearing these 2 words, the two were immediately shocked. They often heard their teacher mention a genius named Lin Feng, but at first, they didn't believe it, thinking he couldn't be as abnormal as the Dragon Master said. Perhaps it was just due to the opponent's strong awakening ability at that time. It would weaken later on, but they didn't expect to encounter him today, and even Feng Ping was defeated by him. What do you think of him? One of them asked Feng Ping. Feng Ping was the strongest among the 3, and what he said must be credible. After a brief contemplation, Feng Ping looked up at the 2 and said, I'm absolutely no match for him. The teacher was right. The 3 of us really need to train our character. After saying this, he turned and left. The 2 were left stunned, slightly agape, looking at Feng Ping's departing figure. Was this still the proud Feng Ping they used to know? They had only gone in for a spar and were struck down like this. Who on earth was this Lin Feng? Was he some kind of monstrous being? Perhaps. He might even have 3 heads and 6 arms, 7 heads. The 2 began to speculate wildly. By the time they returned to the Martial Artist Academy, the story of Lin Feng having 7 heads would likely spread like wildfire. Meanwhile, among the last 5 awakeners, 3 were spirit-level awakeners who had suppressed their strength, while the other 2 were Lin Feng and an awakener from the Lighthouse Kingdom. At this moment, looking at the list above, the bullet screens erupted in excited discussions once again. After all, the victor of this secret realm meant obtaining S-level martial skills. It effectively made them the next God-level awakeners. God-level awakeners hadn't appeared in a long time, so everyone was naturally very focused on this. The most discussed were Lin Feng and the other awakener from the Lighthouse Kingdom. After all, these 2 did not suppress their strength. I know that awakener from the Lighthouse Kingdom. It's rumored that he is the disciple of their God-level awakener, the Thunder God, and he himself possesses S-level awakening ability. The other awakener seems to be from the Dragon Kingdom, named Lin Feng. I didn't expect him to last until this point. This doesn't necessarily rely on strength, right? If you get lucky and keep facing relatively weak opponents, you could reach the final stage too. I think it's probably tough for these 2 newcomers to obtain S-level weapons this time. The one who is least likely to succeed should be the contestant from the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, the bullet screens were in heated discussion. Those who had been eliminated had already informed them of the rules inside. In the end, only one person could succeed. Therefore, everyone believed that the 3 spirit-level awakeners had a higher chance of obtaining S-level martial skills. The remaining 2 were also more optimistic about the awakener from the Lighthouse Kingdom. After all, they didn't know what Lin Feng's awakening ability was, but they did know that the awakener from the Lighthouse Kingdom had S-level ability. At this moment, everyone continued to watch intently. Standing at a distance, Gongsun Onqing's beautiful eyes sparkled. Clearly, Lin Feng's progress had reached her expectations. The later arrivals, Mo Luan and the others, were also very excited. Wow, this is an SSS-level martial skill. If your boss gets it, won't he just take off right there? He doesn't even need to take off. He's already outrageous enough now. These foreigners are really laughable. Always thinking their so-called stupid Thunder God is better than what our Gongsun seniors have taught. Just wait for Lin Feng to slap them in the face. Sure, Xin stood there chuckling. The other 2 shared the same sentiment. Although they didn't know how strong the Thunder God's disciple was, Lin Feng's strength was absolutely beyond doubt. As time gradually passed, more and more people stood watching. All of them belonged to the remaining 5 individuals from different countries. The goal is to ensure that the final reward can be taken out precisely. Otherwise, even if they win the competition, if they can't take the items out in the end, it would be a huge loss. At this moment, everyone finally saw where the 3 spiritual level awakeners belonged. 2 of them were from a Nordic alliance, and 1 was a spiritual level awakener from the Coffee Nation. The remaining 2, of course, were Lin Feng and another person, belonging to the Lighthouse Nation and the Dragon Nation respectively. Although the surrounding crowd was tense, with Gongsun Anqing standing there, if Lin Feng were to win the final competition, no one would dare to take action, because once they attack a god-level awakener, it would mean war between nations. At this moment, inside the great door, a loud rumble echoed. The sound of a massive impact came from the sky. Boom! An object like a block of iron smashed into the center of the enormous stone slab. The ground seemed to sink a few centimeters. The 5 individuals looked over in surprise. An iron block? No, it wasn't an iron block. It was a person covered in armor, holding a giant sword. Is this the final test? One spiritual level awakener murmured. A smile crept onto his face. The first to strike would have the advantage. With that thought, he rushed forward. A whirlwind appeared beneath his feet, and his speed surpassed the speed of sound. The sound of tearing space echoed. The others didn't have time to stop him. The wind-based ability was just too fast. He threw a punch at the armored figure. The S-class martial skill is mine. However, just as he was about to reach the figure, Heimdall, who had been standing still, raised an armored arm and punched forward. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. The spiritual level awakener who had rushed forward was instantly sent flying. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd halted their advance. This was a spiritual level awakener being suppressed. It almost represented the ultimate limit of power. He was knocked back with just one punch. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The awakener who was knocked back quickly regained his footing, clutching his chest with a grim expression. He had thought that entering here would allow him to easily win. He never expected to encounter such an attack. As expected, the S-class martial skill was not easy to obtain. Meanwhile, Lin Feng activated his 6 eyes, focusing on Heimdall. The opponent's data appeared before him in an instant. Heimdall level, perfect stage strength, 12,000 speed, 12,000 stamina, 12,000 ability, unknown description. The gatekeeper of the celestial realm. It is said that the sword he holds is the key to opening the heavenly gates. What terrifying values! Is this the limit of the perfect stage? Is this the power of a deity? It is rumored that defeating Heimdall will grant one access to celestial martial skills. According to his knowledge, in Norse mythology, the followers of Odin and the giants of the Iron Forest have always been at odds. In reality, on Blue Star, the giants of the Iron Forest and the magic wolf still exist, but one cannot see their enemies, the followers of Odin. They were probably annihilated during Ragnarok, and now only projections remain. But even as projections, they are extremely terrifying. Just as Lin Feng was pondering, a sudden sense of crisis washed over him. He hurriedly dodged to the side. At the spot where he had just stood, a mass of green poison slammed down onto the stone slab, releasing clouds of white smoke. Pretty quick reaction, the green-haired spiritual level awakener said with a smile as he walked towards Lin Feng. Seeing the advancing figure, Lin Feng's expression turned cold. The opponent wanted to attack him outside, but now he was even more unrestrained inside. I advise you, Awakener from the Dragon Nation, to leave. This is our territory in the Lighthouse Nation, the green-haired Awakener said. He was already confident he had Lin Feng at a disadvantage. Is that so? Then I advise you to leave on your own. Otherwise, if I make a move, it might not end well for you. Lin Feng replied, his hands in his pockets. Speaking calmly, seeing Lin Feng's attitude, the green-haired Awakener's anger flared up, and he smiled coldly. Soon, I'll make you unable to speak. With that, he jumped forward, covering his hand with poison, and aimed a punch at Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't dodge. He tightened his fist. Armament color. Hockey surrounds. Crushing God fist. In that instant, it seemed the surrounding space froze. Lin Feng threw a punch. Boom! The massive sound collided, causing even the air to ripple. The few people standing at a distance felt their eardrums ache. They were shocked as they looked at Lin Feng and the other. They were Awakeners, not ordinary people. Their physiques were exceptionally sturdy, yet they were stunned by the sound created by someone else's attack. The wind-based Awakener felt the most terrified. Even that armor didn't possess such power. What level of power is this? In an instant, The two spiritual level awakeners turned their gaze to the green-haired man, their expressions becoming serious. The Nordic student's face also turned grim. If Lin Feng were to be eliminated now, he would be done for. Faced with 3 spiritual level awakeners, he would definitely be the first target. However, the next second, what they imagined did not happen. Instead, the green-haired awakener let out a pained scream, "Ah!" At this moment, the green-haired awakener was crouched on the ground, clutching his right hand in pain, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his face filled with fear and disbelief. His poison not only had no effect on Lin Feng, but his strength was even inferior to Lin Feng's. This represented the power of the perfect stage. How is this possible? How can this be? However, the fact was right in front of him. With a single punch, the opponent shattered his entire arm along with the bones of half his body. That immense force even spread throughout his entire body. It was definitely not just an ordinary punch. The green-haired awakener looked at Lin Feng in terror. He never expected that he would be unable to match the other party in terms of strength. And it was a complete defeat. There was not even a hint of hesitation. The moment he came into contact with the opponent's arm, he felt a tremendous force that traveled from his arm throughout his body, shattering his bones. Armament hockey wrapped around. The opponent was a spirit-level awakener, suppressing their strength. So Lin Feng naturally did not dare to be careless. However, he did not expect that even the armament hockey couldn't withstand it. If he used Conqueror's hockey, he could probably crush him with a single slap, right? At this moment, the people in the distance looked at the green-haired man collapsed on the ground, all somewhat surprised. Their expressions very strange. A spirit-level awakener was actually KO'd with a single punch? Originally, the two of them planned to take advantage of the situation. Seeing the scene, they all took a step back, relieved that they hadn't acted earlier. The awakener from the Lighthouse Nation looked at the two, his expression grave. He initially thought that if Lin Feng survived, he would have a slightly better chance. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be more dangerous than those 3 old guys. If that's the case, he would rather deal with the other 3 than face Lin Feng. What you just said has now come back to haunt you. Without strength. Don't pretend to be tough. Lin Feng said softly to the man collapsed on the ground. Upon hearing his words, the other party trembled with anger. What was his identity? A spirit-level awakener. Even a mayor of a base city would have to treat him with utmost caution. Today, he was actually caught by a young brat. How humiliating. Would you like to leave on your own? Or should I send you off? Hearing Lin Feng's words, the other party suddenly laughed in anger. Once you go out, even Gongsun, Anqing won't be able to save you. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was suddenly puzzled. At this moment, the green-haired man also realized he had misspoken, but it was too late. However, since the person in front of him was about to die, what did it matter if he acted arrogant for a moment? Thinking of this, he continued, that lord is already very angry. Anyone who provokes him cannot gain freedom in this world. No matter how strong you are, what difference does it make? You're still going to die here. Saying this, the other party gave him a fierce look. Then he intended to transform into a beam of light and leave. However, the next second, did I say you could leave? Lin Feng said quietly. Then, he took out the demon refining pot from his bosom, and in an instant, a huge suction force appeared. Both of them were instantly sucked into the demon refining pot. At this moment, the green-haired man was also filled with terror. If Lin Feng kept him here, wouldn't he be doomed? However, it was already too late. The next moment, the world spun. The two appeared in a very open space. As soon as they entered this place, the green-haired awakener looked at Lin Feng in fear. If he were really killed here, it would be a huge loss. After all, he was a spirit-level awakener. To be killed by a perfect-level awakener. Wouldn't that be the greatest joke in the world? If this got out, it would definitely make it into the textbooks. What is this place? He looked around, immediately took a few pills, and his bones crackled as they gradually healed. After his body recovered, he was astonished to find that his strength had returned to the spirit level. In an instant, a look of surprise appeared on his face. He then looked at Lin Feng in front of him. You really are too clever for your own good. I thought you had some method to keep me here, but I didn't expect my strength to recover as well. The other party took step by step towards Lin Feng, with a twisted expression on his face. He had long been displeased with Lin Feng, especially after being humiliated by him twice outside. His inner hatred had already reached its limit. Watching the other party approach step by step, Lin Feng smiled and said lightly, "No matter if you recover your strength or not, I can still beat you. After all, you're weak whether at the perfect level or the spirit level." Upon hearing this, the other party's expression instantly turned to one of mockery. If it were before, he might have been angered by Lin Feng's words. But now, to him, this was merely bravado before dying. Thinking of this, The other party instantly released a surge of power to suppress Lin Feng. The purple martial arts aura spread forward. The pressure, heavy as 1,000 pounds. The ground beneath was even pressed down a few inches. He was confident that with this blow, he could crush the opponent. A perfect level awakener could never withstand his martial arts aura. At this moment, Lin Feng frowned. Conqueror's haki surged forth, and with his mental strength, it instantly clashed with the opponent's. In an instant, the opponent's martial arts aura was held back. It even began to faintly suppress the previous momentum. This violent power pushed the purple martial arts aura back layer by layer. And seeing this scene, the green-haired man's previously confident expression instantly froze, then turned into shock. How is this possible? What he released was martial arts aura. Lin Feng, as a perfect level awakener, could at most possess some mental strength. But why? The opponent's mental strength was so solid. It had nearly reached the level of his martial arts aura. Truly a monster. It seems I must eliminate you here. As soon as this was said, the other party's expression gradually became serious. He withdrew the purple martial arts aura he had originally sent out and covered around him. Even the surrounding air began to tremble. Whoosh! The other party rushed toward Lin Feng at high speed. The spirit-level power was instantly unleashed, enveloping Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng, standing in front of him, immediately activated his armament haki. He threw a punch. Bang! The two collided. The immense force shook the surrounding ground slightly. This time, Lin Feng infused his mental strength into the attack. He could even engage in a head-on clash with the opponent across levels. Let us see how long your mental strength can hold out. As soon as this was said, the opponent unleashed several punches in quick succession. Each punch was covered with his awakening ability. The extreme poison would instantly kill any ordinary being it struck. The two exchanged blows, producing a series of sounds. During this process, Lin Feng was also continuously perfecting his striking methods and boxing techniques. The power of his punches grew stronger. In the end, even the opponent began to struggle to hold on. In the world of the Lake Immortal, his mental strength recovered extremely quickly. If it were just pure attacks, he could almost use them indefinitely. After a few minutes of confrontation between the two, the expression of the spiritual level awakener grew increasingly serious, even a bit shocked. Lin Feng was actually using him to perfect his mental power. If he didn't know that Lin Feng was a complete stage awakener, he might even suspect that the other party had already broken into the spiritual level. They had been fighting for so long without a clear victor, and he was so arrogant as to use him for practice. If he were an ordinary complete stage awakener, he would have been defeated in less than 3 moves. No wonder that Superior said he must be eliminated. It seemed he had to show some real strength now. At this moment, he was already feeling a bit humiliated and angry. Hearing the other party mention that Superior again, Lin Feng frowned. He didn't know who it was that was trying to frame him from behind the scenes. This time, he had to catch them and ask clearly. Just after saying this, the green-haired man in front of him suddenly stopped, releasing a green liquid that covered his entire body. Then his expression turned extremely painful. While his muscles swelled and turned purple, Lin Feng felt a shiver run down his spine. Truly, the rich rely on technology, the poor rely on mutation. This was clearly using his own poison to stimulate his body's potential. However, this level of strength was still far from enough to deal with him. It should be noted that he had been able to kill spiritual level monsters long before this. Moreover, that monster had almost reached the limit of the spiritual level, nearly stepping into the divine level. Such a monster would probably not be defeated even by 3 spiritual level awakeners. Although he had killed it while severely injured, it was enough to prove that his current strength was already capable of confronting spiritual level beings. The person in front of him only had a single martial aura, clearly just entering the spiritual level, and was simply not enough in front of him. Roar! At this moment, the green-haired man standing in front of Lin Feng had completed his body enhancement. He let out a low roar and charged towards Lin Feng at high speed. His speed was so fast that one could even see after images. If it weren't for Lin Feng possessing 6 eyes and observation haki, it would have been difficult to evade the opponent's attack. He threw punches at Lin Feng one after another. However, each time, Lin Feng narrowly dodged them. With his observation haki, the opponent's attacks were still too slow in Lin Feng's eyes. However, the more the opponent attacked Lin Feng, the more alarmed he became. He had already shown this level of strength, yet still couldn't pose a threat to Lin Feng. If this continued, he would really be killed by a complete stage awakener. Being the first spiritual level awakener to be killed by a complete stage awakener wouldn't sound good. Roar! Thinking of this, he let out another low roar and increased the amount of poison. The next second, he was about to unleash all his strength and activate all his potential. However, Lin Feng, standing in front of him, placed his palm on his chest. Just as he was puzzled, a voice came from Lin Feng's mouth. Reverse the technique, he. The next moment, a tremendous force burst out from his chest. Bang! The green-haired man, who had been standing there, was instantly sent flying, soaring far away. Since there were no boundaries in this area, he flew for over 10 kilometers before finally stopping. His chest bones were shattered again in the process. Puff! A mouthful of blood was spat out as he struggled to prop himself up to take another pill. However, the next second, a figure appeared in the sky, and a foot landed on his head. Bang! He never expected that Lin Feng could instantly cross such a distance. Caught off guard, he was heavily stomped into the ground. Lin Feng had infused all his mental energy into that last attack. Even if the other party had martial aura to protect him, it was simply insufficient to block it. Who sent you? Lin Feng asked the man. However, upon hearing his words, the other party glared at him with a fierce expression, remaining silent. From the look on his face, he seemed unafraid of being crushed to pieces. After all, he had become a 1,000-year disgrace. He would probably be written into textbooks in the future. Wouldn't it be laughable to act like a coward now? If you don't want to speak, that's fine. Lin Feng released his foot, raised his hand, and lifted him up, instantly returning to the village. Meanwhile, Lin Duo and a giant dragon, who had been there, also approached. They had witnessed the entire scene. Master, you're amazing, Duo exclaimed, clenching her small fist and looking at Lin Feng with starry eyes. Meanwhile, Yue Guang was like an eager fan, nodding furiously. Hearing them call him master, Lin Feng coughed heavily, feeling a bit embarrassed. He then turned to Lin Duo and tentatively asked, Duo, do you have any skills that can make someone tell the truth? After pondering for a moment, Lin Duo nodded. I have a way to forcibly extract someone else's soul. Really? Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. He had only asked casually, but he didn't expect it to be true. Apply it to him, Lin Feng said, throwing the green-haired man to the ground. Okay, master. As Duoduo's words fell, a green ghostly claw suddenly shot out from her left hand and burrowed into the man's body. At that moment, the man let out a painful scream, his whole body crackling. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but shudder. If he accidentally provoked her in the future, and she used this move on him after recovering her memory, wouldn't that be disastrous? Such a vicious technique. This little girl couldn't have been a witch before, right? This was even more ruthless than the Black Crow cult. All right. Regaining his composure, Lin Feng asked the man, who was squatting on the ground, who is your superior? Who instructed you to do this? What is your purpose? What do you want to change? What are you hinting at? After a series of questions from Lin Feng, the green-haired man, squatting on the ground, had green light in his eyes and slowly began to speak. His voice intermittent like a damaged soul. It's the Black Crow cult. Their master is a god, and all of you will die all. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Feng kicked him into the fire, and in an instant, he turned to ashes. At the moment he burned to ash, Lin Duo beside him paused for a moment, as if recalling something. She looked at Lin Feng with some confusion. Another Black Crow cult? This standard villain template. If I had known, I would have joined the Black Crow cult too. That way, they wouldn't trouble me. Thinking of this, Lin Feng stroked his chin, actually considering this idea. After all, it was just a name. It could save him a lot of trouble. Wouldn't that'd be wonderful. At this moment, Lin Feng was somewhat shocked by his own godlike thoughts. When he returned to the Dragon Kingdom, he must think of a way to join the Black Crow cult. The Black Crow cult has so many instructors around the world and such extensive influence. They must have a lot of money. They probably also have many resources that can't be seen in public. At that time, if he casually punishes evil and promotes good, wouldn't he be able to openly take those resources for himself? If I become their leader, it's settled. With this thought, Lin Feng brought Yu Guang along and teleported out. This demon refining pot is indeed too overpowered, as it can even violate the rules of the virtual realm. It can bring people in. If I had known this earlier, I would have brought Gong's son Anqing in. At that time, who would dare to provoke me? I could just pull them into the demon refining pot and deal with them. The so-called power of the pot is just that, but I don't want others to know that this pot is in my hands. It would bring me a lot of unnecessary trouble. As Lin Feng and Yu Guang returned to the platform, the three awakened ones around them instantly focused their gazes. Due to the different flow of time inside the pot compared to the outside, it seemed to them that Lin Feng had just disappeared with another awakened one for only a few seconds before jumping back with a giant dragon. What just happened? One awakened one looked at Lin Feng with a terrified expression. He could clearly sense that the strength of the demon beside Lin Feng had reached their level, and at the same level, let alone a creature with dragon blood. Even an ordinary demon, the two of them combined would not be a match for it. You brought an outside demon in. This is a violation. One of the spiritual level awakened ones began to accuse Lin Feng. Hearing this, Lin Feng scoffed. As spiritual level awakened ones, they suppress their strength to come in. Are they not allowed to bring demon pets into the demon refining pot? Isn't that a bit too double standard? Yu Guang, go beat him up. Yes, the one who just spoke. With that, Lin Feng pointed at the awakened one who had just accused him. Roar. Hearing Lin Feng's command, Yu Guang let out a roar and instantly locked onto the opponent. The awakened one, seeing this scene, felt like cursing. He had merely made a comment. Did it require such a response? But it was too late. Roar. At this moment, following the command, Yu Guang pounced like a hungry tiger and instantly began to wrestle with the opponent. From time to time, laser beams scattered from the place where the two were fighting, accompanied by occasional howls. Lin Feng turned around and approached another spiritual level awakened one. As soon as the other party saw Lin Feng coming over, cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Just now, he had seen Lin Feng punch that spiritual level awakened one until all his bones were shattered. He would never think that the person in front of him was merely a weak student. But he had no choice but to fight back. Roar. With a low growl, his body instantly doubled in size. 2 pairs of horns grew on both sides of his face, and his arms became exceptionally thick. Enhanced skill. Come on. He roared as he jumped towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't dodge at all. He could defeat spiritual level awakened ones, let alone someone at the same level. After a few exchanges, the opponent was directly beaten by Lin Feng until his face was bruised. Fortunately, he chose to give up in time. Otherwise, if this situation was seen by others, it would be disgraceful. As a Lighthouse Nation awakened one, being beaten to the ground by a young man was simply too embarrassing. With the opponent leaving, only Heimdall, who had been motionless for a long time, and another Lighthouse Nation awakened one remained in the arena. The first target, naturally, was the awakened one. With this in mind, Lin Feng walked over with a smile. You, don't come over, I surrender. Looking at Lin Feng beating up the two just now, cold sweat flowed down the head of this Lighthouse Nation awakened one. He quickly raised both hands. Instantly, he transformed into a particle of light and left. Damn, this guy is simply inhuman. One person eliminated all 3 spiritual level awakened ones, and it was without a doubt a suppression. It's impossible for him to accomplish this. If it were one-on-one, there might be some possibility, but 1 against 3. If he could do that, he would have attacked from the start. After all, having strength and not being arrogant is simply a waste. Watching the last person leave, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction and turned his gaze to the last demon, Heimdall, standing in the center. He had not moved since he landed in the center. If no one attacked him, Lin Feng guessed he wouldn't move either. Since you're not moving, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Feng removed the black cloth covering his eyes, revealing a pair of sky-blue eyes. Meanwhile, outside the door, with several awakened ones continuously being teleported out, the surrounding crowd was buzzing with discussion. Wow, all these spiritual level awakened ones have been eliminated. Yeah, now only the green-haired spiritual level awakened one from the Lighthouse Nation and the Thunder God's disciple are left inside. As soon as this person finished speaking, a figure was teleported out. It was indeed the rumored disciple of the spiritual realm awakened one from the Lighthouse Nation, along with the beaten awakened one. Seeing this scene, the crowd present and those in the live broadcast room were stunned. This is a global live broadcast. Almost everyone in the base cities was watching. Even major universities in the Dragon Nation were broadcasting this event. Oh my, even he was eliminated, which means only 1 spiritual level awakened one and Lin Feng are left inside. Wow, this Dragon Nation contestant actually survived until the end. Why don't they team up first to eliminate him? Eliminate? With your country's tendencies, they must have targeted us first. Looking at this situation, I estimate your contestants must have been beaten up by someone. What nonsense are you talking? A complete level awakened one. And you think he can beat 3 spiritual level ones? I think they just started fighting among themselves. Look, we still have a spiritual level awakened one inside. This time, the reward is definitely in the hands of the lighthouse. The barrage was lively, and the heat had escalated to the highest point. Once the last 2 determine the winner, the S-level rewards will be presented. Meanwhile, some turn the camera to the bruised man. Mr. Awakened One, were you defeated by the Dragon Nation student? What nonsense are you talking? I'll sue you for defamation. I'm just asking. No need to react so intensely. No questions. This is confidential. At this moment, standing behind the crowd, Gongsun Anqing slightly pursed her red lips, looking stunning. She knew Lin Feng's strength. not to mention spiritual level awakened ones. Even if she suppressed her strength, she might not be his match back then. Boss Lin is awesome. What's spiritual level awakened ones? Just beat him up and it's done. I suspect that the spiritual level demon beast from back then was killed by the boss at a higher level. Haha. Look at that Lighthouse Nation awakened one's expression. He must have been beaten by Boss Lin. Several people spoke up, their eyes shining with admiration. When will they also be able to show off like Lin Feng in front of so many people? Meanwhile, inside the door. At this moment, in front of Lin Feng's arm, the positive and negative spell forms gradually merge together, transforming into a black hole the size of a ping-pong ball. The energy within crashed and surged against each other, creating a land of destruction. If Lin Feng hadn't used his ability to contain it, the place he stood would have turned into a dead zone. At this moment, his right hand had already aimed at the massive armor standing in the center. Phew, go! Lin Feng flicked his right hand. The condensed energy shot towards the center with a whoosh. Then it kept expanding, shaking the ground with such terrifying force that debris scattered everywhere, revealing an extremely deep trench. Boom! A huge sound erupted, and Lin Feng could no longer see the armor in front of him. His vision was completely covered by this black death domain. After a few seconds, bang! A loud explosion. The entire sphere detonated. A semicircular area formed at the center of the stone slab. Countless positive and negative energies collided with each other, and the powers of the black hole and superplanet erupted wildly. No living creature could survive in this dead zone. Finally, after a few seconds, the dead zone disappeared. However, the armor situated in the center remained standing upright, as if it hadn't been attacked at all. There wasn't even a scratch on it. This time, it was Lin Feng's turn to be dumbfounded. So tough? Even that magical wolf wouldn't be unscathed after taking such an attack, right? Moreover, he still had the attribute bonus from the magical wolf, which would give an additional 50 damage against such divine beings. How could it remain completely unharmed from his attack? 6 eyes. Lin Feng used his eyes to probe. The opponent's ability appeared before him. Ultimate energy resistance. What kind of skill is this? The opponent's ability only manifested after Lin Feng's attack. It was clearly a causal type skill that could immunize against 100 of energy type attacks, reminiscent of a physical immunity that once appeared on Blue Star. It's so outrageous. Only power-enhanced awakeners have an advantage here. Lin Feng was stunned. The opponent's power was a full 12,000, while he only had over 8,000. Despite the difference of just over 3,000, the higher the power, the harder it is to improve. If the armor were to strike with full force, he would find it very difficult to withstand, let alone his giant sword in hand. It seemed quite formidable. That was supposedly the key to the gates of the divine realm. Many weapons would likely be unable to withstand its attack. Rustle. Just as Lin Feng was pondering, the armor in front of him suddenly moved. After being attacked by Lin Feng, it slowly lifted its giant sword and began to walk towards Lin Feng step by step. With each step it took, the ground would tremble. After taking a few steps, it raised its giant sword and swung down a crescent-shaped wave of light towards Lin Feng, sweeping across the ground. Whoosh! The massive wave of energy flew towards him. Lin Feng leaped up, narrowly dodging the opponent's ability. Just as he landed, another wave attacked. However, with Lin Feng's precognitive ability for danger, he could see the blurry shadow of the attack even before it came. To hit him, the speed would have to be so fast that he couldn't dodge even with his foresight. Thankfully, I was prepared. Taking a breath, Lin Feng jumped towards Heimdall, each leap filled with peril. He had trained all his abilities in the martial arts hall beforehand, so now, in front of Heimdall, he could respond so effortlessly. It was also thanks to not solely relying on his abilities. He had also undergone extreme training in physique and strength. After a few jumps, he arrived in front of the opponent. Whoosh! Punch! Lin Feng threw a punch, and the opponent also responded with a punch. Bang! The two punches collided, sending huge sound waves rippling through the surroundings. The force, if even a little leaked out, could make a complete awakened being spit blood and fall to the ground. This was a battle that no ordinary awakened being could participate in. At this moment, seeing that his attack had no effect, the armor actually showed a surprised expression. Then, a deep voice emerged. You are the first to dare to take my punch head-on and not be sent flying. The armor could actually speak? Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. He had thought that the two challenges were entirely different. Now it seemed that the beings here also had self-awareness. This meant that this place was also a relic left by the gods for future generations, undoubtedly hiding rare treasures. Bang! Lin Feng said nothing, silently coating his fists with armed color hockey. He threw punch after punch. After just one punch with the opponent, his fingers hurt. But thankfully, he had the buff from the magical wolf. Otherwise, he would definitely be feeling worse now. At this moment, he certainly dared not be careless and unleashed all his power with armed color. Each of Lin Feng's strikes produced a tremendous sound. The opponent also responded with one move after another, and his martial arts techniques were far more refined than Lin Feng's. Human attacks are still so inefficient. Heimdall mocked. Each of his punches was methodical, with the best way to exert force in every strike. In contrast, Lin Feng was simply attacking, and at this moment, he was certainly at a disadvantage. However, Lin Feng remained silent. His eyes emitted a blue light, learning all of the opponent's techniques. Then, he used the opponent as a real combat target. With the ability of 6 eyes, no matter the flow of energy or the trajectory of attacks, he observed everything without missing a single detail. As their attacks continued, Heimdall gradually sensed that something was wrong. He learned the techniques of the gods. Heimdall was a bit shaken. He was merely exchanging blows with the opponent. Yet, after a few minutes, all his techniques had been learned by Lin Feng. You must know, even after reading the classics, it took him a long time to master those techniques. But this human in front of him managed to learn them in just a few minutes. And soon, Lin Feng's attacking style became identical to his. Moreover, as time passed, the opponent's moves became even more refined than what he had originally learned. Step by step, using techniques, he pushed Heimdall to the brink. At this moment, the previously calm Heimdall could no longer maintain his composure. His eyes were filled with fear. Lin Feng had improved the divine martial arts. Bang! Finally, Heimdall could no longer withstand the opponent's attacks and was gradually suppressed to the ground. His knees slammed hard against the stone slab. His arms hung down, internally shattered. He looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. His power was about twice that of this human. Yet now he was being defeated by the opponent using techniques, without even having the chance to use his weapon. What kind of unparalleled monster is this? Among their divine race, a prodigy of this level would be enough to rank in the top 10. However, if he knew that Lin Feng had not used his full strength, he would probably be even more shocked. However, the Conqueror's Haki is Lin Feng's ultimate move, which he won't use lightly unless absolutely necessary. Gods are nothing more than this. Your techniques are inferior to humans. Lin Feng stood in front of him and began to retaliate, completely trampling on the opponent's earlier arrogance. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Heimdall had nothing to say. Ever since he removed his eye mask, he had become even more perverse. He could see through all of Heimdall's movements. Get lost. Lin Feng turned around and walked aside, completely disregarding him. Compared to Galakran, Heimdall was simply too weak. Galakran is the embodiment of flames, so he should be immune to physical attacks, while Heimdall is immune to magic, theoretically stronger. Yet, he couldn't withstand a few hits. After Lin Feng finished speaking, the once dormant armor instantly turned to dust. To be honest, if it weren't for Lin Feng's outrageous abilities, probably no one could confront Heimdall head-on. With such strong power, combined with his perverse causal abilities, how many people have fallen here? You have passed the test of the gods. You are granted S-level martial arts, double-level weapons, and double-level armor. You have passed all tests. Leave now. As the voice, seemingly containing thunder, sounded, a massive portal appeared behind Lin Feng. At the same time, outside the door, a crowd had gathered. Since it had been a long time without a clear victor, everyone was quite puzzled. Just as groups of people standing there were discussing, the door changed. Bang! A light sound reached everyone's ears. Countless gazes instantly gathered, and the live broadcast screen precisely aligned with the top of the door, whose jade pendant shattered. As people's eyes turned, they were horrified to find that the name of the spirit-level awakener had disappeared. Only Lin Feng remained. Moreover, it was clearly written at the top of the door, 2 double-level weapons and 1 S-level martial art. The once rare double-level weapons appeared so pale and powerless in front of this S-level martial art. In an instant, the crowd became noisy. What the hell? I also want S-level martial arts. Damn it. How frustrating. It's open. It's open. This Dragon Kingdom Awakener is too outrageous. If I could report him, I would do it first. What are you talking about? It's cheating? S-level martial arts. This is the martial arts that can create S-level awakeners. It also depends on who receives it, right? Others like Thor are already geniuses. Are you stupid? Surviving to the end against so many people, could he not be first? At this moment, everyone was excited, although they did not obtain the S-level martial arts themselves. Witnessing the birth of God was more thrilling than if they had received it themselves. Everyone's attention was fixed on the door. Sure, Xion's eyes were also wide open. Damn, as expected of my boss. I knew he would definitely succeed. That group of bastards must have been beaten by him. Otherwise, how come the last awakener didn't come out? Makes sense. Being invincible in the same tier is not just talk. He actually killed a spirit-level awakener. Although his strength was suppressed inside, this still counts as a cross-dire kill, right? At this moment, the three of them were discussing. They originally thought that entering the dungeon in the future would mean being suppressed by spirit-level awakeners. But today, Lin Feng's performance made them feel that if their strength was sufficient, they wouldn't fear anything. Meanwhile, Gongsun Anqing also rarely had a smile at the corner of her mouth. If she could obtain the S-level martial arts, she could ensure that Lin Feng was cultivated to the divine level to deal with future mutations. However, spirit-level awakeners cherish their lives more than anyone else. They have lived too long, and their perception of danger should be extremely strong. How would they possibly be killed inside? Gongsun Anqing had also been inside and could not bring anything with her. Moreover, leaving someone inside. Lin Feng, you must be hiding some secrets. Thinking of this, Gongsun Anqing's chest slightly heaved as she looked at the surrounding crowd. However, not everyone was excited. For example, among the crowd, someone became a bit gloomy upon seeing that the spirit-level awakener had not come out. The atmosphere here was becoming increasingly oppressive, and even the air was tinged with a hint of gunpowder. Everyone knew that once Lin Feng came out, a great battle would definitely erupt. As a result, some contestants who were not strong enough immediately left the area, leaving less than 1/10 of the original crowd. Gongsun Anqing also took a few steps forward, getting very close to the door, ensuring she could act at any moment to intercept others' attacks. I advise you all to refrain from acting rashly. Once you make a move, the only outcome awaiting you is one. At this moment, Gongsun Anqing stood there, staring at the door without a sideways glance. Although her words did not release any pressure, they still made a few people present feel a chill down their spines. However, no one intended to leave, clearly having some backing. Even Imoen and the others had long since left this place. This was not a situation they could intervene in, lest they drag Gongsun Anqing down. At this moment, the crowd watching the live stream also became tense. Why are these people still standing there? Wasn't it promised to be a fair competition? Don't listen to their nonsense. This is S-level martial arts. Who would watch someone else take it away? They must fight for it. What if something unexpected happens? That's right. Some of these people are from the Nordic side. However, some are completely untraceable to any base city. Is Lin Feng Sr. in danger now? Don't worry. Isn't Gongsun Sr. there? With him around, the others wouldn't dare act. The audience from the Dragon Kingdom was beginning to worry. This is not within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom. All countries can compete for martial arts. This signifies the birth of a divine-level awakener. No one would easily give up, especially in this era where demons roam freely. Even the creatures in Forbidden Lands have already gone to war with the Lighthouse Nation. The number of divine-level awakeners in the Lighthouse Nation is much higher than in other countries. If they really intend to make a move to seize it, the outcome is not certain. After all, the Lighthouse Nation's shamelessness is well known. It would be a normal occurrence for them to act and seize it. Watching S-level martial arts being taken away from their team dungeon would be unbelievable. Tensions were high among the crowd, and the atmosphere was thick with hostility. Occasionally, a wave of pressure would clash against another. Regular tier awakeners could no longer intervene. Everyone was waiting for Lin Feng to emerge. 3 minutes. 4 minutes. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. Half an hour. After waiting for a whole hour, Lin Feng still did not come out. Now it was the crowd's turn to feel puzzled. Why hasn't he come out yet? Yes, I remember the last time Thor went in, he came out in just over 10 minutes. Why is it taking so long this time? What is this kid doing in there? Could it be that he has already come out and we didn't notice? Shoo, don't talk nonsense. Our country has awakened beings in the spiritual realm, keeping an eye on things. It's absolutely impossible for him to escape right under our noses. It's really strange. At this point, the crowd had become somewhat impatient, and restlessness began to spread. Meanwhile, Gongsun Jing was also feeling confused. When she went in, she didn't waste so much time. Could it be that this instance is different from the one she entered? Or is he trapped inside? If Lin Feng is really trapped, she could forcibly tear open a rift in this secret realm. However, there are many people here, and if she used her energy to open the secret realm, she probably wouldn't have the time to protect him anymore. The situation was still extremely critical. Just then, while everyone was waiting outside, Lin Feng was inside the main gate. He was circling around the giant sword embedded in the ground. Can this thing be taken away? Lin Feng tried to pull out the giant sword but couldn't budge at all. It was as if it had fused with the floor. Should I try using the so-called divine techniques of their gods to pull out? He had tried various methods using armed color hockey, but it was completely useless. However, he hadn't yet used the power technique he had just learned from Heimdall. With that thought in mind, Lin Feng no longer hesitated. He extended his hands and used the technique he had just learned, because the things he learned were just techniques, only useful in combat. When it came to exerting force, there wasn't much difference, so he hadn't used it. However, just when he thought that the giant sword would remain still, a sound rang out. Lin Feng yanked it out. Then there was a loud crash as it struck the ground. He actually pulled it out. At that moment, an ancient voice sounded. Put down that sword and leave this place. As soon as the voice appeared, it immediately vanished. Hearing this, Lin Feng was taken aback. When he couldn't pull out the sword, the other party remained silent, but after he pulled it out, they asked him to put it down. How could it be so good? They want to take back what has already become mine? Saying this, Lin Feng immediately opened the demon refining pot and stored the giant sword inside. Then he shouted again towards the sky. I never said I wanted to exit the secret realm. I will continue the challenge. He had already cleared the solo level and knew the structure inside. The so-called secret realm was constructed from the energy left behind by the sages. If he guessed correctly, the energy inside had formed its own consciousness, deliberately deceiving those who entered. Therefore, after clearing the level, this secret realm could continue to exist here. The urgency in pushing him to leave only confirmed his thoughts. If he had truly cleared it, wouldn't they just send him away directly? Why bother pretending to urge him? After saying this, the thunder in the sky became exceptionally agitated, occasionally flashing and disappearing within a dark cloud. Human, didn't you come here to obtain S-class martial skills? Now that you have it, leave. S-class martial skills are still a bit beneath me. I heard you have SSS-class martial skills here. Give me that, and I'll leave. Lin Feng stood there, adopting a posture that suggested he wouldn't leave unless he was given what he wanted. Even the dark clouds in the sky seemed speechless, emitting rumbling sounds that confirmed his anger. Don't be greedy. If divine punishment descends, you won't take anything with you. At this moment, the voice in the sky boomed. Occasionally, a bolt of lightning struck the stone slab below, leaving a charred mark. Clearly, he was threatening Lin Feng. This further convinced Lin Feng of one thing. There really is an SSS-class martial skill here. He even suspected that the thundercloud in the sky was the energy of that martial skill. Come on, since you want me to see divine punishment, then I will see. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the voice in the sky fell silent. The entire space became incredibly quiet. After a few minutes of stillness, boom, a terrifying sound erupted from the sky as a bolt of lightning shot down from the darkness, connecting the floor and the dark clouds. Then this bolt of lightning grew thicker. The dark cloud shrank, all of it flowing down this lightning line, gradually transforming into a humanoid figure made of lightning. Its entire body was composed of lightning. Even its clothes and eyes were made of electricity. A violent aura radiated around it, and Lin Feng, who was over 100 meters away, felt a tingling sensation on his skin. The space surrounding him was continuously consuming his energy, used to maintain the infinite domain and resist this violent aura. At that moment, a voice different from before appeared. Defeat the God King Zeus to obtain SSS-class awakening power. Hearing this, Lin Feng felt no fear in his heart. Instead, he became excited. It's actually an awakening ability. He had never had an awakening ability from the beginning. If he could obtain this awakening power, he would also be able to possess SSS-class awakening abilities. Previously, all the skills were given by the system, but now this was legitimate. With that thought, Lin Feng activated his 6 eyes and looked at the data of the opponent. God King Zeus mental power, 100 level, complete stage limit strength, speed, stamina, ability, description, a being made of lightning. Only pure energy exists. The opponent's mental power actually reached 100, far surpassing his own. Moreover, he could clearly feel that the opponent's mental power and his own had both reached an extremely high level. This was somewhat tricky. Lin Feng muttered to himself. At this moment, he truly felt a tremendous pressure. The opponent's level did not indicate a complete stage, but a complete stage limit. Come on, human. Welcome the judgment of the gods. As Zeus finished speaking, he swung his right hand, sending out a lightning-like chain that instantly carved a deep trench into the ground. 5 points of mental power. The energy on this chain had 5 points of mental power. The opponent was using mental power to control this immense energy. This old guy is not honest. Lin Feng silently complained. When facing Galaclin, the opponent had said that gods were just awakened beings with stronger power. This young brat still dares to call himself a god. Whoosh! Lin Feng drew out the staff knife from his back, which emitted waves of black lightning. Whoosh! The lightning chain lashed out, striking towards Lin Feng. The path emitted crackling sounds. Such power! Even the previous spiritual level awakeners would likely suffer severe injuries from just one hit. Bleeding half a tank, Lin Feng held a long knife in his hand, its hilt radiating a black aura and lightning. The Conqueror's haki wrapped around it. Swish! He drew the staff knife and slashed forward. The haki on the staff knife extended outwards, cutting through the long thunder chains in midair for several meters. Then Lin Feng teleported in front of the opponent, once again bringing down the staff knife. Boom! The terrifying force crushed the ground, causing it to crack. Thunder God's Spear. The thunderous figure in front of him growled, and a spear formed from 20 points of mental energy, and thunder appeared in his hand. He raised it to block in front of him. Bang! Crackle! It was actually blocked. Lin Feng frowned. The weapon in his hand was a mythical level weapon. A spear made of mental energy could actually block his staff knife. The opponent was indeed a formidable being at the peak of the awakened stage, not to be underestimated. The opponent thrust the thunder spear forward repeatedly. Each thrust summoned a thick bolt of lightning from the sky, leaving a huge pit. This floor had not even been damaged by the awakeners during their battle. It was clear how immense the power was. However, the more this happened, the more Lin Feng became interested in this SSS-level awakening ability. If he could obtain this ability and channel the thunder spear into his staff knife, wouldn't he be invincible? At that time, like a god, he could summon endless raging thunder. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Fortunately, he had asked a question earlier. Seeing Lin Feng in front of him, not afraid but rather excited, Zeus was furious. Explosive thunderfall. He hurled the spear into the sky, and in an instant, the thunder spear exploded in midair. It released an extremely violent aura, transforming into a mass of thunderclouds. Rumble. Countless thick bolts of lightning surged down like a waterfall toward Lin Feng. In an instant, everything around was covered by thunder. The ground was riddled with black trenches and pits. The entire area turned into a dead zone. This terrifying thunder lasted for several minutes. The speed of its descent was such that no one could escape. This was the speed of lightning. The insignificant humans dared to challenge the majesty of the gods. The thunder figure standing there slowly spoke. Even the moonlight, who had been watching from a distance, could no longer find Lin Feng's figure. Everything was covered in lightning. In a moment of panic, it let out a series of howls. However, just a few minutes later, the thunder dissipated. Lin Feng still stood at the center, his clothes reduced to ashes, leaving behind several scars. This was the result of him intentionally allowing some of the surrounding thunder to hit him, enduring it with his body. He wanted to test just how much power he could resist. Now, there was still some static electricity coursing through him, occasionally causing pain. After this thunder baptism, he felt his body was stronger than before. At least, his resistance to lightning had significantly improved. What do you call this? Familiarizing himself with his abilities in advance. It would be easier to unleash them later. Though he thought this, the figure standing there did not share the same sentiment. A resonating voice emerged. From the level of lightning jumping around him, it was clear how shocked he was inside. He never expected that after receiving his attack head-on, the opponent not only did not defend, but endured it with his body. What kind of perverse defense is this? Wasn't it said that the weakest aspect of awakeners was their physical body? It seemed that was not the case at all. Then, the opponent quickly reacted, condensing another lightning spear in his hand. But Lin Feng would not give him a chance. With a flash of his foot, he instantly flew in front of him. Then, with a pair of azure eyes, he leveled his gaze and formed a one-handed seal. Domain expansion. In an instant, the two were enveloped within it. The surrounding space seemed to freeze. At this moment, they were both in a universe. Infinite void. He could still move. Clearly, the opponent did not have a brain. He was a being of energy. Unable to convey information into his mind, he naturally could not control him. However, Lin Feng did not intend to control him. Instead, he utilized a characteristic of the domain expansion. Absolute hit. Any skill he released within this domain would never miss. Damn human, what trick are you playing? The figure of thunder now appeared extremely furious. He had been brought to this place by Lin Feng, and his situation was quite passive. However, Lin Feng would not give him a chance to react. Two small circular black holes rapidly approached. Once they got close to the opponent's thunder, a hint of it was sucked in. Even from a considerable distance, he could feel the pull. Trying to hit me with this kind of attack? It's far too slow. He had lightning-like speed. Ordinary attacks needed to be faster than him to hit. The speed of the two black holes was much slower in his eyes. Forget hitting him. Even seeing him was impossible. Whoosh! The thunder-like figure transformed into a mass of purple lightning, swiftly darting aside. Then he reformed his human shape. However, when he lifted his head, the black holes were still there, continuously approaching him, as if he hadn't moved at all. I clearly just changed positions. Thinking of this, Zeus moved again, rapidly shifting positions in this space. As a result, no matter how he moved, the two attacks continued to close in, making it impossible to evade. At this moment, a shocked expression appeared in his eyes. This is causality ability. He had only seen such a terrifying ability in those with causality awakening. When he was alive, these causality awakeners had caused him a lot of trouble. But the person in front of him had already released quite a number of awakening abilities. Strengthening his long knife, forcibly pulling himself into this space, and that teleportation ability. A human could only possess one awakening ability at most. Simultaneously possessing so many awakening abilities was a divine power. How could it appear in one person? Bang! The two black holes crashed into him. A massive amount of lightning was frantically absorbed. The energy within him rapidly decreased until it finally reached a critical point. Boom! A tremendous explosion échoué. The two small black holes detonated. In an instant, it caused clear damage. The power within Lin Feng disappeared by more than half, and at that moment, his abilities were also lifted. Due to his low level, he couldn't maintain it for too long, at most supporting the release of two attacks. Huff huff. At this moment, Zeus in front of him actually showed a human-like behavior, panting heavily and looking horrified at the awakened one before him. This is just too inhuman. Even energy bodies can be attacked. You. Before Zeus could finish his sentence, another massive shockwave flew in, directly blowing his head off. Then Lin Feng jumped over, activated his armed color domineering, and unleashed a series of divine body punches. He was completely unable to respond, unable even to use his own mental power. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, helpless, Zeus chose death. He transformed into particles gathering in the air, becoming a tome. Destruction gods, thunder then. The surrounding space suddenly changed, turning into an illusion. What appeared before Lin Feng was a woman immersed in a sea of thunder. She wore armor forged from lightning and held a long spear made of lightning in her hand. With a wave of her hand, endless thunder descended, as if it were divine punishment. With one thrust of her spear, the entire heaven and earth seemed destined to be pierced by thunder. This secret realm was actually left behind by a woman. Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. He had thought that such a secret realm should be left by a vigorous and domineering man, but unexpectedly, it was a woman. As the scene before him ended, a mysterious feeling entered Lin Feng's body. He suddenly realized that the mental energy originally located in his mind had transformed into tiny bolts of thunder. That mental power, which originally resembled, had also been transformed into a sea of thunder. As he extended his hand, gathering a portion of mental power in his palm, thunder flashed in his hand. He pointed, instantly piercing a hole in the floor. It turned out this was the true thunder inheritance. The god-level awakened one had only received martial skills. At this moment, Lin Feng felt some joy. He didn't expect that this time he came would actually allow him to obtain the true martial skills of this place. A top-tier talent and an S-Class secret manual. Opening the S-Class secret manual in his hand, Lin Feng skimmed through it. What was recorded on it was all written with thunder. Everything written was the woman's understanding and use of the inheritance. With his 6 eyes, after reading it once, he memorized it all in his mind. Then he closed the manual and walked toward the door. However, just as he was about to step out, he suddenly remembered something. The spiritual level awakened one said that outside there were people from the Black Crow Church waiting for him, clearly wanting to take his S-Class martial skills. Since that was the case, why not? With this thought, a smile crept onto Lin Feng's lips. He then opened the martial skills manual and began to modify its contents with a flicker of lightning at his fingertips. There were no obstacles at all. If anyone else tried to make changes, they would naturally encounter resistance and wouldn't be able to do so. However, since he had already obtained the inheritance, this manual was essentially his possession, so modifying it was naturally without any issues. After modifying it, Lin Feng wrote something astonishing inside. Then on the last page, he added a line. To practice divine skills, one must first castrate oneself. Perfect. Looking at this manual in his hand, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. When the Black Crow Church asks him for it, he can quickly hand it over. What if it ends up in the hands of the higher-ups? When they practice to the end and find no effect, will they suddenly realize that they haven't completed the final step and end up castrating themselves? If a knife strikes down, they would surely cultivate to the extreme, and then the thunder would rage, transforming into the true Thunder King. With this thought, Lin Feng hesitated no longer, storing the martial skills and moonlight into the demon refining pot. Then he tucked it into his arms and stepped out. At this moment, the crowd outside had already grown impatient. It had been almost 2 hours. Why hadn't he come out yet? Could it be that he couldn't get out? What a joke. There should be a result whether he wins or loses. If he really died inside, then that name above should also disappear. Reasonable talk. Wait. Someone is coming out. At this moment, a shout echoed. The eyes of people from all over the world gathered. Because once Lin Feng appeared, it meant some friction was bound to happen here. And the crowd standing there also moved immediately. Gongsun Anqing was not afraid of the few people and took the lead to walk forward, standing outside the door. Her graceful figure stood there, hard to resist, attracting everyone's attention. Even some viewers in the live broadcast room found it hard to breathe. Lin Feng, brother, look here. Senior Lin's figure is amazing. When can he return to the Magic City? Wow, this figure makes even me, a guy, unable to handle it. I want to duel with Senior Lin. You upstairs, stop disgusting me. Get lost, this is a critical moment. Yeah, Lin Feng is in great danger now. I heard that another god-level awakened one from our dragon country wanted to come, but was held back. Isn't that nonsense? With 2 god-level awakened ones gone, who will guard our dragon country's base city? At this point, everyone realized the seriousness of the issue. They quickly focused their attention, nervously watching the situation in the arena. At this moment, Gongsun Anqing stood in front of Lin Feng. Both were looking around. These people were taking action in the dark, completely unaware of who was exerting pressure. But it was certain that at least 5 god-level awakened ones were making their moves. Everyone agreed on fair competition. Do you want to create animosity with our dragon country? Gongsun Anqing's tone was icy. However, the people in the shadows did not respond. A more massive force surged in, clearly indicating their stance through action. At this moment, facing the pressure from 5 god-level awakened ones, cold sweat dripped from Gongsun Anqing's forehead. If a fight really broke out, she would definitely not be able to protect Lin Feng. But she had already promised her student that if he could obtain the martial skills, she would take him back. Would she really go back on her word now? It should be known that Lin Feng's acquisition of this martial skill was incredibly hard-earned. He could be said to have risked his life. She had also experienced the taste of betrayal back then, which was quite unpleasant and made her do things she despised. Senior Gongsun, how about I give them the martial skill? As Lin Feng spoke, he took out the S-rank martial skill from his bosom. The moment this martial skill appeared, heavy breaths emerged from the surrounding crowd. Then, a hidden voice came out, hand over the martial skill, and we can guarantee your safe departure from here. As far as I know, some people want more than just this martial skill. They also want someone's life. Upon hearing this, Gongsun Anqing let out a cold snort. Turning to Lin Feng, she said, "Don't worry, I will definitely take you out." However, hearing this, Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Don't mess up my plan. But he couldn't just throw the martial skill away, right? He had to act a bit. With that thought, Lin Feng spoke again. Senior Gongsun, you are a crucial combat force for the Dragon Kingdom. We cannot afford to lose you over something trivial. I also don't want to see you suffer because of me. At this point, Lin Feng's expression, movements, and tone had reached an almost extreme level. In an instant, his acting skills as a top actor were activated once again. It was truly a sight that would awaken the conscience of any enemy. Seeing Lin Feng's performance, Gongsun Anqing felt a sudden pain in her heart for some reason. Am I too weak? She extended her smooth, white hand and tightly grasped Lin Feng's hand holding the martial skill, looking at him with determination. I was once lacking in strength, but this time, I won't let myself regret. As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently flicked towards Lin Feng's upper body, and a hint of pink appeared on her neck. Yet, her delicate hand did not loosen its grip, firmly holding onto Lin Feng. Lin Feng was already bewildered. He really wanted to sing a song. I really want to throw. But I can't. Gongsun Anqing stood there, tightly gripping Lin Feng's hand, her body almost pressing against him. However, for some reason, Gongsun Anqing felt no discomfort at this moment. It was as if something within her had been released. Like a flood beast, it could not be restrained. Was it concern for her disciple, or maternal love? She couldn't tell. However, Lin Feng's earlier heartfelt display indeed touched her. This scene was truly shocking to the people around them, especially those from the Dragon Kingdom. In their impression, Gongsun Anqing was like an iceberg, an ethereal existence akin to mist. The words they usually heard were all about her being decisive and powerful, a figure of immense authority. Anyone who offended her would make everyone feel that the person wouldn't live to see the next day. Moreover, the most crucial point was that she was not of this world. No man could approach her. but no one was worthy of her either. Yet, this scene before them shattered everyone's perception. Gongsun Onqing actually took the initiative to get so close to a man. Wow, am I seeing things? Is this really the Gongsun family from our Dragon Kingdom? It couldn't be wrong. Anyone who could save someone under so many god-level awakened beings had to be a god-level awakened being. How did you get so close? But the current situation was indeed quite dangerous. I'm jealous. I also want to be protected under the magnificent presence of Gongsun. Her figure had everything it should have. Slim where it should be slim, and her skin was as white as snow. At this moment, everyone was staring in disbelief. Such an ice queen was actually protecting a student like this. Anyone watching would wish to take her place, to become Gongsun Onqing's disciple. However, they didn't know that Lin Feng was not truly Gongsun Onqing's disciple. It was just a so-called teacher-student relationship. Far away in the Demon City, Xiao Menglin watched the scene unfold, her delicate fists clenched tightly. Her cheeks puffed slightly, feeling inexplicably sour inside. Although her figure wasn't as grand as Gongsun Onqing's, she was young. After all, Gongsun Onqing was a god-level awakened being with hundreds of years of lifespan. She didn't even know how old she was. But it was just a teacher-student relationship, just a teacher-student relationship. What are you thinking, Xiao Menglin? After muttering a few phrases, her face turned red, and she didn't even realize it. Her concern for Lin Feng had reached an extreme level. She even started to feel jealous. Meanwhile, outside the gates of the virtual realm, as Lin Feng passed the final hurdle, the gate began to close gradually. However, at this moment, everyone was only focused on the martial skill before them, not paying too much attention to this matter. Senior, you must think more about our Dragon Kingdom. You are currently our strongest combat force, and nothing must go wrong. At this time, Lin Feng's expression was firm. He then slowly added, we can use this martial skill to negotiate with them. There is no need to actually give it away. Seeing Lin Feng's attitude, Gongsun Onqing felt a pain in her chest again and instinctively tightened her grip on his hand. Feeling the soft sensation in his hand, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. If Gongsun Onqing found out later that he was acting, would he definitely be killed? But he couldn't dare to say it. This matter could only be deceived to trap others. Otherwise, how could he expect those cunning god-level awakened beings to believe him? However, it seemed that his demeanor made Gongsun Onqing think of herself. She had completely regarded Lin Feng as someone just like her. After all, she had always solved all problems by herself. The moment someone appeared in this world who could empathize with her, the emotion she had hidden inside would surge forth. Lin Feng guessed she was in that situation right now. Sure enough, the next moment Gongsun Onqing's words confirmed his thoughts. No, you must stay by my side. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng actually felt warm inside. However, it gave him a feeling of being supported by a queen. This wouldn't do. He was a man who aspired to be the king of martial arts. How could he be supported by someone? With that thought, Lin Feng decisively broke free from her soft grasp. At the moment he let go, Gongsun Onqing suddenly felt a sense of loss, her hand instinctively wanting to grab something. At this moment, Lin Feng had already stood before the god-level awakened beings. To be honest, if these people really dared to make a move, he wouldn't mind going down with them. With the flowing blade like fire's Bankai in hand, it was estimated that half of the god-level awakened beings in this world would disappear. However, by then his physical strength would also be extremely weakened, and the period of weakness would be quite serious. He would use it unless absolutely necessary. Everyone, this S-rank martial skill is in my hands. I believe you know what it represents. Although I really want to give it to you. Lin Feng paused here, feeling the crowd's breaths becoming heavier. A slight smile appeared on his lips as he continued. But one martial skill isn't enough to share among several people. So why don't you offer some conditions? How about I sell it to you? At this point, the crowd fell silent, beginning to contemplate. This is an S-level martial skill, which is different from the martial skill levels in the human world. The highest level martial skill on Blue Star is only A level. This is because these martial skills are artificially categorized, and they have never seen martial skills of such a high level. If it were really assigned a level, it could probably independently create an SSS level. Now, such a martial skill is actually being sold to them here. This can be said to be the biggest concession. Moreover, it is best not to confront the SSS level awakener, Gongsun Onqing, directly. If they really fought, it would be impossible for them to work together to besiege Gongsun Onqing. In the end, who the S-level martial skill belongs to remains unknown. Even if they manage to snatch it, they would provoke a giant like the Dragon Country, which would be a loss that outweighs the gain. In an instant, some people understood the severity of the situation. After all, he is an old fox and would not choose the most exhausting way. Since you want to sell it, there is no way around it. I happen to be lacking a martial skill recently, but you have to let us see the contents inside first. A voice came from all directions, entering Lin Feng's ears. However, it was unclear from which direction it came. Truly an old fox, even at such a critical moment, still had to say some grandiose words. Lin Feng silently complained in his heart and slowly took out the martial skill from his bosom, then revealed it. In the dark, several pairs of eyes suddenly focused on it, then became puzzled. The evil-repelling sword manual? What kind of martial skill is this? They had never heard of it before. Moreover, this is the place where the thunder god appeared. How could it be a sword technique? There is something wrong with this martial skill. Doubts emerged from the darkness. Lin Feng smiled slightly. He had already anticipated that the other party would say this. If he guessed correctly, that former divine-level awakener from the Lighthouse Kingdom who appeared in the sky was among these people. He had previously attacked Gongsun Anqing and had come here to intercept him again. This has now established enmity, but there was never any goodwill between their two countries. Then I'll show you the contents. Saying this, Lin Feng opened the first page of the manual. Heavy breaths filled the air, and several greedy gazes converged, constantly scanning the page. Slap! Just then, Lin Feng appropriately closed the pages and slowly spoke. Now you should believe it, right? If you don't believe it, you can ask that person. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, indeed, several voices began to whisper among themselves. That's right, it is indeed that manual, and it seems to be even more profound than the one I obtained. This man said to several people in the dark. He had gotten this manual before and had even attempted to modify it. After all, he had learned it all, and it was useless to keep it. However, he could not modify it, so this martial skill could not be changed. Hearing this voice, the few people in the dark nodded. Since the Thunder God said so, it must be fine. This is that S-level martial skill. Thinking of this, the few felt a bit excited. They knew the strength of the spirit-level awakener known as the Thunder God, and he relied on this martial skill. Now that a martial skill stronger than his has appeared, how could it not excite them? Just tell me your conditions. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. This was the effect he wanted. You also know the importance of this martial skill. I am currently in need of a legendary level armor. Impossible. At Lin Feng's words, someone in the dark immediately voiced out. Legendary level armor. There were probably only 2 or 3 pieces secretly hidden in a country. Even spirit level awakeners might not possess such armor. How could it possibly be exchanged for something else? Hearing his words, Lin Feng spoke again. Of course, I won't force you. If you don't want to, then I will just keep it for myself. But the gap between this S-level martial skill and the legendary level armor. TSK. Saying this, Lin Feng followed Gongsun Anqing, truly intending to leave from here directly. At this moment, Gongsun Anqing's aura also grew even stronger. Watching the scene, the people in chaos suddenly panicked. If this continued, it would inevitably lead to a fight. This was the result they did not want to see. If they could secure it through financial means, that would naturally be the best. After all, when it comes to wealth, probably no one could compare to their Lighthouse Kingdom. However, before they could speak, another force immediately voiced out in the dark. Give me the item, and I can exchange it with legendary armor. When this was said, the people from the Lighthouse Kingdom were immediately stunned. Do we really have to compete like this? However, they quickly reacted. They could not let the item fall into someone else's hands. I will also offer a piece of legendary armor, plus a small spirit mine. 2 spirit mines and a piece of legendary armor. As soon as they finished speaking, the price was immediately raised back. They could indeed offer 2 small spirit mines. However, the other party, knowing their identity, still raised the price like this. It seems they are quite confident. Is there really such financial power in this world? After pondering for a moment, the Lighthouse Kingdom chose to give up. They had the most divine-level awakeners, and as long as they ensured they had more than other countries, that was enough. In an instant, 3 forces disappeared in the dark. Gongsun Anqing immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure on her eased a bit. You give me the item first, and then I will give you this martial skill. Lin Feng said. Hearing this, the few people in the dark fell silent. What are you afraid of? This is a global live broadcast. Are you afraid we won't pay? Seeing the other party silent, Lin Feng again tried to persuade them. Hearing this, the other party finally relented. Okay. As soon as the words fell, a small storage item immediately dropped out. Gongsun Anqing reached out to retrieve it to check. She was immediately astonished by what was inside. At the center of this storage ring lay a golden yellow armor. This item was not taken out from the second day back then. How did it end up here? Gongsun Anqing was somewhat surprised in her heart. She and some divine-level awakeners had jointly gone to the demon's forbidden area on the second day, and they had taken out an armor from there. At that time, even divine-level awakeners had died inside. She never expected this item to appear here. Taking a deep breath, Gongsun Anqing looked at Lin Feng and nodded to him, then handed it to him. This item is fine. Taking the ring, Lin Feng hurriedly placed it in his bosom, feeling a bit excited. This was done in front of so many people, pulling a fast one. He never expected to actually succeed. He managed to obtain 2 small spirit veins and a legendary armor. This far exceeded his expectations. He never thought this martial skill would be so attractive. It is likely that when that divine-level awakener discovers that this martial skill cannot be cultivated, he will be furious. However, he has reason to suspect that one of the remaining 2 is a member of the Black Raven cult. There's a high probability that the martial skill will still fall into the hands of the Black Raven cult. This is exactly the result he wanted to see. At that time, letting him train his divine skills to the point of spitting blood and dying would be perfect. He could eliminate a menace without lifting a finger. However, Lin Feng guessed that the other party wouldn't be so easily fooled. After all, having lived for so long, they were quite cunning. Here, Lin Feng raised his hand and tossed the martial arts book into the air. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept by, and the martial arts book instantly vanished without a trace. The several god-tier awakeners hidden in the shadows also disappeared in the blink of an eye. Seeing this outcome, the livestream's bullet comments left everyone dumbfounded. Which bases were so shameless? They promised fair competition, and in the end, they resorted to such underhanded tactics. Poor senior Lin Feng, who had worked hard to acquire the martial arts, ended up letting so many people take it away. They just wanted to comfort him. But who were they to comfort him? Didn't they see Elder Gongsun standing there? This isn't right. If it were Elder Gongsun, he might suffocate. The Gongsun family. Damn it. No one here is getting away. We'll settle the score later. I think there's definitely a share from Lighthouse Country in this. They're the most shameless of all. No kidding. But what can you do? Others haven't come out in person. They're just threatening from the shadows, and Lin Feng was the one who actively sold the martial arts. Sigh. This is a helpless move. If he hadn't sold it, Elder Gongsun Anqing would probably be in danger. When will there be a man who would give up such martial arts for me? With your kind? If you had even half of Elder Gongsun's ambition, I might consider it. The bullet comment for Dragon Country were abuzz with discussions, all angrily cursing the people from other countries. However, there are also some serious discussions speculating who was secretly making moves, mixed with a portion of banter. Watching the martial arts being taken away, Lin Feng revealed a smile. This martial arts technique is one that kills whoever practices it. The contents inside, not to mention slight differences, could be said to be completely unrelated, especially the usage method of this martial arts. After obtaining this book, only one person can absorb the inheritance contained within, and then practice according to the contents of the book. However, Lin Feng had already received the true inheritance, so there was no need for him to absorb the contents inside. Moreover, the content of the inheritance had already been modified by him. Once the other party absorbs the inheritance, what will remain in their memory will be a heavily modified technique that cannot be practiced at all. In addition to obtaining a peerless grade weapon and armor, he also acquired 2 small mines, plus a legendary grade armor. And now, he also possessed an SSS grade awakening ability. And it was a very violent lightning element. It was simply exhilarating. At this moment, Gongsun Anqing, who was standing beside him, had a not-so-good expression. There was a hint of apology in her gaze towards him. After all, he was her student. She had sent Lin Feng here to obtain the heart of that strange wolf, hoping to get better rewards from this multi-person dungeon. But in the end, Lin Feng got the rewards, and it was her side that encountered problems. At this moment, Gongsun Anqing looked at Lin Feng beside her, her red lips pursed. Without a word, she turned and left. Seeing Gongsun Anqing leave, Lin Feng hurriedly followed her. However, it wasn't a good time for him to explain. After all, Gongsun Anqing was deeply engulfed in self-reproach. If she knew that Lin Feng had just deceived her, she would probably give him a beating. Sigh. At this moment, Lin Feng sighed slightly, then shook his head and turned to leave. Meanwhile, various news reports began to emerge. S-grade martial arts, whereabouts unknown team dungeon completely closed. No one can enter. The beast tide in the forbidden area shows signs of slowing down. Everyone was discussing these matters. Lin Feng had already returned home. He opened the storage ring in his hand and placed it into the demon refining pot. As he entered the demon refining pot, 2 large mountains appeared in this area, instantly filling the place with spiritual energy. Just standing here, some ordinary people would probably break through. Huff. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng felt completely at ease. Seeing Lin Feng return, Duo also walked over. Master, what are these things? Spiritual stones. I'm giving you a task. throw these spiritual stones into that fire to refine them. As he spoke, Lin Feng gestured to show how to refine them. Lin Duo happily ran to the fire pile and began to synthesize the spiritual stones. For him now, being able to help Lin Feng was a very happy thing. Watching Duo busying himself, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. This way, he could save a lot of effort. He turned his gaze to the 3 pieces of equipment on the ground. Turtle pattern armor level, peerless grade effect. Nothing else. The turtle shell is just hard. No one can make it budge. Description. As you can see, the turtle shell. Turtle spirit 7 treasure claw level, peerless grade effect when attacking. It carries the effect of softening objects. Nothing can withstand it, and doubles the speed in water. Description. As you can see, the turtle claw. Both pieces of equipment were peerless grade, and their effects were quite plain, showcasing the manufacturer's confidence everywhere. However, the names left Lin Feng speechless. Why were both randomly generated peerless grade pieces made by turtles? Is this ridiculous level intentionally trying to disgust him? Fortunately, he had a sufficiently powerful weapon in his hands, along with the legendary grade defense he just acquired. Otherwise, he really would have to wear that turtle shell. Looking at the 2 pieces of equipment, Lin Feng pondered for a moment. Moonlight! Roar! Hearing Lin Feng's call, Moonlight, who was hiding nearby, immediately flew over and landed beside him. These 2 pieces of equipment are for you. Put them on. The claw and turtle shell on the ground have a scaling function. After all, they are peerless grade weapons and can change according to the host form. Awoo! Hearing Lin Feng's words, Moonlight's eyes lit up, squatting down to rub against Lin Feng's hand. Then it quickly jumped over and put on the equipment. It was very excited at this moment. The level of these 2 pieces of equipment was definitely not simple. Whoosh! After it dripped blood to recognize its master, the 2 items that had originally fallen on the ground flew directly onto Moonlight's body. At this moment, a giant dragon with a turtle shell on its back and 4 claws that were all turtles was tumbling in midair. If this form wasn't explained to others, they would definitely mistake it for a flying turtle. Not bad. It looks quite fitting. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. This ghost claw is said to be able to tear through all defenses, and this turtle shell claims to block all attacks. The owner of this equipment can really boast. A peerless grade weapon has made him sound so grand. It's no wonder Lin Feng thought this way. The weapons he was currently dealing with were all of the Wushuang and legendary artifact levels. What would generally be considered powerful Wushuang level weapons in the eyes of others had already become the lowest tier for him. Shaking his head, Lin Feng turned around to pick up the armor on the ground. This was a set of armor forged from gold, named Edge of Hell. Level: legendary effect. Active, all attacks will pass through the armor, but will have 50 of their energy absorbed by the armor. Description: there is no deeper place than this. Seeing this outrageous attribute, Lin Feng was instantly shocked. When activated, it could actually help him absorb 50% of the damage. However, it was limited to damage absorption. The armor itself had no defense, merely reducing the damage taken. But even so, that was already incredibly powerful. Being able to block 50% of all attacks was absurd. With this armor, wouldn't he be able to withstand demon attacks and fight them in close combat? Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement and quickly put on the armor. The moment he pricked his finger and let a drop of blood fall on it, the armor instantly became transparent. Then it transformed into a piece of extremely form-fitting clothing that adhered to his body. So convenient. As expected of legendary grade armor, it was indeed different from the cheap stuff. I mean, if Wushuang level armor can adjust according to speed, then legendary grade must be even more convenient. Otherwise, how could it be a higher tier? As the saying goes, you get what you pay for. Wearing this armor, Lin Feng immediately felt much more at ease. With a movement, he returned to his room and stretched lazily. Time for a shower. He would be heading back to the Dragon Kingdom tomorrow. He hadn't had the chance to study his 3 S-level abilities yet. When he returned to the Dragon Kingdom, it would be just the right time to practice with the other students. Knock, knock. Just as Lin Feng was about to head to the shower and sleep, a sudden knocking sound came from the door. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Feng took 2 steps and opened the door. Standing outside was Gongsun Anqing, dressed in casual clothes. Her outfit showcased her figure perfectly. Without waiting for Lin Feng to ask, Gongsun Anqing walked in and sat down by his bed. I'm really sorry about today, she began slowly. Hearing this, Lin Feng quickly shook his head. No, you don't need to apologize. What are you talking about? If you apologize today, then knowing the truth later will mean I'm finished. Just tell me what you want. Consider it compensation for me not keeping my promise. As she spoke, Gongsun Anqing raised her head to look at Lin Feng. Her icy white eyes made Lin Feng feel a bit flustered. If she really spoke up, she would definitely kill him, right? That's not necessary. I have a bit of business, so you can take your time. With that, Lin Feng fled to the bathroom, planning to take a shower first. This place was quite large, almost like a villa. By the time Gong Sun Ning left, he would probably be done too. At this moment, watching Lin Feng's departing figure, Gong Sun Anqing felt her neck flush red to her ears. She had heard that taking a shower meant. Thinking of this made her feel as if a little deer was jumping around in her heart, and her palms were slightly sweaty. Even if it was indeed her fault, did it have to be this excessive? They were teacher and student after all. However, this matter was indeed her fault. Lin Feng had done it for her. Gong Sun Anqing had once experienced the feeling of betrayal. Was a vow she had made in the past going to be broken today? To do two things she despised in one day. Was she still herself? Taking a deep breath, Gong Sun Anqing thought, it will pass soon. What am I afraid of? Moreover, talking with Lin Feng isn't out of the question. After a mental struggle lasting over 20 minutes, she finally started to take action. Should I go now? Lin Feng murmured quietly after taking a shower for over 10 minutes. He casually picked up a few pieces of clothing to put on and returned. The moment he stepped inside, his eyes widened in shock. He saw Gong Sun Anqing with her hands behind her neck, untying the ribbons on her back. Her rosy neck was revealed, looking stunning, causing Lin Feng to feel a rush of heat through his body, and his heart skipped a beat. He almost transformed into a wolf on the spot. Fortunately, he wasn't just anyone. His self-control was extremely high. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself. Senior Gong Sun, what are you doing? Hearing Lin Feng's words, Gong Sun Anqing looked up at him. Aren't you going to? Going to what? Upon hearing Lin Feng interrupt her, Gong Sun Anqing froze for 2 seconds before instantly reacting. A flush crept up her face, making Lin Feng nearly lose his composure again. She was truly a mesmerizing beauty. Whoever married her would surely be exhausted to death. The atmosphere was very awkward. Gong Sun Anqing quickly reached for a nearby coat and softly said, I just felt too hot. After saying this, she hurriedly turned and left. Watching the flustered figure of Gong Sun Anqing, Lin Feng was bewildered. What the heck? Isn't her ability ice-based? How could she feel hot? And it's freezing cold outside. However, something felt off about her voice earlier. Usually, she spoke very calmly with a hint of coldness, but today, she revealed her true tone. As Gong Sun Anqing walked down the hallway, she felt her heart racing. She subconsciously tightened her grip on her coat, her face flushed, resembling a girl experiencing her first crush. She had completely lost her previous icy demeanor. Her snow-white eyes kept darting around. Lin Feng had never thought about this. Could it be my own imagination? Thinking of this, he suddenly felt an electric sensation on his body. Meanwhile, Shi Exin noticed Gong Sun Anqing and was momentarily stunned. Senior Gong Sun, what are you doing here so late? Hearing Shi Exin's voice, she was startled and quickly replied, in nothing. After saying this, she hurriedly left. Watching Gong Sun Anqing's departing figure, Shi Exin stroked his chin and thought. That direction seems to be the boss's room, right? And her face is so red. Even the ribbons on her neck are undone. Could it be? As he thought about this, Shi Exin's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the empty hallway. Damn, Boss Lin is amazing. Regardless of strength, he spares no one. Even this level of Ice Queen can be taken down. How did I never notice that? Thinking of this, Shi Xin was even more excited than Lin Feng. He quickly rushed back to his room to tell Mo Luan and another person about this. When they heard Shi Xin's words, the two initially didn't believe him. However, after hearing that he had taken a toxic oath, doubts began to creep in. Nevertheless, Morin was quick to seal Shirshin's mouth. If this big mouth were to let it slip, it was likely that Lin Feng would be hunted down by the Gong Sun family the very next day. Although it was difficult to approach Gong Sun Anqing, it didn't mean that no one pursued her. There were many young spirit tier awakens in the country, practicing day and night for their goddess in their hearts. If they found out about this, Lin Feng would be in serious trouble. Damn it! How long has Senior Gong Sun lived? Is no one safe, young or old? What nonsense are you spouting? Senior Gong Sun is the youngest god tier awaken. At most, she could be considered a young woman. Plus, with a youthful heart and appearance, isn't she just a girl? That makes sense. At this moment, a few people were sitting in Shirshin's room, talking late into the night. During this time, Shirshin exaggerated what he had seen, claiming he heard sounds when two people entered. In the end, even he started to believe it. For a moment, Morin and Yang Hua nodded seriously. Until the next morning, Lin Feng got up early, washed up, put on his clothes, and walked out the door. According to the information he had received, the demons on the outskirts of the city had almost all disappeared. Fortunately, the demons in the forbidden area had only released a portion to warn humanity not to get too close. Since then, there had been little movement. However, Lighthouse Country was still uneasy and had sent heavy troops to guard the outer cities, just in case. Meanwhile, Lin Feng walked downstairs. At that moment, a few people below looked at Lin Feng with strange expressions, glancing at him as if there was something on him. "Boss, how did you feel last night?" "Pretty good." Lin Feng casually responded to Shixin's question, not taking it to heart. He had indeed slept soundly last night, especially since he was wearing legendary level armor, which made him feel more at ease. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone looked at him with ambiguous expressions and even winked at him. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit strange. "What's wrong with you guys?" Lin Feng frowned and asked. Upon hearing this, Morin and Yang Hua could no longer hold back. "Boss, what's the difference between a god-tier awakener and an ordinary person?" "Yeah, I heard Shixin say you fought until dawn and made a lot of noise." For a moment, the two of them started to chatter away, saying everything that came to mind. Hearing this, Lin Feng's face darkened. He instantly understood why the three of them were acting a bit off. They had only come to talk to him for a few minutes last night before leaving. How could there be so much going on? Damn it, when did I ever do anything like that? Even if you want to slander me, at least do it after I've done something. Otherwise, wouldn't that make me look bad? Upon hearing this, the two looked at Shixin, who had already run off to who knows where. For a moment, their interest waned, and they shook their heads in disappointment. Meanwhile, Gongsun Anqing walked in, still expressionless, as if nothing had happened the night before. "Let's go, and bring Shixin with us." Saying this, Gongsun Anqing pointed towards the door. The three of them looked in the direction she was pointing and saw a person lying outside, their body completely purple like a dead pig. In an instant, they felt a chill run down their spines. Damn, this guy got what he deserved. When did Senior Gongsun arrive? I didn't notice at all. The two looked at the beaten Shixin in a panic. Although he wasn't dead, he was likely to lose a layer of skin. They had just joked about Gongsun Anqing. "I came as soon as I heard the noise," Gongsun Anqing said coldly, glancing at Lin Feng. After making eye contact, she nervously looked away. The events of the previous night were still fresh in her mind. If it weren't for being in front of the students, she would have found it hard to maintain her icy demeanor. After hearing Gongsun Anqing's words, the two grew even more terrified and hurriedly moved closer to Lin Feng, fearing they would become the next Shixin. How tragic, but he really asked for it. He shouldn't have joked about Gongsun Anqing. The two muttered as they watched Gongsun Anqing leave, then followed Lin Feng out of the house, picking up the fallen Shixin. They gave him a pill. It seemed he had only been beaten up and wasn't seriously injured. As soon as they stepped outside, people immediately surrounded them, including the principal of the Northern European Academy. After all, the Black Crow cult member had been brought out by Lin Feng, so they naturally wanted to express their gratitude. In front of so many people, the Northern European Academy was thanking an exchange student for the first time, and it was even a student from Long Country. In the past, exchange students at the Northern European Academy had only been suppressed. They didn't expect this time the other party would come here and steal the limelight. Not only did he participate in that competition, but he even managed to silence the legendary Thunder God's disciple. Even when asked what happened inside, he remained tight-lipped. Especially regarding Lin Feng, his brow furrowed. Clearly something had happened. If everyone's guesses were correct, Lin Feng's title as #1 was pretty much unassailable. Achieving perfection at such a young age, his future was limitless. That's right. I should have made a move when the junior came to the academy. It was all you guys who held me back. I regret it now, but it should still be possible, right? As they spoke, more and more people gathered around, their eyes on Lin Feng filled with admiration, making him a bit nervous. He quickly led everyone away, determined not to let anything obstruct his path in martial arts. At the same time, forums of various academies in Long Country were buzzing with discussions. Lin Feng had almost come to represent the highest combat power of their young generation, naturally drawing a lot of attention. I wonder when the senior will come back to Magic City to give us a lecture. Yeah, have an exchange. Students always return to the academy before. I want to see Senior Lin Feng with my own eyes. Exactly. I hope Senior Lin can personally guide me. Are you looking for guidance from Senior Lin? You just want to get close to him. So what if I'm single? I'm single now too. Whoever gets him gets him. Principal, why doesn't the principal come out and say something? Meanwhile, the Magic City Forum was also buzzing, all focused on Lin Feng's matters, eagerly waiting for him to return to Long Country and provide personal guidance. Various academies also sent invitations to Lin Feng, asking him to come to their schools to give lectures. Even the prestigious Warrior Academy has issued a request. That place is one that even Lin Feng has never visited. This instantly shocked everyone, but it was also somewhat acceptable. After all, with Lin Feng's current strength, he would likely be among the top there. However, it is unprecedented for so many academies to extend invitations to a single student simultaneously. Even that divine-level awakened one personally spoke on stage, wanting to invite Lin Feng to the Warrior Academy to meet him in person. This left everyone extremely surprised. It's usually others who fight to get into the Warrior Academy. Yet this time the Academy's principal specifically came out to invite Lin Feng in. Even so, Lin Feng did not respond online. This was truly a sight to behold. Meanwhile, the principal of Magic City, Gao Wen, also spoke up. Students, don't worry. I have that brat's phone number. The first one to return to Dragon Country must be us from Magic City. If he dares not come, I'll go to his house. At this moment, Gao Wen solemnly declared on the Magic City forum. Finally, the students cheered. Lin Feng is currently single, and in the eyes of some female students, he is like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. If he goes to that academy first, the others will likely have no chance. Hooray! The principal is amazing. He managed to get him. Does this mean that our Magic City is about to become the top institution in Dragon Country? Are you kidding? It's just luck that brought him here. The Dragon Country forum was buzzing. However, not everyone was looking forward to Lin Feng's return. Some people were quite skeptical of his strength, but these were in the minority. After all, there are always brainless individuals everywhere. Some held a neutral stance in their discussions. Meanwhile, the members of the Black Raven sect were quite furious. At this moment, among the higher-ups of the Black Raven sect, someone asked, why does the sect master want to kill this Lin Feng? Just because he is strong? There are many talented individuals. The Warrior Academy has many hidden masters. Who knows? Moreover, the sect master has been furious while giving us orders lately. Is he planning to capture him alive for human experiments? Stop talking. Let's just follow the orders. Just as the Black Raven sect was in heated discussion, a voice suddenly came from the communication device in front. Recently, the sect has suffered heavy losses, and we need to recruit some talented students. Yes, messenger. Everyone lowered their heads in response. Usually, it is the messenger who contacts them, indicating that the Black Raven sect has indeed been severely purged recently. All of this is due to Lin Feng's previous actions. Ever since it was discovered that even the vice president of the Nordic Academy was one of them, all their hideouts have begun to be destroyed. It can be said that the losses have been severe. After all, if even a university like the Nordic Academy could be infiltrated, what else would they not dare to corrupt? This can be called a major purge. After this cleanup, they also need to replenish their strength. As for Lin Feng, let's set that aside for now. Meanwhile, within the Nordic Academy, Lin Feng and Gongsun Anqing were on a private jet, flying swiftly through the air. In front of them was the plane carrying Mo Lin and the others. This was to prevent any incidents like before. If the plane in front encountered an accident, the two trailing behind would step in to rescue it. At this moment, the two on the plane exchanged glances. The atmosphere was quite awkward. Even if Lin Feng were slow to react, he understood what Gongsun Anqing meant that night. Looking at the beautiful Gongsun Anqing before him, Lin Feng suddenly felt. No, it was a relief that his willpower was astonishing. Otherwise, once he fell into her trap, his martial arts path would surely suffer a heavy blow. At the same time, Gongsun Anqing also turned her head. Noticing Lin Feng staring at her, her expression immediately turned cold. The surrounding temperature seemed to drop slightly. Lin Feng hurriedly shifted his gaze to the outside. Seeing Lin Feng's reaction, Gongsun Anqing felt a trace of joy in her heart. For the first time in her life, she felt happy about her figure. In the past, her appearance had brought her a lot of trouble. Now, she was somewhat grateful for her extraordinary beauty. Senior Gongsun, the plane ahead has left the restricted area. A voice came from the front of the plane. At this moment, Lin Feng also let out a sigh of relief. He was still somewhat worried that the giant would attack them again. After all, he was unaware of the giant's strength, which had even killed the recently promoted divine-level awakened one from the Lighthouse Nation. Moreover, it had suppressed him and dragged him into the forbidden area. It could be said to be one of the strongest enemies humanity has faced. He did not want to face this bizarre monster just yet. Moments later, after the plane had flown for a few more minutes, a terrified voice suddenly came from the front. Fog! Fog is rising. As soon as this voice sounded, the two hurriedly turned their heads to look outside the window. Sure enough, a faint mist was gradually gathering around them, and they could not see the edges. Moreover, the mist was thickening. The fog was a sign that the giant was appearing. Every time the opponent showed up, it was accompanied by boundless fog, and it appeared out of nowhere. The master of the forbidden area was about to attack them. It was clear that they were not going to let them leave so easily. The demonic wolf was something Lin Feng had killed, and the opponent naturally remembered his aura. Quick, speed up and get out of here. Gongsun Anqing immediately commanded the pilot in front. However, at that moment, there was no response coming back. Lin Feng immediately looked forward and was shocked to find that there was no one in the cockpit. But what puzzled Lin Feng the most was, since the opponent had already decided to act, why not just blow up the plane? With its strength, it could likely crush the plane with a single slap, or have its minions come out. Yet, there were no monsters around. Even when Lin Feng expanded his observation hockey to the maximum range, he saw no traces of any monsters. Should we try to fly the plane out? Lin Feng asked Gongsun Anqing. At this moment, however, she shook her head with a serious expression. We can't get out. This is the domain of that monster. Once one reaches the divine level, they will have their own domain, and this monster clearly knows Gongsun Anqing's strength and does not plan to confront her directly. It is merely preparing to trap the two of us in this fog. He could at most be considered a passive victim, left here by chance. Does this monster have a grudge against divine-level awakened ones? Lin Feng silently complained. Every time there was an attack, there was a divine-level awakened one present, and he was completely being dragged into it. Let's jump down first, Gongsun Anqing suggested. She opened the hatch, and they leaped down, landing on the ground where ice crystal-like objects appeared beneath Gongsun Anqing's feet. Lin Feng directly fell to the ground. Bang! A heroic landing directly created a large pit in the ground, quite stylishly. Roar! Just as the two landed on the ground, a monster of the entry level suddenly lunged out from the shadows. Seeing the monster charging at him, Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile. Just the right target to practice on. Bang! Lin Feng stretched out his right hand, and in an instant, lightning crackled around his arm. The whole person radiated a blue-purple light. Boom! A punch was thrown, and the electric light shot towards the monster. Burning, it blackened all over before it fell to the ground, emitting white smoke. Truly worthy of an SSS-level ability, it was extraordinary. He had only summoned a bit of energy to inflict such terrifying damage. Meanwhile, Gongsun Anqing watched Lin Feng eliminate the monster, slightly opening her red lips in surprise. Wasn't that martial skill sold to someone else? Upon hearing Gongsun Anqing's question, Lin Feng suddenly realized something and quickly explained, No, this is my awakening ability. He must not let her know that he had already mastered that martial skill alone. If she found out, in this remote mountain forest with just the two of them, it would be difficult for him to survive. She would probably return to the Dragon Kingdom and build an everlasting monument for him. It would be a restless death. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Gongsun Anqing still showed a puzzled expression. If he remembered correctly, his awakening ability should be teleportation, right? Well, actually in those instances, I used some small tricks. That teleportation ability was actually a small teleportation array I bought online. Lin Feng said this with an exceptionally serious expression. He almost believed it himself. Although Gongsun Anqing still had some doubts, she did not pursue the matter further. Their current situation was not suitable for light-hearted conversation. After giving Lin Feng a scrutinizing glance, Gongsun Anqing turned and walked towards the edge of the fog. Lin Feng finally let out a sigh of relief. That was close. However, it was still too dangerous for the two of them to be here. If he continued to stay with her, all his abilities would eventually be revealed. By that time, even falling into the Yellow River wouldn't wash it clean. What if Gongsun Anqing discovered that he was the top of the talent awakening list, possessing 5 or 6 SSS-level talents? Would she become infatuated with him? Although he trusted Gongsun Anqing now, he wasn't ready to reveal all his secrets to her. As Lin Feng followed her footsteps, the two began to walk towards the direction away from the center of the forbidden area. Along the way, monsters occasionally appeared to attack them. These were monsters living deep within the forbidden area, mostly at the entry level. Sometimes they even encountered fully formed ones. Even though Lin Feng was very inexperienced in using the thunder power he had just obtained, he wouldn't use any of his other powers. However, with his current mental strength, he could at most use chains formed from lightning, and higher-level abilities were beyond his reach. For example, the thunder weapon that required 30 points of mental strength to condense was still beyond his current capabilities. Moreover, he found that the chains he condensed with his mental strength were indistinguishable from those condensed by Zeus. This indicated that his current mental energy concentration had already reached the peak of the fully formed level. To step into the next realm, he would need to increase his mental energy by 100 points. Throughout the journey, Lin Feng continuously used his SSS-level awakening ability and his proficiency sword. By the end, he was able to use it as easily as extending his fingers. With a single point, thunder erupted, and he could casually create a chain to bind the monsters. Eventually, he was able to create 2 chains with both hands, maximizing his energy usage. Gongsun Onqing, watching this rapid progress and the powerful ability, was also quite astonished. This level of awakening ability, even the Thunder God, might not have reached such a degree. Lin Feng, what level is your awakening ability? Gongsun Onqing stopped to ask him. After a moment of thought, Lin Feng responded, it's also SSS level, the same as yours, but I just upgraded recently. He had no need to hide this. It was just one of his abilities, and revealing it could prevent Gongsun Onqing from doubting him further. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Gongsun Onqing was indeed taken aback. The second SSS level awakening ability in the world was right in front of her. No wonder Lin Feng's eyes were that color. At this moment, everything started to make sense in her mind. Looking at the eye mask on Lin Feng's face, Gongsun Onqing felt an inexplicable sadness swell up. He didn't need to wear the eye mask anymore. He should take it off. It's just me here. Clearly, she had already regarded Lin Feng as one of her kind. Huh? Lin Feng voiced his confusion, then quickly added, this, I'm used to it. Used to it. Hearing this, Gongsun Onqing felt even more heartbroken. In an instant, a surge of maternal love erupted within her, and she took a few steps to stand in front of Lin Feng. She reached out her hand to help him take off the eye mask. How could one get used to such a thing? Don't worry, I'm here with you. At this moment, feeling a soft body rubbing against him, along with a faint fragrance, Lin Feng suddenly felt a surge of heat rising. He awkwardly shifted, trying to distance himself a bit. But as he retreated, Gongsun Onqing moved closer, pressing even tighter. The two collided. The sound of their clothes rubbing against each other echoed, and the atmosphere suddenly became intimate. Lin Feng could even feel the warm breath of Gongsun Onqing. Senior Gongsun, really no need. Lin Feng grasped her delicate arm, and a jolt of electricity coursed through Gongsun Onqing's body, making her feel a little dizzy. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly sensed something was off. Logically speaking, Gongsun Onqing should not have such a character. If she were to act, it would be him taking the initiative. How could it be the other way around? In a place where a man and woman were alone, ordinary people might not be able to resist. However, they were not ordinary people. They were awakened beings training their will. Moreover, they were among the best. Senior Gongsun, there is something wrong with this fog. Lin Feng frowned, looking at Gongsun Onqing, whose complexion was flushed. He sensed that something was off here. If not for Gongsun Onqing's drastic change in character, he might not have noticed that the fog was problematic. After all, someone who could take your life with just a touch before. Now Lin Feng was holding both her arms. How could she show no reaction at all? Clearly, the surrounding fog was affecting their minds. Fortunately, Lin Feng had been continuously using his infinite ability, which could isolate all harmful substances around him, so he had no reaction. But Gongsun Onqing did not have this ability and was being eroded by the fog. Fortunately, otherwise, they would have been in real trouble. At this moment, cold sweat was already streaming down Lin Feng's forehead. He never expected that this monster would play such a trick. Standing in front of him, Gongsun Onqing was clearly in a daze at this moment. Half an hour of being in this state had already taken a toll on her. If she wasn't awakened soon, it was likely to get worse. So, detoxification was necessary. Did he really have to slap her? Thinking of this, Lin Feng quickly shook his head. If he slapped her, he would probably lose his own life. Besides, it might not even wake her up. It seemed there was no other choice. With that, Lin Feng rolled up his sleeves and grabbed her arm. He saw lightning flickering on his hands, which instantly surged towards Gongsun Onqing. Eat my electric therapy. Cough. Gongsun Onqing instantly woke up and hurriedly released Lin Feng's hands. She immediately conjured frost around herself, isolating herself from the environment. Senior Gongsun, you're finally awake. Lin Feng felt a wave of relief. Fortunately, he had acquired this thunder ability. Otherwise, he would have had to slap her a few times to wake her up. Moreover, if he couldn't wake her up, he would eventually have to fight her, which would be a total loss. At that point, he might not even be able to defeat her and would have to escape. If he ended up in a weakened state in a territory ruled by monsters, he would be in danger. Now awake, Gongsun Onqing recalled how Lin Feng had rejected her earlier. For some reason, a hint of disappointment flashed through her heart. To be honest, she wasn't completely entranced. She still had a bit of self-awareness. But she didn't expect Lin Feng to be such a straight man. Looking at Lin Feng, standing in front of her, Gongsun Onqing parted her red lips and subconsciously asked, Lin Feng, am I pretty? Lin Feng was taken aback. Could it be that he hadn't fully awakened her? Why would she ask a question that only Yangwoo would hear? Pretty, of course you're pretty. Isn't that obvious? If you weren't pretty, would there be pretty people in this world? Lin Feng quickly nodded. Hearing his answer, Gongsun Onqing smiled contentedly. It was stunning, like an iceberg melting, leaving Lin Feng momentarily speechless. After answering that question, Gongsun Anqing's eyes suddenly turned a frosty blue. She turned and waved her left hand. In an instant, the world around them seemed to fall silent. After just a few seconds, frost began to cover the stones on the ground, and a chill swept through the sky. Snowflakes even began to fall. The temperature around them was dropping rapidly. It was Gongsun Anqing's domain. She intended to activate her domain to counteract the opponents. As this extremely frigid domain continued to expand, centered around the two of them, the mist in its path was dispersed and disappeared. The terrifying power left Lin Feng somewhat astounded. Was this the awakening ability of a 3S level? If his level didn't reach the divine tier, the gap between awakening abilities couldn't reach its peak. Once the divine tier awakening domain was reached, the disparity in awakening abilities would be instantly evident. Standing in front of him, Gongsun Anqing was like a deity commanding frost. With a wave of her hand, she could control the weather. If they fought in a city, it was likely no one would survive. Just her domain alone could freeze weak awakeners to death. Was this the power of the divine tier? Watching the synchronized transformation around him, Lin Feng felt a yearning in his heart. If only he could reach the divine tier. With a wave of his hand, he could turn 1,000 miles into his domain. In that space, he would be invincible. Boom! Sure enough, as Gongsun Anqing made her move, a series of rumbling sounds suddenly erupted from the depths of the mist. Then, a vague figure appeared in the haze in the distance. Its shape very strange, but definitely not the giant that had appeared before. This figure was approaching continuously. As they watched the approaching monster, Gongsun Anqing furrowed her brow. Lin Feng also placed his hand on the Kongtong mirror, ready to act if the situation turned dire. The terrifying creature finally appeared before the two of them, instantly leaving Lin Feng stunned. In the high sky ahead, a very bizarre creature materialized. 8 pairs of white wings hovered in the air, and at the center of the wings was a diamond-shaped mass covered with 8 eyes. In the center of the mass was a giant mouth filled with sharp blades. In an instant, this terrifying monster embodied intimidation, mystery, and solemnity. Its massive form loomed above them, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. But its aura did not suppress Lin Feng. Instead, it was entirely directed at Gongsun Anqing standing in front of him. At that moment, a terrifying sound erupted from above the two, making one feel as if their soul was being scraped by blades. The evil soul, ultimately, must fall into hell. Whoosh! As soon as the words fell, one of its wings flapped, and a chain shot out from the void, aiming directly at Gongsun Anqing. Ice spike. Gongsun Anqing extended her hand, and instantly, hundreds of ice spikes with a diameter of 10 meters formed around her. They flew rapidly towards the creature. Meanwhile, the chain flying towards her was also solidifying in mid-air. Whoosh! The terrifying creature shook its wings again, and the hundreds of ice spikes were instantly shattered. A fierce wind howled, and the ground around them seemed to be uprooted. Lin Feng hurriedly ran away. Staying there would only complicate matters for him. This was already beyond the realm of humanity, right? Lin Feng thought to himself as he watched the divine beings battle in the distance. Awakeners could shatter a mountain with a punch, which was already absurd. The two in front of him could probably flatten an entire mountain range with just a finger. Was this the same Gongsun Anqing who had been playfully teasing him earlier, her face flushed? At this moment, she was like a frost king, bombarding the gigantic creature in the sky. Any single attack from her could instantly kill a spirit-tier awakener. The gap was simply too vast. It was almost equivalent to the top-tier battles on Blue Star, between a divine-level SSS-tier awakener and a terrifying creature from the Forbidden Zone. As the two continued to battle, the terrain around them had already been completely reshaped, losing its previous form. All the mountains had been smashed into pieces. However, at this moment, Gongsun Anqing seemed to show signs of being suppressed. No matter if she released ice spike spears, various weapons formed from frost, or even conjured a gigantic frost sword larger than that monstrous creature, all were blocked by the creature with a mere flap of its wings. Throughout the battle, that terrifying creature had only used one of its wings, while the other pairs remained completely still. Only those 8 eyes fixed their gaze on Gongsun Anqing on the ground, like an angel descending to judge sinners. However, the appearance of this angel is truly terrifying. It would likely scare even children to tears. The shocking events occurring here immediately attracted God-tier awakeners from all over the world. For example, 3 individuals from the Lighthouse Nation are situated in the city, gazing towards this place with grave expressions as they observe the earth-shattering changes within the forbidden area. Across Blue Star, news has spread that Gongsun Anqing, The SSS-class God-tier Awakener from the Dragon Kingdom is trapped inside the Forbidden Area. My goodness, what on earth is happening in the Forbidden Area? It's actually snowing heavily, and I see a massive iceberg being forged into a great sword, striking forward. That isn't just a great sword. It's the Spirit-tier Awakener from the Dragon Kingdom, and she is battling that terrifying creature in the base. How could she possibly stand a chance? Her awakening talent is only around the 10th rank. While those 3 monsters are in the top 5, the sheer number of talents alone is enough to crush her. Is a God-tier Awakener about to fall today? They usually wouldn't take action. Why is such a terrifying creature attacking God-tier Awakeners today? It seems the war between demons and humans is about to ignite. At this moment, people across Blue Star are focused on this horrifying war, as it signifies the decisive outcome between humans and demons. If the Awakeners win, human morale will soar, and a great calamity will be averted. If the demons win, it will be a huge blow to humanity. Gongsun Anqing is now almost certainly the strongest God-tier Awakener. If this demon manages to kill her, the consequences would be unimaginable. Meanwhile, inside the Forbidden Area, Frost Giant. Gongsun Anqing's eyes emit a blue-white glow, her expression exceptionally cold. Her awakening abilities are fully activated, and behind her, a gigantic frost giant, fully armored, gradually takes shape. In its hands, it wields a great sword forged from ice. Roar. The frost giant lets out a terrifying roar, raising its massive sword to strike down at the bizarre creature in the sky, aiming to sever its 8 pairs of wings completely. At this moment, the creature does not evade. Its 4 pairs of wings flap. Whoosh! Suddenly, a golden light bursts forth from its back. Lin Feng immediately furrows his brow and looks over. This is the first time the opponent has flapped other wings, and it's simultaneously flapping 4 pairs. Clearly, Gongsun Anqing has forced it into a corner. Just as Lin Feng looks back, he is stunned by the sight before him. The winged monster has a gigantic angel statue appearing behind it, radiating golden light, as if it were made of pure brilliance. It has a pair of golden wings, reaching out to block the frost giant's sword in midair. With its other hand, it slowly raises a great sword forged from light, striking down. Crack! The frost giant's arm breaks in response. It sweeps out, and its head falls to the ground. It is utterly outmatched. Seeing her frost giant being defeated, Gongsun Anqing's cold sweat begins to flow. This is not just about her. If she loses, Lin Feng would also face certain death. The demon before her is far too terrifying, standing there motionless. Just the act of flapping its wings has completely suppressed her. This is the first time she has encountered such a situation since becoming an Awakener. Is this the demon that rules the world? Murmuring to herself, Gongsun Anqing had thought she wouldn't be a match for it, but she never expected to be so thoroughly defeated. She also noticed that the demon had not moved at all from the beginning. Moreover, the number of wings it flapped never exceeded 4, while the other 4 wings remained completely still. Clearly, it is handling this with ease. Once those 8 pairs of wings flap simultaneously, the scene will likely be one of cataclysmic destruction, with the heavens collapsing and the sun and moon losing their light. Looking at this terrifying creature, Lin Feng is also astonished. A demon of this level, even if I were to pull down a meteorite, would it be of any use? He had initially thought to reveal his powers by pulling down a meteorite from the sky to disrupt that demon. But now it seems that even a meteorite would be swatted away with a mere flap of its wings. Unless he could pull down the moon or pull down thousands of meteorites per second, it might be enough to crush it. However, given his current awakening level with the heavy fruit, it is far beyond his capability. If he truly wants to confront the opponent, he must activate the Kongtong mirror to have a chance. After all, back then, he was only at the entry level, and after activating the Kongtong mirror, he gained god-level power. Now that he has reached the complete stage and gained the power of the White Emperor, if he activates it again, he is likely to reach the peak of God tier. But the level of weakness would certainly be greater than before. Just wait a little longer, just wait a little longer. Lin Feng calms himself, hiding behind a rock to continue observing. So far, this demon has only targeted Gongsun Anqing and has not attacked him. There are clearly 2 possibilities. One is that this demon looks down on him. In its eyes, he is merely a weakling. The second possibility is that in facing Gongsun Anqing, it has no energy left to deal with anything else. Clearly, the second possibility has already diminished to 0, because if the opponent wanted to kill him, it probably wouldn't even need to flap its wings. Just one feather from its thousands of plumes could shoot him dead. Of course, this is under the premise that the opponent is unaware of his strength. He certainly wouldn't be truly shot dead by a feather from the opponent. Being treated like a weakling is truly frustrating. Lin Feng now just wants to rush up, pin it to the ground, rip off its wings, and then beat it mercilessly. Unfortunately, he currently lacks the strength and can only watch it act arrogantly. The demon flaps its wings again. A storm of lightning mixed with various elemental attacks, pouring down madly towards Gongsun Anqing. Although she continuously summons ice to block this terrifying onslaught, she is still somewhat overwhelmed. She is completely on the defensive with no chance to counterattack. Lin Feng has seen with his own eyes that this demon had just dealt with a god-tier awakener from the Lighthouse Nation. Even though that awakener had just entered the god tier, it was definitely not something that could be easily dealt with. Even so, its power is still at such an extent. At this moment, through the live broadcast, the people of Blue Star, watching the misty and stormy scene, wonder if that icy realm has been suppressed. Just now, I saw two giants attacking each other. One of them is the master of the forbidden area. Who is the other? Is this a joke? That giant possesses a full 4 awakening abilities. Who knows what else it might be hiding? This god-tier awakener from the Dragon Kingdom truly thinks they are invincible with just a bit of strength. Yes, even against a demon of the master of the Forbidden Area S level, 3 god-tier awakeners would need to join forces to have a chance. This loss is certainly our Blue Star S top combat power. If you feel the loss, just send your god-tier awakeners to help, and act so high and mighty, standing and talking without any pain, they must be scared to approach the god-level awakened beings. Damn it, what are you saying? Trash. The barrage started to get noisy. The awakened beings from other countries stood by and watched, showing no intention of assisting. This was the first encounter between humans and demons, and they were just standing far away, making sarcastic comments. This made the people from Dragon Country feel quite indignant, and they began to curse wildly in the barrage. Hearing these words, the others from different countries sitting in front of their computers turned red with anger. But they truly had nothing to say. The god-level awakened beings from their countries seemed to have disappeared, completely unwilling to show themselves. It was obvious what they were calculating. They wanted to use the awakened being from Dragon Country to see what kind of strength the master of this forbidden area possessed. At this moment, the 3 people in the dark also began to communicate with each other. Such powerful energy. I can sense a force far beyond ours from the forbidden area. That's right. It's the energy of a peak god-level being. That demon is actually that strong. The 3 were somewhat shocked. They never expected that the demon in the forbidden area had reached such a level. It was likely that even if the 3 of them teamed up, they might not be able to deal with it. Moreover, that demon probably hadn't even used its full strength. From beginning to end, it hadn't moved at all, as if it had grown there, and both its attacks and defenses were well organized. Every strike ended in one blow, without wasting any excessive power, indicating its ease. In the Iron Forest forbidden area, Gongsun Anqing let out a sigh. She once again condensed 2 frost greatswords and sent them flying forward. Whoosh! The opponent merely flapped its wings and shattered them. There was absolutely no way to get close. Now she wanted to break through the opponent's defenses. Unless she used her own energy to wear it down, making it unable to muster strength again, but this was nearly impossible. Evil must be eradicated. An extremely terrifying voice continued to emanate from its mouth, and the 8 eyes that had been fixed on Gongsun Anqing suddenly shot out 8 illusory chains at astonishing speed. Extreme Cold Shield. Gongsun Anqing waved her hand. A series of defensive shields made of ice appeared in front of her. However, they were all pierced by the chains. Heading straight for her, watching this terrifying attack, Lin Feng was also shocked. These chains were denser and more terrifying than those that had previously bound that god-level awakened being. It seemed that he could no longer afford to be passive. Lin Feng sighed softly. Once Gongsun Anqing was bound, he would be next. It was better to take action now and kill this demon together. Even if they couldn't kill it, they could escape smoothly. At that time, he could let Gongsun Anqing protect him, which would be much safer. Thinking of this, Lin Feng looked at the Kongtong mirror in his arms, no longer hesitating. Crunch! Lin Feng reached out and pressed down on the center of the Kongtong mirror. A surge of white and red energy instantly drilled into his body, then merged around his stellar body, transforming into 2 other stars, one white and one red, with different energies. In an instant, 2 terrifying powers intertwined and surged into his body. It felt like the force of rivers and seas, scattering the dark clouds in the sky. For a moment, the space within hundreds of meters around him, whether it was the demon or Gongsun Anqing's domain, was covered. It could be said to be unstoppable, no matter whose domain or pressure it was. At this moment, it completely dissipated, unable to pose any threat to him. And this terrifying, inexplicable power also made the demon look over here. At this moment, Gongsun Anqing also turned her head to look. Her face was full of surprise. This energy was too familiar. She had felt it before. Meanwhile, the three awakened beings far away in Lighthouse Country were also shocked. This, another god-level awakened being, is also here. Who is it? Why do I feel this energy is inexplicably familiar? No, it should be stronger than before. The three of them directed their astonished gazes over. Lin Feng stood there, feeling the crackling muscle power within him and the rapidly operating cells throughout his body. He just wanted to throw his head back and howl. At this moment, he clearly sensed things he hadn't felt before. For example, the three hidden god-level awakened beings from Lighthouse Country and a massive pressure from the demon in front of him all became clear. However, this pressure was still insignificant in front of him. Swish! Lin Feng drew out the blade staff in his hand, the flames burning around the wooden body, revealing its fierce appearance. Flowing blade like fire level. Mythical weapon initial release. Unlocked soothing slash. Fire burning city. Fire rejection. Torch. Flame hell final release. Unlocked remnant fire greatsword east. Rising sunblade. Remnant fire greatsword west. Setting sun prison clothing. Remnant fire greatsword south. Fire 10 billion death burial array. Remnant fire greatsword north. Ashes of heaven and earth traits 1. Any water-based abilities cannot be used in front of the Remnant Fire Greatsword after initial release. Trait 2. Initial release grants 50 fire attribute resistance. Final release grants 100 fire attribute resistance. Description: the strongest weapon of the fire element. Rumored to evaporate all moisture within 100 miles after final release. All things are reduced to ashes. Flowing blade like fire. After chanting the release, the long knife in his hand was instantly engulfed in flames. Then, along with its entirety, it transformed into a mass of extremely high-temperature flames. The terrifying energy illuminated the surroundings with waves of red light. The original thick fog was transformed into red mist under this power. And Gongsun Anqing's domain disappeared without a trace the moment Lin Feng made his move. The moisture and snowflakes in the air were continuously evaporating. At this moment, the flowing blade like fire in his hand was even able to use the final release. Even though it was in the initial release state, the energy within him was rapidly depleting. The owner of this sword had lived for tens of thousands of years, and his energy was enough to support the use of this weapon. However, Lin Feng's current strength was still not enough to use it freely, and the 4 abilities in the final release would likely deplete his energy after using them about twice, but that would be enough. Tap tap, holding the burning long knife. Lin Feng stepped out from behind the pile of stones. At this moment, the demon in front of him and Gongsun Anqing had stopped their attacks and turned their gazes over. Especially Gongsun Anqing. She had seen this power when she was in Dragon Country. Why is it appearing here again? Moreover, as soon as it was released, her domain was suppressed to the point of disappearing without a trace. The power within was slowly being consumed, and the ice elements in the air were gradually vanishing. It wouldn't be long before they completely dissipated. What level of power is this? It's actually higher than her SSS level ability. Is it friend or foe? Just as the two were looking forward, Lin Feng's figure gradually appeared. The moment she saw the other party, Gongsun Anqing's pupils trembled slightly. An extremely unreal feeling emerged in her mind. Lin Feng? It's actually him. No wonder she had sensed a familiar aura from him when she was in Longhua. At that time, she didn't pay much attention, and she didn't expect there to be such a connection. Could it be that Lin Feng has always been hiding his strength? Or did he use some method to gain this power, which he could only use temporarily? Although Gongsun Anqing only briefly considered this, her guesses were already quite close to the truth. Senior Gongsun, please step back. I'm afraid I might accidentally hurt you. Lin Feng said as he stepped forward, slowly speaking. The range of attack with the long knife in his hand was too wide, and its power was too great. If Gongsun Anqing was too close, it would be hard for him to unleash his punches and kicks. Hearing this, Gongsun Anqing was taken aback for a moment. It was the first time in her life that someone had complained about her being in the way. Nevertheless, she nodded and softly replied, "Okay, you be careful too." Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, it wasn't other god-level awakeners from various countries who stepped in, but rather this person beside her, whose strength had yet to grow, who stood up to help her at a crucial time. As she retreated to the back, the light in Gongsun Anqing's eyes flowed as she looked at Lin Feng. Who wouldn't hope to have someone come to their aid in times of crisis? However, her strength was too overwhelming, and such a person would ultimately not appear. Yet, she didn't expect that something similar would actually happen today. However, she was not a weak queen, and Lin Feng was not a hero either. Although she didn't know what method he used to elevate his strength to this level in an instant, everyone had their own secrets, and she couldn't inquire about it now. She could only wait until after it was over to ask. But the premise was that Lin Feng had to defeat the strange creature in the sky. Evil must not be spared. As soon as Gong's son, Anqing, left, the creature's eyes immediately tracked her. Then, its wings fluttered slightly, and hundreds of feathers shot out. Flame! Lin Feng swung his knife. In front of the flying feathers, a fire-shaped tornado suddenly appeared. The temperature within reached over 1,000. Its size was enormous, even surpassing the surrounding peaks by several times. It illuminated the entire area in flames. The moment all the feathers entered it, they were completely burned, turning into nothingness. Not a single one flying out. Something's not right. Is this monster an NPC? Does it just attack whoever it hates? At this moment, Lin Feng was somewhat puzzled by the enormous creature in the sky. If it hadn't targeted him earlier, he could have said it was due to his insufficient strength. But now, his power had clearly surpassed that of a god-level awakener. He even had the upper hand over Gong's son, Anqing, beside him. Yet the creature still ignored him, instead chasing after Gong's son, Anqing, and unleashing its fury. Generally, monsters of this caliber possess their own intelligence. How could they act so foolishly? Just as Lin Feng released this terrifying fire tornado, cameras in the distance captured this shocking scene. At this moment, the person holding the phone for the live broadcast was trembling uncontrollably. Even their teeth were chattering. Their eyes were glued to the overwhelming flames in the distance. My God, is this divine punishment from the gods? Watching this terrifying scene, the audience in the live stream was utterly stunned. At this time, people from the Nordic United Nations, the Longwa, the Grizzly Bear Nation, and various other small alliances were all watching this shocking image. The flames, as if reaching the heavens, were burning wildly in the forbidden area. If this tornado were to appear in a city, who could withstand it? If Gong's son, Anqing's domain, represented a natural disaster, then this fire was simply divine punishment. It was an impossible situation to occur in reality. What is going on? Is another god-level awakener stepping in? Or is it the means of that monster in the forbidden area? It's another god-level awakener, and their pressure is even stronger than before. Do you all remember the mysterious awakener that appeared in Longwa before? At this moment, a spirit-level awakener from the Sun Never Sets Empire in the Nordic Alliance spoke up about this matter. Everyone instantly recalled that not long ago, a great fire had flattened a base city overrun by monsters outside Longwa. Could it be that person again? I remember he is an awakener from Longwa, right? That's right. It must be that person again. I didn't expect him to appear again. Moreover, only the god-level awakeners from Longwa would help at such a time. At this moment, the bullet comments were full of discussions. Meanwhile, the high-level officials of the Lighthouse Nation were already overwhelmed with anxiety. Now, 3 people were engaged in a fierce battle in the forbidden area. If that monster survived until the end, the Lighthouse Nation would definitely be the first to be affected. Therefore, they had to deploy their combat power around the Lighthouse Nation in advance to prevent the monster from attacking them. At this moment, the situation in Longwa was even more urgent. When Gong's son, Anqing, began her attack, the Martial Artists Association had already received the information. However, sending spirit-level awakeners was of no use. It would be a waste. Longwa only had 1 god-level awakener left, who needed to stay here to deter the other monsters outside the base city. If they left, they would be attacked by those spirit-level monsters and find themselves in a situation without any backup. Moreover, besides that spirit-level monster, there was still a forbidden area in the distance from Longwa. However, once this flame appeared, everyone felt hope rise again. At this moment, in the conference room of the Martial Artists Association, Dragon Master, there is hope again. Our hidden god-level awakener from Longwa has emerged. The key is, why is he in that place? Isn't that a bit too coincidental? Since the other party has already made a move, it must be our Longwa's combat power. Otherwise, he wouldn't help Gong's son Anqing. At this moment, Dragon Master sat silently in his chair, watching the towering flames in the live broadcast, his eyes narrowing slightly. If you remember correctly, Lin Feng was also on that plane with Gong's son Anqing, and the pilot who was flying the plane was also present when the other party appeared in the base city. Could it be? Thinking of this, Dragon Master widened his eyes and looked at the flames on the screen, his hands trembling slightly. However, this was simply too incredible. Logically speaking, even if the other party hid their strength as fellow god-level awakeners, they should have been able to notice it, just as everyone was eagerly focused on this battle. From the depths of the mist, the eight-winged monster spoke again. This time it was not directed at Gongsun Anqing, but addressed Lin Feng for the first time. Human, you have not committed an unforgivable sin. Leave immediately. This extremely terrifying voice made Lin Feng's ears tremble. Is this your reason for not attacking me? Do the others you killed have sins? Lin Feng let out a cold laugh. What was before him was just a demon. How dare it start judging here? Although the lives of those people had nothing to do with him, he had already said good things. So what should he say now? Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the eight eyes in the air also turned around. Do not commit acts of regret. Its wings trembled behind it, and a black light circle spread around. A tremendous pressure bore down, even stopping the flames surrounding Lin Feng from advancing. Clearly, the opponent was threatening him. But Lin Feng had no intention of saying more. Fire Dragon. Swish. He slashed forward. The flames in his hand surged, forming an extremely long fire dragon in the air. Roar. The sound of a dragon's roar echoed through the entire forbidden iron forest. It charged towards the eight-winged demon in the sky. Wherever the fire dragon went, mist and frost turned to ashes. Its massive body appeared before the opponent in the blink of an eye. Who? The terrifying creature's 6 wings flapped. The originally calm ground suddenly erupted with a tremendous sound. Boom! A terrifying noise erupted, and the previously empty area was bombarded, instantly raising an extremely thick wall that continuously rose to block his path. It was like a wall separating heaven and earth. Boom! Lin Feng's attack struck this wall, instantly halting his offensive momentum. The temperature reached 3,000 degrees, continuously melting the soil before him. His offensive was indeed blocked. At this moment, Lin Feng hurriedly withdrew his hand. He could not waste too much energy. He never expected the opponent to have this move. This high wall was simply too vast. Even if he stood there and looked left and right, he could not see the edge. Just the vibrations from its 6 pairs of wings could divide the entire space. If he did not use all his strength, he really might not be the opponent's match. Seeing this terrifying scene, the onlookers outside also gasped. What did I just see? An endless high wall and a dragon-shaped flame. It's the summer dragon. Could it be the ancestors of the dragon kingdom coming to protect their descendants? Is it really the ancestor dragon of my dragon kingdom? But he still hasn't broken through. That demon's defense is impenetrable. You're right. If it weren't for my insufficient strength, I would really want to go and fight alongside the 2 ancestors of the dragon kingdom. Too strong. This terrifying power is several times stronger than Gongsun Anqing. The members of the Warrior Association had their eyes reflecting the color of the flames, excitedly watching that piece of land. They wish they could sprout wings right now, advance to become divine tier awakeners, and then go there together to attack that demon. They had been suppressed for too long and were about to lose their fighting spirit. Today, the awakeners of the Dragon Kingdom openly stood up, actively seeking to eliminate that demon. If successful, it would definitely be an unprecedented motivation for humanity. The demon in the Forbidden Land was not invincible. They also had the strength to take the initiative and attack, rather than being passively beaten. Meanwhile, on the battlefield in the Forbidden Land, Lin Feng raised his head, looking at the high wall ahead. With a single movement, he arrived at the top of the wall, staring at the demon that was gazing at him. Clearly, without using some real strength, he wouldn't be able to reach the opponent. Since that's the case, he murmured softly, picking up the staff knife in his hand. He only had 2 chances. He had to settle this quickly. Scorch Fire Great Knife West, Scorch Sun Hell Close. Scorch Fire Great Knife South, Fire Trillion Death Burial Array. These 2 abilities, one allows flames to cover around his body, constructing a highly heated scorched fire attire. The other condenses the ashes of all the living beings he killed to revive them. Neither of these abilities was needed right now, so he could only use the other 2. Release. Scorch Fire Great Knife East, Rising Sunblade. Lin Feng horizontally wielded the knife, and the massive fire dragon beside him instantly transformed into a large area of flames. It then flew to Lin Feng's side, recondensing into an ordinary battle knife. However, it emitted black ripples. The space around this knife was continuously distorting. The temperature was extremely high. Anything that touched it would be evaporated. At this moment, the temperature on Lin Feng's knife had far exceeded that of the sun's core. All the energy was gathered onto this long knife. Hey! The gigantic creature clearly sensed the terrifying power on it and let out a strange cry. Then, in its eyes, 8 chains suddenly gathered into a force and stabbed towards Lin Feng. Swish! Be careful! Upon seeing this, Gongsun Anqing exclaimed. These chains, even if she activated her ice shield, could not block them. Her ice shield could withstand some divine-tier demon attacks. Yet before these chains, it was pierced through like tofu. Lin Feng now had no defensive capabilities, making him extremely dangerous. However, the next moment, swish, Lin Feng swung the rising sun blade in his hand. From left to right, Gongsun Anqing didn't even see the afterimage of the knife, as it had already sliced from the left to the right. It was as if it had always been there. Too fast, even the surrounding area rippled, creating a series of sonic booms. Crack! With one slash, the 8 chains that had gathered together were instantly severed, scattering into 8. The cut was not a break, but rather as if it had been erased from this world, completely disappearing without a trace. Lin Feng's knife seemed to possess spatial abilities. Anything that came into contact with it would be teleported to another place. But in reality, the surface temperature was so high that no object could withstand it. Creak, creak. The flying demon let out a series of pained roars, clearly not expecting that the chains it relied on would be cut in one stroke. What clever knife! Watching all 8 chains being severed by Lin Feng, Gongsun Anqing's beautiful eyes flickered, unable to believe her ears. Even she, the world's top awakener, could not withstand those chains, yet Lin Feng had cut them apart. Meanwhile, gravity domain. Lin Feng no longer gave the opponent a chance. He immediately activated the energy within his body. At this moment, the 3 stars in the cosmic sea within his body rotated around each other, madly supplying power like an endless ocean. In an instant, a terrifying pressure descended from above, far exceeding any gravity that could be produced. Bang! The demon, which had originally stood stable in the air and never moved, now felt as if it had a giant meteorite on its back, continuously sinking. And the ground directly below also formed a circular pit, sinking layer by layer. 10 meters, 20 meters, 100 meters, 300 meters, 800 meters. This enormous demon, even when it lifted its wings behind it, found it incredibly difficult to stir them. This terrifying gravity could almost sink a small island. And such pressure was pressing down on its back. Boom! Finally, it could no longer withstand this immense force. Instantly, it was suppressed to the ground, crashing hard into the pit below. At the same time, Lin Feng also raised the slaughter knife in his hand. The conqueror's haki enveloped it, the originally black blade in his hand, which seemed capable of burning away all matter and emitted no light, instantly extended to more than twice its size. The energy within him had already been consumed to the extreme. He had to resolve the opponent with this one strike. Otherwise, there would be no more chances. Once the energy in the long knife was exhausted, both he and Gongsun Anqing would die here. Swish! Lin Feng swung his hand to slash at the opponent. However, at that moment, the demon lying on the ground suddenly shook its wings. Whoosh! A cloud of smoke rushed towards him, enveloping Lin Feng and the enormous demon in an instant. However, Lin Feng's strike was unaffected by the smoke. It could only isolate the area from the outside world, but could not block the attack. Puff! Blood sprayed, as 2 pure white wings were severed and fell. Human, you will regret burying me. Clearly, the opponent possessed a high level of intelligence and could converse with Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng did not expect that the demon would still be defiant even as it faced death. Looking at the powerless demon lying on the ground, Lin Feng became intrigued. Why didn't you attack me earlier? The messenger in the sky only judges those who have committed great sins. Shaking his head at the demon lying on the ground, Lin Feng remarked, with that appearance, you call yourself a messenger from the sky? If angels really looked like this, I'd rather seek out a succubus. You look nothing like your 2 brothers, do you? The other 2 demons in the Forbidden Land were a colossal serpent and a golden-haired angel with 8 pairs of wings, which naturally looked much more refined in comparison. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the demon visibly trembled twice, realizing who he was referring to. Existence at the same level could not be concealed from others in Blue Star. Lin Feng slowly spoke again, but don't worry, in no time, I'll send those 2 to meet you. If it weren't for the demon's relatively polite speech, Lin Feng would have already struck it down. Upon hearing Lin Feng's intent to kill the other 2 demons, the demon slumped and trembled slightly before suddenly speaking again. You are not their match. Take me with you, and the master will assist you. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback by this statement. Wait, what? Even if these 3 are not siblings, how could this demon know about my flame blade, which can resurrect beings slain by it? However, before he could hesitate, the demon in front of him transformed into a burst of light. Then, it turned into a necklace and bracers made of feathers that fell to the ground. I haven't even killed you yet, and you're already dropping loot? Faced with this sudden change, Lin Feng couldn't help but scoff. He never expected that fighting a boss would yield equipment. Nevertheless, he wouldn't refuse free loot. Lin Feng stepped forward to pick up the necklace and bracers from the ground. The information about the two items instantly appeared before his eyes. Necklace of the Mourner level. Legendary effect. Immune to 50 of light attribute attacks description. Legends say that the messengers of the sky disguise themselves in extremely terrifying forms to prevent those who come to heaven from being captured by demons. All to scare away evil. Truly pathetic. Relic of the tragic level. Legendary effect. Summons 8 spiritual chains description. A relic from the messenger of the heavenly realm. It can transform its own life into a weapon of the heavenly realm. I never expected to become the protagonist of a tragedy. Once again, 2 pieces of legendary equipment. Looking at these items, Lin Feng was filled with delight. He hurriedly put on the necklace covered in white feathers. Immune to 50% of light attribute attacks. At least an SS level awakened ability. If he counted the ability to have all damage from demons inside the second forbidden land, its value would skyrocket even more. Clearly, this demon was not very friendly towards that angelic form. Just the equipment it dropped was a counter to the opponent. However, humans and demons could never coexist peacefully. He would eventually have to face the demon. Obtaining this necklace of a mourner was already the greatest help for him. Moreover, the bracers could summon the demon's 8 chains to assist him in attack. These chains were something even Gongsun Anqing could not withstand. Their hardness was naturally beyond words. If he did not possess the flowing blade of fire, perhaps nothing in this world could sever them. However, the system's description did catch Lin Feng's attention. At that moment, while he was studying the description, an astonishing change occurred outside. The fog seemed to dissipate. Had the demon truly retreated? Just now, he seemed to have seen it fall from the sky and then disappear along with that flame. Could it be that the demon was killed? Impossible. Such a terrifying existence could not be eliminated in such a short time, even if all the god-tier awakened beings of the Lighthouse Nation attacked together, right? Everyone looked toward the dissipating fog in the distance, their hearts filled with anxiety. They want to know the final outcome of the battle. However, no one dared to step forward. If that demon was not dead and counterattacked, they would also be in danger. The god-tier awakened beings furrowed their brows tightly. Just moments ago, they sensed that 2 of the 3 god-tier powers that had originally been there had suddenly vanished. However, they would not believe that god-tier awakened beings could be killed simultaneously in such a short time. Since they were also in this field, they merely observed from a distance, showing no intention of approaching. When facing creatures of this level, they were not at their most terrifying. The most frightening moment was the counterattack before death. Any random attack could be life-threatening. If they were caught unaware, they could be killed in an instant. Meanwhile, outside the fog in the Forbidden Land, Gongsun Anqing was anxiously searching around. Now, Lin Feng's domain had evaporated the surrounding frost and moisture, causing her domain to be unable to activate, and she cannot break through the fog ahead. Lin Feng. At this moment, hearing Gongsun Anqing's call from within the fog, Lin Feng stroked his chin. He wasn't planning to go out just yet, because the descriptions of these 2 pieces of equipment had caught his attention. It was rumored that angels were messengers of the heavenly realm, who disguised themselves in extremely fierce forms to scare off those evil creatures. Could it be that this guy was the true angel, targeting only evil beings? Was it possible that Gongsun Anqing's act of killing those awakened beings under duress could also be considered an evil deed? What should I do now? I can't just go out like this. If he steps out of the mist right now, there's more than a 50 chance that those divine-level awakeners will block him here. There is also a possibility that those divine-level awakeners won't take action, letting them leave out of consideration for being fellow humans. But that possibility is minuscule. Although they have a common enemy, it doesn't mean they are friends. He actually wants to just walk out and return to the Dragon Kingdom with Gongsun Anqing. At that time, he could be a pretty boy, living a carefree life. But that's just wishful thinking. According to Lin Feng's estimation, even if he was really brought back by Gongsun Anqing, her personality would still push him to go out and experience the world. By then, the danger level would increase exponentially. The number of people wanting to harm him would multiply. After all, a mere awakened being at the completed level could, in an instant, elevate their power to the peak of the world. They must be holding something astonishing. Who wouldn't want that treasure? Especially those divine-level awakeners whose powers can no longer be enhanced. If they also use that item, to what extent could their powers rise? Would they become true gods? Or could they comprehend something from it? Innocent people can suffer for having treasures. Lin Feng understood these principles. Meanwhile, the flames in his hand were gradually dissipating. finally transforming into an ordinary sword. The energy within him was also rapidly decreasing, having dropped to a freezing point. His current power was almost indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. Any random demon could probably kill him, provided he wasn't wearing any of his equipment. With the strength of his current equipment, even an ordinary person could probably kill an awakened being. First, he should absorb some spirit stones to recover his strength. Taking out the spirit refining cauldron, Lin Feng immersed himself in the world within. Inside, there were 2 small mind-level spirit stones, enough for him to restore some power. However, it was estimated that the energy of the Kongtong mirror wouldn't recover easily. Just the energy from the small spirit mines might not be sufficient. As soon as he entered the world of the spirit refining cauldron, Lin Feng saw a dragon and a graceful woman sitting there. As soon as the woman lifted her eyes, she spotted Lin Feng. She walked over a few steps, nervously saying to Lin Feng, "Master, Duo has been dreaming of some bad things lately." Hearing this, Lin Feng's heart tightened. He quickly turned to look at the flames beside him. 47. He actually forgot about this. Having Duo help him fuse those ores would definitely increase the progress of the immortal in the lake. The other party's memories would also be restored along the way. Although it wouldn't be as fast as throwing demons in, the quantity would make up for it. Duo, did you dream about anything related to yourself? Lin Feng asked anxiously. He was currently in a vulnerable state. He didn't know what the personality of the immortal in the cauldron was like, if it was a temperamental immortal. Thinking of this made him shiver. At this moment, Duo frowned as if deep in thought. This appearance was quite charming. While pondering, Duo softly said, "I think I saw a sister with 8 pairs of wings growing from her back. She pointed a sword at me, and then there was nothing after that." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. 8 pairs of wings. There were only 2 demons. One was here, and the other was the demon from the next day. But isn't this immortal in the cauldron too weak? 1 sword, and she was defeated? Or was that demon too powerful? Logically, the strength of this immortal should be at least close to divine level, right? This is too lacking. You should have increased your strength recently, right? Can you enter that house? While saying this, Lin Feng pointed to a small wooden house in the distance. Duo looked in the direction he pointed and shook her head like a rattle drum. She still couldn't enter that wooden house. Lin Feng sighed. If he waited until his strength was restored to think about going in to get something, it would be difficult. Let's not worry about that for now. I need to restore my strength first. With that, Lin Feng walked over to the pile of spirit stones. All these spirit stones were high grade. As soon as he placed his hand on them, a large amount of energy surged into his body. It flowed through his limbs like water, instantly making him feel extremely comfortable. A sense of fatigue was also wiped away by more than half, and he gradually felt energized. After a while, once he had absorbed enough energy from the spirit stones, his energy was fully replenished. The remaining stones should all be sent into the Kongtong mirror. Saying this, Lin Feng took out the Kongtong mirror in his hand and placed it on the spirit stones in front of him. In an instant, like a whale sucking down water, a massive amount of energy leaked from the spirit stones. It gathered in the air like a stream and surged toward the mirror. In just a moment, all the energy from these spirit stones was absorbed. At this point, the Kongtong mirror was also replenished by more than half. Looking at these items, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. These spirit stones were all obtained from those divine-level awakeners he had deceived. After all, they were given for free, so why not take them? Moreover, he was currently wearing legendary armor, a necklace, and arm guards. He could be considered fully equipped. Furthermore, it seemed that these 3 pieces of equipment were somehow related. These 2 items were summoned by the demon, and the other one he suspected was also taken from the demon's territory. I should find a way to get out of here. With that, Lin Feng walked over to Duo. Duo, let me take you out for a bit. Sure. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Duo nodded excitedly. Staying here was really too boring. As he took her delicate little hand, the 2 of them were instantly teleported outside of the spirit refining cauldron. Seeing the outside world, excitement sparkled in her eyes. Duo, can you take me out from here? The various tools in the other party's house were all of divine level. The trees made from spirit fruits must also reach divine level. And now that his strength had recovered quite a bit, he should be able to break through this mist. Yes, but we'll take some time. Saying this, Duo picked up the sword in Lin Feng's hand and began to draw on the ground around Lin Feng. In no time, a formation was completed. Why does this formation look so familiar? Lin Feng thought thoughtfully as he looked at the formation drawn by Duo on the ground. He had seen this thing in the teleportation array in the city, and he had also encountered it in the virtual realm. Could it be that this immortal in the cauldron has some connection with the one in the virtual realm? However, before he could ponder, the person standing next to him could no longer wait, grabbed Lin Feng's hand, and a burst of light flashed. Whoosh! A familiar feeling of teleportation came over him. However, unlike the orderly sensation in the city, this teleportation was exceptionally chaotic, as if there was no designated location at all. Sure enough, the next moment, the two appeared at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Damn! As soon as he appeared in midair, Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. If he hadn't restored his strength, wouldn't he fall to his death in such a place? As a man at the pinnacle of martial arts, self-proclaimed, to actually die from a fall would be a huge joke. Lin Feng quickly pulled Duo over and held her in his arms. Then, using his limitless ability, he created a space to stand on beneath his feet and successfully landed on the ground. Smack! As soon as he landed, Lin Feng let out a long breath. He then looked around. Why does this place seem so familiar? Looking at the bone-covered mountain pass around him, Lin Feng suddenly realized that this was the White Bone Mountain Range on the outskirts of the Dragon Kingdom, the base of the demons that could threaten the imperial capital. Sure enough, before Lin Feng could stand here for a few seconds, strange sounds immediately emanated from the ground. Creak, creak. One by one, skeletons holding large knives crawled out from underground. Their levels reached 8 stars, or even 9 stars. In the past, facing such a siege of demons, he might have felt panic, but with his current strength, these demons were simply not enough to worry about. Moonlight, Lin Feng commanded, releasing a giant dragon from the demon refining pot. Roar! As soon as Moonlight appeared, it charged towards the surroundings with an angry roar. One claw for one skeleton soldier, all smashed to the ground. These hundreds of skeletons were all crushed into pieces after just a quick sweep. They were merely low-star demons, not even needing Lin Feng to make a move. After defeating these demons, Moonlight immediately ran over, lying beside Lin Feng, wanting his praise. Good job, you did very well. Lin Feng nodded with a smile. Roar! After receiving Lin Feng's praise, Moonlight immediately lay down and bit at its massive tail, smashing the skeleton monster hidden underground that dared not come out into pieces. If that skeleton monster still had consciousness, it would probably have 100 curses to utter. Master! A trembling voice came from his arms. Duo curled her hands in front of her chest, her face flushed, and a weak, mosquito-like voice came out. At this moment, Lin Feng realized he was still holding her and quickly set her down. It was better to respect her before she regained her memory. If he did something she didn't like, he would be the one to suffer later. As soon as Lin Feng set her down, she lowered her head and hurried back into the pot world. Watching Duo escape in a hurry, Lin Feng shook his head speechlessly. What's the big deal? It's just a hug. At that time, he was almost pinned to the ground by Gongsun Anqing, and he didn't react at all. His Dao heart was still not stable enough. By the way, system, how many free points do I have now? Lin Feng asked, almost forgetting about this matter. This was the foundation for him to establish himself in this world. Killing divine-level demon beasts grants 50 free points. Killing a total of 576 other spirit-level demons, intra-level demons, and completion-level demons, plus other low-star demons, grants 67 free points. So many? Lin Feng slightly opened his mouth, a bit surprised. Just killing one divine-level demon beast can earn 50% of free points, and the number of other demons actually reached 67%. It seems that during his previous battles, the energy he casually released killed many other demons. Moreover, he wasn't even actively attacking. Just the energy leakage killed so many spirit-level demons, which shows the power of divine-level beings and the destructive impact they can have on lower beings. The gap between them is self-evident. A total of 117 free points is enough to enhance many skills to 100. It has been a long time since he fought such a rich battle. With this amount of points, he could max out any skill. System, open the panel. At Lin Feng's command, the system immediately popped the panel in front of him. Host, Lin Feng talent, Annihilation Thunder, SSS level, Superstar Completion Mental Power, 10-point Strength, 75-19 Speed, 71-03 Stamina, 82-17 Abilities, Staff and Sword Technique, Conqueror's Hockey, 100, Armament Hockey, 75, Observation Hockey, 100, Weight Fruit, 100, Curses, Limitless Technique, 100, Technique Reversal, 43, 6 Eyes, 100, Infinite Space, 25. The only remaining abilities are Armament Hockey and Conqueror's Hockey that are not fully enhanced. Enhance Armament Hockey to 100. Lin Feng immediately chose to enhance Armament Hockey to 100%. The system understood immediately. It has consumed 25 of your free points to enhance armament hockey to 100. Congratulations! Armament hockey has been enhanced to 100, allowing you to cover your entire body with armament hockey. Congratulations, host! The character panel has been fully achieved. As you proficiently use its skills, the character degree will automatically increase, as long as you do not act in a way that deviates too much from the character. The character degree will not decrease. The moment armament hockey was enhanced to 100%, Lin Feng felt that his understanding of this ability had deepened. At his current level, he could already release the flowing cherry blossoms from armament hockey. He could circulate armament hockey over parts of his body to resist attacks, significantly reducing the damage taken. He could also cover his entire body with armament hockey for both attack and defense. Now, it could be said that it was like an extension of his own limbs. The most crucial thing was that when these abilities reached 100%, they were almost equivalent to his own power. As his understanding deepened, they would become even more powerful, and he could even awaken the fruit abilities. System. When will my next character open? After the host's second character reaches 100%, a third character panel will be randomly drawn for you. Looking at his curse abilities, Lin Feng nodded. Now only the levels of technique reversal and infinite space had not reached 100%. Once these two abilities fully reached 100%, he could draw a third character. System. Enhance all remaining points on infinite space and the remaining points on technique reversal. Ding. The system has enhanced infinite space to 100 for the host, consuming 75 of free points. Remaining free points, 17. Ding. The system has enhanced technique reversal to 60 for the host, consuming 17 of free points. After the enhancement was completed, Lin Feng stretched out his hand toward the right. Bang! The impact, like a supernova, surged forth. A mountain made of bones in front of him instantly exploded and scattered in all directions. With a casual flick, he could flatten an entire ancient mountain. With 40% of his points remaining, he thought it would be better to practice my newly acquired SSS level ability here and also earn some free points. With this in mind, Lin Feng turned around and headed towards the center of the White Mountain Range. The monsters inside were of a higher level, which was just right for training his SSS level awakening ability. At this moment, around the forbidden area, after waiting for several hours, the crowd finally sensed that something was amiss. Wait, why hasn't there been any movement until now? Could the battle already be over? Indeed, the domains of the three had dissipated, indicating it should have ended. Otherwise, how could they have closed their domains? Should we go take a look? Several divine-level awakeners from the Lighthouse Nation began to discuss whether they should check it out. There had been no sound from there for several hours. Could it be that the three of them reached a truce? Let's go take a look. Saying this, they instantly teleported over. They then saw that the thick haze in front of them had long dispersed, and Gongsun Anqing was standing there searching for something, clearly unaware of what had happened. Could it be that the awakened one from the Dragon Kingdom perished with this monster? One of them spoke with confusion. The possibility of that was quite high. Otherwise, it couldn't explain the current situation. With this thought, the three felt a surge of excitement. If the awakened one from the Dragon Kingdom really perished with this monster, it would mean that they had eliminated two of their biggest threats. They felt relieved. Thankfully, this divine-level awakener from the Dragon Kingdom was strong enough to perish with such an extraordinarily outrageous monster. If it were them, even if they wanted to perish together, they wouldn't be able to do it. This was already the best outcome for them. They could even forget about losing that S-level martial skill. At this moment, Gongsun, Anqing on the ground, looked towards the three, her gaze extremely cold and terrifying, causing them to stiffen. However, in the end, Gongsun Anqing withdrew her gaze and walked away into the distance, clearly not intending to engage with them. The three did not pursue her. Although they had the numerical advantage now, it would still be quite difficult to keep her. Moreover, this was a direct attack without any reason, which would almost be tantamount to making an enemy of the Dragon Kingdom. There was no need to do so. Meanwhile, the events in this area also reached the outside world. My God, this monster was actually killed. The awakened one from the Dragon Kingdom didn't die in vain. He helped us from the Lighthouse Nation eliminate a monster. Yes, this could be said to be the best outcome. Damn it, a group of cowardly awakeners from the Lighthouse Nation, and you little dwarfs. I admit that the awakened one from your Dragon Kingdom is indeed strong. But didn't he die here in the end? Who says he's dead? Have you seen the body? You haven't seen your family for a few hours, and you say he's gone? I'm not going to argue with uncivilized people. Go see if there's still someone at your home. Damn it. You're getting anxious, aren't you? Poof. At this moment, in a room far away in the Lighthouse Nation, a white man spat out a mouthful of blood onto the screen while looking at the message sent by the other party. He couldn't withstand the onslaught of the keyboard warrior. In the Dragon Kingdom's Martial Artist Association, everyone sat solemnly in front of the screen. Although they had eliminated a monster from the Forbidden Zone, there was still a certain loss to their strength in the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, the key point was that Lin Feng was also present at that time. But Gongsun Anqing searched for a long time and still couldn't find him. I remember Lin Feng disappeared like this last time, right? The Dragon Master pondered for a moment and revealed a meaningful smile. For some reason, he always felt that Lin Feng wasn't dead, and that divine-level awakener wasn't dead either. As this incident concluded, extensive reports and spread occurred everywhere. This was the first human victory against monsters. As long as the remaining 2 monsters were killed, they could almost declare victory. But the difficulties in this were self-evident, especially for the monsters in the second day. Although they acted like angels, many awakeners were drawn to them, yet no one had returned alive. At the same time, they were ranked first in the talent leaderboard, indicating that their strength should be among the strongest. However, now they had only killed the weakest lord from the Forbidden Zone, which had replaced the top awakeners among humans. It could be said that it dealt a significant blow to human combat power. And at this time flowed again, and several months passed. Powerful individuals among awakeners emerged one after another. Everyone yearned for the power of the fire god, taking him as their goal. At the same time, in the burial ground outside the imperial capital, a legend spread everywhere about a man bathed in lightning. It was said that someone saw a man without clothes, radiating lightning, descending from the sky and smashing a complete-level monster to pieces with one punch. Then, in the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. Since then, every night, flashes of light could be seen in the burial ground, as if someone was descending divine punishment. Everyone suspected that it was part of the god-making plan cultivated by the Dragon Kingdom's Martial Artist Academy. Meanwhile, in the marsh area deep within the burial ground, poof, Lin Feng punched out and smashed a mud crocodile to pieces. Ding! Free points increased by 0. 24. Finally enough. Lin Feng, wearing a leather outfit, sighed. After saving up for so many days, he finally had enough free points. Next, he would use the free points to enhance the last skill and draw the third character. System, draw the third template. Ding! The system is drawing the third character template for the host. As soon as the system's voice fell, a familiar compass appeared in midair and began to spin. Looking at the dazzling compass, Lin Feng silently thought, draw a fairy tale template, draw a fairy tale template. So I won't have to work honestly anymore. With just one of his power, he could transform freely, pulling the system out of the endless void. Then, using his invincible Tao fruit and heaven-defying techniques, he would reclaim all his power and ultimately break through the heavens, ascending to the fairy realm. He would win various fairies and reside in the great treasure hall, stepping into the pinnacle of life. Unfortunately, thinking about it was beautiful, but reality was harsh. Creak! The compass did not hesitate to leave the fairy tale character and then stopped behind. The moment he saw that name, Lin Feng's eyes burst with light. Uchiha Bito, born with divine might, capable of letting all attacks pass through his body, and possessing all advanced ocular techniques in the Naruto world. The key point is that he can use Susanoo and the Outer Path. He can complete the bizarre techniques he dreamed of back then. It's important to note that Obito eventually reached a godlike realm, making him invincible on this blue star. Feels good. As Lin Feng's voice fell, a series of system prompts immediately popped up. Ding! You have successfully merged Wu Tao and Fujitora. Wu Tao, Fujitora, click to view details. Host has gained Obito's abilities. Unlocked. Double Kiwi, 10. Fire Release, 10. Earth Release, 10. Shadow Clone Technique, 10. 25. Unlockable. Susan, Izanagi, Edo Tensei, 50. Unlockable. Rinnegan, Manjiki Sharingan. Outer Path Golem and Sealing Technique. Rinnegan unlock required. 90 unlockable. Complete Body Susanoo, 6 paths, 10 tails sealing. Limited Tsukuyami in the next moment. A black cloak resembling clouds appeared in the sky, along with a spiral mask. One could say the system has a wicked sense of humor. Akatsuki outfit. Wear to help you play the role of Ascension. Lin Feng put on this outfit. Then he closed his eyes and began to enter the state of an actor. However, after a few dozen minutes, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. Lin, I will create a world where only you exist. Ding! Host's acting level increased by 1. Gain double Kamui 1. Gain ninjutsu power 1. Just as Lin Feng felt the power within him, a voice came from beside him. Bro, are you okay? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng remained calm. Having already entered the state, he is Obito, and Obito is him. Slowly turning around, he looked at the man who spoke. In front of Lin Feng stood a team of 7 or 8 awakeners, 5 men and 2 women. They all looked at him with understanding eyes. Is this the typical middle schooler? It seems he's troubled by love, suffering greatly. Looking at his outfit, it seems custom-made, a limited edition set. I wonder which show it's from. We've been watching you for a long time, standing there motionless. Almost thought you were a monster. Bro, are you okay? If the woman is gone, just find another one. The leading man quietly asked Lin Feng, afraid of saying something wrong and hurting him. However, Lin Feng looked at them and shook his head slightly. What do you understand? Lin is my everything. If this world has no her, then this world is wrong. Saying this, Lin Feng formed hand seals. Earth release. The next second, Lin Feng disappeared from his spot, sending a large amount of dirt flying into the air. He then reappeared more than 10 meters away. Clearly, his current unlocking level for Earth release is not sufficient. Moving this distance is already the limit. His Kamui is the same. Currently, he can only teleport an object the size of a dagger into the Kamui space. This means that if he is attacked by a weapon larger than a sword, he will be unable to defend. Of course, this is assuming he does not use other abilities. But in order to play his role well, he will not easily use other powers. Seeing that Lin Feng had not gone far, the others rushed over to persuade him. Friend, this is a graveyard deep in the ground. Don't throw your life away for a woman. Since you're still not dead at the hands of demons, it must be heaven's will that you won't die here. Sigh. Such a passionate man is rare in this age. Did your girlfriend run off with someone else? Several female awakeners asked Lin Feng, clearly moved by him. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng sighed softly. Lin, she has died. Meanwhile, Achu, at the Magic City Academy Martial Arts Training Hall, Xiao Menglin suddenly sneezed, shaking her head in confusion. She is now a fully fledged martial artist, with mental strength far beyond ordinary people. How could she sneeze? But she didn't think too much about it, and continued training. Sigh. Since ancient times, many passionate people are left with only regrets. This life is endless. You have to learn to love and to let go. Hey, young man, you don't look too old. Why come to such a place to seek death? The other side at Lin Feng. They had just arrived at the graveyard's depths, originally wanting to investigate whether there had been unrest after the demon's death. They didn't expect to encounter a middle schooler who was troubled by love and seeking his own death. However, after their persuasion, he should have a change of heart, right? Young man, what is your name? The leading man asked Lin Feng. It doesn't matter what my name is. I'm no one, and I don't want to become anyone. Without Lin, this world has no reason to exist. Lin Feng turned around and walked deeper into the forbidden area. The others were taken aback. This guy is seriously troubled. Before they could react, a loud roar echoed from the depths of the mountains. Roar! Suddenly, the ground shook, and a bull-headed demon covered in rocks charged out. Its eyes seemed to erupt with fierce flames. An entry-level, bull-headed demon. Seeing this monster, the group quickly took their positions. Among them, at most only 2 were entry-level awakeners. Dealing with this demon would still be somewhat challenging. Be careful and use your awakening abilities to trap it. The leading man shouted angrily, feeling very tense. He didn't expect an entry-level demon would choose to attack them proactively. However, just as everyone was about to act against the demon, a voice rang out. Fire release, blazing wind dance. Lin Feng spat out a series of fire snakes, using Kamui to distort them as they flew forward. Boom! The terrifying flames engulfed the heavens. As if a giant python was preying on the bull-headed demon, the huge bull-headed demon was instantly turned to charcoal, unable to let out even a scream. Its power is still not enough. If the level were higher, it would probably be reduced to ashes. Lin Feng assessed in his heart. With his current acting level 2 low, combined with his peak power as a Beto, he could only exert the strength of an ordinary peak awakener. If he used his other abilities, he could surpass levels. What the hell? This terrifying scene unfolded before the awakeners, causing them to involuntarily curse. Is this really an entry-level demon? It was killed in an instant. Moreover, the speed of the flames was too fast, spinning as if someone was controlling it, drawing a spring-like trajectory in the air, thicker than the demon itself. Is this big shot here to entertain us? It shouldn't be, right? I thought his feelings just now were quite sincere. The gazes of several awakened individuals towards Lin Feng had changed, especially one heavily made-up female awakened. Upon seeing Lin Feng, flashed a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. She took 2 steps forward and said, Hey, I know a doctor who specializes in solving problems. Would you like me to take you to see him? Hearing this, Lin Feng slowly turned around and activated his 6-eye ability, scanning the woman's shoulders and arms. Of course, he wasn't being lewd. It was just a routine procedure. To find members of the Black Crow cult, he could only use this method. Just as he was about to give up after finishing his scan, he suddenly noticed a Black Crow emblem on the woman's lower abdomen. He actually found one. But what kind of preference did she have to tattoo it in such a place? I'm not sick, and this world has no end. So he has no reason to exist. Lin Feng slowly began to speak. At that moment, the woman was instantly excited. This is finding a fellow traveler. Just when our organization is lacking powerful members, he looks like a complete awakened. If we can pull him in, it would be a great contribution to the organization. That's right, I think you're right. Maybe this doctor has the ability to bring people back to life. Do you think so too? That's good. I need to change this world. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd was stunned. They never expected that in this day and age, someone would be so delusional. Hey, Wang Wei, he's a complete awakened. If he goes berserk, it could be very dangerous. We should report this to the Martial Arts Association and arrange treatment for him. One of the women said. Upon hearing this, Wang Wei, who was beside Lin Feng, shook her head. I happen to know a doctor, a famous miracle doctor in the capital. Just send him directly. It will be too late to wait for the Martial Arts Association. After hearing this, the woman had nothing more to say. However, she looked at the two standing together and immediately regretted not approaching Lin Feng to talk earlier. This was a complete awakened, and so young and passionate. If she could really cure him, wouldn't she rise to prominence? A complete awakened would receive the highest level of reception in any base city. Moreover, judging by his voice, he probably looked handsome beneath that mask. After all, many delusional youths tend to be quite good-looking. Let's leave here for now, the team leader said. They had just arrived and were attacked by a demon, and being so close, they hadn't even realized it. Continuing on would indeed be dangerous. It would be better to return to the base city and come back after preparing more. If they could have an exploration type awaken accompany them, it would be much safer. As they spoke, everyone nodded in agreement and started to return to the capital base city. Moments later, they arrived at the city gates of the capital. Please show your identification. The group stopped and began to take out their awakened identity cards. Lin Feng also took out his exclusive martial artist card from the refining demon pot. The black and purple border was exceptionally eye-catching under the sunlight, making it stand out. It immediately attracted the attention of the guards and those around them. This is the Martial Arts Association card. You're a martial artist. As soon as this was said, the eyes of the surrounding crowd turned towards him, and the several awakened individuals looked surprised. They didn't expect the person beside them to not only be a complete awakened, but also a martial artist. The value of this was vastly different. To become a martial artist and reach the complete level meant he was among the elite. At least in this base city, he could hold a position unless he didn't want to, which was clearly the case for the young man before them. This way, please, this way, please. I will arrange transportation for you right away, a well-dressed man said, bowing to Lin Feng. The surrounding crowd regarded this scene with envy. However, they had nothing to say. In this world, strength was respected, and the stronger one was, the more weight their words carried. Seeing this, Wang Wei was also delighted and quickly ran a few steps to catch up. She never expected to catch such a big fish today, especially a martial artist. This is for martial artists only. Oomph. Before the guard could stop her, Wang Wei coldly snorted. This immediately stunned the several individuals. If she really had a relationship with Lin Feng, they wouldn't dare to stop her. Seeing the nervous expressions on their faces, Wang Wei felt even more proud. She quickly smiled and ran to Lin Feng's side. This scene made the surrounding crowd intensely envious. Another female awakened from the hunting group had reddened eyes with envy. Previously, Wang Wei was just a small member of a hunting group, just like her. To make these people bow and scrape, it was impossible. But unexpectedly, the other party had merely climbed onto a martial artist and immediately became the focus of their service, making her extremely jealous. My figure isn't any worse than hers. I should have gone up and clung to him too. As she spoke, this female awakened became a bit anxious. However, what she didn't know was that Lin Feng was only following her because she was a member of the Black Crow cult. I've already run all the way to Lighthouse Country, and they still chase me so far to cause trouble. Lin Feng silently thought. The Black Crow cult really didn't know when to quit. They had always been the ones to strike first, and today it was finally his turn. Once he infiltrated the organization and climbed up, eventually becoming the leader of the Black Crow cult, he would definitely push the head of their cult leader into the toilet. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's mood improved greatly. Meanwhile, Wang Wei beside him was even happier. Driver, to the Crow Salon, she commanded coldly, then smiled and sat beside Lin Feng, causing the driver to raise his eyebrows. Go that way. This world has no meaning anymore. Keep your distance from me. Lin Feng said coldly. His philosophical words left the driver momentarily stunned. However, the next second, a huge pressure slightly suppressed the two, making both of them break into a sweat. Only then did they remember that sitting beside them was a complete awakened who could crush a mountain with a single punch. Suddenly, both of them became tense and hurriedly sat far away from Lin Feng. Virum, after several hours of driving, the vehicle finally stopped outside a large gate. Along the way, Lin Feng had been observing the surrounding scenery. The atmosphere of martial arts was even more intense than before. Since that demon died, more and more people began to practice, and the number of martial arts schools had increased significantly. Moreover, various martial arts competitions were taking place, making it a flourishing era for martial arts. As he walked along, various powerful individuals were hidden among the crowd, more than before. In the past, finding an entry-level awakened would have been quite difficult. But now, an ordinary person on the street has reached the entry-level rank. Even an old man playing chess by the roadside has the strength of an entry-level rank. Let's go. Take me to meet that person. Lin Feng opened the car door in advance and spoke to Wang Wei. Soon, Wang Wei led Lin Feng into the shop and exchanged signals with the barber. Both of their expressions changed, and then they took Lin Feng through the back door. In the back alley, they turned several corners. Finally, they arrived at a clinic. Is this their meeting place? No wonder they're like rats. The meeting place is so remote. However, this should be a lower-level member. If they were high-ranking members, they would definitely be sitting majestically in those palaces. Creak. As soon as the door was opened, a doctor-dressed person smiled at them. Upon seeing Wang Wei, the person's expression obviously became serious, then glanced at Lin Feng. Do you have a way to resurrect the dead? If not, then there is no need for this world to exist. Before the other party could speak, Lin Feng took the initiative. Hearing this, the doctor was momentarily stunned. Wow, it's the first time in such a long time that someone has been so proactive. In the past, he would promote the teachings to others and constantly brainwash them. He didn't expect today to directly encounter someone wanting to destroy the world. Wang Wei, can you bring some normal people next time? At this moment, the doctor was somewhat speechless. This was the first time since he became a member of the Black Crow cult that he told his subordinate to bring some normal people, because the guy in front of him was just too abnormal. Just as attire left him at a loss for words. Moreover, he opened his mouth wanting to resurrect the dead. Damn, if he could resurrect the dead, he would have already ruled the world. However, before he could continue, Wang Wei hurriedly walked over and whispered a few words to him. Instantly, the way the doctor looked at Lin Feng changed. Then the doctor and Lin Feng began to converse back and forth. What do you think of this world? This world needs to be corrected. It has no reason to exist. So what do you plan to do? A dream. I want to pull everyone in the world into a dream. There, everyone's wishes can be fulfilled. As he spoke, Lin Feng stood up and began to talk eloquently to the two. When he became passionate and excited, arcs of lightning began to burst from his arms. That terrifying power. Seeing this, both of them were shocked. They even started to doubt whether their organization's purity was sufficient. Now, where the hell is he brainwashing this awakened one? It was as if they were the ones being brainwashed. Now both of them wanted to see where Lin Feng's so-called dream world was. Finally, after 20 minutes, Lin Feng stopped his grand speech. What is your name? I think I should refer you to our instructor. As he spoke, the man in white wiped the sweat from his forehead. He felt he was not worthy of teaching Lin Feng. At this moment, he deeply realized his ignorance and lack of wickedness. Compared to Lin Feng's plan to change the world, his own was merely child's play. He even felt Lin Feng was a bit dangerous now. They wanted to rule the world, to overturn this world, but the person in front of them wanted to destroy the world. They were not on the same level. Okay, maybe you can understand me. Lin Feng nodded at the two. He wanted them to take him to find the so-called instructor. It would be best to reach higher-level people. He had already learned about their ranks from the previous members of the Black Crow cult. The two in front of him were just ordinary cult members. Above them were instructors, bishops, and the Black Crow leader. There was only one bishop in each country. Only instructors could directly contact the bishops. This means that if he could get through to this instructor, he could truly see the true face of the bishop of Long Country. However, instructors were generally quite crazy. The one he killed in the center of the abandoned capital was an instructor. What Lin Feng didn't expect was that he would encounter an instructor-level existence right after arriving here. If he could gain the other party's trust, he might be able to directly enter some of their hidden bases. After all, the Black Crow cult also had places to train talents and had their own system. If he could infiltrate it, he could cut it off. At that time, it wouldn't be impossible for him to become the leader of the Black Crow cult. Clap, clap. Following the two, they walked up the dark stairs, and after a short while, they reached the third floor. A red wooden door slowly opened. Inside the wooden door, a man with bright red hair was excitedly looking at the photos and decorations on the wall, seemingly completely unaware that Lin Feng and the other two had arrived. Instructor. The two bent down and cautiously addressed him. However, at this moment, Lin Feng had already stepped inside and walked straight toward him, as if he were in a no man's land. Damn! Seeing Lin Feng act without any reservations, the two were greatly shocked. Is this guy crazy? This brother is too damn brave. When he reached the man's side, Lin Feng looked at the wall he was facing. The wall was covered with all sorts of bizarre notices and news articles. Some people had slaughtered an entire family overnight, turning them into puppets, and there were also factory explosion cases that caused multiple casualties. Such extremely tragic events seemed very ordinary on this wall, as other cases appeared even more bizarre. What surprised Lin Feng the most was that the photos here were all taken at the scene. They were images never seen on the news before, which meant these events were all committed by the Black Crow cult, and they had taken these pictures at the scene. That's right, you aren't even afraid to see such scenes. The red-haired man stood up from the ground, looking somewhat dazed as he stared at Lin Feng. The two outside the door became even more nervous, lowering their heads and not daring to look at this man, as if a devil stood there. So, this is all my magnificent work. Of course, they participated too. As he spoke, the red-haired man madly pointed at the two outside the door. Lin Feng, on the other hand, looked indifferent. Don't you think this is a praiseworthy piece of art? It doesn't matter what happens, this world or you, it doesn't matter. After slowly speaking, Lin Feng quietly observed the man in front of him, watching his expression change from dull to manic and then to completely broken. The two outside the door had already been frightened to the point of trembling legs by Lin Feng's actions. He actually said the instructor's actions were inconsequential. The last person who ignored him had already been turned into a puppet. What do you understand? The red-haired man instantly released a full-level pressure, trying to make him completely submit. In an instant, even the objects on the table began to tremble slightly. The power of the complete tier is undoubtedly revealed at this moment. Meanwhile, the other two have already collapsed on the ground, trembling in fear like leaves in the wind. Lin Feng silently glanced at them. You're not bad. Join the Akatsuki, be my dog, and I will take you to change the world. Ha 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 ha. The man in front of him heard Lin Feng's words and immediately became wild with laughter, pointing at him. You're just a complete tier awakener at this level. You count for nothing in our organization. I want to create a world only for the strong. What's strong? What you're talking about is trivial. We want to change the world. Let everyone know the fear of monsters. However, just as the other party was about to continue speaking, Lin Feng drew out the matching Uchiha fan from behind. His tone was icy as he said, You have lost your value of existence. Upon hearing this, the red-haired man's expression froze for a moment. But before he could grasp the meaning of Lin Feng's words, a sound that tore through the air echoed. The fan struck. Bang! In an instant, the man was hit by Lin Feng's immense power. God-splitting force, armed color domineering wrapped around, plus his own thunder power, all added to the fan. This strike was enough to severely injure an unprepared spiritual tier awakener. Puff! The next second, the opponent was directly turned into a mist of blood by the tremendous force. Lin Feng had already been able to kill across tiers before, let alone now, as his power had reached the peak of the complete tier. All three attributes had surpassed 10,000. With full force, even if there was some preparation, the lightest outcome would be near death, and the worst would be obliteration. Creatures without value have no need to live. Slowly putting away the fan, Lin Feng turned to walk towards the doctor and Wang Wei. At this moment, the two were already trembling in fear. Their pupils widened, their legs shaking uncontrollably. Lin Feng could even smell a scent coming from beneath them. This was not just a case of a middle school syndrome. This was a demon god. One strike to annihilate the teacher. Indeed, the fist is the real truth. Those who do not believe in their own doctrine should just be killed. Lord Lin Feng, I am willing to join the Akatsuki. Please don't kill me. I am willing to. I am willing. I will do anything you ask. Seeing the doctor giving in, Wang Wei quickly spoke up, fearing that if she was a second late, Lin Feng would swat her dead with a fan. At this moment, she finally understood that having power while suffering from middle school syndrome is the most terrifying thing in this world. You two are too weak. You cannot help me change the world. You have no value. Upon hearing Lin Feng say no value, the two were already paralyzed with fear. Lin Feng stood there motionless, as if waiting for something. Although these two were guilty of great crimes, he could not kill them, yet to maintain his current persona. Just then, what he was waiting for arrived. Clap, clap. Indeed, you have killed my shadow. You are qualified to join my Black Crow cult." A man in a suit smiled as he stepped out from behind the scenes. He was the true cult leader, second only to the Dragon Kingdom's bishop. From his aura, Lin Feng could tell. This was also why Lin Feng did not keep that man alive to take him to the Black Crow cult. He used his 6 eyes and perception color to discover the man hiding behind the scenes without any blind spots. If it weren't for these 2 so-called perverse abilities, he might not have discovered that someone was here. "You are very strong. Join the Akatsuki and help me change this world." "Don't you want to ask who I am?" The man in the white suit slowly spoke. He had just broken into the spiritual tier to become a Black Crow cultist and was relatively relaxed in front of Lin Feng. He could see that Lin Feng was at most a relatively strong complete tier awakener. The one he killed was merely a newly promoted complete tier. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tried to use power to make others submit. Strong individuals have their own pride. Who you are doesn't matter. Who I am doesn't matter. Everyone in this world doesn't matter. What is important is, can you help me? Behind the mask, Lin Feng calmly pointed at him and spoke. "Of course. But compared to me, there are many powerful people in our organization. Do you want to meet them?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. Finally, he was one step closer to pushing the head of the Black Crow cult into the toilet. However, he still needed to play it cool first. Since the other party's organization was so tightly knit, they certainly wouldn't just let him in easily. Their thoughts couldn't be as decayed as those outside, could they? Does this world still have a reason to exist? Lin Feng asked playfully. Upon hearing this, the man in the white suit suddenly became excited. After several major purges, the number of spiritual tier awakeners among the cult members in the Dragon Kingdom's imperial capital area had dwindled to just him. He never expected that today another complete tier limit had appeared, and the depth of thought was surprisingly profound. He wouldn't even need to brainwash this one. He began to doubt the composition of the internal personnel in their organization. This was truly a kindred spirit. Moreover, the other party was extremely strong. If he guessed correctly, the other party should be a martial artist. Recently, the higher-ups wanted to penetrate the Dragon Kingdom, but they were struggling to find a member with exceptional talent. This was simply a timely assistance. However, before that, he still needed to confirm the other party's identity. Of course, those who could enter were all individuals of high ideals, unlike those decayed people outside. "But can you show me your awakening ability?" As he spoke, the man in the white suit stepped back, his eyes shining brightly, leaving a space for Lin Feng. "Sure, if it can strengthen my organization, of course." Upon hearing this, the man in the white suit sneered inwardly. This middle school boy was simply the easiest to deceive. He would easily turn dark over a trivial matter. Crackle. Lin Feng extended his right hand. A series of blue-purple lightning appeared, violently shaking and illuminating the entire room with brilliance. The lights in the air exploded on the spot. The man in white, standing in front of him, instantly retracted his smile. A look of disbelief climbed onto his face. "What level is your awakening ability?" "SS level." To be conservative, Lin Feng deliberately understated it by 1 level. Upon hearing this, a fervent expression suddenly climbed onto the face of the man opposite him. An SS-level awakener. They had infiltrated the Dragon Kingdom's intelligence network and had long since investigated. Among the complete tier awakeners in the Dragon Kingdom, there were no SS-level lightning ability awakeners. Especially a double SS level was even more impossible. This meant that the man in front of him was truly just a rogue cultivator. Moreover, the words spoken by the other party didn't seem to be fade. After all, Lin Feng had killed his shadow to achieve his own goals. It was impossible for an ordinary person to accomplish such a feat so easily. Although he had lost a beloved subordinate, this was far outweighed by the surprise of gaining an SS-level awakener. Perfect. So perfect. The man in the white suit extended his trembling hands, his eyes filled with fervor. This was the member they had been searching for. Unlike before, Lin Feng now appeared exactly as he had imagined, someone who could lead them to become gods. Although his strength was still lacking, he had a premonition that one day Lin Feng would undoubtedly become the new bishop of Longhua. It should be noted that, although they all belonged to the Black Crow sect, each country was managed separately. As for the bishop at the top of Longhua, they had long found him displeasing. Ever since he became bishop, they had been swept away every day, and this bishop had repeatedly tried to kill someone named Lin Feng, but had never succeeded. Instead, he had caused heavy losses among their members. In such an urgent situation, he even wanted to recruit disciples from outside. Wasn't it the best choice to remain silent at such a time? With no ideals, only knowing how to commit small evils. Was this their Black Crow sect's purpose? They were supposed to make the world feel fear. Lin Feng's grand speech downstairs was something he had heard clearly. This was the person they truly wanted to find. Naturally, it was possible. I just recently recruited a few disciples. If you can train them well, I will take you to the Black Crow sect's base. Of course, this is all to change the world and accumulate indispensable power. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng silently nodded. It seemed he had initially gained the other party's trust. A few minutes later, the other party introduced various matters about the organization to him. There were 2 to 3 individuals of his level in each of Longwa's 3 base cities who would carry out the orders of the Longwa bishop at any time. They also played a role in mutual restraint. Except for major events, they could make their own decisions, such as developing their own forces. Currently, the 3 base cities of Longwa, the Magic City base, the Imperial Capital base, and the Everest base, had all suffered heavy blows, with many figures at the level of sect leaders being eradicated. This had dealt a severe blow to them. However, it also caused Longwa's attention towards them to diminish significantly. As a spirit awakener, he was naturally the leader of the Black Crow sect in the Imperial Capital base. Originally, he was the most qualified person to become the Black Crow bishop. However, unexpectedly, he was not selected due to some mistakes back then. Obviously, he did not believe the current protagonist was qualified for such a responsibility. In his eyes, the current bishop was not as worthy as this middle schooler in front of him. Therefore, he granted Lin Feng significant power. Lin, this is our Black Crow sect's token. The man in white handed a token to Lin Feng, which was still in the shape of a black crow. Upon seeing this, the other 2 people's pupils slightly trembled. He had just arrived and was promoted to such a level. The head of the Black Crow sect could manage a third of the power in the Imperial Capital base. Lord Sect Leader, this might not be good? Wang Wei quietly spoke. However, the next second, the man in white suddenly flew in front of her and punched her into a mist of blood. The power of the spirit level spread out. Remember, from now on, do not interrupt without my order. Why yes, Lord Sect Leader. The doctor from the clinic trembled and bent down. Cold sweat dripped continuously from his forehead. Being killed was already the best outcome. If they truly angered the Lord Sect Leader and were captured for experiments, that would be truly miserable. Watching this scene, Lin Feng appeared indifferent. From the information on the wall earlier, he had already seen that these people had also intervened in those inhumane events. No one who could enter this sect was good. Lin, we need to conserve our strength first. The tens of thousands of sect members and newcomers in this area will all be entrusted to you. A few months later, I will take you to meet the bishop. As he spoke, the man in white's eyes flashed with a glimmer of brilliance. He had already planned to pull Lin Feng to his side. When his power developed sufficiently, he would take action against the Black Crow Bishop of Longwa. It doesn't matter. As long as I can resurrect, it doesn't matter who becomes the bishop. Lin Feng replied coldly. The next second, the man in front of him disappeared from his sight. As Lin Feng walked to the door, the doctor stood up trembling. You will be called by Ju from now on. Yes, Lord Head. Bai Ju did not dare to resist Lin Feng's words. Now he was a sect leader. He controlled over 10,000 sect members, including several awakeners. If he provoked Lin Feng, there would definitely be no good outcome. Take this list and gather all our sect members together. Saying this, Lin Feng handed him a list, which contained the names of tens of thousands of Black Crow sect members hidden in the city. Upon seeing this list, Bai Ju was immediately stunned. Most of these were newcomers. Half of them were not even awakeners, and they dared to gather tens of thousands of people together like this. Didn't they fear being discovered? However, before he could react, Lin Feng had already left. It doesn't matter if they're discovered or not. If they're discovered, that's even better. I won't have to personally eliminate these Black Crow sect members, and I can find an excuse later. 3 days later, in a large underground martial arts hall. This was a vast basement, with a square space large enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people. In this space, there were also many walkways built into the walls. Lin Feng was standing on one of them, still wearing the clothes and mask he had obtained earlier. Below him were a crowd of Black Crow sect members, including teachers, doctors, and businessmen from various professions. However, 70 of them were not awakeners. This was also the reason why the Black Crow sect was difficult to eradicate. At this moment, watching Lin Feng on the platform and Bai Ju standing next to him, the crowd was buzzing with discussion. Wow, the instructor actually changed. This time it's so extravagant, directly renting the most expensive piece of land in the imperial capital. This financial power is even comparable to our imperial capital's bishop. So awesome. Could it be that our Black Crow sect is about to rise? That's right. We've held back for so long. It's time to give the world a big surprise. I wonder what this bishop's name is. The crowd below was abuzz with chatter. Over 10,000 people stood here, their voices booming, all extremely excited. This was the first gathering of the Black Crow sect. And to have over 10,000 people gathered here, the instructor showed no signs of fear. This was enough to show how powerful this new instructor was. And Bai Ju, standing next to him, was also extremely excited. He never expected that in just 3 days, Lin Feng would establish such an impressive presence. Moreover, he had done nothing at all. Not a single word had been spoken, yet such an effect was achieved. This was the true appearance of a leader of the Black Crow sect. However, Lin Feng had done nothing. He had only asked Bai Ju to bring people here. Who would have known they hadn't been checked? Most likely, it was because the Black Crow sect had never done anything so foolish. With great fanfare, a large piece of land in the capital city was purchased, and over 10,000 followers were gathered for a meeting. It was said to be for inspection, but no one would believe it. Teacher Lin, I've gathered everyone for you. At this moment, Bai Ju, standing in front of him, was extremely excited. Hearing this, Lin Feng also stepped forward. As he walked up, the crowd below suddenly quieted down, all seriously looking at Lin Feng on the high platform. Hello, everyone. From now on, I will be your leader, and you can call me a Fei. I have only 3 things to accomplish in the Black Crow sect. Change the world. Change the world. And yes, change the world. As Lin Feng spoke, he began his speech, relaying a series of statements from Abito. The crowd below listened with bated breath, their eyes shining with excitement. Even those who had previously looked down on Lin Feng, thinking he was just a wealthy young man, began to take him seriously again. Such a grand plan was exactly what a church aiming to change the world should be doing. It was completely different from the previous empty talk. As Lin Feng passionately delivered his speech about living together in a dream world, the crowd below was already stirred up. A Fei! Shouts echoed from below as everyone cheered in unison. Lin Feng waved his hand in acknowledgement, and the crowd quickly fell silent again. Once he felt the atmosphere was right, Lin Feng lightly cleared his throat. Since we're going to rule the world, the first thing we must do is promote martial arts. All of you must focus on cultivating martial arts. Furthermore, from now on, you must be cautious in your actions. Anything related to vulgarity that could affect your martial heart is strictly prohibited. Just focus on training hard every day, go abroad to hunt monsters, and bring their corpses and demon cores back here. I will purchase them from you at prices far above the market rate to help you enhance your strength. When the time is right, just follow my orders. After saying this, the crowd fell silent. Lin Feng then added, everything that the previous sect master did was wrong. I have eyes and ears up there, and now our Black Crow sect has been targeted quite severely. If we act high profile at this time, it will bring no benefits. Patience is our only choice. After this statement, the crowd erupted in anger. That's right. The new sect master is right. I had sensed something was off long ago. We were all purged, yet still acting so high profile was completely wrong. That makes sense. This new sect master is so powerful and has a background. He can definitely lead us again. I'll listen to a Fei and start training right away. Shouldn't we be calling him Sect Master A Fei? Yes. Sect Master A Fei. We need to develop various industries and strengthen ourselves, so we can build up potential and ultimately help Sect Master A Fei. Seeing that the crowd was nearly brainwashed, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. These people had originally been brainwashed by the Black Crow sect, so it was natural to wash them back. Today he had successfully educated them. So many people had returned to the right path, cultivating martial arts, hunting monsters, and even developing the economy. This was truly a remarkable achievement. And he himself only needed to sit here, waiting for them to kill the monsters, bring the corpses back, and then he would refine them to sell for another income. It was a guaranteed profit. Not only did he hunt monsters, but he also upgraded his own abilities. Moreover, his strength had reached its peak, and it was time for a breakthrough. From now on, our organization will be called the Akatsuki, with the goal of creating a dream world, a world only for the living. As he concluded, even Bai Ju beside him couldn't help but stretch out his hand and shout. The new teacher's ability to stir emotions was truly exceptional. No wonder his superiors valued him so highly. He was indeed a talent. Since the white-robed bishop in the capital had previously instructed Lin Feng to keep a low profile, he hadn't doubted Lin Feng much. However, if this matter were to reach the ears of the white-robed man, he would surely be furious. He told you to be patient and not to change your ways, to wash your hands of your past. Finally, after several months of Lin Feng's hard work and promotion of the doctrine, his subordinates, both awakened and non-awakened followers, had been divided into the combat department and the management department, deeply rooted in the capital. The combat department was led by He Ju, while the management department was led by Bai Ju. Both had reached full awakening levels and were referred to by the followers as the black and white duo of the capital. They not only independently developed various emerging industries, but their members even infiltrated the upper echelons of society. The awakened ones under them were exceptionally powerful, many reaching an extremely terrifying level. At this moment, in the underground of the Black Crow sect, Akatsuki, Baiju in white and Heiju in black stood before Lin Feng to report the situation. Leader A. Fei, thanks to your various efforts, our base has been transformed into a new trading hub for demon beasts. Internal members get an 80 discount, while outsiders pay full price, purchasing spirit stones, demon beasts, and demon cores. Baiju excitedly reported the recent developments to Lin Feng. Ever since Lin Feng became their leader, their lives could be described as thriving. Previously, the members of the organization all looked pale, and it was obvious they weren't good people. This was also the reason they were often caught. Since Lin Feng took over as their leader, the atmosphere within the organization had been vibrant, sharing demon beasts, sharing martial strength machines. They were everywhere. Moreover, their reputation grew louder, and eventually, many people inquired and fought to join his organization. Now, they were no longer accepting anyone who came, but were selective about choosing the best. If someone was unqualified, no entry into the Akatsuki. Well done. You are getting closer to our plan to change the world, Lin Feng acknowledged. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Baiju was also thrilled. Being praised by the great A Fei was an unparalleled honor. In their eyes, a Fei would definitely be the future leader of the Black Crow sect. Seeing Baiju being praised by Lin Feng, Heiju, dressed in black and looking quite handsome, couldn't he hold back. Master, our department has recently seen a surge in strength. With your internal members getting an 80 discount, the strength of my awakened followers has skyrocketed. Among them, there is one fully awakened individual, 238 who are at entry-level awakening, and 7 have become martial artists. Moreover, some awakened ones have heard that joining the Akatsuki allows them to enjoy an 80 discount, and they're fighting to get in. The slightly excited voice reached Lin Feng's ears. An 80 discount. Even martial artists might not get this. And this was just giving you an 80 discount. It was a high-priced purchase of your goods. The difference is obvious. What awakened ones need most is resources. If resources are available, the possibility of becoming an entry-level awakened one greatly increases. This also significantly enhances everyone's loyalty to the organization, especially to their leader, Ah Fei. Ahem, Xiaohei. You did well too, Lin Feng praised. He wouldn't tell them that with the demon refining pot, even if it was at a 50 discount, it would still be a big profit. Moreover, at an 80 discount, it could increase the number of members in the organization. One person could bring substantial income in a day. All thanks to the master's instructions. Heiju responded excitedly, nodding vigorously at Lin Feng's praise. Seeing the scene, Baiju became unhappy and coldly said, "This is the great Lord Ah Fei. How can you call him master?" Heiju, I advise you not to have any ideas about Lord Ah Fei. Heiju turned her face away and sneered. She wasn't like this with others. If you all want to call me that, go ahead. It means nothing to me. Remember to keep your subordinates in check. If they act on their own and affect the plan, then they're useless. Lin Feng spoke coldly from behind a mask. Yes. The two of them broke out in cold sweat and bowed their heads in response. Yes, this is the great Lord Ah Fei, the man who will pull the despairing world into an eternal illusion. This is just the beginning of their plan. Meanwhile, far away in the office of the Imperial Capital Academy in Long Country. At this moment, Master Long, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, was sitting at his desk. Below him were the president and vice president of the academy, along with various influential figures from the capital. Recently, your Black Crow sect in the capital has been a bit turbulent. Master Long slowly spoke, and the people below sat upright. Why not take action to eliminate them? Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent for a moment. Finally, it was the president of the academy who stood up. I heard the new teaching master has recently joined the Black Crow sect, and they're vigorously developing the economy in the capital, even gathering members from the outskirts to hunt the monsters in the Bay City. Their arrogance is quite overwhelming. That's right. More and more people are joining them. Even my students have come to ask me if there's a way to join them, saying they must meet the great Ah Fei. It's simply outrageous. This is broad daylight. The Black Crow sect is becoming more and more arrogant. Moreover, this is just one of their branches. I heard that there are 3 leaders in the Black Crow sect, and the other 2 are eager to join forces against this Ah Fei. That's right. I also heard they have gathered dozens of entry-level awakened ones. It's said that it's because all their followers have gone to join Ah Fei. Upon hearing this, the Martial Artist Association members were shocked. This Fei is so audacious, recruiting disciples openly, and now preparing for a large-scale conflict. Moreover, with such high skills, he has suppressed the other two old forces without needing to lift a finger. If this continues, another Black Crow sect leader will emerge. Since the other side has developed to this extent, why haven't you stopped them? Master Long slammed the table in anger. However, upon hearing Master Long's words, everyone around exchanged glances and fell silent. What? Are all the people here undercover for the Shao organization? Hearing this, it was still the president of the Capital Academy who stepped forward to explain. Well, what they're doing has not caused any harm and has greatly reduced our border pressure. Recently, many people are looking for ways to join them, and I've heard that becoming their internal personnel comes with benefits. After hearing this, Master Long was suddenly stunned. What the hell? Is this really the same Black Crow sect? It's so organized and orderly, just like a business, clearly creating economic benefits while also resisting the monsters at the border. They are much better than some merchants in the city who only know how to make money. Could there be some conspiracy? Thinking of this, Master Long silently nodded. This new leader named Fei, although he has high leadership skills, may not necessarily be very strong himself, because what he is doing is completely giving his interests to the followers. Once attacked by the other two leaders, he will definitely meet with disaster. The other two will not allow their territory to be gradually eaten away by him. They will surely take action against this Fei soon. The leaders are all strong beings who have reached the pinnacle level. Focusing only on their own development, without considering the feelings of the other two, will not end well. So even if they don't take action, this Fei will be taken down by their internal organization. However, to be on the safe side, Master Long decided to investigate him. He cannot be allowed to grow unchecked. Right now, send someone to infiltrate the Black Crow sect and gather intelligence on this Fei. Recently, wasn't there a person named Wu Longdao who passed the martial artist exam? Let him infiltrate this organization to investigate. A student who is just about to graduate will definitely not attract too much attention. Moreover, Wu Longdao's strength is just right, and his identity will reassure people. He will definitely not be brainwashed by the Black Crow sect. Understood, I will send him right away. At this moment, in the Black Crow sect, in the basement of the Shao organization, in this spacious area, various corpses of monsters were piled up, all collected by Lin Feng into the demon refining pot. These were all brought back by the followers after killing the monsters they sent out. There were also a large number of monster cores. The funds that ultimately fell into his hands were substantial. Originally, he had 50 billion dragon coins, and now, in just a few months, it has increased to nearly 100 billion. However, he could only spend a little over 100 small targets. That money still needs to be used to generate income and cannot be touched for now. Lord Fei. Wow, it's Lord Fei. At this moment, in the underground trading market of the Shao organization, the awakened ones trading here excitedly shouted at Lin Feng. Lin Feng silently nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, get out of the way. A shout suddenly came from the door, causing a commotion among everyone. Lin Feng looked ahead and saw a scar-faced man with a machete and another man in a suit with a smiling face walking towards him. Behind them followed a group of awakened ones, all looking fierce and intimidating. Everyone hurriedly tried to avoid them. Seeing these two, Heiju and Baiju also walked up to his side. Master, these two guys are the other two teaching masters. Heiju whispered to Lin Feng. Lin Feng wasn't too surprised. He naturally knew that his actions would eventually draw attention, but he didn't expect them to come so soon. It seems he has developed too quickly. You are Fei. Recently, have your hands been a bit too long? The scar-faced man asked Lin Feng with a fierce expression. Do you dare to speak to the master like that? You're looking for death. Heiju replied coldly. Upon witnessing this scene, the killing intent on the scar-faced man's face intensified. Heiju was originally a black market assassin he pursued, and he had tried all kinds of ways to get money to bring him on board. In the end, not only did he fail to recruit him, but they also joined this organization called a Fei and became trusted subordinates of a Fei. Oomph. What did a dog dare to speak to me like this? Angrily, the two of them tacitly displayed their strength as fully awakened ones, their massive spiritual energy impacting everyone around them. Both Heiju and Baiju were tense, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. The weaker awakened ones were even knocked to the ground, spitting blood and fainting. The remaining awakened ones trembled all over, not daring to move. At this moment, some even wanted to flee. With your strength, you dare to compete with us for territory? Who doesn't want to follow him now? You can immediately join us, otherwise. At this point, an even greater force pressed down. Even the lights in the air flickered continuously, clearly bearing immense pressure. With such a level of spiritual energy, this powerful force made everyone around who had never seen a fully awakened one feel immense fear. They looked expectantly at Lin Feng, standing there, hoping their master would demonstrate some strength. Why? Why hasn't Lord Fei made a move yet? Aren't you just talking nonsense? Those two guys used all the resources for themselves, while Lord Fei gave everything to us. Our strength must not be strong. What should we do? Should we surrender? The people around were wavering at this moment. However, some staunch followers of Yongchang stood silently. Lord Fei, we should surrender. Bai Ju, standing behind him, trembled as he spoke. He was merely suppressed by Lin Feng's strength, so he chose to join. But the two in front of him were clearly stronger. Otherwise, Lin Feng wouldn't have held back until now. I advise you to recognize the reality. Following a master without strength, what good outcome can you expect? If you don't make the right choice, you and your master will be buried here forever. The man in the white suit pointed at Lin Feng, speaking with a fierce expression. They were not the leaders of the Black Crow sect. Joining the Black Crow sect was also for their own strength. Naturally, they could not tolerate Lin Feng encroaching on their territory. I was forced. At this moment, Bai Ju could no longer hold back. This was a death threat. It amplified his inner fear rapidly. He was originally just coasting along, letting his subordinates handle things, but now, with tensions high, it was naturally not good to lie low. The two who understood their strength chose the former, while Lin Feng, who was unaware of their true strength, was at a disadvantage. However, just as he was about to step forward, Hey Ju suddenly jumped over, drawing a dagger and slashing down. Hey Ju didn't even make a sound before he was killed, falling to the ground. Those who are disloyal do not deserve to follow Lord Fei. Hey Ju put away the dagger, speaking coldly. However, even so, some people still stood against him, showing no fear at the death of Bai Ju. In the end, only a few hundred remained on Lin Feng's side. All right, you are all loyal followers of my Dawn organization and are qualified to enter the world of dreams. Lin Feng extended his hands and spoke. Then he suddenly pulled out a fan from behind. Swish! But these people were unnecessary in the Dawn organization. Watch closely. This is the fate of useless people. Saying this, Lin Feng stepped forward. Seeing this, the two of them both sneered coldly. They were both fully awakened ones. Did he think he could take them on alone? No. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Feng instantly teleported in front of him. The massive fan was enveloped in the brilliance of thunder, striking from right to left. Bang! In an instant, the scar-faced man was sent flying, crashing into the wall beside him and turning into a meat pancake. The huge sound reverberated throughout the space. The people around looked on in terror, unable to believe what had just happened. Their coach was actually killed in a single blow. There was no room for any reaction. At this moment, the man in the white suit, realizing what had happened, trembled and turned to flee. Swish! Lin Feng's right hand conjured a massive lightning chain, which he threw out to bind him. Mental barrier. The opponent instantly mobilized his inner spiritual energy in an attempt to resist the attack. However, Lin Feng shook his hand. Boom! An even more powerful thunder wrapped around him, instantly turning him into charred remains, which then fell to the ground. Ridiculous, Lin Feng said lightly as he put away the fan in his hand. After the previous battle, his spiritual energy had reached an impressive level of 80. With just a few more points, he could reach his limit. Without relying on the energy within, he could grow stronger relying solely on his physical and spiritual endurance. If energy consumption was an issue in battles among fully awakened ones, there was no such problem at the spiritual level. The blood energy in his body would only grow stronger with each battle. Therefore, Lin Feng needed to quickly elevate his strength to the spiritual level. At the fully awakened level, there were no more opponents. Up until now, no one could withstand a single hit from him. Seeing this horrifying scene, everyone present was filled with dread. Their legs trembled in fear. Looking at the masked man named Fei, they finally understood his true power. It wasn't just his leadership ability. Even his own strength was absurdly powerful. He was even on the same level as the leader of the entire dragon country. Lord Fei, please spare us. Lord Fei, just spare me, and I'll do anything. I could be your dog. Yes, Lord Fei, just let me go, even if you chain me up. The atmosphere of fear spread among everyone. Their leader had been killed in an instant, and they had no thoughts of resistance left. Meanwhile, the hundreds of people following Lin Feng felt relieved that they had held onto their faith in the Dawn organization. Shut up, even if you want to be a dog. Do you think it's your turn? Hey Ju suddenly shouted angrily. In an instant, several female awakened ones who had spoken were too scared to say anything. You followed these two around, causing all sorts of trouble, and have long violated my teachings of patience. Lin Feng mobilized the power within him, and the overwhelming haki spread out. In the next moment, the entire world seemed to turn black and white. This haki followed his control and covered over 1,000 people in front of him. Those who were still talking suddenly fell silent, and the entire venue became quiet. A few seconds later, the sound of people falling to the ground continued to ring out. The thousands of individuals in front of them fell unconscious like trees blown over by the wind. Seeing the thousands sprawled on the ground, the congregation was instantly excited. Lord A. Fei is unparalleled, truly deserving of the title. Lord A. Fei, your strength is indeed formidable. Only your enduring teachings are the true path for our Black Crow sect in the future. You killed 2 full-stage awakeners in 1 strike. We are still far from Lord A. Fei. Long live the Dawn organization. From now on, the entire Imperial capital will be under our control. At this moment, everyone was extremely excited, shouting loudly. Meanwhile, Heiju walked happily over to Lin Feng's side. Master, what should we do about these guys lying on the ground? Hearing this, Lin Feng glanced at the thousands on the ground. These people had committed numerous evil deeds alongside 2 others. Even if he killed them, Lin Feng felt no guilt. It was just right that he uprooted the Black Crow sect in the Imperial capital. A purge was needed to establish authority. It doesn't matter. Those who are useless to my plans are of no consequence. After saying this, Lin Feng walked away. Heiju, understanding perfectly, followed suit. As a ruthless hand, she knew exactly what to do. Lin Feng then found a spot and entered the demon refining pot. What came into view was a blazing fire and Duo and Moonlight, who were sitting there, continuously synthesizing demons and spirit stones. Demon refining pot, 76 not bad. Satisfied, Lin Feng nodded as he looked at the mountain of spirit stones nearby. These spirit stones were enough for him to cultivate for about a year. Roar! Moonlight excitedly pounced over and then shrank to the size of a soccer ball, sitting on Lin Feng's shoulder. Master, Duo has dreamed of many things recently. Duo, standing beside him, spoke with a sorrowful expression. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's heart stirred. This pot of immortals concealed many secrets. What did you dream about? I dreamed that I lived in the wooden house over there. It seems like there's a piece of armor hidden at the bottom of that house, which I might have taken from that angel. Armor. Could it be a divine artifact? Thinking of this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he looked toward the wooden house nearby. However, Duo still couldn't enter it. Clearly, a restriction had been set outside to prevent anyone from sneaking in to steal while she was away. Even she couldn't get in. Looking up at Lin Feng's fiery gaze, Duo's heart stirred, and she excitedly added, Master, I feel like I'm about to think of a way to enter there soon. When the time comes, I'll bring everything out for you. Good. Lin Feng nodded. Those were all good things. It's a pity he could only look and not take. He was naturally happy that he would soon be able to retrieve them. After inspecting the work, Lin Feng returned to reality. As soon as he came back, Heiju approached him with a serious expression. Master, we recently discovered a guy carrying a knife who infiltrated our organization. We have already captured him. How should we deal with him? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was taken aback. He never expected that a spy would infiltrate his Dawn organization. All right, take me to see him. However, the matter of swallowing other gangs cannot be neglected. We must transform the entire Imperial capital into our own people within a week. Understood. The subordinates of the other 2 organizations have already fully submitted. They even told me the addresses of their family members. Saying this, a glint flashed in Heiju's eyes, followed by a cold smile. Lin Feng couldn't help but shiver. Women were terrifying. Master, let me take you there now. Heiju looked up and sweetly smiled at Lin Feng. Let's go. Lin Feng raised his hand, signaling her to lead the way. The 2 then walked toward the upper floor of the Dawn organization's trading post. The place where they were holding the prisoner was naturally not here. It was an old base used for imprisonment and experimentation. However, it had been in use since Lin Feng took office. As soon as they stepped onto the street, the 2 attracted the attention of the surrounding crowd. After all, it was hard not to draw attention when a man dressed so oddly walked alongside a beautiful woman with flowing black hair who walked with great poise. Why does that guy always wear a mask while walking? Isn't he tired? Wow, he's carrying such a large fan on his back. It looks heavy. What kind of task is this master on? You got it wrong. I see the beautiful woman next to him smiling and chatting occasionally, while the masked one is silent. When will I be treated like a goddess? Wait until you become even more of a weirdo than him. The crowd discussed Lin Feng in whispers. Some even follow behind them, taking pictures incessantly. Just then, a few well-dressed men approached, continuously introducing themselves to the rotund man in the middle wearing a suit. The men walking toward them made sure to give way, fearing they might offend them. However, Lin Feng had no intention of yielding. He walked straight past them. Before long, they met. The moment the men saw Lin Feng, they were taken aback, and then they all exclaimed in unison, "Lord A. Fei." Seeing this, Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. He never expected that their influence had expanded to this extent. Randomly encountering someone on the street was one of his own people. Moreover, the most frightening part was that the other party seemed to hold a significant status. This scene left those around them dumbfounded. They had thought that Lin Feng would surely get into trouble walking straight past them, but unexpectedly, it was the other side that backed down first. To the onlookers, this scene was akin to a gang leader encountering his subordinates on the street, and not just any subordinates, but individuals of some standing in the imperial capital. This was clearly collusion between officials and businessmen. With beautiful women and subordinates around, was this how far the weirdo phenomenon had come? Make way. The master has things to do. In the future, when you encounter him on the road, just pretend you don't know him. Hey Ju said expressionlessly from the side. The men quickly nodded in agreement and stepped aside, respectfully making way for the two. Let's go, master. The two moved forward, heading toward the secret location where the Black Crow sect held prisoners. Meanwhile, the crowd stood there in a daze. Some girls even blushed upon hearing Hey Ju call Lin Feng master. See? I told you I was right. This is indeed the master's task. I never expected this weirdo boy to have his own fangirl. Damn, I'm envious. When will it be my turn? No way. I have to work hard to become a martial artist so that I can live this kind of life in the future. With someone like you? Forget it. Maybe the guy under that mask is 100 times better looking than you. After several minutes, Lin Feng and Hey Ju arrived at an inn. Why do these evil forces like to build basements under hotels? Looking at the luxurious exterior in front of him, Lin Feng couldn't help but complain inwardly. As if understanding Lin Feng's thoughts, Hey Ju, who was beside him, explained while leading him inside. This used to be a place where the former coach made money. An underground casino built behind the back of the Black Crow sect leader, specifically for hiding hidden gentlemen. Out of 10 people, 8 couldn't get out. However, ever since the master, arrived, this place has been closed. I didn't expect the Black Crow sect leader to be an anti-gambling ambassador. Just based on this, Lin Feng could leave him with a whole corpse. He just needed to make him completely paralyzed. Tap, tap, tap. As the two walked forward, the manager, who had been waiting outside, suddenly woke up. Master Fei. The manager said that the guy with the knife below was particularly unruly. When asked who sent him, he stubbornly refused to say. After saying this, the manager began to lead Lin Feng downstairs. Along the way, he introduced the situation here, but it differed from what Hey Ju had said. It was indeed an underground casino before, but those rooms were not used to imprison those against the Black Crow sect. They were only borrowed occasionally. Most of the time, they were used by the former coach to hide lovers. As for those rooms, those who understand know. At the moment Lin Feng was winding his way to the basement, Wu Longdao was sweating profusely in a pink room underground. He didn't expect to be caught just after he was sent here to infiltrate. The reason for his capture was simple. There were acquaintances in this organization who recognized him. When asked why he passed the martial artist exam but didn't go, he exposed himself. At this moment, he was extremely nervous. He had heard about the various inhumane acts of the Black Crow sect before. Bone crushing, skin peeling, and muscle extraction. They were notorious for their cruelty. Any kind of torture was used to force people to tell the truth. Now that he was caught, there was no doubt he would not have a good outcome. Damn it, the Black Crow sect was getting more rampant. Thinking of this, Wu Longdao was furious. He recalled the time when Lin Feng was still around. They worked hard to cultivate to hunt down the demons of the world, fighting for land for humanity. In the end, that powerful yet senior predecessor died at the hands of demons in the abandoned city. And now he was going to be killed by his own people. It was truly a lamentable fate. However, what puzzled him the most was that this place was different from what he had imagined. He thought he would be subjected to all kinds of torture as soon as he got here, but instead, he was treated to various good food and drinks. One could say the treatment was even better than when he was cultivating before. Rather than imprisonment, it felt more like house arrest. The more it was like this, the more uneasy he felt. Damn it, they wouldn't treat Grandpa Long like a pig, would they? He had heard that the Black Crow sect conducted experiments on living people. First, they fattened them up, and then when their physiques were strong enough, they would conduct experiments on them. By that time, he would be tied to the operating table, suffering worse than death, unable to die even if he wanted to. They might even inject him with some drugs that would keep him awake, doubling his pain. Thinking of this, Wu Longdao couldn't help but shiver. Although he had diligently cultivated to become a martial artist and always charged to the front line when hunting demons, it didn't mean he wasn't afraid. Sometimes, the most terrifying thing wasn't the demons but the familiar kind among your own. Should he send a final message to Principal Wong using a computer? That's right, there was actually a computer here, something he never expected. Moreover, he could browse the internet and watch Bilibili normally. However, he didn't use the computer to send a message. This was the Black Crow sect. How could he make such a foolish mistake? Putting a computer here was no different from not imprisoning him at all. So he never used it from the beginning because he estimated that even if he sent a message, the recipient wouldn't receive it. It was very likely that the person receiving it was from the Black Crow sect. Tap, tap, tap. Just as he was feeling anxious, footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. Wu Longdao quickly perked up his ears. With his current martial artist hearing, he could hear the sound approaching from a distance. There were 3 people. One in high heels was a woman, and the other 2, one was non-awakened one, and the other. Hearing the footsteps, Wu Longdao's pupils trembled slightly. Why did that sound seem so familiar? It was the first time he had heard such arrogance in someone's footsteps. Other awakened ones either had heavy footsteps, indicating their strength, or light and floating ones. But the other party gave him a very arrogant impression, because those who walked with swagger were different from others. Bang! The door was opened, and 2 people walked in. Master Fei. This is the person recently called Wu Longdao by our organization nearby. Hearing He Ju's words, Wu Longdao was immediately shocked. Wasn't Master Fei the coach of the Black Crow sect who had gained a lot of fame recently? He had heard that the entire imperial capital was under his control. He was exactly the person he wanted to investigate. He didn't expect the other party to be right in front of him. Even such a person personally came to find him. It seemed he had no good ending. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well provoke the other party. Perhaps his death wouldn't be so miserable. Thinking of this, Wu Longdao gritted his teeth and stood up, saying, "Whether you want to kill or cut, feel free. I am a martial artist. If you think I will submit to you, then forget it." A tough nut, indeed. With a cold snort, He Ju stepped forward, intending to teach him a lesson first. Just then, Lin Feng reached out his hand to stop him. "You could go out first." Hearing this, He Ju looked at Lin Feng, then at Wu Longdao. He had no choice but to turn around and leave the room, closing the door behind him. At this moment, only the 2 of them were left in the room. Wu Longdao was also confused. What the hell? Could it be that the leader has some special preference? Keeping him here with good food and drinks, and now they were alone together? Just then, Lin Feng reached out and placed his hand on his mask, slowly removing it. Wu Longdao became even more nervous. Damn it, he guessed correctly. They were starting to take off the mask. No way I will yield. However, the next second, when he saw the true face of the person beneath the mask, Wu Longdao's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Finally, after a few minutes, "Holy shit," Wu Longdao yelled out loud. This voice could be said to have echoed through the clouds. He Ju hurriedly kicked the door open and rushed in a panic. However, he saw Lin Feng and Wu Longdao standing there unharmed, as if nothing had happened. "Master, should I take care of him?" He Ju said, really pulling out the dagger from behind him. "What are you talking about? Aren't we all on the same side?" Wu Longdao stood there rolling his eyes, showing none of the toughness he had just had. At this moment, Wu Longdao's phone rang. After a moment of hesitation, he took out his phone. He Ju was about to step forward to stop him, but was immediately restrained by Lin Feng. Ding-ling-a-ling. "Hello. Oh, Principal Wong, it's me. Wu Longdao. I'm fine. What did you say?" "I'm fine now. Yes, I've already infiltrated the Black Crow sect and have met a Fei." "What conspiracy?" "Principal Wong, I don't understand what you're saying. We're doing legitimate business." "All right, I have to hang up now." Beep, beep, beep. Upon hearing these few sentences, He Ju was momentarily stunned. Then, a hint of joy crept onto her beautiful face. As expected of Lord A. Fei, in such a short time, even a martial artist could be turned into one of their own. Truly a man she admired. Saying this, He Ju looked at Lin Feng with even gentler eyes. At this moment, Lin Feng felt a bit awkward. Wu Longdao already knew his identity, and it was somewhat inappropriate to act like this in front of him. At this time, Wu Longdao gave him a thumbs up from behind, making exaggerated expressions as he watched the 2. "Good lad, as expected of you. Even a killer from a Black Crow sect can be dealt with by you. Your power is still as great as it was back in the day. Lord Lin A. Fei, what shall we do now? Should we uproot the other 2 base cities as well, or deal with the monsters outside the base city first?" Wu Longdao asked Lin Feng. He had thought his life was coming to an end, but unexpectedly, he encountered Lin Feng again, arriving at a new beginning. This time they were fully capable of eradicating the monsters in the Black Crow sect. Naturally, he was very excited. As for Principal Wong, since Lin Feng didn't intend to speak, he didn't need to tell the other party either. There must be a reason for not saying it. Just wait a bit longer. It should be soon. Lin Feng said casually. He believed that it wouldn't be long before the leader from the imperial capital would take him to meet the sect master. However, before that, he needed to raise his strength to the spiritual level. Otherwise, it would still be a bit risky. Even that leader was already at the spiritual level. The strength of the sect master of the Dragon Kingdom very likely reached the divine level. Even if it didn't reach that, he probably had already stepped in half a foot. If he wanted to escape, he still wouldn't be able to leave. And given the other party's level of madness, it was clear that Lin Feng didn't want to see him escape. After several dozen minutes, Lin Feng returned to his home, and then his consciousness plunged into the demon refining pot. He had basically used all the spiritual fruits he had stored, and they had little effect on him now. If he wanted to further enhance his strength, he could only immerse himself in training and fighting, which would provide the greatest improvement. Not only would his physical body be refined, but even his mental strength would be honed. Lin Feng summoned the panel. Host, Lin Feng talent, Desolation Thunder, SSS level, Superstar Peak Limit Mental Strength, 86 points Strength, 11755 Speed, 10103 Stamina, 13456 Abilities, Curse Technique 100, Fruit Ability 100 Unlocked, Double Divine Might 11, Fire Escape 11, Earth Escape 11, Clone Technique 11, 25 Unlockable, Susanoo, Izanagi, Impure World Reincarnation 50 Unlockable, Reincarnation Eye, Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Outer Path Golem, and Sealing Technique, Unlock Reincarnation Eye to activate, 90 Unlockable. Complete Susanoo, 6 Paths, 10 Tails Sealing, Limited Tsukumi. His mental strength had already reached 86 points. And as long as it increased to 100 points, he could again condense his mental form on his platform. Meanwhile, on the ground beside him were the spiritual stones he had purchased with his funds, piled up, about 36,000 high-grade spiritual stones. These spiritual stones were enough for nearly 100 people to use for almost a year. Additionally, he had also accumulated around 5,000 monster cores. However, these things were all for Yue Guang to consume. They had no effect if he used them himself. Let's begin. Lin Feng sat beside the spiritual stones, and as he operated his technique, the immense energy from the spirit mountain rapidly entered his body. Like flowing water, it converged into a vortex. Centered around him, he transformed into a vortex that devoured energy. The originally gaseous spiritual stones became denser as they approached him, eventually even turning into liquid. If an ordinary person were here, just taking a breath would bring them immense benefits. At this moment, all the spiritual stones that could sustain hundreds of people for a year were all entering his body. Bang, bang, bang. The bones in his body crackled like popping beans. As the spiritual stones gathered inside him, black impurities continuously overflowed from his surface. In his cosmic sea, the stellar energy ball with a radius of 20 meters converged into a stream, advancing towards the blurry human form in his mind. It was constantly being forged at a 10:1 ratio. As time passed, its shape increasingly resembled Lin Feng's current appearance, a very handsome young man. At this moment, cold sweat continuously oozed from Lin Feng's forehead. Using energy to forge the cells within his body was already extremely painful. To forge the spirit, the pain endured was even more difficult to describe. Is the master all right? Dodo, who was beside him, looked at Lin Feng in the vortex with a worried expression. Even Yue Guang was emitting low whines nearby, clearly feeling anxious for Lin Feng. As time passed, more than half of the energy from the 30,000 spiritual stones had already been consumed. However, the human form in his mind had completely taken shape. At this moment, within Lin Feng's platform, another version of himself, condensed from spirit, was seated. His surface was incredibly tough, just like a real person. Moreover, a mass of martial energy weighing thousands of pounds was coiling around him. Lin Feng opened his eyes, and a terrifying pressure radiated out. Huh! He punched forward into the air. Boom! Endless explosive sounds echoed to the horizon. This terrifying power, now, let alone a peak awakened one. Even a spiritual level individual might not be able to withstand his punch. Moreover, he had yet to use his martial energy. Unexpectedly, my martial energy is actually composed of strength. He could sense how high the quality of the martial energy within him was. Just a strand could collapse a mountain. What's more, the key point was that his current mental strength had also reached a very high level. If faced with an attack on the mental level, he could completely endure it. Let's continue. Looking at the mountain-like pile of spiritual stones, Lin Feng sat down again, absorbing energy to forge the second strand of martial energy. This was a necessary means for spiritual level awakened ones. The amount of martial energy determined the strength of the Awakened One's power, since he was going to face the most powerful Black Crow bishop in the imperial capital. He didn't dare to be careless and naturally aimed to raise his power to the highest level. Boom! Watching the mountain-like spiritual stones continuously decrease, completely disappearing beside Lin Feng, he generated a second strand of martial aura. At this moment, 3 days had already passed. However, it was all worth it. Generally, it takes years for an awakener to cultivate a strand of martial aura. Yet, in this world of the demon refining cauldron, his mental strength had increased dozens of times. With the assistance of such a massive amount of energy, he surprisingly forged a second strand of martial aura in just 1 day. It could be said to be extremely abnormal. It's worth noting that even the spirit-level demon wolf only had 3 strands. Yet he, having just entered the spirit level, already possessed 2 strands of martial aura. Oh, at this moment, Moonlight also sensed that its master's strength had increased significantly and howled excitedly. As long as Lin Feng's strength increased, it would be able to eat more high-level demon cores. The so-called mixed eating and waiting to die dragon was nothing compared to this. Duo also jumped over excitedly, completely disregarding Lin Feng's current state, and directly pounced into his arms. Master, Duo can already take out the things inside. Where? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was startled. He was very interested in the armor that was snatched from the demon. If it could be taken from that angel demon the next day, it must be very important. Definitely not simple. It was at least legendary or possibly even mythical equipment. I've already taken it out for you. After saying this, Lin Duo waved her delicate hand. A very plain piece of armor appeared in her hand. As soon as this armor appeared, an ancient aura emanated from it. Lin Feng could even sense the aura of fate from it because the scratches on the armor were far too many. It was clear that it had experienced numerous battles. Just as Lin Feng was about to reach out and take the armor, Duo tightly held onto it with both hands, puffed up her cheeks, and looked at Lin Feng with an expectant expression. Seeing Duo acting spoiled, Lin Feng was momentarily stunned, then smiled and said, "You did well. You did really well." After receiving a satisfactory answer, Lin Duo handed the armor to Lin Feng. As soon as it was in his hands, an ancient power emanated from it. Before he could even wear it, his other 3 pieces of equipment began to resonate. It's worth noting that these 3 pieces of equipment were rumored to also be able to be brought out the next day. Could it be that these 4 pieces of equipment were related? Before he could inspect the ancient armor in his hand, it suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Then it absorbed the piece he was wearing, merging into one. In an instant, a powerful aura spread out, then quickly calmed down. This aura was something Lin Feng had never felt from those legendary-level equipment before. It was definitely above them. Thinking of this, Lin Feng immediately became excited. Could it be an ancient artifact? Or a second, mythical-level equipment? Lin Feng lowered his head to look at the armor. The equipment data appeared before his eyes. Reversal of Fate level, Mythical Effect 1. When equipped with the Necklace of the Mourner. The effect, immunity to 50 of light attribute damage, changes to immunity to 50 of all damage. Effect 2. When equipped with the Relic of the Tragic One. The effect, summon 8 chains, changes to activate the 8-winged angel form. Can be used 3 times. This is so overpowered. Lin Feng never expected that these pieces of equipment would actually have connection. If taken out individually, they probably wouldn't even qualify as mythical-level equipment, far inferior to the flowing blade of fire. However, if combined with these pieces of equipment, it would be incredibly strong. Immunity to 50 of all damage. This meant that with this equipment, others would need to use double the original attack power to inflict ordinary damage. This was even more outrageous than a 90 immunity to a specific attribute. Lin Feng looked at another piece of equipment, and its attributes appeared before him. Relic of the Tragic One, Reversal of Fate. Level, Legendary Effect. Summon 8 wings to assist in battle. Remaining 3 times. Description, a relic from Celestial Messenger. It can transform its own life into a weapon of the heavens. I never expected I would become the protagonist of a tragedy. Summoning 8 wings. Seeing this, Lin Feng was excited. Could it be that he could temporarily possess the abilities of that bizarre demon? If that were the case, it would be equivalent to having an extra trump card. It would make things much safer. However, he estimated it shouldn't be too overpowered. Even after enhancement, the level of this equipment was still only legendary. He should only be able to use the opponent's abilities. The power it could unleash would still depend on his own strength. Now, if he were to use these pieces of equipment, He felt he could hold his own against a god-level awakener. Generally speaking, the gap between god-level awakener and spirit-level is the largest. There are nearly 1,000 spirit-level awakeners on Blue Star, but only a handful have become god-level. Moreover, the requirements for awakening talents are extremely high. Aside from the Dragon Kingdom's Dragon Masters having lower awakening talent levels, others start at least from mid-level, which filters out most people just based on that. However, with this piece of equipment, Lin Feng would be able to negate more than half of the damage. It was almost equivalent to having two of himself. Let us test its effect. As his hand touched the glowing armor, it instantly transformed into a stream of light particles, climbing onto him. It formed an extremely thin layer of gel-like substance on his surface, adjusting to the shape suitable for his body, making it very comfortable to wear. However, it didn't look particularly durable. If it weren't for Lin Feng knowing the effect of this equipment, if some people saw it on a stall, they probably wouldn't buy it. After all, not everyone could see the basic effects of an item like he could. After putting it on, it was time to test its defensive capability. Duo, attack me with all your might. Lin Feng beckoned to Duo, then stood in front of her. Is that really okay? Duo looked at Lin Feng with some concern. Then she stood in front of him, took a few steps back, closed her eyes, held her breath, and concentrated. Her fists were at her right side, and at that moment, she seemed to fall into silence, her expression calm, the world becoming quiet. Seeing moonlight beside them, it gulped nervously. Was she going to kill him? Looking at her posture, it seemed like she hadn't fought anyone in decades. Whoosh! With one palm strike, it instantly slammed into the armor on Lin Feng's chest. That layer of transparent membrane instantly flashed a blue light barrier, then rippled waves that spread throughout his body. At this moment, the enormous energy was all absorbed by the armor, negating 50% of it. Bang! The remaining 50% of the energy crashed into Lin Feng's body, instantly sending him flying. He flew several kilometers before crashing to the ground. Lin Feng, who had fallen to the ground in the distance, slowly propped himself up and stood up again. Damn! Now his whole body was aching. He never expected that Duo's power could be so strong. He had only recovered 2/3 of his strength, yet a single punch had left him like this. Moreover, this was the result after negating 50% of the energy. He really couldn't imagine how powerful the demon they were facing the next day was. That made Duo lose her memory. He didn't expect it to actually have an effect. Reaching out to touch the armor on his chest, Lin Feng hadn't felt much when he was wearing it. But when the opponent attacked, he could clearly feel the impact being absorbed by the armor. Rather than saying it was negated, it could be said to be absorbed. Thinking of this, Lin Feng calmed down and focused on the armor he was wearing. He indeed discovered that it contained energy. It could actually absorb the opponent's attack power. With this in mind, Lin Feng immediately began to mobilize the energy hidden within the armor, absorbing it into his body. The bones inside him creaked, and the injuries he had suffered were quickly healing under the nourishment of this energy. This was incredible. No wonder it was a myth-level equipment. A hint of surprise appeared on Lin Feng's face. He initially thought this armor wouldn't reach such a level, but now it seemed completely sufficient. Not only could it negate half of the opponent's attacks, but it could also return the remaining energy to himself. This back and forth could reduce the damage from the opponent's attacks by 90%. However, the premise was that the opponent could stand there and watch him recover. Even so, it was already incredibly powerful. Whoosh! He teleported back to the center. Master, are you okay? Did I use too much strength? Duo looked at Lin Feng with a somewhat nervous expression. At this moment, Lin Feng smiled and replied, "It's fine, you did very well." Huh? Hearing this, Duo was clearly taken aback. Then she suddenly thought in her heart that there seemed to be a type of person with this kind of preference. Could it be that her master was also a so-called M? Lin Feng naturally had no idea what she was thinking at this moment. Instead, he turned his gaze to the mountain of demon cores piled up nearby. These demon cores couldn't be dealt with at the moment. There was no need to sell them. His funds were already sufficient to maintain his basic cultivation and living expenses. Having more wouldn't help. His strength had nearly reached the peak, and what could be sold on a market were mostly things hunted by low-tier awakeners. Truly powerful individuals, once they obtained great opportunities, would first use them for themselves. Only when they no longer needed them would they consider selling them. Lin Feng didn't look down on them. After all, he was already equipped with divine gear. In terms of equipment, he probably surpassed even divine-tier awakeners. Moonlight, why don't you devour these demon cores? Lin Feng stroked the smooth scales on Moonlight. With its level raised to this extent, Moonlight had already begun to resemble a legendary dragon. However, it wasn't the image of a divine dragon. but rather that of an evil dragon. With its pitch-black appearance, along with its wings and tail, it could even go capture a princess if it could breathe fire. Roar! Roar! Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Moonlight drooled. Having spent all day with these demon cores, it would have snuck a bite long ago if it weren't afraid of being scolded by Lin Feng. Demons found it hardest to resist these things because for them, eating these demon cores meant an increase in energy, and they instinctively liked them. This was the most outrageous aspect of demons. They could continuously enhance their strength by devouring the cultivation results of their kind, just like a snowball effect, only growing larger. Diving into the pile of demon cores, Moonlight swallowed a large chunk in one bite and began to chew. Its cells were desperately absorbing this energy. At this point, Moonlight's body returned to its previous form. With just 2 bites, it consumed over 5,000 demon cores. In an instant, it seemed as if a heartbeat echoed from the spot. Its originally smooth body surface began to sprout patches of black scales, gradually covering its form. The horns on its head also became more robust. Its body size was steadily increasing. A pair of sharp claws extended, and its once dull pupils shone even brighter. Its body grew to the size of a 30-story building before it stopped, truly transforming into a gigantic beast. With a pair of black wings unfurled, it covered the sky. Roar! It let out a furious roar towards the sky. The black dragon breath erupted forth like a laser. The ground trembled violently. At this moment, it truly showcased its dragon might. A spirit-tier beast. Even Lin Feng had only encountered 1 or 2 spirit-tier beasts before. Now, even his summoned beast had grown to the spirit tier. If Moonlight were to attack a base city now, no one would be able to stop it. Just the scales on its body were incredibly hard. It could ignore awakeners below star level. Too cool. Lin Feng didn't expect that after devouring such high-quality energy, his summoned beast would gradually activate its bloodline. Even its body surface was covered with hard scales. Those were dragon scales, known to withstand all things. Eagerly, he looked over, and Moonlight's information appeared before his eyes. Black Dragon Lord level, Spirit Tier Strength, 75-17 Speed, 76-89 Stamina, 75-04 Abilities, Death Breath, Invisibility, Dragon Might, Black Dragon Legion. Magic Immunity Description: an ancient bloodline-activated dragon. Its immense dragon might naturally suppress similar demon beasts. It also gained 2 new abilities. Moonlight's Death Breath attack power was absolutely formidable. What caught Lin Feng's attention the most was that it had gained magic immunity. Dragons are legendary powerful beings that fear no magic. In physical contests, no creature could compare to them. They were simply invincible. However, even so, its power was only 7,500. That's far less than Lin Feng's. It was probably only half of his strength. At this moment, Lin Feng realized how monstrous his own physical body was. Among beings of the same level, Spirit-tier awakeners probably wouldn't reach the level of Moonlight. It would take 3 people to handle it at the same time. But now, Lin Feng's attributes had already far surpassed those of demons. When fighting against awakeners of the same level, he would have an absolute advantage in physical strength. However, Moonlight's attributes would triple at night. It was during the night that it would truly be invincible. This is so cool. I want to summon it using the summoning technique. Wouldn't that be very impressive? Just as Lin Feng was contemplating, Moonlight had already shrunk down, landing back on his shoulder. Roar! At this moment, Moonlight resembled a small, evil dragon, rubbing against his face. Even wanted to stick out his tongue to lick him. However, Lin Feng still dodged. It is said that a licking dog meets a bad end. He has raised a licking dragon. Moonlight, don't move. Open your spiritual space. Lin Feng placed his hand on Moonlight's forehead and then plunged his consciousness into it. Moonlight closed its eyes without any resistance, completely unimpeded. If Lin Feng wanted to kill it at that moment, a simple movement of his finger could cause its spirit to collapse. However, it clearly trusted Lin Feng very much. If it weren't for Lin Feng, it might have died in the dungeon back then. All right. Retracting his hand, Lin Feng spoke lightly. He had already left a mark in the spiritual space. As long as he wished, he could summon it any time using spiritual communication techniques. He could make it move positions at will, which was quite convenient. Woo! At this moment, Moonlight looked at Lin Feng with great excitement. It could obviously sense that there was an additional layer in the spiritual space, but it was clearly beneficial, not harmful. Looking at the silly appearance of the black dragon in his hand, Lin Feng disdainfully said, "Remember not to fight like a 2-legged chicken on the ground when you go out to battle. If I summon a black dragon and it can't fly, but instead crawls on the ground to fight, wouldn't that make me, its master, look foolish too?" Woo! Moonlight seemed to understand, nodding its head vigorously, staring at Lin Feng with its pair of golden vertical eyes. Sigh. He sighed. He didn't know if Moonlight really had a poor brain or just didn't want to think. Just then, ding-dong. Lin Feng's pineapple phone suddenly rang. He casually took it out and saw a text message come in. The sender was the envoy of the Black Crow sect from the imperial capital of the Dragon Kingdom. Meet at the old place in 3 days. I'm going to introduce you to someone. Is the time finally here? Lin Feng put the phone back in his pocket, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. After being schemed against from behind, today he finally caught the opponent's flaw. With his current strength, if he went there was a high probability he could capture the leader of the Black Crow sect. Of course, whether he could kill him would depend on his own strength. Causing various accidents in the outer areas of Lighthouse Country led to his plane crash. Moreover, he accidentally picked up a set of divine gear. It would be ungracious not to take revenge. After sending out so many underlings, they didn't manage to kill him and instead allowed him to develop. After hiding for so long, he could finally make a move. He wouldn't just dunk his head in the toilet. He would suppress the pit for 500 years. In the office of the academy in the imperial capital, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Wang Lin was pacing back and forth. When he received a call from Wu Longdao, he was completely stunned. He didn't expect that just a few days after sending someone, the other party had already converted the person. The brainwashing techniques were so superb that he really did not anticipate it. Even a martial artist was able to switch sides in such a short time. This off-phase methods were unexpectedly advanced, making me feel completely helpless for the first time. Wang Lin sat there and spoke quietly. Who could unify the Black Crow sect in the imperial capital in just a few days? In front of him was the principal of the Magic City Academy. Seeing Wang Lin in trouble, the principal would have happily teased him in the past. However, the current situation was severe, and he couldn't say much, only trying to help him find a solution. I estimate that because of his identity as a martial artist, he must find a powerful awakened one who is not a martial artist. Where would such an awakened one be found? If they are strong, who wouldn't apply to become a martial artist? If he wants to send someone in to investigate the truth, he must have enough strength himself. Otherwise, it's easy to expose flaws. But such people generally have already become martial artists. If there are moles among them, sending a martial artist would be like sending someone to their death. The result would be the same. They had already lost a Wu Longdao. They couldn't afford to lose a second person. Unexpectedly, this off-fei brought us such great pressure. Eliminating the Black Crow sect was indeed quite challenging. Gongsun, Onqing, and Lin Feng had just run into trouble, and now this situation was stirring in the Bay City. Speaking of Lin Feng, both Wang Lin and the principal fell silent. A genius awakened one like that, breaking limits time and time again and returning from the dead. Unexpectedly, this time he fell into a forbidden area. It's possible for someone to return from the dead once, but the chances of returning a second time are too low. Moreover, Gongsun Onqing was present at the time. Even she said she couldn't find him. Who could escape in front of a divine-level awakened one without being discovered? The answer is no one. At that moment, the principal suddenly thought of something. I know someone who fits this condition. Why not send him? Really? Old Gao. I think your whole family. Wang Lin's tears flowed with emotion. If he didn't handle this matter well, he would probably be dismissed. He truly had no way out now. Who is it? Xiao Menglin. Hearing this name, Wang Lin nodded solemnly. It was indeed a good choice. Back then, he had persuaded Xiao Menglin to go to the martial arts academy, but she had refused. Instead, she chose to stay in Magic City as a freelance cultivator while managing her own company. The resources her company obtained might not be less than those of joining the martial arts academy, so they did not stop her at that time. 6 months ago, her strength had already reached the martial artist standard. What level she was at now was hard to say, but she definitely fit the criteria. Let me ask for her opinion. Now she was no longer a student. She was not under their control, so it was natural to ask her. Meanwhile, in Xiao Menglin's company, a graceful figure was practicing in her training room. Her fair hands struck the punching machine repeatedly, producing bursts of explosive sounds. She was sweating profusely, her curvaceous figure very alluring. Ding-ling-ling. The phone rang, and Xiao Menglin hesitated for a moment before picking it up. She didn't expect that at such a time, the principal of the Magic City would call her. As soon as she answered, the principal explained his purpose. After a brief pause, she agreed. The principal didn't expect it to be so smooth. He had already thought of promising her benefits, but he didn't expect her to agree immediately after he finished speaking. You have no objections? This doesn't bring you any benefits. Everyone has heard of the Black Crow sect's actions. Going there is like entering a den of tigers and dragons, a life and death situation. Moreover, now there is someone named Ah Fei among their followers. They had not yet seen each other's methods. Once Xiao Menglin fell into their hands, given her stunning beauty, who knows what might happen? It doesn't matter. I'm also a part of the Dragon Kingdom, and it's only right for me to contribute. Gently parting her red lips to finish this sentence, Xiao Menglin placed the phone down. Her exquisite eyes gazed at the values on the punching machine. Ever since Lin Feng's incident, she had been training in the martial arts school, locking herself away. Only in this way could her heart feel somewhat better. She naturally understood that the accident could not have happened for no reason. The root cause was that Black Crow cult leader from Long Nation. She did not know what enmity existed between Lin Feng and the other party, who had repeatedly intervened. So this time, when she agreed to the principal's request, it was not entirely as she claimed. There was also a part of her own selfishness. Her cautious nature made her uneasy if she did not thoroughly investigate the matter. She planned to infiltrate the Black Crow cult and blend into the higher ranks to investigate the truth. Did Lin Feng really die there? If there were no solid evidence, or she did not see it with her own eyes, nothing would be conclusive in her heart. Moreover, even as a rogue practitioner, her strength had reached the peak level. Even if she could not blend in, she would not be trapped inside. Meanwhile, on Lin Feng's side, over the past 3 days, he had been familiarizing himself with his abilities, especially his martial skill, the mountain-crushing technique. He had explored it to a profound depth. Originally, his martial aura was a force of immense weight, and he used this aura to cover his hands while employing his martial arts. The attacks he unleashed could even tear apart the opponent's soul. Just a light touch on a mountain would cause the entire peak to collapse and shatter from the inside out. Moreover, if he infused it with his thunder power, the impact of a punch would be even more explosive. Originally, his mountain-crushing technique could only cause about double the damage. However, as he progressed to the spiritual level, the frequency of the vibrations significantly increased, and combined with the power of thunder, the lightning on his palm would surge violently along with these vibrations, greatly amplifying its power. The Black Crow cult in the imperial capital had been completely eradicated by him. All the underlings were controlled by He Ju alone. They all followed the directives he had previously issued, forbidding any rash actions. If anyone acted recklessly or disobeyed orders, he would send someone to eliminate them. After all, these individuals were originally followers of the other 2 leaders in the Black Crow cult. Known for their rebellious nature, their motives for joining the cult were not pure. Killing them would not weigh on Lin Feng's conscience. Furthermore, it was not as if he had to do it himself. He would be ridding the world of evil. Black Crow cult leader, wait until I send you to meet Lin Feng murmured softly. At that moment, He Ju approached from behind, hearing Lin Feng mention Lin again, and a trace of jealousy appeared on her face. She then curiously asked, Master, who is this Lin you keep mentioning? She had already died. In a world without Lin, there was no hope, let alone peace. All that remained in this world was deep despair. Upon hearing this, He Ju sighed softly in her heart, surprised that her master was so sentimental. Master, don't you have any goals? Like becoming the Black Crow cult leader? He Ju probed. I'm no one, and I don't want to become anyone. Reality is just cruel. The Black Crow cult is merely a tool to plunge everyone into a dream, Lin Feng replied. Hearing this, He Ju realized how shallow her understanding was. If she didn't understand a Fei, how could she be with him? Yes, I will definitely enter the world of dreams with Lord A. Fei. At this moment, Lin Feng felt that he had reached a state of transformation. He was a Beto, and a Beto was him. He deeply sensed the oppressive force and despair brought by the demons. Ding! Host's role-playing degree increased by 10. Double Divine, Might increased by 10. Ninjutsu increased by 10. For remaining to unlock the next stage. You love Lin even more than a Beto, the system commented. Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly, but quickly returned to normal. Host, Lin Feng talent. Annihilation Heavenly Thunder, SSS level, Superstar Spirit level Martial Aura. Weak Thread Strength, 12. 755 Speed, 13. 103 Stamina, 15. 456 Abilities. Curse Techniques, 100. Fruit Abilities, 100 unlocked. Double Divine Might, 21. Fire Release, 21. Earth Release, 21. Shadow Clone Technique, 21. 25 to unlock. Susanoo, Izanagi, Impure World Reincarnation, 50 to unlock. Rinnegan, Mangeki Sharingan, Outer Path Golem. And Sealing Techniques, unlocks Rinnegan, 90 to unlock. Complete Body Susanoo, 6 paths, 10 tails seal, limited to me, just 4 more, and he could unlock 3 abilities. These 3 abilities were quite powerful for Lin Feng. Especially Izanagi, which could turn all unfavorable situations into dreams and favorable ones into reality. It could be said to be an extremely overpowered ability. As for Susanoo, One strike could cleave mountains and split the earth. No demon could withstand that blow. Impure world reincarnation required the corpses of the deceased. Without them, it could not be used. So far, he had not encountered any strong corpses. The only demon he dealt with ended up committing suicide, making it impossible for him to use impure world reincarnation. It seemed he needed to pay attention when killing demons in the future. Lin Feng felt a bit regretful for directly throwing those demons into the fire. They should have been recycled. This was what ultimate exploitation was all about. Hey, just as Lin Feng was talking to He Ju, a figure approached them and greeted Lin Feng. Looking up, it was not a familiar face. However, with his data vision, no one could deceive his eyes. Is the time here? Are we going now? Lin Feng asked. The other party was startled, not expecting Lin Feng to recognize him at once. After all, his disguise technique was unparalleled in the world, and he believed no one could see through it. However, what surprised him the most was Lin Feng's rapid development. In just a few days, he had absorbed the other two forces entirely. It was terrifying. Indeed, I didn't expect you to unify the Imperial Capital's forces so quickly. You are now the one the Black Crow cult is truly looking for. How about collaborating with me to deal with the other two base cities? You are the one who truly deserves to be the Black Crow cult leader. At this point, the other party spoke passionately. Seeing Lin Feng still hesitating, he continued. Only by becoming the leader can you gain unimaginable power. To better realize your plan, pull everyone in the world into dreams and resurrect Lin. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng understood the other party's intentions. He wanted to eliminate the other two cult leaders from the Magic City and the Everest Base City. Only then could he confront the Black Crow cult leader from Long Nation and become the true Black Crow cult leader. However, this was also what Lin Feng wanted. He needed to deal with the other two individuals, so naturally, he agreed to this opportunity. As long as I see those two people, everything will be easy to discuss. Of course, when shall we meet the leader? Right now. Hearing Lin Feng's agreement, the other party responded excitedly. Meanwhile, He Ju cautiously followed Lin Feng, guarding against the other man like a shadow. She joined the Black Crow sect for Lin Feng, who the leader of the Black Crow sect has nothing to do with her. As Lin Feng and He Ju followed the envoy of the Black Crow sect out the door, a stretch version of a Polaroid car was already waiting outside. Mr. Luo Xiang, please get in the car. Luo Xiang is his alias, specifically used for his public identity. His secret identity is Zhang San. He Ju, you stay here. No. He Ju firmly refused, her gaze drifting towards Luo Xiang, clearly worried about Lin Feng's safety. It's fine, bringing an outsider is okay too. Luo Xiang smiled to ease the situation, and then the two got into the car. Virum, the extremely pleasant sound of the engine echoed. The vehicle sped away like an arrow released from a bow. After an unknown amount of time, a harsh screech of brakes was heard as the vehicle stopped outside a martial arts hall. The group was then taken to a closed teleportation array, above which were written the words burial ground. The base of the Black Crow sect is actually hidden in the center of the burial ground. This was something Lin Feng did not expect. Although he had previously entered the depths of the burial ground, the terrain inside was far too complex, much larger than the periphery by dozens of times. It was much bigger than the abandoned city, so he had never ventured deeper. Unexpectedly, the heavily fortified burial ground on the outside actually concealed the base of the Black Crow sect inside. No wonder those monsters seemed organized, surrounding the burial ground like layers of barriers. He should have realized that this must be the result of a human organization. Shua. As the group stood on the teleportation array, a flash of light passed. The next moment, the surrounding scene changed. They appeared in a place surrounded by open plains. Although it was an open plain, the ground was not gray soil, but white bones. Is this the depths of the burial ground? In the center of this white bone plain, right in front of Lin Feng, there was also a white palace constructed of bones. Outside the door, a bone dragon was guarding there. Lin Feng looked at it, and its data appeared before his eyes. Bone dragon level, spirit level strength, 7197 speed, 7526 stamina, 7399 a spirit level beast. Its data is much higher than that of ordinary spirit level beasts. It seems this monster is the true master of the burial ground. However, after the Black Crow sect arrived, it was captured here and used as a guardian beast. Let's go, we are heading to the sacrificial altar. Saying this, Luo Xiang stepped forward and Lin Feng followed. The three crossed the staircase made of bones and entered the palace in front of them. As soon as they entered, what came into view was a high platform inside the palace. On it were bound a dozen young women dressed as goddesses, all looking to be only in their teens. What kind of evil cult is this? They actually do this kind of thing. Lin Feng was momentarily speechless. But thinking about it, these people indeed seemed like an evil cult. Meanwhile, on the platform, several young girls panicked when they saw the people below. Their pupils trembled, and their slender bodies shook. Let me go, just let me go. I can give you any amount of money. Go find my boyfriend. He's a simp. He'll agree to anything I say. Do you know who my father is? How dare you lock me up here and make me wear such filthy clothes? At this moment, the platform was filled with curses, pleas, and silent sobs, all mixed together. However, Luo Xiang seemed to hear nothing at all. No, not Luo Xiang. At this moment, he should be Zhang San. He had already taken off his mask, completely transforming into a criminal maniac. If he could be sentenced, he would probably see the end of the world and the destruction of the solar system. Lord A. Fei, do you see? These are the lives to be sacrificed to the leader, all young girls in their prime. Their blood is the freshest. At this moment, Zhang San was somewhat frantically introducing to Lin Feng. Almost all the girls tied up on the platform were awakened, and they were all quite good-looking, at least 7 or 8 points out of 10. They were evidently well-known daughters of prominent families in the city. Clearly, this was a long-planned scheme. Only by pouring the blood of these people onto the altar could the passage to meet the leader of the Black Crow sect be opened, serving as a signal. Tap! Just then, 2 more footsteps approached from 2 other directions, effectively pinning Lin Feng in the middle, and the auras coming from them were quite hostile. Lin Feng frowned. He had fallen into a trap. It seemed that it wasn't Zhang San who wanted to deal with the other 2, but rather the 3 of them wanted to take him down. It made sense. How could these 3, who had occupied these 3 base cities for so long, suddenly turn against each other because of the addition of an outsider? They must have had interactions behind the scenes. However, Lin Feng was not very afraid. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang San. That one over there is the hunter-chairman of Magic City, Wang Lai Tu, and the other one is the envoy of the Zhu Feng base city, Situ Zai. To see so many envoys before you die, you can consider yourself fortunate. Is he a new envoy? His abilities are quite good, but recently his reach has been too long. Sigh. Young people are prone to premature demise. The 3 circled around Lin Feng, chatting and laughing, completely disregarding him. It was as if the one in front of them was merely a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. At this moment, even He Ju beside him panicked, drawing the dagger hidden under her clothes and standing behind Lin Feng. You still dare to fight back? You look quite pretty. Why not come with me? Staying by his side will only turn you into a pile of bones. Situ Zai stepped closer to the 2. His body instantly transformed, radiating a black-silver sheen, a body enhancement ability. These people's strength had all reached the spirit level. This was an insurmountable situation. However, even facing such pressure, He Ju still did not back down. Master, today He Ju will die with you here. At this moment, He Ju's heart was filled with despair. An envoy in her mind was already an unbeatable existence. There were 3 of them, but they only had 2. Moreover, her current strength couldn't even support Lin Feng. At this moment, however, Lin Feng spoke up. I will not die until I create a world with Lin. But since you don't intend to help me, then there's no meaning to my existence. Shua. Lin Feng took out a massive fan from behind. In just a few steps, he walked up to Zhang San. If it were before, he wouldn't dare to shout at these people like this. However, now that he has reached the spirit level, there are no opponents at the same level. It seems you are still unclear about the current situation. Let me make it clear to you. At this moment, Zhang San's expression twisted as he extended his hand, and his arm transformed into a black scythe that slashed horizontally towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't even dodge. The scythe passed directly through his body. However, there was no joy on Zhang San's face. The attack had no sensation of hitting anything, as if it had just slid through the air. What's wrong? Didn't you want me to make it clear? Seeing Lin Feng unscathed, the few people behind him were also shocked. The spirit-level awakener they had met before was still at the complete level. How could he reach the spirit level so quickly? He was at the same level as them. Moreover, Zhang San's attack had no effect at all, completely different from the thunder attribute abilities he mentioned earlier. Let's go together. Zhang San panicked in an instant and extended his right hand again. Shadow arrow. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of black arrows appeared in front of his arm and shot towards Lin Feng. However, at the moment they flew into the air, these black blades fell into a vortex and completely vanished. Divine might. Whoosh. The vortex produced a dozen shadow arrows again, flying in the opposite direction and directly piercing into the opponent's body. What is this ability of yours? At this moment, Zhang San endured the pain, terrified. If it weren't for his resistance to his own ability, this would have corroded his flesh. What terrified him even more was that his attack not only failed to take down Lin Feng, but was even rebounded back at him. The unknown is the most frightening part. The figure standing in front of him seemed not to be that middle schooler, but a reaper demanding lives, leaving them no room for resistance. Meanwhile, the few hostages standing on the high platform were also stunned, tears on their faces as they looked down. They actually turned against each other. This sudden change was something they had not anticipated. Beside them, Heiju was also shocked. She knew Lin Feng's strength was formidable, but she didn't expect it to be to this extent. He faced that Black Crow cult leader with such ease. "You two, hurry up." After Zhang San's reminder, the other two awakeners realized the situation and stepped forward. The headhunter from the Magic City even had green venom appearing in his hand. Clearly, his ability was elemental. At this moment, the three of them closed in on Lin Feng, surrounding him in the middle. They couldn't believe that three of them couldn't take down one. Moreover, the opponent had advanced so quickly. He had just entered this stage while they had been at the spirit level for many years. However, just as the few of them got closer, swish, 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 Lin Feng quickly formed hand seals with both hands and pressed them on the ground. In an instant, huge, bizarre patterns extended outward from his palms. Spirit summoning technique. Bang! White smoke appeared, and everyone's gaze instantly focused on it. Could it be that he planned to escape using this white mist? It shouldn't be. The three of them had surrounded this place tightly. How could he possibly escape? Just at that moment, roar. A terrifying dragon roar echoed, shaking the ceiling and causing several pieces of debris to fall. Huge black wings emerged from the white smoke. In an instant, the white mist completely dissipated. Everyone present was utterly stunned. What did they see? A giant dragon covered in black scales appeared in the hall. Its body was immensely large, even breaking the palace apart. A slight movement turned the place into ruins. "Is this what you summoned?" Zhang San trembled as he pointed at Lin Feng. Even standing in front of this beast, he felt his bones shaking uncontrollably. This was primal fear. Even the ancient dragon outside the palace was lying on the ground, not daring to move. A spirit-level beast. How could a spirit-level awakener have a spirit-level beast? However, Lin Feng's next words confirmed everyone's thoughts. "Moonlight, go take care of the other two. Not a single one is to be spared." Roar. Moonlight let out an angry roar and turned to charge at the other two. Meanwhile, head coach Wang panicked. He extended his hand and unleashed his magic. Toxic arrow rain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The toxic rain flew towards Moonlight. This venom, which could kill an elephant, hit the dragon's scales, but had no effect at all. Magic immunity. Its phosphorus and potassium could withstand most magical effects, including the opponent's venom. Roar. Moonlight turned his head and sprayed a breath of death at head coach Wang. The black laser immediately covered him, evaporating him into thin air. Head coach Wang died without understanding why he couldn't even defeat the opponent's monster. Meanwhile, Situ Zai, whose body had turned to steel, was already in a daze. What kind of joke is this? How are we supposed to fight? A monster of the same level requires 3 awakeners of the same level to confront. And this is a giant dragon. It would probably take 5 people to deal with it alone. Moreover, the power of that breath was too terrifying. Even a spirit-level body couldn't withstand it, instantly turning to ashes. But even if they could endure it, they wouldn't be able to deal with this black dragon. At this moment, after killing that awakener, Moonlight charged towards the remaining people. Boom! In an instant, 1 person and 1 dragon were in fierce battle. However, the opponent was obviously no match for the beast in terms of physical strength. After a few exchanges, they fell into a disadvantage. Moonlight, on the other hand, was handling it with ease. With a single slap, it sent the opponent flying several meters away. In an instant, the vibrations caused by the two created cracks and huge pits in the ground. It was as if it had been carpet bombed. The terrifying sounds echoed throughout the entire burial ground. All the surrounding monsters began to move towards the periphery, fearing they might accidentally get caught up in it. Meanwhile, the hunter team, still hunting monsters at the edge of the burial ground, stood dumbfounded, watching the furious roars coming from the center. Is it a dragon roar? Why is there such a loud sound? Such terrifying energy. My body is resisting moving inside. Could it be that an awakener is hunting monsters deep in the burial ground? Just now, I even saw a black laser shooting into the sky. Oh my god, boss, why is the ground shaking? No, there's a beast tide coming. Hearing this, everyone looked up towards the front. Sure enough, the monsters in the center of the burial ground were all fleeing in panic towards the periphery, creating a tremendous noise. The few people were instantly dumbfounded. What kind of battle could force the demons buried at the center of the bone graveyard to emerge? It must at least be at the spirit level, right? Could it be that some big shot plans to kill the bone dragon at the center of the bone graveyard? That would require at least 3 spirit-level awakeners to go together. Looking at the Dragon Kingdom, although there aren't too many at the god level, spirit-level awakeners are indeed the most numerous in the Blue Star. This possibility is clearly the greatest. But there hasn't been any news recently about such a plan from above. Moreover, the demons in the Bowen Graveyard are generally indifferent as long as they don't attack the base city. Why bother going deep and causing a beast tide? It clearly doesn't make much sense. Meanwhile, deep in the Bowen Graveyard, Zhang Xin kept retreating, pointing at Lin Feng. You've hidden your strength? Who exactly are you? I don't remember any spirit-level awakeners in the Dragon Kingdom with such abilities. Who I am doesn't matter, Lin Feng replied. But you're no longer of any value, nor is there any necessity for you to continue existing. After he spoke, a long spear forged from thunder appeared in his hand, containing all of his energy. The Thunder God's spear. The moment Zhang San saw the spear, he immediately lost his nerve. Although he was crazy, he was still quite afraid of death and hurriedly knelt on the ground. Lord Fei, please spare me. We really didn't plan this. It was that cult leader from the Dragon Kingdom who said we should deal with you. Just don't kill me. I'll do anything you ask. Before he could finish, Lin Feng thrust the spear into him, pinning him firmly to the ground. His body trembled violently and twitched uncontrollably before soon coming to a stop. Lin Feng didn't want to listen to his nonsense. Since he had already decided to frame him, he naturally had to make corresponding plans. However, he was surprised that the cult leader from the Dragon Kingdom already knew his identity. Or perhaps the other party didn't know his identity and only wanted to eliminate him this way. But none of that mattered now. As long as he placed the bodies of these two on the altar, he should be able to lure the other party over. He had used about 40 of his strength to kill these three, merely using the Thunder God Spear without employing any martial arts energy or other abilities. If the other party was truly a god-level awakener and had a 50 resistance ability, he could still manage. Master. Beside him, Heiju was stunned, her dagger unintentionally dropping to the ground. Then, her expression shifted to one of admiration. Master, I am willing to swear my life to follow you. Whatever you ask of me, I will do it with all my might. Lin Feng nodded, pointing at the two bodies on the ground. Get their blood onto the altar. Yes. Meanwhile, Yu Guang brought over the last body, placing all three on the altar and filling the grooves with blood. The 10 or so women on the platform trembled in fear, staring at Yu Guang and Lin Feng, not daring to speak. They didn't know whether Lin Feng was a member of the Black Crow cult. His methods had frightened them so much that they didn't even dare to plead for mercy. Heiju untied them, finding them too much of a hindrance standing there. Master, don't you want to take care of them as well? If there is more blood, maybe the success rate will be higher. Saying this, Heiju really drew her weapon. This frightened the timid ones into fainting. The remaining few felt a foul smell coming from beneath them, looking at Heiju in terror. However, at this moment, Lin Feng shook his head. Although he was decisive in killing, he was still a normal person. He wouldn't become so insane as to kill anyone he saw. If he really did that, what would be the difference between him and the beasts in the wild? Moreover, if he really killed these people, it wouldn't align with the persona he was portraying. It was enough to set them aside for now. He would deal with them later. Understood. These people were merely star-level awakeners, their energy completely inferior to these three cult leaders. The blood from the three of them was more than enough. However, Lin Feng was quite surprised to find that these three actually held considerable status in human society. It was clear that the Black Crow cult's infiltration was quite deep. He was increasingly curious about the cult leader's identity. What kind of status could make these high-ranking cult leaders obey without any resistance? And what kind of twisted psychology could lead them to engage in such meaningless sacrifices? This altar could clearly be activated with spirit stones, yet had to use the blood of awakeners. Buzz. Just as Lin Feng, Heiju, and the dragon sat in front of the altar, preparing for what was to come, a series of rumbling sounds emanated from above. A beam of light flashed, and a figure appeared in the center of the altar. The formation in front emitted a dazzling light. The energy contained in the blood on the ground was continuously absorbed, transforming into the energy needed for the teleportation. In just a moment, the blood lost its luster and dimmed again. Lin Feng extended his hand, signaling the other two not to act rashly and to observe the changes. Finally, after a few minutes, the human figure in the formation gradually coalesced. A strikingly beautiful figure appeared before the three. The moment Lin Feng saw this figure, he was shocked. Gongsun and Qing? At this moment, no matter how calm he tried to be, his mind was racing. How could it be Gongsun and Qing? This formation shouldn't have malfunctioned. And even if it did, The person who arrived shouldn't he be the top awakener of the Dragon Kingdom, unless she was the leader of the Black Crow cult, because only such strength could make those awakeners submit and infiltrate the upper echelons without being discovered. Moreover, the key point was that when Lin Feng went to the Lighthouse Kingdom, it was under Gong Sun and Qing's orders. No one else knew where that flight was headed, yet they were still ambushed. This indicated that there was definitely an insider who knew about their movements. The God creation plan was supposed to be absolutely confidential. It couldn't easily be known, but it shouldn't be possible, right? Although the figure had appeared before him and all the evidence matched, Lin Feng still found it hard to believe. The person who had risked their life to protect him in the forbidden area and the one who wanted to harm him could not be the same person. Moreover, the two had very different eyes. Gong Sun and Qing's eyes were very special, an icy white, while the person before him had black eyes, deep, dark black that sent chills down one's spine at a glance. The aura of the two was completely different. If Gong Sun and Qing was the kind to keep people at bay with her coldness, then the person before him exuded a coldness that disregarded life. Just then, the figure moved, turning her head to look at the people present. Upon seeing the three bodies at her feet, her expression clearly froze, and she appeared quite surprised. "Did you do this?" The figure coldly asked a question, although it was an extremely calm inquiry. It made the nearby Ju feel as if she had fallen into an icy abyss. "Forget it. If you don't want to speak, I won't force you. However, you are indeed very capable, so I won't kill you. Don't you want to become the leader of the Dragon Kingdom? Just right, I have a task for you. Once it's completed, I'll let you become the leader of the Dragon Kingdom. The task is very simple. Go to the Warrior Academy and help me find the place where the other half of the Xinyuan sword is stored." The other half of the Xinyuan sword? Could it be that the second-ranked divine artifact is not complete? It was not surprising that the other party had a task. After all, a few people coming here must have some conspiracy. However, it was unexpected that they had their eyes on the divine artifact of the Dragon Kingdom. Seemingly seeing through Lin Feng's thoughts, she curled her lips into a smile and continued, "I know what you're thinking. I found the other half of the Xinyuan sword. You just need to tell me where that weapon is stored. As for these girls down here," saying this, she placed her finger on her face and looked down at the dozen or so tied-up girls. At that moment, when several girls met her gaze, they immediately shrank together in fear, letting out whimpering sounds of terror. They knew that the next words from the woman could determine their fate. After thinking for a moment, the woman's smile spread across her face again. "They're of no use to me anymore, so I'll give them to you. These are all young ladies from reputable families. You mustn't refuse my kindness, Ah Fei." Her seductive words combined with Gong Sun Onqing's celestial-like face nearly made Lin Feng falter. Fortunately, he was well experienced and had extraordinary composure, which was not something ordinary people could test. After explaining her task, she turned around and disappeared through the teleportation array, as if the three lying on the ground were not her confidants, but just ordinary passers-by. Regardless of who won or lost, it was of no concern to her. She came here merely to convey her intentions. She had no qualms about whether the people present agreed or not. Of course, Lin Feng did not take her words to heart. He was just thinking, could it be that Gong Sun Onqing has an elder sister or a younger sister? Or is she a twin? They look so much alike. However, the possibility of that was still too low. He had just checked the other party's data, which still could not be displayed. It was evident that this person's strength had also reached the divine level. With the same name, Gong Sun Onqing, and strength still at the divine level, it was almost certain she was not a twin. That left only one possibility, a split personality. Nodding silently, Lin Feng felt that his analysis had surpassed that of Lord D. He wanted to ask the Ju beside him, "What do you think?" However, that was clearly not an option. If she found out that the leader of the Black Crow cult was actually the strongest awakener of the Dragon Kingdom, it would likely lead to big trouble, and the other party clearly did not recognize him. Sigh. What kind of trauma did Gong Sun Onqing suffer in her childhood to have such a mental scar? Having a split personality must mean she endured great suffering in her early years. "Master, what should we do now? Should we go to the Warrior Academy?" Ju asked Lin Feng. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng shook his head. "Go to hell. You think I'll just go because you told me to? Wouldn't that make me look bad? The urgent matter now is to find Gong Sun Onqing first, since the other party doesn't know his identity. If he appears in front of Gong Sun Onqing again, he will have many ways to test her identity. The enemy is in the light, and I am in the dark. This great opportunity must not be missed. Let's leave here first." Lin Feng walked down the steps. Ju nodded and followed. Soon, they reached the side of the dozen kidnapped girls. The moment the girls saw Lin Feng, a flash of terror crossed their eyes. They had just heard the conversation. That woman treated them as mere objects to be given away, completely not seeing them as human. As soon as Lin Feng walked up to them, someone immediately spoke up. Lord Fei, as long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything. I could be your dog. Please don't kill me. I won't tell anyone about today. I could be your dog. Please, spare me, woo-woo. As these three spoke, the other few girls who had been hesitant to speak realized the situation. They had witnessed everything that happened in the Black Crow cult and were to be silenced by death. Clearly, the other party could not take all of them away. Some of them were going to die here. In an instant, the dozen girls all pleaded for mercy from Lin Feng, having completely lost their dignity. They were willing to do anything to survive. Hearing this, Lin Feng was quite taken aback. Meanwhile, Heiju beside him was rather annoyed. She had no so-called mercy. If Lin Feng hadn't spoken, she would have wanted to slit the throats of all these people right away. After all, it should have been her turn by now. Cough, cough. Listening to these unbearable words, Lin Feng coughed heavily a few times. The girls immediately quieted down. To be honest, he really found it challenging to deal with these people. If he really sent them back, it would be dangerous if they revealed Gong's son Anqing's appearance. These people were not ordinary folks. They were all from powerful families in the city, and some might have indeed seen Gong's son Anqing before. But killing them seemed not quite right either. He wouldn't engage in meaningless slaughter. If he did that, Lin Feng feared that his own standing would drop. That would be counterproductive. He could only lock them up for now. Taking out some ropes from the demon refining cauldron, he tossed them to Heiju. Tie them all up and put them in that place we went to before. Remember not to let anyone find out. This, Master. Actually, I could do it too, Heiju said, her face flushing, stammering. I'm not taking them to do that kind of thing. After everything is settled, I'll ask their families for ransom. Lin Feng said lightly. As for after everything is settled, that would be after he dealt with Gong's son Anqing's matter. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the girls sitting on the ground widened their eyes in disbelief and then hurriedly assured and thanked Lin Feng, crying in gratitude. They never expected they would have a chance to survive. They thought they would die here in the next moment. We absolutely won't say anything about this. At this moment, Heiju also breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the girls crouched on the ground, bowing their heads in gratitude. Lin Feng shook his head in speechlessness. They probably lived high and mighty in the city normally, never having suffered such humiliation, right? But now, they were actually begging for mercy from man just to survive. It was truly ridiculous to think about. Is this what a little fairy is like? After muttering to himself, Lin Feng and Heiju walked towards the outskirts. Looking at the bone dragon lying on the ground, Lin Feng showed no mercy and swiftly struck it down with his fan. Free points increased by 6. The weighty martial energy attached to the fan was something the bone dragon could not withstand. Upon contact, its bones shattered. Heiju, who was watching beside him, widened her eyes in disbelief. Is a spirit-level monster really this easy to defeat? After following Lin Feng for a while, she felt that spirit-level awakeners were indeed very weak, unable to endure even a few hits from Lin Feng. However, in reality, spirit-level awakeners were rare in Blue Star. It was just that Lin Feng's strength was so outstanding that other spirit-level beings seemed weak by comparison. Lin Feng was also preparing to hunt some monsters here to gain points and unlock Sisanu and other skills, thus enhancing his combat power. He happened to be at the center of the burial ground, with monsters surrounding the outskirts. There's no time like the present, so he decided to hunt directly. However, just after Lin Feng left Heiju and Yu Guang behind and walked for a short distance towards the outskirts, something unusual occurred. Where did all the monsters go? Lin Feng was puzzled. Normally, this should be the area where monsters congregate most frequently. They would surely rush at him upon seeing him. After all, he hadn't released his power. To the monsters, he was just free food right in front of them. But the surroundings were eerily quiet. Lin Feng closed his eyes and extended his perception outward. After several dozen to hundreds of miles, he indeed found that the monsters had gathered at the outskirts. Some had even approached human-based cities. At this moment, an outer defense-based city was already surrounded by monsters. What the hell is going on today? Why have these entry-level monsters come here? That's right. I remember it's not mating season now. Even if it were, why come here? I heard that there are awakeners in the city who went deep into the burial ground, and these monsters were frightened and ran out. What level of power could scare entry-level monsters? To the extent of attacking our defensive city at all costs? The generals on the city walls were stunned as they looked at the rushing tide of beasts. These monsters would never actively attack them in the past, especially not entry-level monsters. If an entry-level monster came to attack the base city, it would have to be reported because it would be considered a small-scale beast tide. The awakeners stationed here usually didn't possess high strength. It was quite difficult for them to hold off such a small-scale beast tide. And now, there was more than one entry-level monster in front of them. Due to the sudden situation, they didn't even have time to request support from above. If the city were breached, everyone would be held accountable, because behind the town lived a large number of civilians. Just then, someone shouted, "Look, there seems to be a figure behind the beast tide." What figure? Hearing the voice of an observing guard, everyone hurriedly looked over. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Sure enough, they saw a figure walking towards them from behind the beast tide. Wow, there really is a figure. Why aren't those monsters attacking him? Why does this person look so strange? Yes, he even has a huge fan on his back. Isn't that thick chain heavy? What the hell is that the point? The point is, why aren't these monsters attacking him? Could it be they didn't see him? Just as everyone was speculating why the figure was followed by monsters when he came out from the burial ground, a loud rumble echoed from the front. The ground seemed to shake. A few people were surprised and looked forward, not knowing what was happening. At that moment, the monsters that were charging towards them suddenly let out angry roars. Then they began to float into the air, continuously rising. Roar. Hiss. At this moment, no matter how angrily the monsters in the sky roared and twisted their bodies, they couldn't move an inch. They continued to fly into the air. Some monsters even tried to use their companions as stepping stones, but they couldn't move either. At most, they would move a short distance before still being floated upwards. It was as if they were not heavy monsters, but balloons. If not held down, they would float away. This scene, witnessed from the city tower, appeared miraculous to everyone. It was as if a spaceship was in the sky, sucking these monsters away. At this time, the monsters in the high sky outside the city looked like black dots gathering in the air, creating a spectacular and eye-catching sight. There was an element of fear to it. Just imagine thousands of monsters in the sky blocking out the sun, casting a shadow over the ground below. Anyone standing here, no matter how calm, couldn't possibly remain expressionless. And all of this was done by Lin Feng. At this moment, he held the staff knife, veins bulging on the back of his hand. The overwhelming power could lift the rubble of a country, so it naturally could lift these monsters into the sky too. The people on the city tower, watching the floating monsters that couldn't resist, were all shocked. A miracle. This is simply a miracle. What the hell is going on? I've never heard of anything like this before. Quick, record this and post it online. It will definitely go viral. Millions of views, billions of views are not a dream. You're too slow. I've already posted it. Damn, this is too awesome. It has shocked me for 100 years. Lin Feng stood in the distance, the energy within him flowing like a raging river. If he wanted, he could keep these monsters in the air for an entire day. However, that would be meaningless. Gravity reversal. Lin Feng slid the staff knife beneath him. In an instant, gravity was reversed, and the monsters that were floating in the air began to plummet downwards at an accelerated speed. Fearful screams echoed in the air. This scene was like devils falling to the ground. The people in the city were horrified. The terrifying sound seemed to come from hell itself. And this place was their execution ground. In just a few seconds, the monsters that had been thousands of meters high had already hit the ground. Bang, 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 bang. Roar. The flesh and blood bodies crashed to the ground, mingled with their final wails, creating the last symphony before their deaths. Those watching from the city tower were all horrified. The once vast ground was stained with blood red. Roses bloomed everywhere on the ground. Yet in the midst of the roses, it was not the flower's core, but the corpses of monsters pierced through with bones. Ahead of them is the next demon reign. And this scene, captured without missing a second, was recorded by the center back position on the city wall. At this moment, they no longer felt the shock from before. Their hearts were filled with fear and panic. Although they had realized what would happen next, the emotional turmoil when they actually witnessed it was still overwhelming. Thousands of demons, which in the past would have required tens of thousands of awakened ones to fight for days and nights to drive away, might even be impossible to resolve. But now, these demons were all dead before their eyes. Regardless of whether they were entry-level or one-star demons, all beings were equal at this moment. Meanwhile, Lin Feng in the distance once again stored his staff knife in the space. His system interface was refreshing crazily. The speed of the system notifications couldn't keep up with his speed of hunting demons. Free points 0. 15. Free points 0. 13. Free points 0. 56. Free points 0. 21. Free points 0. 24. Looking at the rapidly refreshing free points before him, Lin Feng was satisfied. This was definitely enough. Although they were just the legs of a mosquito, if they gathered enough, they could still make a bowl of rice. Putting away his strange thoughts, Lin Feng activated the ability of the fruit once again. He then used observation hockey to cover all the demon corpses ahead. In an instant, a round demon core flew out from within each demon's body, gathering towards him. The sound was incessant, and within just a few minutes, all the demon cores were in his hands. The people on the city tower were already dumbfounded. In disbelief, they looked in Lin Feng's direction. This bizarre ability was actually released by the person following the demons. Wow. Unfortunately, the person himself was uneducated. Just a wow could go around the world. Is this still a human? This ability is at least S level. You are overestimating S level. This is at least a causal system ability. This causal system ability is too outrageous, right? This is the first time I've seen a causal system ability above S level. Its power is terrifying, almost like a god. Do you know who that person is? He wears a mask, so you can't see his face clearly. The people on the tower were already shocked. They never expected to witness an SSS level causal system ability today. It is known that the earliest rumors about causal system abilities were merely about physical immunity. Moreover, that was a flawed awakened ability, only able to immunize against physical attacks. Because it is a causal system, it was given the title of S level. Apart from him, there have been no further reports of causal system abilities, because such power, when it appears, is extremely terrifying, capable of reversing the causality of the world. And what appeared before them made them 100% certain that this was definitely a causal system power. Moreover, it far exceeded the SSS level human limit, being able to lift so many demons into the air and then smash them down. Undoubtedly, this is some kind of void control, levitation, or gravity manipulation ability. Regardless of which one, it is extremely outrageous. And the most terrifying is gravity manipulation, because void control or levitation cannot manipulate gravity. But if you can manipulate gravity, you can achieve the other two abilities. After a few people uploaded the video of the recording online, within just a few hours, the video spread across the entire internet. This dragon country even had discussions raging on foreign networks about what happened at the border and this terrifying demon reign. Many people had already roughly guessed the opponent's ability, because years ago, there was someone named Lin Feng at the Demon City Academy who had also achieved such an effect. Meanwhile, after hunting these demons and taking the demon cores, Lin Feng turned around and headed back to the imperial capital. Free points 83. Looking at his points, Lin Feng was already very satisfied. Fortunately, these demons were relatively concentrated, allowing him to change the gravity in an area. If they were scattered around, the mental power and energy he needed to expend would increase geometrically. Now that he had returned here alone, his strength was sufficient. So he was naturally not afraid of exposing his identity. He could create whatever he wanted. Who dares to have designs on him? He would dare to confront them directly. If they don't accept it, he would slap their faces. Moonlight and Black Absolute were left in the depths of the burial ground. When the time is right, he would let Moonlight bring her and those precious daughters of the nobles in the city back here. He could also extort some from them. Everything is going well. First, let us raise all my abilities to 25. Once he reaches 25, he can unlock a series of abilities like Impure World Reincarnation and Susanoo. Although he can't use Susanoo to wrap around the Great Buddha, he can still put one on his summoned beasts. System, raise all abilities to 25. Strengthen the ninja techniques to 25 for the host. Strengthen the divine might to 25 for the host. Unlocked, Susanoo, 25. Izanagi, 25. Impure World Reincarnation, 25. Fortunately, there was no need to start from one again for strengthening. If the new skills had to start from scratch, Lin Feng would be frustrated. He spent 16 of his free points, still remaining 67. He would strengthen the relatively weaker ninja techniques last. He would prioritize the new skills he just acquired or strengthen his divine might to the highest level first. This way, he could withstand some attacks or enter the world of divine might himself. Its utility is endless. It's better to set aside the powerful attack for now. Being flexible is more advantageous. Now, his attacking power is already sufficient. In a fight, having an unpredictable ability poses the greatest threat. The unknown is the most dangerous. System, help me strengthen divine might. Strengthening divine might for the host. Strengthen divine might to 92 for you. Total consumption of free points 67. In an instant, Lin Feng felt that his control over his eyes had reached a new level. His eyes, now stacked with these abilities, had nearly reached a level of omniscience. As long as he glanced over, the opponent's information would be exposed before him. He could even sense the flow of energy within the opponent. He could even see what color socks and underwear they were wearing. Of course, he wouldn't be bored enough to be so idle. And if he activated the precognitive ability of observation haki, all small movements would be revealed before him. In legend, only gods could possess such power. But now it was in his hands. Divine Might. Lin Feng activated Divine Might with his right eye, and his entire body twisted in the void, shrinking towards his eye. In no time, he disappeared, and then appeared in a world filled with square stone tablets. Is this the world of Divine Might? Lin Feng could clearly perceive that this place was at the same position as the real world. As long as he moves forward 1 meter, his position in the real world will also move forward 1 meter after he leaves this place. In this world of Divine Might, only he can enter it. It is almost an extraordinary escapability and a skill to maneuver around. After jumping 10 meters forward, Lin Feng activated his Divine Might again. Suddenly, a vortex appeared in the originally empty space, and Lin Feng's figure was released by the reverse-flowing vortex, just like before. What a powerful ability! At this moment, Lin Feng personally experienced how perverse this ability was. Not only could it draw his body into another world, but could also turn part of his body into nothingness, allowing attacks to pass through. There was only one way to attack him, an incredibly fast attack that would leave him unable to react. But this was clearly impossible. Under their watchful eyes, no attack could achieve that. Moreover, this was a world without enthusiasts of affectionate paradise. He possessed all the Divine Might, and no one could enter his world. First, he would go find Gong's son Anqing. Although he didn't know what expression the other party would have seeing him alive, he still needed to confirm which personality was his dominant personality. At the same time, Lin Feng's news had spread everywhere. Major media outlets dared not miss this juicy news and rushed to report it. Celestial and earthly phenomena, demon rain fell outside the city. Thousands of demons floated into the air. Was it divine punishment from the heavens? Shocked. Why did the demons attacking the Bay City commit suicide one after another? And why did the ground open up with red blood flowers? The reason behind all this was, besides the news that the whole world knew, the most heated discussions were taking place in the Awakeners Forum. Because they were not ordinary people, they naturally did not think this was caused by celestial phenomena. It must be due to some Awakeners' actions. At this moment, the hottest forum was actually the Magic City Forum. A post on the Magic City Forum had risen to the top. Familiar abilities. Gradually analyzing what this ability was. Below this post was the video of Lin Feng killing demons abroad. After watching, everyone was shocked. Holy crap, I thought those news reports were a joke, but they were real. Could this be special effects? I can hardly lift one demon. How could he lift thousands of demons at the same time? I can't imagine what level of ability this is. Even with my current level awakening ability, it seems a bit too weak in comparison. This is too outrageous. Probably stronger than the power of the fire god. That's right. Although I don't know how strong the user is, this awakening ability has definitely reached SSS level. While everyone was heatedly discussing, the forum's host had already released his analysis. This must not be lifting them one by one with his own energy, because that would require thousands of times the energy. Even if he were strong, he couldn't withstand such consumption. Therefore, it must be an ability that changes causality within the area. These demons were not bound in the air, but could struggle and jump down using their companions' bodies. Just this point eliminates many abilities, so there can only be one result. This is an awakening ability that manipulates gravity. After saying this, even the forum host was shocked. This was already an awakening ability that exceeded human common sense. Even those divine tier awakeners, no matter how bizarre, did not achieve such an outrageous effect. A change in gravitational range. If it were to grow to a certain extent, it would be incredibly defiant. It is estimated that with a wave of his hand, he could change the world. At this moment, being able to lift thousands of demons. The next moment, he could lift the entire city into the air. This is undoubtedly an extremely dangerous ability. Holy crap. If one day I'm asleep and get lifted into the air, wouldn't that means certain death? I finally understand why the state wants to manage causality type awakeners uniformly. It is simply too terrifying. I'm so envious. Why don't I have such power? Heaven, grant me a causality type ability. Don't even think about it. However, don't you feel that this awakening ability seems a bit familiar? I remember that there was a student in the Magic City Academy whose ability seemed very similar to his. Holy crap, could it really be him? He didn't die back then. In fact, he was hidden away by the state. It makes sense. There's a good chance of that. At this moment, the Magic City Forum was extremely excited, because they all knew that there had once been an exceptionally talented student in the Magic City who disappeared in the abandoned city. They had thought he died in that battle. Now it seems he should have been hidden away by the higher-ups for independent training. He has finally grown up. For a moment, almost 100% confirmed that this masked person with a fan was Lin Feng. The principals of Magic City and Imperial City also saw this for him. They were obviously very surprised. It looked so much like him. When they saw this outfit, their mood had already reached a peak of suppression. Because this was exactly the new member of the Black Crow cult, a Fae. If this terrifying ability really fell into the hands of the Black Crow cult, it would be the worst news for them. However, if it really is Lin Feng, then that would be even better. This kid, why did he greet us when he came back? Instead, he ran to the Black Crow cult. He has almost become the leader. He probably knows someone wants to harm him, so he wants to solve it alone. Wang Lin was analyzing, and the more he spoke, the more reasonable it seemed. In the end, both were a bit excited. This was equivalent to solving a significant problem. Didn't he believe that Lin Feng was really brainwashed and joined the Black Crow cult? It really confirmed that saying, if I don't catch him, I'll become the leader. However, in such a short time, Lin Feng managed to bring the entire Black Crow cult under his command, which showed how extraordinary his talent was, whether in cultivation or organizational management. Even his preaching skills were quite evident. Meanwhile, outside Gongsun Anqing's mansion, Lin Feng had already removed his previous outfit and was standing outside the door. If he were still wearing that outfit, it would be easy for the other personality to recognize him. Of course, he also came this time to test. He wanted to find a way to pressure the other party and see if the second personality had taken the dominant position. As soon as Lin Feng arrived outside the mansion, the guard looked over in surprise. Please follow me. The other party instantly recognized Lin Feng and hurriedly made way, preparing to lead him inside. After all, such a handsome person was indeed rare, so he had a relatively deep impression of Lin Feng. Anyone who could live in Gongsun Anqing's mansion must be extraordinary. Thank you. Lin Feng stepped inside, heading towards Gongsun Anqing's direction. Along the way, he attracted the attention of those around him. Now, he wasn't wearing sunglasses or an eye mask, which made him incredibly eye-catching. However, the people around were not disgusted, but rather looked over in amazement. If Gongsun Anqing's eyes were the most beautiful among the human women they had ever seen, then the man before them was enough to rival her, or even surpass her. In just a moment, Lin Feng had arrived outside the mansion. At the same time, Gongsun Yao in the room also heard the commotion outside. What are you all arguing about? Don't you know that Sister Anqing has been in a bad mood lately? She frowned as she stood on the platform. The surrounding crowd immediately quieted down and hurriedly went about their own business. But at that moment, Lin Feng did not leave. Gongsun Yao turned her head and, seeing that someone had not left, was about to scold him when she suddenly caught sight of his face. Gongsun Yao slightly opened her mouth, her eyes widened, and her delicate brows furrowed. In disbelief, she looked in Lin Feng's direction. Why you? Are you a human or a ghost? Have you ever seen a ghost standing under the sun? Lin Feng was momentarily speechless. Upon hearing his words, Gongsun Yao's heart trembled, and then she pursed her lips. Since Gongsun Anqing returned, she had been sullen and cold to everyone. Although she always said nothing was wrong when asked, Gongsun Yao knew it was because of Lin Feng that she felt guilty. But unexpectedly, not only was he not dead, he had come here. She had seen the news online that assertively claimed he was killed in that disaster. And now he appeared right in front of her. Does this mean Sister Anqing is saved? They say to untie the bell, one must find the bell ringer. As long as the two meet, everything should be resolved, right? You, get out of the way. I don't have time to play games with children. Before Gongsun Yao could issue a command, Lin Feng immediately waved his hand, shaking his head impatiently for her to move aside. In an instant, a surge of anger appeared on Gongsun Yao's face. It really was that guy. He always bullied her by treating her like a child, which made her grit her teeth in frustration. After all, she was already 16. It was just that she hadn't started developing yet. If it were anyone else who would dare to speak to her like that, everyone should respectfully call her Princess Yao when they meet. But no matter how much she stomped her feet, Lin Feng remained completely unconcerned and walked straight into the building. His trip could be described as very dangerous. If Gongsun Anqing's second personality was really triggered, the divine level power would erupt in the city, likely causing massive casualties. Fortunately, he had divine power that could transport both of them to another world. However, even so, it would not be easy to deal with, because the other party likely possessed Gongsun Anqing's awakening ability, and she herself might have another awakening ability. That was the most dangerous part, but at the moment, he had no way out and could only brace himself and try. Meanwhile, in Gongsun Anqing's room, she was leaning by the window, looking outside. Her ice-white eyes reflected in the window, seemingly lost in thought. Yet her expression inevitably showed some melancholy. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Gongsun Anqing slightly frowned. Is it Yao? Didn't I say not to disturb me without my orders? However, just as she finished speaking, the doorknob turned, and the door was opened. Watching the door slowly open, a hint of irritation appeared on her face. But upon seeing the figure outside, her irritation turned to shock, then to surprise, and finally to joy. Lin. She was just about to stand up when suddenly it seemed she remembered something. She restrained her excitement and sat back down on the sofa. Lin Feng, since you're back, why didn't you tell me right away? She asked coldly, maintaining a calm expression. But in reality, her heart was racing at double its normal speed. She was doing her best to suppress her joy, trying not to let it show on her face. Truly the ice-cold beauty, she was much more impressive than her cousin Yao, remaining unfazed even upon seeing someone resurrected. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration in his heart. However, the calmer person was, the easier was to test them. Was it really his second personality, or was he just pretending? In a situation where the enemy was clear and he was hidden, it was quite easy to find out. Senior Gongsun, do you have any siblings? No. Although she didn't understand why Lin Feng was asking this, Gongsun Anqing still responded. No siblings meant it must be his second personality. Thinking of this, Lin Feng walked over and sat down beside her. Senior Gongsun, I saw a post online that said you had a tough childhood, and it seemed like, at this point, Lin Feng turned his head, looking at Gongsun Anqing with a worried expression, observing her subtle reactions. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Gongsun Anqing was also taken aback. Those memories had long been sealed away. Where did Lin Feng find them? And seeing the worried look on Lin Feng's face, a sense of grievance surged from her heart. She turned to Lin Feng and said, Aren't you the same? This. What do you mean I'm the same? To be honest, I had a relatively good childhood. Although I was an orphan, I worked hard. However, Gongsun Anqing's words confirmed to Lin Feng that she had suffered some kind of psychological trauma in her childhood. It seemed my thoughts were not unfounded. I just didn't know how to bring out the other personality. Thinking of this, Lin Feng pondered for a moment. If the other party could see what he was doing now, she would surely be furious. After all, she had tried to kill him several times but failed. She must hate him to the core. In that case, let's go for it. Senior Gongsun. Lin Feng looked at Gongsun Anqing seriously, then quickly reached out and grabbed her delicate arms. In an instant, Gongsun Anqing shivered. A flush spread from her neck to her ears, completely forgetting to resist, feeling as if a little deer was thumping wildly in her chest. She had never encountered such a situation and had no idea how to respond. Senior Gongsun, don't worry. For you, I will definitely make that black crow leader. The following omitted thousands of words of traditional Chinese culture into pieces. I'll make him kneel before me and bow 10 times. After saying this, Lin Feng carefully observed the changes in her expression. This was practically digging up the ancestors' graves. Anyone would be furious. However, at that moment, Gongsun Anqing was the first to be held by someone, her body heating up, and she could no longer think calmly. That previous line, I will do it for you, was something only said during a confession, right? Although it was a bit hard to hear, it seemed. Also somewhat unique. Could it be that I was wrong? At this moment, Lin Feng was somewhat perplexed. It was said that at this point, the other party was not only not angry, but instead appeared somewhat charming. Indeed, at this moment, Gongsun Anqing had completely changed from her previous cold demeanor. Instead, her entire body seemed to be tinged with pink, coupled with her slightly youthful face, making her look exceptionally beautiful. He had encountered this situation 3 times before. Each time, he managed to endure it with strong determination. However, at this moment, holding the other person's arm and looking at that aggrieved expression, he surprisingly felt a hint of desire to conquer. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on her arm. This grip made Gongsun Anqing's head spin. A wave of softness pressed him firmly against the sofa. Lin Feng wanted to get up and resist, but the gap in their realms made it impossible for him to fight back. Senior Gongsun, can you let go of me? No. Don't you like it this way? Upon hearing these words, Lin Feng's eyes widened. This script was wrong. However, before he could think much more, in the next second, Gongsun Anqing reached out and unfastened. Due to limited space, the following text is omitted by about 30,000 words. The next morning, the morning sunlight streamed into the room through the window. Lin Feng woke up. At this moment, he felt an unbearable soreness all over his body, as if he had gone through several battles. Struggling to prop himself up, he opened his eyes and saw Gongsun Anqing sleeping beside him. At this moment, she had a slight smile at the corners of her mouth. Her face flushed as she lay there, looking at him with a gentle expression completely devoid of her previous coldness. Seeing the scene, Lin Feng immediately turned his head to suppress the flames in his chest, staring blankly ahead. He never expected that the last shred of dignity as a man would be stripped away. He found himself powerless to resist her. Although it was nice, it was still. Moreover, what worried him the most was that it was almost confirmed that the leader of the Black Crow sect was Gongsun Anqing's alternate personality. If she found out about this, she would probably mobilize all her forces to hunt him down, right? Would he have to wear a mask for the rest of his life, hiding by her side to evade her pursuit? Is this what they call darkness under the lamp? Get up, Lin Feng. An enticing voice came out. In no time, the two of them got dressed, washed up, and stood up, heading towards the door. Meanwhile, Gongsun Yao had been waiting outside the door early, preparing breakfast for Gongsun Anqing. Creak. Sister Anqing, breakfast is ready. Gongsun Yao smiled as she pushed open the large door in front of her. As the door swung open, she was immediately stunned by the scene before her. She saw Gongsun Anqing half pushing and half leaning on Lin Feng's arm, standing just at his shoulder height. She looked like a clingy girl, completely devoid of her previous haughty demeanor. The moment she saw Gongsun Yao, Gongsun Anqing's neck turned pink again, and she hurriedly jumped away from Lin Feng. Cough, cough. She awkwardly coughed twice. Gongsun Anqing's gaze was somewhat evasive, steadying herself before looking up at Gongsun Yao again. Can you prepare another breakfast? At this moment, Gongsun Yao stood there, seemingly not hearing her words, still somewhat in disbelief about what she had just seen. Lin Feng had only just arrived a day ago, and yet he had Gongsun Anqing leaning on him. How could this be possible? Even she couldn't accomplish that, let alone leaning on him. She had difficulty just touching his arm earlier. Getting Gongsun Anqing to smile and cling to a man was absolutely impossible. Yet this absolute impossibility was happening right before her eyes, shattering her entire worldview and values. It must be an illusion. It has to be that I didn't sleep well last night because of him creating this illusion. What good is Lin Feng? How could he make Gongsun Anqing cling to him like this? After comforting herself a few times in her heart, Gongsun Yao numbly turned around, preparing to leave. At that moment, a somewhat weak and shy voice from behind broke her last fantasy. Yao, don't tell anyone about what you just saw. Hearing this, Gongsun Yao was struck like a bolt from the blue, frozen in place. She suddenly turned around. Lin Feng, you. She pointed at Lin Feng with a shocked expression, stuttering in disbelief. If this matter were to get out, the Gongsun family would be disgraced. The whole world would be as confused as she was. Seeing her like this, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Since the deed was done, why not hit her again? What? Hurry up and prepare your meal. Saying this, Lin Feng ignored her and stepped past her, leaving Gongsun Yao alone. Staring in disbelief at the two of them laughing and talking, her teeth clenched in anger. Just 10 minutes after Lin Feng and Gongsun Anqing left this place, breakfast was finally prepared. At this moment, in the mansion, Gongsun Ning was already somewhat surprised when she saw Lin Feng. But when the few of them sat at the dining table, she realized that even more shocking things were yet to come. Eat this. Gongsun Anqing expressionlessly picked up a piece of extremely energy-rich meat and placed it on Lin Feng's plate. The dishes on the table were all made from extremely valuable materials. It was difficult for an ordinary person to even eat one meal. But here, it was just their normal daily diet. Gongsun Ning and Gongsun Yao, sitting opposite, were so shocked by this scene that they forgot to move their chopsticks. Although Gongsun Anqing's earlier behavior was quite ordinary, she had never served them food in all these years. Hee. Gongsun Yao grasped her chopsticks tightly, staring daggers at Lin Feng, so furious that her teeth were itching. She never expected that her sister would not only not get closer to her, but instead have a better relationship with Lin Feng, and it was to a surprising extent. Gongsun Ning looked at Lin Feng and couldn't help but feel emotional. You really are something, Lin Feng. Even the Ice Queen can be tamed. Feeling the gazes of the two and the still indifferent expression of Gongsun Anqing beside him, Lin Feng felt somewhat awkward. To be honest, it was Gongsun Anqing who had forced him last night. He didn't have that intention. Although in the end, he couldn't resist and took the initiative a few times. It was unexpected that Gongsun Anqing not only did not resist, but was very compliant, completely different from her current cold demeanor. Lin Feng even doubted whether she had previous experience. However, this thought had been dispelled the night before. What surprised him was that Gongsun Anqing was actually a first-timer. To be so proactive the first time, could it be that beneath the ice mountain lies a wild heart? He had indeed heard that people tend to be clingy after their first time. Moreover, Gongsun Anqing looked to be at most 16 or 17 years old, making it hard to see her real age. Even when they stood together, her height barely reached Lin Feng's shoulder. However, she usually doesn't stand with others, and her personality is very cold, which unconsciously leads people to think she's a tall, elegant woman at one. 8 meters, when in fact she's not that tall. This is also nice. I specifically brought it back from Mount Everest. Gong's son, Anqing, placed a piece of snow lotus in front of Lin Feng, still expressionless. Senior Gong Sunday. Just call my name. Before Lin Feng could speak, Gong's son, Anqing, took the initiative, turning her head to look at Lin Feng with her icy white eyes, full of expectation. Lin Feng could only respond awkwardly and, Anqing, you don't have to worry about me. Hearing the long-awaited response, Gong's son, Anqing, smiled slyly, her eyes curving like crescent moons. To the two of them, this scene felt like a bolt from the blue. Gong's son Yao couldn't help it and forcefully broke her chopsticks. Bang! The broken chopsticks fell to the ground. She also wanted Gong's son, Anqing, to serve her food, wanted to sleep with her sister, and wanted to take their relationship a step further. She had been practicing hard according to the methods Lin Feng taught her. After much effort, she finally managed to change Gong's son, Anqing's perception of her. But unexpectedly, someone had intercepted her halfway, and she lost so completely. However, Gong's son's mindset was different from hers. He looked at Gong's son, Anqing, and Lin Feng with great excitement, his eyes darting back and forth between the two. His gossiping heart burned fiercely. The four of them sat at the dining table, eating an incredibly expensive, nutritious breakfast, but Lin Feng felt like time was dragging on endlessly. After a hasty finish, Lin Feng got up and walked outside. Seeing this, Gong's son, Anqing, calmly got up and followed. At this moment, the two walked silently through the enormous mansion. Finally, Gong's son, Anqing, couldn't help but speak first. I'm sorry, I don't know what I was thinking. At this point, she lowered her eyes with some disappointment and continued, if you don't like it, I'll forget about it. Her feelings had been bottled up for too long. That night, seeing Lin Feng open his heart to her, she couldn't hold back for a moment, and everything erupted. She regretted it afterward. Although it was Lin Feng who took the initiative later, it was still her fault at the beginning. Listening to her still, cold voice, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He almost thought she had turned into a different person overnight. But that wasn't the case. Lin Feng shook his head. To be honest, with Gong's son Anqing's conditions, her suitors in the entire long country were probably lined up endlessly. How many people had poured endless wealth just to earn a smile from her? And such a person possessed both power and strength, making her simply perfect. Hearing this, Gong's son Anqing felt relieved and lifted her head again, restoring her usual cold demeanor. She then said, this matter must not be told to anyone, and you must not bring it up again in the future. She said this to avoid putting any psychological burden on Lin Feng. There's such a good thing? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. He thought he would have to take responsibility for her in the future. However, being responsible for such a cold beauty every night was quite comfortable. Unfortunately, with Gong's son Anqing's strength, she didn't need anyone to take responsibility. So Lin Feng could only nod. Then he suddenly remembered his purpose for coming. He then said to Gong's son Anqing, Senior Gong's son, can you take me to the Warrior Academy? I have important matters to attend to. Gong's son Anqing slightly furrowed her brow. After a moment of thought, she said, I have the authority to appoint you as a special recruitment teacher at the Warrior Academy, which will make things more convenient. Special recruitment teacher. The rights of a teacher at the Warrior Academy were not ordinary at all. He originally thought it would be good enough to be a student, but unexpectedly, he could be a teacher directly. This made things even more convenient. Thinking of this, Lin Feng nodded excitedly. Seeing the scene, a barely noticeable smile appeared on Gong's son Anqing's lips. With a hint of malice, she said, however, this matter may be difficult for Senior Gong's son to accomplish. Lin Feng paused for a moment before realizing, can Anqing help me out? Of course, but it's safer for you to stay by my side. If anything happens, I can find someone to help you. Gong's son Anqing looked at Lin Feng expressionlessly, her possessiveness reaching its peak. The stronger the power, the more unwilling she was to let her things slip away. When faced with Gong's son Anqing's eyes, Lin Feng couldn't help but shiver. Wouldn't disagreeing lead to death? He had only seen such a gaze in those Yander characters from anime. It was fine in anime, but if it were in reality, it would be too terrifying. However, this matter had to be done personally, so Lin Feng mustered his courage and said, no, some things must be done by me personally, and only I can do them. Gong's son Anqing looked at Lin Feng, and after a moment's pause sighed, all right, this is my ice snow token. Just show this token to them when you get there. Saying this, Gong's son Anqing took out an ice blue token from her bosom, with her name, Gong's son Anqing, written on it. Lin Feng reached out to take it, and a chilly sensation immediately came over him, as if he were holding a piece of millennia-old ice, but it didn't freeze his hand. The exclusive token of a divine-level awakener. In the long country, it granted the highest authority. He placed the token into the demon-slaying pot. Thank you. Then I'll leave first, Gong's Sunday. Anqing, Okay. The response was still brief, as if nothing had ever happened between the two. Watching Lin Feng's departing figure, Gong's son Anqing's fingers trembled slightly, but in the end, she made no move. At the same time, Lin Feng changed into his gear. After a few teleportations, he returned to his base of the Black Crow sect. During his absence over the past few days, Heiju had been helping him manage the place. All the hostages had also been brought back. After just a few minutes, Lin Feng arrived at the underground location where the hostages were being held. Think about how much spiritual stone you are worth and call your family. Saying this, Lin Feng threw the phone over. A woman hurriedly answered the phone and called her family. Dad, it's me, Jiran, woo woo woo. Now, they want a ransom to let me go, saying if they don't get the ransom, they will. At this point, Jiran cried, even more tragically. Listening to the other person's words, Lin Feng was already dumbfounded. When did he say that if they didn't pay the ransom, something would happen? This little girl really has a vivid imagination. Even if they didn't pay the ransom, he would still let these people go, because he had already asked the immortal in the pot about the method to erase memories. Although he hadn't completely mastered it yet, he could have Duo cast a spell for him. After the other party received the call, they also sent the spiritual stones over. Money no longer mattered to him. Accumulating more spiritual stones was the way to go, because no matter where, these spiritual stones were hard currency. You could even trade spiritual stones with demons and monsters. However, in the meantime, there was a little episode that Lin Feng was unaware of. Someone had called the Warrior Association to report that the Akatsuki organization was extorting them. However, at that time, the other party did not pay any attention to it, leaving him completely baffled. In fact, these businessmen were also very hated by the Warrior Association. This time, they just happened to take advantage of the Black Crow cult to grind them down and were too lazy to intervene. Moreover, for some unknown reason, the danger level of the Black Crow cult had actually decreased several ranks recently. From the original must-exclude status, it had changed to a more flexible response. About 23,000 spirit stones was quite a lot. Lin Feng looked at the mountain of spirit stones ahead, clicking his tongue in amazement. These merchants didn't know how much they had extorted, and they were even more shameless than him. This was blatant extortion, and they had no way to deal with it. Being able to produce 23,000 spirit stones truly indicated they were very wealthy. Adding up these spirit stones would be enough for him to practice for about 10 years. It could be said that he wouldn't have to worry about not having enough spirit stones for a long time. Meanwhile, Xiao Menglin had already infiltrated the Black Crow cult. She learned that the new leader, a Fei, wanted to resurrect someone named Lin. When she first received this news, her expression was somewhat strange because her own name contained the character Lin. Later, the principal from the Magic City called her to say that the operation was cancelled, which further puzzled her. However, the more confused she became, the more she wanted to find out the truth. After that, she surprisingly saw a post on the news claiming that the masked man might be Lin Feng. The moment she saw that person, she was almost 80% sure it was him, because she had seen this ability more than once. In this world, perhaps only he possessed such awakening abilities. The most crucial thing was that his figure and steps matched perfectly. Xiao Menglin had always liked to observe. Becoming a detective had once been her dream. Therefore, she would meticulously observe a person's habitual posture and steps. He would have fallen into the Black Crow cult just for me, would he? After muttering to herself, Xiao Menglin's expression turned somewhat strange. The likelihood of that was too low. She didn't believe Lin Feng was someone who would easily fall into depravity. Moreover, Xiao Menglin was not confident enough to think she could make Lin Feng feel that way about her. It wasn't a lack of confidence in her appearance, but rather a deep understanding of him. Lin Feng could not be described as anything but a steel-straight man, or at least half of one. Although she did have some feelings for him, it wasn't to that extent. Not long after, a figure walked towards him. Xiao Menglin, the master will be here soon. Let me introduce you. Heiju, dressed in all black, spoke to Xiao Menglin. She nodded, then rolled her eyes inwardly, thinking, I didn't expect you to be into this. Having just entered for a day, things were progressing much smoother than Xiao Menglin had imagined. In such a short time, she would be able to see a Fei of the Black Crow cult with her own eyes. If she could meet him face to face, she would be able to confirm whether the two were indeed the same person. To be honest, she was still somewhat unsettled inside. Meanwhile, Heiju observed Xiao Menglin with some hostility. The other party's appearance was simply too outstanding, like everyone's first love in their hearts. It even made her feel a bit ashamed. For someone like that, regardless of their reasons for entering the Black Crow cult, it posed a huge threat to her. Xiao Menglin naturally felt Heiju's hostility, but she didn't take it to heart. To be honest, it was not surprising for a powerful awakener like Lin Feng, to attract many women. There were many martial artists in this world who had taken in many women, and those women were all willing. In a world where strength was respected, nothing was strange as long as one was strong. Moreover, it was completely normal for many to admire someone as young and powerful as Lin Feng. It would be strange if no one pursued him. At that moment, after standing there for more than 10 minutes, Lin Feng finally walked over slowly. From a distance, he spotted Xiao Menglin immediately. The moment he saw her, he froze for a moment. This brief pause allowed Xiao Menglin to discern his identity, and she revealed her white teeth along with a bright smile. Master, this is a new member named Xiao Menglin. He Ju stepped forward and said to Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng hurriedly cleared his throat. With his divine eyes, how could he not know that Xiao Menglin had already figured out his identity? Hey Ju, don't call me that in the future. Just call me a Fei. This implied that she could call him master in private. Hey Ju looked at Lin Feng, somewhat unclear about his meaning. Upon hearing in private, Lin Feng was even more confused. It's getting dirtier by the minute. Who wouldn't he misunderstand after hearing that? Watching Lin Feng's awkwardness, Xiao Menglin could hardly contain her laughter, feeling quite uncomfortable. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Hey Ju explained the current situation of the Black Crow cult to Lin Feng. Hey Ju, you can leave now. I have a few words to say to her. Yes, master. As Hey Ju retreated to the background, the two of them went to the rooftop of the trading hall. Beside her, Xiao Menglin finally couldn't hold back. Puffed. Ha ha, master, master. Menglin pays her respects to you. Saying this, she bent down and posed towards Lin Feng. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng responded with a deadpan expression. All right, you go warm the bed. Hearing this, Xiao Menglin was taken aback, her face turning red. She didn't expect to be outwitted like that. This situation instantly made her feel as if she had returned to the carefree moments at the Magic City Academy. No fighting against demons, no facing the trivialities of reality. But now things were different. All her classmates had gone their separate ways, with most having died on the front lines fighting demons. Even so, the power of the demons continued to grow stronger, and the only good news was that they were also continuously becoming stronger, unlike their former weak selves. They truly had managed to take control of their own destinies. The two sat side by side on the tall building, looking at the bustling city. My mother once told me that there are other races in this universe. When she was young, she saw a giant dragon swimming in from outer space. One of its scales was as big as a Nordic country. Saying this, Xiao Menglin looked up at the sky, gesturing with her hands to indicate size. Then she suddenly added, but she was crazy, and no one believed her words. I also think it's a lie. As she spoke, Xiao Menglin gazed at the night sky. The colors of the starry river reflected in her eyes. I believe what she said. Lin Feng spoke lightly. Hearing this, Xiao Menglin turned her head in surprise. Looking at his profile. Why? She is a madwoman. Who would believe what a madwoman says? I do. Why? Just based on my intuition. Lin Feng turned his head to gaze into her eyes and slowly spoke. My intuition has always been accurate. Upon hearing this, Xiao Menglin couldn't help but chuckle. She turned her head back to look at the distant deep space. Lin Feng was not just talking nonsense. He had seen real deities in the virtual realm and had encountered extremely powerful demons in forbidden zones. Those demons didn't seem like they had existed on Blue Star for long. Instead, they appeared to be beings from beyond the realm. That's why he felt that there were other races existing in the universe. What he said was not just absurdity. Finally, a night passed quickly. The next morning, Lin Feng finished washing up, put on his clothes, and went downstairs to get into the vehicle that had been called for him. He headed towards the Martial Artist Academy. The location of the Martial Artist Academy was in the most secure, yet also the most dangerous base city among the three major base cities of Long Kingdom. The Everest Base City. It was safe because it was situated on the world's highest mountain peak. However, it was dangerous due to the demons lurking in the ice mountain, all of which were extremely high-level beings. Even crossing endless mountain ranges, the most terrifying forbidden area was right next to it the next day. In another forbidden area, a giant python reaching the heavens was not far away. If it weren't for the mountain ranges separating them, the Everest Base City would have been sandwiched between the two most dangerous forbidden areas. Virum, the vehicle sped out like an arrow released from a bow. It didn't take long to arrive at the teleportation array of the Everest Base City. A total of 10 spirit stones. Since you're a martial artist, this trip is completely free. A sweet voice came out. Pairs of awe-filled eyes looked at Lin Feng as he stepped onto the teleportation array. Buzz. An extremely bright light flashed. The next moment, he was teleported to a brand new location. When he opened his eyes, he found himself surrounded by pristine white snow. with various small houses and tents set up around him, resembling a temporary base. Just after being teleported, a sign on the left displayed some notices. To ensure the absolute safety of the highest base city in Long Kingdom, please team up to enter the base city. Seeing this line, Lin Feng was a bit confused. It was his first time in Everest, and he didn't know about this matter. He didn't expect that this teleportation array did not lead directly to the Everest base city, but was instead established at the foot of the mountain. To reach the peak, he would have to team up with others or pay to hire awakeners for protection. Not to mention the demons on the mountain. Just the cold weather alone could deter many people. No wonder the Everest base city was known as the most fortified base city in the world. Even its own people had to be kept outside. Those who could enter were probably all exceptionally strong elites. It was truly uncertain whether ordinary people could make it up there. Even awakeners had to team up to proceed. Ordinary people were likely to be excluded from there, unless they were very wealthy merchants who could hire hunter teams for escort. At this moment, in front of him were various hunter teams waiting for people. They wanted to gather more people before heading to the top of Everest. As for the so-called escort hunter teams, there were hardly any. There were simply not many ordinary people wanting to enter Everest. Therefore, this bleak business naturally wouldn't have hunter teams waiting here every day. Bro, do you want to team up with us? Our captain is a fully awakened one. Absolutely safe. A voice came from his side. Upon hearing this, the nearby hunter teams began to compete for people. Do you know how to queue? We've been waiting for 2 hours, and finally, an awakener shows up. You want to take him away? Who told you to just stand there? What did you say? The 200 teams clearly had some conflict and were almost about to fight. However, Lin Feng's attention was focused on a team in the distance. This team had only 6 or 7 people, all young awakeners, but their strength was very weak, with the highest only at the entry level. With such strength, wanting to pass through Tianjia to reach the Everest base city was simply a pipe dream. Seemingly noticing Lin Feng's confusion, someone nearby added, "Little brother, don't look at them. Those few passed the Martial Artist Academy exam, but have no money to hire a hunter team for escort, so they can only wait there. Going with them? That would be seeking death. Not to mention spirit-level awakeners. Even hunter teams with fully awakened members can't guarantee 100% to get people there. Martial Artist Academy?" Hearing this, Lin Feng paused for a moment. He was just about to go to the Martial Artist Academy as a teacher. Why not take them along and fulfill his role as a mentor? Saying this, Lin Feng walked towards those few people amidst the surprised gazes of the crowd. Seeing Lin Feng approaching, several awakeners around shook their heads. Now is not the time to show compassion, right? Although the young brother is kind-hearted, he can't put his life on the line. It's better to use the scholarship from the Martial Artist Academy to hire a hunter team for escort. Meanwhile, the student also noticed Lin Feng walking over. Among the 6 or 7 people, only 2 boys and 1 girl were students of the Martial Artist Academy. Although the number of martial artists had greatly increased, there were only a dozen or so this year. Apart from these 3, the others were all students from other academies. The 3 students from the Martial Artist Academy looked towards Lin Feng's direction. So handsome. Damn, how can he be so handsome? One of the students who passed the martial artist exam silently sighed. Then he looked at the golden-haired girl beside him, who had a few braids mixed in her hair. She was currently staring at Lin Feng as if she was frozen in place. Damn it, I finally passed the Martial Artist Academy exam, and on the way, I ran into this foreign Persian. I thought my happy life was about to begin, but now I'm stuck here, unable to move forward or back. And now a particularly handsome person shows up. Damn, it looks like I have to perform well and strive to surpass him in strength. This male student cursed inwardly. At this moment, Lin Feng also walked up to the few people. Aren't you all going to the Martial Artist Academy? It's just on the way. Let's go together. You also passed the Martial Artist Academy? Hearing this question, Lin Feng hesitated for a moment and then smiled wryly. Sort of. He couldn't just say that he had a god-level awakener open doors for him, right? If he said that, no one would believe him. Upon hearing Lin Feng's nod, the other ordinary academy students immediately felt deflated. They had thought they were talented enough, but it turned out that so many people could get into the Martial Artist Academy. At this moment, Lin Feng began to observe the few people, paying special attention to those 3 students from the Martial Artist Academy. At this moment, the man who had been hostile towards him stepped forward to shake hands with Lin Feng, smiling as he spoke. My name is Xiong Dang, a new student at the Martial Artist Academy, just passed the martial artist examination. After saying this, he stood there with a smug face, stealing glances at the blonde Persian beside him. How about it? Am I not very gentlemanly? Has my impressive stature captivated you? The Persian also took a step forward, extending her delicate little hand to shake Lin Feng's. She greeted him in fluent Chinese. Hello, Raphael. Ming, Lin Feng. After shaking hands with these few people, Lin Feng smiled and nodded. All three of them were awakened individuals with A-level abilities or higher, and two of them were S-level, true geniuses. However, this was to be expected. Those who could enter the Martial Artist Academy were undoubtedly the cream of the crop among the awakened. After greeting Lin Feng, they began discussing among themselves. After listening for a while, Lin Feng finally understood why they hadn't moved forward. The cost of hiring a hunter team to escort them to the summit of Mount Everest was prohibitively expensive. Even though the Martial Artist Academy provided funding to cover this expense, they still didn't want to waste money. If they spent it all here, how would they compete in the harsh environment of the Martial Artist Academy later? At this point, Lin Feng realized that not everyone was like him, carrying enough spirit stones for 10 years of use. To have the hunter team take them to the summit, they needed a full 1,000 high-quality spirit stones. They didn't want to waste these spirit stones. After all, the snow-capped mountains weren't always teeming with monsters. Hiring a hunter team was merely to ensure peace of mind, and to have some room for resistance in case of real danger. Even without hiring a hunter team, there was still hope of reaching the base city of Mount Everest unscathed. We have to leave now, otherwise the base city will close tomorrow, and we'll have to wait several more months to get back in, Xiongdang said, taking the lead. The base city of Mount Everest only opens at scheduled times. At other times, it is closed. This meant that today was the only opportunity to enter for the next few months, which is why so many people had gathered here. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. As a student of the Martial Artist Academy, Xiongdang naturally had the highest credibility. Lin Feng had no objections either. So, the group began walking toward the snow-covered mountains ahead. As the saying goes, take a leap, and a bicycle might turn into a motorcycle. If they hesitated any longer, they would miss the best opportunity to move forward and waste several more months waiting. By the time they re-entered the Martial Artist Academy, who knows how far behind they would be, practically equivalent to being eliminated. As they walked toward the mountains, the other hunter teams shook their heads. They did not intend for too many people to travel together. The more people there were, the easier it would be to attract the attention of monsters. It was better for each team to act separately. Traveling in a group of 7 or 8 like Lin Feng and his companions was far too dangerous and was considered a major taboo. I hope we won't see any corpses when we catch up later. Don't worry, the monsters on this mountain are relatively frugal with food. I've heard they have a habit of storing food. The group, dressed in very heavy clothing, climbed toward the summit of Mount Everest. Since they were awakened, their physical condition was different from ordinary people. Unless they encountered monsters, they could still manage to reach the top of Mount Everest. However, after the recovery of spiritual energy, the temperature at the summit was dropping increasingly, making it difficult for ordinary people to withstand the cold. But when Lin Feng ascended, he hadn't considered this issue. Therefore, he was dressed relatively lightly. However, he had an infinite aura surrounding him, making it relatively easy to resist the cold winds. He could lock the temperature within his body tightly enough not to be overcome by the cold. But this was not how others saw it. Lin Feng, are you okay wearing something so thin? Xiongdang asked. Yeah, the temperature on this mountain is lower than you think. The clothes we're wearing are made from the fur of animals from Everest, which are very effective against the cold. If you don't wear something, you might have an accident on the way. The others chimed in with their concerns. Meanwhile, Raphael walked over to Lin Feng and pointed at him. I have a set of women's clothing in my storage ring. Do you want it? Hearing this, Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Although he enjoyed seeing others wear it, he had no such preference for himself. No need, my constitution is special. I've lived in Madagascar since I was young. Madagascar? Where's that? Although the others were puzzled, they didn't insist on demanding he wear something, seeing how determined Lin Feng was. Even if he had lived in an extremely cold place before, the temperature on Everest was much lower than expected. It wouldn't be long before Lin Feng would actively ask them for clothes to wear. At that point, they would dress him in women's clothing. Thinking of this scene, the group couldn't help but chuckle. He's so handsome. I wonder what he would look like in women's clothing. Let's go. We must reach the summit before dark. Ming said. The group continued to walk forward. At first, the slope of the mountain wasn't too steep. With each step, the snow on the ground didn't even reach shoe height. But after a few dozen minutes, they realized it wasn't as simple as they had imagined. The thickness of the snow had now reached their knees, and the slope was getting steeper. Every few steps forward consumed a lot of physical strength, making it feel like they were trudging through a very shallow river, compounded by the heavy snow that made it impossible to see the surrounding paths. The bone-chilling wind seemed to have some kind of magic. Even though they were dressed so warmly, they still felt a chill creeping in from their necks. Everyone, just hold on a little longer. We're almost there. Xiongdang encouraged the group. despite feeling very cold himself. However, the other awakened individuals could no longer hold on. Unlike Xiongdang, who had an exceptionally high talent and physicality, the others were already shivering all over just from walking this far. I can't take it anymore. Let's go back. Yeah, at this rate, we haven't even reached halfway, and we haven't encountered any monsters, but we already can't hold on. Let's find another opportunity another day. Before Xiongdang could speak, the awakened individuals curled their necks and started heading down the mountain. At this point, they were already shivering all over. Relying solely on the fur of these beasts, they could not withstand the severe cold. Watching the few people go down, Xiongdang opened his mouth. Unsure of what to say, he could only look at the remaining few. It was then he noticed Lin Feng, who was still standing there expressionless, as if the biting cold had nothing to do with him. Xiongdang was stunned. He thought that Lin Feng would be the first to ask them for clothes. However, he didn't expect that they would be the ones who couldn't hold on first as they walked behind him. The other party seemed completely unfazed. It should be known that his awakened ability is an S-level bloodline ability, which means he can greatly resist extreme cold and has excellent stamina. Yet even so, he felt a bit cold at this moment, not to mention that the other party was only wearing casual clothes without any heavy clothing. This guy is just trying to show off in front of Raphael. He probably won't last long before asking us for clothes. Xiongdang muttered a few words in his heart and continued to walk up. Raphael and Zhuge Ming followed him. Lin Feng looked at the three of them and nodded in satisfaction. No wonder he could stand out among the crowd. His physique was different from ordinary people. Logically speaking, a girl's physique should be a bit weaker. Moreover, Raphael's awakened ability was different from Xiongdang and Zhuge Ming's, providing almost no enhancement to endurance. Yet unexpectedly, she was also walking quite easily. Indeed, geniuses all have their own secrets. However, Lin Feng didn't intend to delve deeper. He lifted his foot and walked forward. With each step he took, the thick snow a few centimeters from his feet would part under pressure. The energy consumed was almost negligible. As he stepped upward, it felt no different from walking on flat ground. The cold wind couldn't invade their bodies either. However, he was somewhat surprised that these cold winds seemed to consume his energy. Although it was an extremely weak energy, he could still perceive it clearly. Just this point was enough to show how cold the air here was. But with his current physique, even if those cold winds blew on him, it wouldn't feel significant. As the few of them continued to walk upward, the path in the snow-capped mountains became increasingly rugged, and the thickness of the snow also grew higher. There was even a sense of obstruction while walking. Eventually, the accumulated white snow had covered them up to their waists. This was already somewhat unusual. What is going on? Although I heard that the snow up here is thick, it shouldn't be to this extent, right? Zhuge Ming said with some confusion. Yes, I feel the same way. Xiongdang added. They had prepared well before coming here. Logically, the snow should only reach their legs at most, but now it had reached their waists, severely hindering their ascent. If this continues, it will be quite difficult to reach Mount Everest before dark. Meanwhile, a few students had already reached the bottom of the mountain. As soon as the hunter group saw these few people, they burst into laughter. I said it wouldn't work. They insisted on pushing ahead. They probably feared that if they stayed up there any longer, they'd end up in the underworld. Wait, why are a few people missing? Were those martial arts academy students? Watching the students coming down, the group murmured a few words. They noticed that the students from the martial arts academy had not returned. But that was no longer their concern. Let's go. The leader of the hunter group, leaning against the shed, extinguished his cigarette and said fiercely. The others gathered behind him, fully armed, and headed up the mountain. Meanwhile, on Lin Feng's side, after walking for another 10 minutes, Xiongdang finally felt a bit out of breath. Clearly, he had not yet adapted to the high-altitude environment here, continuously gasping for air. The other two were similarly affected, their stamina severely depleted. Should I ask her to borrow some clothes? Xiongdang glanced towards Raphael, who obviously wasn't as cold as he was. He was starting to doubt whether he had bought low-quality protective clothing. The shopkeeper had guaranteed it, but he probably didn't even know where he had run off to now. However, after just a glance, Xiongdang quickly shook his head. A real man can't wear women's clothes. He'd rather freeze to death here or fall off the mountain than wear women's clothes. Just then, a loud rumble came from the snow beside them. The ground bulged up with mounds of snow, spreading toward them. There's something underneath, Zhuge Ming exclaimed, but it was already too late. A creature hidden beneath the snow suddenly jumped out towards them. It was a white-furred creature resembling a monkey, with teeth as large as steel knives, lunging at Xiongdang. Beast! Xiongdang roared, activating the bloodline power within him. At that moment, his blood felt as if it were burning, and his strength was amplified several times as he punched upward. Boom! Oh, whoa! The small snow monster's chest was smashed, and it flew out, crashing heavily into the snow pile and splashing a large area of white. It let out a painful cry and then disappeared from sight. Not bad, Lin Feng silently affirmed in his heart. Zhuge Ming's reaction speed was quick. He instantly realized something was wrong. Xiongang's strength was also impressive. That monster was of the same tier as him, and with one punch, he had nearly crippled it, demonstrating his power. Huh. Xiongang let out a breath, looking smugly at the others, assuring them that with him around, no one would get hurt. However, at that moment, Raphael poured a bucket of cold water on him. That was a snow monkey. Once you provoke one, the others will all come to attack us. You shouldn't have let it go. Hearing this, Xiongang, who was originally proud, suddenly froze. What should we do now? They had already made it halfway. Going back wasn't realistic anymore. They could only hurry away from here. Maybe they wouldn't be chased. Hurry, hurry. Xiongang no longer hesitated and quickly headed up. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was somewhat puzzled. Before coming, he had checked a lot of information, which he accessed using Gongsun Anqing's privileges. Information about creatures like the snow monkey could only be accessed after becoming a martial artist. How did Raphael, as a foreigner, know this? Moreover, she seemed to know more details than Xiongang and Zhuge Ming. Clearly, these two had not realized the issue. Although they had done some research, they had not found any information about the snow monkeys. Lin Feng knew that once provoked, they would not rest until they hunted you down. The best solution was to kill one upon sight, never let one escape. But it was obviously too late now. Since this snow monkey had already caught their scent, unless they left this snow mountain, they would definitely be found. However, Lin Feng didn't mind. Even if they came, it would just provide him with experience. The snow monkeys were at most of entry level. Unless they provoked the leader among them, their level might reach peak or even spirit tier. In front of Lin Feng, there was still not enough to be taken seriously. Even if he just used his ability with soil, he could kill peak tier monsters. It can be said that it was effortless. Indeed, after everyone had walked for a while, a series of squeaking sounds filled the air. In that instant, Xiongang's expression changed. They were actually being chased. Just listening to the sound gave a feeling of echoes in a hollow valley, sorrowful and lingering. It was as if snow monkeys were everywhere. Hurry up. There's a canyon halfway up this snow mountain, where our senior Gongsun prepared a refuge a few months ago. Once we get there, we'll be safe, Zhuge Ming urged. Upon hearing this, everyone was panting heavily, quickly moving upward. Lin Feng, however, silently followed at the back. His observation haki already covering the surroundings. 50, 120, 170. The number was still increasing. More and more monsters were hiding in the snow. If they didn't leave soon, with the strength of the three of them, they would likely perish here. It was surprising that even martial artists coming up from the mountain below faced such danger. Lin Feng muttered. No wonder Gongsun Anqing said he had been to the Everest base city. He came here to prepare a temporary refuge. Without this refuge, many people would likely have perished here. Along the way, they were constantly attacked by snow monkeys, nearly unable to hold on. Some of them even bore injuries. Fortunately, these snow monkeys were somewhat afraid of death and didn't swarm them all at once. Instead, they jumped up one by one to harass them. The more they consumed their energy, the more exhausted everyone became. By the time they reached the canyon above, the three were already panting heavily, continuously exhaling mist. But they couldn't stop, because those snow monkeys were still behind them, their cries echoing loudly, just waiting for a moment of inattention to launch a sneak attack. They clearly harbored intense resentment towards them, as if they were playing a game and had their internet connection cut off midway. Along the way, a few snow monkeys jumped to attack Lin Feng, but after being killed, none dared to come up again to seek trouble. Ridiculous. Although their intelligence was low, seeing their companions jump up one by one only to be slapped dead, who would still dare to bounce up. Finally, they reached a platform at the mountain's peak. The halfway point of this mountain seemed to have been flattened, revealing a platform. There was also a gigantic door, looking as if it were frozen, standing in front of them. This door was the canyon in the middle of the mountain, sealed by immense magical power. Could this really be the work of humans? Looking at the magnificent platform ahead, Zhuge Ming exclaimed. This was simply beyond human capability, sealing the entire canyon within. Only a divine-level awakener could achieve this. Gazing at the extraordinarily grand door, everyone felt their fear of the snow mountain diminish significantly, and their respect for Gongsun Anqing deepened. Regarding him in their hearts as an inviolable ice deity, they increasingly yearned to become divine-level awakeners. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At this moment, the snow monkeys behind them were angrily screeching, but they did not dare to approach, lingering in the distance. Just then, a sound of ice crystals shattering came from ahead. Crack! In an instant, those lingering snow monkeys seemed to have been startled, suddenly running down the mountain, completely losing their previous arrogance. Within no time, they had vanished without a trace, leaving only tracks on the ground to indicate they had been there. What's going on? Why did they all run away? Could it be that they were scared off by my power? Xionggang said narcissistically at this moment. Meanwhile, the ice mountain ahead occasionally creaked. However, everyone did not pay attention to it. Instead, they realized that Lin Feng seemed a bit unusual. They had arrived here, not only shivering from the cold, but also exhausted. Their strength depleted to over half. Each of them was panting with flushed faces. On the contrary, Lin Feng appeared indifferent. Damn, brother Lin Feng, what material is your clothing made of? It's so warm? It's not about warmth, is it? You just walked out an attack from so many snow monkeys, and your clothes are still intact? At this moment, the two looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Oh, I'm just more resistant to cold. More resistant to cold can do this? Who are you trying to fool? Where's this Madagascar place? So amazing. Although the two felt they were safe now, in reality, there was still a monster hiding here. Lin Feng had already used his observation hockey to see that creature. There was an ice element monster hiding beside the gigantic door. Its ice crystal-like eyes concealed in the snow mountain, watching the group intently, just waiting for them to walk past. It was likely that it had often been lurking here, waiting for awakeners. And these snow monkeys had been scared away by it. Damn, it stole my thunder again. Xionggang looked at the little canary, taking a keen interest in observing Lin Feng. A desire to show off arose within him, as he strode confidently toward the door ahead, clearly unaware that there was a monster hiding in the ice mountain, blending in with it. However, Lin Feng had no intention of reminding him. Sometimes too much confidence isn't a good thing. It needs to be tempered. As a teacher, he couldn't just intervene. Let this monster give him a good beating. Avalanche level. Peak entry strength. 5133 speed. 4133 stamina. 1345 ability. Ice explosion description. A monster skilled in disguise. Often fixed in one place to hunt prey. A monster skilled in disguise? If it weren't for Lin Feng's excessively abnormal abilities, it would be quite difficult to discover this monster hiding in the snow mountain. From a distance, it appeared as if it were originally part of the mountain itself. Unless it made a movement, no one would notice it at all. Why is this door closed? I remember it used to be open. As he walked forward, Xionggang observed the surrounding environment, not noticing the ice figure staring intently at him beside the door. Meanwhile, the other two followed behind him, moving forward as well. Finally, halfway through the journey, what is that? Raphael frowned slightly, pointing at the side of the door. She stopped in place, showing no intention of moving forward. What thing? Isn't it just an ice mountain? The two looked in the direction of her delicate finger, somewhat puzzled. Lin Feng, however, was startled. The aura of this monster was hidden extremely well, almost blending into the surrounding environment. Moreover, in such heavy snow, the cold air would cause one's cognitive ability to decline. Yet even so, this foreign girl still spotted that monster. Truly not simple. Don't worry, there's nothing there. If you don't believe me, I'll go check it out. Xionggang raised his eyebrows and walked forward. In no time, he reached the ice wall and knocked on it with his hand. Turning back, he smiled at everyone. See, I told you. Crack. Before he could finish his sentence, a sound of ice cracking echoed. A massive arm suddenly shot out from the ice wall, slamming down towards the ground. What the hell? Xionggang was instantly stunned. He didn't have time to react, and the next moment, that huge arm was about to smash into his face. Just then, a thin layer of pale yellow light appeared above his head. Bang! A terrifyingly loud sound erupted. The fist that could have created a hole in the ground was actually blocked by the light curtain. Of course, it was only for a moment. The next second, the light curtain was shattered. With a bang, Xionggang was forcefully smashed into the ground, his entire body sinking in. TSK. Raphael, seeing her light curtain shattered, coldly looked at the giant beast ahead, clearly displeased. The light curtain just now was created by her. Freeze! With a roar, the entire body of Avalanche leaped out from the mountains. Its inverted spine-shaped body was topped with two pairs of massive arms and a head. It was taller than a 3-story building. As it emitted a faint blue light, a loud rumble sounded. The cold air from its body burst outwards, freezing everything in its path with thick frost and ice spikes. The next second, Xionggang was frozen underground. The frigid air was about to reach the three of them. Get behind me. Raphael extended her right hand, her golden hair illuminated by the light as it flew up. In an instant, a light curtain appeared around her. and Zhuge Ming and Lin Feng hurriedly jumped inside. At this moment, the cold air slammed into the two of them. A layer of frost immediately formed on the outside of the shield, revealing sharp spikes. But fortunately, it was blocked. Roar! Seeing its attack blocked, Avalanche became furious. It let out a roar into the air and floated towards the three. Zhuge Ming panicked. They absolutely couldn't let it get close. If it unleashed that skill again, we would all be finished. My ability is close combat. Lin Feng, it's your turn. Zhuge Ming looked at Lin Feng anxiously. Raphael, standing in front, also stared over with great interest, clearly noticing his unusualness. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Let me out. He turned to Raphael, then walked towards the light curtain. As he reached the side of the light curtain, Raphael opened a door for him, and Lin Feng dove out to confront the incoming avalanche. He originally wanted to see how well these three coordinated together, whether they could defeat this monster of their level without taking damage. However, he underestimated this foreign girl. The opponent had somehow realized he had been slacking off in the team. Now that he was about to make a move, he would probably be exposed. So, let's start with a small skill. Lin Feng formed hand seals, his gaze fixed on Avalanche. Fire style, exploding phoenix dance. As his voice fell, a fire dragon suddenly appeared in the void ahead, striking like a long snake under his control. It was incredibly swift. In an instant, it carved a blazing path through the blizzard, instantly evaporating the nearby snow and ice. Roar! At that moment, the cold air within Avalanche condensed again, wanting to unleash that skill, but was already too late. Lin Feng's storm dance, enhanced by his prowess, was extraordinarily fast, instantly biting into Avalanche. Then it erupted with immense flames. The icy crystal structure of the opponent's body was directly melted in this fierce fire. Lin Feng looked at the deep pit he had created in the ground and twitched his mouth. Was that too much? He originally just wanted to knock the opponent away. He didn't expect to meld it completely. Why was this guy so tough? Seeing this scene, Zhuge Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Lin Feng. Even Raphael beside him was astonished, instinctively taking a deep breath. Even if he was hiding his strength, it couldn't be to this extent, right? He thought Lin Feng was only slightly stronger than them. Now it seemed the gap in strength was far more significant. Bro, is your fire dragon some kind of awakened ability? It can't be SSS grade, right? Zhuge Ming was already a bit envious. He thought his awakened ability was cool enough, but he didn't expect there to be something even cooler. At this moment, Xiongdang, buried deep in the snow, also jumped out. That last hit didn't knock him out. Fortunately, when the opponent's fist was about to come down, a light curtain helped him block it, giving him time to activate his awakened ability, greatly increasing his toughness. Don't be afraid, brothers, I'm back. Xiongdang suddenly jumped out and shouted forward. He turned his head, but did not find any trace of the monster, instantly looking confused. Where did that monster go? It has already been dealt with by Lin Feng. The other party pointed to the deep pit on the ground. Xiongdang looked over, then turned back to Lin Feng, bewildered. Isn't that a top 10 level, even in the Martial Artist Academy? This time we can safely reach the peak by holding onto a big leg. Brother Lin Feng, when we get into the academy, you have to take care of us. After all, we've been through hardships together. Hearing these words, Lin Feng smiled bitterly and nodded. Take care? How could I not? I'm not going to be a student. It wouldn't be possible not to take care of them. At the same time, the group walked forward and arrived at the entrance of the canyon. Just as everyone was wondering how to open the door, Lin Feng took out Gongsun Anqing's token and placed it on the door. This token, resembling ice crystals, made contact with the door. Rumble. A huge sound came from ahead. The entire door cracked open in the middle, just enough for 3 or 4 people to pass through. The group hurriedly entered, fearing the door would close again at any moment. Sure enough, as soon as they entered, the massive door closed up again. What kind of token is this? It actually has such an effect. I remember this canyon only opens at specific times. Even if you want to enter midway, you have to report in advance about the spirit stones required. Wow, Brother Lin, you're quite wealthy. When we get into the Martial Artist Academy, you must take care of us more, right, Sister Raphael? Xiongdang said, looking at Raphael beside him. She merely nodded silently, with an extremely cold attitude. However, Lin Feng could tell that this was not simple indifference. There was a hint of disdain mixed in, completely different from what he had seen before. It was a sense of superiority that could not be suppressed. Could she be the daughter of some prominent family? Lin Feng felt a bit puzzled. Although the other party was not exactly warm during the journey, she wasn't cold either. However, this feeling of sitting atop the clouds was hard to hide. The only thing that confused him was, since she was the daughter of a prominent family, why would she come up the mountain with people like them? She could just pay to come up directly. unless it was to hone herself. Do wealthy people also engage in such competition these days? Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. People like him, who were poor, could only rely on their own hard work. Yet some people were born with a golden key in their mouths. However, it didn't seem quite right to call himself poor now. After all, he was the leader of the Black Raven sect. Although he was only nominally the leader, the Black Raven sect in the 3 major bay cities of Long Country were basically under his command. It could be said that he had thousands of companies under his name. Even at the peak of Mount Everest, there were members of the Black Raven sect stationed there. However, most of these were managed solely by the leader of Long Country's Black Raven sect. His authority was not yet great enough to command her. Now, if he wanted to uproot her, it was clear that his level was still insufficient. As a large door behind them closed, the entire canyon was sealed off. From here, one could see the path they would take tomorrow. There was only half left. By noon tomorrow, the city gate would close. It was getting late, so they might as well wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow? It's so cold here. Are we really going to sleep here tonight? Xiongdang couldn't help but shiver. Although this place was much better than the outside and wouldn't cause frostbite, he could still feel the chill. At this moment, Lin Feng found a clearing and took out a portable tent from the demon refining pot. Bang! As this portable tent opened, the 2 people in the distance widened their eyes. See you tomorrow. Lin Feng waved to them and crawled into the tent, lying down comfortably. As students, they needed to undergo training. How could they walk comfortably? Flowers that thrive in a greenhouse can't withstand the cold. The 2 outside looked at him with some jealousy. Raphael had already leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. Meanwhile, a team of hunters at the foot of the mountain had reached the halfway point. As they moved forward, they noticed something was off. Boss, it seems like the snow is coming down quite heavily. What do you know? The heavier the snow, the greater the chance that thing will appear. That's what the boss said. With that, 6 or 7 of them continued forward and soon saw a ground covered with monkey corpses. Everyone was taken aback. As they moved forward, their shock grew. Were these snow monkeys killed by those martial arts academy students? Clearly, the monkey corpses had only just died, covered by a thin layer of ice. And there were an extremely large number of them. It was obvious they had just been hunted. Only those who could come up the mountain at this time could do so. Besides their hunting team, there were only the 3 students from the martial arts academy left. Could this be something students could do? To kill so many snow monkeys in such a short time with this much snow? Could be that newcomer? Unexpectedly, he was hiding such formidable strength. Everyone was a bit surprised. They initially thought Lin Feng would definitely suffer by following these people up, but unexpectedly, he had safely hunted so many monsters along the way. At this point, he must have already reached that canyon. Let's go, it's getting dark. We should hurry up. With that, they quickly rushed upward. They also had the tools to open the canyon. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to come to the peak in such extreme weather. As time gradually passed, the sky grew darker. At this moment, far away in the capital city, in Gongsun Anqing's residence, Gongsun Qing, who had been lying on the bed, slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were not icy white, but rather an extremely deep and calm darkness. As soon as she opened her eyes, she recalled the events experienced by Gongsun Anqing. However, after a short while, a rush of red surged up her neck, followed by an endless wave of anger. Lin Feng. Bang! At this moment, her eyes were filled with fury, and her body trembled slightly. The glass cup on the table instantly shattered. She and Gongsun Anqing shared a single body. Whatever the other party did with Gongsun Anqing, she could naturally feel it clearly. The only thing she did not expect was that something she thought would never happen to Gongsun Anqing actually did. And it was with the person she hated most. Lin Feng, not just once. Every time that scene came to her mind, a mix of shame and anger surged from her chest. Yet, she could not exclude that scene from her mind, as if this body particularly enjoyed recalling it. At this moment, her chest rose and fell continuously as she struggled to push that memory from her mind. But the more she tried, the more shameful it became. Gongsun Anqing actually. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, she calmed down and let out a long breath. Her eyes were icy cold. I once thought that there was nothing in this world that could make me angry. It seems I was wrong. Unfortunately, the person who made me aware of this incident and this humiliation will have to pay with their life. How dare they let her suffer such humiliation? Even she could not calm down at this moment. Someone must go to the Everest Bay City and take care of Lin Feng. Moreover, this person's strength could not be too weak, because Gongsun Anqing had already entertained the thought of going to the Everest Bay City. Once Gongsun Anqing really reached the Everest Bay City and stayed with Lin Feng day and night, she feared she would be the first to collapse. To complete her grand plan, she needed to remain calm at all times. A strong, obedient, and trustworthy person. It could only be him. A Fei. I hope you won't disappoint me. At this moment, halfway in Zhufeng Bay City, Lin Feng, who was about to fall asleep, suddenly received a call on his phone. In America, there are apples. In China, there are pineapples. It was a strange number. Pineapple phones are so strong. This ghost place even has a signal. Lin Feng pressed the answer button and held it to his ear, waiting for the other party to speak first. If the other party said, "Hello, 1008, he would hang up immediately. A Fei. An extremely cold voice entered his ears, but the tone was clear. Lin Feng instantly recognized who it was and hurriedly replied, "It's me. The plan has changed. Besides obtaining the Xianyuan sword, help me kill someone named Lin Feng." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. In the past, it was always said to deal with people, but this time he was actually told to kill someone directly, and even to kill himself? Could it be? As Lin Feng thought of this, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. Then he responded in an extremely indifferent tone, "Master, are you feeling unwell?" As soon as he said this, Lin Feng noticed the other person's breathing had become heavier. Even a phone was being squeezed so hard it was creaking. It took a while for the person to calm down. "No worries if possible. Take a photo for me before you act. The Church of Everest will assist you. Remember, I believe in you." Beep, beep, beep. Hearing the other person's anger, Lin Feng felt a sense of schadenfreude. He suddenly didn't regret it as much. This basically confirmed that the two were indeed one and the same. No wonder the Black Crow sect had been unable to be eradicated. But this was too ruthless. They actually wanted to see the scene before his death. He didn't expect this person to be even more sensitive than Gong Sananqing. But then again, waking up to such a thing was quite a shock. The Black Crow leader was probably not a good person. Since he couldn't be considered a virtuous woman, Lin Feng didn't mind. At this moment, he suddenly recalled. Back in the Forbidden Area, that monster had been chasing Gong Sananqing and ignored him. Could it be for this reason? It seemed he had wronged you. You truly are an angel. Lin Feng stroked the armor on his chest. A sense of security surged from his heart. At the same time, boom, a huge sound came from the mouth of the canyon. A cold gale rushed in, instantly waking the three of them. Xiongdang squinted as he looked out into the blizzard. Lin Feng also peered outside through the tent. In his six-eyed view, the tent seemed non-existent, and he could easily see the scene outside. 6 or 7 people were walking in through that huge gap, clearly frozen to the bone. Damn, it's still warm in here. Staying outside for a night would probably turn me into a popsicle. Why even have a tent? Could that kid have brought a storage ring? The others were a bit surprised. Storage rings were quite expensive and not something everyone could obtain. They thought it was already impressive to get in here. At least it was much better than outside. However, upon seeing that warm tent, they suddenly felt unbalanced. But there was nothing they could do. They could only find a wall to sit against, right across from the three. Xiongdang cautiously looked over at them. This was an unclaimed territory, and if any ill intentions arose, conflicts could ensue. They were at a disadvantage in numbers. Raphael remained calm with her eyes closed. In no time, those few people gathered around a fire they made and sat against the wall, occasionally glancing at Raphael's serene face. At that moment, her golden hair and delicate features reflected in the flames, appearing very harmonious. Old 3, look at that foreign girl over there. She's really good looking. She's a student from Martial Arts Academy. TSK, TSK, TSK. I still don't know what this foreign girl tastes like. The two looked at Raphael, sitting against the wall, gossiping and nearly drooling. Scram. Sitting against the wall, Raphael spoke softly without even opening her eyes. Although her voice was quiet, it still reached the ears of the two in this open space. In an instant, a surge of anger rose in their hearts, which then morphed into excitement. Nice. I like this. It's even better with a foreign girl. As they spoke, a glint of greed flashed in their eyes, scanning Raphael. Having been hunters for so many years, they had done quite a bit outside. They weren't afraid to mess with people from the Martial Arts Academy. Old 2, Old 3, if you don't want to die, shut up. The leader of the hunting group, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, scolded the two. Just now, he had merely glanced at the tent, feeling as if someone there had made eye contact with him, instantly sending chills down his spine. He was a fully awakened individual. Just a glance could give him such a feeling? How could that be? The only explanation was that the opponent's strength was far beyond his. Having survived in the wild for so many years, his instincts had always been accurate. But boss, those people are just students from the academy, right? I can't stand her arrogant demeanor. If I don't teach her a lesson, I won't feel right. We're in the wild, why back down? The second one greedily glanced forward, setting aside the 3 martial arts academy students. That person with the tent definitely had a storage ring. The value of that item was immeasurable. Moreover, their leader was becoming increasingly cowardly, and he had long found that intolerable. Since they had come out to Rome, what was there to be afraid of? Why follow the rules when they could join the Martial Arts Association? I'll state this clearly, I won't participate in this matter. The leader spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, the ever-loyal old three also backed down. Then I won't go either. Hee, that's perfect. I'll just grab the stuff, and you guys better not come asking me for it later. With that, the second one suddenly stood up and walked forward, completely disregarding the others. At this moment, he had just stepped into the fully awakened stage and was very confident in his strength. The squatting leader, however, was a bit panicked. Losing a subordinate didn't matter much. After all, they were just out together to make a living with no blood ties. But if he attracted that big shot's attention, it could implicate him, and that wouldn't be good. But it was too late now. The other party had already walked up to Lin Feng and the others. The three of them cautiously looked over. It would be best if both sides had no interaction and left each other alone. However, the other party's approach clearly indicated ill intentions. So, you were just insulting us? The black-robed man said slyly, looking at Raphael sitting against the wall. He intended to shift the blame onto her, thinking that if a fight broke out, he could gain the upper hand since the Martial Arts Academy would pursue it later. After all, the dead couldn't argue with him. Hearing this, Raphael slowly raised her head to look at him. Although her gaze was extremely calm, it still made the man in the black robe feel insulted. He suddenly laughed angrily. Hee, little girl, this is our territory in Longwa. If you agree to a few of my requests, maybe I'll let you go. As he spoke, his eyes eagerly scanned Raphael's figure. But naturally, he didn't genuinely want anything from her. He only said and did this to provoke her, giving himself a reason to strike. Once she rejected him, he would have a reason to act. And just then, Xiongdang finally couldn't hold back. As soon as he stood up, he wanted to take action. But at that moment, Zhuge Ming stopped him. If you fight them now, even if you win, it will be difficult to reach Mount Everest by noon tomorrow. Hearing this, the furious Xiongdang finally calmed down. He couldn't let his whole life be dictated by emotions. Even if he sought momentary satisfaction, in the end, they would be the ones suffering. To say what you want, we still have some spirit stones on us, consider compensation. Xiongdang forced himself to speak through his anger. Upon hearing this, the man in the black robe couldn't help but sneer. He thought he could easily provoke them. But unexpectedly, the one called Zhuge Ming was quite cautious. However, thinking that a few spirit stones could appease him, he was still too naive, of course. But since she insulted us, she naturally needs to come and spend some time with the brothers. That would show sincerity, wouldn't you agree? After saying this, the man in the black robe chuckled. Raphael, sitting on the ground, turned his head away in disdain. Trash. At that moment, the man in the black robe twisted his smile in his heart. However, on the surface, he was filled with anger. What did you say? As soon as he spoke, a massive pressure spread towards the three of them. This was the pressure of a full-tier awakened being. Xiongdang and Zhuge Ming immediately felt their legs tremble uncontrollably, as if disaster was imminent. A full-tier awakened being. In this team, besides their leader, there was actually a member at the full-tier level. Even if they were geniuses, the level difference was too great for them to be rivals. Moreover, they had only recently entered this stage. This kind of pressure made their bones crackle. They were simply not on the same level. Sweat began to bead on their foreheads. Yet Raphael, who was squatting on the ground, remained expressionless. Since you are unwilling, don't blame me for being ruthless. Saying this, he looked towards Raphael. The most delicious part would naturally be saved for last. There would be plenty of time to play with her then. This scene was observed by the members of their team. They all knew the second member's preferences, which were rather perverse. Anyone who fell into his hands never ended well. They just didn't expect that these students from the Martial Arts Academy would be so intolerant, unable to withstand just the pressure. They regretted not joining in to share the spoils. Only their leader did not have a hint of regret in his heart. Instead, he looked a bit nervous. You better not provoke the one in the tent, or we'll be implicated too. If the gap in strength between the students of the Martial Arts Academy and the man in the black robe was large, then the gap between him and the one in the tent was equally vast. He was the kind of existence that could crush him with just one finger. If his subordinates really took action, he would end up with a reputation for poor oversight. Wouldn't that bring trouble upon himself? Just then, he suddenly saw the other's gaze fall on the small tent. No, he absolutely couldn't let him take action. Their leader suddenly stood up and walked forward. The others, seeing this, were instantly amazed. Foreign girls are still attractive. Even their leader couldn't resist. At this moment, the cloaked man was fixated on the tent where Lin Feng was. He felt extremely displeased. He had been standing here talking for so long, Yet the other party was still safely sleeping inside the tent. He was not being taken seriously at all. He could only use fire to keep warm. Yet this person was actually sleeping alone in a tent. How would he tolerate that? Whoever tolerates it is a loser. Heh, soon I'll make you sleep on the floor. The black-robed man took 2 steps toward the tent, planning to deal with Lin Feng first. In his view, Lin Feng, who joined midway, should be the strongest one. At that moment, the leader of the hunter team also came over. Upon seeing him, the black-robed man was momentarily stunned. Wasn't it said he wouldn't come? Why did he run over again? However, since they had agreed beforehand, he naturally wouldn't divide with the other party. In front of so many people, how could he go back on his word? Are you planning to take action against him first? Of course, what else? A hint of doubt appeared on his face. In the next second, a large foot flew into his view, occupying all his sight. Bang! The black-robed man, unable to defend himself, had his face squished in, crashing into the wall in the distance. The pressure on Xiongdang and the others immediately vanished without a trace. They looked at their leader in surprise. At this moment, he bowed towards the tent. Senior, it's my mismanagement of my subordinates. Please don't take offense. I have already dealt with him. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The 3 students from the Martial Arts Academy stared blankly, not understanding why this was happening. The leader of the hunter team, a full-tier awakened being, actually bowed towards Lin Feng's direction, and he repeatedly called him senior. The others in their team were also dumbfounded. Is the leader okay? Come on. There's no need to be this afraid, right? The other side hasn't even made a move yet. This was a bit too cowardly, wasn't it? Yeah, I'm starting to regret following him just because of a possibility he turns against his own subordinates, even if the second one is indeed at fault. The group was in a heated discussion, genuinely puzzled by his actions. At this moment, the second member, who had fallen to the ground, slowly stood up and spat out a mouthful of blood. He glared fiercely at the person who had kicked him earlier. I see you're really getting old. My brothers following you can only suffer. Everyone, watch closely what kind of person this so-called senior really is. At this moment, the second member's heart ignited with rage. As long as he defeated Lin Feng here, he would take the position of the leader of the hunter team. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a weight suddenly descended from above. In an instant, it pressed him flat against the ground. At this moment, his bones began to break one by one, making terrifying cracking sounds. His cries of pain sent chills down the spines of everyone present. In no time, he fainted. Throw him out. Everyone needs to sleep. It's too noisy to leave him here. Hearing this, everyone around was stunned, staring in disbelief at the tent. Was this situation caused by him? What level of power is this? To be able to crush a full-tier awakened being in an instant. Could it be a spirit tier? Thinking of this, the members of the hunter team felt a chill run down their spines. They had almost taken action against a spirit tier awakened being. They were practically courting death. I'll throw him out right away. The leader quickly nodded. Then he walked over and dragged the black-robed man, who was now like a dead dog on the ground, to the frozen door and tossed him out. Looking at the figure lying outside the door, the captain sighed. Who told you to seek death first? You didn't believe my words. Since you want to kill others, you should also be prepared to be killed yourself. Moreover, people like him, scum, still dare to call themselves citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. I guess now, he isn't even considered a human anymore. Boom! As soon as the door closed, the calls of snow monkeys came from outside. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Then there was a horrifying scream that made the few people inside feel their scalps tingle. They were instantly grateful that they hadn't listened to the other party's words and gone out with him. Otherwise, they would be the ones lying outside now. For a moment, the respect that several people had for the hunter captain increased a few more points. It turns out that experienced hunters are indeed more reliable. If the second-in-command had become their captain, everyone would probably have gone to their graves with him. The group stayed in the canyon like this. The next day, at just 6 in the morning, Lin Feng woke up. Due to the time constraints, he didn't dare to stay here too long. At this time, the high mountains were already lit up. It wasn't too dark. However, just as he was about to go out to wake the other 3, he suddenly heard the voices of the hunters outside the tent. Boss, should we go up now? Let's go. If we wait for them to wake up and follow, we probably won't be able to monopolize that thing. After speaking, hurried footsteps were heard outside. In a short while, those few people headed up the mountain. Lin Feng became interested. These hunters dared to go up the mountain at this time. He suspected they had some ulterior motive. At the same time, Raphael also opened her eyes and looked in the direction where those people left. However, all her movements were under Lin Feng's observation. So many people were interested and actually sought treasure behind his back. Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile. He stepped outside expressionlessly and stretched slowly. Raphael noticed Lin Feng coming out and closed her eyes again, lying back down as if still in a dream. Huh, Why are these people leaving so early? Lin Feng asked in confusion. He walked over and shook each of the three awake. Ugh, Raphael rubbed her delicate eyes, looking as if she had just woken up. Lin Feng's nostrils flared slightly. He didn't expect her to act so convincingly. Her acting skills were already at 8/10 of his level. If he hadn't seen the whole process, he would have believed she had just woken up. The three of them packed their things and slowly got up. Lin Feng, are you really a student of the martial arts academy? Xiongdang asked, while Raphael and Zhu Gaming also focused their eyes on him, clearly surprised. With such strength, it was impossible for him to be a student of the martial arts academy. Those who had just enrolled were basically at the entry level. To instantly kill an awakened being of that level, unless he was a senior student from the martial arts academy, it was impossible to achieve. I never said I was a student of the martial arts academy, Lin Feng replied. I only said I was on the way with you. Upon hearing this, Xiongdang was momentarily stunned. It seemed he had never actually said that. He only mentioned wanting to go with them to the martial arts academy, but that didn't mean he was a student there. With such strength, you wouldn't be a sparring partner at the martial arts academy, would you? Zhu Gaming put his hand on his chin, speaking with confusion. That makes sense. He must be a sparring partner. I've heard that those who practice at the martial arts academy are all top-notch freaks, and they charge exorbitantly. After all, they have to spar with a group of monsters. Their own strength must be guaranteed. Given that this job is something few people can do, the salary is naturally ridiculously high. It might even be more than the scholarships they get as students there. The few of them cast envious and admiring glances at Lin Feng. Hiring an awakened being of this level would cost a lot of money, and now he was actually coming along with them for free. They were really getting a great deal. Moreover, he was a sparring partner from the martial arts academy. If they built a good relationship, maybe they could get a discount or something. Seeing the fervent gazes of the few people, Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Since they were willing to think this way, let them think it. Let's set off first. It's still quite dangerous, and we must reach Mount Everest by noon. All right, now you're the boss. You decide. Xiongdang willingly stepped back. He was very eager to join the martial arts academy. In his eyes, those who could enter were all powerful individuals, the elite of the world. Okay, Lin Feng put away his gear and walked toward the front of the canyon. He didn't know why, but everywhere he went, someone recognized him as the boss. Was it because he looked not too young? Or was it because his strength was too strong, attracting admirers one after another? He felt the second possibility was very likely. Thinking of this, Lin Feng narcissistically nodded. Sigh, having strength is a hassle. As the group walked deeper, they crossed the entire canyon in just a few minutes. They opened the huge door, and a howling wind rushed in. What came into view was an extremely thick layer of deep snow in the distance. So thick, this is almost up to my stomach, right? If we can't make it there by noon, we'll be locked outside. If we come back later, we won't be able to open the door to this canyon. And that will be it. Zhu Gaming's expression became serious. I know a shortcut, Raphael said slowly. Upon hearing this, the two turned around in surprise. Where's the shortcut? Take us there now. However, as soon as the two spoke, they realized something was off. Raphael, aren't you a foreigner? How do you know so much about the geography of the Dragon Kingdom? It seemed she was already prepared. Raphael immediately responded, I'm a mixed blood. Mixed blood? The two nodded in understanding. No wonder she looks so beautiful. Saying this, the few of them followed Raphael forward. Lin Feng followed behind. She probably wanted to follow that hunter group, but Lin Feng didn't plan to stop her. He also wanted to see what they were up to. As the group followed Raphael, the path became increasingly rugged. Along the way, someone nearly rolled off the edge of the mountain, but Lin Feng managed to pull her back in time. Once they fell into that deep valley, no one knew what was hidden below. It could be just a few meters, or it could be thousands of meters deep. For a moment, everyone stood beside Lin Feng, trusting him more. As they continued forward, Raphael kept identifying the traces around her. Although the path they had taken would quickly be buried by the blizzard, she could still track it extremely accurately. The snow fell heavier and heavier until it was already up to the waist and then to the chest of the group, making it hard to see the road. What kind of shortcut is this? Why is it getting heavier and heavier? On this snowy day, the road was almost impossible to see. Are you sure you're not lost? We're almost there, Raphael replied silently, pushing forward against the cold wind. After walking for another 10 minutes, they finally reached a flat area. However, the cold here was even more intense, fiercer than the previous blizzard. Ahead, what was that? It seemed like a few pillars? Xiongdang was already shivering from the cold, and Zhu Gaming was starting to struggle as well, relying solely on the will to reach the martial arts academy. At this point, only Lin Feng and Raphael could still withstand the harsh cold. As they noticed a change in the scenery ahead, everyone lifted their heads to look. but it was too far to see clearly. As they walked forward, they finally saw the scene before them, and their mouths dropped open in astonishment. A few hundred meters ahead, the hunters were standing there, frozen in place. From their expressions, it was clear that they hadn't even reacted before being frozen. It was as if they were frogs in warm water, completely unaware of their fate. What the hell is this place? Everyone was shocked. They could barely handle the cold here, and if they went any further, they might end up like those frozen figures. Should we take another route? It was obvious that this path was blocked. If they continued forward, they might end up in the underworld before even reaching the martial arts academy. Raphael showed no sign of wanting to leave. Instead, she put her hand into her coat, trying to take something out. Before she could act, Lin Feng stepped forward. You all wait here. I'll go take a look. Saying this, Lin Feng walked toward the front, separating himself from the surrounding space. Seeing this, Raphael frowned and put her hand back. The other two looked ahead with some concern. Even a full-fledged awakened could be frozen solid. Although Lin Feng was stronger than them, it was still dangerous. However, they soon dismissed this thought. As Lin Feng walked forward, it was as if he were walking on flat ground, unaffected by the cold. Even the clothes he wore weren't heavy. The cold air around him seemed to have nothing to do with him, swirling past him. The others were stunned. But at this moment, Lin Feng was not at ease. As he walked forward, the cold air was continuously draining energy from his body. The further he went, the more intense the cold became. When he passed by those frozen hunters, it felt like an awakened was attacking him. Divine might. Lin Feng unleashed his divine might, absorbing his entire body into another world. In an instant, he disappeared from the spot. The two standing far away widened their eyes, searching everywhere, but unable to find Lin Feng. Raphael furrowed her brow tightly. At this moment, she could no longer sense Lin Feng's presence, as if he had vanished from his place. But how could someone who was just in front of them suddenly disappear? In the space of divine might, he could no longer feel the surrounding cold. Instead, he could use his 6 eyes to observe the flow of energy in the air, helping him determine his position in reality. He moved toward the direction where the energy flow was most intense. After walking just over 10 meters, he arrived at that location. An extremely cold aura emanated from the cracks in the glacier beneath his feet. The air below howled furiously. Lin Feng jumped down. After several hundred meters, he finally landed at the bottom. Thud! As soon as he landed, Lin Feng activated divine might again, teleporting himself out. In an instant, an intense cold rushed toward him. At this moment, he even felt the same level of chill as Gong Sun Anqing. What is that? Lin Feng gazed down at the ground. 2 items were placed before him. One was a gigantic egg, reaching up to his waist, and on top of the egg was a ring of incredibly realistic ice sculptures, resembling a small snake. Head to tail, this terrifying cold was emanating from the ice sculptures surrounding the egg. Yet the egg itself was unaffected, continuously attacking him with the power to freeze everything solid. Let us put this away for now. Lin Feng took out the demon refining pot, preparing to store it inside. A noticeable resistance pushed back against him. However, he managed to store the egg and the ice ring. In the next moment, Lin Feng instantly returned to the world of the demon refining pot. As soon as the ice ring arrived, the ground around it was covered in frost. Moonlight nearby shivered from the cold. Duo hopped over and placed the egg on the flames. In an instant, the cold air from the ice ring was suppressed, unable to release any more cold. Instead, it floated above the flames. Lin Feng looked at the egg, and the data for both items appeared before him. Egg of the worldly giant python contained something terrifying within. Frigid ice ring, head to tail, signifying perfect defense, but unfortunately too conspicuous, leading to a counterproductive effect. Could this be the egg of a demon from that forbidden place? Or perhaps it was its own shedding and rebirth. Lin Feng was taken aback. He didn't expect to find something like this hidden in the snowy mountains, and he had even started roasting it over the fire. He had heard about a demon in the forbidden area that was a giant python, and its description matched this egg perfectly. The beautiful blue ice ring surrounding him looked like a worldly giant python coiling around the blue star, resembling an exquisite ice sculpture. Lin Feng felt a sense of relief that he had followed along. It seemed that the hunting party had received some insider information from somewhere. Perhaps they heard someone mention a giant python appearing at Everest. However, while they believed this information, they did not assess their own strength and whether they were qualified to take the egg. Astonishing. An egg had drawn a group of strong men and a blonde girl to act this way, and the reason was, although the reason was still unknown. Since the item was now in Lin Feng's hands, they would definitely come looking for him. Don't touch this egg. After explaining to Duo in moonlight, Lin Feng returned to the depths of the crack. After removing the ice ring, the surroundings returned to silence. The cold air had disappeared without a trace. It seemed that it was indeed because of him that the temperature had suddenly dropped here. Looking up at the sky, Lin Feng instantly appeared high above, hovering above the crack. At this moment, the heavy snow had stopped and the cold air had vanished. Xiongdang and Zhuge Ming finally stopped shivering from the cold and gradually relaxed their hands. With expressions of surprise, they exclaimed, "It worked. I thought he was going to turn into a popsicle." At this moment, the three of them rubbed their hands and walked forward. Raphael had an unusual expression, but still stepped onto the snow-covered ground and moved ahead. Without the obstruction of the cold air, the three quickly arrived in front of the frozen hunters. Looking at the frozen state of these hunters, they couldn't help but feel a bit relieved. Fortunately, they had scouted ahead. Otherwise, they might not have noticed the danger here. To be honest, when they were walking forward, they didn't feel that the air would be cold enough to freeze them. But to their surprise, these people had actually been frozen solid, and even their life signs had disappeared. Could it be that they were attacked by something? They did remember that there were creatures in the mountains capable of using cold attacks on others, just like the avalanche demon they encountered at the cave entrance. The characteristics of these individuals matched that of someone who had been attacked, rather than gradually freezing up. Moreover, they were awakeners. Even the coldest air shouldn't be able to freeze them instantly. There must be some kind of creature or thing hidden here that Lin Feng had dealt with. No problem. I went ahead and checked. There's no route to Mount Everest, Lin Feng said as he returned to the group. At this moment, the two from the Bear Clan felt a sense of gratitude towards Lin Feng. Seeing that the awakeners were frozen, he still ventured alone to check the situation, which genuinely moved them. "If anything comes up, just tell us. We'll definitely help if we can," one said. "Yes, me too." Lin Feng couldn't help but smile wryly at their words. If he really brought them along, wouldn't he be seen? He turned to look at Raphael, who had her head down, looking conflicted and occasionally glancing at Lin Feng as if she had something to say, but ultimately held back. Lin Feng noticed this scene and couldn't help but smile slightly. She indeed came to the martial arts academy with a purpose, perhaps just to obtain this object on the way. If Lin Feng remembered correctly, she did seem to want to take something out from her bosom at that time. Raphael probably had much more information than that hunter group. Unfortunately, that egg had been intercepted by Lin Feng midway. Now that the blizzard had stopped, they should soon reach the summit. That's right, truly blessed by the heavens. However, they encountered Lin Feng midway. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for them to ascend alone. Thinking of this, the two looked at Lin Feng with deep gratitude. To be honest, if Lin Feng hadn't come to find them midway, any trial would have cost them their lives. And the reason for his help was merely because they were traveling together. "Aren't you going to say a few words to Lin Feng?" They looked at Raphael, who was on the side. "Oomph." Raphael snorted lightly, casting a sidelong glance at the ground. Seeing this, the two felt a bit awkward, but didn't mind. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't take it to heart. He understood why Raphael was so angry. As they moved towards the summit, Raphael closely followed Lin Feng, occasionally glancing over him as if searching for something, observing very carefully. It was impossible for the aura of that object to completely disappear. An ordinary storage ring couldn't possibly hold it. What method did she use? Could it be that she really didn't find that object? To the other two, her actions seemed rather different. Her little glances back and forth were quite telling. Earlier, she didn't want to talk to Lin Feng. She was clearly at Sundara Blonde. Bear felt a bit unwilling in his heart, but if he lost to Lin Feng, he could accept it. After all, there were many beautiful girls in the martial arts academy, including students from other countries. There was no need to hang himself on one tree. However, if Lin Feng knew their thoughts, he would probably want to push their heads into the snow to let them taste it. Unfortunately, while Lin Feng could see through everything, he couldn't see through the dirty hearts of people. Continuing to ascend, it was much easier than before without the blizzard's obstruction. Finally, before noon, they saw the peak of the mountain. They encountered many demons along the way, but their levels weren't too high, easily dealt with without Lin Feng's intervention. Meanwhile, at the bottom of a river in the Dragon Kingdom, a thunderous sound echoed, stirring up the entire water area and forming a massive whirlpool, as if it could swallow an entire city. If someone were to look down from above at that moment, they would see an enormous serpent swimming forward along the river. Its massive body could overturn the entire land with just a slight touch against the riverbank. Everything would be shattered by its muscular form. Its rapidly moving body displayed its inner fury. After a while, it submerged into the unfathomable river, flowing forward with the current. Its direction was towards Mount Everest. At this time, Lin Feng and his group had already reached the summit of Mount Everest. There, standing outside a steel door on the mountain, were countless awakeners, all blocked outside. Mount Everest was actually built into the mountain? Lin Feng was a bit surprised. Was this matter not worth mentioning, or was the confidentiality measure too effective? He had never seen this in the documents. As they moved forward, they immediately saw the steel fortress built into the mountain. There was a circular platform outside, and at the innermost part of the platform was a semicircular iron door embedded in the mountain, resembling a closed elevator. Outside the door stood hundreds of other awakeners. Do you know who I am? I'm worth billions in the capital. I have urgent business. Let me in immediately. Upon hearing this, a man in military uniform sneered disdainfully. I don't care who you are. You must follow the procedures to get in here. There are no privileged passages. Hearing this, the man turned red with anger. Still not working? Just watch me. Bear slightly smiled, taking out his martial artist ID. In this world, without some strength, how could one venture out? Finally, it was his turn to show off, right? However, the next words from the officer froze his expression in place. The officer scanned the crowd. Don't think of this place as your base city. This is a military fortress, the strongest place in the world. It could also be humanity's last sanctuary. Without power, you're nothing here. Even if martial artists come, don't expect any privileges. Just wait there honestly. His eyes swept over everyone with contempt. In his eyes, the weak were an unnecessary existence, especially in this stronghold filled with powerful individuals. Heh, Bear let out a bitter laugh, sheepishly putting his martial artist ID away. It seems that this thing can only be useful in those two base cities. But then again, everyone who can come here is a powerful individual. The martial artist certificate really isn't enough. Brother Lin Feng, let's just follow the orders properly. Seeing Lin Feng planning to walk over, Xiongdang opened his mouth to advise against it. Even his martial artist purple card couldn't get through. It seems that here, everyone is truly equal. At this moment, Xiongdang and Zhugeming were watching from a distance as Lin Feng approached that officer, just waiting for him to hit a wall and come back. Lin Feng, with his back to them, slowly took something out of his pocket to show the other party. The officer seemed to frown for a moment, then lowered his head to take a look. In an instant, a smile appeared on his face, and he bent over to chat and laugh with Lin Feng, as if he were a completely different person. At that moment, the two were shocked beyond belief. Their mouths slightly agape, their eyes wide open. What's going on? Didn't they say that martial artists wouldn't be allowed in? Just because he looks better than them, he gets to go in? This is just too unreasonable. However, what left them even more dumbfounded was yet to come. After the officer left, not long after, he brought two very attractive women dressed in revealing outfits, who stood on either side of Lin Feng to take him inside. What the hell? At this point, Xiongdang and Zhugeming were speechless in their complaints. Did you issue them a royal decree? Or cast a spell on them? Why do they seem to treat Lin Feng more warmly than their own father? They almost want to pick Lin Feng up and carry him inside. This kind of treatment is something even the king wouldn't enjoy. What did Lin Feng show them? A hypnosis app? Hurry up and go over. I don't think he'll be coming back. If we wait here, we'll probably be here until tomorrow. Brother, wait for me. Let me hitch a ride too. The few of them rushed forward. Lin Feng merely nodded slightly, and the officer let them pass. At this moment, as the few entered through the main gate, the crowd outside immediately began to stir. They had been told that martial artists wouldn't be allowed inside. Yet Lin Feng was let in, which naturally made them quite unhappy. If you can also get a special pardon from a divine level awakener, I'll let you in. Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback and then fell silent, putting away their grievances. So it turns out he is a divine level awakener. Divine levels are infinitely revered in all countries, because they almost represent the security level of their respective nations. Everyone aspires to go to those base cities with more divine level awakeners. But they didn't know which divine level awakener that young man had connections with just now. In their hearts, Gongsun Anqing was seen as surpassing that martial artist association member. Not to mention the awakening ability level being #1 in the world. Just previously, he had stood against a divine level monster in a forbidden area, which already showed that his strength was not simple. An existence that could clash with the most powerful monsters. No matter where it is, it would give people a sense of security. As for privileges, that is definitely everything prioritized. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and the others walked into an elevator-like space. With a tremor in the ground, a sensation of descent came. Gentlemen, may I ask where you would like to go? Hearing this, Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. The receptionist quickly realized and immediately explained to Lin Feng. The Everest base city is built into the mountain of Everest. The only entrance is this large elevator at the mountaintop. The interior is divided into 2 layers. The upper layer is the main part of the base city, occupying 9/10 of the total volume, while the lower layer is the so-called black market, a place that is not under constraints. Subsequently, the receptionist detailed the various aspects of the main part of the base city to Lin Feng. Basically, it was no different from other base cities. As for the lower layer black market, she didn't elaborate much, only saying that it was an inseparable part of the Everest base city, a place to release inner pressure. Just ask about cyberpunk. The location of the Martial Artist Academy is in the upper layer that occupies 9/10 of the area. As everyone descended, the central pillar disappeared. Looking up and observing the surroundings, the sky surprisingly looked no different from the outside. It should be known that this is the Everest base city at the pinnacle of the world, yet a sun was floating in the sky. It was completely indistinguishable from the outside. The air was even fresher. What kind of high technology is this? Xiongdang was somewhat surprised. He heard it was the ability of some awakener, but that was just hearsay. Before the few could adapt to their surroundings, a car stopped in front of them. A driver dressed in a black suit got out of the car. "Mr. Lin Feng, I am here specifically to pick you up." Looking at the bowing driver in front of the car, the two were once again stunned. Meanwhile, Raphael remained very calm. "Who are these three?" the driver asked, somewhat puzzled. "They are students of the Martial Artist Academy, and they happen to be on the way, so I brought them along." "Understood. Please get in the car. I can't wait to meet you." Saying this, the driver personally opened the car door for him. The interior of the car was very spacious, and the seats were extremely comfortable. As soon as they sat down, the vehicle started moving. He naturally knew who the one the driver mentioned was. Although he hadn't met the other party many times, there had been some interactions. Xiongdang and Zhugeming were extremely curious about Lin Feng's identity. They came here, to put it bluntly, like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden. Everything was fresh. However, Lin Feng's arrival here was like an emperor visiting the countryside. There were people to receive him all the way, with extremely respectful attitudes. Although individuals like him would receive such treatment in other base cities as well. This was the Everest base city. Unless you were a divine level awakener, who could enjoy this level of reception? Moreover, looking at Lin Feng just now, it seemed to truly be his first time coming to such a place. Virum, the vehicle stopped at the Martial Artist Academy. As soon as they got out of the car, they were stunned by the spectacular sight before them. The main gate of the Martial Artist Academy was carved with a large sword embedded in a stone, and below it was inscribed with a line of words, "Martial Tao is the foundation." The characters were vigorous and powerful, like steel and iron paintings. Even those who didn't understand calligraphy could feel the strength of the person who carved it at a glance. It is said that this script was written by a divine-level awakener from the Martial Artist Association. Xiongdang and Zhugeming were somewhat excited at this moment. They had finally arrived at this school, the Martial Artist Academy, the true foundation of Longhua. All the people inside are real geniuses. It is rumored that even the strongest individuals from other academies could become mediocre when they come here. There is only stronger, never the strongest. I wonder what kind of teachers are inside. I hope I don't get assigned a male teacher. A beautiful female teacher would be best. Alas, I estimate that the male teachers here are all old and decrepit, definitely extremely strict with the students. Don't you think so, Brother Lin? Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled and nodded, already thinking about how to deal with him. Let's not talk about that for now. Let's go inside first. With that, they walked into the Martial Arts Academy. After logging in their names, they went to collect their belongings. The only difference from other academies was that this one implemented an elimination system. Therefore, if one did not work hard in their training, they would be eliminated. However, this was no longer relevant to Lin Feng. As soon as he arrived, he received a text message saying that someone was waiting for him in the office area of the Martial Arts Academy. Knock, knock. Lin Feng knocked on the office door. "Please come in," an aged voice called out. He opened the door and stepped inside. What came into view was an elderly man with half-white hair sitting behind a desk. However, he still appeared strong and even looked much stronger than an average young person. Beside him stood a male secretary. Although he was a secretary, he was dressed in martial artist attire, not like a typical office worker. "You've arrived." The moment Long Shi saw Lin Feng, his eyes lit up. He quickly stood up to greet him. The secretary was slightly surprised. Who was this young man that made Long Shi personally stand up to welcome him, looking very pleased? This was truly a rare sight. "It's me. Senior Gongsun sent me here." He wouldn't say that he came here on his own initiative. It was more convenient this way. Upon hearing Gongsun Onqing's name, Long Shi rolled his eyes. "Don't mention her, that little girl." As if recalling something, an excited expression surfaced on his face again. "Recently, there is a major task I need to assign to you. Are you in?" Hearing this, Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Was this really the same person who had overcome a low-level awakening ability through hard work to reach the divine awakening level? Why was he suddenly talking about a major task? It didn't sound like something a good person would say. Ahem. The secretary gently cleared his throat. Longshore immediately took 2 steps back and said solemnly, Lin Feng, there's a task I need to assign to you, but the content of the task is quite difficult. We heard that the giant python in the restricted area entered a weakened state a few months ago, then laid its eggs and protected them with its ice ring. It's buried on the outskirts of this Mount Everest, and leaving it here is like having a ticking time bomb. It must be removed. The secretary's expression also turned serious. The area of Mount Everest was vast. Finding that item wouldn't be easy. Moreover, if one lacked strength, they wouldn't even be able to approach it. This young man looked to be about the same age as the students in this academy. How could such a dangerous task be assigned to him? Longshore, perhaps we shouldn't be too hasty, the secretary advised. Longshore understood the implication of his words and raised an eyebrow. He asked Lin Feng, what level of strength do you currently have? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng no longer concealed it. He immediately canceled the infinite space that surrounded him and concealed his power. In an instant, the overwhelming blood, energy, and strength burst forth, filling the entire office. Moreover, this was Lin Feng's natural standing state. He hadn't actively released his power. You've reached the divine level? Longshore was instantly shocked. This blood energy was even comparable to his own. The secretary's eyes widened as he looked Lin Feng up and down. He was absolutely certain that based on the life energy emanating from Lin Feng's body, his age was definitely not great. But what was this power? No, I've just stepped into the spirit level, Lin Feng replied calmly. Upon hearing this, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. If he had reached the divine level so quickly, it would have been too terrifying. However, even being at the spirit level was already unprecedented. Moreover, reaching the spirit level meant having such externalized blood energy and power. If he reached the divine level, he could probably directly challenge the pinnacle of divinity and perhaps become the strongest divine awakening being in Long Country, or even on Blue Star. For a moment, Longshore's gaze toward Lin Feng became passionate as he continuously sized him up. Good, very good. If all awakeners in Long Country were like you, the monsters would have been driven away long ago. The secretary was also quite surprised. He didn't expect Long Country to have such a powerful individual hidden away. Could it be that he was the candidate for the God creation plan? Hearing the secretary's words, Longshore silently nodded. Indeed, he had participated in the eradication of the abandoned city back then, even in the first kill of the monsters in the forbidden area. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. The secretary standing by had a fiery gaze. Although he was also a spirit-level awakener, he was far behind Lin Feng. He had a feeling that once they started fighting, he wouldn't last long before being defeated. Just being at the spirit level already possessed divine level might. What would happen if he reached the divine level? I take back what I said earlier. He is the most suitable candidate to find that egg. Feeling the two men's intense gazes, Lin Feng felt somewhat uncomfortable. However, upon hearing about the egg, his heart skipped a beat. What these two were talking about couldn't be the egg he encountered midway, right? It was protected by an ice ring, attacking anyone who approached it. It matched their description perfectly. That thing you mentioned, I think I've already found it. Upon hearing this, both of them widened their eyes. Found it? They had only heard rumors that there might be results. And you found it? Don't joke around. Do you know how large Mount Everest is? Let's first confirm the candidates for the search. The secretary came over with a thick booklet. Even if they had obtained the egg, they needed to find a way to store it. They couldn't allow its aura to leak out. Otherwise, once the monster detected it, a disaster would be triggered prematurely. But they also couldn't let it go unchecked. If they neglected it, it would be irresponsible to future generations. Left unchecked, it would definitely become a disaster in the future and must be nipped in the bud. Lin Feng's mind moved, and a massive egg appeared before him. At this moment, Lin Feng placed one hand on the egg, suppressing the energy within it to prevent it from leaking out. The two looked at the giant egg on the ground, first stunned, then somewhat incredulous. As Lin Feng released a hint of extremely cold energy, Longshore and the secretary were both dumbfounded. Then came the surprise. You actually found it. They had thought they would have to expend a lot of manpower and resources to search for it, and even then, they might not be able to find it before it hatched. They didn't expect Lin Feng to have obtained it so early. Great. Quickly put this away. We absolutely cannot let others know. Lin Feng waved his hand and collected the giant egg and ice back from the ground, placing them over the flames to roast. Although they had no idea how Lin Feng managed to hide the egg without leaking any aura, they did not intend to ask further. What do you plan to do with it? Hatch it or roast it? The Dragon Master inquired. Regardless of your decision, we must take precautions. If that snake detects the disappearance of its aura, or suddenly decides to check if its offspring is still here, it will inevitably lead to conflict. We must prepare for that beforehand. The worst-case scenario would be a battle with the giant snake in the forbidden area. However, they had no alternative. They couldn't just return the egg, could they? If another divine-level giant python were to hatch, they would have to face it eventually, which would be akin to a slow death. Moreover, the evolution speed of demons was much faster than that of humans, especially in cases of high talent. They had almost no natural enemies. This was the most terrifying aspect of demons. No matter what, leave this matter to me. Since it was Gongsun Anqing who sent you here for training, I won't impose on you further. However, I need you to give speech. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng nodded. The egg indeed could not be returned. Then I will head back first. He turned and left, following others to his residence. It was a relatively ordinary teacher's apartment, akin to a small villa. However, in this area, such villas were clustered together, forming a villa community where almost all the teachers lived. The decor reflected the wealth and grandeur of the martial arts academy. The Dragon Master initially intended to arrange another place for him, but due to Lin Feng's strong insistence, he did not. The reason for this was, of course, to avoid drawing attention. The tasks he was here to undertake were not suitable for public display. If he attracted too much attention, it would be easy for others to notice. This arrangement was just right. After a while, the principal of the academy sent him a message. Lin Xiaoyu, thank you very much for coming to the Martial Arts Academy. In 2 hours, all faculty and students will gather at the academy playground, and I hope you can arrive on time. The message was very respectful. After all, Lin Feng had connections with 2 divine-level awakeners. Moreover, in this world, age was not considered, only strength mattered. So troublesome? Lin Feng frowned slightly. It was well known that school assemblies usually involved the principal droning on while students slept below. The shorter the speech, the louder the applause. Furthermore, Lin Feng was unsure what to say if he were to go up. Would he tell them how to persevere and strive? Those who had reached this point did not need him to elaborate. It seemed he could only go first and then meet with the Black Crow sect. The Black Crow sect also had its followers in this base city of Mount Everest. Moreover, it was easy to enter but difficult to leave. Almost half of the people were directly under the sect leader. The leader of the Dragon Kingdom also informed him that the location of the Xianyuan sword would be assisted by the sect members in the city. He was only given a rendezvous point, and nothing else was elaborated. It seemed that his status in her heart had not yet reached the level of open honesty. Lin Feng stepped out of the villa and found an open area to begin practicing his fist technique. This was the divine fist he obtained from the forbidden area. The techniques involved were incomparable to ordinary skills. After 2 hours, Lin Feng finally finished his training, but he did not sweat much. Part of the reason was due to his strong stamina. It's time to go. Lin Feng tidied his hair slightly and headed toward the agreed location. At that moment, in the playground of the Martial Arts Academy, the students stood with serious expressions. It was supposed to be noisy, but it appeared quite clean instead. Most were eagerly waiting, with only a few newly awakened individuals discussing among themselves. Since they arrived, this was the first time such a situation had occurred. Calling everyone to the playground just to listen to a speech from a new teacher was indeed unusual. Their teachers at the Martial Arts Academy were few and seldom changed. Now that a newcomer had arrived, everyone was naturally very interested. Who had such a significant presence to gather all the students? They heard it was recommended by a divine-level awakener, and if they were not mistaken, it should be Gongsun Sr. It's Senior Gongsun, so the person he recommended must be a powerhouse. Upon hearing this, even the originally composed awakened ones felt a stir in their hearts. Gongsun Anqing was an existence they greatly admired, a true strongman. Their dream was to meet that senior in person. Some awakened ones even dared to claim they would pursue Senior Gongsun once they grew stronger. The outcome was, of course, tragic. They were not only severely warned by the Gongsun family, but also beaten up by Gongsun Anqing's pursuers. During that time, their resistance to blows improved dramatically, and within a month, their strength increased by several hundred pounds, yielding significant results. Meanwhile, the new martial artists also gathered together. Where's Lin Feng? Why haven't I seen him come over? Xiongdang looked around in confusion. He probably hasn't resolved his own matters yet, and since he's not a student, he probably didn't receive the notice. What a pity, this teacher was recommended by Senior Gongsun. He might be as stunning as the senior. If I could win her favor. Thinking this, Xiongdang smiled and quickly looked toward the stage. Beside him, Zhuge Ming shook his head. You haven't even seen Senior Gongsun in person. You probably won't have the chance to meet the person he recommended either. After the banter, Zhuge Ming also focused his gaze on the high platform. At that moment, Raphael walked over, attracting a large amount of attention, captivated by this canary with an Eastern appearance. Especially with that lofty demeanor, it was almost indistinguishable from a canary. Meanwhile, Lin Feng finally arrived. As soon as he approached, he stepped onto the high platform, and the crowd instantly quieted down. Xiongdang and the others at the back widened their eyes in disbelief. Even Raphael was somewhat surprised. He's actually the new teacher here. At that moment, the two were dumbfounded. No wonder Lin Feng had been quiet along the way. Moreover, his strength was exceptionally strong, almost absurd. It turned out he was the new teacher of the martial arts academy. However, Lin Feng was indeed too young. Throughout the journey, no one had suspected him. After all, how could someone of similar age come to be a teacher at the martial arts academy? Even Xiongdang, who was locally regarded as a genius, had just entered the martial arts academy. However, who would believe that people of similar ages have already reached this level? But the facts are right in front of us. Lin Feng has really stepped onto that high platform. It's over, he's out of luck. I had previously complained about the teachers at the martial arts academy. At this moment, Xiongdang's face turned dark. This is not a stunning beauty at all. It's simply terrifying. No wonder everyone along the way was so respectful. It turns out he was introduced by Senior Gongsun. What? So he has already met Senior Gongsun? This has been my lifelong dream. Lin Feng looked at Xiongdang in the crowd and smiled, nodding slightly. In an instant, cold sweat started pouring down Xiongdang's forehead. He immediately regretted coming to the martial arts academy. He was simply out of luck. And with that smile, he instantly made all the female students unable to hold back. So handsome. I can't take it anymore. Quickly get me some tissue. I'm going to have a nosebleed. After spending all day with these old men, a handsome guy finally showed up. What class does he teach? I absolutely won't miss a single one. So handsome and so young. Could he be a twin of Senior Gongsun? At this moment, there was a flurry of chatter below, with the sound of many female students. Countless female students' passionate gazes fell on Lin Feng from head to toe. It was then that Lin Feng noticed something was off. The people below were not drowsy at all. Instead, they were all staring at him intently, waiting for him to speak. This script seems a bit off, right? Isn't this just a meeting? However, he quickly calmed down. He coughed lightly twice to regain control of the situation. Hello everyone, I am Lin Feng, the new teacher of the Martial Arts Academy. So you can call me whatever you like. After all, I don't have anything outstanding about me, and I'm of the same age as you all. So there's not much difference. There are many areas for communication. Upon hearing this, a teacher who was about to take a sip of water almost spat it out. The crowd below was also in shock. He's the same age as them and has already become a teacher. Yet he says there's no difference? The difference is enormous. Which teacher at the Martial Arts Academy is not a powerful spiritual level expert? You must know that the Dragon Kingdom has the most spiritual level experts in the entire Blue Star. But this is the first time they've seen such a young spiritual level expert. For a moment, some competitive students in the audience had their eyes burning with passion. Their fighting spirit rose several levels. If someone of the same age has already become a teacher, why are they still struggling to cultivate? They must not be training hard enough. Teacher Lin, what is your secret to success? A fellow teacher from the Martial Arts Academy asked. Hearing this, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Here it comes. A standard question. He straightened up slightly and looked at the audience. All the students were focused on him, clearly wanting to know how he managed to raise his strength to this spiritual level in such a short time. The secret to success is actually very simple. First, it's about persistence and hard work. Secondly, you need to be patient and wait for an opportunity. Once you encounter that opportunity, you must hold on tightly. As for the specific method, I have an open class tomorrow, and everyone can come to listen. I will explain it in detail. After saying this, it was as if he hadn't said anything at all. In the end, he even promoted his class. However, the crowd did nod seriously, as if they were really pondering it. It was as if they saw the essence of Lin Feng's words. Even he himself was unaware of it. The students below expressed that they would definitely attend. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. If no one came to his class, it would indeed be a bit awkward. It probably wouldn't be long before he couldn't stay in this martial arts academy anymore. So during this period, he must stabilize his position. Otherwise, if he achieved nothing, even if Master Long personally intervened, it would be difficult to protect him. Next, Lin Feng went on to talk about some cliché about life principles and his successful motto. He just pieced together everything he had seen online and then spoke it out loud. It didn't seem to be a problem. Finally, after several dozen minutes, Lin Feng finished speaking. Everyone began to leave. I thought high achievers would be hard to fool. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and began to wander around the campus. However, during this process, he carefully familiarized himself with the layout of the buildings here. This place is much larger than other academies, and most of it is occupied by training facilities. There were also those virtual training devices he encountered when he first entered the Magic City Academy. They could be activated at any time and matched with beasts of the same level for training. It's quite a grand undertaking. You must know that even the Magic City Academy needs to wait until the annual enrollment time to use such facilities. But here, everyone can use them, as long as they pay a certain amount of spiritual stones. However, after just a cursory glance, Lin Feng left there and went to other places. 30 minutes later, after he was completely familiar with the facilities here, he left the martial arts academy and found a deserted place to change into his outfit. Standing on top of a high building, Lin Feng looked down at the bustling streets below, where people were coming and going. The overall strength of these people was quite formidable. However, there are also some weak individuals, some who had lived here all their lives with low strength, and some even lacking awakened abilities. In their view, these base cities were not built in the mountains, but were no different from the outside. In fact, they might even be more comfortable than outside. No wonder it is considered the safest place in the world. It can even simulate the weather. Lin Feng vanished from his spot and sped toward the designated location. In no time, he arrived in front of a small shop. This was a funeral goods store, selling items for the deceased. Lin Feng stepped inside. What would you like to buy? As soon as the clerk opened their mouth to ask, they immediately recognized Lin Feng's appearance. Their pupils dilated in an instant. They turned sideways and extended their hand, saying, "This way, please." Lin Feng nodded, and the two walked towards the depths of the funeral goods store. In a short while, they arrived at a sealed room. Lin Feng turned his head to observe the surroundings. This room looked no different from an interrogation room, and there were several men in black standing around, making it look like some sort of cult ritual. If Lin Feng guessed correctly, this should be their temporary meeting place. "You're Lord A. Fei, right? I'm the person in charge of this area. The master said for your safety, we could only meet in a place like this for now." "No problem. Where are the goods? Just tell me." He needed to obtain the Xianyuan sword to lure the snake out of its hole and get the other half of the incomplete weapon. Only in this way could he find that item. Understood. It's rumored that the other half of the Xianyuan sword is stored in a particularly hidden place. We have our eyes and ears at the Martial Arts Academy, and through their investigation, we can almost confirm that the other half is in the simulation tower of the Martial Arts Academy. As for how to obtain it, we're not quite sure yet. Simulation tower? Lin Feng was taken aback. Wasn't this the thing he had seen in the academy before? The tower's touch should all be virtual. Didn't he expect that there would be an insider from the Black Crow sect in the Martial Artist Academy? Moreover, they had managed to investigate these matters so thoroughly. It seemed that the other party's status should not be low, at least not a student in the academy. If a student acted so suspiciously, they would definitely be noticed. They didn't directly tell him who that person was, so it seemed they didn't trust him. It was only because of the Black Crow sect leader's face from the Dragon Kingdom that they had no choice but to inform him of these matters. I understand. Lin Feng turned around, intending to leave. Wait, the leader asked me to convey a message to you. Wait for your good news, A Fei. After a slight pause, Lin Feng turned and left, re-entering the town. Not long after, he hurried back. After a short while, Lin Feng wandered around the campus for a bit, and then returned home. As soon as he arrived, he noticed a figure rummaging through his house, looking for something. It was Raphael, in broad daylight, robbing a civilian home. Lin Feng was somewhat speechless at the time. It seemed he had to establish his authority as a teacher. Otherwise, wouldn't they just turn things upside down? Lin Feng stepped forward and opened the door. Raphael didn't have time to react and was caught by Lin Feng. For a moment, she stood there nervously, hands behind her back. What are you doing here? Lin Feng feigned sternness. Nothing. Raphael glanced to the side. After all, she was at fault first, and for a moment, she was actually intimidated by Lin Feng and didn't dare to look him in the eye. Nothing? It's normal for a little girl to like things, but this behavior isn't very honorable. A sense of grievance immediately surfaced in Raphael's heart. But she didn't dare to reveal her true intentions and could only suffer in silence. How about this? Since you did something wrong, you must accept punishment. You'll do 3 hours of plank holds here, and I won't tell anyone about this. Otherwise, the Martial Artist Academy does not accept people with improper intentions. You. Raphael turned her head to glare at Lin Feng, her eyes filled with anger. I want to do it. She had never suffered such grievances growing up. How could she just listen to Lin Feng? However, Lin Feng stood in front of her, smiling and watching her. After a few minutes, Raphael finally couldn't hold back. If she really left the Martial Artist Academy, that thing would forever be monopolized by Lin Feng, which she didn't want to see. At this moment, Raphael bent down and lay on the floor, using her slender arms to support herself. It's just 3 hours, right? That's easy. Once she got that thing in her hands, she would definitely return this humiliation to Lin Feng tenfold. Make him do it for 30 hours. Looking at Raphael lying on the ground, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. This rich kid really needed to be taught a lesson. Lin Feng slightly moved his fingers, applying a bit of gravity on Raphael's back. As time passed, Lin Feng gradually increased this weight. Half an hour later, why am I getting more and more tired? At this point, Raphael's breathing had become somewhat erratic. Logically speaking, with her current physique, holding a plank for 3 days and nights shouldn't be a problem. How could this happen? However, as time passed, after an hour, Raphael was already breathing a bit heavily. After 2 hours, her arms began to shake. She finally started to believe it wasn't her issue. You're cheating. Lin Feng looked at Raphael with a smile that was not quite a smile. After this, she probably wouldn't come looking for him easily again. Although he didn't know why, he needed to find that egg, and now that it was in his hands, it definitely wouldn't be stolen. 3 hours finally passed. Raphael squatted on the ground, supporting herself with her hands and gasping for air. The sweat on her body soaked through her clothes, revealing her youthful and delicate figure. She raised her head and shot a fierce glare at Lin Feng, ready to throw a harsh word at him. However, the moment she saw Lin Feng's eyes, her expression froze, and she hurriedly covered her body. Pervert scumbag. Blushing with anger, Raphael got up and ran out the door. At this moment, Lin Feng was also dumbfounded. To be honest, he hadn't even noticed that her clothes were already soaked with sweat. This was completely accidental. Who knew she would wear such thin clothes? He had subconsciously kept staring, truly without any ulterior motives. Remember to come to my open class tomorrow. Lin Feng hurriedly added. Get lost. I want to go. Hearing her shy yet angry voice, Lin Feng regretfully shook his head. Not coming would be a loss. The next morning, after Lin Feng washed up and got up, he strolled toward the campus. After a while, he arrived at the lecture hall. This was his first class, and it was impossible not to be nervous. Moreover, he suspected that no one would attend his class. After all, he wasn't one of those veteran awakeners. Other spirit-level awakeners could charge exorbitant fees for a single class. But at the Martial Artist Academy, it was entirely free. Almost every class was packed, and attending their classes required waiting in line. Some people had even made reservations weeks in advance. This was because these teachers had outstanding achievements and strength, and no one wanted to miss out. This was something that other academies did not have. The Martial Artist Academy could be said to be unique in this regard. Spirit-level awakeners were top-tier existences no matter which faction they belonged to. The number of spirit-level awakeners in the Dragon Kingdom far exceeded that of other countries. Awakeners from various countries came here, wanted to take advantage of these courses. It felt like attending a single class here could earn 1 million for free. However, Lin Feng was different from other awakeners. He had no achievements known to others. Moreover, his name had never been spread before, so he was naturally regarded as a newly promoted spirit-level awakener. Damn it, what if no one comes? Wouldn't my lifelong reputation be ruined here? Throughout the way, Lin Feng felt quite anxious. He thought about how he used to kill demons in the wild without holding back, making those demons run away at the sight of him. But now he was going to be defeated in this campus? How could that be possible? Under the artificial sunlight, Lin Feng stepped toward the classroom. As soon as he stepped onto the steps, a wave of discussions came from inside. So many people? Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. However, when he heard what everyone was saying, his expression immediately fell. Sister Fei Air, which country are you from? I'm going to training in the simulator soon. Do you want to join? Don't compete with me. I also happen to need a sparring partner. Let us go together. Oh my God, we're fellow townsfolk. Listening to the buzz of discussions, Lin Feng's mouth twitched, and his face immediately darkened. They were lured here by beauty, not to attend his class. Where could he put his old face, even though he wasn't that old? They must be taught a lesson. Lin Feng made up his mind and walked into the classroom. As he stepped in, everyone continued their chatter, completely ignoring him. At that moment, Lin Feng truly felt the exhaustion of being a teacher. Seeing Lin Feng like this, Raphael couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth into a mocking smile. You bullied me, and now it's finally your turn to face retribution. Quiet. Lin Feng coughed, but it was of no use. Everyone merely glanced at him and continued their discussions. After all, he was a new teacher, and the students wanted to test whether he was easy to bully or not. Looking at him, they felt he didn't seem like a spirit-level awakened. So why should they respect him? Lin Feng wasn't anxious. He always adhered to the belief of winning people over with virtue, so he naturally wouldn't resort to violent suppression. As the saying goes, diligent teaching will eventually lead people back to the right path. If he forcibly suppressed them, it might backfire and lead to negative effects. Of course, this was all under the premise that he wasn't pushed to his limits. If he really got angry, he would show these students why the flowers were so red and why demons were so hard to kill. Lin Feng ignored the crowd, picked up a pen, and began to write on the blackboard. Today, I will teach you a topic I researched myself: how to fight demons of the same level alone. It is well known that a demon of the same level requires 3 awakened of the same level to fight against. Although I have never experienced the feeling of being suppressed by a demon of the same level, I can see it. Next, I will explain why demons of the same level are much stronger than humans. At this moment, Lin Feng stood alone on the stage, speaking as if he were in another world compared to the students below. The originally uninterested students suddenly became intrigued after hearing Lin Feng's explanation. Even though they were strong, they wouldn't dare claim they could stand toe-to-toe with demons of the same level. Only a few could truly achieve that, and most relied on the strength of their awakening abilities to do so. Gradually, Lin Feng's content captured the attention of several people, including Raphael, who started to listen seriously. After several minutes, Lin Feng finally finished his lecture. In the next class, I will tell you how to kill beyond your level. Of course, this is premised on the condition that your opponent is unaware of this theory. Saying this, Lin Feng wrote the 2 large characters beyond level on the blackboard. The students below were already dazed. It was rare to have someone lecture in such a noisy environment. Moreover, he actually dared to write about killing beyond levels. Was he capable of that himself? Teaching others here? For a moment, many scoffed at him, not taking him seriously at all. However, not everyone felt this way. The higher-ranked awakened among the crowd had serious expressions. Clearly, they were very interested in what Lin Feng had said. These were experiences he gained from real battles, having fought against demons in various fields. He naturally knew many things that textbooks didn't cover. As Lin Feng turned to leave the classroom, the students inside began taking out their phones to take pictures of the blackboard. Beyond level killing. According to him, even spirit level awakened could kill God level beings. It made sense. He had to post it on the forum. I think what he said has some merit. But as for beyond levels, that's just too far-fetched. As Lin Feng left, the Martial Arts Academy's forum had already uploaded his photo. The large characters beyond level were very eye-catching, sparking intense discussions among everyone. What is this? Killing beyond levels? What level is he at now? So young, probably not even at spirit level. And if he really reached spirit level, wouldn't that mean he could contend with God level beings? I want to see what he can teach next week. The new teacher's content is quite novel. Isn't that Teacher Wong? It's normal for a new teacher to want to attract attention. If it's about real combat theory, he is still not as good as you. No. Everyone has their own strengths. Although they said this, Teacher Wong was already overjoyed inside. After all, Lin Feng was much younger than them. If his strength and teaching were better than theirs, it would be a slap in their faces. He couldn't afford to lose that. However, since there was a large group of female students supporting Lin Feng, no one spoke too harshly. At the same time, Teacher Long also noticed the post made by Lin Feng. He became interested. He knew that Lin Feng wasn't just talking. He indeed had that strength. Just the aura he exuded led him to mistakenly believe Lin Feng had already reached the God level. But Lin Feng said he had just entered spirit level. Even so, his blood energy was so strong, there must be some different method. I should find a time to check it out. You want to personally attend his class? The secretary was a bit surprised. A God level awakened attending a spirit level lecture would lose face, right? If this got out, it wouldn't sound good. Hearing this, Teacher Long coughed twice, feeling a bit awkward. To be honest, he was very curious about how Lin Feng reached such a level of strength at spirit level. It's fine. I'll just disguise myself and blend in as a student to listen. Huh? The secretary was once again bewildered. The key issue isn't here, right? However, before he could say more, Teacher Long had already left, leaving him standing there. Utterly confused about what kind of charm made Teacher Long want to attend a lecture by a spirit level awakened. Just for what he said about killing beyond levels? Without needing to listen, he knew such things were simply impossible. The odds were even lower than Hamlet's monkey. With a soft sigh, the secretary muttered under his breath, "Should I go see for myself?" To be honest, just the thought that even God-level awakened were going made him feel like this class was different. Meanwhile, after Lin Feng left the classroom, Raphael quickly followed him out. "Stop!" Lin Feng, who was walking ahead, slowly turned around. Raphael almost crashed into him but managed to react in time. "What is wrong? Is there something?" Hearing Lin Feng's question, Raphael didn't know how to start. She looked at the ground, rubbing her foot back and forth, looking just like a girl wanting to confess, drawing howls from the surrounding students. After all, Lin Feng's looks were also quite remarkable, making it not entirely impossible for such a thing to happen. If you have nothing else, I'll be leaving. Lin Feng turned around, genuinely intending to leave. Wait. Raphael looked seriously into Lin Feng's eyes, hesitating for a moment. Then he asked, did you find anything there at that place? No, Lin Feng replied. So, how did you say? Raphael paused here, as if recalling something, staring at Lin Feng in shock. I haven't mentioned any place yet, and you say no? That's right, I didn't see anything along the way. Lin Feng raised his hands in a surrender gesture and then turned to leave. You, shameless. Raphael stood behind him, biting his silver teeth, clenching his fists in anger, watching Lin Feng's retreating figure tremble with rage. Meanwhile, the onlookers hiding in the shadows were dumbfounded. What kind of drama was unfolding here? Who would have thought that this teacher was actually a scumbag? In an instant, several students rushed to comfort Raphael. Don't worry, Sister Raphael, if you lose him, you still have us. Get lost, trash. Looking at Raphael's departing figure, several students shook their heads. This girl has quite the temper, but Longwen is right. If she could just change that temper a bit, it would be fine. I'm different. The more she scolds me, the more excited I get. Damn, get away from me. As the crowd dispersed, a shadow in the corner witnessed all of this. Then, they began typing on their phone to send out the information. Meanwhile, in a mansion of Gongsun Anqing in the capital, Ding Dong. Gongsun Anqing slowly opened his eyes, picked up his phone, and looked at a series of messages. Master, the person you asked me to observe has moved again. He seems to be getting close to a female student named Raphael in the academy. Just now, the two were arguing outside, and he mentioned he would be giving a class next week. The details of what Lin Feng had done were recounted in full. For a moment, Gongsun Anqing's eyelashes trembled slightly, taking a deep breath. His chest rose and fell for a while before he finally calmed down. A somewhat terrifying smile appeared on his extraordinary face. Lin Feng, since it's your first class, I should attend, right? Just to listen to the lecture. After all, he is my student, and now that he has graduated, I must go and see. Saying this, Gongsun Anqing stood up and walked downstairs. At the same time, Lin Feng at the Martial Arts Academy suddenly shivered for some unknown reason, feeling a prickling sensation on his back. Calm down, calm down. No one knows my identity yet. Lin Feng took a deep breath and calmed down. Right now, he was in a position where he could either play both sides or be eliminated by both. It could be said that his situation was exceptionally dangerous, caught between the Black Crow sect and the Divine Class Awakeners, unable to move. Moreover, the most terrifying part was that these two forces were intricately intertwined. They could be said to be one entity. I'll deal with this tonight. Lin Feng returned to his villa, planning to wait until nightfall to go to the simulation tower alone, to see if the Xianyuan sword was inside. Time continued to pass, and the sun in the sky gradually disappeared as usual. Lin Feng quietly slipped out of his house and arrived at the door of the simulation tower. The high tower was already closed, the main entrance secured with thick chains. Divine Might. Lin Feng entered the space of Divine Might and walked deep into the tower. Then reappeared. As soon as he appeared, the surroundings immediately brightened. A mechanical voice rang out from above. Welcome to the simulation tower, Mr. Lin Feng. Would you like to enter the simulation? Without hesitation, Lin Feng immediately spoke. Enter simulation. In an instant, a beam of light appeared, and Lin Feng was transported to the first level of the tower. Please select the challenge difficulty. Normal, hard, hell. I choose hell. Activating hell mode for you. Consuming one simulation tower opportunity. The simulation will be based on your strength. The current highest clearance record is 67 levels. Record holder, Yang Hua. Yang Hua. Upon seeing this name, Lin Feng was stunned. Yang Hua was one of the top awakened individuals in the Martial Arts Academy, and even he only cleared 67 levels. It was known that this simulation tower had a total of 100 levels. Was the hell mode really that difficult? Before Lin Feng could hesitate, a demon appeared ahead. Its strength was at the entry level, and Lin Feng punched it to pieces without any suspense. It seemed indeed much stronger than ordinary demons. Feeling the sensation from the earlier punch, Lin Feng murmured, "These demons are stronger than those outside, but they're no match for me. Although I'm at the spirit level now, I can almost match a divine class awakener. I don't believe there are spirit level beasts stronger than divine class. Congratulations. You have broken the fastest clearance record, and it has been updated on the fastest clearance leaderboard. Your personal highest clearance record has been refreshed." A series of voice prompts echoed in the air, and Lin Feng felt as if his ears were about to develop calluses. From the first level to the 91st level, every time he killed a monster, there was a prompt. I know I'm awesome. Do you have to keep reminding me? If it weren't for the fact that this simulation tower couldn't show health bars, he would have smashed it with a punch. At this moment, a flash of light appeared, and Lin Feng was transported to the 91st level. In front of him gradually materialized a gorilla made of steel. Roar! The steel gorilla excitedly pounded its chest. It had been a long time since anyone had reached this level, especially someone of its caliber. Roar! The steel gorilla let out an angry roar and jumped to smash down on Lin Feng. It had already gained intelligence, naturally knowing to use its physical body to counteract the weakest abilities of humans. Boom! A punch came crashing toward Lin Feng, but that hand was caught by Lin Feng, unable to advance an inch. Then came another fist aimed at its face. Bang! A huge sound rang out, and the steel gorilla's face was smashed in. For a moment, it was dumbfounded. It never expected that it would be outmatched in strength by a human. However, it quickly reacted, roaring again and striking at Lin Feng with its remaining hand. A terrifying force howled towards him, the sound echoing in the air. The two fists met. Boom! With a loud crash, the entire arm of the steel gorilla shattered. Roar! At this moment, the steel gorilla looked at its broken arm and let out a painful roar. A piercing pain spread throughout its body. For a moment, it began to doubt life itself. Wasn't it said that humans could only rely on their awakened abilities to contend with them? Its strength was already considered top tier among spiritual-level demon beasts. Moreover, its physical body ranked among the top few. But why was it that when it exchanged blows with this human in front of it, it was completely at a loss? Where was the fairness in this? Hurry up, I'm in a rush. Lin Feng continued to punch the steel gorilla in the face, lamenting how it still wasn't dead despite taking so many hits. At this point, the steel gorilla was trembling with rage. It didn't even need to use its awakened abilities, just its fists, yet it was still being told to hurry up and die. Was this even human? If it weren't for the fact that it couldn't defeat him, the steel gorilla really wanted to pin him down and give him a good beating. Finally, after Lin Feng delivered 2 more punches, the steel gorilla's torment came to an end. To be honest, if Lin Feng had let it go to die, it might have died faster. Unfortunately, Lin Feng's left hand was gripping it too tightly, as if his hand were nailed in place, unable to move at all. It seemed some martial skills were needed. Lin Feng planned to use his ability, the mountain-crushing fist. A demon appeared in the 92nd level. A surge of power spread across Lin Feng's arm as he struck forward. In an instant, the entire demon shattered before him. Such powerful strength. It had increased my original attack power by several times. The mountain-crushing fist became even stronger as his attack power rose. He must remember to thank the person who sold him this martial skill when he got the chance. The subsequent levels were still smooth sailing, as if a deity had descended. The demons that appeared were shattered with a single punch. Some didn't even have a chance to show their faces before disappearing from sight. With his current strength, he could no longer say he had no opponents of the same rank. In fact, they could hardly be considered opponents. At most, they were prey. Even as prey, they were somewhat unworthy. In this simulation tower, the strength of the demons was based on the existing awakened ones. However, Lin Feng's power had far exceeded the scope of current awakened beings. His technique of compressing energy was something unheard of. It was difficult to find anyone else with such an absurd amount of resources. You are about to be transported to the 100th floor. Finally, the last stage appeared before him, and even the surrounding scenery underwent some changes. Originally still inside the tower, the illusion had transformed the surroundings into a snow-covered mountain peak. Rumble! A terrifying roar echoed through the mountain. A giant white snake emerged from behind the mountains, its golden vertical pupils fixed intensely on Lin Feng, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. The giant snake had just flicked its tongue and was preparing to attack Lin Feng. The next moment, it felt as if it had hundreds of iron mountains on its back. With a loud crash, it slammed into the ground, its entire body sinking into the earth. Its extended tongue was pinned firmly in the snow. Don't bother me. I'm here looking for something. Upon hearing this, the giant snake pinned to the ground, widened its cute eyes. For a moment, it struggled desperately, but still couldn't move. Ultimately, it accepted reality, lying there with its tongue hanging out, watching Lin Feng walk back and forth in front of it. This was a shame for a snake. It had just stepped in to show off the Tower Master's might, only to be rubbed on the ground with no room to resist. What a disgrace. 6 eyes. Lin Feng gathered all his mental energy into his eyes. The surrounding scenery instantly entered his view. The flow of energy in the air and the subtle changes were all laid bare before him. Aside from the massive amount of energy contained within the giant snake, everything around seemed very blank. After searching fruitlessly once, Lin Feng's gaze settled on the white snake lying in front of him. Seeing Lin Feng approach, the white snake immediately tensed up. "Where's the item?" Lin Feng asked the white snake, which was pinned to the ground. "Woo-woo." The white snake, suppressed on the ground, emitted a whimpering sound, unable to speak. "Oh, you stubborn one. Not gonna talk, huh? If you won't speak, then I'll use the spirit communication technique." Lin Feng pressed down on the ground, and a colossal dragon appeared, its size much larger than that of the white snake. The moment the white snake saw the dragon, its body trembled slightly. It didn't want to get up and do something, but was pinned down by gravity, unable to move at all. It couldn't even manage to speak. Lin Feng gestured to the moonlight several times. "Roar." The moonlight excitedly roared a few times. The two of them stood before the giant snake, and, at that moment, the white snake suddenly felt that these two were not good company. "Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze." Lin Feng chuckled and stepped forward. Suddenly realizing something was off, which didn't fit with his righteous persona, he quickly regained his composure. With a wave of his hand, "Go." The moonlight received the order and directly pressed down on the white snake. It drew out its claws and began to search for weak spots to scratch. At this moment, the massive white snake lay on the ground, thrashing wildly. Eventually, it could no longer endure it. Bang! With a loud sound, the entire snake disappeared into the air, transforming into a gigantic sword that pierced into the ground. "Well done." Lin Feng gave the moonlight a thumbs up. The moonlight displayed a proud smile and returned to the spirit pot. Lin Feng checked a string of data that appeared before him. It really was the Xianyuan sword. If it hadn't actively transformed back into its original form, it would have been difficult for Lin Feng to obtain it. After all, no one would expect that the boss of the 100th level of hell could be pinned down and trampled. Moreover, the Xianyuan sword seemed to be somewhat incomplete, with a large section missing from the right side of its blade, taking up about a third of the entire fitness area, which would likely reduce its power significantly. That third was probably in the hands of the Black Crow leader. Just then, ding-dong. The communicator that Lin Feng specifically used to contact the Black Crow leader rang. He picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. "Ah Fei, the plan has changed. Immediately take care of Lin Feng." The voice on the other end seemed a bit urgent. "Why? I've already obtained this sword. Isn't it unnecessary to look for him anymore?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the other party seemed to pause for a moment. "Come see me tonight." Beep beep beep. "Come see me tonight. Gongsun Anqing is in the imperial capital, right? Has he come here?" Lin Feng was suddenly shocked. No wonder the other party was in such a hurry. It turned out there was this layer of relationship involved. Lin Feng put away the Xianyuan sword into the demon refining pot and left the tall building. Then, following the address given by the other party, he walked in that direction. In just a little while, he arrived at the location, which was a private residence. Knock knock. Lin Feng walked to the front door and knocked twice. "Come in." A calm and familiar voice came from inside. He pushed the door open, and Gongsun Anqing's clean face appeared before him. At this moment, she was still wearing a black tailcoat on her upper body, but on the lower half, she had on a short skirt and black stockings, which outlined her figure very well. Everything was in place. She was slim where she should be, though a bit short. "Come in." Gongsun Anqing turned around with her hands behind her back and walked into the living room, sitting down on the sofa. Lin Feng followed closely behind. From the look in her eyes, it was clear that she was not Gongsun Anqing, but Lin Feng was also wearing a mask to conceal his aura, so she wouldn't detect his identity. "Where is it?" "A Fei." After taking a sip of tea, she asked straightforwardly. "I can't bring it out yet, but I have found it." Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible joy appeared on her face. "You are still trustworthy. I will give you time, but during this period, you need to take care of that little thief Lin Feng." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng shook his head. She clearly did not realize that Lin Feng would actually refuse. Her pupils widened in surprise. "A Fei, are you not going to listen to me? My goal is just to pull the world into an eternal dream. I never said I would solve other troubles for you." Upon hearing this, her heart suddenly trembled. All this time, A Fei had always helped her with whatever she asked. But today, he suddenly told her that everything he did was not for her or the Black Crow cult. For a moment, a feeling of confusion she had never experienced before surged in her heart. "Are you saying that our cooperation ends here?" Pretending to be angry, she placed the teacup on the table and turned her face to the side. "I don't need to cooperate with anyone, but you're the only friend I know, so I can help you deal with him." Hearing the phrase, "the only friend," her inner turmoil calmed down a bit, a warmth flowing through her heart. She stood up and slowly walked to Lin Feng's side, leaning close to his ear and whispering, "I'm waiting for your good news, A Fei." This voice was extremely soft and gentle, like that of a neighbor's older sister. "Understood." Lin Feng then turned and walked out the door. He didn't expect her to be so guarded, refusing to reveal where the other half was. Lin Feng had initially planned to wait for her to say it, and then directly take action to seize it. It seemed he had underestimated her. Back at the Martial Artist Academy, Lin Feng went to bed early. The next day, as soon as he got up, he headed to his classroom. Today was the scheduled time for his lecture, and at that moment, the area outside the classroom was bustling with noise, with almost everyone gathered there. A student who had just woken up was momentarily confused. What's going on? Isn't this a new classroom? Why are there so many people here? Don't you know? This new teacher refreshed the highest record of the simulation tower last night. Upon hearing this, the student was shocked. The record of the simulation tower hadn't been broken for decades. The last person to clear it at the same level was Gongsun Anqing. Ever since this tower was updated, no one had achieved it again. But this mentor actually cleared so many levels overnight, showcasing his strength. He's so impressive. I thought he was just all show. An older student scoffed disdainfully at this statement. All show. Let me tell you, even that God-tier awakened one, Gongsun Sr., went in to listen to his class. What did you say? Some students who hadn't received the information were stunned in place. They had been longing to meet that God-tier awakened one. And she was actually in this classroom? Oh no, I regret it. Why didn't I make an appointment in advance? Damn it, I really want to slap myself twice. Who the hell posted about it that night? I want to drag him out and beat him up. They were filled with righteous indignation in the crowd. How dare someone prevent them from seeing that God-tier awakened one? Who is this brat? They absolutely couldn't let him off. The awakened one who analyzed the post last night saw the situation and hurriedly fled, realizing that staying here would be disastrous. He would definitely get beaten up so badly that his mother wouldn't recognize him. From now on, he would probably be the public enemy. Surely, there would be no shortage of challenges coming his way every day. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had arrived at the classroom door. The crowd parted to let him through, and waves of screams erupted from among them. Teacher Lin, look here, so handsome. With both strength and skills, there couldn't be a better object of admiration. I want to take a photo of him to use as my phone wallpaper. I really hope Teacher Lee can personally guide me. Lin Feng was also taken aback. What is this? A large-scale celebrity meet and greet. Is this still the Martial Artist Academy from yesterday? For a moment, Lin Feng found it hard to accept. You all should go back to being your old rebellious selves. It's more pleasing to the eye. Hurriedly passing through the crowd, he stepped into the classroom. Instantly, it fell silent. Looking up, Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. The tiered classroom was already filled with awakened ones. Even Xiao Menglin had arrived at the Martial Artist Academy without him knowing. The moment their eyes met, Xiao Menglin smiled and waved, and Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. The next moment, he felt a bone-chilling coldness coming from the front, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Subconsciously looking forward, he saw Gongsun Anqing's icy face. Damn! Lin Feng almost blurted out an expletive. Fortunately, he managed to hold it back. What was even more terrifying was that even Longshire had arrived in the back row. Looks like you're quite popular with the ladies, Raphael murmured softly. Ahem. Lin Feng cleared his throat heavily. Then he began to draw on the blackboard in front of him. Dear students and teachers, today I will teach you how to break through levels. As we all know, our energy gathers within our bodies. And due to the thinness of the world's aura, once we reach a realm where we can break through, we will choose to do so and not remain stagnant. But now, times have changed. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth has become increasingly dense, fully sufficient to support us in compressing our energy and breaking through again. At this moment, Lin Feng was expounding on his cultivation theory from above. Everyone below listened very attentively. However, this was not something that an ordinary person could achieve. It was merely an extreme theory. A lot of practice is still needed, but it left the few people below in awe. They deeply felt that once it was truly achieved, its power would be absolutely terrifying, even possibly breaking through the divine level. All right, I've said everything I needed to say. Class dismissed. Clap, clap, clap. The deafening sound came from below. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and walked out with great satisfaction. Not long after, Xiao Menglin chased after him, pointing at him with her finger. Hey. Lin Feng turned around, and Xiao Menglin took out her phone, placing it in front of him. On it was the chat history between him and an unknown person from Longwang. The moment Lin Feng saw this screen, his pupils widened slightly. It's you. I knew it was you after all, Xiao Menglin said proudly. What's wrong? Aren't you going to thank me, miss? As she spoke, she put her hands on her hips and stood in front of Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng truly did not expect that the person he had been communicating with online would turn out to be Xiao Menglin. He thought it was a black market expert, but it turned out to be a little girl who had been fooling him for so long. Well, thank you, young lady. At the same time, Gongsun Anqing also came out. As soon as she appeared, she saw Lin Feng and Xiao Minglin chatting and laughing outside the door. A sour feeling surged up, and she walked over a few steps, saying coldly, "Lin Feng, what you taught was not bad. If you have time, I would like to ask you a question in private." "Wow, it's Gongsun Sr. You should agree quickly," Xiao Minglin said excitedly, tugging at Lin Feng's arm. However, this scene did not sit well with Gongsun Anqing. With a light snort, she walked away, leaving Lin Feng feeling slightly awkward. As the crowd dispersed, Master Long soon transmitted this practice method to Longwang. As expected, it caused a great stir. This method of cultivation had been unheard of during the previous era of spiritual energy scarcity. Even the wealthiest would not dare to practice like this. But now it was different. If one could pursue the extreme, some were willing to seek it out. After all, those who could walk the path of extreme would hope to pursue it, naturally choosing to compress their energy as much as possible. Although it was impossible to control every single cell like Lin Feng, their strength would definitely increase significantly. As time passed, night soon fell. After receiving a message from Gongsun Anqing, he had to go to that place again. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Feng knocked on the door again. Gongsun Anqing came over slowly to open it, looking at him coldly. "You really have a way with people." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng smiled awkwardly. "Senior Gongsun, didn't we agree not to bring it up again? You wish." A few hours later, Gongsun Anqing's complexion was rosy as she tidied her hair in the living room. Her state of mind had undergone quite a change. She felt increasingly comfortable, but perhaps due to possessiveness. Seeing Lin Feng chatting with those female students made her feel that only by doing so could she find some peace. If this continued, she was truly afraid of becoming addicted. In a moment, her expression became somewhat conflicted as she said to Lin Feng, "This is your punishment. There won't be a next time." Senior Gongsun, where did you throw my clothes?" Upon hearing this, Gongsun Anqing's face flushed, and she casually pointed in a direction. Then she looked outside the window with a somewhat teasing gaze. Someone had been following Lin Feng to her door, but Gongsun Anqing did not expose the other party. She just let her listen outside the window. Doing so made her feel a bit excited and victorious. At this moment, outside Gongsun Anqing's room, Raphael sat there with a red face, completely unable to believe what she was hearing. She thought Lin Feng had come out to get that egg, which was why she followed him. She never expected he would enter a room. Moreover, she heard a series of sounds coming from inside. It's just a punishment. This had a huge impact on her innocent heart. She never thought that the usually aloof Gongsun Anqing would turn into this when it came to Lin Feng. And her words were not usually so tough. Clearly, it was you who took the initiative. How is this a punishment? As time passed, the day quickly went by. After doing this, the Black Crow Master sought out Lin Feng again the next day, asking him to go to the room where Gongsun Anqing was to meet her. "Fei, haven't you dealt with him yet? This isn't something that can be done overnight. Why are you so impatient?" Upon hearing this, the Black Crow Master trembled slightly, seeming somewhat hard to say. "In any case, as long as he is alive, my body feels very uncomfortable. You should resolve him quickly. When I have time, I will send you a message to meet here." Hearing this, Lin Feng silently nodded. However, he did not plan to execute it in his heart. Even if he disguised a fake scene, it would be easily discovered. And by that time, if the other party inquired about the progress of the Xianyuan sword, it would be difficult to deceive them. He still needed to find a way to trick the Xianyuan sword out of her hands. Lin Feng had just left the place. A few dozen minutes later, Gongsun Anqing sent him another message. Helplessly, Lin Feng had to return there again with the outfit. "Senior Gongsun, what do you want again?" Lin Feng asked with a somewhat helpless tone. At this moment, Gongsun Anqing's face was slightly red, her delicate fingers crossed over her chest, and she nervously said, "It's about that punishment." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng instantly understood. "Didn't we agree not to bring it up again?" Hearing these words, Gongsun Anqing immediately blushed all over, her face almost buried in the mountains, completely losing her previous cold queen demeanor. Looking at the shy person in front of him, Lin Feng was also infected, pushing her to walk towards the room. From then on, every night, Gongsun Anqing would find reasons to call Lin Feng over. From initially giving various reasons to later being too lazy to say anything, she would just ask Lin Feng to come find her. In a moment, she had actually become somewhat unable to part with Lin Feng. If she were to let go, only continuous decline would remain. Yet she just did not want to leave this feeling. Knowing full well that it was something she shouldn't do, she still thought of Lin Feng every time the time came. And this period of time was also extremely hard for the Black Crow Master. At this moment, she had clearly felt that she was different from before. It was as if she had an extremely intense craving for something. So much so that whenever she regained consciousness, every night became exceptionally difficult to bear. Knock knock. Lin Feng knocked on the door, as usual. However, the Black Crow Master was not standing outside, as usual. Master? A Fey. The Black Crow Master walked out from inside, supporting the door frame with her slender arm. Are you alright? Lin Feng looked at her appearance, somewhat surprised. No matter what, it's the physique of a divine-level awakener. Is she leaning against the wall? I'm fine, just a bit dizzy. Let me support you. After all, it's Gongsun Anqing's body. Lin Feng stepped forward and linked arms with her. For a moment, he also noticed her warmth. And it was fine for Lin Feng not to touch her, but once he did, the feeling from the Black Crow leader became even more intense. She turned around and pinned Lin Feng against the wall, casually turning off the light as well. Leader. Lin Feng was instantly startled. Could it be that he was discovered? He hurriedly used his ninjutsu to alter his appearance and turned to try to break free. Shut up. The Black Crow leader's hand loosened her buttons while leaning against him. Her pitch-black eyes fixed on him. Although she was alone, why did he always have an ominous feeling? Could it be that to obtain the Xinyuan sword, he had to sell his own allure? Before he could hesitate, her soft lips pressed against his. Fei, remember to come here every day to help me out. The Black Crow leader buttoned up her collar, looking at Lin Feng with some pride. There was an inexplicable sense of satisfaction in her heart, always feeling that Fei was the thing she was searching for. Leader, can't you find someone else? No, our plan can't have outsiders involved. Besides, it's just to satisfy mortal desires. Don't you have them too? It's just right to solve them together. As she spoke, the Black Crow leader let out a sigh, feeling unprecedentedly relaxed. Meanwhile, Lin Feng just wanted to cry. Every night, Gongsun Anqing still had to find him, and now the Black Crow leader was also looking for him. He was afraid he wouldn't last much longer. Having to deal with two, and both were such beauties. It was really a bit overwhelming. As expected, in the following days, Lin Feng was increasingly unable to cope. At first, the Black Crow leader would ask him about the progress of their tasks. But later she forgot why she was there and just turned off the light directly. The time spent together grew longer and longer, eventually even more excessive than with Gongsun Anqing. Finally, one night, Huff, Fei, I suddenly remembered. Have you found the other half of the Xinyuan sword? Looking at the flushed Black Crow leader, Lin Feng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. You really forgot, didn't you? I haven't found it yet. But if you can give me that part of the Xinyuan sword, maybe I can find it. Upon hearing this, the Black Crow leader raised an eyebrow. Fei, you following me around isn't just to trick me into giving you that part of the Xinyuan sword, right? Yes, that part is indispensable to achieving my goal. If you don't want to, then forget it. I'll act alone. As he spoke, Lin Feng stood up and intended to leave. Wait, the Black Crow leader hurriedly called out to him, her expression somewhat hesitant. After struggling for a few minutes, she continued, I can give you that part, but you have to return it after use. Really? Lin Feng was instantly surprised. It seemed that his endurance had not been in vain. If this continued, he would not last many more days. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but reward her. A few dozen minutes later, the Black Crow leader sat up with disheveled hair, her little hand trembling as a broken sword blade appeared before her. Here, remember to return it after use. A somewhat proud voice came through. Lin Feng hurriedly took the sword, fearing it would slip away if he was even a moment late. However, for some reason, the instant he got that sword, he felt a sense of being kept. Leaving that place, Lin Feng took out the two broken sword blades and merged them together. In an instant, a divine light spread out. The entire hilt emitted a golden glow, getting brighter and brighter. Lin Feng quickly confined the space around the hilt to prevent its energy from leaking. These two swords were indeed one. As soon as they got close, the blades trembled wildly. Lin Feng didn't even need to piece them together. They attracted each other and fused into one. A few minutes later, Lin Feng knocked on the door of the Dragon Master's office. Come in. Pressing the doorknob, Lin Feng entered the room. The Dragon Master looked fatigued as he handled the documents in front of him. What Lin Feng had mentioned had indeed caused a significant stir. After testing by all the spiritual level awakeners in the Dragon Kingdom, it was unanimously deemed feasible. Next, it would be systematized and then popularized. To come up with such a method could be said to have created a new era. The pinnacle of human strength would rise to a new level, even able to contend with demons of the same tier. This was unimaginable in the past, and all of it was thanks to Lin Feng. With you around, it probably won't be long before this world returns to humanity's hands. Although he was very tired, the Dragon Master felt much better than before. By the way, what did you come to see me for? Do you have a new discovery? The Dragon Master smiled at Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't hide anything. He flipped his right hand, and a giant longsword appeared in his grasp. Instantly, the entire room was illuminated in golden light. The intricate scriptures reflected onto the walls. The moment the Dragon Master saw the sword, his eyes widened. The fatigue of several days and nights vanished in an instant. His spirit lifted once again. What is this? Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled. How could the Dragon Master not know what this was? He was just too excited to believe it, instinctively asking a question. This is the Xianyuan sword. You actually found the other half of the fragment? Have you seen it? The Dragon Master stroked the Xianyuan sword with both hands, as if meeting an old friend. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng became somewhat puzzled. Do you know who has the fragment of this sword? The Dragon Master's expression froze for a moment. Then he sighed. Years ago, I went with Gongsun Anqing to hunt down that divine-level demon. We had just entered the divine-level ranks and thought we were invincible. With our combined strength, we believed we could eradicate the demon, but in the end, not only did her weapon get lost in there, but the Xianyuan sword was also shattered into 2 pieces. Ever since then, to retrieve her sword, she invited me several times to re-enter that forbidden area. However, that was during a time of turmoil with the demons, and I could not afford such a drain, so I did not agree. Our relationship was never very good, and since then she became even colder, secretly forming an organization, which I could only turn a blind eye to. Such a secret. Lin Feng suddenly realized something. Wait, what is it? The Dragon Master stopped and looked at Lin Feng. The church you mentioned, it wouldn't be the Black Crow Church, would it? Logically speaking, the Dragon Master should know who the leader of the Black Crow Church was. Lin Feng had discovered this matter because he had infiltrated the Black Crow Church and learned it by chance. However, if the Dragon Master really knew about this, then there was a reasonable explanation for why this church had not been eradicated. It's not that I don't want to exterminate, it's just that I turn a blind eye. That's right, it's that church. Didn't you join it too? You must have seen Gongsun Anqing and discovered this matter. These 2 people are actually one person. She merely pretends to be another personality to deceive herself. However, when you saw her at that time, you should have recognized her. Disguised? Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. Could it be that Gongsun Anqing has always known that he was lurking beside her? But why didn't she expose him, instead frequently teasing him with 2 personalities? Moreover, looking at the other person's appearance, they don't seem like the same person. Why do I feel there is a significant difference between the 2? Hearing Lin Feng's question, Longshire sighed. It's normal for you to feel this way. If no one exposes her, she will continue to act indefinitely, probably not even knowing which one is her true self. However, it's almost time, this time forced to fight against that earthly giant python. I hope to resolve Gongsun Anqing's inner conflict. Of course, it's also to resolve his own inner conflict. At that time, for the greater good, he chose not to help her retrieve her weapon. I understand. Lin Feng nodded silently. Just then, the secretary rushed over anxiously. Longshire, that giant python is already at the foot of the mountain. So soon? He thought there would be a few more days, but didn't expect the opponent to act so quickly. In such a short time, they realized their egg was missing. Immediately, he ordered to disperse all the people in the city to different locations. All spiritual level awakeners must come to battle, ensuring minimal casualties. Understood. After speaking, Longshire looked up at the sky with his hands behind his back. This day has finally come. The safest base city will be challenged by the demons from the Forbidden Land. This is a grudge from over a decade ago, and it is time to settle it today. However, Longshire still had some concerns. More than a decade ago, he and Gongsun Anqing fought against that giant python simultaneously. But they were at a disadvantage and were no match at all. They could be said to have been completely defeated. Now, years have passed. That giant python has probably grown even larger. Can they still handle it now? Longshire, let me join the battle as well. Lin Feng vowed. Upon hearing this, Longshire suddenly realized something. That's right. This time is different from the past. They have a spiritual level awakener who can almost match a divine level awakener. It's not to say they have no chance of winning. Meanwhile, after the announcement was made in the city, everyone in the Zhufeng Bay City was moved to the shelter within Zhufeng. To prevent being wiped out in one go, this method was chosen. It was already the best way to minimize casualties. The city became anxious. What exactly happened? Could it be that demons are attacking the city? Impossible. In the past, when demons attacked, such a situation never occurred. It must be that a divine-level demon is attacking Zhufeng. Is it a demon from the Forbidden Land? Can we withstand it? What are you afraid of? Didn't Gongsun Sr. come here a few days ago? Right, I remember seeing Gongsun Sr. at our martial arts academy on the news. Isn't it secure now? That's reasonable. Gongsun Sr. was able to confront the demons from the Forbidden Land alone. This time, there are 2 divine-level awakeners. For a moment, everyone felt a bit safer. Finally, after 2 hours, Lin Feng and Longshire stood atop the tallest building in the base city. However, there was no movement around. What's going on? Could the intelligence be wrong? A spiritual level awakener spoke with some confusion. Then at that moment, boom, a huge sound echoed from all directions, and dust and steel plates fell from the sky, creating pit after pit in the stone ground. At this moment, the entire base city felt as if it were under pressure. Lin Feng immediately activated his observation haki to look around, then widened his eyes. At that moment, a colossal python was coiling around the entire Zhufeng base city, tightening its body with force. The whole city trembled under the muscle of its scale body. It was strangling the base city. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the surrounding few stared wide-eyed. How is this possible? This is the highest peak in the world. How big must a snake be to wrap around an entire mountain and strangle it? Is this something a demon can do? With this thought, a sense of gloom rose in everyone's hearts. This power is simply beyond what humans can achieve. Let them spiritual level awakeners confront it. It's simply a death sentence. Where's Gongsun Sr.? At this moment, everyone noticed that the pillar of resistance, Gongsun Anqing, was not present. The few awakeners present became even more anxious. If it weren't for the two divine level awakeners here, they probably wouldn't even want to face that giant python. It's a joke. They could hardly withstand one attack. Without anyone confronting it directly, how could they dare to harass from the side? Seeing this scene, Lin Feng also frowned deeply. He had already found out where Gongsun Anqing was. With a flash, Lin Feng arrived in Gongsuin's room on the second floor. She was sitting by the window on the top of the several-story building, drinking tea and gazing out at the scenery. "You're here?" she asked softly, leaving the back of her head for Lin Feng. "Senior Gongsun, we're about to battle this demon. It's not appropriate to sit here, right?" Seemingly not hearing Lin Feng's words, Gongsun Anqing slowly took a sip of tea, exposing her fair neck. After a while, she spoke again. "What does it have to do with me? I'm just here by chance. I'm not Gongsun Sr., but the leader of the Black Crow Church." Saying this, she slowly turned her head, her pitch-black eyes staring at Lin Feng. "You agree, right? A Fei. Senior Gongsun, you are joking with the lives of everyone in the base city." Hearing this, Gongsun Anqing's body visibly paused. She set down the teacup and walked to Lin Feng's side in 2 steps. "Aren't you going to destroy the whole world? Why care about them? Why not come with me? Let's find a deserted place." Saying this, Lin Feng felt his hand being grasped by an extremely delicate hand. Meanwhile, in a high sky above the Zhufeng base, the position of the sun erupted with a loud noise, blasting open a hole. It was as if a hole had appeared in the sky. A huge golden vertical eye peered in from the inside. For a moment, an immense pressure overwhelmed everyone, making it hard for them to breathe. The spiritual level awakeners standing on the tall buildings swallowed hard. Some with less stable minds even began to tremble. The people hiding in the scattered base cities looked up at the vertical pupil in the sky. Some timid ones had already collapsed in fear on the ground. Seeing Lin Feng gaze out the window, Gongsun Anqing chuckled lightly. "Don't worry, you're not like them. As long as you're with me, you'll be fine." At that moment, her soft hand tightened its grip. Lin Feng wanted to retort. "I also want to eat soft rice, but that egg is on him. Even if he escapes to the ends of the earth, this snake will chase him down. Otherwise, he would definitely be the first to run away. As the saying goes, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Do not bully the young when they are poor. Do not bully the middle-aged when they are poor. Do not bully the elderly when they are poor. One day, he will return to take revenge. But right now, this snake is blocking the door, and there is no way to escape." So Lin Feng closed his eyes and said resolutely, "Gongsun Anqing, there are some things I must face. If this demon is dealt with, wherever you want to go with me, I will accompany you to the end. But now, if I leave, what will happen to my fellow citizens in this city?" Saying this, Lin Feng stepped toward the floor-to-ceiling window. Gongsun Anqing's hand released his, and a sudden wave of loss surged through her. She quickly looked up and said, "But even my master and I can't fight against this demon. What use is it for you to go?" At this point, Gongsuin's tone had become somewhat anxious. Clearly, this demon had left a significant psychological shadow on her. She didn't want to face it, nor did she want Lin Feng to go. Besides wanting revenge on her master, there was probably a trace of that reason mixed in. "How do you know if you don't try?" Lin Feng extended his right hand, and a knife appeared in midair. He reached out to grab it. Seeing the scene, Gongsun Anqing's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. You can still use this weapon?" She had thought Lin Feng had used some special method to temporarily elevate his strength to that level. She never expected he could still use it. "Wait for me to come back." With a leap, Lin Feng reappeared outside. Watching Lin Feng's figure disappearing on the tall building, Gongsun Anqing felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Meanwhile, the high-altitude barrier of the base city finally could not withstand the pressure and completely collapsed under the immense force. Boom! A loud noise accompanied the falling rubble. A stream of green venom shot downward. One unresponsive spirit level, awakened, was directly covered and turned into a puddle of pus. Even the buildings on the ground were completely corroded, creating a massive pit that exposed the lowest level of the Zhufeng base city. Such powerful force. Seeing this terrifying attack, the surrounding awakened one's eyes were about to pop out. Some even had blood vessels all over their eyes. Their nerves were tauter than ever. Originally, the spirit-level awakened ones could dominate the battlefield, but now, facing this demon, they had become mere ants that could be killed with ease. At this moment, everyone realized that if they weren't careful, they too could lose their lives today. What about Elder Gongsun? A spirit-level awakened asked in a somewhat terrified voice. If Gongsun Anqing didn't come soon, some people might not be able to hold on and would turn to flee. You just need to support me from the side. Long Shi stood on the tall building, gazing at the giant snake head descending from the sky. A line of text floated before his eyes. Danger level, high. This was his exclusive ability, the data, eye, which could see the danger level of an object. A high danger level meant that the opponent's strength was much greater than his own, although it couldn't compare to Lin Feng's ability to see the opponent's capabilities directly. He had relied on this ability to navigate through many dangers and grow to the divine level. It seemed this time would not be so simple. Longshi's expression grew serious. In the past, when he encountered high danger level opponents, they were always much stronger than him, almost reaching an invincible level. However, he had escaped those times. But this time, there was no way to retreat. And, judging by the looks of it, Gongsun Anqing also did not intend to come help him. The situation was extremely dangerous. At this moment, the giant serpent lowered its head and looked at the crowd, seemingly searching for something. Its body continued to advance into the base city. In a short time, the sky was almost completely filled with its massive body, appearing endless and absurdly large. Even standing here, everyone could not see its full form, and some parts were out of their line of sight. Hiss! Its gaze suddenly landed on Long Shi, standing above. It seemed to sense something from him. The next moment, the giant serpent's sides opened up, revealing two large venomous fangs, and it dove downwards. At this moment, everyone's hearts were tense to the extreme, frantically gathering power, preparing to deliver a crushing blow to the opponent. And at that moment, the myriad things flowing blades like fire. As soon as the words fell, the knife in Lin Feng's hand transformed into a torrent of flames, soaring into the air. A fire dragon rose to meet it, instantly entangling and battling with the giant serpent. In an instant, a white dust-whirled giant serpent and a fire dragon made of flames roared in the sky. They twisted and rolled in the air, shaking the entire base city continuously. It was a battle like that of gods, causing everyone watching below to tremble with fear. For a moment, the awakened ones and others in the field were dumbfounded. Is this the fire god? How would he be here? That's the awakening ability of the fire god. I thought he died in the Forbidden Land. Great. The fire god has come to save us. Did you see where it came from? The crowd was incredibly excited. Trapped here, they had originally placed their hopes on the awakened ones in the city. But with the giant snake charging down, they hadn't seen Gongsun Anqing or the city's awakened ones make a move. Everyone had begun to despair. Yet unexpectedly, at the critical moment, a familiar flame soared into the sky, blocking it in midair. People took out their phones to capture this shocking and terrifying scene. It was actually him. That divine level awakened was actually Lin Feng. The spirit level awakened, standing on the tall building, were all shocked as they looked in Lin Feng's direction. Their heart rates had accelerated to the limit. They never expected that the legendary fire god had been right beside them all along. Moreover, he had chosen this critical moment to come to their aid. It should be noted that he had already killed a demon in the Forbidden Land. His strength was beyond doubt, having reached the peak of humanity. Yet, such a divine level awakened was surprisingly a very young person. Everyone had speculated that he might be a joint effort of several divine level awakened or someone who obtained some kind of divine artifact. But without exception, all guesses about his age concluded that he had lived for over 100 years. I didn't expect the truth to be revealed today. It turned out to be a young man around 20 years old. Alone, he faced the divine level demon with a knife. It really is you. The dragon master beside him was also excited. If Lin Feng were here, everything would be fine. He could definitely solve this demon with minimal casualties. Everyone, let's assist. Senior Lin Feng. Upon hearing this, the awakened spiritual level individuals around nodded seriously. Then, Lin Feng felt a surge of amplification power continuously being applied to him. The energy he consumed and his attack power were significantly reduced and increased, respectively. It seemed he couldn't hold back anymore. Murmuring a few words, Lin Feng raised his left hand. The debris on the ground all floated into the air. With a wave of his arm, all the falling bricks and tiles rushed upwards and smashed onto the demon's body. Roar! The giant python writhed in pain. Taking the opportunity, the fire giant python in the air bit down on its body. The giant python also noticed the person who released this fire dragon. It opened its mouth, and a stream of venom shot towards Lin Feng. The surrounding people looked over nervously, wanting to remind him to block with flames. However, at this moment, Lin Feng slightly raised his hand, and a large amount of venom was suddenly halted in midair, unable to advance. Everyone opened their mouths, swallowing their words back down. This is no longer human. How many awakened abilities does he have hidden? At this moment, everyone realized that being the first awakened is not easy. Just this terrifying ability made them feel like they were watching a battle between gods. A casual move could take their lives. The abilities displayed were among the top levels of humanity. So strong. The surrounding spiritual level awakened individuals trembled with excitement. Those who had doubted Lin Feng before wished they could find a crack in the ground to hide in. If given the chance, they would definitely apologize to him in person. This kind of terrifying strength even made them feel that the giant snake was just an extremely ordinary snake. Although it was above them, the situation clearly showed that Lin Feng had it pinned down and was beating it up. But they knew that once Lin Feng let up, they would still be beaten by that giant python, with no chance at all. Meanwhile, in the street, it was actually you, Teacher Lin. Raphael held an extremely ordinary slender wooden stick in his hand, his expression blank as he walked forward step by step. The red wooden stick emitted faint glimmers, adding a mysterious aura to its ancient appearance. As she stepped forward, her gaze became less vacant and gradually grew resolute. At the same time, Lin Feng was receiving a massive amplification, and his strength had reached an unprecedented level, sufficient to support the short-term use of this weapon. However, this knife could not be released in this space. If used now, the snow-capped mountains outside the Bay City would melt entirely, and even the water inside the Bay City would evaporate. Even if they truly killed this demon here, it would no longer be suitable for living. Moreover, the various abilities after the release would be large-scale destructive types, not limited to just targeting the demon in the air. It seemed he had to take the field personally. Lin Feng weighed the long knife in his hand. The Conqueror's haki and armament haki combined. In an instant, a terrifying aura spread out. Lin Feng leaped into the air, raising the long knife as a large amount of lightning spread and attached itself to it. Combined with his martial skills, his knife's power had reached its peak as he slashed at the snake's body. Puff! The long knife penetrated the snake's body without any obstruction. Feeling the immense pain, the earthly giant python rushed toward the source of the attack. However, Lin Feng had already moved to another position. Another slash came down. The earthly giant python rolled again, still unable to find Lin Feng's figure. Thus, Lin Feng continuously changed positions in the air, slashing at its enormous body. Due to its length, it was difficult to defend both ends. Each time, it missed the chance to defend. Everything happened too quickly. To the people below, it seemed like countless wounds were appearing on the earthly giant python's body, with blood spurting out. Its stamina was being continuously consumed. At this point, it was becoming increasingly difficult for Lin Feng to maintain this state. In this situation, the energy consumption within him was alarmingly rapid. The frequent movement and maintenance of the weapon's power were not something an ordinary awakened individual could endure. Roar! At this moment, the earthly giant python finally found an opportunity, opening its massive jaws and rushing towards Lin Feng. Just then, a strong light spread out from the ground. A colossal sword leaped from the earth, directly thrusting into the giant python's mouth. Puff! Roar! Roar! The giant python let out a painful roar. The holy great sword made of golden light began to slice through the earthly giant python's body from its mouth. In just a few minutes, it split the entire body in half, leaving no room for resistance. Watching the scene unfold before him, Lin Feng's pupils shrank in shock as he looked towards the source of the golden light. At this moment, all the awakened individuals were also stunned by the sudden occurrence. They turned their gazes to the place where the golden light emanated. In the street, where everyone was looking, a figure holding a red wooden stick was bathed in golden light. The figure resembled a mythical being, with delicate feet lifted off the ground. A layer of misty light enveloped it, accentuating its beauty even more. This scene should have been shocking to everyone But at that moment, an inexplicable fear arose from their hearts. Because behind this slender figure, 8 pairs of white wings bathed in golden light fluttered slightly. The raised head clearly showed contempt towards everyone. Slowly retracting the wooden stick in hand, Lin Feng, hearing this voice that was both holy and gentle, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Then he spoke, "What the hell is this?" As he said this, his hand had already reached into his pocket for the Kontong mirror, ready for a desperate fight. Meanwhile, the Dragon Master, standing on the tall building, was also filled with dread. At this moment, what appeared before him was despair. Such a prompt had never appeared in his field of vision before. But today it actually appeared, right above that slender figure below. Did the words despair mean that if they acted, they would undoubtedly die? He never expected that today they would simultaneously clash with the last 2 demons in the forbidden areas. This was simply the worst outcome. No one knew how long Lin Feng's ability could last. What am I? Hearing this, Raphael floated in midair with his hand supporting his chin, seemingly deep in thought. This tense atmosphere lasted for several minutes. I'm not a creature of Blue Star. If you want to know anything, come find me tomorrow, but only by yourself. He pointed at Lin Feng, glanced at him, and then Raphael floated away, taking with him the giant python he had killed in midair. In no time, he vanished without a trace. At this moment, the surroundings were eerily silent, and everyone couldn't help but wonder if everything that had just happened was an illusion. However, the huge void in the sky above the base city reminded everyone that this was not a dream. Everything that had just occurred was real. 2 god-level creatures from the forbidden area had appeared here. Not a creature of Blue Star? Could there really be life beyond the domain? This was the question in everyone's mind at that moment. Meanwhile, snowflakes began to fall from the sky, soon covering the entire city with a layer of silver frost. Should I go? Lin Feng felt a bit conflicted. However, the other party didn't seem malicious. If he really wanted to kill him, he could have just done it right here. He trusted that the other party had that confidence. Still feeling uneasy, he decided to enhance his own strength first. At this time, Lin Feng's expression was serious. A few minutes later, he arrived at Gongsun Anqing's residence. As soon as he entered, Gongsun Anqing rushed over and grabbed his hand. "Don't go. If you're going, let's go together." Looking into her earnest eyes, Lin Feng silently shook his head. Since she had said she was only inviting him, it seemed impolite to bring others along. "Wait for me here. I'll ask for a leave." Lin Feng smiled and looked at the petite Gongsun Anqing, gently stroking her soft hair. In an instant, Gongsun Anqing shyly lowered her head, released her grip on Lin Feng's arm, and mumbled indistinctly, "Then I'll wait for you to come back." Nodding, Lin Feng turned and left. From then on, every day, Lin Feng practiced day and night, accompanied by dew in the morning and sleeping under the moonlight at night. He traveled around the world, hunting demons to store his strength. His statue was erected on Mount Everest to commemorate his extermination of 2 demons from the forbidden area. However, the last and strongest demon still kept all base cities in a state of fear and despair for a long time. Nevertheless, he eventually regained his spirits. After all, whether in the past or present, they were facing the demons from 3 forbidden areas. Now, with only the last one remaining, humanity saw hope. Time flew by, and several years passed just like that. In one forbidden area, Lin Feng casually severed a demon. This should be the last one. He spent several months clearing all the demons in this forbidden area. Finally, he accumulated enough foundation. Now his ability had reached its peak, and his strength had increased to an extremely terrifying level. The next step was to elevate to the divine tier and obtain his own domain. To reach this level, he needed to merge the energy within the stars in his body with all the cells and muscles. The difficulty was evident. Compressing this energy had already cost him a lot of strength. Now, circulating this energy throughout his body was no ordinary challenge. However, relatively speaking, it was manageable. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the ground, using the 6 eyes to control the energy within his body, with almost every strand reaching an extreme level. It flowed toward his entire body. At this moment, sitting there, cold sweat kept dripping from his forehead, and his body trembled violently with explosive sounds. But all the demons around had already been eradicated, leaving only him. Thus, no one discovered anything unusual here. As the energy flowed to all the cells, their potential was significantly activated. Meanwhile, the size of the star in his body continuously shrank, gradually reducing from its original size to the size of a walnut, and then disappeared into the cosmic sea. In an instant, Lin Feng's entire body became his entirety. He was now independent of the world. A loud explosion sounded. The clouds in the sky created a void, and an extremely terrifying power spread out. All divine tier awakeners on Blue Star sensed this energy and looked towards the forbidden area in shock. Lin Feng slowly stood up and waved his hand to wash away the filth on his body. At this moment, he realized just how powerful divine tier strength truly was. However, he had not yet obtained a domain. But it didn't matter. He himself was the domain, an invincible domain. Clenching his fists, endless energy surged from his arms. At this moment, Lin Feng had enough confidence to simultaneously pull down hundreds of meteors from the sky, even to punch them apart. It's time. He lifted a foot and headed towards the next day's destination. In the blink of an eye, he walked over 100 kilometers. This was still the result of him not using his abilities. His pure physical strength had already reached this level. He leaped through the mountains and arrived at the location of the next day's forbidden area in just a few minutes. As he entered, all the demons that saw him feared him and made way for him, allowing him to walk deeper into the forbidden area. What came into LinFeng's sight was an altar standing deep within this forbidden area, surrounded by various statues of deities. "Come out," Lin Feng said slowly. A stunning figure walked out from the side. "Teacher Lin, you're here." At this moment, Raphael was dressed as if she were a goddess from the Bible, exuding an unparalleled sense of purity. But Lin Feng could feel that the power within her was much stronger than that of the divine tier awakeners on Blue Star, almost capable of annihilation at will. Yet, even so, she still fell within the divine tier range. Raphael slowly walked to Lin Feng's side, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the power radiating from him. Although he didn't have bulging muscles, the energy contained within him would be terrifying once unleashed. "Teacher Lin, you really make me a bit envious. Even in another world, you could be considered a genius." Another world? It seemed she sensed Lin Feng's confusion. And Raphael slowly spoke. "This altar is a passage to my other world, my homeland. To be honest, staying on this planet, you won't be able to make any further progress. This news is strictly forbidden by my kin to be shared with the natives. I'm taking a huge risk to tell you this, Teacher Lin, so please don't let me down." As she spoke, Raphael pouted at Lin Feng, creating a stark contrast with her sacred appearance. "Then I really thank you," Lin Feng replied slowly. At this moment, Raphael struck out with her palm towards Lin Feng. This simple strike, however, concealed more killing intent than any attack Lin Feng had ever seen. He charged forward, pushing Raphael back a few steps. Looking at his palm, Raphael's lips slightly parted, his eyes filled with surprise. Then he regained a smile. "Truly a man I care about." "You mustn't say that. I'm already taken." Upon hearing Lin Feng's teasing remark, Raphael's cheeks flushed. "Cough, that's not what I meant." Then his expression changed again, smiling at Lin Feng. "Could be that girl Gongsun Anqing? You really have some skills. I was thinking of her back then." Hearing this, Lin Feng glanced at her with some disdain. "What do you think? Instead of staying here, why not come with me to my hometown? Of course, the locals aren't very welcoming to the natives. But you can follow me. I have some influence there. How do you say it in your Blue Star terms? It seems like a son-in-law. A son-in-law has to get married. Don't say nonsense. I've told you long ago, don't have ideas about me. I'm already taken," Lin Feng said seriously. However, a huge wave had already risen in his heart. Those people on the planet actually referred to everyone from Blue Star as natives. But why haven't they occupied the resources here, instead allowing it to develop? Seemingly able to see through Lin Feng's thoughts, Raphael slowly began to explain. "That's because this planet belongs to me. I originally wanted to catch a small snake to take back, but didn't expect you to snatch it from me halfway. But it's okay. If I can't catch a snake, I can catch you instead." "What? How did you know what I was thinking?" Lin Feng was somewhat shocked. Seeing his surprised expression, Raphael smiled. "You are indeed a native. What you think in your heart is exactly the same as the 9,999 thoughts written by the natives." Hearing the word native, Lin Feng's face immediately darkened. He wanted to press Raphael to the ground and teach her a lesson, letting her know the power of the natives. "But even as a native, you are among the best. So how about it? Are you interested in coming back with me to take a look?" Saying this, Raphael stood there looking at Lin Feng, extending an invitation to him. Lin Feng fell silent for a moment. It seemed he was thinking of a lot. "I need some time. To be honest, from Raphael's strength, I can tell that everyone in her hometown must be incredible. Like the god-tier awakeners in Blue Star. They would probably be slaves there. I must be well prepared before I dare to go to that place." Hearing this response, Raphael calmly said, "I'll be waiting for good news from you. Of course, you'd better be quick. Otherwise, when my people come looking for me, you'll really become a native." Nodding slightly, Lin Feng turned and left. 30 minutes later, he sat on a peak with moonlight, looking at the scenery in the sky. Lin Feng felt inspired. "Moonlight, you're free now. You don't have to follow me anymore. Saying this, Lin Feng untied their soul bond. However, Moonlight did not leave, still lying by his side and howling twice. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng smiled. It was a heartfelt smile. All right, then you can follow me. Introduction. In 2070, Blue Star was invaded by demons, losing more than half its population. In a critical moment, the sages awakened their powers to fight against the invading demons, finally securing a piece of pure land. Everyone awakens their abilities at the age of 18. Lin Feng died and was reborn, only to have his powers devoured by the system. He begins to play the role of General Fujitora in the Ability Academy.